7 years ago, a great disaster struck. A horrific tragedy known as the Dungeon Break plunged humanity into hell. This young man is Sangyun, whose parents perished in the calamity. The day he lost everything, Sangyun swore in tears that he would become a hunter and tear those wretched monsters to shreds. And 7 years later, that day has come. Sun Jian is kicked out of the Hunter Training Center. Sitting in the memorial park for the great disaster, he knew that every awakened would complete a few months of training at the gym before becoming a hunter. But he lingered here far longer than expected. 7 years, in fact. It earned him only the scorn of those around him. They feared his uselessness would tarnish the center's reputation, and despite Sangjun's daily training, he achieved nothing. This left him helpless, only able to vent his anger on everything around him, when he overheard an encouraging conversation from a nearby little girl. Her father sacrificed himself to protect everyone when the monsters invaded, so she believes that when facing difficulties, you must always be strong and never give up. Though seemingly naive, those words became Sunan's greatest motivation. And in the pouring rain, he rushed to Manho's house, begging for another chance. But this only resulted in Manho flying into a rage, punching him in the face, and storming off with insults. Sionan was left in a sorry state, wishing he had a unique trait, or just a little talent. Just when Sangyun seemed to give up, a single tear awakened the trial tower, pulling him into a strange space where even breathing became difficult. The Tower of Trials requires each player to choose their desired difficulty, with rewards to match, and of course, Shonen, with his countless efforts, chooses the highest difficulty. And just like that, he was transported to the first trial tower, his stats reset to 0. The first place Sion arrives is a vast desert, and the tower provides him with a short sword. The reward for completing this challenge is a unique trait, just as he desired. This drove Sion mad, and as he ran for his sword, the sand itself began to stir. A sand golem many times the size of Sangjun appeared before him. All Sun had was 10 minutes to fight the impossible. One misstep or stomp could send him flying, and failure meant returning to the earth. Sun ran like the wind after hearing his punishment, glancing back and wondering if he could really escape the sand golems by running away. The giant sand golem relentlessly pursued him, appearing slow, but its size made it deceptively fast. Sun's stamina quickly depleted in the unfamiliar terrain, initially in the desert environment, but gradually his speed and stamina improved and he could endure 9 minutes of continuous running. Sangyun gripped his sword and ran onward. The world had given him a sword and told him to survive. But talk is cheap. In this boiling pot, he only has 2 choices. 1, run and die exhausted, or 2, fight and die. Sangjun worried. How could he possibly win? He remembered those who mocked him. Unlucky, damn it, he was so foolish, not knowing his place. His hatred boiled over. Damn it, you're nothing in this world. Sangun gritted his teeth, refusing to die a pathetic death while fleeing. He roared and turned back to face his opponent. No, the sweat I shed must be repaid. He glanced at it, thinking, 7 years of trying to become a hunter. He knew more about the theory than most hunters in the field, and running wouldn't work, so he had to find another way to survive. Sangyun knew the monster's weakness. The sand golem would stop moving if its energy core was destroyed, but its body was too hard to reach. However, their cores are usually located in hard-to-reach places. Sangyun comes up with a daring plan, accelerating his run up the sandhill ahead. So, he and the sand golem would fall down the dune together. He just needed to make it easier to reach. Sangyun somersaulted, planting his sword to slow his landing. The sand golem tumbled head first, rolling several times before stopping as Sangyun slid down after it. He remained wary of its movements, gauging the distance until the opportune moment to strike. At that moment, Sangyun landed right next to its core, within reach. Sangyun smirks, pinpointing the location, and swings his sword down on its heart. Instantly, Sangyun was knocked away, still clutching his sword, staring in disbelief at the mere crack he'd made. But that was enough to hurt the sand golem. It jolted upright, and he jumped back in alarm. It was tougher than he thought. Seeing no escape, Sangyun grits his teeth, sweating with anxiety, desperate for another strike. Before he could strike, it grabbed him, and the monster gloated. I knew it. It looked down on him with disdain, mocking him. You're nothing. What a pity, you bastard. He was foolish, not knowing his own limits. Hearing this, Sangyun's blood boiled. He gripped his sword tightly, his rage reaching a boiling point as he screamed for them to stop. Though riddled with wounds, Sangyun throws his sword towards its core with all his might. The bastards. The final sword pierces the golem's heart. It screams in agony as a notification appears. You have destroyed the sand golem's energy core. With 7 minutes and 8 seconds remaining, you've completed the trial. The sand golem crumbles to pieces. He lay exhausted on the ground under the desert's scorching sun as Sangyun began to rise. I did it. He clutched his side, coughing up syrup. Did I really defeat the sand golem, me? Thinking back on his victory, he grins, forgetting the pain. Even then, it was so difficult to win. The system announces, "Congratulations, you have cleared the first floor of the trial tower." He scrambled to his feet. "I'm alive!" Another notification appears. Reward for clearing the trial is unlocking a unique trait. As a bonus for clearing the trial, you've received 500 points. Sangjun froze, unable to believe his eyes as he approached. Sangjun looked at his scratched hands, thinking about the last 7 years and how hard he'd tried. All I ever got was scorn and ridicule. But now, a notification says I've unlocked a unique trait. You have been granted the unique trait of necromancy, meaning I can also become a hunter. He felt both joy and trepidation. However, all of this can only happen if he survives. Before he could finish his thought, something special was glowing in front of him. His eyes widened in surprise. What was this? Sangyun wondered. He approached for a closer look, and out of curiosity, Sangjun reached out to touch it, revealing a cluster of dark bones where the sand golem had died. The system grants you a unique skill quest. Forced Soul Summon has been activated. Do you want to absorb the sand golem's soul? Reading this, he paused to think. Absorbing the black mist soul was his unique ability. Do you want to absorb the sand golem's soul, yes or no? Before Sangjun could process what was happening, black smoke from the sand golem's soul rushed toward him, and a notification appeared. You have absorbed the soul of the golem. Your proficiency has increased by 7%. He was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened, when suddenly a red flame emerged from his chest. Noah scared him half to death, then slowly disappeared back inside. The system indicates one soul remains, and the soul fire begins to merge with him. He can feel the souls, meaning he can save them if he continues to absorb more. Sangjun closed his eyes, feeling his newfound power. If he focused, the system guided, he could permanently increase his stats by absorbing those of the collected souls. Strength increased by 3, and stamina by 2. Sangyun was astonished. He could feel it. It felt like energy was overflowing throughout his body. Sangjun was in disbelief. His stats had actually increased. All his training couldn't compare to absorbing this soul. After 5 years of stagnation, he could finally increase his stats. The system reveals his skill, trait, soul absorption, and 7% proficiency, allowing him to absorb the souls of the dead and use them at will. Sangyun excitedly thought to himself that with this skill he could become a hunter as a black gate appeared before him. The system instructed him to move to the waiting room, and after a long pause, Sangyun proceeded to the gate. I guess I have no choice at this point. As San stepped into the other world, he immediately collapsed. Sangjun's wounds were so severe, he didn't know if he could go on. His injuries were worse than he thought. Suddenly, a green energy emanated from Sangyun and his wounds quickly vanished. Sangyun stared in disbelief at his body, his wounds completely healed. Sangjun just wanted to rest and recover. He approached the bed, wondering if his body had been restored after the trial. He'd lost so much blood, and they put only a bed in this huge room? Still, Sangyun couldn't sleep. His mind raced with questions. What should he do now? Could he ever escape this tower? Why did the tower summon me here? Suddenly, a notification startled him. The system sends him a message. You can use the following 5 commands: info, storage, community, inventory, and trial. Saying the command below will activate it. Hearing this, Sangjun wondered about the 5 commands. He patted his face to wake himself up, encouraging himself. Okay, focus on survival for now. The system also says the time for the trial in the second level to open is 23:21. You can't choose a trial yet, please wait. He muttered, I knew it, there are a lot of community trials. You've entered a community with high difficulty, and messages from other players are flooding in. Can someone explain what's going on? Don't tell me this is happening to everyone. My stats and skills have reverted to what they were before I awakened. What should I do? You think you're the only one? My stats have reverted to what they were before I awakened. They read it over and exclaimed in unison. So this is what they call a community. Sangyun pondered as he read everyone's messages. Everyone in the chat was confused, and it seemed like some non-hunters had been dragged in as well. Suddenly, an administrator enters, and everyone's messages are erased. Administrator 30 has joined. Conversation disabled. Sangyun panics. Administrators blocking all messages except their own announcements. We have important information for those who passed the trial. He saw the word important and quickly memorized it. Important information. I don't know how to get back. I need to remember all of this. Focus. Every announcement from the administrator is important. We will teach you how to use the points you earn during the trials, which act as currency within the tower. And the easiest way to use them is in the store. In the Tower of Trials, you won't be able to drink a single drop of water if you don't have points, and points can only be earned through the trials. He paused, reading that point again. Points could only be earned through trials. In other words, I need to do everything I can to get acquainted with the Tower's rules, and to get points, I have to enter the trials. Having said that, they also reopened the messaging channel. That is all we wish to announce. Administrator 30 has logged off and the chat is unlocked. Sanggun clenches his teeth, realizing he thought he could become a hunter if he went back. He glanced at his sword, and as Sangjun prepared to give up, he remembered he couldn't do much with just a store-bought longsword. Sangjun acquired a wooden shield and relentlessly pushed himself in training. He remembered the administrator's announcements. All hunters lost their stats upon entering the tower. But it seems easier to relearn skills they once used, and Sangyun trains until he's drenched in sweat. That's why he can't forget that he and they didn't start on equal footing. If he doesn't train, there's no way he can catch up. He trained to exhaustion before collapsing on the floor, and that blue light reappeared around him, restoring his stamina. He stood up, rotated his shoulders a few times, feeling perfect. Thanks to the waiting room's recovery ability, training was much easier. I can easily train for the upcoming competition now, but as I warmed up, my stomach started growling, killing the mood. Sangyun rummages through his inventory, wondering what he can eat to quell his hunger. Sionen's inventory held little more than basic materials for shields and weapons, and as he chewed on hardtack, he realized he only had 40 points left to spend. Without bonus rewards, buying a shield is just a pipe dream. System announcement. Second trial period, 17 minutes and 17 seconds. He thought to himself, time flies faster than I thought. Even the chat channel is confused. It's pretty quiet now since the second trial is about to open. Sanjun, still looking at his inventory with a negative thought, wondered if he could survive again. He shook off the thought, resolving to survive, as the system announced the opening of the second trial floor. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The second trial floor opens and the system presents him with a choice. Do you wish to enter the second level of the trial tower? Sangyun leans forward, stepping into the trial. The system quickly transported him to the stage, and he entered the second level of the tower. Sangyun is taken aback by the terrain, guessing this time it's a forest. The system issues a quest: assassinate the ogre chieftain within the time limit. Sangyun wonders about the orc chieftain as he appears on a cliff overlooking an orc village. So, the village is teeming with green giants on guard, and Sangyun is starting to feel the dread creep in. They want me to infiltrate the orcs' swamp dwellings and defeat their chieftain. Towering amidst the trees, crude dwellings of bone and wood stand, etched with the wild and resilient spirit of the orc tribe. Two massive figures wielding spears stand guard, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as Sangyun hides amongst the trees, avoiding their gaze. He stared at them, pondering. Usually in these trials, if a goblin tribe has guards, it's safe to assume they also have hunters. It's hard to say if he can successfully defeat an elven hunter, but the real problem is the number of elves there. To defeat them all, he'd need at least a team of E-rank hunters or higher to ensure survival. Sangjin really needs help. He can't just charge in there alone. Well, what should I do? This is hopeless. He decides to retreat and carefully plan his next move. He retreats to plan, but an idea sparks, offering a glimmer of hope. Sangjin smirks, realizing how to complete this training cycle, and gathers some dry branches and a burning ember from a gnarled log. At the same time, he stared at the system screen with delight. Good, that's enough kindling. Now Sangyun puts the burning wood into the system screen to store it, and immediately the first item is successfully stored. He smiled, his eyes full of satisfaction with the added item. Oh, it's a success. The vibrant blue sky shimmered with life-giving rays of sunlight, where birds freely painted somber strokes across the canvas. Though goblins seem foolish, they're actually quite diligent, hunting from dawn to provide for their tribe. He stood behind a tree, observing their every move. The hunters always left in the morning and returned at sunset. There's still time until then. The only way to clear this round, the most difficult one with a large number of high-level monsters, the only way for Sanjion to defeat them was with fire. An ogre from the tribe greeted a guard who was in the middle of a conversation. He stared intently in that direction, pondering. According to the Hunter Association, the goblin guards weren't always on duty. They may return to the village to eat and rest, and he sees this as the perfect opportunity to strike. He immediately retrieved a burning torch from the system and decisively threw it into the nearby bushes. Sangyun quickly ran off with determined eyes, and a large fire immediately erupted. The tribe is thrown into chaos, desperately trying to put out the fire, as their village is engulfed in flames, smoke billowing into the sky, a fiery red against the forest. If I use fire to isolate the village, I won't have to face the returning goblin hunters. Before that, I have to eliminate those 2 goblin hunters. On this side, some goblins are scrambling away, carrying buckets of water to put out the fire, while a white-clad goblin rushes towards the nearest water source. As he drew water, he sensed something amiss and turned back with a puzzled look, only for Sangyun to strike him down with a swift blow to the head. Caught off guard, he's struck from behind, the blow piercing his chest, and he coughs up blood, screaming in agony. As he falls, a sphere of dark red energy appears around him. The system chimed in. Unique trait, soul summoning, has been activated. Do you wish to absorb the goblin soul? Sangyun immediately accepted, the energy flowing into him and being easily absorbed, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. That's right, just like that. The system displays, you have absorbed an elf's soul, proficiency increased by 9%. Sangyun glanced down at the last wisps of energy about to be absorbed, when suddenly a massive ogre with glowing red eyes appeared behind him. With a look of suspicion, he turned to face him. Sangyun immediately sensed the danger, his teeth clenched. A guard, enraged, immediately unleashed a powerful blow towards him, a blinding light striking down. Sangyun tries to shield himself, but the attack is too powerful, too overwhelming. Sensing danger, Sangyun knows he can't just defend, and the system, understanding his intent, immediately activates soul absorption, temporarily boosting his stats. Sangyun's eyes blaze as he launches a direct attack. Night has fallen and the fires still burn, but he has easily defeated his foe. The system immediately appeared, regenerating rapid recovery, and he absorbed the ogre's soul, breathing a sigh of relief after a hard day's fight. One slip-up and I'm done for. Your stats will be temporarily enhanced. Sangyun stared in surprise at the system window. Endurance increased by 4. That guard even buffed his own endurance. Strength up by 2, agility by 3. Good. This will reduce the risk of fighting those guards. It was time for Sangyun to emerge, walking coldly out of the sea of fire, slowly approaching the tribe where the goblins lived. The goblins, seeing his appearance, were shocked, but didn't forget to threaten him in their own language, like a chicken calling out to an enemy. He stared them down. 3 laborers, 1 guard, and an old chieftain, 5 in total. Sangyun calculated that if he was wary of the guards, defeating the chieftain wouldn't be a problem. The tribe leader signaled his comrades to attack, but Sangyun was fearless, ready to face them alone. Having absorbed the still, these craftsmen are no match for him. With a single, swift strike, he easily takes down 2 of them. Suddenly he sensed something. A demon with piercing red eyes ambushed him with a sword, attacking from the left. Sangyun barely raises his shield to block the surprise attack, grimacing at the sheer force behind it. At the same moment, he realizes the guards have separated from the chieftain. It seems they're no longer protecting him. That means the only obstacle left is these guards. Sangyun quickly jumps back to avoid his attack. He prepares to counterattack, his eyes sharp as he draws his sword back to strike, then plunges it straight into the chieftain's stomach, who coughs up blood in agony. Seeing his comrade fall so easily, the clan leader panicked and summoned a fireball. Sangyun, having defeated his foe, withdrew his sword. Having spent a lot of energy fighting him, he panted, trying to catch his breath in the uncomfortable conditions, while the orc chieftain gathered a large fireball and immediately attacked. Sangyun stared in stunned disbelief at the blinding light before him as the ogre chieftain unleashed a fireball. Sangyun barely manages to raise his shield, but the fireball's pressure is immense, forcing him to grit his teeth and scream in defiance. The chieftain smirks, confident in his victory, but as the smoke clears, Sangyun stands unharmed. He looked on in disbelief as the system announced he'd achieved the fire-resistant feat, developing fire-resistant skills. He stood firm after the inferno, though his clothes were scorched in places, and a line of blood trickled down the left side of his face. Sangyun smirks, ready to return the favor. They're as good as dead. Sangyun now faces the orc chieftain amidst the ruins, the raging fire painting a hellish, captivating scene. The orc chieftain, unfazed, raised his staff to strike, but Sangyun was too quick. With a single stroke, his arm is severed, the staff falling with it. The staff snaps in 2, and the orc chieftain cries out in agony. He severed both of the man's hands, blood pooling on the ground as the man turned to him, utterly bewildered. He then turned and ran towards the hut, Sangyun gritting his teeth as he glared in the direction he fled. He followed the trail of blood into the hut, coldly swinging his sword to shatter the door and reveal what was hidden within. His eyes widened in shock at the sight before him, the ogre chieftain shielding his 2 young children who trembled behind his arm. A tiny, trembling hand reached out and touched his pants leg, a small goblin clinging to him in a final plea. Tears streamed down its face as it sobbed, making Sun wonder if they valued family too. He looked at the crying child, truly conflicted, hesitating for a moment. Then a dark memory surfaced, a desperate voice urging him on. "Sang-gyun, run, you'll survive." It was a happy picture of a family of 3, but it was quickly shattered, broken, and bloodied in one dark, nightmarish evening. But it turned out to be nothing more than crocodile tears as the little goblin pulled a small knife from behind its back. Its eyes turned a furious red, and seeing his lapse in vigilance, it immediately raised the knife and stabbed forward. But Sion easily predicted its petty trick. He struck its head with the hilt of his sword and spoke. "How foolish!" It immediately fell, crying out in pain. Blood streamed from his nose, a dent forming on his head from the sword hilt. He smirked. "Even if I turn into—" The orc chieftain, seeing his son injured, immediately charged toward him with another goblin to seek revenge. The system chimes with a notification. "Congratulations, you've cleared the 2nd level of the trial tower. After battling the orc tribe's high-level monsters, his shield is worn and degraded. I can't use this shield anymore, but thanks to you, I'm still alive." Sang-gyun frantically taps on the system screen, searching for information. That was a close call. He stares at the numbers, intrigued. Half the members are dead? That's intense. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed something strange. Huh? A message popped up in the chat, catching his attention. Kim Ek-sung-hun. He's wiped out half the members. Hunseo Jane, I've used the questionnaire ticket to find a way back to Earth. He stares at the message in shock. There's a way back to Earth? Suddenly, he remembered the bustling, real world outside, where people were happily enjoying themselves. Sang-gyun speculates about the information displayed on the screen. One of the 5 commands can be used immediately in the Tower of Trials. Please write your question. Once submitted, the administrator will provide an answer. Upon reaching a new floor, you receive a question ticket, and he decides to take a gamble, thinking he can use it there. By sharing information gleaned from question tickets, the chat room became a place to share discoveries. Ignoring the minor details, these are the main points. Upon completing the 5th floor, a temporary return stone will be available, allowing you to return to Earth for a few days. And upon clearing the 7th floor, a system-wide expansion will occur, offering a permanent return item. Sang-gyun began to contemplate. If he returned to Earth with his current abilities and stats, he could become a corporate hunter. And then the system chimed in again, announcing the necromancy trait. Its basic effect is the ability to absorb and manipulate spirit energy at will. Another effect is the permanent increase of stats. He held his head, worried that having this ability on Earth would be too good to be true. I want to go back to Earth. He pondered, realizing he'd only cleared the 2nd floor, with 8 floors to go. He tries to reassure himself, thinking positively, stats that were once empty are now average and climbing towards 20. There it is. The system window displays some personal information. Hansen's strength is 18, his endurance 15. Sang-gyun decisively throws his slightly burnt and tattered coat to the ground. He begins to absorb the souls, the red and black energy gathering before his chest glows. I risked my life for these 5 souls. Time to absorb them. Immediately, his stats increased. Hansen, strength 27, endurance 25, agility 33. He himself could feel that immense power. He was overflowing with it. Sang-gyun immediately rushes forward to try it out, sensing this power he's only heard rumors of. Transcending humanity, Seonin grew more intrigued by this newfound power, laughing with excitement as he continued to test it within a cube of his own creation. He excitedly jumps around, nearly crashing into the wall, unable to stop in time. Sang-gyun, seeing the danger, shouts out. But it was too late. He crashed into the wall, creating an explosion that sent dust everywhere. His body imprinted on the surface before he fell to the ground. Despite the injuries to his face, Sion is thrilled, wiping the blood from his nose and laughing to himself, realizing his body can't handle the sudden increase in power. He then calls up the shop system, using his money to buy items to aid him in battle. He purchases a large wooden shield D made by a dark mage from a large, dead tree. When durability decreases, the buff will activate. Sang-gyun continues to buy more items, and using the equipment he was rewarded with previously makes it perfect. A black steel dagger E+, forged from black steel that has absorbed dark magic, and an assassin's robe DE, which increases movement speed for 1 minute with a 24-hour cooldown. Finally, he's bought everything and is fully equipped with new gear. Sang-gyun sighs in relief and begins to familiarize himself with his new equipment to continue his journey. He would familiarize himself with all of his equipment and stats before the next challenge. He leapt forward, testing out a few sword strokes. He gripped his sword tightly, determined to become so strong that no one could reach him. After training, Sang-gyun continued to the 3rd floor, a place filled with cold, dagger-like stalactites lurking in the shadows. The teleportation circle has brought him here for his next mission. A system notification rings out. You have entered the 3rd floor of the trial tower. The Tower of Trials' difficulty is set to hard, and the theme of this challenge is a duel. He stared ahead at the source of the white light, wondering if it was a cave. Suddenly, a system alert warns that the Shadow Guardians will arrive in 10 seconds, and time is running out for Chenchu. With 5 seconds left, Sanyun prepares to strike. It could come from anywhere, like the female golem. Get ready, the system initiates a countdown. 3 seconds, 1 second, the Shadow Guardian advances. He remains vigilant, ready to fight at any moment, unaware that the doppelganger lurks behind him. Suddenly, he sensed something, and a dark shadow lunged toward him. Doppelganger smirked, and the unexpected blow made him uneasy as his mission flashed before his eyes. To fight the Shadow Guardian. Doppelganger Sion turns, his blue eyes filled with rage. He immediately launched a sidekick at Dopor, but he quickly escaped, jumping back. In the dim, cold cave, a tense battle unfolds between Sanjun and Doppelganger. It stuck out its long tongue in a taunting gesture, while he looked weary, sweat dripping down his cheeks as the system issued an alert. You have activated rapid recovery. Sangjun's body quickly heals from the damage inflicted by Doppelganger. He thought to himself that if he hadn't dodged in time, his spine would have been cleaved in two. He stared at it, curious. Wait, that stance. He noticed Doppelganger's strange behavior, a sword being drawn and a shield appearing. He realized the problem. That bastard was mimicking him? Indeed, he was mimicking my every move, every stance. I had to press on and see what he was truly capable of. He then launched a swift attack on Doppelganger, gracefully slicing through him. Dopor glanced back in shock at Sangjun's blinding speed. Instantly, blood splattered in the air as Sangjun managed to slash across him. Blood poured from Dopor's body, splattering onto the ground as Sangjun stared in astonishment. True enough, Dopor's body was healing itself. The gash across his body was slowly closing. He glared at him with red eyes, his teeth clenched in resentment. Sangjun smirks, realizing he can use healing skills, and then Dogener counterattacks, rushing toward him. He was surprised himself. It repeated exactly what he had just done. Sangjun prepares to counterattack, thinking, I knew it, this monster is mimicking me. He kicks him and leaps into the air, preparing to attack, hoping to exploit the monster's swordsmanship. Sionin then unleashed a flurry of attacks on Doppelganger, his mind racing as he fought. That's right, just like that. Suddenly his sword is aimed straight at him, startling him. A clash rings out as he barely manages to block the fatal blow, and both are thrown back. He stared blankly at him, dazed. What is this? Sangjun barely had time to react when a red light flashed, and Dopor began slashing wildly at him. Sangjun raised his shield, gritting his teeth as he blocked the relentless attacks, wondering how his opponent had improved so much. That wasn't a fluke? How could he improve so much in such a short time? He pushed him away, now forced to rely on the system's abilities, as Doppelganger's eyes widened in realization. His cloak began to change, emitting blue light as the system interface appeared. Sangjun knew he had to end this quickly, or he would lose. I can't prolong this any further. I need to end this in 1 minute. 59 seconds left. Dopor, still ferocious, roars menacingly, then leaps from the ground, attacking head-on with his enhanced cloak. He lunges forward, but Dopor retaliates with a sword strike, leaving a slight scratch on his cheek as he narrowly dodges it. A trail of blood appeared. Then Sangjun spun around, his blade piercing Dopor's neck from below before thrusting upwards. Sangjun smirked, a success. Dopor immediately collapsed, crying out in pain. But before he could celebrate, Dopor launched a surprise attack, severing his sword hand and sending his arm flying in a spray of blood. Sion cries out in pain as he loses his arm, but steels himself, knowing he can't afford to lose focus. He eyes Doppelganger's unmoving body, confused. Even with advanced healing, it still takes time to recover. Seeing Dopor motionless, he knew this was his best chance to strike. This is his chance to destroy him, but how can he do it without a sword? Suddenly, the system notification rings again. 15% movement speed, 11 seconds remaining. Gritting his teeth, he raised his shield-bearing arm to brace for impact. This was insane, but Sion refused to give up, believing it's better to die trying than to die in vain. He roared as he charged toward the stunned enemy, his determination unwavering. Dopor, sensing the danger, couldn't understand Sion's actions. Sangjun charged like a madman, and he eagerly readied his sharp tongue and sword to strike. With unwavering eyes, Sangjun charged forward, shield in hand, and slammed it into Doppelganger. Unable to dodge, he was slammed into the cliff face and plummeted to the ground, his body utterly destroyed. He roared in agony, his eyes losing focus as black blood flowed from his mouth to his forehead. his body trembling violently. Cyanin raised his blood-soaked shield, ready to end it before the body could regenerate, his eyes burning with vengeful fury as he brought the shield down. His head was instantly severed, flying into the air as the system announced, "Congratulations, you have cleared the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials." The system chimed, announcing his arrival in the 4th floor waiting room. All injuries and ailments were healed, and golden light emanated from Sangyun's body, mending his wounds. The arm that Dopoer severed is quickly restored to its original state, and he tests its movements. With a tense expression, Sangyun throws a powerful punch at the wall in front of him, creating a massive explosion. The wall is dented and cracked, sending debris flying everywhere, and he's overjoyed that his arm has fully recovered its strength, as giddy as a child. "Looks like I've fully recovered." Suddenly, the system displays a notification. Soul count, 1/5. He suspects the soul of Dopo Genger he received was from the cave after completing the trial on the 3rd floor. But how? Compared to the monsters he's faced, the density of this soul is completely different. Sangyun can clearly feel his energy. A unique soul has been absorbed. The system chimes again, informing him that the soul summoning trait has reached 100% proficiency. The soul summoning trait fundamentally grants the ability to absorb the souls of the deceased and use them at will. He stared at the system window in astonishment. Could he absorb their skills? Another notification appears, and he vaguely senses it's similar to how he gained rapid recovery after almost dying. Sangyun recalls his battle with the Orc tribe monster, skills that are not easily acquired. Yet he's still excited, never imagining he'd possess such a strange trait. Of course, there are risks involved with this trait, and ultimately it all comes down to luck. The system notification rings out, announcing his entry into the community, the 4th floor community to be exact. 3 screens appeared before him, and the waiting room felt familiar since it was his 3rd time here. It's like home. Suddenly, Sungun stares in surprise at the system window. He began reading the chat channel where information about the upcoming trial appeared, along with players who had already experienced it. After reading, he muttered in question, "An integrated trial," Cyanin thought. "It seems he'll have to act accordingly." On screen, the conversation about the trial continued. A simple competition between hunters, meaning to eliminate each other. He stared in disbelief at the information he'd just received, a little afraid. In this trial, he had to kill people? He was truly bewildered. The system announces the rules of the 4th floor trial. You may be paired with another challenger. The 4th floor trial begins with 1 day remaining and a basic completion requirement. Defeat the Goblin King within the remaining time. After the announcement, the system immediately teleports him to the trial location. Before him, 2 people appeared who would form a team with him, leaving Sangyun feeling a bit awkward. He found it a little strange. This was awkward. Having only faced monsters, a girl's voice suddenly rings out. "Now that we're a team, let's start with introductions." Removing her hood, she introduced herself. "My name is Lai Haiyan." Ha-Ion smiled, introducing herself further. "My specialty is supporting the team. I'm also an E-rank hunter." A sound echoed as she finished her introduction. "A hunter, huh? Well, it seems our team's hunters aren't too bad." The man scoffed. "I'm Lee Sang-gun. I'm a melee-focused hunter, a D-rank hunter." Sun frowned, disliking his attitude towards Ha. Why was he acting like this? If he's D-rank, he's probably not around often. Finally, it's his turn, and he politely introduces himself, happy to make our acquaintance. "I'm Hans, and I also specialize in close combat. But I'm not a hunter yet, just hoping to become one." Sung is taken aback. "What? You want to become a hunter?" He openly expresses his contempt, telling Han Sung not to get in his way. Sangyun was furious, but he suppressed his anger, knowing they were a team and couldn't afford to fight. He calmly stood his ground. "I believe I can handle my responsibilities," Sangun replied, satisfied. That's right, at the same time he doesn't forget to remind him. "I'm warning you now, if I see you becoming a burden to the team, you're out." But his taunts don't discourage him. He's used to such barbs. "Okay, I'm used to this. I'd forgotten," Sun orders Scion. The newbie can just stay in the back and take out the small fry. Despite the sarcasm, he can't deny the guy's skill. Despite his dislike for the man, he could see that his skills matched his words, and he knew what he had to do. Skill is paramount in the Tower of Trials. The system displays the rules. A 3-on-3 competition where you cooperate with teammates and complete the trial before the other teams. The castle gates open, and immediately a horde of goblins descends upon them. Sun gritted his teeth, using his greatsword to fend off their attacks, never expecting so many goblins. How could goblins be so organized? Enraged that no one was helping him and surrounded by the creatures, he roared, "What are you doing, you damn newbie?" "Hurry up and fight!" Sung Jun was furious at the scolding, but held back and went to help him. He easily takes down the goblins, mocking Sun Gun in the process, completely oblivious to what's really happening. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Hyon was still working hard to provide support from behind. I'll complete the spell soon. Just a moment. But Sun impatiently snaps at her. Shut your mouth and support me, now. Hyon was confused. She'd already used all of her support spells. Suddenly, Sungun appeared beside her, signaling Sun Lai, the craftsman. It seemed he needed help. Wait a moment. She tried to stop him, confused. Wait. But she could only helplessly call out his name, Han Sangjun. He rushed to where Sun was fighting the goblins, while Ion screamed in despair. If you leave your post, who will watch my back? Suddenly, she turns around in shock. Huh? Behind her, the goblins were all wiped out, scattered across the ground. She stared in disbelief at the sight. 2 goblins were now attacking Sun head-on. He was already tiring from fighting so many of them. He cursed at the bastards. Suddenly, another goblin appeared, wielding an iron ball ready to strike. He hurled it toward Sun. Unaware of the sneak attack, Sun is struck in the arm by the iron ball. The sword flies from his hand, and he cries out in pain as his large blade clatters to the ground. Just then, the iron orb was about to strike his face, and a goblin leaped into the air, sword in hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Sensing the danger, he raised his bare hands to defend himself, cursing loudly. Sun, enraged and covered in wounds, began to speak, but before he could finish, Siwon appeared like a flash of light, saving him. Sun thought he was dead, but as he touched his face, he realized he was still alive, wondering what had happened. He watched one of them fall instantly, and his comrades were shocked. It was then that he realized the person in front of him was Sionin, and he stammered. New blood, he coldly commanded. Lee Sangan, step aside. Sangan stared blankly at his back, confused as Sanyun impatiently warned him. You're in my way. He then unleashed a series of fatal blows upon the goblins, felling them one by one. The system immediately notifies him that he has received the Sun Goblin Slayer achievement. Sun watched him fight, speechless and drenched in sweat. After defeating the goblin monsters, Sangyun strode past them with pride. At the same time, their souls are absorbed, with streams of red and black energy entering his body as Sanjin contemplates the traits he has acquired. This black smoke will make it impossible for monsters to track my movements, making combat much easier. The system panel chimed with a notification. The souls he absorbed have been used to enhance his stats. You have absorbed a goblin race skill. He stares at the screen in astonishment. The goblin's basic skill, Owl Eyes, grants enhanced night vision and heightened awareness of targets within your sight. He's immediately curious about the system's power-ups. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light. Enhanced night vision, huh? Song-gyun began to feel his enhanced vision, able to perceive things at a great distance. His sight within the dungeon had expanded greatly, and he could sense targets within his vision. Song-gyun smirked. He was indeed lucky, and now he was with his 2 teammates. The 3 are finally reunited after a long battle with the goblins, and Sunun is grateful for Song-gyun's help, no longer looking down on him. Rookie, you're lucky to only face low-level goblins, but luck is a kind of strength. Congratulations on defeating them. He laughs triumphantly, hands on his hips like he's the one who defeated them, leaving our heroes, Heian and Sunun, speechless. Then, donning the black robe's hood, he announced, Thank you. I'll lead from here, and I'll warn you of any danger. His sharp gaze conveyed his resolve. Do you 2 have any objections? Sun asked, brow furrowed at the declaration. And so, he had no choice but to obey. Fine. But if I'm not leading, what do I do? Sangyun immediately gave him a task. Your job is to follow behind and protect Silly Heian. Then he turned and gave another order. Lai, stay in the middle of the formation and let me know if you see anything suspicious. Lai Ion is happy to be trusted and responds. Yes, I understand. She's very excited about this trip. With a call to action, they press forward, working together seamlessly to battle the goblins. The system notifications chime. Goblin souls have been absorbed. Skill proficiency increased by 11%, then 12%. With 14:37 left on the clock, they move on to a desolate, ruined place, and Hyun, walking between them, senses something isn't right. They hadn't seen a single goblin in hours, but Sun suddenly noticed something and paused, then immediately rushed forward, leaving a confused Heian behind. What's wrong? She and Sangun follow him to the location. Ion was shocked. Before them was a large fountain, and they discovered many goblin corpses there. Sangyun examines the slain goblins, and Sun realizes with alarm that another group has already been here. How are they so fast? Sangyun checked the blood on the bodies. It was still fresh. They couldn't be far. We need to hurry. If that party beats us to the boss, the penalty for failure will be immediate death. Realizing they needed to move faster, he urged his teammates to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, a group has arrived before them and is fighting a horde of goblins who are all charging to attack. But their attacks are useless against Jinhu's sturdy shield, as he easily fights them off alone. Suddenly, a figure stood atop one of the goblins, who glanced up in shock at Zion standing defiantly on its head as its comrades stared with weary, impatient expressions. "These monsters are annoying. Let's find the boss quickly." As he finished speaking, the goblins all attacked him at once. Xian gracefully leapt into the air, causing the goblins to strike their own allies, then decisively beheaded the one he'd been standing on. His eyes glowed crimson, a cold smile of arrogance playing on his lips as he effortlessly defeated the rest with his two swords. Jinha watched John effortlessly defeat the monsters, filled with admiration. "He's amazing." Sangjun smiles. "Thank you so much." Xian, ever arrogant, scoffs at them, calling them useless. "So, Jinhu, you can't do anything right? What's that about?" Jinhu, flustered, could only offer an awkward smile. "Yes, thanks, brother." He felt powerless against the scolding, realizing that berating both of them would be pointless. "Open the door and let's take down the boss," Xian urged Jinhu from the side. "Open the door quickly," Jinhu replied. "Yes, just a moment." But he looked around curiously, wondering if there were any monsters left. But as he turned away, out of Zion's sight, he secretly cursed under his breath, annoyed. The system then immediately chimed in. "Your party has met the requirements to unlock the boss. Enter the palace opposite the goblin leader. The Goblin Lord won't appear if there are more than 2 teams in its territory, and teams within this barrier can't escape until the Goblin Lord is defeated." Then a red cube formed, enclosing the entire area, and Sion smirked in astonishment. It was too late to change formations. Suddenly, Sangun noticed something and shouted, "Brother, look, it's Sangun standing before them." Sangyun and Hyon advanced, Sangyun taking the lead and staring them down. Xian isn't happy about these 3 newcomers. "So those bastards are joining the fray too, huh?" Sangyun, unconcerned with Sion's assessment, just wants to complete the mission quickly, saying, "They seem strong, especially the leader. I'll go first." He then ordered Lai to stay behind and use magic to increase his agility and recovery, while Lai Sungun carefully protected her from being approached. Ion responded, "Understood." Sunyeon then reminded them not to underestimate the goblins, as they had taken down a goblin so quickly. He instructed his 2 teammates, "I'll go first, so please support me if anything happens. Conserve your energy. We don't want to run out when we need it." Ion immediately summoned the Windwalk spell, nodding in understanding. The system announces a swift buff of +2, recovery +5. The support effect will last for 10 minutes. She's boosted his power as he prepares to attack Sion. Sangyun thought to himself that he had mastered this power, and though he had gained much experience to get here, this battle would still be a difficult one. Sion, Jinu, and Sangyun all looked ahead warily. The 3 brace for the coming attack as Sangyun, with a chilling glint in his green eyes, rushes forward at breakneck speed. "If this is my current self, then I can do it." He glides across the ground, kicking up dust in his wake. Sion, terrified by his presence, retreated behind Jinhu's shield. Lai Jinhu immediately uses his shield at maximum power. He channels his power into his shield, a glint of determination in his eyes. Activating it, a brilliant golden light expands, encompassing all 3 in what appears to be an impenetrable barrier. Sangjun presses his attack, leaping into the air and swinging his sword down, the blade screeching against Jinhu's shield. In the next instant, the shield shattered completely, sending Jinhu flying backward along with the fragments. Sangyun pressed his attack, a lightning storm of slashes that swiftly eliminated 2 of the 3 opponents, leaving Ion and Sun stunned and Sion barely alive. Seeing this, Sangyun glared at him, preparing to charge, his eyes bloodshot with resentment. Sangyun relentlessly attacked, forcing Sion to retreat, the clash of their swords creating a deafening sound. Sion struggled to parry each blow, sensing something was off. He gritted his teeth, knowing his skill was superior, yet his opponent blocked his attacks with strange techniques. Meanwhile, Sangyun decided to put more power into his attacks, darting behind Zion before he could react. Sangyun brings his blade down on Sion, certain it's over. A sharp clang echoed as Zion blocked the blow, shocking Sangyun. His face betrayed disbelief, his body frozen for a moment as Sion glared at him, eyes burning red. Sangjun realized immediately. His eyes could see through his swordsmanship. Sion retreated, keeping his distance. In the next instant, a shield flew towards him, leaving him no time to react. A shield Sangjun intentionally threw, guided by his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Sangyun lunges forward like a shot, slashing at Sion. His blood splattered as he coughed it up, managing a final curse. "You son of a bitch." Sangjun's system immediately appeared. Congratulations, you've completed a special quest. Bonus rewards will be given to the fourth-floor trainee, or so Ion thought as Sun approached him. The space suddenly fell eerily silent as Sanjun's sword arm trembled uncontrollably. Hey Ion noticed it, wondering, is he trembling? She hesitated, asking Sun, excuse me, are you all right? He simply replied in a low voice, I'm fine. Hey Ion watched him with undisguised surprise, thinking he must be in shock after killing someone. I thought he was so tough and cold. Then Sanjun turned to her and Sangun, saying, I'm going to fight the boss now. Is that okay with you guys? He replied sternly, I'm fine. Hey Ion seemed to agree. Me too. And with that, the three of them charged into the goblin horde. Without hesitation, Sang-yun leaps forward, slashing at the Goblin King's throat. He jumps onto its back, stabbing and withdrawing his blade, eliciting a wretched cry. A system notification rings out. You've completed the Goblin King trial objective. Sun stood there dumbfounded, a look of stunned horror on his face. He was a monster. The system sends a flurry of notifications. Congratulations, you've cleared the fourth floor of the trial. You will be transported to the lobby. Hearing this, Sun quickly used it as an excuse to leave. I'll be going now. And with that, he stepped into the portal and vanished. It seems Sanjun won't be joining them. He tells Ha-yeon, Lai Ha-yeon, I hope you return safely. She hummed softly, but didn't leave, making Sanjun a little confused. After hesitating, Ha-yeon finally spoke. Maybe I'm overstepping, but you only did what you had to do. She's referring to when Sanjun eliminated the trio, and her next words truly surprise him. That's something someone has to do. If you can't, Sangyun, then I will. He then smiled softly, replying, I'm glad you think so. Ha-yeon suddenly opened her system. The next moment, his system displayed a notification. Challenger Lai Ha-yeon has sent a friend request. Hey, Ion turned back, a slight smile on her lips. Thanks to you, we cleared the fourth trial, but it's a little annoying that I didn't get a reward. Before leaving, she left him with a message. After returning to Earth, look for Lee Haeon of the Silver Lily Guild. Sion pursed his lips, his face betraying little emotion. Hey Ion stepped into the portal and vanished. Now alone, Sang-gyun muttered to himself, Now I'm on my own again. I have to decide. On the corpses of the three men lies a red orb, burning fiercely. Sanjun bites his lip, wondering if he should absorb a human soul. When he first discovered his ability, he hesitated, knowing that doing so would cross a point of no return. He reaches out his hand, his decision made. Sangyun absorbs the souls of those he just defeated, telling himself he must become stronger, but not by killing people. However, if the situation demands it, he will do what he must. Sangyun is resolute, his dream of becoming a hunter igniting desires deep within him. The Tower of Trials has given me a chance, and I'll hold on to it tight. I want to keep climbing. He then used the warp gate to continue to another floor in the Tower of Trials, where the system sent him a new notification. You've arrived at the 5th floor lobby, and it brings some interesting new information. The system has been expanded. The trial summary is a system that ranks all registered challengers. The ranking of the top dogs, huh? Interesting. A blank space appears on the system screen. Enter a nickname. Sanjun stroked his chin, deep in thought, tapping the system screen as he muttered to himself. This should work. The system updated immediately. Your nickname has been changed from Han Sang-yun to Hunter. 4th floor trial rankings. Sang-yun stared at the rankings in surprise, exclaiming, It's so sensitive, I'm ranked too. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The system displays his rank. 16th, Hunter A-. He's shocked. His rank is higher than he expected. Another announcement rings out, declaring that challengers in the top 50 will be known as pioneers. Those called pioneers will receive benefits on the 8th floor, and if you maintain your position as a pioneer until then, you'll receive a special perk called an aura. Sangjin stared at the system screen, wondering what a star halo skill could be. He waves his hand, closing his system. I'll find out what's going on when I get there. Sangyun then absorbed the souls he had acquired. Choose the soul you wish to absorb. Souls possessed. 415. Lion player, Lai Jin player, Im Sang-gyun player, and Goblin King. His power surges and a smile creeps across his face. Now he truly felt he had surpassed the limits of a human being, and at that moment, Sangjun used some gold coins to buy items. You have purchased an F return stone. The system sends its information to Scion, return stone F+. You can return to your original position within 3 days. He held the return stone and glanced around to see if he could bring any equipment with him. The system informs him that he has used the return stone and will be returned to Earth. Sangjun holds it tightly, smiling confidently at his return. The system has received Sangjun's request. Challenger Han Sangyun's wish has been granted. Having absorbed the return stone, he was being pulled back, as if into a massive spatial rift, his face etched with terror. After a moment, everything returned to normal as the system announced that Challenger Han Sang-gyun had returned to his residence. In 3 days, you will return to the Tower of Trials. The scene around you is Sang-gyun's bedroom on Earth. He lay in bed and slowly opened his eyes, his face a little blank. He stared at the ceiling, then pushed himself up, looking around at the papers on the wall, thinking to himself that he really was. This was a moment Sion would never forget. He was back, and he collapsed onto the bed, deciding to sleep first. Compared to the waiting room bed, this is paradise. However, his unwashed body reeks. Sun was forced to get up. His sense of smell was too much. He needed to shower first. Suddenly, he felt something under his feet, his shield and sword from the other world. Sang-gyun picked up his weapons, his face beaming with excitement. I was just messing around. I didn't think items from the Tower of Trials could really be brought back to Earth. This also means other challengers can do it too. He muttered to himself. He had to act fast. The more people return to Earth, the more abundant the items become, and the thicker the wallets of the item hunters. Sang-gyun, with a determined look, gazed at the sword and shield in his hands, knowing he had to sell these as soon as possible. But the only problem is, only certified hunters can sell items. He suddenly noticed some papers posted on the wall. Normally, I'd have to register for the hunter certification exam and take it next time I'm back on Earth. Sanun picked up his phone, looking at the screen, lamenting how busy he'd be. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Training Center, hunters were training hard, overseen by Manhwa from above, when his phone suddenly rang. Manhwa answers the phone. Hello, this is the director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center. Huang Manhwa is on the line. It's Sun calling him. This is Han Sun. You remember me, right? Director remembers me? Director Huang. He tilted his head as if trying to remember and replied, Of course I remember you. If you want a refund for your membership, you can do it online. There's no need to call. Sang-gyun quickly responded from the other end, saying he didn't need a refund. Manhwa was taken aback and asked for confirmation. Are you serious? Think carefully before you decide. Sang-gyun answered frankly, I've thought it through. He immediately laid out his terms. However, I need you to help me with something. Manhwa sighed, speaking frankly. If you wanted to increase your time at the center, I couldn't approve it. But Sun isn't asking for that at all. Help me pass the hunter exam. Manhwa fell silent at his words. He recalled Sang-gyun's assessment and said, Have you forgotten your overall ability assessment? You were ranked F, the lowest grade. He replied rather nonchalantly, I know. Manhwa continues, You don't have any special traits or skills, so even if you ask, Sang-gyun, losing patience, cuts him off. So, you're saying you can't help even if I pay the membership fee? Manhwa hesitated, then replied, If you offer money, I have no reason to refuse. Sang-gyun, seemingly expecting this, smirked and said, All right, then help me pass the hunter exam today. Sion then took a shower to wash away the horrific smell, opening the bathroom door to a cloud of steam. Passing a large mirror, he stopped, gazing at his reflection with a stunned expression. He looked down at his true body and muttered, My body has changed quite a bit from what I've been through. He quickly grabbed a white shirt and put it on. But now is not the time for vanity. The hunter exam is scheduled, so I must hurry. As Sang-gyun stepped outside, he saw the girl living in the apartment next door, his neighbor. His eyes lingered on her for a moment. The ordinary life he'd forgotten made even a glimpse of a neighbor feel peaceful. Sang-gyun had to pass her, and he bowed politely in greeting. Hello? The neighbor turned to look at him, thinking to herself that her neighbor seemed older and was trying to become a hunter, politely replying, Hello? He headed forward, a polite smile on his face. See you later. The neighbor's face flushed slightly. Had he always been this tall? Soon after, Sang-gyun reached the building lobby and stepped onto the sidewalk, hailing a cab. However, no cars stopped. It was going to be hard to get a taxi today. He glanced around as if contemplating something. In the next instant, Sang-gyun launches forward with incredible speed. Sang-gyun found it surprisingly enjoyable, thinking that running there was a good idea after all. He suddenly leapt into the air, arriving in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Sang-gyun stood before the Hunter Association building and calmly walked inside. Manhwa was already waiting for him, and the two stood face to face, locking eyes. Sion speaks first with a smile. Long time no see. Chief Huang, he returns the smile. What took you so long? Sion's expression suddenly darkened, and the temperature around him seemed to drop. I've been dealing with some personal matters lately, so it feels like it's been years. Manhwa was a little surprised to hear that. Personal matters, he vaguely replied. The man in the black suit next to Manhwa stepped forward to speak with him. "Hello, I'm Inspector Kim In-hoo, and I'll be evaluating your hunter exam. As you know, Director Huang has waived your written and interview portions of the exam. Any questions about the exam procedure?" Sang-yoon replied. "No, I understand everything." Hearing this, In-hoo gestured inside. "Very well, let the test begin. Please follow me." Standing outside, Manhwa told In-hoo, "Inspector Kim, as I said, make it as difficult as possible." He casually replied, "Don't worry. I've prepared the toughest opponents for a swordsman." Standing outside, In-hoo told Sion, "If you're ready, please select the difficulty for the test." He bit his lip, staring straight ahead. He could choose a difficulty from level 1 to 10. He recalled his previous test. Last time, he chose level 1 difficulty, and he still failed miserably, losing to a goblin. His hands trembled, his face betraying fear and cowardice, a reminder of his weakness. But this time, he was different. "I choose..." Manhwa stood outside, smugly chuckling to himself. Of course, he chose level 1, but defying expectations, Sion firmly stated, "I choose level 10. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Sang-yoon glanced back at him, his expression extremely confident and smug. Man broke out in a cold sweat, but he still looked down on Sion as before. This madman. The system then appeared, and the familiar notification rang out. The test has begun. Defeat the Phoenix. Sang-yoon's body stiffens, his movements slow as the system warns him that his speed has been reduced by 25% due to the hunting scream effect, and a large crack appears on his sword. Manhwa chuckled to himself, thinking there was no way he could pass the test after he'd sabotaged his weapon, a glint of malice in his eyes. This is the reality for those who are ignorant and act tough. In the testing room, the fire phoenix flies high, radiating immense power. It screeches with an ear-splitting sound, the heat it emits causing the room's temperature to rise. But Sang-yoon showed no fear, his eyes gleaming with a blue light. 5 years prior, Manhwa's name appeared on the list of successful hunter certification candidates. He was so young then. All those who passed the certification cheered wildly, and he was no exception. I passed. At that moment, I thought I was the best. Then he fell behind. But as time passed, the gap between me and my peers grew wider, and eventually I gave up, unable to keep up. How long had he been standing still? In the world of hunters, talent is everything. I had to accept reality and stop striving. Manhwa justified his own stagnation, for people often fall before insurmountable walls. He stood before the wall blocking his path, clenched his fists, and thought, "It's not just me, it's everyone." Back to reality. As Sion prepares to fight the Fire Phoenix, Manhwa seems to be projecting his twisted mindset onto him. So, in the examination room, Han Sang-young's sword broke in two just as he wanted. He should just give up. Sang-yoon stared at the broken blade in surprise, stepping back to keep his distance from the Phoenix as he thought, even a low-grade weapon shouldn't break this easily. He immediately glanced outside, and no way. Manhwa was standing high above, gloating. He grinned wickedly, wondering what he'd do with the broken sword. The Fire Phoenix tilted its head back, ready to strike, and unleashed a scorching fireball at Sang-yoon. A glint of determination flashed in Sang-yoon's eyes. "Well, this is easier than I thought. A perfect chance to test what I learned on the 4th floor." His gravity intensified, and Sang-yoon stepped forward, sinking the ground, instantly accelerating into a high jump, dodging the Phoenix's fireball. Suddenly, Sang-yoon latches onto the ceiling, surprising the Phoenix. He grins, pleased with his increased speed compared to using the assassin's cloak, as the Fire Phoenix prepares to strike again. Sang-yoon launches from the ceiling, hurtling towards it with incredible speed, catching the Phoenix off guard. He used the broken blade to stab it right in the eye. The Fire Phoenix immediately lost its bearings, flying wildly through the air as blood splattered. Landing on the ground below, Sang-yoon gazed up at the Phoenix, muttering to himself that the sword was too short. To end it, he picked up a brick from the floor. Sang-yoon rose, gained momentum, and hurled it at the Fire Phoenix. It actually managed to cleave the Fire Phoenix's head in two, and it let out a pitiful cry before dying. The brick didn't stop, but slammed into the wall behind Manhwa and In-hoo. Manhwa, terrified and in disbelief, exclaimed, "What the hell?" The Fire Phoenix grew cold and plummeted to the ground, as a system notification immediately chimed. "Congratulations on passing the test." Sang-yoon stood below, smiling and waving to Manhwa. "Hey, is he okay? I didn't expect it to fly up that high." His eyes were filled with triumph and defiance as he looked at him. After completing the test, the employee happily handed him a card. "Congratulations on becoming a hunter. Sang-gun accepts it and gives his thanks. The employee added, "You're now registered with the Hunter Association, making you an official hunter." Sanyeon seems pretty excited. "So I can enter dungeons and sell items now, right?" She smiles and nods in confirmation. "That's right." Meanwhile, back in Manho's office, a desk was slammed as he lost his composure and questioned the situation. "Inspector Enho, explain what just happened," he demanded, his voice laced with frustration. "I told you to fail him in 10 seconds, not pass him," he said nonchalantly. "We tried our best, but at your request, with Sang-yoon's abilities, the difficulty was adjusted, so he couldn't pass." "Then what about lowering it further?" Enho immediately retorted, "That's impossible. Taking down a monster in the minimum D rank test in just 10 seconds. If he only gets D rank, I'll definitely be questioned by the association." Manho wouldn't give up. He had to try. Just then, Sang-yoon walked in, interrupting their conversation. "I got my certification." Enho quickly coughed, signaling Manho to stop talking, then turned to him and said, "Congratulations." Han Shiung walks forward, each step firm and resolute. He stopped in front of Ho, feigning concern, and asked, "You don't look well. Is something wrong?" The man forced a smile and replied, "Congratulations." "Oh no, I should call you Hunter Hanyun." "Well, I recall you once called me incompetent." He didn't hold back, bluntly criticizing Ho, twisting his face in anger. "That's rich. I think you're the incompetent one." Unable to contain his anger, he immediately charged forward, but Enho hastily intervened, realizing things had gone too far. "Calm down." As Manho's fist was about to hit Sion, he wasn't afraid at all, the corners of his mouth curving up as if he thought the man was easily provoked. He swiftly dodged the blow, then dropped low, landing a solid punch to Manho's gut. His voice turned ice cold. "This is just self-defense, and not only that, I slapped Manho's face for good measure." With an innocent smile, he thought, "This is revenge." Seeing Manho's swollen face, Sang-yoon wondered, "Is this the power of an E rank?" Soon the sky darkened, and before returning, Enho arranged to meet Sunwoo privately. After a conversation, he asked him suspiciously, "You want me to become a hunter for the Monopoly Association?" Enho nodded. "That's right." He smiled, offering an incredibly attractive deal. "The starting salary is 1,000,000 won, but we can negotiate if you want more. You won't lose out. 1,000,000 is a lot." Enho, thinking he had an easy win, flattered Sangjun. "Because we see great potential in you." But he was cut off. "Mr. Thantra." He bluntly exposed their scheme. "You manipulated the test's difficulty, didn't you?" He glanced at him, then coldly turned and left, casually tossing the card to the ground. "I have no problem negotiating, but I won't sign a contract with people I can't trust." Time flies, and before he knows it, 2 days have passed. In his room, Seun is watching the news on his laptop about the recent rumors of hunters being summoned back to the Tower of Trials. He closed his laptop, muttering that everyone now knew about the Tower of Trials, and smiled faintly at his phone screen. "I sold some items for a good price and made the most of the last 3 days." His tone suddenly turns cold. Just then, the system chimes in, its familiar announcement echoing that he'll soon return to the Tower of Trials. The system's blue light reflects on Sang-yoon's face. Of course, the system's warning echoes once more. "Time's up. You're being teleported back to the Tower of Trials." Sang-yoon falls into the spatial rift once more, finally savoring the joy of growing stronger. A blissful smile spreads across his face, knowing he'll be quite busy soon. A moment later, the drab walls of the tower appeared before Seun. He shot up, a look of surprise on his face. Seeing the empty room with only a bed, he finally felt at ease. He was back in the Tower of Trials. He looked at the chest beside the bed, a smile creeping onto his face. His items were here, meaning he could freely move items between Earth and the tower. He then stored everything in his system's inventory, neatly placing the items in his personal storage box. With that done, he rolled around on the bed before jumping up to the horizontal bar. He cracks his knuckles, ready to conquer the Tower of Trials. Having cleared the 4th floor, it's time to move on to the 5th. The system notifies him that he has achieved the first return milestone. "You have acquired the skill Eye of Truth." Immediately, his eyes flashed with a purple light. The system quickly updates Sion's information. "Eye of Truth, proficient, allowing you to see the true nature of your targets. It can even discern truth from lies." Sang-yoon is thrilled with this new ability. To see an item's information and discern truth from lies. A grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming. What an amazing skill. He's already acquired a high-level skill upon his return. Sang-gun opens the system store, using his earnings from Earth to buy new weapons, including a lightning sword and a D+ iron shield. Having acquired his new weapon, Sang-yoon tests it out and assesses its capabilities. This sword may be expensive, but it's one-handed, making it faster to wield and adding extra effects. The system also announced a 10% chance of inflicting a lightning effect upon striking a target. Sun felt pretty lucky. An item with a bonus effect was a great find. With his new weapon in hand, Sang-jun prepares for his next task as the system asks if he will accept the challenge of the 5th floor. The portal opens and Sang-jun steps through. Alright, let's go in. The system immediately updates you have entered level 5. The quest for the 5th floor is to hunt the designated target within 1 day. The condition to pass is to eliminate the werewolf leader in the Valley of Wolves. Seconds later, Sang-jun found himself in a barren land before a towering cliff. He was intrigued. Conquering werewolves? In an instant, a pack of vicious wolves appeared, surrounding him with eyes burning red, as if he were a juicy prey. Impatient, they pounced, eager to tear Sun apart, but without hesitation, he swung his sword, cutting down a swath of them. One tenacious wolf clung to him, only to be kicked away, and so he decimated the pack. These wolves are weak. The one he kicked lands beneath a massive paw. Seeing it, Sang-yoon was a little surprised. Giant silver wolves appeared all at once, and the little wolf was like an ant under their feet, fearfully crawling away. A silver wolf opened its massive jaws and roared, its eyes bloodshot, radiating a powerful aura. They growled, slowly closing in on him. Sang-yoon retreated, still looking surprised, but then a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It seemed his target had finally appeared. The silver wolves, unable to contain themselves, charged like wild beasts, and Sang-jun launched into the fray. That was just the warm-up. Now the real fun begins. His sword leaves a deep gash across a wolf's back. This 5th floor challenge is proving to be somewhat interesting. Sang-jun zigzags, his sword wounding several silver wolves. The system immediately notified him that his sword skill E had reached 100% proficiency, and Sang-jun calmly landed on the ground. Not bad. He calculated that the sword skill he acquired on the 3rd floor was almost maxed out. It seems skills improve slowly in the lower levels. He'll need to find other skills, so the experience isn't wasted. Suddenly, 2 more wolves charged toward him. Sang-jun raised his sword, taunting the wolves. "Come on, you mutts. Time for me to level up." Soon, all the silver wolves were annihilated, their soul orbs rising from their corpses. Sang-yun reaches out to absorb them. The lightning effect hasn't triggered much in the last few battles. 10% seems a bit low. The system alerts him that he has absorbed the soul of a dire wolf, increasing his skill proficiency by 16%. Looking at his system, he muttered to himself, "Not much experience, but my necromancy skill has improved a bit. Let's see how much my proficiency increases after absorbing more souls in this 5th trial." Sang-yeon slowly advanced, seemingly reaching the valley's central area, when suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as he walked forward, the ground littered with the corpses of silver wolves. How strange, so many wolf corpses. He crouches to examine one, noting the clean cut. Someone else was here first. Turning to the side, he noticed a few more clues, even on the cliff face. To investigate, Sang-yeon uses his newly acquired skill, Eyes of Truth. His eyes scanned the slash, sending the data to the system, which immediately returned information. A D1 light sword slash, fast and precise. The one who made this slash is quite skilled. Sang-jun rose, wondering to himself, "A skilled user, huh?" His expression darkens. Despite his analysis, much remains unclear. This opponent seems formidable. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts, and Sionin rushes toward the source, moving like the wind. He seems to have discovered something, a look of surprise on his face. Before him lies a large cave. Just then, a silver wolf is sent flying, tumbling across the ground. Sang-gyun's eyes widen in surprise. It's here. The system notification rings out, announcing that the conditions for clearing the 5th floor's werewolf leader challenge have been met. Determining the cause and solution, Sang-gyun's face darkens, his eyes turning cold. Was his target defeated? What now? The system suddenly reports analysis complete. It had no choice but to assign Seun another mission. A challenger from another dimension had invaded your mission space. Adjusting the mission objective. Eliminate the challenger who has invaded your mission space. That challenger is the key. Looking at the giant figure, Sang-jun was shocked. Invading this place? A challenger from another dimension? He's just uncovered a new secret. So there are other dimensions besides Earth? Does that mean there are many other towers of trials? Worry now etched upon his face. He realized the situation was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Seeing Sun standing motionless for a long time, Ket spoke first. "A dual challenge in a less developed dimension? Looks like you've been somewhere to complete a mission?" He pointed his sword at him menacingly. "Are you too scared to speak? Looks like this is the end for you." Sang-jun gritted his teeth, his face full of vigilance. This one might be tough. The The system then reminds Sang-gyun to eliminate the challenger who has invaded his mission space. A great wind rises, and the atmosphere around him and Kayut becomes incredibly tense. Sion warily looks ahead, thinking to himself that he didn't know his target would be stolen by someone else. Worry etched on his face. He realized he should be grateful the trial hadn't failed yet. Growing impatient with his silence, Kuehl scoffed, "Cat got your tongue? I see the fear in your eyes. Prepare to die." Seeing him take his stance, Sang-gyun became even more vigilant. He was attacking. Kael charges forward, his speed blinding, and to block the blow, Silu lifts the corpse of the dead werewolf. He kicks the corpse toward Ket to distract him. The silver wolf's body flies forward. Calmly, Kayet swung his sword, obliterating the corpse, his eyes suddenly darting to the side. Sang-gyun had used the distraction to circle behind him. He raised his sword, gritting his teeth. "Got you!" He lunged, piercing Kuehl with his blade. A sharp clang rings out and Sang-gyun's face contorts in disbelief. He can't believe what he's seeing. What the hell? I was about to cut his armor in two. Enraged, Kuehl grabs his sword, a surge of power enveloping it. "You think it's that simple?" He strikes at Sang-gyun with immense power. Sang-gyun blocked the blow with his shield, but it shattered moments later, sending him flying backward, his sword falling from his grasp. Sang-gyun was on the ropes, crashing hard against the rocks behind him, his body reeling from the blow. Sun grits his teeth, struggling to stand, his wrist broken, blood dripping onto the ground as Kyuk advances towards Shiyun, his laughter echoing through the valley. "I didn't expect you to block my light sword. This is a bit troublesome. You're not as easy to take down as I thought." Clutching his wound, he roared, demanding answers from the invader from another dimension. "Why can you invade my space?" Hearing this, Kyut sneered, calling him a newbie who doesn't even know what a raid is. Sang-gyun, helpless, could only curse in anger. "Damn it," he muttered in frustration. "Why does this always happen in my tower's trial floors?" Kyut approached, raising his sword and coldly saying, "Don't blame me. This tower has always been this way. You just didn't know it. I won't drag this out. I'll end it right here." Sang-gyun couldn't die here, and he reached out to stop him. "Wait," he pressed, trying to pry information from the man. "At least tell me what this space intrusion is." The man stared at him for a long moment, as if contemplating something, then made a decision. "After all, you're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter." He began to explain to Sun that one of the features unlocked on the 8th floor is called Space Layer Intrusion. Space Layer Intrusion tickets. You can buy them in the store to interfere with other people's trials. Hearing this, Sang-gyun wondered, "Also, you mentioned a Genesis space, so does that mean you're from another dimension?" Ket casually replied, "Where else do you think I could have come from?" Sun received the answer and slowly stood up. "I see." A purple light flickered in his eyes. The Eye of Truth activates, and the system confirms that the target is telling the truth. Hearing the system's confirmation, Sang-gyun verified the information. He wasn't lying. Enraged that he'd been scanned with the Eye of Truth, Kyut roared, "You've done a very insolent thing. How dare you scrutinize me?" Sunun simply smiled, taunting him further. "Oh, that's right. What are you going to do about it?" His words only fueled the demon's rage. "What? How dare a nobody like you?" He looked at him and asked, "Since you gave me the information I needed, is there anything interesting you want to know in return?" Looking down at his broken arm, he explained, "I can endure an arm like this thanks to something called a pain-resistant skill, meaning I don't have to support my arm because of the pain." In the next moment, he let go of his broken wrist. Sang-gyun must have used the system's abilities. With rapid recovery activated, his wrist instantly healed itself. "I did that because I thought you'd only reveal the truth if you thought I was at a disadvantage." He swings his sword back. "You're a swordsman with healing abilities, but if your true strength is only what you showed me, then nothing changes the fact that you're about to die." Sanun smiles, stomping his foot and sending his sword flying. "I'm not as weak as you think." His eyes gleam with delight, wondering why his power keeps increasing. The system continuously chimes, notifying him that his stats have been permanently increased thanks to the soul reservoir. Kyut is shocked. "You have both healing and enhancement skills?" Meanwhile, Sang-gyun readies himself to attack, activating the Assassin's Cloak's special effect. The aura around him intensifies, accelerating instantly, and Kyut can hardly believe his eyes. He exclaimed in disbelief, "This is insane! How can a challenger on the 5th floor have so many skills?" Immediately after, Sang-gyun charged forward. The two clash, their swords meeting with a deafening clang. Kyut was pushed back, cursing under his breath. Was it because this was the 5th floor? How could he be this strong? To eliminate Sang-gyun, he's unleashing his full power. That pathetic amateur, Sang-gyun saw something, an aura. He leaned back, narrowly avoiding Kyute's blade, who closed the gap in an instant, surprising him. Sang-Ji-Yoon is forced to retreat as Kyute presses the attack with a high-level enhancement skill. A direct hit would be devastating. Sun calculates his odds, confident that his superior stats will allow him to evade any life-threatening damage. But the real problem was his eyes fixed on Kyute. His armor was a high-end piece he couldn't penetrate in his current state. He tried to evade Kyute's attacks while carefully approaching him to affect the armor. But as he continued to pressure him, suddenly, Sang-Gyun's sword flashed with golden light, electrocuting Kyute, sending him into convulsions as he screamed in agony, not understanding what was happening. "What is this?" The system then revealed that attacks with the Thunder Sword had a 10% chance to create a lightning effect, bringing a triumphant smile to Sion's face. "That's right. It has to be like this." Immediately, Kyute was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, his body rolling across the ground, his groans hoarse. Sang-Gyun frowned, thinking that it would have been difficult if that armor had really resisted the paralysis effect. But fortunately, the game was over. Then, Ket trembled, trying to stand up, but his body had no strength left. He gasped, full of self-reproach, saying he would have won under normal circumstances. How could a fake fifth-floor challenger have so many tricks? Sang-Gyun approached, his voice still ice-cold. "You were the one who was negligent, trusting too much in your armor and level difference." Sang-Gyun tightened his grip on his sword and roared, "It ends here!" Ket frantically pleaded. "Wait, I'll answer any question you have." But Sang-Gyun's eyes and answer were filled with murderous intent. "I don't need it." In that instant, he twisted his wrist, and the tip of his sword pierced straight through Kyute's chest, causing him to scream in agony. The bastard coughed up blood, splattering it on the ground as his trembling hand reached forward. But in an instant, his body went limp, his hand falling to the ground. Sang-Gyun watched, his eyes devoid of emotion, growing ever more accustomed to the act of killing. Then he sighed softly, knowing that Chen Chu's actions would only lead to greater trouble. Immediately, the system announced that he had cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower as Kyute's body dissolved into streams of light. Startled, he immediately focused on absorbing the remaining aura, the light converging in his palm and dissolving into his body. Moments later, the barrier vanished, and the system announced that he had absorbed the challenger's soul, increasing his power by 15%. Sang-Gyun sighed in relief, barely managing to absorb it. "If you die in another dimension, do you disappear completely?" He waited for his reward, but frowned when nothing appeared. "Where's the reward notification?" It is then that the system finally responds. The challenge's difficulty meant there were no rewards, so all rewards have been modified. Hearing this, his expression changed slightly as the system's voice echoed again. "You have learned the A-rank skill, //." Sinan smiled faintly. The original C-rank reward is now an A-rank reward. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The original reward changed this much, which shows how strong that invading knight was. Getting an A-rank skill is too good. The system announces his entry into the 6th floor hall, where all wounds and abnormal effects will vanish. The challenger Hansen's information will be displayed on the stat board. As the spatial light opened, he slowly stepped through the gate, muttering to himself, "Inventory." And instantly, the item vault opened, countless pieces of equipment glowing before his eyes. He took off his coat and sat down to rest, realizing dimensional invasions were real and he couldn't let his guard down in the tower. He hoped to save as many questions as possible until floor 8. A moment later, the intimate system chimes. "Please write the questions you wish to ask. The admin will answer your questions to the best of their ability. You have 5 questions remaining." He wondered, should he ask what the invasion layers in other dimensions are? And would he be warned if another challenger invaded his trial mission area? With that thought, he sent his questions. That's all he could do. The system notifies him that his question has been sent, and surprisingly, a response arrives quickly. He was surprised by the speed of the reply. That was fast. Sang-Gyun opens it up to read. The invasion floor is a system that allows you to invade other people's challenge areas, but only within the first 10 levels. However, you can't interfere with special challenges like combination challenges, a function you can acquire on the 8th floor, meaning you can't use it right now. He paused, digesting the information. Sang-Gyun was stunned, his eyes wide, as he finally got the answer he needed: how to infiltrate another's quest space. But immediately, a red alert flashed. "You cannot access this information in your current stratum. Only the first question is answered, so your question count will not decrease." He was confused by this. What? So questions aren't always answered just because you ask them? Sionin sighed in relief, glad he hadn't wasted a question, then excitedly declared, "Let's use the best stuff I've got." Inventory. He hastily opened his item storage, then took out a broken shield and a chest. The system announces that you've used Kroken's magic repair box to fix the mysterious hunter's shield, consuming 1 repair box. Looking at the gleaming shield, satisfaction is written all over his face. Oh, the repair function of this box is better than I thought. Immediately, the system displayed a new message. Cleansing stone has been used. Sanghyun glanced at the stone in his hand, shrugging. I thought this cleansing stone wasn't all that great. However, as he rubbed the stone, the cool magical mist spread, satisfying him. But using it for a bath would be perfect. A moment later, the system announced that there was 1 hour and 12 minutes left to enter the 6th floor, causing him to smirk. Plenty of time, I see. Let's take a look at the challenge rankings and the community board. As he opened the rankings, the list of participants appeared. Sanghyun was stunned. 3rd place? He couldn't believe his eyes. He'd jumped from 16th to 3rd. Sanghyun smirked, realizing he was now reaping the benefits of being at the top. Let's see what I'll get on the 8th floor. The system then displays that I've entered the community. Amidst the noisy chat, a difficult choice appears. Buy resistance to negative effects. As he reels, the chat explodes with a barrage of curses. Stop the looting and killing. You monsters, this is chaos. Just as he thought, this place was chaotic and disorderly. What is going on? Sanghyun paused, lost in thought. Resistance skills were the most actively traded skills right now. Is it like a double-edged sword? While its resistance to mental instability is nice, it also has its limitations. A user would have to sacrifice a skill slot for something that only works in specific situations, but I think it's still worth having. Suddenly, something cut through his thoughts. A new notification caught his eye. Hey, did you all know that jerk who gave us info on the 4th floor successfully changed his name to Princess Sue? Even though it's just a competition between challengers, are they really planning to team up and take him down? Sanghyun frowned in disbelief. Was that the same guy who caused trouble on the 4th floor? I remember he was the one who turned everyone against each other. A wave of annoyance washes over him as he mutters, "Please don't tell me I'm going to run into him again." He immediately dismissed the system prompt. Princess X, huh? I'll remember his name. Soon after, the system popped up again. Do you accept the 6th floor challenge? The interface window vanished. The challenge reward is a B-grade mystery box, and the penalty for failure is death. Sanghyun takes a deep breath and steps into the portal. In an instant, the scene before him completely changed. An endless ocean stretched to the horizon, and he squinted in surprise. The ocean this time? The system notified him that his teammates had been assigned, and he must cooperate with them to complete the challenge. He looked around, confused. Wait a minute. Sanghyun looked around, utterly perplexed. Where are my teammates? Don't tell me they overslept? Suddenly, a sharp spear hurtles toward him. Reacting instantly, Sanghyun snatched the spear shaft, yanking a man out of the portal, sending him crashing to the ground in a panic. Sanghyun turns and throws him to the stone floor, approaching him, questioning why he's attacking his own teammates. What do you think you're doing? He gritted out. Damn it, May will know the reason if she checks the community board. He said calmly, killing you is the easiest way to get the reward. Hearing this, Shawun raised an eyebrow. So, killing teammates is okay as long as there's a reward? Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. This hypocritical bastard should look around before preaching morality. At that moment, screams echoed from all directions. Wait, don't do this. We're teammates. Driven by greed, they descend into madness, stabbing and slaughtering their own comrades. I'm not wrong. Blame the Tower of Trials. Blood-splattered groans mingled with the clatter of metal. Hurry up and die so I can get my reward. All around, only pitiful wails echoed. The traitor. Save me. He looked at him and spoke. Do you understand now? In that moment, he laughed and cursed at Sanghyun, calling him a hypocrite. Hearing those words, Sanghyun could no longer hold back, raising his sword and striking him down without hesitation. Nearby, 2 others joined forces, realizing that in times like these, they must combine their strength. Mock smirked, happy to have found someone who thinks like him. The girl beside him frowned, wondering how he could betray so blatantly. He smirked, mocking their foolishness. They couldn't pass the trial without cooperation, but he didn't expect the girl to suddenly stab him in the chest, a triumphant smile on her face. Yeah, you should have known I'm the type who doesn't need teammates. She glared at him with icy eyes. If you teamed up with me without any reservations, how could you call yourself a challenger? Immediately, the system announced, achievement unlocked, backstabber, endurance increased by 1. From a distance, the purple-haired boy tilted his head, saying, "Be honest, you want the reward too, don't you?" He cleared his throat, dropping the pretense of morality. In that moment, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. An opportunity. Taking advantage of the distraction, he lunged forward, screaming, his sword tearing through the air towards Sang-Gyun. But in a flash, Seonin turned and countered, his blade piercing through the attacker's chest. He coughed up blood in agony. How could he? The system quickly updated. Achievement unlocked. Betrayal. Strength increased by 1. Sang-Gyun smirked, his eyes filled with disdain as he stared at him. Too weak. With that done, Sang-Gyun reassessed the situation. A special challenge? A team-based trial. Even so, this challenge isn't much different from a regular event. But winning grants a high-level skill, making it a worthwhile task. I need to win this mission. I won't kill anyone without a reason. His eyes shone with determination. But if someone gives me a reason, that's different. Meanwhile, not far away, another challenger formed a hand seal, skillfully creating a magical shield as the surrounding water surged, encasing his entire body in a sphere of clear energy. He looked up and laughed triumphantly. This challenge is only for those who can use water magic like me. But before his laughter faded, he sensed a chilling bloodlust. Sang-Gyun was already charging in from afar. His figure blurred, and in an instant, Sang-Gyun leaped into the air, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he bore down on him. He screamed in terror, "Who the hell is this guy?" But Sion didn't answer, stomping down on the orb, causing the man to scream in despair. "This is a bulletproof magic shield, you bastard." But a moment later, the sphere explodes, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy. Sang-Gyun mercilessly slams a blow into his face, sending him flying before he crashes to the ground, lifeless. He landed with an utterly calm expression. Perhaps he'd gone too far? Beside him, another challenger paled, trembling as he backed away. Was this man a master? I'll just go another way. To the right, the blonde-haired man witnessed everything, sweating and stammering. That monster. Sang-Gyun glanced over, secretly thinking he could scare off the others. Honestly, I want the reward, but I don't want to kill innocent people. At that moment, the system announced the capture of the stronghold in the challenge. If another team member enters your stronghold, the capture process will be temporarily suspended. Prevent the enemy from seizing your stronghold. He pondered, needing only to hold this stronghold for 10 more minutes. Sang-Gyun sat cross-legged, contemplating the fact that the high-ranking imposters didn't use return stones on the 5th floor. Did I complete level 6 as soon as I entered this level? Most of them here are low level, so it's pretty easy for me. His contemplative face revealed a thoughtful expression. The 6th floor challenge made him think about many things. Trusting no one and misplacing Longtracken was a mistake. This is the real lesson to be learned from this challenge. Sun realized that anyone, even teammates, could be the enemy, and even if he spared someone to go to another base, they would still die. Suddenly, the system announced that someone had entered his stronghold, surprising him. He turned to see a group of 4 approaching. Song-Run grinned. That's impressive. You're wondering how there are 4 people in a 2-person team challenge, right? Sion said calmly, seeing who had arrived. Looking at you guys, it's pretty obvious. He smirked, realizing the 4 had merged 2 teams to gain an advantage over the others, a fact that only made Song-Run laugh harder. That's right, as you said, die, you bastard. Immediately, 2 members of his team rushed forward, lightning fast, and Sang-Gyun braced himself, tightening his grip on his sword. He places his hands before his chest, issuing a command. Heart and beat as one, his whole body ablaze. Spiritual energy coils around him, the special attribute of the heartbeat skill. His hand tightens around his sword. Kim Jun's pain now shared with Hansen. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into his arm, the blood unleashing a fierce aura. His hand radiated wild energy, the sword fell to the ground, and the system immediately intervened. The pain alleviation skill is activated, reducing all pain by 15%. Just then, the punk in front charged forward, throwing a bucket of water directly at him. Sang-Gyun paused, taken aback. Sea water? The system display appeared instantly. You have touched the sea water of the trial. Strength decreased by 10, agility decreased by 10, endurance decreased by 10. Adverse effect lasts for 2 minutes and 59 seconds. He frowned in disbelief. There's a debuff for touching seawater. Surrounded, he wears a strange expression. This is going to be bad. The 2 challengers charge forward, their swords tearing through the air. But Sion remained calm, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Sang-Gyun scoffs. Your plan to disarm me and lower my stats isn't bad, but you've made a fatal mistake. He then swings his hand, grips the man's neck, pulls him close, and says coldly, "And that's the fact that you chose the wrong opponent." Next, Sangjun slams the man down to the ground with a mighty blow, leaving the other three in stunned silence. The system promptly registers, "Achievement unlocked, one-hit kill. You have learned the skill, Contempt for the Weak." Dion charged in, yelling and cursing, as the system chimed in, noting that all current opponents had lower stats. He swung his sword down fiercely, only to realize with dismay that Siwoon had vanished. In an instant, he was met with a powerful kick to the face. He spun and kicked, staggering his opponent, then brought his foot down on the man's head. The system immediately announces that he's earned the achievement Skillful Brutal Killer, increasing it by 1. The fallen man lay on the ground, zero beat staining the earth red, as Songjun, his face filled with terror, slowly approached the remaining two. Jae-hyun frantically asks what they should do now, if they should attack together. Suddenly, Songjun draws his sword, slashing at his leg, sending blood flying. He screams in agony. Jae-hyun collapsed, his body trembling and writhing in agony. Immediately, Sanun felt the same heart-wrenching pain, forcing him to his knees, cold sweat pouring as Sionin remembered. Just as he said, pain was the only thing they shared. Thankfully, not damage. But the problem was, his actions would be limited by the pain. He angrily shouts, "You bastard! Are you even human?" Yet the opponent stabs June, throwing everything into further chaos. Song screams, "Don't come any closer, you bastard." But now all he can do is beg in pain. "Stop it." He screamed in a panic, "I'll gut him if you come any closer." He stood, fighting through the pain, thankful his pain-resistant skill allowed him to move. But at this rate, he can't possibly face him. In this situation, Sun is helpless. It seems this is the only way. His eyes turned to Ji-hyun, a decision made. Eliminate the mage with the heart that beats as one. Thinking this, he lunged towards him, Songjun delivering a swift and deadly blow to Jaeun's neck. In the next instant, a sharp pain spread across his neck and Songyun clutched at it, trying to endure. Seeing this, Songjun turned to him, thinking this was his only chance. He grabbed his sword and rushed forward. But just as he swung his sword, Sionin instantly raised both hands to block it, his eyes flashing a warning. That really stung. Mei was curious about that feeling too, huh? A wave of cold air swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. "I'm done for." He yanks the sword from my hand and I tremble. Despite his blood-stained hands, Songyun gritted his teeth and cleanly severed the enemy's head. The system immediately confirms that you have received the achievement Cold-Blooded Tower Climber, and you have received 1,500 points. The system announces that time is up and they've occupied a territory. Everyone around them cheers with relief, unable to hide their joy. "We did it." "Hey, stop it, that's disgusting." Amidst the cheers, he wondered if someone had incited so many to eagerly pursue the achievement of killing people at the start of the trial. In the end, the victors were those who maintained their teams. He looked at everyone, some driven to madness, muttering, "There were exceptions. I did nothing wrong. Those bastards deserved to die." His eyes turned cold, and Sionin stared at his blood-stained hands, wondering, "Do I look like a monster to others?" Just then, the system's mechanical voice echoed. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 6th floor of the trial tower. Please proceed to the waiting room." Immediately after, a spatial gate opened. Without hesitation, Songjun finishes off the remaining enemies, their blood and souls dissolving into the air. The system quickly registers, "You have absorbed the soul of Lai Songjun. You have absorbed the soul of Kimji and the soul of Song Jinuk. Your innate soul summoning talent has increased by 1 rank. Soul summoning." The system doesn't forget to remind him, "You have entered the 7th floor waiting room." Songyun received the information as soon as he stepped inside. An achievement list has been created, and he's a little surprised. Achievement list, an achievement board appears before him. First S-rank Regressor achievement and an E-rank Fire Resistance achievement. Goblin Hunter Trader, he's intrigued. The first S-rank achievement for a Regressor, so it's not just any achievement, is it? Shun curiously taps on the system screen, wondering if he should take a closer look. The system displays C-rank Slayer, an achievement earned by killing a challenger with a single move, and E-rank Ruthless, earned by relentlessly eliminating multiple challengers. Cold-Blooded Tower Climber rank D is achieved when you eliminate more than 5 challenger imposters in a trial. He realizes he's earned quite a few achievements from his killing spree. He muttered, summarizing the key points. It seems achievements grant skills, stats, points, and various other rewards. He opens his inventory, and the interface immediately displays the random box. A box wrapped with a gold ribbon will grant you a random item. Upon opening, you will receive an item from rank F to B. He sighs in disappointment. A random box, huh? Guess the reward for clearing the 6th trial isn't going to be anything great. With items ranging from F to B rank, there's not much to expect. Sangjun steels himself and unties the ribbon. Let's open it first, then I'll finish absorbing the soul. As soon as it opened, a brilliant light spread, and something suddenly jumped out of the box. It tumbled through the air, then fell to the ground, a strange blue-green creature with long ears. He stared at it, utterly bewildered. Saw laughs wryly. "What is this? Am I supposed to catch it?" The goblin stared at him expectantly as he lunged forward. The slippery goblin leaps away, frustrating Sangjun, who reaches out again. However, the goblin nimbly slipped away. Sangjun, not giving up, crouched and leapt, his hands finally seizing it. Sangjun laughs. "Gotcha!" The goblin, now restrained, roars in anger. It suddenly bites his hand hard, causing Sangjun to scream in pain. The goblin seizes the opportunity to jump out of his grasp, a smug look plastered on its wrinkled face. Sangjun was furious. "I was going easy on you because I thought you were cute." He clenched his fist and shot towards it, "But now I'm serious." But the goblin was faster, leaping high and causing him to slip and fall. Sangjun frowned slightly, determined to get revenge, and jumped up. Sangin leaps and somersaults through the air, landing powerfully in front of the goblin as he clenches his fist. He puts all his strength into a critical strike to the head. A hole caves in, and smoke rises from the goblin's skull. In an instant, its entire body exploded into nothingness, and a system notification rang out. "Congratulations, you've obtained the highest-ranked item possible from a random box." His eyes widened in surprise. "Top tier? So that's a B-rank item, huh?" Immediately, an iron necklace appears, forged with a rugged design. A steel necklace imbued with the heart of a lifelong blacksmith. Infuse it with mana to activate the Blessing of Steel. It requires a constant supply of mana, but there's no skill cooldown. He received it from the system, and Sangjun stared blankly at the chain in his hand. "A forged iron necklace, huh? Let's see what it can do." The system immediately displays, "The Steel Blessing effect from the B-rank Iron Forged necklace has been activated. Your skin has adapted to absorb 10% of physical damage from all attacks." A faint light spreads around him, surprising Sangyun. It increases all sword-related skills by 7% and absorbs 10% of physical damage. This is actually better than most A-rank items. An item so broken it has both attack and defense effects. He eagerly puts the necklace around his neck. "I wasn't expecting much, but it seems I hit the jackpot with this ring." But as soon as he put it on, the system issued a series of warnings. "You have run out of mana. The Steel Blessing effect from the reforged Iron Necklace B has been deactivated." He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I guess the downside is that it consumes a ton of mana," he thought, stuffing the necklace into his shirt. "I should save it for emergencies and build up my mana first." Sangjun looked at the system window with some hesitation. "Now should I check out the newly acquired innate talent that grants an extra life?" The system displays a prompt. "Do you want to challenge the 7th floor of the trial?" This notification only confused Sangjun. "What's going on? I thought challengers always got a certain amount of rest time in the waiting room before entering the next level of the trial." He was a little suspicious. Clearing the trials faster wasn't bad for him, but it also meant the waiting time disappeared for others too. Immediately, the chat exploded with messages. "Tower Spirit, everyone, did you notice the wait times are gone?" He assesses the situation, realizing that others are experiencing the same thing. The admin chat explodes with activity. Finally. But I don't think it's that important either. Tanjin pondered this, then began to calculate. Looks like the disappearance of the waiting time is meaningless to everyone, huh? It doesn't benefit the pioneers either. They only care about getting home. He concludes they're mostly ranked challengers. Just then, the chat suddenly shifted to a treasure hunt. "I really used myself because of that bastard who sold resistance skills." The seasoned hunter calmly interjected. "Those bastards must have survived and are keeping quiet out of guilt." He quietly contemplated the atmosphere different from the 6th floor. Those murderous bastards must be keeping quiet. Since the next trial is solo, they have no reason to draw attention to themselves. Sangun's face darkens. Those killers who see their teammates' lives as mere tools are definitely his targets, and he needs to be more careful. Sangjun was also excited to learn a new skill, one that wouldn't be swayed by any other diverse abilities. He took a deep breath and began, ready to see how much his necromancy skill had improved since the 6th floor. With that in mind, he opened his system window to check his innate talent, Necromancy D, Proficiency %, and Basic Effect. Absorb the souls of the dead to enhance or strengthen stats. Sanjian pondered for a moment. It seemed the basic effect had changed slightly. Before, it only increased my stats, strengthening my mana shield, but now it can alter things like my magic, or grant me a defensive shield. I was hoping this skill would enhance soul absorption, but it seems not. Still, he needed a defensive skill to protect his body. Sang-Gyun retrieved his sword from the system, tossing it up to spin, testing the limits of his soul shield. He took a breath, figuring even if his hand was chopped off, the waiting room would heal him anyway. So as the sword spun in the air, Sang-Gyun clenched his fist and swung it up to block. Immediately, an intense pressure erupted, triggering a system warning. To prevent injury, the souls absorbed the damage. The soul of player Jin-Uk has been used. Souls held, 330. At this, he was slightly surprised, Seonin unable to hide his joy, better than he expected. He began to calculate carefully again. He decides to hold on to 3 souls for now, using them for defense instead of absorbing them all, and moves on to the trial rankings. He glances at the screen, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. 4th place, huh? Looks like I've dropped a rank, a little disappointing, but not a big deal. After all they have to do is stay in the top 50 to be pioneers. Sound stretched and sighed. It's annoying to have to watch all this in the waiting room. I must be running out of time. He immediately opens the spatial gate, so let's just head into the next trial. The system indicates the 7th floor trial will begin immediately. Difficulty, hard. The goal of the next trial is to prove yourself. Time remaining, 40 minutes. Condition for passing the trial, complete 3 trials within the given time. Moments later, Cyan was transported to a grand hall, gazing around in astonishment. A hallway? This is nothing like the previous trials. Sagaon slowly surveyed the area, unable to sense any presence, which was almost unsettling. A gentle breeze swept through his hair, and ahead the corridor flashed with light, a vibrant blue swirling as if to swallow Cyan into another world. Before he could speculate further, the system issued a notification. He had entered the first trial area. In the blink of an eye, he stood in a desolate wasteland, stunned by the colossal sand mountains before him. Seeing this, he thought to himself that he knew it. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Then, something enormous surged from beneath the sand, the dust clouding his vision. At that moment, Sang-Gyun realized it was the sand golem, and he took a deep breath. So, this place wants me to go through the tutorial trials again. The system chimes, stating the conditions for passing the trial. Complete 3 trials within the given time. Sang-Gyun realized he had to repeat the 3 trials he had already passed. He looks ahead, thinking he could easily defeat a sand golem with his eyes closed now. So that's why they want him to hurry to the 8th floor. But this time, something far larger than before emerged from the earth, the resounding noise shaking the ground. Sang-Gyun looked up in astonishment. Are sand golems usually this big? The giant monster's eyes glowed with a fierce light, and Sang-Gyun chuckled, amused that it was 3 times bigger than before. The sand golem raised a stiff arm, its eyes flashing menacingly in his direction. Sang-Gyun smirked. All right, let's see what you've got. Instantly, Sang-Gyun shot forward, piercing through the raging sandstorm, his eyes burning with murderous intent as the sand golem roared, its massive fist slamming down and shaking the earth. But Sang-Gyun was lightning fast, leaping onto its head. He frowned, puzzled. Strange. He scanned its massive body, puzzled. Why couldn't he find the sand golem's core? Did it move its core deeper inside as its body grew larger? Suddenly, the sand golem tilted, and Sang-Gyun nearly lost his balance. Panic flashed across his face, but Cyan quickly leaped away, dodging the massive, sweeping arm. Before Sang-Gyun could steady himself, the sand golem lunged, grabbing him. Its immense power suffocated the air, its hand squeezing him like a grain of sand. Suddenly, in a flash, a blinding light erupted from its arm, and Sang-Gyun seized the opening, twisting free of its iron grip and landing safely on the ground. He calculated that if this didn't work, he'd have to tear the sand golem to pieces. With that, Sang-Gyun swung his sword, the steel flashing brightly in the sandstorm. Sang-Gyun landed softly, but as soon as he lowered his sword, the severed arm began to reassemble, and the bisected head was reforming. Sang-Gyun narrowed his eyes, unsurprised. It was like slashing at sand. He'd have to find and destroy the golem's core somehow. Sang-Gyun couldn't help but laugh as the giant creature raged, unable to catch him, which only seemed to infuriate it further. How infuriating. He barely dodged the danger zone before it stomped down, shaking the sand like an explosion. Sang-Gyun barely dodges, cold sweat running down his cheek as the sand golem roars and charges. Each step it takes sends sand flying everywhere, leaving Sang-Gyun with no choice but to evade. Damn it! As he quickly analyzes the situation, this is more than just dodging the golem's attacks. The pressure from its massive body hitting the ground is immense, and its giant fist comes crashing down. Sang-Gyun immediately rolls away, desperately trying to escape. But in an instant, the ground collapses, and Sang-Gyun slides into the deep pit. The sand golem remained unmoved as sand sprayed everywhere, covering him completely. Xiun, trapped in the pit, hissed in frustration, clearly annoyed. Above, the sand golem glared down, its eyes burning with savage intent as Sangyun gripped his sword and stood firm. As the sand golem lunged, he braced himself and activated the triple Zhan skill, displaying a 0% proficiency. The basic effect uses mana to enhance the blade for 3 attacks, and with that, Sangyun strikes. His figure flashed like lightning, slicing through the sand golem's massive hand. Each strike was like a storm, powerful and decisive. Sangyun thought to himself that he could shatter it in a single blow. But then his eyes darkened, annoyed that his trial quest had been invaded by another challenger. For a moment, Sanun smirked, but now he felt grateful to that bastard. Thanks to him, he gained more combat experience. Sangyun lungs, his blade a flash of light in the sandstorm, determined to shatter the golem until he finds its core. He smirked, mocking the creature before him. So keep regenerating. The sword in his hand flashed as he struck again and again, a storm of blows that left the sand golem no chance to retaliate. He would not stop until it was utterly destroyed. But no matter how much he strikes, it regenerates endlessly, soon breathes heavily, sweat dripping down. What a persistent bastard. Where is its core? Just then, his pupils dilated. He stared at the sand golem in disbelief. By the way, when did you get so adorably small? The more Sangyun watched, the more bewildered he became, suddenly imagining the sand golem's cute, pleading face. He analyzed that the amount of sand making up the golem's body was being used as a resource, and that resource couldn't be taken infinitely from the environment. This would explain why the golem has shrunk if it's true. A satisfied smile crept across Sunu's face. "Hey, golem, want to lose weight with me?" The sand golem roared, and they charged at each other. Sangyun spins in midair, unleashing a powerful kick that echoes with a sharp impact, his sword gleaming with burning resolve. The sand golem shattered into 100 pieces, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain, but quickly reforming and rising again. The sand golem roared at him, but then Sangyun's eyes lit up as if he'd spotted something. Found it. Sangyun tightened his grip on his sword, thrilled. It's on the golem's back. Hacking at its body is difficult because it's so hard. That took a lot out of me, but I finally found its core. He calculated that he'd spent about 10 minutes already. The time limit for the 7th floor trial was only 40 minutes. I'll have to deal with this quickly. Just then, the sand golem threw a punch. Sunan quickly dodges and without hesitation retaliates with his sword. Did you get faster after losing weight? How interesting. I'd love to play with you longer, but in a flash, Sangyun appeared behind it, saying, "I don't have time." He poured all his strength into a single strike, piercing the core. One blow ended it all. The core shattered, and a cry of anguish echoed through the sandstorm. The system displays a message. You have proven that you can overcome your fears. Then, the next congratulatory message appeared. The first trial has ended. The sand golem then began to fade away, and a brilliant light suddenly appeared in the space. Sangyun, wary, immediately turns to observe, determined to claim the soul before he leaves. Very well, the golem's soul. The teleportation gate begins to pull Sionin in as he reaches out to grab the soul. But the portal was too fast, and Sangyun missed it, triggering a system notification. Extraction of the soul has failed. This news fills him with rage. The system then announces that he will now enter the second trial area, proving that he has surpassed his own intelligence. But as soon as he arrived, the scene before him astonished Sai Wu. Huh? He frowned warily. The scene around him was chaotic. An orc village from the 2nd floor trial? Just as I thought, this trial is based on previous floors. Sangyun cautiously entered, only to freeze. Something was waiting for him. A horde of orcs stood ready. Sangyun tensed up at the sight, thinking to himself, I destroyed the orc village on the 2nd floor. Is this what happened afterward? A dead orc hunter lies on the ground. Another man approached and gently stroked its eyes, his own eyes bloodshot, his body trembling as if a great rage was present. The ant hunters roared together, and Sun quickly realized that frenzy was a phenomenon that occurred when monsters were extremely angry. He assessed the situation, lamenting his bad luck. Not a single one of these enraged orcs was a pushover. The goblin horde, now berserk, charged toward Sangyun, weapons in hand, but he stood his ground. Sangyun frowned, his eyes resolute, but thought they shouldn't show such obvious grief over their fallen kin. Quickly, the system delivered a notification. Instant acceleration and triple slash skills activated. He charges at them with his sword, at least in my sights. After what seemed like an eternity, an orc finally knelt in defeat. Despite his loss, the orc chieftain still growled, his body riddled with wounds, his fallen brethren scattered across the ground. Seeing the orc chieftain tremble, he asked, "Does it hurt to watch your family die?" But these words only served to enrage him further. The ogre chieftain roared, leaping up to make one final desperate attack on Sangyun. But with no difficulty at all, he evaded the attack. Sangyun's gaze hardened, emitting a flash of blue light. With a single strike, he decapitated his opponent. The system notification immediately followed, confirming that he had surpassed his own intelligence. The second trial ends, and learning from his mistake of missing souls, Sion wastes no time and turns around. He can't delay any longer. He reaches out, beginning to collect souls as they flow into Sangyun's body. The system blares with notifications. You have absorbed the soul of an orc hunter. Ability increased by 6%. Soul count, 1930. Sangyun was overjoyed by the news. Excellent. The announcement continues as instant acceleration reaches D rank, and he's transported to the third trial area. Prove that you have overcome your hesitation. He found the announcement strange. This challenge is all over the place. In the blink of an eye, Sangyun was teleported to another location. He looked at the scene before him, bewildered. Is this the chase area on the 6th floor? Sangyun began to survey his surroundings to better understand the situation. After the challenge on the 1st floor with just 2 of them, he thought this would be the 3rd floor. But a moment later, he remembered and sighed in frustration. The tower uses that stupid challenge for intelligence, so it's foolish to demand logic from this tower. Sangyun summons his inventory and retrieves a special potion that grants a 20% boost to stamina and magic, quickly popping the top. Without hesitation, Sangyun chugs the potion, instantly revitalizing his body. Feeling revitalized, Sangyun surveyed the desolate surroundings, a plan beginning to form in his mind. A moment later, he hurled the bottle into the polluted sea with all his might, hoping to destroy the tower, but before he could act, danger confronted him. The waves rise higher than his head, and all the bricks behind him are blown away. Sangyun couldn't believe his eyes. All he did was throw a bottle. Immediately, the system announced the assassin's cape's effect. Speed increased by 15%. As soon as he heard that, he ran as fast as he could, thinking hard. He'd completed all the challenge requirements, so to pass, he needed to find the red chasing brick. The sea was rising, and he couldn't afford to touch the water, so he sprinted without hesitation. I'll move much faster. At least it won't catch me. But before Sangyun could celebrate, disaster struck. Great. At this speed, the tiles I step on are immediately flipped into the air. In that instant, a notification chimed. You have touched the water of the trial. Strength decreased by 10, agility decreased by 10, stamina decreased by 10. Penalty time, 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Now, the tiles on the water's surface are still flying up incessantly. I even thought they'd fly up neatly in order. Sangyun is also thrown into the air as a result. The tower operates on logic, after all. Clenching his teeth, he unleashes his technique, accelerating instantly. And in the next moment, Sangyun soars like the wind. The tiles there continued to be flung into the air as Sun gritted his teeth, still confident, thinking, "You think I'll die here?" He soared from tile to tile, a blur of motion, and soon Sangyun spotted the red tile on the other side. He locks onto his target, launching towards it. The red brick. Sangyun is giving it his all. Will this annoying challenge finally end? Now, out at sea, as the whirlpools continue to rise, he doesn't falter, continuing to run forward with strength. Sangyun is almost there, but now the brick is coming right for him. He leaps higher once more, Sangyun's eyes filled with hope. Just a little further. The vortex is still hot on his heels. Sangyun seems to notice something, but a wave crashes into him, and he cries out in pain. Just as the dark energy attacked, a system notification appeared. Unique effect. The Stone Guardian's massacre chain activates, absorbing 10% of all physical damage. A series of notifications ring out as the spirit absorbs the damage meant for its user. The spirit of the Goblin Hunter has been destroyed, and the dark energy seems to be growing stronger. The Goblin Hunter spirit has been destroyed, and Sun realizes he's been affected by the attack. The shield protected him from the impact, and he finally broke free. Without hesitation, Sangyun dashes forward, his speed like the wind itself. But it seems it's not enough. With 0 seconds left, the assassin's cloak's unique effect ended. Sangyun cursed inwardly. Damn it. I'm out of mana, and instant acceleration will end soon too. He reached out his hand, and a red marble was quickly summoned. Sangyun put it straight into his mouth. He even covered his mouth to keep the energy from escaping. Quickly, the system announced that his magic power and energy had been replenished by using the Goblin Hunter's soul. Sunu was pleased with the result. Excellent. His power had returned. The whirlpool continued to churn, and Sangyun, running out of time, rushed toward it. The red brick was almost within reach, but a pillar of water suddenly erupted in front of him. Sangyun's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his frustration as he cursed, "Damn it!" Sangyun pushes himself to the limit once more, wings appearing on his back as he flies forward, unsure if he'll make it. As Sangyun fades into the water, he's predictably met with a powerful force. The spirit of the goblin hunter is destroyed, and Sion is thrown out. And just like that, he drifted further from the red brick. Sangyun's body, devoid of strength, plummeted through the air as he screamed in futile desperation. But somehow the red brick was right where Sionin landed, kicking up dust and debris as he fell. The goblin hunter's soul has been destroyed, souls possessed, 12:30. After a long while, the dust settled, revealing Sionin lying on the red brick, covered in wounds. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, as those eerie demonic waves all targeted Si-Woon. He suppressed his fear to look at it, and the system quickly announced, "You have proven you can overcome fear. The third trial is complete." The waves recede, turning into water that crashes down on Sangyun, who, despite his anger, can only curse this trial that has provoked him to the very end. And so, he returned. "Congratulations on completing the 7 floors of the trial tower. Proceed to the Great Hall," the system announced. He was on his way. Sangyun has returned, sighing in exhaustion. This trial is causing Sangyun's anxiety to skyrocket. He nearly failed. He bit his lip, realizing how difficult this was. "The 8th floor trial is unknown, and luck won't continue if I'm not prepared." Suddenly, a noise catches Sangyun's attention. The system then announced that 1,000 people had cleared the 7th floor of the tower and began to expand. The skill shop is now open, an intermediate trial has been created, return points are available, and the cross-layer raid system is active. He observes the board and contemplates. A skill shop, return points, and cross-layer invasion are all things he needs. But the most important thing is that the system continues to appear. You are the challenger who pioneers all the floors. Choose your aura. Sangyun immediately became resolute, choosing the aura. The benefits of being a pioneer on all floors are immense, but the system hints that choosing an aura grants special traits, skills, and effects. Choose carefully. This immediately throws Sangyun into confusion. Did the Tower of Trials offer advice before? It seems these auras have a special significance. Options appear on the screen. Ruler, Hang, and Mang Sun. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. So, this is the aura. Let's read the description first. The first one is Ruler. The aura changes based on individual achievements. It's more common than special, and closely tied to characteristics. This is currently the most suitable aura for challenger Han Sangyun. Sangyun was surprised to read that it affects all abilities and characteristics. Above all, he noticed the emphasis that the Tower of Trials said this aura suited him best. But Sangyun wasn't giving up, and continued to look at the others. What about the other auras? Next up is Hunter. Anyone can use this aura. It deeply connects to improve abilities and skills. Through the aura's effects, this is currently the aura that suits challenger Han Sangyun the most. He began to wonder if this wasn't so bad after all. So, without much thought, Sangyun selects the remaining aura, one greatly influenced by talent and perseverance. The harder you work, the stronger you become. How awful. After one last look, he makes his choice. Discarding that aura, he's left to choose between two. Sangyun scrolls through the system screen, confidently selecting his desired skill. In an instant, the system channeled energy into Sionin. You have chosen RER. Through the unique effect of the ruler's aura, his traits will begin to evolve, and the selection list is based on the challenger's current abilities as a summoner who uses absorbed souls. You can summon powerful immortal skeletons, a sword and magic master. Both swordsmanship and magic will increase, and any related skills will be learned 3 times faster. Creator, item crafting skills increase, and any related skills will be learned 3 times faster. Sangyun was a little surprised. This was the effect of the ruler's aura. Without hesitation, he presses the button, an easy choice to make. The system then announces that necromancy has been added to the summoner's traits. Some effects have been adjusted, and an information window appears. Hansian stats, ruler aura, summoner trait D, unique power combined with skill. Ruler aura, unique power combined with skill. And so, streams of energy flowed into Sangyun until at last they ceased. Finally, Sangyun has become incredibly powerful. I have my own aura now. He taps the screen again, and the system displays information. Unique power, skill effect combination. You can combine any 2 skills. Sangyun was stunned, still trying to process that he could combine 2 useless skills into 1 new one. He was ecstatic, and another notification quickly popped up. Open the skill window and choose 2 skills to combine. Rapid Recovery E, Pain Resistance D, Fire Resistance E, and Pressure of the Weak. Sangyun wondered which skills to choose, pondering over the less frequently used ones. The screen displays a series of skills: Weakening Pressure and Unceasing Battle. You've selected 2 skills. Do you want to combine them? No. Sangyun presses the button on the screen again. Good, it's combining. Quickly, the system announced. Skill combination successful. A blinding light appeared, and then a new skill was created. The screen displays the skill. A powerful breakthrough skill has been created. Sangjun reads the information, his jaw dropping. A powerful D-rank breakthrough skill with 0% proficiency. Its effect can break through any limitations or obstacles created by skills or innate abilities, but your mana level must be higher than the controller's to be effective. This is what I got. I still can't believe it. I thought if I got lucky, I'd at least get an E-rank skill, or maybe F to D, but it gave me a D-rank skill. And after a while, I couldn't help but laugh. This skill is insane. Sangjun once again taps the system screen to try again. The system displays the same information. Open your skill list and select the skills you want to combine. E-rank Marksman Understanding and E-rank Fire Resistance. He didn't hesitate to tap the button on the screen, agreeing to combine them. And there it is. Without delay, a surge of light appears, and the skill combination is a success. Sangjun was eager to see what he'd get this time, and the system quickly delivered the results. The Enhanced Eyes E-skill has been created, granting the ability to see through obstructions. His vision is also enhanced. Sangyun is a little disappointed with this result. It's only gone up one rank this time, and he starts to think about something. So, Sangyun begins to speculate. Contempt for the weak and relentless fighting are compatible. Combining contempt for the weak and relentless fighting yields good results due to their compatibility. And he seems to have reached a conclusion. So, Marksman Understanding and Fire Resistance are incompatible. Marksman Understanding overwhelms. Fire Resistance overwhelms. You can tell they're not compatible. I guess that's why. After a tiring day, Sangjun lay back on his comfortable bed, thoughts still swirling in his mind. Plus, there's the glorious reward for being a pioneer again and again. Something about it feels off. Sangjun couldn't sleep, wondering if his success was due to hard work or just plain luck. And then he fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Sun jolted awake. Forget it. Time to check out the rewards. He opens the system screen to a surprise. Wind-like Grace. Mastery, 0%. Effect, increases movement speed by 10%, just as the skill name suggests. This effect can stack 7 times, and at maximum stacks, the skill cooldown is 1 day. Sangyun was stunned by the information. A 10% increase in movement speed, stackable up to 7 times. He imagined himself moving at the speed of light, a 70% increase in speed, and Sangjun realized this skill didn't cost any mana. He's now incredibly excited, almost as graceful as the wind, with no weaknesses. Sangjun begins searching through his inventory again. Before long, he was putting on a new pair of shoes, and the system immediately notified him. Acceleration shoes C+, attack speed plus 3%, movement speed plus 5%. The shoes are decorated with small wings made from magical machinery. Movement will gradually increase until a certain speed is reached. Sangyun looked at the shoes with great satisfaction. I like how all the floor rewards are related to speed. Notifications keep popping up. You then entered the skill shop, where a list of purchasable skills was displayed. Petrification ED. Immobilization. E.A. Monster F. Enchanted Weapon. E. Instant Acceleration. D. Mana Detection. D. Mana Shield D. Enhanced Vision U.F. Sangjun hesitated, surprised that the skills in the shop were so weak and expensive, making his disappointment clear. The instant acceleration skill cost 8,000 points, way too expensive. But Cyan grits his teeth and accepts, knowing he needs magic-related skills. Soon after, the system confirmed the purchase of Mana Detection D tier, and 15,000 points were deducted for Magic Resistance D tier. 12,000 points have been deducted, and Magic Resistance D proficiency is at 0%. Your body partially resists external magic, but the effect diminishes rapidly if the user lacks mana detection skills. However, Sangyun's eyes were full of confidence. If he had this skill, he could guard against being affected by the mind control skill like before. At that moment, energy surged through his body once more. Mana Detection D, proficiency, 0%. The mana in your body will form a perimeter, enhancing your mana sensitivity. Mana sensitivity is being etched into the user's body, but Sangjun feels discomfort, as if he's burning out. A blinding light fills the room, the energy surging for a long moment before finally subsiding. Sangjun slowly gets out of bed, eager to feel the changes in his body. He's a bit surprised by this unfamiliar feeling as he cautiously takes his first steps. Suddenly he stops, his eyes betraying some calculation, and in the next moment, Sangjun pours all his power into his legs. He stomps powerfully on the ground, and Sangjun's strength instantly floods the room. His eyes widen in shock, and Sangjin wonders if learning those skills also helped increase his physical strength. He was now incredibly excited, thinking he'd gotten a bargain when the system delivered a message. You can use necromancy to awaken a nearby corpse. The awakened being's rank will be proportional to the quality and quantity of souls used. Intrigued by the resurrection skill, Sangjun taps the option to learn more, but then has a change of heart. But he decides to try it out in the arena later. Sangjun sighs, placing his hands on his hips. He was incredibly conflicted. It was time to decide. San's eyes burned with determination. Should he challenge the next trial or return to Earth? Just then, an announcement rang out. A recruitment board for a crisis-level gate party appeared in the Great Cataclysm Memorial Plaza, seeking a tank. A rank or higher healer needed. The hunter has no party members and he's getting desperate. God, why can't I find anyone? Suddenly, someone approaches and mocks him. Still looking for party members, huh? He kept asking, why don't you hand over the gate pass? The man smirked. The pass will be revoked if you don't enter the gate within a certain time. Then why don't you earn some money and hand it over? The boy, annoyed by their presence, thought to himself, he's here again. How annoying. He reiterated, I told you before, I have no intention of handing it over. That damn thing. The man scoffed. Why do you think you haven't gotten a single party request around here? It's full of hunters. Looks like I have to be the bad guy again. He directly exposed the young man. Let me be blunt. You're just an E-rank. He's stunned by these words. Who would want to team up with trash like you? They all laughed at the guy, which stung. But he was right. Suddenly, someone spoke up, asking if there was still room in his group. His entrance turned heads and Sangyun presented his credentials. I'm Han Sangyun, a C-rank hunter. He frowned at the group. Is that good enough? Without a second thought, the young man agreed immediately. Yes, of course. Seeing this, the man immediately became irritated, saying, Hey, you nuisance. Are you blind? Can't you see we've been waiting? Sangjun, unconcerned, simply smirked and coldly retorted. If you're so annoyed, you should have joined Lee Chun-World's group, he shouted. What? You got a death wish? Furthermore, Sangjun glares daggers at him, demanding he remove his hand before he breaks it. John Q, intimidated by Sangjun's aura, fearfully complies. John Quinn wondered how his aura could be so strong. Was he also a Class C like himself? Just then, John W.'s companion egged him on, saying that his overwhelming aura was worthy of a leader. He immediately turned and glared at them. It wasn't me, you idiots. Then John W. coughed lightly, saying he'd let it slide this time since the association's people were waiting. To his comrade's surprise, he urged, You should consider yourself lucky. Let's go. Meanwhile, John W. was lost in thought. Why are you like this already? Cyan's sudden call startled him. Hunter Lee Chuan glanced at John W., suggesting that it seemed no one else wanted to join their party. Let's head in, he says, leaving John W. bewildered. John W. couldn't believe it, exclaiming that it was just the two of them. Then, Sun and he passed through the gate and entered. John W. warily surveys their surroundings, still in disbelief that they're actually inside. Sun reassures him, Don't be too afraid. I can handle most of the monsters in a D-rank dungeon. His words calm John W., who suddenly grows curious. Han Sangyun, this seems to be your first time entering a dungeon. Sunon was silent for a moment before confirming. Yes, he said, then paused in thought. Because the proving ground isn't a dungeon. John W. spoke hesitantly. What I'm about to say might be rude, considering we just met, but clearing dungeons is a matter of life and death, so I need to be clear. He posed a blunt question. Between E-rank and C-rank hunters, who do you think has a higher mortality rate? He fell silent after hearing the question, while John W. continued to ramble, mostly assuming that low-ranked hunters like E-ranks were more likely to die. But the reality is that C-rank hunters are more likely to die. He continued to analyze everything in detail, explaining that E-rank hunters know they're weak, so they're always overly cautious. Meanwhile, C-ranks are often overconfident, leading to a higher mortality rate. Like driving a car, the more confident you are, the more likely you are to crash. But John Gunn anxiously pointed out that the dungeon was more dangerous than he thought, adding hesitantly, And now we're going in without a tank or healer, so I'm even more worried about your overconfidence. Before John W. could finish, he was cut off. Yes, you're right. After a bit of explaining, he offered, Though I'm only an E-rank hunter, I have a lot of dungeon experience, so let me lead the team. All right, let's do it that way. Seeing this, John W. immediately bowed, thanking him for his consideration. Please don't be upset. This is all for both of our safety. With the agreement made, John urged, Let's move out. I followed, pondering whether to trust him for now. As soon as Joe W. saw the lizard men, he exclaimed, and you warily stared at it. They were known for their mastery of weapons. This isn't good. John Weya suggests I provoke it, drawing its attention. I want you to aim for its weak spot. Sang-gun followed his command. Okay. He silently decided to observe how the experienced hunters would handle this. At that moment, the ferocious lizardmen charged forward, and John W. rushed into battle as well. But instead of attacking, they just yelled, surprising Sion, who wondered as he swung his sword and shouted. Sun couldn't believe they were having a staring contest, and he wasn't happy about it. I only have 3 days, as this return to Earth is only temporary, and I don't want to waste time on some lizardmen near the dungeon entrance. So Sion walked forward, surprising him, and offered to let him take it down. John G., seeing this, quickly tried to stop him. Wait, it's too dangerous. But Sang-Jun ignored him and charged ahead. With a burst of speed, Sang-Yun obliterates the lizardman, leaving John W. stunned. Sang-Jun, watching the creature disintegrate, said, I intervened because I was in a hurry, so please understand. John W. was stunned for a moment before speaking. I see, I understand. That should work. You have an opinion, and I have a proposal. Can I speak? He immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, he could say anything. A moment later, Sang-Yun pointed to himself. I hope to lead the team from now on. Then, as more lizardmen appeared, he fearlessly charged forward, easily eliminating them all. They tried to ambush Sang-Yun, only to see him leap from the ground, dodging the lizardmen. Sang-Yun descends from above, eliminating the creature, leaving the other stunned by his display. Jong-gu watched Sang-Yun with admiration. This was a one-sided massacre, but he didn't stop there, continuing the slaughter of the lizardmen. With each swing of his sword, Sion effortlessly eliminated them. He was stunned by what he was witnessing, perhaps even a fight of a rookie superstar. Then, Sang-Jun stabbed his sword into the lizardman's head, retrieving a mana core. Meanwhile, the system announces that the mana core extracted from the lizardman's heart is very useful in alchemy or crafting, and Sion fills his pack with mana cores. He spoke with a hint of guilt, apologizing for only being able to carry things and not help more. John Wee assessed the situation, saying, based on the loot we have here, there's almost nothing left. He replied, unaware of the lizard man attacking from behind. As for loot, Sang-Jun narrowly dodges its attack, quickly spinning around to counter. Sang-Jun unleashed a blow that sent the lizardman flying headfirst into the cavern wall. Debris rained down as he instinctively raised his arms to shield his head. After defeating the lizardman, he instructs, let's talk about this after we get out. It could be dangerous if we lose focus. John W., eyes fixed on Sionin, declared, I'm sorry, but of course I'll do my best to protect you. Then a system notification appeared. You have absorbed the soul of the lizardman. Your proficiency has increased by 0.7%. You have absorbed the soul of the lizardman. Your proficiency has increased by 0.7%. Sang-Yun absorbed the soul, thinking to himself that he would absorb the souls while pretending to yawn. Suddenly, he realized that a 0.7% increase in proficiency would be difficult with D-rank monsters. Soon, Xun and he arrived at a large cave, surprising John W. To reach the boss room with just the two of us. So this is the boss room door. Suddenly, he felt excited. He hadn't expected to challenge a boss. Clearing half the dungeon was already a success. John W. looks to him, but for this man, clearing the dungeon is entirely possible. Now, Sang-Yun turns and asks, so I want to enter the boss room. What about you? He immediately agreed, replying, of course. But don't you need to rest? He quickly replied, no, I'm fine. And so Song Chan-gun went inside with him. Then let's go. Soon the two arrived before the Lizard King. He couldn't help but marvel it was indeed the Lizard King. John W. wondered aloud. What's your plan? Sunun asked calmly. Oh, wait here? He exclaimed in disbelief. What? Wait a minute. Don't you have a plan or something? Meanwhile, the Lizard King charges in with his sword. He smirks, unfazed. Not exactly. A monster charged from afar, and Sang-Yun was shocked by its incredible speed. So he retreated, dodging its attack. Sang-Yun sensed that its incredible speed didn't match its physique. Undaunted, Sang-Yun circles behind the monster, believing his swordsmanship can keep pace. But the creature retaliates with a swift tail strike. Unable to defend in time, Sang-Yun is thrown backwards as Chua cries out in worry, Mr. Sang-Yun! At that moment, he calmly kicked a large boulder away, and as Sang-Yun safely returned, the system announced that the soul had absorbed the user's damage. Suddenly, he smirks devilishly. Yes, it needs to be this difficult, at least for me to really test out my new skills. John W. breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were a goner. As the monster glared at Sia, he calmly remarked, but your chair is broken. Sang-Jun suddenly had a bad feeling. Why did this feel like a bad omen? Just then, the monster roared, exuding a terrifying aura, and Cyan was bound as the system announced the activation of the slow movement skill, reducing all movement by 25%. Sang-Ji-Eun quickly conjures a defensive shield, triggering a system notification. The Power Strike skill has been activated. The player has twice the magic energy of the slow movement skill user. All movement-slowing effects have been nullified, and the monster roars in anger. Now he's surprised, thinking he was a little unsure because it was a skill created from a combination, but it works quite well. While the monster glares murderously at Sang-Yun, suddenly John W.'s painful cry echoes in the cave. He's attacked, and can't help but groan. "Help me, Han Sang-Yun, I can't control my body," John W. pleaded, trembling. "Han Sang-Yun, help me." Its eyes changed as it spotted new prey, and he was shocked to realize it. Wait, the monster is now charging furiously toward him. Sang-Yun, enraged by its actions, shouts, "Hey, lizard bastard, I'm your opponent!" He used his fastest speed to chase after the monster, but he still couldn't catch up. "Damn it, I'm too far away." Suddenly, Cyan's eyes turned red, summoning the dead, and zombies emerged to block the monster. They attacked with their weapons, but the monster instantly wiped out all the zombies. He wasn't too surprised by this. Of course, they stood no chance, but in that moment I created, Sang-Yun seized the opportunity to attack, triggering a system notification. The skill, Graceful as the Wind, has been stacked, increasing all movement speed by 60%. Current skill stack progress, 6 Saivne. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had saved him. As the monster fell, information appeared. The dungeon boss, Lizard King, has been defeated. The next dungeon boss will appear in 14 days. Then, a flurry of notifications appeared. Your stats have greatly increased from absorbing the Lizard King's soul. Strength increased by 1, agility by 1, stamina by 1, magic by 4, and endurance by 5. He was stunned by the information. You have absorbed all of the Lizard King's skills, including Spirit Eyes, and mastered its effects. In battle, you will be able to see your opponent's invisible attacks. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ujin yawned and lamented, "Besides the 3 gates opening at once, nothing special is happening. How boring." Ujin turned and asked, "Nothing noteworthy happened, right?" His subordinate confirmed. "Yes, nothing at all, Captain." He absorbed the information, pondering that normally, after the Pioneer Party cleared part of a gate, the association's cleanup crew would soon arrive to finish the job by defeating the boss. Ujin sat there muttering, "We're from the same association, so why don't we get any commissions? Those lousy raid teams, I'm so jealous." But he smiled gleefully. If the raid team cleared the gate in one go, his management team would get a bonus. Suddenly, Ujin calmed down, closing his eyes in thought. That's only possible if they have an A-rank hunter, and it's crazy to think there's a high-level hunter here. Just then, Seun and John W. returned to everyone's surprise. His subordinate loudly announced that the Third Gate's Vanguard team had completed the break and exited. Ujin turned in shock and asked, "It's done?" The crowd murmured in disbelief. "What? Only 2 people raided this dungeon, so they must have left after clearing half of it." The sight before him caused his eyes to widen in shock, because the space gate was changing color. Ujin was horrified. The portal turning gray meant the boss room had been cleared. A moment later, Ujin frantically ran toward him. He rushed up to Seun, demanding to know if the dungeon break was truly over. He glanced at Ujin and coldly asked, "Excuse me, but who are you to be asking me such a thing?" He then adjusted his clothes and introduced himself. "Please forgive my rudeness. I'm in charge of the gate that suddenly appeared in this park, the gate management team leader of the Hunter Association," he said, as John W. curiously asked if he was there to buy the gate's ownership. Ujin immediately confirmed this information. "Yes, we'd like to make you both an offer." But before he could finish, John W. interrupted. "Then that's not something I can decide," Ujin blurted out in disbelief. "What?" He was stunned by the explanation. "Shan Han Cyan cleared this dungeon alone," Ujin says in shock. "If he did it all alone, he must be a high-ranking hunter." Sayun immediately denied it. "It doesn't matter that I'm not a C-rank hunter, so why don't we get down to business?" He cut to the chase, asking how much he wanted for the gate's ownership. After speaking, Sang-Gyun secretly calculated in his head, revealing that he came from the Tower of Trials would only complicate things. Composing himself, he said, "If you want me to be blunt, the UN Gate management team offered $1 billion for it. I can't believe it. $1 billion? Elsewhere, a heavy stack of books is placed on a table as Hyen pants, muttering about how tired she is. "After returning from the tower, I've been working non-stop." Just then, a sound startled her. Hyen grabs her phone, wondering who's calling so late, then stares in disbelief at the screen, remembering the challengers and her difficult task. And what's worse, The people I've found all chose the easy difficulty in the Tower of Trials. It's not enough to satisfy my superiors. Then, looking at the street below, she wonders what he's up to. Remembering Sang-yun, who was so strong he cleared the 4th floor on his own, Hans Gyun. Hyeon suddenly regretted not making him an offer back then, just as a sound startled her. Hyeon pulls out her phone, wondering, who's calling at this hour? Then she's stunned by a message on Hans Gyun's phone, the one she met on the 4th floor. Lee Haeon, if you've returned, could we meet for a bit? On the screen, his account balance reads 19,291.6 million won. He wonders who sent it. Sangjun stares at his phone, contemplating his newfound wealth of nearly 1.3 billion, exclaiming in disbelief that it feels like a dream, and excitedly wondering if he should buy a house. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Haeon entered the shop. Seeing her, he called out, "Sai Haeon is here." Haeon smiled at Sang-gyun, who wondered if she had rushed over. As Haeon approached, he spoke up. "Could you spare a moment?" But before Sang-gyun could finish, she cut him off. "Mr. Sang-yun, you didn't even reply to my message," Haeon asked, annoyed. "Do you know how long I waited for your reply?" He apologizes. "I'm sorry about the messages. I'm not interested in that sort of thing, so I must have missed them." She points to Sion and requests, "Then buy me a coffee and a cheesecake." He quickly agreed to Haeon's request. "Okay, deal." "Of course." Soon the coffee arrives. Her curiosity piqued, she asked, "Have you stopped climbing the Tower of Trials?" "No, I'm planning to get back to it. Actually, I contacted you because I have a request." Haeon was surprised to hear him say that. Sang-yun hesitated for a moment, then continued. "I need to join a guild, one that will allow me free access to the Tower of Trials and dungeon raids. Now tell me your conditions. First, the right to refuse guild summons. Second, the guild will not interfere with my activities inside the tower." Sionin continued. 3. The right to use the guild's dungeons whenever I want. Would any guild even agree to these conditions? He spoke, then realized the atmosphere had shifted. Had he asked for too much? But then, Ion suddenly spoke, startling Sangjun. She bluntly states that the conditions he named are impossible to fulfill. From the guild's perspective, they would gain nothing from him. He also felt that he had asked for too much. "It seems that I asked for too much." Suddenly, Sion was stunned as Haeon took his hand, gripping it tightly as she pleaded, "Please, join my Silver Lily Guild. I'll make your impossible conditions possible." Later, Sang lies on the roof of a bus, breathing in the air, chuckling to himself, happy that raiding the dungeon, selling items, and even joining a guild actually worked out yesterday. Sangjun then pondered seriously, realizing there was still one thing he had to do to join the guild. He recalled Haeon telling him to clear a C-rank dungeon himself, which he needed to do to get his demands approved. The guild's dungeon access can't be given to just anyone, Haeon analyzes seriously, meaning only a select few can benefit from the Silver Lily Guild's dungeon. He must be a rising star or a challenger with the skills the guild desperately wants. Sangjun boldly suggests they prepare a C-rank dungeon for him to clear solo. She firmly grasps his hand, assuring him that she will make sure he doesn't regret his decision. As the scene shifts to Yu District in Banogyang, Chunbo Mountain, where Sionin calculates his warm-up run. So, bracing himself on the bus roof, Sangjun prepared to jump, then powerfully leaped off. Sangjun's speed catches everyone off guard while a spatial gate appears before Haeon. Just then, she politely spoke up. "Hello, I'm here to reserve a dungeon raid in 1 hour." When Haeon presented her card, the person in charge quickly recognized her as team leader Lee Haeon of the Silver Main Guild, right? He pointed to the nearby tables and chairs. "There's plenty of time, so you can rest under this tent for a bit." She replied, "Yes, thank you." Just then, Sun also arrived saying, "Lee Haeon, here I am." He exclaimed in surprise because Sangjun's speed had created a shockwave that blew away the tent. He quickly grabbed the tables and chairs saying, "I'm sorry, I ran so fast I caused a shockwave and you just stared silently at Sunan." Haeon was shocked. Could he really create such a strong wind just by running? After a moment, she spoke. "You're early." Sun Hyeon admired him, wondering if he was even human. Sangjun blankly says, "I have nothing to do," so now she points towards the spatial gate. "I've completed the legal procedures. Please let me know when you're ready." He immediately confirmed, "I don't mind if we start right now." Seeing this, Haeon entered with him, saying, "Then we'll begin this dungeon raid so you can prove your abilities." Sanyun was astonished by the scene before him and suddenly spoke, "Le Haeon, please signal me immediately if you think you're in danger." She calmly replied, "I'm fine." Sun was completely taken aback by her reaction, only to see Haeon raise her hand to touch her necklace. "I'm wearing an artifact that the guild gave me." It's an item that can create a shield, and although it's not very strong, it also has the ability to conceal. She continued, explaining, "Besides, if monsters notice me, I can evade them on my own. I think I should keep my distance." Hearing that, he remarked, "Sounds good." Song Sanjiun quickly rushes forward, thinking that he can now fight without worrying about her. At the same moment, the system announced that the Spirit Eye skill had been activated, leaving him astonished. Could this be the skill he absorbed from the Lizard King? At the same moment, Sangjun sensed something was wrong and couldn't believe he could perceive invisible enemies. This is the power of Spirit Eyes. Something is rushing towards them from afar. They're getting closer to Sun, and he reacts quickly as a monster lunges, its sharp teeth bared, ready to devour Sangjun. Ion was shocked by the scene before her, deadly, poisonous monsters in a C-class dungeon. And seconds later, she screamed in terror. Han Sion is cautious, realizing this is an unusual dungeon, but he swiftly attacks the monsters, obliterating them in an instant. Ion couldn't believe her eyes, thinking this was impossible. This wasn't normal. In an instant, she rejoiced, thinking, "I knew it." My decision was right. Amidst the golden rice fields, Sangjun relentlessly slays the monsters emerging from the gate. His sharp strikes swiftly felled each monster, Sangjun's blade unleashing a burst of brilliant golden magic. He frowned, his eyes flashing with a determined, thoughtful glint. He'd almost forgotten he possessed lightning powers. They were so rarely activated. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Sion, roaring and drooling as it lunged toward him, but Sangjun swiftly grabbed its tail. He gains momentum, running forward, ready to slam the monster down. In an instant, Sangjun hurls the monster, cracking the ground upon impact. Having finished the job, he turned around, waving his sword-wielding arm to signal Heian in the distance. "I've cleared this area. Hey, Ion, you can come over now." She was stunned by his power, marveling inwardly, unable to believe he could take down the boss room in under an hour, and solo, no less. What surprises me even more is that this is an unusual dungeon. The monster with the bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs roars terrifyingly. A venomous fiend is not a monster to be trifled with. And there stands Sun, silently before a pile of them, defeated. A poison ghoul is the kind of monster that C-rank hunters are advised to hunt in parties, but to take one down alone with such ease, Ion thought, watching his back as he headed straight into the gate. Han Sang-gyun will grow even stronger. She could sense he would soon surpass his current self. Magic flowed into him as the system notified him of his stat increases. Strength +4, Agility +3, Stamina +4, Magic Power +6, and Endurance +7, thanks to consuming all the possessed souls. Sangjun scanned the scene, assessing the situation. If that's all it is, the boss shouldn't be too dangerous. He stared intently at the ominous gate before him, announcing, "I'm going into the boss's room now." Sangyun and Han walked through a chilling, gloomy space, the only sound the rustling of leaves. She stopped, looked up at the sky obscured by branches, and spoke grimly. Hey Ion, walking behind, voiced his opinion, unaware of the light hurtling towards them. There's no way we could have sensed a monster this close. Sensing a great presence approaching, she looks up. His eyes widened in disbelief as the monster's arm slammed down towards Hey Ion, sending rocks flying. Danger, Sangjun swept her up just in time to dodge the attack. Hey Ion, still trying to process what's happening, stares wide-eyed at him as the monster opens its maw, forming a magical orb before unleashing a massive surge of energy towards Sangyun. Hey points at the monster, exclaiming in alarm, "Sangyun, behind you!" A moment later, where Sangyun and she had just stood, erupts in smoke, obscuring their vision. Suddenly, Sangyun appeared, carrying Hey Ion out of the smoke. He landed, kneeled slightly, and surveyed the scene, speaking grimly. "This is dangerous, so I hope you understand that I have to move us to another location without your consent." "Suts," Hey protests, pulling away from his arms. "No, I owe you." Sangyun stared into the gloomy smoke and continued. Then, the monster crawling beneath the ground comes into view. "I'll go and take care of it." She turned to Sangyun hesitantly, asking, "Do you want me to use an enhancement skill? We can confirm the skill later." He rose, gripping his sword, and firmly refused. Sangjun's eyes shone with determination. "I just need a moment." He leapt decisively toward the monster. Sangjun landed right in front of the monster, sending rocks flying. The beast's eyes widened as it roared at him. He crouches low, eyes blazing as the system displays. Instant acceleration activated. As the monster stomped the ground, the system chimed in, announcing that thanks to the unique effect of the CQ Plus speed boots, temporary acceleration had been enhanced. Sangyun steadies himself, lunging forward as a series of mechanical notifications chime. The wind-like grace skill has been activated, increasing all movement speed by 70%. Skill tree progress, 7 out of 7. In a flash, he kicked off the ground and charged towards the monster. Sangjun decisively darts past it, provoking an angry glare and a loud roar from the monster. Sangjun strikes like lightning, unleashing the 3-step slash. The monster writhed in agony as each strike landed. Its head slammed into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. With the matter resolved, Cyan casually raised a hand, as Ion watched his every move from a branch above. The Blue Flame Destruction Oma dungeon boss has been defeated. The dungeon will be locked in 3 hours. Her face glistened with sweat as she couldn't help but grin. Sunan stared blankly at the monster he'd torn to pieces, wondering, now I'm a little confused about who the real monster is. Did I cut it into too many pieces? Then he and Ion stepped out of the gate. She trailed behind, sighing in relief, and exclaimed, I didn't think you could clear a dungeon like this so quickly. Ion, with a smile, declared that he had passed the test and could now use the Silver Lily Guild's dungeons. Our guild isn't foolish enough to overlook someone like you, Sangjun, Sangjun replied, unfazed. That's good to hear. She turned to face the vast rice field, hesitating as she spoke. And on a different note. Ion thought of the system board with its 3 levels of difficulty. Easy, normal, and hard. When he was summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty he chose didn't matter much. She relays the rules of the tower to Seun. For those who scored well on the easy trials, the challenges will gradually become more difficult. Conversely, those who chose the hard level can switch to easy if their score isn't good. Hyon's eyes droop as he enters the fray, his absurd growth defying his top 50 tower ranking. This means Sionan frowned slightly, thinking of the countless monsters. According to her, his difficulty level could be deadly. Hyon's cheek suddenly flushed as she reminded him softly, so it would be best if you were a little more careful. I want to be with you and see you grow over the years. That evening, he sat on the edge of a tall building, lost in thought. Sangjun bit into the crisp red apple as the system's static broke the silence. You will return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes, he said, gazing into the distance with weary eyes. I've been quite busy these past 3 days, he thought with a faint smile. But thanks to it, my stats have increased quite a bit, and I've also gained some confidence. The time has come to return to the Tower of Trials. Sangjun smirked, eager to return to the tower. He's transported to a room with only a bed, hand tightening around his sword as the system asks, accept the 8th floor trial? Sangi frowns and selects a button on the screen, and new text appears. Please select a trial branch. Cipher. Combat. Raid. Sangjun was a little surprised, his eyes fixed on the system as he thought. Come to think of it, it did say there would be a branching system. He decisively chose the middle option. Combat. Sangjun weighed the 3 choices and made his decision. If he wanted to increase the accuracy of his soul summoning, he needed to choose combat. The system displays his choice. Challenger Han Sangyun has chosen to focus on combat in all personal trials. You cannot change your selection once it's been made, Sangjun thinks to himself. Not that I was planning to change it anyway. He paused, his eyes widening in surprise. This is the system's assessment of Hansen's vanguard potential, and other notifications followed. An in-person conversation with a manager is about to begin. Sangyun wonders who this combat specialist manager could be. A manager? His body is enveloped in spiritual energy as the system reports the search is complete. A conversation with the Iron-Blooded Tyrant's manager, a combat specialist, begins as Sangyun braces himself against the sword-ridden snow. He looks up, exhaling a frosty breath, wondering, system notification. You have entered the world of Iron Blood. Sangyun looked at the swords piercing the snow, confused. The Iron-Blooded world? His eyes glowed as he activated his ability, the Eye of Truth. The system displays a message. The Eye of Truth skill has been activated. The Iron-Blooded world is a special place where the Iron-Blooded Tyrant Administrator resides, and uninvited guests are forbidden. Sangyun smirked, intrigued. So there are things like this, huh? He paused slightly, reading the system message that had just appeared. The Iron-Blooded Overlord felt insulted by someone's search. Sangyun was astonished, wondering, can an administrator convey emotions through messages? He turned around, and a sword enveloped in crimson magic struck his eyes. Sangyun watches as the system message changes, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant Administrator telling him to stop wasting time and follow the sword. He somberly watched the sword fly forward, and then Sangyun followed its lead, step by step. He slowly departed, blending into the cold, snowy landscape. Sangjun stopped, exhaling a cloud of frosty breath. Before him stood a house with a bright light hanging above the door. Sangyun pushed it open and stepped inside. He stared in surprise at the mechanical announcement. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator is watching you. Canaria sat in a chair before the fireplace, smiling directly at Sanjun. Welcome. You've finally arrived. Welcome, Pioneer, she said grimly. I am the administrator in charge of your audience. The iron-blooded tyrant. Canaria rested her hand on her thigh, elegantly crossing her legs. Sangyun stared intently, internally noting her beauty, but reminded himself not to take his eyes off Canaria, who was radiating magic. In reality, she's the administrator of the Tower of Trials. She brings her face close to Sangyun's. He watched Canaria's every move, utterly bewildered, wondering when she had changed, as he hadn't taken his eyes off her. She reached for a bottle on the shelf, saying, I wondered what kind of monster you were, but you just look ordinary. Sangyun stared at Canaria's back, stunned, and asked, You know me? She casually replies, Of course. Your battles have left quite an impression on me. He follows up, probing, You've watched my tower trials up until now? Canaria calmly pours wine into her glass and replies, I only know the end result. Observing the challenges below the 8th floor is impossible. Sionan frowned, confusion swirling in his mind. Even an administrator like her can't observe it? Tilting her glass, she said, Judging by your expression, you understand. Administrators aren't all powerful gods. We don't rule the tower. He hesitated, then asked, Then what are you? Canaria took a sip of her wine and replied, Instead, the administrators are merely subordinates of the tower, so you don't need to be afraid. Sangyun was silent at her declaration. As long as he was subordinate to the tower, he couldn't harm her. Canaria glanced at him and spoke indifferently. Let's just drop this little matter. Having a private audience is a privilege for you. If you're curious about something, ask whatever you want to know. Sangyun pondered this. A perk, was it? I certainly didn't sense any hostility from her. Then he cut to the chase. So, can I ask what this private audience is? Kanar calmly explained, A private audience, as I said, is a privilege granted to pioneers. You can ask the administrator any question and receive an answer without using a question ticket. Hesitantly, Sangyun frowned, recalling the doppelganger challenge he'd faced. On the 5th floor, I was almost killed by a challenger from another world. How did he get to my floor? Can he invade any floor he wants? Hearing that question, Canaria raised her glass, a leisurely smile playing on her lips as she replied, There's no particular reason. She glanced sideways, her voice turning somber as she continued. When you invade another world's floor, you can not only take the rewards from it, but also receive an even greater benefit. Challengers from other worlds have often been in the tower for decades, so defeating them yields a great reward, she elaborated. And the tower of this world will one day merge with the tower of another world, he asked, surprised. What do you mean? Kanar casually replies, That's what I mean. She recalls the lines corresponding to the levels, exclaiming that after 20 floors, there will be combined trials instead of individual ones. Those lines represent the stages of the trial, the Earth Dimension trial. Invasion from another dimension, invasion from another dimension, invasion from another dimension. Kanar explains further that he will face false challenges from other worlds, and Sangyun realizes that they are trying to take down future opponents early. She gently places her glass on the table and asks, Is that all you wanted to know? He hesitated, then spoke. I have one last question. Sion's eyes spark with curiosity as he asks, What is the Tower of Trials? Canaria quietly lowered her head, lifting her foot slightly as she responded helplessly. I wish I knew that too. Sangyun, seeing Canaria's contemplative face, asks in confusion, You're an administrator and you don't know. Her eyes reflected her past self as she explained, Administrators were once challengers who died after the 14th floor, granted the privilege of resurrection and becoming administrators. Canaria, covered in wounds with red liquid dripping from her head, says, I once wanted to climb to the top of the tower, but I couldn't. Not just me, but all the administrators who died couldn't reach the top. That's why we became administrators. Sangjin clenches his fist, his voice strained. So, were the administrators originally just ordinary challengers? He looks down, sharing his thoughts. I had hoped to learn about the tower's summit. Canaria scowls, glaring at Sion, then grabs his neck and slams him into the door. Canaria's eyes flashed with fury as she glared at Sangyun, spitting out each word. The top of the tower is not something you can speak of so lightly. He's taken aback by her over-the-top reaction as Canaria smirks at Sion's expression. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you afraid? He asked with a carefree expression. You said this parley would be beneficial, but I don't sense any murderous intent from you. He was thrown outside, bracing himself against the snow as the door shattered, and Sangyun raised his sword, meeting Canaria's gaze with determination. I won't be so easily taken down. Canaria's laughter echoed through the frozen landscape as she excitedly told Sangyun, This is the first time I've seen someone break into an administrator's house. He frowned, silently awaiting Canaria's next words, but this had already convinced evil. She somberly calls out Sangjun's name, Challenger Han Sangjun. His face went blank at Canaria's offer. I want to propose a master-disciple contract with you. Emerald lights from the system panel appear. You are now entering the 8th floor's hall. Sangjun was moved to a soft bed, his eyes wide open, staring straight ahead. Sangjun quickly sat up and demanded, "The exclusive store." The system immediately displays, "The contractor's exclusive shop." There are 1,000 skill classifications, available classifications, item classifications, contractor iron-blooded tyrant. He marvels that he actually signed a contract with an administrator. Sangun recalls Canaria raising her hand, creating a stream of magic, and producing a scroll declaring she couldn't miss a seasoned challenger with courage. The system board displays each line in rapid succession. Will you accept this sponsorship contract? Contract agreed. A contractor's exclusive store where special point products are used will be created. All stats will be increased by 1 due to the contractor's bonus. She smiled brightly and said, "How delightful, Pioneer. We'll meet again soon." Sangun quickly taps a button on the screen, opening the exclusive store's available categories, and the system displays a list of items. Category list 1/3 available, Serene Mind C rank available, Iron-Blooded Soul A rank available, Ice Emperor D+. Sangjun pondered, realizing there were tiers to the availability store. He kept his eyes glued to the screen. Serene Mind C available, Iron Blood Soul A available, Ice Emperor D. Sangjun wondered if the exclusive perks he got on the 8th floor were any different. He glanced at the page numbers on the screen, thinking, "First page, let's see the next one." The system flashes an error. You do not have permission to access the second page of availabilities. You will be able to access the second page in the 10th floor lobby. Sangjun was stunned. What? So I can only see 3 availabilities right now. Each item, its price, and its use appeared on the screen. Stone Heart, 1,000 products. Description: no matter the situation, you can still make rational decisions. The duration of emotional effects like anger and hesitation is halved, and combat coordination is increased. Iron Blood Soul A rank, 6,500 points. Description: a soul born from a king who has run out of blood and tears. Weapon-based skill proficiency is increased by 2.32 times, and all new weapon-based skills gain 10% proficiency. Available, Ice Emperor D+, priced at 800 points. Available description acquired by the rulers of the North. In cold environments, stats will temporarily increase, and you will not feel the cold. Sangyun rests his hand on his chin, eyes darting around as he contemplates. This is tough. Should I save my points and wait? He decisively taps the screen with his choice. No. Then, the system quickly announced its availability. The Stoneheart skill has been purchased, deducting 1,000 points, and it allows you to make rational decisions in any situation. The duration of emotional effects like anger and hesitation is halved, and combat coordination is increased. Sangjun imagines himself clinging to a mountain with a severed rope. This ability will allow him to make rational decisions in any situation. With a mind like stone, he clings to the cliff face, knowing it's better to increase his odds of survival as his floor could be invaded at any moment. As the system prompted him, "Do you accept the trial of the 8th floor?" Sangjun headed straight for the gate. Then a series of mechanical beeps echoed. The trial of the 8th floor will now begin. Difficulty: hard. The trial's theme is destruction, and the condition for completion is to defeat the summoned undead. Failure condition: the challenger's death. Reward for completion: all stats +2. Penalty for failure: Sangyun is transported to a smoky wasteland, his eyes scanning the monsters below. What is that? How can it hit so many? Sangjun surveys the skeletal soldiers below, his voice grim. Is their strategy to overwhelm the enemy with numbers? He stared at them coldly and then said, "Let's begin." As quick as lightning, Sion hurtles downward, kicking off the ground to propel himself upward. Sangyun descends, his aura scattering the skeleton soldiers, and rises amidst the tension. Instantly, the skeletal soldiers charged at Sangjun, weapons raised, but he stood his ground, arms wide, ready to meet their blows. Sangjun frowned, sighing, muttering that he couldn't even get past the monsters inside. Immediately after, he threw a punch, sending the bone soldiers flying. But these skeleton soldiers are too weak. The system keeps popping up, showing proficiency increased by 0.08. Proficiency increased by 0.08. Proficiency increased by 0.08. Proficiency increased by 0.08. Sangjun's face grew weary. Only 0.08%. Compress it more. Each strike directly targets the bone soldiers, triggering system alerts. Proficiency increased by 0.08. Proficiency increased by 0.08. Proficiency increased by 0.08%. Proficiency increased by 0.08%. Sangyun clenched his fist, ready to attack, telling himself to forget about increasing his proficiency as it wouldn't matter much in this trial. He was startled by a deep, angry voice. "Who dares disturb my sacred grounds?" Sangjin spun around, searching for the source of the voice. His eyes scanned the distance. Did that voice come from over there? Sanjin's face hardened as he raised 3 fingers, gathering dark magic to absorb the dead. The system interface appears, indicating that he has absorbed the skeleton soldiers. You have possessed and absorbed skeleton soldiers. Soul occupancy, 430. Sanjin commands a skeleton soldier to pick up a large rock. It then mercilessly smashed the rock into another's head as he watched with a hint of admiration. I never knew skeleton soldiers could be so useful. Sangyun rubbed the back of his neck, watching the skeletons fight. Now, I'll leave this place to my underlings and go find the boss. All movement speed increased by 60%. Current skill accumulation progress, 6-7. Due to the special effect of the C+ Swift Boots, your speed has been temporarily increased. Sangyun soared past the skeleton soldiers, escaping them in a flash. Sangyun gazes into the distance, his eyes widening as he intently watches and mouths the words. Then, he charges forward. A crowned skeleton soldier appears, and Sionin digs in his heels to stop, a grin spreading across his face. "Found you." The crowned undead fixed its gaze on him, voice laced with malice. "A lowly human dares trespass on my sacred land. You will pay dearly." Suddenly, giant monsters appeared from the sky, screeching wildly as Sanjin looked up, assessing the newcomers. It's on par with the sand golem. The arrogant skeleton soldier looks at him and bursts into laughter. "Now do you understand what land you've stepped into?" Sangjin suddenly declared. "Whatever," he exclaimed boldly. "Couldn't you have summoned someone stronger?" He was taken aback by Sangjin's words. "What?" He smirked, drawing a sword from the system. "If that's all you've got, I'll be sorely disappointed." Enraged, the skeleton soldier pointed at Sion, yelling, "You crazy bastard! These guards are more than enough to tear that arrogant mouth of yours." Immediately, the 2 monsters charged towards him. Sangjin's eyes gleam as the system triggers instant acceleration, his blade flashing past the 2 monsters as he charges toward the skeleton soldier. It panicked to see Sanjian standing right in front of it. What? Quick as lightning, he struck, sending the skeleton soldier crashing to the ground, and the system screen appeared. Proficiency increased by 1.2%. Proficiency increased by 1.2%. Sanjiun grinned, placing a hand on his chest in contemplation. And it really increased his proficiency a lot. The skeleton soldier pushed himself up, asking cautiously, "Where did a monster like you come from?" To the undead, Sangyun was a terrifying monster, an enigma demanding explanation. He glanced at the skeleton soldier, then raised his sword high, sealing its fate. "Now let's end this." Sun's eyes widened as if noticing something. He stared intently at the book on the ground, pondering. With this, the undead could summon any monster at will. Then, with a sinister grin, Sionin schemed. Why not make him his slave? The skeleton soldier panicked at his terrifying gaze, and Sangjun suddenly asked in a cold voice, "You can summon other skeleton soldiers, right?" It cautiously asks. "Why are you asking me this?" He approached the bone soldier, coldly declaring, "If you can't, then this ends here." The bone soldier reached out, trying to stop him. "Don't come any closer. Get away." Sangjun continued to interrogate. "When can you summon a guardian monster?" Terrified, it replies, "When a sentry dies, I can summon one a few minutes later." He issues his command. "Then summon one right now." The skeleton soldier hastily agreed. "Fine," Sunwoo said coldly. "Do it," it asked, confused. "Why, they can't even fight you?" He glared at the skeleton soldier, raised his sword high, and threatened, "I'm tired of this. Should I end it now?" Terrified, it frantically flipped through the pages of its book, chanting, "I'll summon them now." The skeleton soldier casts a spell, summoning 2 monsters that charge at Sangjin, who swiftly slashes his sword, cutting them in half. The skeleton soldier hesitantly spoke. "This is enough, isn't it?" Sangyun glanced at him and replied grimly, "No, it's only just begun." He kicked the bone soldier, demanding it revive all fallen bone soldiers and summon more guards now. It shielded itself and complied. Yes, in an instant, a newly created monster is slain by Sun. One by one, they were cut down by his sharp blade, and another monster that approached was instantly sliced to pieces by Sun. The skeleton soldier screamed in agony. "How long must I keep doing this?" Amidst the dust and smoke, Sangyun strikes the monster, glancing at the skeleton soldier with a grin. Not until I say so. The monster throws a punch at Sangjun's position. His eyes flash with determination as he raises his hand. Taeyun and the monster collide, creating a powerful shockwave, and he swiftly climbs its arm, sword in hand. The system displayed that proficiency had increased by 1.2% as Sun sliced through the monster's head and it collapsed to the ground with a mechanical thud. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%, and Sangjun stares wide-eyed at the system as he's enveloped in an emerald light. The unique skill, Necromancy, has reached 100% proficiency and has leveled up. His eyes widened, a grin spreading across his face. His Necromancy reached C rank? Sangjun was slightly startled by the skeleton soldier's weak words. A crazed monster. Leaning against the wall, it unleashed curses filled with rage, claiming even demons would cower before him. "I'll curse you, even in death," the bone soldier gasped, struggling for breath. Sun observes him, noting the spreading cracks with each summoning. He's nearing his end. He glared at the bone soldier, raised his sword, and said indifferently, "I was going to use you a little longer." What a pity. Sangyun swung his sword, decapitating it in one swift motion. "Meeting you is making me sick with humanity." He raised his hand, absorbing the aura before the system screen. "You have received a reward, a mortal who surpasses even demons. Agility has increased by 1. You have absorbed the soul of the undead. Proficiency has increased by 17.4%. Following the notifications, a spatial gate appears. "Congratulations, you've completed the tower's 8 trials. All stats increase by 2 as a completion reward. You receive 30,000 points as a completion reward, and 700 items as a completion reward. You receive 300 items as a completion reward. Please proceed to the hall." The system displays a message. "You have entered the 9th floor lobby. The system has begun its completion, and the administration is ready to observe the trial process. Restrictions have been lifted. You may purchase C-rank skills in the skill shop." Sangyun stares at his stats displayed on the screen, along with Hansen's aura of the Overlord. Strength 67, Stamina 66, Speed 66, Magic 63, Resistance 63. Unique trait, Necromancy. Unique authority, Skill Synthesis. Authority, Serene Mind, C-. Select a skill for more details. The system displays. Unique trait, a Necromancy. Proficiency, C, 0%. The basic effect allows you to absorb the souls of corpses, enhancing or restoring your stats and mana, and as an added bonus, there's a 20% chance of acquiring a skill from the soul. Additional effect 4, you can protect your body by using souls. However, the number of souls consumed will be proportional to the usage time. Additional effect 5. When you absorb a skill from a soul, the skill's proficiency is inherited from its previous owner. Furthermore, a line on the system screen caught Sanjun's eye. Additional effect 3, when you absorb a soul, there's a 20% chance to acquire one of its skills. He pondered. The probability of absorbing skills had also been clearly indicated. Sangjun waved his hand, muttering, "Although the trials on the previous 8 floors ended a bit blandly, that doesn't mean the 9th floor will be the same. I need to prepare thoroughly for this floor." He eyed the dagger that had appeared in his hand, considering whether he could use it a bit more, but his defense skills were still lacking. The system displayed the function, describing the Hunter D-grade dagger skill at maximum proficiency. A dagger skill that allows hunters to operate efficiently. Effect. When using a dagger, cutting power increases 2.5 times, and dagger proficiency also increases. Sangjun didn't take his eyes off the screen as he pondered. "My dagger skill is maxed out. Now I need another sword skill to replace it." Following the announcement, he touched the system, opening the skill shop. Skills available for purchase appeared in a list, and Sangjun frowned in contemplation. "There are very few sword skills that I can use," he says with firm resolve. "If that's the case, then I'll just have to create my own." The system continues to notify him. "You have purchased Basic Swordsmanship E. 25,000 points have been deducted. Basic Swordsmanship E, proficiency 0%. Description: a sword technique containing the basic theories of swordsmanship. Your fundamental understanding of swordsmanship will increase, and the slashing power of your equipped sword will increase by 1.5 times. However, the increased sword/slash power won't stack with other weapon skills." Sangyun pondered. "The basic swordsmanship skill enhances all sword-related skills." He pondered before the 3 system screens, calculating in his head. "To level up the hunter's dagger skill with the skill synthesis authority, I need to know the compatibility when merging with my existing skills. Basic swordsmanship is the most compatible, it seems." Sangyun immediately taps the screen to make his choice. Hunter's dagger skill S and basic swordsmanship E-. You have selected these 2 skills. The fusion materials are of uneven levels. The synthesis will focus on the hunter's dagger skill. The synthesis process will focus on the hunter's dagger skill, with a current synthesis success rate of 75%. Do you agree to merge? Yes. No. A blinding light appears before him after the system notifications. You have successfully synthesized a skill. A new skill has been created. Lines of text appeared on the screen, announcing the creation of the Demon Hunter C-rank skill, leaving Sun speechless. Demon Hunter. The system displays a skull along with a list of effects. Demon Hunter skill C rank, proficiency 0%. Details: a swordsmanship skill for hunters, created to slay demons. The basic effect: all fundamental swordsmanship knowledge is enhanced. Also, the slashing power of equipped weapons will triple, but this effect does not stack with other skills. As an added bonus against non-human enemies, your attack speed will double. Sunun frowned, silently assessing the skill. My attack speed doubles against non-human enemies? Seems this skill is specifically for hunting monsters. He smiled with satisfaction. Skill synthesis was indeed a good thing. Sang-gyun holds 3 skill cards, wondering if he should merge the remaining skills since gambling is a crime in society. Sweat beaded on his face as he steeled himself. Just one more time. Sang-gyun stares intently at the system screen, deciding to check the skill compatibility and synthesis probability. A blinding golden light flashed as the system buzzed. Rapid recovery D, resistance to the laws of nature D, blood regeneration C, blood regeneration C, resisting suffering D, gray blood. B, the system displays. Gray skill. B minus proficiency describes an extremely powerful ability created by a mutated dragon mage. Effect: the user's regeneration is proportional to their tenacity, tripling when struck by physical attacks. Pain will be reduced by up to 40%, depending on the type of damage sustained. Sang-gyun raised his eyebrows as a drop of sweat slid down his face in bewilderment. The ability to instantly triple regeneration is already insane. But pain reduction too? He tightened his grip on the sword, muttering, I can't really test it with the Hall's recovery effect. Sang-gyun calculated that 100 points wasn't too much to lose at this moment. A series of system notifications appeared. The Hall's healing effect had been removed. 50 points had been deducted. Fatigue would accumulate, and he wouldn't be able to recover from physical damage. Sang-gyun clenched one fist and raised his sword, believing the barrier wouldn't activate since he'd absorbed the soul. He decisively slashed at his hand, thinking he'd test it out now. A cloud of dust rises before Sang-gyun as droplets of red liquid splatter from his arm. Sang-gyun repeatedly slashed at his arm until it fell to the ground, watching intently as it regenerated in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Sang-gyun's eyes gleam with admiration. Such an incredible ability. Even outside the hall, the regeneration is insane. He pulls down his sleeve, pondering that with a soul shield and overpowered regeneration, he really doesn't need anything else. Sang-gyun grumbled, deciding to wear this until it fell apart, since he liked it anyway. He scrolled through the system, wondering what hot topics were trending on the forum. Nothing of note here. Sang-gyun enters the dimensional gate without hesitation. Time is running out, but there's no need to wait any longer. The system notifications keep popping up. You have entered the 9th floor of the trial tower. Difficulty: hard. The theme of this trial is combat, and the time limit is 1 day. The condition for completing the trial: eliminate all monsters in the arena within the time limit. The trial is failed upon the challenger's death or time expiration. Reward for completion: obtain the Beast Sees Instinct skill. Penalty for failure. Startled, Sang-gyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he read each line on the screen. He warily eyed the figure before him, the system's warning ringing in his ears. Hansen's trial on the 9th floor was now extremely dangerous. A challenger from the Murim world has infiltrated this floor, and their trial target has been eliminated. Sang-gyun frowned, deducing that this hunter was standing atop the corpses of monsters, addressing him. So, you've finally arrived. Due to the new circumstances, the test objective has changed. With eyes closed and hands clasped behind his back, he solemnly declared, I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Eliminate BSH, the challenger from the Murim world. He frowned, tense at SH's question. What is your name? Cyan asked suspiciously. Why are you suddenly asking for my name? The old man calmly replied, because I've already revealed my identity. He fixed his sharp gaze on Sun Hyuk, cutting to the chase. You couldn't have come to my tower with good intentions. So what's the point of telling you? He coldly sneered, that's the bare minimum of courtesy between comrades, but it seems your mind is still quite narrow. Saul was speechless at S-Hawk's words, thinking to himself, I'm at a loss for words. Why are all the challengers from other worlds so bizarre? He conjured a sword in his hand and coldly stated, "It's useless to talk to someone who doesn't understand etiquette." Immediately, Sun Hyuk dashed toward Sangyun, creating even more swords with a swing of his blade. Sangyun watched as countless blades, controlled by S-Hack, hurtled toward him. The system notified him that his wind-like grayscale had been activated, increasing his movement speed by 30%, with a current stack of 3-7. Sangyun's eyes flashed with determination as he swiftly countered each blade, creating distance between himself and Sack. He drew his sword back, a hint of praise in his voice. "So, there are masters here, after all. Forgive me for underestimating you. Spare me the pleasantries. You're here to kill me and claim the reward. If that's your goal." Seonen's eyes turned bloodshot, his tone filled with disgust. "Why bother pretending? It's disgusting." Sun Hyuk retorts with a sinister glare. "Clearly, it's because you come from a world we've never seen." Raising his golden sword high, the hunter slowly lowered his blade toward Sun, uttering, "Farewell, nameless swordsman." He raised his sword to defend against the dark energy engulfing him, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he felt the pressure from the Black Hunter. His opponent unleashes a unique ability, Sword Light, blinding him for 5 seconds, plunging him into utter darkness. "I can't see anything. System displays information. Mana resistance skill activated." The blindness duration is reduced to 2.5 seconds. Sangyun cautiously raises his sword, thinking, "Excellent." The whirring of machinery continued as Keen Sight activated, allowing him to see attacks invisible to the naked eye. But Sangyun focused on what was ahead, unaware of the sword hurtling toward him from behind. He grits his teeth, narrowly dodging the blow, but is still grazed, splattering red liquid. "You've unlocked the blind dodge achievement. Agility increased by 2. Sangyun wields his sword, unleashing a sweeping strike that momentarily disperses the surrounding dark aura. The loss of sight from the unique light sword trait is over. Sanhak calmly puts one hand behind his back and raises the other, holding his sword high. The system announces the gray blood skill has been activated. Shiun, his face beaded with sweat, is relieved he almost got caught. Sanhak is somber as his technique is broken. "How did you know?" Shiun steadies himself, pointing his sword at him. The instant acceleration skill is activated. The graceful wind skill is activated. All speeds increase by 50%. And internal skill accumulation is at 5-7. He rushes towards Sack with burning eyes, unrelenting in his determination. He was taken aback by Seonen's attack, but quickly parried the blow. The two blades clashed violently, and Shiun drew his sword back, preparing another strike. He decisively raises his leg to kick towards SH, but he leaps into the air, dodging the blow, and brings his blade down towards Sun's leg. He quickly landed, twisting to avoid SH's attack, who then grabbed Sun's sword-wielding wrist. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked directly at SH's hand, and amidst the swirling dust, the two stood poised, locked in fierce opposition. Sun Hyuk senses the aura around Sion and remarks, "The dark magic you wield is quite peculiar." His eyes widened, filled with astonished contemplation. He really had improved, yet their stats remained the same. Without a word, Sangyun leaps into the air to attack, but a glint flashes in the old man's eyes as he aims his sword back, growling, "I won't hold back anymore." With the blinding skill activated, Sanhak's sword descends, and due to the unique nature of the light sword, you will be blinded for 5 seconds. Sangyun is once again plunged into darkness, cursing in the absence of light. "Damn it." He raised an eyebrow, activating a skill in the system. The mana resistance skill is activated, reducing blindness to 2.5 seconds. The clairvoyant skill is activated. Gritting his teeth, Sangyun raised his sword to defend against SH's approaching magic. His attack speed was increasing at an insane rate. Sweat dripped down his face as he realized an attack was bearing down on him, and after a mechanical notification, Sangyun raised his sword to block. The unique ironclad skill of the iron-forging B lineage is activated, absorbing 10% of physical damage, but his sword arm is severed as the system announcement ends, triggering pain resistance. Sangyun grits his teeth, glancing at his hand, wondering, ironclad couldn't block all of that. A black wall surrounding him fades away, revealing the hunter wielding his sword in front of him. The unique trait, Light Sword's blindness, has ended, and Sangyun digs his heels into the ground to regain his balance. He spun around, instinctively taking a few steps back, as the ground beneath him collapsed, sending him plummeting downward. San was also taken aback by the situation, then mercilessly swung a blow at the spot where Sionen had fallen. His severed arm had already grown back, and Sangyun regained his momentum, darting past the dark Sion. He turned to search for Sionen, who landed and bit down hard on his own arm. With a sharp gaze, SH grimly observes Sion, its dark magic again. I thought you were a skilled martial artist, but it seems you only know how to borrow techniques from others. Isn't your unique trait a skill you obtained from the tower? Every skill is displayed by the system, and the wind-like gray skill has been activated, increasing all speeds by 70%. Passive skill charge, 7-7. Shonen looks up at Seonak with disdain, calling him a hypocrite. He pointed his sword at Sungun mockingly, asking if he planned to use dark magic again, a swordsman relying on borrowed skills. But he didn't answer, instead raising his sword high and rushing towards Sunhak. He swiftly raised his sword to block Sionan's attack, exclaiming in surprise, "What is this?" His eyes flashed, and he uttered a chilling phrase. "Or perhaps you'll die by these borrowed skills?" Siang Hayat swung his sword, growling as he blocked Sun's attack. He reminisces about surpassing countless others, having conquered countless trials. Each drop of red liquid on his blade flows down, having annihilated challengers from thousands of worlds. Sun had imagined Earth to be a joke, especially those from Earth who were so weak they were called honeypots. Moreover, his unique light sword should have been enough to finish him in one blow, so Sun's powerful attack leaves Sanhak somewhat bewildered. This time should have been no different. He dodged, his neatly tied hair scattering with the movement. A stream of crimson liquid trickles down San's face, as Sun continues to relentlessly strike the air. The hunter stood with his back to him at a distance, as Sunwoo exhaled a long, relieved breath. Sunhai, his face a mess of wounds, gasped for breath, exhausted, and remained silent as the system notifications poured in. The White Crane Swordmaster is astonished by the young challenger, while the Northern Monster Administrator predicts your imminent defeat. The Night Ruler Administrator is intrigued by the young challenger, while the Black Island Hero Administrator is astonished by the challenger's skill. Sunhak's eyes flashed with hatred as he gritted his teeth, lowering his head and gripping the sword blazing with newly activated skills. The skill 1 arrow, 2 hits is activated, doubling attack speed. The skill Light Sword Energy is activated. The sword is enveloped in light energy. The skill Dangxium is activated for the next strike, doubling the sword's sharpness, and the skill Fairy Steps is activated for 1 minute, increasing movement speed by 2.8 times. With a sneer, Sanyan lunges towards Sun Hyok, taunting, "Didn't you look down on magic?" The system displays the penalty for invading the floor taking effect. All stats are reduced by 8. You cannot use some skills. The old man cursed inwardly as the mechanical voice droned on. The Twin Arrow skill is forcibly disabled, as is the Light Sword Energy skill. The system announces that the cooldown for the unique trait, Light Sword, is complete. Light Sword's unique trait is activated. Sun Yun surveyed the scene, realizing he was growing accustomed to the rhythm of battle, and activated his mind's eye skill. Seoich raises his sword high, advances toward him, and roars, "You demon! I will kill you!" A brilliant slash descends from above, towards Sangjun. He takes a defensive stance as the system announces that the 3-step slash skill is activated, enhancing his next 3 attacks. Sangjun's eyes blaze as he grits his teeth and charges forward, delivering a decisive blow. The murky darkness fades, revealing Sangjun and SH facing off. The unique light sword blindness has ended. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, his sword clattering beside him as he and Sunhayuk stood in silence amidst the dust and smoke. Then, Sunhayuk, eyes wide with disbelief, gasped. Impossible. He staggered weakly behind Sun, and the moment he regained his strength, Sanhak collapsed to the ground. Sun smiles faintly at the system's notification. Congratulations. You've cleared the 9th floor of the trial tower. Sun stood tall, collecting the remnants left by Shah, as the system announced he had absorbed the challenger Beach Sun's soul, increasing his abilities by 27%. Pleased with the result, he calmly muses, 27%. Huh, not bad. Then, a series of system notifications appeared. Congratulations, you've cleared the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. The rewards and difficulty of this floor are yet to be determined. The rewards are being reevaluated, leaving Sangjun to ponder this information. There was a similar case before. I'm worried about how the results will be evaluated. Before he could dwell on it, the system chimed in again. Evaluation complete, rewards being granted. The 6th Sense C+ skill has been created as a quest reward, along with 35,000 points, an additional 1,000 products, and teleportation to the Grand Hall. Sun focuses on assessing all the information he's received. A 6th Sense, huh? It seems my reputation is worth more than the basic monster instinct reward. With nothing left to do, he approached the portal, resolved, "Okay, I'll take a closer look once I get to the hall." Standing before the gate, a series of status notifications suddenly appeared before him. The White Crane Swordmaster is impressed by your battle, and the Northern Beast Administrator is going wild over your efforts. The Night Ruler Administrator is enjoying your performance. The Black Island Hero Administrator is cheering you on. His face shows a hint of surprise, followed by 2 announcements. The system is updating, and administrators can now observe the trials. He pondered this, recalling a similar message. Then, Sunjian smiled, feeling proud that most of the administrators who witnessed his fight were moved. Because if you look at it another way, it means they've acknowledged me. Don't get too excited, the Iron-Blooded Monarch interjected. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant frowns at the other administrators' reactions, reminding him not to be swayed by them. He looked helpless and replied, yes. Suddenly, the White Crane Swordsman speaks through the screen, requesting more authority over contractors in the exclusive shop. Do you agree? Sangyun's eyes widened in surprise, thinking of the White Crane Swordmaster's intentions. He looked doubtful, wondering what was happening. Are they doing this just to give me authority? Sensing his unease, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant offered an opinion. The Iron-Blooded Overlord Admin suggests you accept this authority, but you're still unsure if you can. Hearing this, she explained through the screen that the Iron-Blooded Monarch Administrator said they grant authority to gain favor with contractors. Sangyun couldn't stop thinking about her words. A favor? What good is receiving favor from those who have completed their trials? Dismissing the thought, he asks, so, you'll contact me at some point? Hearing this, the White Crane Swordmaster smiled, saying, wouldn't one time become many? Then, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant appeared to reassure him. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant admin says the given privilege isn't that great, so don't worry about it too much, but Sangyun is lost in her confusing explanation. So, it's not a good perk, but they want my favor. In the end, they just want something back after giving me something, right? With newfound clarity, he decided not to hesitate and tapped the screen before him. Thank you. A series of notifications then appeared, one after another. The White Crane Swordsman's authority has been added. The Swordmaster's Chi has been added to the Authority genre's exclusive store. As expected, the White Crane Swordmaster appeared and expressed himself. The White Crane Swordmaster is smiling, hoping you will remember his kindness. Sangyun replies, understood, I'll put it to good use. Finally, he steps out of the warp gate. The system window appears again, announcing his arrival on the 10th floor. The system has been expanded. You may now enter the common area. His eyes widened at the mention of a common area. Sangyun remained calm as he wondered if the administrators could observe what was happening. To save time, he spoke up to probe. Are you still watching? He was met with an eerie silence. Embarrassed by his suspicions, Sangyun cleared his throat when suddenly a system notification appeared, announcing the opening of the contractor's authority store. Type: Authority. List 1 of 3. Authorities: Mind of Serenity. C- Authority of Iron-Blooded Soul. A+, Authority of Ruler of Winter. D+, C+ Sword Energy Master, as if seeing the impossible. Sangyun stared at the information, then tapped the screen, which shifted to the introduction of the C+ Air Sword Master Authority, a 1,500 stone product description of sword energy that only top martial artists could use. It's the embodiment of power, stronger than a normal aura blade, and buying it lets you enhance weapons with mana, aura, or other energies. However, the mana consumption increases proportionally with the activation time. Sangyun, surprised by what he saw, thought to himself that he could transfer mana into his weapon and use sword energy. He marveled again, saying that they called it a common ability, but it seemed pretty good. Seeing the next number, he exclaims, I can see the next page. The next page in the system lists authorities. Page 2 of 3, Bone Regeneration C+, Bloodforged Sword A, and Death God Hand B. Next, a series of information is clearly displayed on the screen. C+ Bone Regeneration costs 1,500 points. Description: Bone structure is rebuilt to suit all martial arts and stats are doubled. Iron Blood Sword A costs 5,000. Description: You can summon a blood iron sword made of mana, but not your own. However, you can only summon one sword at a time. Necromancer's Hand B costs 2,500 points. It doubles the effectiveness of necromancy and dark magic, causes a slight debuff after damaging an opponent while holding an item, and displays all information, causing Sangyun to exclaim in awe, "These skills are amazing!" But reality quickly sets in, making him think hard. But with only 2,000 points in his account, his son has to choose carefully. The skills he needs to buy now are Bone Regeneration and Swordsman's Aura, one of these skills. Lost in indecision, he wonders which skill to choose. Should I earn more money? My hand moved as I thought about the old man Bi-sun I met on the 9th floor, who was also powerful. The thought spurred him into action, determined to acquire these skills so he wouldn't die like the others. The system confirmed the purchase. Sword Kai Master. Authority C+, acquired. Having spent 1,500 points, the Swordkai Master Authority has been activated. As the system announced this, a terrifying aura emanated from the sword in Sangyun's hand. He quickly took his stance, sword in hand, sensing 3 skills that used mana. But this one felt different. In that moment, he sensed the sound of a violent waterfall, then the gentle murmur of a stream. It all made him wonder. If the other skills poured mana into the sword like a torrent, this one was a soft, flowing stream. Sangyun's quick adaptation triggers a system notification. Sword Energy Master activated for 1 minute. Mana consumption increased by 2%. Swordkai Master has been active for 2 minutes. Mana consumption increased by 4%. Swordkai Master has been active for 3 minutes. Mana consumption increased by 6%. The constant notification surprised him as he calculated. Mana consumption increased by 2% every minute. So, it only takes 50 minutes to consume 100% of his mana. Now understanding how it works, the light in the sword in his hand gradually fades. A notification appears. He deactivates Swordsman Authority, realizing he needs to control his mana consumption when using it. Sun taps the screen, wondering, what about 6th Sense on the 9th floor? Information appears, stating 6th Sense skill. C+ proficiency is at 0%. Effect: your senses will be heightened to the point where you can use your 6th sense, meaning his senses will be improved. He stroked his chin, gazing intently at the screen, assessing. If his senses could reach such a peak, the benefits would be immense. Having decided to hunt, Gun stared intently at the word community on the screen, his expectations rising. Hopefully, someone will guide me in this new plaza. The system displays a notification. You have joined the community. Difficulty, hard. Floor 10, Community 721-1321. A series of messages appeared one after another. I am Suji. I've entered the plaza, and there are a ton of foreigners here. I guess this plaza is a common area for many countries. I'm here, but I have no idea what this place is. What did they create this for? Probably an area for people to trade. The first thing I heard was the automatic foreign language translation. How convenient. I think I just saw a Japanese S-rank hunter. What the hell? There's an S-rank hunter in the tower too. Crap. I trusted them. I thought I understood this place. But when I got here, I got a bunch of messages from the Vaughn administrator. How come you got so many and I didn't get any? You must be in District 347, he thought, just as he expected. I knew it. To understand the situation, Sun swiped his finger repeatedly as he thought. Arriving at the 10th floor lobby, he noticed something that made him pause. A message from the strongest swordsman. Arriving at the plaza, a strange foreigner offered to trade authorities with me, surprising me and making me wonder, authorities can be traded? While searching, Sangjun paused, intrigued by what he read. A place where you can see countless challengers and trade with the administrators. This amuses him, and he decides he should go there and experience it for himself. The system announces that you will be transported to the 10th floor Great Hall. At the same time, at the transfer gate, 2 people had just been teleported to a street where others were moving about, and the sight of the surroundings made him exclaim with excitement. So this is the plaza? He thought with an excited grin. I used the questionnaire to ask a few things. I'll go get as many benefits as I can and then come back. And so he nonchalantly began to move, unaware of the figure lurking in the bushes. Minujin, arms crossed, watching his every move with an intrigued smile and a knowing gaze. I believe these bastards are from South Korea, John Jin added. That's right, he's a rank A hunter from South Korea. I remember reading his file. Mujin's smile suddenly turned strange, laced with disgust. How annoying that they still think they come from a powerful country. Mujin's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he wondered, it's allowed to kill people outside the plaza, right? Meanwhile, he continued calmly down the path when suddenly a series of notifications appeared as the brown-haired youth was forced to the ground. His face contorted in confusion as his mana consumption hit 100% using the weakening light skill. Due to the terrifying special skill, all abilities are reduced by 20%. Due to the skill Horrifying Gaze, parts of the body are weakened, causing him to tremble. He trembled as he struggled to stand, gritting his teeth as he spoke with difficulty. His body tensed, and a sudden chuckle made him turn to see Mujin and his crew approaching, the source of his unease and confusion. Stop it, please. What are you doing? He sits down, facing him, licking his sword with a menacing look. I wonder what we're doing, too. Korean, you're from the Kingdom of Mighty Hunters, so you should know, right? He frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration, wondering, I'm dead. They're already looting me before I've even entered the trial. As the sword approached, a voice cried out, Please stop! Seeing things escalate, the girl beside him stepped forward to question them. People, are you even allowed to do this? If you don't stop, I'll report you to the community. Mujin frowned, annoyed, but quickly regained his composure, rising to respond. Is that so? Fine. Min revealed a sinister smile as she threatened them. If you take his place, I might consider stopping. He rested his sword on his shoulder and cut to the chase. If you abandon all your possessions, as I said, I'll let one of you leave. Faced with the menacing attitude of the three large men, she panicked and shouted, What are you talking about? Mujin, thrilled by her reaction, asks, Or should I do it myself? Sensing something behind him, he turned to see a hooded figure calmly passing by. Confused, he frowned and asked, Who the hell is that? Watching the figure walk away, he called out of curiosity, Hey, Black Hat. Xiun, hearing someone call out, turned around, removed his hat, and replied amicably, Were you calling me? Mujin confirms, That's right, it's you. But the three bandits' smiles twisted as they asked, You're also from the Han family? A dark aura erupted from the three of them, attacking San. Unmoved by their attack, he quietly says, I just wanted to be humble. Sangyun gently retaliates. A blue light enveloped him, and a series of notifications appeared. A powerful strike skill is activated, mana shield skill is activated, mana seal is lifted, the 20% stat reduction is lifted, paralysis is lifted. Sensing the shift, Mujin frowned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He drew the sword he'd just received from the system, and with terrifying power, Sangyun declared, You started this. Sangjun, ready to retaliate, rushes forward as the system activates instant acceleration. Mujin, sensing a formidable opponent, quickly retreats behind his two comrades. With blinding speed, Sion swept past them, shouting. Before the ice shields could react, they were struck, their faces frozen in shock. Not giving them a chance to breathe, Sion, fist-charged, lunged at his prey. He gently punched the wall in front of him, causing it to crack, and the brown-haired youth and the girl beside him turned to look, aghast. Behind the wall, Minnan witnesses the incredible transformation and recoils in fear as Sion's fist shatters the wall, revealing his powerful form. Seeing this, Mujin's eyes widened as he screamed in terror, Wait, I was wrong! He mercilessly pressed his sword into the man's throat, ignoring his pleas. Please, no. A system notification appears. You have absorbed the soul of player Hun Mujin. You have absorbed the souls of players Leon Jin and Nam Jun Hun. Proficiency has increased by 6.4%. The battle ends with overwhelming power. Now, only 3 remain on the forest path, when the girl beside them speaks up. I apologize. I should have been more helpful, but the battle ended faster than I anticipated. Hearing this, he reassured her, It's okay, you can go now. Don't worry about anything. She bowed to the two of them and indicated, Thank you. So, the brown-haired youth asked, Are you a strategist? Sangjun turned back and said, Let's just say I am, thinking to himself that he had always been in the top 10 anyway. Hearing this, the boy smiled excitedly and said, I understand. It's an honor to meet you. I owe my life to you. Thank you so much. Sangjin thought he only helped because he felt threatened, but replied, No problem. You can go now. He offered, Please, give me those corpses. Sanjun frowned, confused, and asked, Why? The brown-haired youth smiled. Since you saved me, if you give them to me, I'll give you something in return. He was a little taken aback by the offer. I'll give you a skill. He quickly activated it, creating a strange hole in his hand. Gluttonous, he absorbed the 3 bodies into his hand, wiping away sweat and smiling with satisfaction. Satisfied, he wondered, Is that a skill too? The brown-haired youth grinned, tapping the air. Then, I will grant you a skill as promised. The notification appeared, confirming the acceptance of the additional skill from the Gluttony Administrator. Iron Wings has been added to the skill section of the store. Sun smiles contentedly, overjoyed. He didn't expect to gain another skill, one that could create wings on his back, allowing him to fly. He could use it immediately if he bought it with a product, and he replied with anticipation, Thank you. He thought to himself that he would check it as soon as he returned to the waiting area. Now, even the screen is filled with lively chatter about the recent event, and the Swordmaster White Crane Administrator warns everyone not to approach his challenger. The Gluttony Administrator is angry about this lack of business ethics, while the Iron-Blooded Tyrant complains about the vagrants around the contract candidates. The Demonic Administrator watches the 3-way squabble, and Sun can't help but think how dramatic it all is. But inside, he was pensive. Seeing how they fought over the challengers, there must be something they wanted from them. All right, I guess I'll figure it out. And so, the two journeyed together along the path within the forest. Suddenly, the brown-haired youth turned to him, explaining that the public areas were divided into arenas, auction houses, and gambling areas, adding that there was some information that might be useful to him. He explained that the dimensional worlds known to be invading others are Ares, Murim, and Sion. the only three invading Earth's dimension. He then added that Ares valued the spirit of knighthood, and that the challengers in the Murim were quite similar, except for some who were more ferocious. Sangjun's eyes noticed something as he thought. So, the Dark Knight is from Ares, and the White Crane is from the Murim. The brown-haired youth then adds, I heard that Kali is home to elves, fairies, and beast people. Impressed by his vast knowledge, he exclaimed, You know a lot. He responded with a beaming smile. I learned about them from the questionnaires. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance to the public area. Seeing the bustling crowd ahead, the brown-haired youth exclaimed, Ah, we've finally arrived at the public zone. Sangjun was puzzled when he handed over a small piece of paper. It's not much, but here's my business card, he said, accepting the card. So you're the team manager for the Hunter Association's Challenger Management Team. If you're curious about anything, feel free to contact me. A system notification appears. You have entered a public area. Abnormal statuses will return to normal, and false challengers will not fight each other. As planned, the brown-haired youth glanced at him, saying, I was thinking of heading straight to the auction house. Sangjun nonchalantly replies, All right, I have somewhere to be as well. His companion, surprised, asks, Where are you planning to go? His eyes burning with determination, he replied, The arena. As he entered the room, the system appeared, welcoming him to the arena, where three angry young men were shouting, How could that bastard lose? Big loss, he lost again, and I gained a skill. He frowned as he looked at them and commented, This is an arena? Feels more like a sports betting parlor? The scene sparked a lively discussion among the administrators, with the Black Devil reminiscing about the good old days. Ironblood Tyrant turns away from the arena in disgust, while Swordmaster White Crane is thrilled by the atmosphere. Seeing the empty seat before him, Sangyun wondered if he could sit there. Etnan promptly plopped down. The system displays a notification. The arena system is activating. Choose between betting and fighting. Lost in thought, Sangjun felt unsure about betting and fighting, so he decided to tap the help button. The system explains that the arena is divided into two systems, betting and fighting. If you choose to bet, you can wager on the fighters. 2.1. You can lose or gain points depending on the outcome of the challenger you bet on. Taking a moment, he confidently guesses that everyone behind him is a gambler. The system further states, 3. If you choose to fight, you can battle other challengers for rewards. Once the match is confirmed, everyone's real name and ranking will be revealed. The match will only be confirmed once you've bet on a reward type, like skills, items, or authority. You'll receive rewards corresponding to the opponents you face. Once the match is confirmed, you'll be able to fight in the arena. The match ends if one person surrenders, and you'll be returned to where you were before the match. Having understood the rules, Sun figured he'd be automatically transported to the arena once the match was confirmed. But ultimately, he was only interested in the arena's rewards, items, skills, and authority. With that in mind, he confidently taps the screen, saying, Let's see if there are any rewards that catch my eye. Outside, a stir arose as the brunette girl spoke with admiration. Is that Catherine, the Hell Witch? The blonde guy next to her chimed in, equally astonished. Is that a famous American hunter? The monk behind him keeps chanting. The black-haired girl beside her was equally impressed, saying she'd never seen her in person before. Catherine sat in her seat, unfazed by the eyes on her, calmly tapping the screen in front of her, feeling bored. She wonders if no one challenges her because she's won too much. Catherine looks at her stats and thinks more people would challenge her if her match record wasn't displayed. Her basic info: Citharain Benet, USA region, ranked 6th. Swordstorm C+, skill reward, 17 wins. Her loss record was non-existent, and an understanding administrator appeared, a master of fire who chuckled that the others were just too pathetic. Catherine, her eyes still glued to the screen, replied, Yeah, I figured this place was full of cowards. Bored, she finds nothing interesting and decides to leave instead of wasting time. Suddenly, surprise flickered in her eyes as a challenge request appeared before her. Brief information about her opponent. Hanjin from the Korean region, ranked 3rd, Demon Slayer skill reward, C. Wins and losses unlisted. Catherine couldn't help but wonder why Han Sang-gyun had chosen her, despite her never having fought before. Seeing her mysterious opponent, she smiled excitedly, finding it all very interesting. Soon, Catherine and Sangjun faced each other in the arena as the system issued a notification. The match is confirmed. You are being transported to the arena. Catherine, in high spirits, declared, I admire your courage, but you should be more careful when choosing your opponents. He remained silent at her smug tone, as Catherine's body quickly ignited, ready to fight upon hearing the command. Hang Sion versus Catherine Bennett. The match begins, and she smirks, already tasting victory. Consider this a learning experience. Catherine raises her arm, the exchange complete. Fire blazed from her, forming a crimson fireball as she activated her authority. Flame Genesis. Sang-gyun remained unfazed as her fiery claws descended, launching the massive fireball towards him. He calmly dodges, but Cyan realizes it's redirected and chasing him. With unexpected speed, the fireball hurtles towards him, and Catherine, certain of victory, smirks. It's over. Suddenly, the system appears, activating his authority, Swordmaster. The fireball before him now faces a long blade. Sang-gyun effortlessly cleaves it in two with overwhelming power, the fireball exploding behind him, leaving Catherine in utter disbelief. Her seemingly fatal attack was nullified, making the arena even more captivating, and her face lost its initial confidence as she heard him respond. "A lesson learned," Sang-gyun said, excitedly pointing his sword at her. "I'll be sure to deliver it to you in the bamboo forest." In that peaceful setting, someone sat under the eaves, sipping hot tea, Sao Hua watching the arena battle unfold on a screen, focusing on challenger Han Sang-gyun. Witnessing the event, she exclaimed, "I can't believe you've already mastered sword energy." Sao Hua stroked the bird on her shoulder, feeling satisfied and resolute. Giving him a powerful skill was an excellent idea. From now on, I need to win him over faster than the other challengers. Then, looking up at the sky as if she'd seen the light, she thought, perhaps this challenger can resolve the grudges I cannot. Back in the fight, Sang-gyun battles with a serious expression, as Catherine attacks him with 3 fireballs at once. Seeing them coming, he leaps into the air, activating instant acceleration, the fireballs relentlessly following him skyward. Sunun powerfully cleaves each fireball in 2 with decisive strikes. Caught off guard, a flame erupts behind him, setting his cloak ablaze. Sensing something amiss, he turns back in disbelief. Sang-gyun quickly landed, eyeing the scorch marks behind him, realizing he couldn't maximize his cloak's potential without the wind's blessing. Giving him no quarter, Catherine relentlessly attacked with more fireballs, and believing she'd struck her mark, she gloated. "How much longer do you think you can last?" And with that, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs. The scene evokes strong reactions from the observing administrators. The iron-blooded tyrant is enjoying the flames. The White Crane Swordmaster has high hopes for you, while the Nightshade Demon Administrator laughs heartily. As he watched the flames, Sang-gyun continued to counter the fireballs by slashing them. The system announced 3 minutes since activating the Sword Energy Master skill. Mana consumption rate increased by 6%. He continues to fight back as the system continues to notify him. 4 minutes since activating the Sword Energy Master skill, mana consumption has increased by 8%. Sang-gyun frowns, realizing this endless loop is to his disadvantage. But then, a mysterious energy flows into his body. A series of notifications appeared, one after another, absorbing the Challenger B Sunhack's soul to permanently increase stats. Stamina increased by 2, speed by 1, strength by 3, mana by 3, resistance by 2, and one of Challenger B SH's skills has been absorbed. Gained Lightning Sword Kai B. The system states Lightning Sword Kai B has a B% proficiency, a divine skill of the Lightning Sect. The basic effect when using sword energy is that the sword will be covered in lightning. It cannot be used without sword energy. The additional effect when activated will enhance the sword energy, allowing the user to unleash a critical strike. He was a little surprised, thinking, oh, it's lightning sword energy, a critical hit? So, he can fire sword energy now? His opponent, the star-eyed Catherine, shouts a warning and prepares to attack, but he must think he has time to lose focus. Sang-gyun glanced up in surprise, seeing dozens of flaming arrows raining down upon him. It quickly descended with overwhelming speed, and he narrowly dodged the arrows behind him, but it seemed too late to avoid the 2 arrows above. So Sang-gyun confronted them head-on, decisively striking with one hand and catching with the other. As he dropped it, he switched to attack mode, activating Blood Rush. Sang-gyun watched the fireball hurtling toward him, raising his sword, a little apprehensive. This was his first time, so he didn't know if it would work, he thought, and an overwhelming power emanated from his sword. He resolved, how would he know if he didn't try? And with that, he slashed forward relentlessly. The system announced the activation of the Sword Kai Mastery perk, triggering the Thunder Sword Key skill. The slash flew straight toward the fireball before her very eyes, and seeing the attack's power, she quickly went on the defensive, shouting, "Endure!" Fortunately, the firewall appeared just as the slash arrived, and she barely managed to block the attack, resolving to counterattack immediately. Not giving Catherine a chance to retaliate, Sang-gyun appeared and pointed his sword at her back, and seeing his true strength, she closed her eyes and surrendered. "You're unbelievably strong. I yield." He was quickly returned to his original seat as the system announced Catherine had surrendered. You have won, earning the C+ Sword Storm skill. You will now be transported to the 10th floor's common area. Though he left the match, Sion still had some concerns. He held back, seeing it as an opportunity to practice using sword energy. But she was quite strong. She even burned my cloak. He then tapped the screen, intending to make a note about Kazarine Benet, when suddenly the skill Sword Storm, D rank proficiency, no basic effects, activated upon impact, appeared. The attack speed will triple, and when activated, there's a 30% chance of adding wind attribute to the sword, greatly increasing movement speed. Reading the information, he's annoyed, thinking, what? I thought it was some amazing swordsmanship, but it's just a stab? I've been tricked. Then came the inter-server information for the Korean rankings. 3rd place, 1 win, no losses. He looked at the stats and rejoiced, finally getting a win. Determined not to rest on his laurels, Sangyun reminds himself that this is just the beginning, and he needs to grow stronger. As decided, he continued with the next match. The system announced, match confirmed. Teleporting to the arena, he and EU were quickly transported to the battlefield. The system announces Hans Gyun versus Zuki EU, and the match begins. He sized up his opponent, ranked 11th in the Japanese server, as Zuki immediately mocked Sanan. I was looking forward to this match since you're ranked 3rd in Korea. But you look like a beggar, so I guess your skills are just as pathetic. He responded with an enigmatic smile, prompting his opponent to frown and ask, what's so funny? Suddenly, Dookie's face darkened as he retorted, honestly, hearing you say that, I find it funny because you think just like me. Enraged, he swung his spear and roared, you bastard! Sangyun gracefully dodges the attack, carefully analyzing his opponent's movements. Is that all Japan's 11th rank has to offer? He couldn't help but smile, thinking he must have grown much stronger. Sun quickly ended the match, thinking it was an easy win, and as expected, the system announced that challenger Owaki Yujin had taken too much damage. You have won, he laughs, a thrill coursing through him. Is that all? Sun quickly finishes off his opponent once again. The system announces his victory, followed by another notification of success. He grew more and more excited with each victory as the system announced his win. After those consecutive victories, the system finally announced, you have achieved the title of Battlemaster, strength increased by 2 points. In another scene, in China, Hyuk is meditating deep within a bamboo forest, his eyes closed, when he suddenly opens them and says, what is it? As if receiving unexpected information, Huck asks again, are you saying that Great Elder Bitch San Hak is dead? The subordinate confirmed, yes, young master, bowing deeply as he spoke. His last words before dying were that a place called Earth's Dimension had recently connected with our dimension, and he tried to infiltrate it. As if sensing something, he thought to himself, it must be here. Within the bamboo forest, a presence seemed about to emerge. Suddenly, a terrifying mythical creature with razor-sharp teeth howled as it lunged forward. Its shadow engulfed Hugh, casting him into momentary contemplation. He calmly sits on the rock and speaks. Has it really been 5 years since I took a break from climbing the tower? Suddenly, Hyuk motions to something, and the sword stuck in the rock in the distance begins to shake violently. Just as the mythical creature lunges at him, he catches the sword. Without hesitation, Hyuk leaps high to evade its attack, gracefully maneuvering through the air. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he dove, striking the mythical creature's head with a single, decisive blow. With overwhelming power, he felled the beast with one strike. Seeing this, the subordinate inwardly admired his master's martial prowess, capable of easily overwhelming a mythical creature. Truly terrifying. After subduing the mythical creature, Wu Yu withdrew his sword and declared, the Earth Dimension, huh? Sounds fun? Then, with a sinister grin, he declared that they must find the one who eliminated BSH at all costs. In another dimension, Sion emerges from a warp gate as the system announces his arrival in the 10th floor waiting room. He collapses onto the bed, exhausted. Songhyun smiles contentedly, marveling at how his fatigue has vanished, just as he'd hoped for from the waiting room. He then tapped the screen in front of him, Songhyun eagerly anticipating his new skill, never expecting to acquire another so soon. The system displays Steel Wings, 1,500 points. Description: a skill that allows you to use magical power to create steel wings, enabling high-speed flight. To maintain the wings, you need to constantly channel mana into them. When you don't have enough mana, the wings will automatically disappear. He read it with excitement, imagining a skill that would allow him to fly. Just imagining it made him happy, but his current balance forced him to give up. The only problem is I can't buy it right now because I don't have enough product points. I'll have to put that aside for now and get started on what I planned. All right, Time to start synthesizing. Before Sang Hyun's excited face, a series of screens appeared densely. The system notifications kept popping up. Unique skill synthesis activated, skill synthesis complete. A new skill has been created. 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 A new skill has been created, appearing rapidly and repeatedly. The light from the system illuminated his face, revealing his surprise. After an hour of hard work, these were the skills he'd created. Defense, counter shield, movement speed, secret steps, attack speed, chaotic swordplay. Sangjun raised his hand, eager to test them, thinking that one of these was a top-tier defensive skill. A formidable shield erupts from his hand as the system announces the parry shield skill has been activated. The shield surprises him, and he thinks, "Oh, that was fast." Sangyun is already making moves. A portal appears before a large cave. The system announces, "Entering the 10th floor of the trial tower. Difficulty level. Cooperation is the theme of this trial. Time remaining, 3 hours. Completion requirement. Prevent the Dark Devourer King from resurrecting within the time limit. Failure condition. Total party annihilation before time runs out. The reward for success is a B-grade skill proficiency potion, but failure means death." It goes on to explain that team members will be assigned based on individual rankings. The team roster is set based on the members' rankings, starting with the top-ranked Kim Sung-gon. Next is ranking 2nd, Chol, followed by ranking 3rd, Hunter, and finally ranking 6th, Princess Sudi. Additional notifications state that 30 minutes of extra time has been added, which will not count towards the challenge completion time. In the meantime, let's prepare to defeat the boss monster. As soon as he arrived, Seung-hun spoke up, annoyed. "So this is one of those cooperative trials, huh? How annoying." Suddenly, Chon Seok ran over to greet them. "Seung-hun, are you climbing the tower too?" Sang Ji-yoon stood there, observing the situation, silently assessing them as 1st and 2nd rankers. It seems they knew each other from previous trials. From afar, Sudi watched the three, when suddenly a strange noise made them turn their heads. In a frenzy, Sui shouts, "You're the guy I met on the 4th floor." Sang Ji-yoon is confused by the sudden accusation. Seung-hun, now curious, asks if the two had met on a previous floor. Judging by his expression, their last encounter wasn't pleasant. Seo, hugging himself tightly, recounts, "You're right. We met on the 4th floor during a cooperative trial. That's where this bastard, in a fit of fear, loudly claimed to have been killing people to increase his power." A glimpse into the life of Princess Sudi, a handsome but devious con artist. He was incredibly cunning and deceitful, creating conflict by turning others against each other, then seizing the rewards for himself. That's the survival tactic he's built for himself. His calculations always succeed, and it's truly effective in a place as different as the Tower of Trials. His villainy amuses the clown administrator, who laughs at the summoner's deceit, while back in reality he maintains his bewildered expression, lost in thought. Look at his stiff expression. He looks insane. "Should I add a little spice?" Sun-gun spoke up. "I think you've misunderstood something." Not letting him retort, Sudi quickly interrupted, affirming, "Furthermore, he even brutally killed his own teammates." His statement made him uncomfortable, and he questioned, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Suddenly, someone retrieves a hammer from the system. Seung-hun holds the hammer, making his intentions clear. "Rather than 4 divided people, I think 3 who understand each other are enough. The tower's trials are no simple matter." Then he makes a threatening gesture. "Who is telling the truth? The liar will be eliminated on the spot." Sangjun observes the situation and contemplates. If things go south and he has to fight all 3 of them at once. He frowns, realizing the situation is unfavorable. That would be the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, Jeon Seok spoke up, "Everyone, just relax a little." He calmly clarified, "You said you met Hangder on the 4th floor, right?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing the confirmation, he reasoned, "Then you must know Hunter's real name, right? Nicknames weren't used until the 5th floor waiting room, and you two met on the 4th. Sudi admired Chok's cleverness in resolving the situation. If Princess Sudi could say Hunter's real name, then this situation would be over. He slowly replied, calmly stating Hunter's real name. His real name is Lei Chon-min, but inwardly he's relieved, thinking there's no way to verify his name here. Upon hearing the answer, Cheon-sung turns to Sang-yoon for confirmation. "Lee Chun-min, do you have anything to say?" He chuckled softly. This isn't fun anymore. And as if prepared, he took something out. Sang-jin holds up his name tag, revealing his hunter's license. A lucky coincidence, as he'd absent-mindedly brought it back from Earth. He confidently stated his name. My name is Hansen. Sudi, surprised by his actions, summons her hammer and glances at the man, signaling that their target has been decided. Realizing he'd been exposed, he instinctively recoiled, thinking, this is bad. Above him, the administrator's statuses reflected the unfolding events, and the cunning clown administrator clicked his tongue at his contractor's clumsiness. The combat master administrator is laughing at your conversation. The trickery seeker administrator is reveling in the outcome of your pettiness. The administrator of the Night Dragon is laughing at your end, frowning as he secretly admires you. Damn it, I messed up. Suddenly, Sun holds up a hand, signaling, I'm sorry, but I want to handle this myself. He stepped forward, his murderous aura palpable, and declared, now I'm really pissed. Seeing his resolve, Soo-hyun relents. Fine, I'll let you handle it. Sud, surprised, thinks to himself, what? Only one of them is coming? He smirks, thinking, the two fools still have hope if I can eliminate him, even if they hate me. Since the two of you can't pass the 4-person trial on your own, there's nothing you can do to me. Now, you should take responsibility for your words, shouldn't you? Responsibility? But he calmly replied, I don't know what that is. Sudi started with a book, exuding a mysterious energy, and said, I only care about survival. He's brimming with confidence, unleashing his power as he loudly proclaims, you're not the only one with power here. Suddenly, vines emerged from the ground, attempting to restrain him. The system announced that the Swamp Soul's vines had wrapped around his feet, but he quickly breaks free and charges towards Sudi. The system announces that mana resistance has been activated, and the Swamp Spirit's vines have completely disappeared. Sangjun, fully focused, channels his power into his sword and aims it at his opponent. Seeing his attack nullified, the opponent creates a shield and sighs. How annoying. You have mana resistance too? He flew in and struck Sui's shield head-on, the impact shaking the ground and affecting those nearby. Seung-hun calmly suggested that they keep their distance, as Chun-shik struggled to stay upright and voiced his opinion. But I like being here to feel the battle, brother? He ignored his teammate's opinion and dragged him away, replying, better safe than sorry, so stop whining. He was dragged away, lamenting the loss. Front row seats were always better. Back to the fight, Sudi yells as he attacks. Die, you bastard! He assaults with orbs of formidable power. Sangjun gracefully dodges each sphere, and seeing his chance, raises his fist and charges forward. The punch lands, sending him flying back, but then a strange smile creeps across his face. Looks like the hunter has become the prey. Sensing something, Sangyun glances behind him. Unexpectedly, the 5 orbs he launched gathered behind him, charging with power and unleashing a massive electrical blast at Sion. Sudi, confident in his victory, laughs and mocks, you were putting on a show earlier, but look at you now, you bastard. Suddenly, his smile vanishes, replaced by a shocked gasp. What is that? Sangyun stood firm, protected by his shield, as the system announced the activation of the counter-shield skill. The system displays shield counter information. Proficiency, 0%, basic effect. Once the skill name is memorized, you can summon a red magic shield created from magical power with additional effects. 25% of the damage received by the magic shield is absorbed, releasing all negative effects plus the damage taken in one blow. He responds to the taunt with a displeased look. Why so surprised? This is only the beginning. Seung-run thought to himself, what is going on? He easily blocks the skill. Sun rushes in like the wind. Seung-hun gritted his teeth and endured as the battle shattered the earth around them. Sangjun continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of blows as Chonsok turned to Seung-hun, asking if he knew who the challenger Han Sangjun was. Seung-hun replied, no, I've never seen anyone like him among the high-rank hunters. Chon-seok was skeptical, because if he didn't know him, he was likely just a regular person. But could that be the case, watching him fight? Seung-hun speculates he may not be a high-ranking hunter, but one thing's for sure. I can see it. He's watching closely, which is quite surprising. Hansen hasn't even shown his full power yet. There's a dangerous glint in his eyes. I think his strength might be on par with mine. Upon hearing that, Cheonzong grew curious. Is he really that strong? Although he's ranked 2 places below me, Seung-hun muses that if he hasn't relied on teammates in previous trials, he may have been underestimated. With cold eyes, Sangyun slashes at Seung-jun, the unexpected attack catching him off guard, the blade striking his arm and eliciting a pained scream. He collapses before Sangyun's blade as Seung-hun watches from afar, surprised that he's subduing his opponent so calmly instead of killing him. Seung-hun desperately pleaded, wait, I'm powerless. If you kill me, you won't survive this trial. Look closely. This trial includes 4 first-rate people. Seung-run shouts, this is the Tower of Trials. The goal is survival. His words seem to sway Si-woon. Would they make it so easy that you could pass with one person missing? He turned to look back, and Seung-hun immediately understood. "We won't interfere. Do as you please." While Sang-jun wasn't paying attention, Seung-jun seemed to be plotting something, seizing the opportunity to strike back, but unfortunately Sang-jun was ready for him. "Who do you think you're fooling?" Sang-yun's strike leaves Seung-jun defenseless, sending him flying as the system chimes. The trickery trait is activated, temporarily increasing all stats by 10. Seung-jun is furious. Damn it, I was going to keep my trump card hidden. He uses all his strength to unleash a decisive blow to finish off Sang-jun. Despite the devastating impact, Sang-jun remains calm as the earth shatters and dust fills the air, suggesting an evenly matched fight. The system immediately announces that the Graceful as Wind skill has been activated, increasing movement speed by 40%. Current skill accumulation progress, 4-7. A whirlwind erupts, but Sang-jun remains unfazed. Unlike him, Seung-jun seems to be completely overwhelmed. Sang-yun coldly declares that being with trash like him is far more dangerous than having only 3 trainees. He screams in despair as the system displays, "Countershield skill unleashes accumulated damage in 1 blow." Seung-gun was no match for Sang-jun, and now he tastes his own medicine. The system has acquired the Vampire Count's old cloak, granting an 8% increase to movement speed and a 10% increase to magic recovery. One of the Vampire Earl of Callahan's favorite cloaks, it allows the wearer to temporarily create a blood shield by sacrificing stamina or a small amount of their current health when attacked. Another item is collected, the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, with plus 7% reflection and plus 10% attack speed. A renowned sword, also one of the treasures passed down in the demonic blood sect. The blood energy covering the blade and the magic flowing in the user's veins will resonate with each other. Sang-jun wastes no time pocketing them, noting that these 2 items seem promising. "I'll study them later." Chon-seok and Seung-hun then approached Sang-yun. Jo Seok praised him. "You're amazing, Han Sang-jun." Seo-un immediately asked Han if everything was finished. Seonin replied, "Yes, thanks to you both, I was able to resolve everything." At that moment, the system announced that the 10th floor trial would begin in 10 minutes, asking all challengers to await the upcoming trial. The 3 turned and left. "All right, let's go." As they walked, a stone statue appeared before them, piquing Chon-seok's curiosity. A massive knight statue. Surely it won't come to life, will it? Seung-hun nonchalantly replies that anything is possible within this tower. Suddenly, Sang-jun realizes something. The cavalry statue is somehow distracting him. Sun studied the knight's face intently, lost in thought as the 3 ventured deeper inside. Chon-seok seemed to sense something. He lowered his voice. "I think we're in the right place." Chon-seok quietly observed the statues. "There are 3 more statues. I have a bad feeling about this. It seems something awaits them ahead, and Chon-seok realizes it's likely the Dark Overlord." Suddenly, the system announces that the break time is over. The 10th floor trial has begun, the remaining time will decrease, and the Dark Legion will appear. Stop the resurrection of the Dark Tyrant. Suddenly, the statue moved, awakening and launching itself from its pedestal, heading straight for Sang-yun, surprising Seung-hun and Cheon-seo. Without hesitation, Seung-hun stepped forward. "Allow me to warm things up." Having been inactive for a while, Seonin reminded him about the head, and he figured out the pattern of this mission. Seung-hun realizes they must stop the guards from delivering the head they carry to the tyrant. Okay, simple enough. He decides they'll just take them on one-on-one. As soon as he says this, Seung-hun rushes forward. The guards directly blocked their path, and the 3 wished each other luck. Sang-yun thought to himself that he would take them down with a single strike of his sword. He immediately slashed at the guard, who instantly countered, sending Sang-jun reeling back in surprise. Sang-jun wonders if it's sword energy, realizing his opponent won't be easy to defeat. He wonders if the others are all right. Meanwhile, Seung-hun struggles with another guard, is thrown back, and the guard rushes toward the Dark King. Seung-hun immediately swung his hammer, stopping him in his tracks, sending the guard flying backward. Unfortunately, Seung-hun's hand was frozen, putting him at a disadvantage. These bastards are all boss level. Seung-hun cautioned them to stay alert, as Chon-seok's voice echoed from above. "I think the only one who's lost their guard is you, Mr. Kim." Where did he suddenly come from? Chon-seok was enigmatic. "This hat doesn't suit me, so I'd rather not wear it." He remained calm as the guard rushed toward him. "But if I have to wear this ridiculous hat, it also means you're all dead." Each arrow shot from the bow flashed forward, but to his surprise, the guard easily dodged them all. It charges directly at Chon-seok, who immediately understands. Indeed, close combat is an obvious tactic against a mage, and his bow transforms into a massive scythe. But that only works on ordinary mages. Sangjian thought to himself that he'd only seen the weakest challengers until now, and their excitement at seeing him made his blood boil with excitement, so he immediately jumped to dodge the blow. He just needed to do his part. Sangjian spins and kicks, using a rock as a weapon. The system displays skill. Graceful as the wind activated, all action speed increased by 50%. Skill accumulation progress. 5-7. Sangjian darts forward, catching the guard by surprise. The system announces that he's stepping into a shadow, activating Shadow Step, which temporarily increases his strength. He immediately turns, activating Wild Blade Sword Technique, increasing his sword speed by 10%. Skill accumulation 5 out of 10, Lightning Sword skill activated. Scion slashes at the head on the guard's back, shattering it to pieces. At the same time, So Eung-hun unleashed a lightning burst, incinerating the guard who couldn't react in time. Seo Eung-hun also successfully destroys the head on the guard's back, while Cheon Seok finishes off the last one. His elusive movements left the guard completely vulnerable, and Seok seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. The naive guard blocks the blow, unaware the scythe is aimed at the head behind him. The guard screamed in vain, and they ran for their lives, catching Cheon Seok by surprise. Are they running away? Eung-hun doesn't care. Now that the tyrant's head is destroyed, we won't have to worry about it regenerating. Let's move deeper and finish this quickly. They followed close behind the guards when Sangjian suddenly realized something. What was that sound? And where did that other guy suddenly come from? Sangjian was stunned as the guards knelt, forming a human ramp. That soldier just launched himself. Sangjian realized he was heading straight for the statue at the entrance, rocketing towards the Dark King. Sangjian immediately understood their intent and gave chase with all his might. It was too late to catch up. The guard flew from his horse, carrying the head towards the Dark Overlord. Sangjian immediately attacks to stop him, the distance now mere inches. He spins, his blade tearing through the air. Can Sangjian succeed with the distance so close? His strike is aimed directly at the Dark Overlord's head, and he succeeds in destroying it. The guard is utterly astonished. He screams in despair as the Chaos Spirit rejoices. Good. Sangjian breathes a sigh of relief as the guard suddenly picks up the crown. He placed the crown directly on his head, then picked up the spear, seemingly intent on doing something, but unexpectedly he offered his own head as a sacrifice. Sangjian, Cheon Seok, and Seung-hun couldn't believe their eyes, and they rushed towards the guard, knowing they had to stop him. He slowly picked up the head. The distance closed in an instant, but it was too late. The head was in place. Immediately, a whirlwind descended, and in the thick smoke, a large figure began to emerge. The system immediately announced that the required conditions had been met. The Black Storm King was being revived. Sangjian is stunned as a new quest is issued. Special mission, defeat the Dark Overlord. Cheon Seok charges forward, staff raised, shouting that they have to stop him. At the same moment, Seung-hun and Sanjun charged forward as the Dark Overlord raised his head high, a blinding red light illuminating everything. Simultaneously, the three leapt into the air. Each held a sharp weapon, but the Dark King had already reattached his head, eyes burning red. Then, an explosion, the shockwave blasting outwards, engulfing the three tiny figures. As the smoke clears, a massive figure begins to emerge. The Dark Overlord is fully revived, and the system announces that the conditions have been met. The Dark Tyrant is being revived. Guy frowns, a sense of unease washing over him. Oh no, suddenly the system chimes in. A special mission, defeat the Dark Tyrant. And to top it off, thanks to invincibility, all damage is nullified. Challengers with higher stats than the Tyrant will be unable to inflict damage, he read in disbelief. A special skill? I've never heard of a monster using a special skill before. As they watched, the Tyrant swung, catching the great sword in its hand and crushing the hilt. The Dark King, Trang Trancho, swung his sword down upon the earth, forcing the trio to leap away. Seung-hun and Cheon Seok dodged aside with their weapons as the powerful strike shattered the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. He landed, using his hands and feet to anchor himself, a hint of annoyance in his heart. What is that strange ability? If inflicting damage is impossible, we can't do anything. Just then, the Dark King locked onto Sion, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light that Sion immediately sensed. The massive sword came crashing down, its size shifting with deadly precision. The Dark Overlord, seemingly tireless, swung his sword relentlessly, forcing Sion to jump back and dodge, grinding his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath. His eyes narrowed as he watched the Overlord, leaping backward to evade the blow. Because he couldn't finish things sooner, it became this troublesome. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Sion's mind. Wait, he hesitated, watching it approach step by step. Just then, Chun Sok arrived. Sangjun, are you all right? Sung-hun proposes a plan. I think we should find a way to attack the tyrant, but first let's deal with those knights. But Sun calmly said, I have a request. Can you both block the tyrant's attack? He paused, then replied, we can't hurt the tyrant, so wouldn't it make more sense to take out the knights first? Are you serious? I thought there might be a chance. Sangjun boldly claims there's a way to defeat the tyrant. The Dark King is shocked, while Seung-hun's eyes behind his mask remain bright, as if contemplating something. Finally, he turns and agrees. All right, we'll trust you. Even so, Seung-hun glances back, reminding them that it will be difficult to hold him back, so don't take too long. After the agreement, Sangyun shouts, let's go! Without hesitation, he replied, yes, sir, and they both charged forward. Once he reached a certain distance, he said with satisfaction, all right. Then, looking up at the Lulan, he announced, you guys will have to play with me for a while. In the distance, Chung-hun's great hammer glows, crackling with lightning as he leaps high and shouts, unleashing a thunderous blow upon the dark tyrant. Afterward, the system displays a notification. Thanks to invincibility, all damage is nullified, leaving it without a scratch. Chung-hun lands, but as expected, it has no effect, and Chanseo also descends. Suddenly, the system chimed, announcing that a tyrant's unique skill had been activated, its eyes glowing crimson, mouth agape. And then, a further warning. Expressions of fealty to the tyrant were now required, and all prior unauthorized movements would be restricted. Instantly, he slams the hammer into the ground, the very earth trembling, forcing even the Chosen One to brace himself and cry out. Meanwhile, the dark tyrant brought his sword down, cleaving the earth and sending debris flying towards them with tremendous force. Yet the two remained frozen in place. When the system announced that the mana resistance skill had been activated, Sungun's hand on the great hammer trembled, his entire body enveloped in golden light. Then the system chimed again, announcing that the seal would be temporarily removed from his body. He felt all his energy drain away, his golden aura fading as he cried out in pain. When Chanseok opened his eyes, the Dark King's blade was upon them. But in that perilous moment, Seung-hun leaped to shield him, arms outstretched, determined to keep Chanzosh from harm. And of course, Seung-hun took the full brunt of that attack, opening his eyes to that very sight. He cried out in shock, "Hyung!" Blood gushed from inside the mask as he collapsed, and Junseok caught him. "Brother, are you okay?" Suddenly, darkness fell, and he looked up in shock. It was the Dark King, who had arrived unnoticed and was swinging his sword down on them. The massive blade descended without hesitation. Just then, a pair of slender legs appeared, sliding across the ground as Sang-yun summoned a large shield to protect them all. When Cheon-seok looked up, he heard Han Sang-gyun's voice ringing in his ears. "Sorry, I'm a little late." He stared at Sang-gyun as he struggled against the DC, and exclaimed with joy, "It's Han Sang-gyun." He coldly commanded, "Absorb." The system immediately responded, "You have used all stored souls and your stats have been boosted." The red orbs from the minions Sang-gyun defeated begin to float upwards. Gathering within him, the system announces his stats increasing. Strength up 4, agility up 3, stamina up 3, magic power up 6, and endurance up 4. A surge of power courses through him as Sang-gyun clenches his fist, and the system announces that his counterattack skill will unleash Wasal accumulated damage in a single blow. From the shield, a red light erupted, an unseen force pushing the Dark Overlord's sword back in astonishment. The system chimed again. Lightning sword aura activated. Graceful, like the wind activated, and his sword was enveloped in raw energy. Seo-jin leaps into the air, swinging his sword down with incredible force. He grits his teeth, furrows his brow, and roars inwardly, "Connect!" The Dark King was stunned as he took the full force of the blow, sending pieces of his body flying everywhere. Seeing the deep gashes, Shion was relieved. It worked. The Dark Overlord, now enraged, roared and charged forward as the system announced the activation of the Overlord's unique skill. With the Dark King's sincerity, all prior unauthorized movements are completely restricted, and he braces himself against the ground. Sangjun grits his teeth as the system announces the activation of both the powerful strike and mana resistance skills. A massive circle of fractured earth erupts around him, and the ground trembles. Within minutes, the system announced that all restrictions were lifted. Sang-gyun lashed out, his body cracking as a blue aura enveloped him, his inner power shifting, and the system chimed repeatedly, announcing that his forceful breakthrough skill had reached 100% proficiency. The skill Forceful Strike has increased to C rank. The skill Mana Recovery has reached 100% proficiency. The skill Recovery has increased to C rank. The skill Mana Resistance has reached 100% proficiency. Another skill has reached C rank. Then, the Dark Tyrant swings his sword, attacking him, while Sang-yun summons a shield. The two clashed, creating an explosion and a cloud of dust. With a cold face, he assessed the situation, realizing the danger he was in. But Cyan couldn't help but laugh, wondering why he couldn't stop. Banking throws himself over its head, smirking. Is this the feeling of victory? Is this the fire of my own desire to become stronger, roaring to life? Even Chunjian can't help but exclaim. Brother, that challenger, Hansen really is a monster. Seung-hun nodded in agreement. It felt strange, unbelievable to be looking at someone else's back. Then he added, but we should be glad for him becoming a top player. The Black King's sword struck the shield, but failed to pierce it, recoiling instead. The system announced the charge was complete. Shield Reflect had reached its maximum damage absorption level. Still, Seonin was pushed back slightly, the massive shield quickly shrinking. He raised his hand to pull it in, calculating that if he reduced the attack range of the shield's counterattack burst while concentrating the energy, the skill's power would increase many times over. The system chimed in again, stating that the shield counter skill would release all absorbed damage in one blow. Energy erupts from Sang-yun's palm, striking the Dark Overlord's right arm, which shatters before his disbelieving eyes. As the debris falls, he seizes the opportunity and lunges forward. The system chimes, Wind Grace is activated, increasing all movement speed by 70%. Skill storage is at its maximum of 7/7. A one-day skill cooldown has been applied, and the Mad Blade swordsmanship skill has been activated, increasing all sword-related attack speeds by 10%. Skill storage points, 10. At that moment, Sang-yun stood before the massive body of the Dark Overlord, and with a single strike, he decapitated it. Instantly, the system announced that he had defeated the Dark Overlord as Canaria watched his battle from a snow-white realm. She found it incredibly interesting that this challenger, with his insane growth rate, was the one who made a pact with her. And after spending a very long time, they still couldn't complete a floor. Yet they saw his proud figure on the large sphere. But Hans Gyun was extremely valuable, even in another dimension, to the point that he was considered the embodiment of the desire to grow. She confidently states that, after a while, other administrators would also become interested in Hans Gyun. Before Canaria, our swords plunged into the snow, and she urges herself on, needing his support even faster before any other administrator notices him. With that, Canaria ignited a great fire, determined to achieve her long-held wish, to return to Seonin's battlefield. The Dark Tyrant's head hit the ground hard, its golden crown falling off and breaking in two. The system chimed, announcing that the Dark Tyrant had been defeated. Congratulations, you've cleared the 10th floor of the trial tower. A B+ skill proficiency potion has been added to your inventory. You have received a completion reward of 60,000 points and an additional completion reward of 1,000 products. You have received an additional reward of 1,000 products, but it doesn't stop there as the system rings out again. Challenger Han Sang-gyeon contributed the most to the special quest. You have received a special quest reward of 10,000. You have received an additional reward of 1,500 items. He smiled, thinking, these bonus rewards are pretty great, but this trial was difficult. Across from him, Cheon-seo couldn't believe it and blurted out, how? Sang-jun humbly replied, I have a skill that's quite useful for this mission. I guess I just got lucky. Seung-hun was equally surprised, pointing at him. You've surprised me quite a bit today. I'm sending you a friend request now. We'll talk later. He says we need to treat our wounds too. Just then, the system sent a notification. Challenger Kim Jung-hun has sent you a friend request. Challenger Oh Chun-seo has sent you a friend request. As a large door opens, the two leave together, saying, we'll see you later. Then the system blares, announcing that over 1,000 people have completed the MTH trial. The system will now begin expansion, and a dimensional travel category has been added to the shop. Now you can travel to other dimensions. Sang-gyun is intrigued. Dimensional travel? He muttered. I guess it means I can travel to places like Ares or the Murim world, but that's suicide. Sang-gyun doesn't understand why he needs such a useless skill. Not stopping there, the system announced more. The administrator's observation area has expanded to Earth. You can now chat with the administrator in the waiting room, as their domain has expanded to Earth's dimension. You can travel to the administrator's territory and establish additional contracts, but only one additional contract can be made. Once you form a contract, you'll be restricted, but you can terminate the additional contract at any time. He stared at the words on the screen, stunned for a moment. Then it seemed Sang-gyun understood. Only one additional pact was allowed. Between him and Canaria is the official contract. She is the administrator. Sang-gyun and Chok have supplementary contracts, but if he can end them at any time, isn't the administrator at a disadvantage? Sang-gyun's fingers began to move across the screen. Well, I can't say for sure yet, so I'll start by organizing what I got on the 10th floor. First, the B+ skill proficiency potion, a specially formulated elixir for geniuses with multiple skills. Upon use, you can increase the proficiency of one skill by 20%. He takes out the potion and drinks it, and the system immediately notifies him. You have used the skill proficiency booster B+. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. Next, he wiped away the water, called out the Wind's Grace command, and the system immediately responded, confirming that the Wind's Grace A skill proficiency had increased by 20%. Grace of the Wind. A has reached 100% proficiency and has been upgraded, and the system displays its full information. Wind's Grace. A proficiency is at 0%. When the skill is invoked, all speeds increase by 10%. This skill can stack up to 7 times. At maximum stacks, it consumes 1% of your magic power per minute. At the same moment, he was enveloped in a blue light, prompting Sangjun to exclaim in surprise. "Oh, the cooldown's gone," he muttered, as images of the Dark Overlord flashed through his mind, the crimson energy gathering at his chest. The system announced that he had absorbed the Dark Overlord's soul, permanently increasing his stats: Strength +5, Agility +4, Stamina +5, Magic Power +7, and Endurance +5. Moreover, Sangyun's body absorbed the Dark Overlord's other skills as the system notifications continued to chime. You've gained one of the Dark Overlord's skills. Mana Manipulation. A. This addition surprised him. Hearing this, the system didn't hesitate to explain further. Mana Manipulation. A proficiency. 0% effective when being cautious with mana. You have entered the world of geniuses, and restrictions related to mana manipulation will be lifted. However, the skill's proficiency only increases through self-enlightenment. Frequency of use has no effect. Resting his chin on his hand, he stares at the screen, wondering if he's now a magical prodigy. I can't really trust this just by reading it. Suddenly, the system keeps popping up with the same message from different people. Administrator Ironblood Tyrant has invited you to her territory. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster has invited you to his territory. The Blood King Administrator has invited you to her territory. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator has invited you to his territory. Sangyun was stunned, unsure of what was happening, his eyes wide as he stammered. What, at the same time? After a moment of thought, Sangyun accepted an invitation, and the system immediately notified him. You have accepted the invitation and will be transported to the Administrator's territory. You have entered the Ironblood realm. In an instant, he's transported to a snow-covered landscape, littered with massive swords plunged into the ground. Sangyun glanced around, spotting a solitary house, complete with lights and a smoking chimney. Outside, a blizzard rages, and suddenly, the cabin door bursts open. Canaria, wrapped in a unique towel and beaming, appeared with a welcoming shout, then stood there laughing. "I knew you'd be my friend." Seeing this, he was speechless. Canaria cheerfully said, "Thanks to you, I won the bet. I'll treat you to some snacks." It was then he understood, so that's why they invited them at the same time. It was a bet? Sangan approached her and asked, "Aren't you cold?" She shook her head and walked through the snow. No, suddenly he remembered something. A question forming in his mind. "Can I ask you something?" Cyan asks without waiting. "I just received the mana manipulation skill. Do you know anything about it?" Canaria seemed surprised, pausing for a moment before praising him. "You have an amazing skill." Then she leaned against a wall to explain. "Very well, before we go inside, let me give you a brief explanation. With that mana manipulation skill of yours, try to circulate all the magical power in your body as much as possible." At that moment, he closed his eyes, his hands curved and placed on his stomach, as a white light began to radiate all around him. Suddenly, Sangjun frowned, gritting his teeth as if enduring something. Light erupts from his chest, coursing through his body, and Sangyun cries out in pain. The system then announces that his mana circuit has been greatly enhanced by his skill. As he struggled to absorb it, the system delivered a notification. The Mana Circuit D skill has been forcibly enhanced by Mana Manipulation A-. Cyan remained hunched over, drenched in sweat as he felt himself, sensing that his physical strength had multiplied. He wondered if, and with a punch, the snow exploded, the shockwave blasting away Canaria's hair and scarf, forcing her to shield herself. Suddenly, amidst the roaring blizzard, a familiar pink cloth floated into view, and Sanjian stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Of course, that scarf belonged to Canaria. A moment later, inside the house, with tea and sweets laid out on the table, her crisp voice rang out. "I didn't know you were the type to do such immoral things," she said calmly, causing him to choke on his coffee. Sangjun awkwardly explained that she had misunderstood, but Canaria just laughed triumphantly. "Why are you so flustered? She suddenly changed the subject. Anyway, when you have time, try activating your magic skills along with mana manipulation, she explained in detail. Mana manipulation, skill enhancement. Enhance skills. If you understand how to amplify mana, your magic skills will also level up. Only then did he ask, "But why did you call me here?" Kanar replied calmly, "You know that the system expanded when you entered the 11th floor waiting room." "Is that so?" "Yes, that's why I was able to come here without going through the tower." Sang-gyun listened while eating his cake, as she explained that wasn't the reason the intervention field was added. The real reason is so the administrators can actively mentor their challengers. He was still dumbfounded. What does that mean? Canaria's eyes flashed red as she snapped her fingers. It means this. The system then displayed a notification. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator has used domain intervention and gifted the challenger a special skill. Before Cyan could even process it, the system chimed again. A new skill has been engraved into your soul. As the iron blood sword A was etched into his very being, a light erupted from his chest, much to his surprise. After it ended, Sang-gyun was curious. Could she just give away skills like that? Canaria shook her head. Of course not. He hesitated slightly and she replied, "It means I've contributed enough to the tower to make this happen." Sun knew that the added clause meant it would be better for her to choose a different duel, so she couldn't help but ask why Canaria was helping her so much. Canaria doesn't hide it, saying it's because she sees his potential, a response that surprises him. Potential? She patiently answers. Administrators are rewarded for nurturing their challengers, but their motives aren't exactly altruistic. Canaria insists they only invest in challengers because of their ultimate desires. Sang-gyun, caught off guard, could only widen his eyes and think, their deepest desire? Meanwhile, the system relentlessly repeated the same message. Administrator White Crane Swordsman has invited you to his territory. Administrator White Crane Swordsman has invited you to his territory. Administrator White Crane Swordsman has invited you to his territory. The White Crane Swordsman Administrator has invited you to his territory. Reading these notifications, he felt helpless, unsure of what to do. Canaria seemed to know as well, laughing as she said, "Someone's getting impatient. Let's end our conversation here." "And I even gave you a special skill," Sang-gyun replied, as if being freed. "Then I'll see you later." The system then announces that you've accepted the invitation and will be transported to the administrator's territory. He's transported to another space as he enters the forest. Sang-gyun wanders around, deciding it's the perfect place to train. "I'm also curious about the training method the iron-blooded tyrant mentioned. Perfect timing." He quietly chanted, manipulating mana, then swung his sword powerfully, accompanied by a blue light. The destructive force was immense, scattering nearby leaves, and the system chimed. Sang-gyun's 3-step /A skill proficiency has increased by 8% thanks to A mana usage. With each swing, the system announces instant acceleration. CTR has been enhanced by A mana usage. Instant acceleration. CTR has been upgraded to B, thanks to AC mana usage. Counterattack B skill proficiency has increased by 7% thanks to A TRE mana usage. Satisfied, but wanting to test further, he tries using sword energy, the sword emitting a blue light around him, but nothing changes, leaving Sang-gyun dumbfounded. He grits his teeth, wondering why sword energy won't activate through mana usage. "I was going to level up triple slash with sword energy, but after all my attempts, it's still the same." He was still confused. How strange. Is it because sword energy is a special skill? Just then, a system notification chimed. "The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator is awaiting your visit." Seeing this, Sang-gyun decides to postpone upgrading his sword energy for now. He sheathed his sword and replied, Yes, I'm here." The system responded without haste. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator spoke as she puffed out her cheeks and ventured deeper into the forest, leading Sang-gyun to think, judging by the administrator's title, that he was dealing with another annoying old man like B. Sung-yuk. He eventually arrived, but the scene before him surprised Sang-gyun. A young woman with long white hair sat there, speaking first. "You've finally arrived." Seo-hwa cheerfully introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you. I am the White Crane Swordmaster, and I've been waiting for a challenger like you for a long time." Though he couldn't quite close his mouth, Cyan told himself, "Forget the old rooster. I'm a girl." Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, she asked, "Is something wrong?" Snapping back to reality, he replied, "It's fascinating to meet an administrator I've only spoken to through messages." Seo-hwa, already anticipating this, simply smiled and waved. "I understand it's tiring to stand and talk. Have a seat." Sun, without hesitation, replied, "If you insist." As he sat down, he was surprised, but had to admit it felt refreshing. He turned and said, Now I understand why you're sitting here instead of inside. She smiles. Feels great, doesn't it? Sehua looks forward and recounts, I've been watching you from here, ever since your deathmatch with bitch Sun HC on the 9th floor. Sungun is very straightforward, so she could observe my trial. Isn't it a waste to give your special skill to a challenger you just met? Sehua shook her head. Of course not. You need to understand your true worth. She invoked another legend to explain. Even though Great Elder Bitch Sunhak hasn't achieved light sword energy, he's still a formidable swordsman in the martial world. And despite losing a portion of his power upon entering the tower, defeating a challenger like him is truly a remarkable feat. Seeing his hesitation, she reminds him, you don't need to deny it. Because of me, you signed a contract with BSH that recognizes you. Cyan was left speechless by this information. Suddenly he paused, realizing she might actually harbor resentment towards him. How did Hua so keenly sense Sang-Yoon's change? Don't be alarmed. You're simply a challenger seeking points. Outside, the waterfall continues to pour, and a blue butterfly is playing. At that moment, it landed on her hand. I've made contracts with many challengers, but I've never invited anyone here before. Sehua affirmed, glancing at him, and for some reason abruptly proposed, I think you figured it out, so I'll be blunt. Please form a supplementary contract with me. After a pause, Sanjun asks, what benefits would I receive from that? Sehua offered a benefit. If you agree, I'll make you a disciple of the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator. Not fully understanding, he wondered what specific benefits being her disciple would bring. She explained that an administrator can only have one disciple in their lifetime. Within the tower, that person is known as the administrator's disciple, meaning he has a special contract, and that challengers who become disciples can purchase all of that administrator's special skills. Hearing this, Sangjin frowned and fell silent, remembering Canaria. So, a master-disciple contract is that important? What the hell? Even though I'm her disciple, the iron-blooded tyrant never explained this to me. Could she be a little senile? Sanjun wondered. They said the supplementary contract could be cancelled at any time. Why would she choose to entrust a lifetime contract when it's so disadvantageous to her? Seo Hua didn't hide her answer. Like that woman, I chose you to fulfill my ultimate desire. You will become a weapon, because I need the sharpest sword. One that will never rust or break. At the same time, Zewa affirmed, you have the potential to become the sharpest sword. San caught the key point in those words and pondered, ultimate desire, a term the iron-blooded tyrant had also mentioned. Perhaps it simply refers to a simple wish. Without hesitation, he asked what her ultimate desire was, and she answered with a dreamy look in her eyes. Seo Hua believes that an administrator's deepest desire comes from regrets and memories of the past. Sangjun stared at her as she continued, explaining that the deepest desire is a privilege granted to administrators by the tower, much like the trial tower, which can only be given to challengers who have made a pact with an administrator. And when it comes true, the administrator will receive a reward. Suddenly somber, Xiaohua adds that if her deepest desire came true, he could even change the past. He was utterly astonished, eyes wide. Sangjun, in existential doubt, exclaimed, Me? If such an impossible thing could happen? Xiaohua interjects, the higher you climb, the more you'll know if I'm telling the truth. Her words silence him, his eyes reflecting inner turmoil. Sangyun recalled his struggles and brushes with death, and knowing it was the tower, he asked, May I ask you something? She nodded. Of course. Sangyun asks directly, How far up the tower must I climb to fulfill your deepest desire? Xiaohua hesitates, scratching her face. To achieve that, she replies, it would have to be the waiting room of the highest floor of the Tower of Trials. Hearing this, sweat immediately pours down his forehead. Moments later, the system announced that a memory had been established, and Seo Hua jumped for joy, saying he made a wise decision and wouldn't regret it. She grabbed his hand, waving it up and down like a child, as Sanjun silently resigned himself to fulfilling her wish. He recalled the towering spire, knowing the top floor was where he needed to be to fulfill an administrator's deepest desire. The summit of the tower. Then, the system notifications began to chime one after another. You have been recognized as a true disciple of the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator. Thanks to the disciple's benefits, the effectiveness of authority and skills from the Miram dimension will increase by 10%. At the same time, the system announced that thanks to the disciple's benefits, mana increased by 3. Challenger Hansen has been recognized as a disciple of 2 administrators. Thanks to the benefits of the double disciple, agility increased by 3. Hearing this, Sionin resolved in his heart that he could not miss the opportunity to become stronger immediately. He recalled that Hoa had given him a sword, thinking that above all he had also received a special gift. Suddenly she speaks up. "Didn't you hear anything from her?" Seeing Sionan glance over, Hua hesitates. "She said someone is looking for you." At first he didn't understand, then replied, "No, not really." She rubbed her temples and muttered, "I don't know what the Blood Witch is thinking." "My head, it seems she trusts you completely." C glanced up, reminding him, "Of course, so do I, but I have to tell you this. What I'm about to say will cost you a question ticket. Is that okay?" Sang-yoon nodded casually. "Of course not, I have no use for them anyway, and I have a ton." Suddenly, a system notification rings out announcing that Challenger Hans Gyun has used all of his question tickets. Even he is surprised, wondering if the information was that important to warrant using them all. So Hua then explained that in the Murim dimension, there's a powerful organization called the Murim Alliance, and Baeksun, whom he defeated on the 9th floor, was one of its elders. She mentions that someone in the Murim dimension is looking for him, prompting Sangjun to ask a more direct question. "Don't tell me someone in the Murim Alliance is holding me back and wants revenge." But Sewa shakes her head, no. Instead, the Murim Alliance is in chaos, fighting over the position of the old patriarch, making him even more curious. "Who wants to eliminate me?" She replied, "Sword Dragon from the Namgang clan." Meanwhile, in Tokyo's Shinjuku, a group of people stand before a large dimensional gate as the Azure Sword Dragon, Namgung Huiwook, appears, sword in hand. With a fierce look, Hiwook is a genius who made a name for himself among the martial arts masters who have lived in the Murim dimension for centuries. As soon as he arrives, everyone draws their weapons and surrounds him. Seo Hua's explanation still echoes. While his direct reason for seeking you out is revenge, the underlying cause is curiosity. At the same time, she wondered when he would arrive, but if he really had to face Namgong Hyuk, Seo Hua seriously warned him that he should prepare himself to die. Meanwhile, with a single strike, Huck annihilated nearly everyone here, and the system announced his arrival in the 11th floor waiting room. The spatial gate begins to close as Sangjun looks around and removes his long coat. He muttered, "Nam Gung Huck." So, in short, Sangyun finds an opening to the system, and there's a crazed killer from Murim after me. They invaded my floor first, though. This is a headache. He scrolled through the screen, followed by a series of system notifications. Iron Wings Authority purchased, 1,500 products deducted, return stone purchased. In Sangyun's hand was a glowing stone. He learned another truth, but nothing changed. Before facing Namgung Hyuk, he'll need to level up like crazy. Then, the system chimes in, reminding him that he used the return stone and will return to Earth. In the blink of an eye, he's back in his familiar room, phone in hand, Sion staring intently at something. On his phone, there were 87 messages and 132 missed calls from Zili Hyon. She urged him to come to the Hunter Association as soon as he read the message. He wondered aloud what was going on, what Lai and Hyon Zangyun were thinking. What happened? After the system announced the Iron Wings Authority had been activated, he donned the standard outfit, revealing the newly activated wings. With wind-tearing speed, Sangun's entire body hurtles through the air. Moments later, at the Hunters Association, countless people pour out, each with a different feeling. The white-haired man remarked that at least it wasn't a forced mobilization, to which Manho grumbled, "I know." He still wondered. Judging by the footsteps, it must have been quite violent. What happened in Japan? Suddenly a sound echoes through the air, and they both look up, intrigued. Then Sangyun makes a cool and perfect landing, seemingly affecting everyone around him. He waves apologetically, then Sangyun rushes inside headquarters. The Manhwa is still stunned, muttering, He just flew?" The white-haired man was equally astonished. "What?" The brown-haired man excitedly greets him, saying, "It's great to see you again, Han Sangjun. I'm so sorry about the trouble at the entrance." The woman beside her beams, "Welcome, Han Sangyun." Sangyun greeted them for me, saying it had been a while. "So, what's this all about? Why did you call me here so urgently?" She finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Something big has happened in Japan. I was worried you'd fly there yourself if you heard about it, so I called you here right away." He pressed a button on the remote, saying, "We need to talk, but things have gotten worse, so I'll get straight to the point." A projection appeared on the screen, and the brown-haired man explained, "This is a video recorded by a hunter and sent to us by Japan." He added that the location was Shinjuku, Tokyo, and the Japanese Hunter Association detected a massive wave emanating from the gate, sending a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. But the human who emerged from the gate, though surprised, annihilated 6 A-rank hunters in mere seconds. Currently, everyone believes he's a challenger from another world invading Earth. Hearing this, he felt uneasy, thinking, a challenger from another world. Impossible. Sangjun, aware of the situation, asked, "All the hunters just left. Shouldn't you have asked them to help Japan?" The brown-haired man looked up slightly and replied, "That's a complicated situation. Most countries try to protect their hunters, so they've blocked any support to Japan. And our country is no different." He pressed the control again, revealing footage of the lone survivor of the 7 stars, Lee Sword, approaching as a helpless hunter cried out, "Save me." But his eyes remained cold as he mercilessly swung his sword. Hyuk growled, "Tell them that Nam Gong Hyuk, the Azure Sky Sword Dragon, has come to avenge Hunter B." As the name echoed, Shiun's face hardened and he muttered, "Nam Gong Hyuk. I didn't expect to meet him so soon." Just then, he sensed something and glanced down at a small hand gently tugging at his sleeve. Sionin, worried but trying to reassure him. "Why are you so tense? You don't have to go." "Oh, it's been a while. Should we grab a bite to eat first?" Sun suddenly blurted out. Hesitantly, I furrowed my brow and asked, "You're not going, are you?" Contrary to her hopes, he replied, "The response is a request from Japan. I'll be going to Tokyo." She couldn't believe it, her face darkening as she cried out, "Oh, I!" Enraged, Ion shouts, "Why do you always do such reckless things? You need to think about how others feel." Instead, Sion gently stroked her head. "Thank you for your concern." Then he turned and walked away, a determined glint in his eyes. "But there are some things I need to take care of." Young Hyuk stared at the sword, wondering why not everyone could understand its intent. 2 subordinates support an injured, panting man, as a girl asks, "Isn't this going a bit far for practice, young master?" Just then, a figure approaches, saying, "Mastering sword energy at 13. You've surpassed me at a young age." The one who arrived was the first sword. Seeing him, they all exclaimed, "We greet the young sword master." He approached and stroked his head, saying, "Hyoka, martial arts aren't for harming others, but a path to the top. Don't go around hurting people." Hearing this, Hyuk-woo remained silent as the system announced that the Tower of Trials was selecting a challenger from the Murium dimension. Everyone cheered with joy. The young master had reached the 29th floor of the tower, but Hyuk remained unsatisfied. "It's not enough. Climbing the tower will never satisfy my ambition." He stood alone, an unbelievable achievement for someone only 18 years old. With tears in his eyes, Hook muttered, "I'm sorry, Grandpa." He hesitated, but then the system suddenly chimed in. "You have used a dimensional invasion ticket. You have used a dimensional invasion ticket. You have used a dimensional invasion ticket." Now Hyuk has become incredibly bloodthirsty, stabbing and killing in a frenzy. He understood that his greatest joy came from destroying humanity. Yu sat on the roof of a car, watching the blazing fire before him. "I no longer find satisfaction in killing pathetic bastards, and wreaking havoc in the martial world is pointless." He suddenly smirked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "But this Han Sang-gyun might be able to amuse me." The scene shifts to a vast airport, where Sang-gyun walks alone with a grim expression. Outside, a girl and a fleet of cars were waiting. This way, the vehicle sped off with a police escort. Arriving at their destination, she gestured towards a room, a silent invitation to the imposter, Han Sang-gyun. "This way, please. Someone is waiting for you inside." Chan Xi grinned. "It seems we meet again after our battle on the 10th floor, Sung-hoon said. "You're later than I expected," Sun replied as he walked in. "I heard from the association that you were here. And is this everyone who's going to assist Japan?" "He says there's another challenger from America who will be here to help us soon." He nods. "I see. Even if the 3 of us are S-rank hunters." Sangjun's eyes sharpened, still worried that the challenger from another world in Shinjuku was a mysterious monster who could defeat them all. It would be great if this challenger from America is strong enough. Just then, the door burst open, and he turned to look, but Sang-yoon froze when he saw who it was. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Catherine," as she was equally astonished, piquing Han Sang-yoon's curiosity. "You two know each other?" Sang-yoon confirms with a nod. "Yes, we met in the tower." But Catherine shyly scratched her head and turned away, saying, "I don't want to meet you like this." Hearing this, he wondered what kind of meeting she wanted, and suddenly her face flushed as she earnestly replied, "I want to meet you normally." Sang-gyun, recalling something, replies, "Our first meeting was already unusual, so what kind of normal meeting do you want?" Catherine is slightly annoyed. "Well, that's true, but couldn't he be a little more tactful?" Witnessing this scene, the cold Seung-hun wondered if it was a lover's quarrel. Her words stunned her, while he immediately retorted, adamantly declaring, "No, never." Catherine looked at him, confused, thinking, "No is enough, why add never?" Then the girl made a formal gesture, and finally all the challengers had gathered. "Please forgive my tardiness. I am the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association. Recognizing her identity, Arich and Sion were shocked, thinking, "She's the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association? I thought she was just an employee since she came to the airport." He surmised that Japan was desperate, and she wasn't hiding it. Everyone believed there would be no further assistance for Japan. But the situation was worse than he thought, so perhaps they were being cautious about sending heroes to help. Choi also exclaimed in surprise, "Even so, there are only 4 of you. Aren't we outnumbered?" Catherine stroked her chin, assessing the situation. "This is going to be tough." Tri clenched his fist, trembling. "No nation is willing to help Japan now." She bows deeply, full of sincerity. "I thank everyone here for not turning their backs on us and agreeing to help, stunning everyone present. Please, hold your head high, chairwoman. Now is not the time to bow." Witnessing this, Catherine was surprised, thinking, while she was still emotionally assessing the situation, Hansen coldly suggested increasing the reward. Sun even pounded his chest with enthusiasm, suggesting she double the reward and he would devote himself to saving her country. Catherine knew she couldn't expect anything from him. All he could think about was growth, his face betraying his greedy calculations. He wasn't here to be a hero, but for the reward and the power he'd gain by helping Hanam Kung Hach. After a pause, Chikaka also agreed. "I understand. I let my emotions get the better of me in this critical situation. The entity in Shinjuku is no ordinary monster. And since you're all risking your lives, I promise to double the reward." Suddenly regaining her composure, she points towards Catherine. "All hope is not lost. We still have a chance." She firmly believes that Catherine Bennett's ability can turn the tide of this battle, and to demonstrate, Catherine conjures a fireball in her palm. She introduced herself, explaining that one of her authorities is fire pressure, and if a stronger enemy touches the flame, it will activate this authority. All of his stats will decrease by 10, and some of his random skills will be locked. Her words stunned the 3 men. Catherine clenched her fist, affirming, "Using this fire, we can win, and we will win if he touches it." Sangjun understood. "In other words, I have to create a situation where Catherine can activate the fire pressure." A moment later, a specialized aircraft appeared in the sky. It slowly flies into the area as the announcer reports that Ping Ziwen, a Chinese S-rank hunter requesting support, has encountered a challenger from another world. He continues to broadcast, but neither has moved, as if they're negotiating terms. Indeed, this is entirely possible. It's been confirmed that challengers within the tower can communicate with each other, even across different nations or dimensions. Someone appeared before Hai Huk, but without even looking up, he coldly asked, "Are you Han Sangyun?" Bai Mu cracked his knuckles and introduced himself. "From the world of martial arts, I am Peng Ziwen from China, and you will soon regret looking down on Earth." Hayuk sighs wearily. "Why can't I find who I'm looking for and only find flies like these?" Instantly, he roared, "Flash!" and in a shocking turn, delivered a punch like a hammer, twisting his cheek. Hayuk took the blow, relatively unscathed, and inquired about his martial arts. A glint of amusement sparks in his eyes. "Interesting." Suddenly, Pang Mu stood frozen, his mouth agape in shock as a massive explosion erupted below, sending smoke, dust, and debris flying everywhere. On the plane, John Sui grumbled, "Damn it, why did that Chinese guy act on his own?" Seeing the situation below, Sung Hoon predicted, "Here it comes." Seeing this, Sang-gyun turned and asked, "Catherine, can you land safely even from midair?" She wondered aloud. "What do you mean?" He said seriously, "I was just thinking of something brilliant." Catherine nodded after hearing him out. "I see. I have a skill that can nullify all damage upon landing." Sang-gyun replied, "That's all I need." He lays out the plan. If his hunch is right, they'll need to inflict a massive amount of damage, at which point she should activate her authority, and without hesitation, he embraces her. "Forgive my rudeness," he says, as Catherine cries out, "Wait, what are you doing?" The system announced the activation of the Iron Wings authority as Sang-gyun coldly told her to fly, embracing her as they plunged downward. Back on the plane, Cheon-sia couldn't help but smile. "Really? He always does what he wants, never changing a bit." Shung-hun says they can't just sit and watch. Then, the 2 of them leaped down as well, leaving Catherine to finally regain her composure. "Could you be any less predictable? Who flies off in a situation like this without explaining anything?" But Sion, focused on the situation below, frowned and announced, "It's fortunate that Chinese hunter is buying us time." Her tears streamed backward as she thought he hadn't even listened to her, despite his detailed instructions. "If you see an opening, use your authority immediately. Now release El Katarine." Sangjin simply says, "I'm going ahead," and soars into the sky. In the distance, Baekmu and Yuk clash fists, creating shockwaves as the rock before him shatters, sending fragments flying, startling Baekmu. He stared at him curiously. What kind of martial art was that from someone who couldn't even channel ki into his fist? Then, Hu's arm multiplied, becoming incredibly powerful, pummeling Baekmu repeatedly, sending him flying backward, finally crashing to the ground, shattering the rocks. Suddenly, a burst of power shot out from within. He turns and swats it away, but just then, Hu-Uk senses something hurtling toward him with lightning speed. He frowned, glancing back warily as the red light closed in, radiating a palpable force. He blocked the debris with his hands, but the force sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, kicking up dust and shattering the earth. From there, someone's fresh blood splattered on the ground as he struggled to support himself, a huge lump swelling on his hand, while Sun leaned against the cliff face, striking a cool pose. He struggles to his feet, vowing never to fall from the sky again, as a purple light flashes in his eyes. Frowning, he asks, "Who are you?" The system then activates the blood for blood skill, reducing pain by 40%. If you narrowly survive, blood for blood proficiency will increase by 20%. Sang-Gyun grinned confidently. "You wanted to find me so badly? But now that I'm here, you don't recognize me?" Amidst the swirling dust, Huck realizes, so you're... He stated seriously, "That's right, I'm Hansen." Once again, the system chimes, activating the Sword Energy Master Authority, and the sword in Cheyun's hand glows with a dazzling blue light. He tenses up, bending his arms, two massive lumps bulging on his wrists, his face darkening. "I've been waiting for you, but it seems you're just a mediocre swordsman wannabe." Suddenly, he slams his fists together, shattering the growths, blood streaming down his hands. Ignoring it, H-Uk grits his teeth. "I'm getting annoyed." But Shiyun nonchalantly replied, "So what?" As he charged forward, he thought to himself that since his opponent was unarmed, he had to take the initiative. Unexpectedly, Hai-Uk raises a hand, enveloped in golden light, and his sword instantly flies to him from afar, while Shiyun continues his charge. The two clash in a fierce battle. Debris and vehicles were sent flying everywhere, leaving behind a scene of destruction, with wreckage suspended in the air. Sang-Gyun was relieved. A direct hit would have been fatal. Just then, the system announced the activation of his blood frenzy skill. He thought with annoyance that the last attack should have weakened him a bit. Damn it, Sun was already scratched in several places. Blood was still trickling from his mouth, and he broke his rebound shield in one more blow. Now it'll be difficult to use that skill. He then looked at the sword in Hyuk's hand and wondered, is that true sword energy? He realizes it, exclaiming, "Recovery? I can't believe you're relying on the tower's dark magic." Sang-Gyun doesn't care. The system notifies him that the lightning sword skill has been activated, and he slashes down, leaving a groove in the stone ground. Hyuk-woo stood firm as the slash cut through the path, heading straight for him. Calmly, he swung his sword, a powerful surge of fire meeting the attack head-on. At that moment, John Shock and Sung-hoon emerged from behind him, launching a simultaneous attack. Hyuk-woo turned sharply to parry, but it was too late. Catherine had already appeared behind him. She shouts, "Fire suppression." A fireball is launched, and the system explains, "Fire suppression authority." When used on an enemy, all of their stats are reduced by 10, and some of their skills are locked. From there, an explosion roared and flames erupted. Seeing the scene before her, Catherine thought in disbelief, "My authority didn't work?" Choen-Zak points to the sky, reminding Hyuk, who's standing on a lamppost with his sword raised, radiating golden light, that "You insects are ruining my fun." They instinctively knew, as hunters who had survived countless life-or-death battles, that they couldn't withstand this blow. The light engulfing the sword grew ever brighter, and he grimaced, shouting, "Die, you insects!" The power from the sky struck down like death itself. The three of them nearly screamed. "Get out of the way!" Cheon-ok gritted his teeth and turned to run. Kairine immediately ran for her life, while Seung-hoon, though composed, was also frantically running. The pillar of light descends, illuminating the area, and space warps as two hands grasp each other. So the flower carriage sees this lesson as a gift. It's just a little mana transfer. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts, and she bursts into laughter. Ho explains that this isn't just a little mana this time, but also contains an emotional connection, which Sang-Gyun blankly accepts. An invisible bond now connects them, and she wonders what it is. "Can you feel the difference?" He withdrew his hand and answered honestly, "I felt a little mana the first time, and I felt it the second time," Sang-Gyun stammered. "The white crane swordswoman was inside me. It seems this was Seo Hua's intention." She smiles cheerfully. "Good. Now apply it to your sword." but she warned him to only use it after leaving, as any disadvantages would be removed in the presence of an administrator. Immediately, Sang-gyun returned to the battle in Japan. As the pillar of fiery energy descended, he launched a counterattack, leaving H-Uk, who was floating in the air, staring in surprise. He sheathed his sword as the system issued notification stating that skills and authority were no longer used through sword energy, but instead stemmed from the user's enlightenment, and that he was the first to use sword energy on Earth, with the Tower of Trial sending its praise to Challenger Hanshinen. You have achieved oneness with the sword by increasing the mana consumption of the sword Aura Master authority. Penalties have been removed. It was then that Sionin realized this was true sword energy. He glanced back and asked if everyone was all right. Catherine nods. Yes, thank you. She knew that in that moment he had used a blow of equal power to negate his attack. They were both monsters. Suddenly, laughter echoed from afar, startling them as they turned around to see Hyuk grinning wildly. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. You almost disappointed me. He knew his twisted desires all too well. The more effort put into the sandcastle, the more fun it is to destroy. Without hesitation, Hyuk charged forward, stabbing straight at Sang-gyun. He subtly turned and kicked away the embers, gritting his teeth as he blocked with his sword, thinking that all challengers from other worlds were annoying. But the bastard in front of him was truly insane. He's knocked back, hits the ground, and digs in his heels, but still slides backward a good distance, as Sang-gyun speaks to the three behind him. I apologize, but could you all please step back? If I have to keep saving you, I won't be able to concentrate. Catherine was taken aback, wanting to rush in, but Sung-hun immediately stopped her. It's harsh, but it's the truth. You can see he's also deeply troubled. I can't believe I still can't help, even after all this time. Damn it. Seo Eung-hoon didn't forget to remind him, but if the opportunity arises, he'll continue with his previous plan. Before leaving, he couldn't help but advise caution, and then Sok also flew away. Next, a fierce battle ensues, with the blue and red energies colliding, dragging each other from east to west. Their attacks radiate outward with such force that the glass on the buildings shatters and scatters everywhere. A heavy car flew into a lamppost with a deafening crash. From a distance, only the clash of red and blue lights could be seen, moving from place to place, from the sky to the ground. Suddenly, they both vanished, and the city fell silent. Then, out of nowhere, flames erupted, and debris flew everywhere. Choi Se-on covers his face, realizing why he was told to fall back. Incredible. Catherine observes that Han Sang-gun can fight the monster on equal footing, but Sung-hun disagrees, sensing that he's at a disadvantage and will surely die at this rate. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone's blood splattered on the ground as Sang-jun struggled to hold on, thinking he'd be able to put up a fight now that he'd leveled up his sword energy. He recalls Se-hwa saying, I'd guess Nam Gung-hyuk's swordsmanship is A-class. Sang-gyun knows his is only C-class, and he has to admit, even ignoring skill, he's just so strong. Suddenly, he collapses, kneeling heavily, causing Hyuk to exclaim in disappointment. What's wrong? San is just panting. Damn it, I used too much energy to recover. If I keep this up, it'll affect my combat ability. Just then, Catherine threw a red bottle of water and shouted, as Sang-gyun happily exclaimed. With a swift hand, he snatched the bottle, but as Sion popped the top, his jaw dropped as he stared at the approaching Hyuk, who delivered a powerful kick. Caught off guard, Sun flew backward, the bottle suspended in the air as he snatched it, saying, thanks, and chugging it down. Seeing this, Catherine cries out in disbelief, No! While John Seok, annoyed, couldn't help but curse, Damn it, I should have poisoned him! Clutching his stomach, Sang-jun trembled, struggling to stand, sweat pouring down his face. Hyuk mocked, Humans always have something called hope, and so do you. Hans heard the system announce that a small amount of stamina had been restored, and he said grimly that he might win this fight. If he gives it his all, he can win, he can live. Sang clutches his face, trembling. Huck's crimson eye flared as a sinister grin spread across his face. But I will tear apart that fragile hope. The moment you shift from optimism to despair, that expression is the only thing that satisfies me. The battle, of course, cannot stop, from this shattered building to the rooftop of another. Then Sion was punched straight through a gap in the building by Huck. Even so, he frowned slightly, thinking without joy, I don't like this. Even then, he gritted his teeth, his eyes shining brightly, a sight that Huck found unsettling, as if his eyes were still full of hope. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and threw a powerful punch. Sun takes a blow from above, crashing to the ground and skidding far. Sang-gyun lies on the broken rubble, his body trembling in pain. Just then, a dark figure appeared before him, blocking his view. Hyuk was furious, veins bulging, but he had no strength left to move. Why do his eyes still look like that? He swings his sword across Sun's face, blood splattering everywhere, and yells, "Despair!" Sang-yun screamed in agony, darkness clouding his vision as he desperately cried out for his eyes. He couldn't open them, but gritting his teeth, he resolved to launch one final attack. He began to doubt himself, but seeing nothing, he couldn't believe his attack would work. And Hywook prepared another strike. Gritting his teeth, Sang-yun wondered what to do, and seeing this, Catherine immediately rushed forward. Sang-yun shouts, followed by Chan Seok and Sang-gun. Though he can't open his eyes, he knows if they come here, they'll be annihilated. Sang-jun raised his hand to stop them, shouting, "No, stay back!" Hyuku seemed to realize something, and with a sinister tone, he said, "Your comrades are the reason you still have that look in your eyes." Catherine disobeyed and launched a fireball, but in an instant, Yuk appeared beside her. Before she could react, he struck her back with his sword, and blood spurted out in her shock. Seeing this, Seung-hun couldn't help but shout, "Catherine!" A lightning strike came down, giving her the chance to escape. His whole body emitted golden lightning, but it was nothing to Hyuk. He stomps down, slamming Seung-hun's face into the ground, who, sensing his comrade's danger, frantically searches with bloodshot eyes. Then Hyuk grabs Therine by the hair and lifts her up, his sword at the ready. She struggled, screaming, "Let me go!" But the flaming sword pierced Catherine's body without hesitation, and she cried out in agony. He laughed with excitement. "I can already smell the burning flesh." Sanun struggled to his feet, shouting, "Stop it, you twisted freak!" Seeing this, Hyuk became even more excited, laughing maniacally. "Yes, that's the expression I wanted." Just then, a transparent figure lunged forward, but he seemed to sense it, frowning slightly. Silently, the figure summoned an ice flower. Then Chunshik strikes Hyuk, shouting, "Ice prison!" Immediately, the arm holding Catherine is frozen. Taking the opportunity, he scooped her up and ran, knowing he had to get her medical attention fast. The ice imprisoning their foe was beginning to crack. With gritted teeth, Hyuk growled about the insect. Then, with a twist, the ice shattered, his eyes burning crimson as he soared towards the pair. Sensing danger, Jaunshok summons a sphere of ice to protect Catherine, then desperately tries to push it away, hoping to carry her to safety. "That's all I can do. Now I just need to keep running." But just as Juncheol shouted to run, before his magic could take effect, Hyuk seized his head in disbelief. Not stopping there, a sword comes down, and Chan Seok takes the full brunt of the blow, screaming in agony. Sang-jun feels utterly helpless, reminded of Seung-hun and a similar situation 5 years ago. He clawed at his sightless eyes, gritting his teeth, unable to protect anyone. Suddenly, a cry rang out, and a rat with blazing red eyes scurried past. Not just one, but a swarm of rats appeared, their squeals echoing through the space. Sagiyun sensed the disaster. Countless rats saw this deathmatch as a feast. "They're here." Suddenly the rats, devoid of life, scatter to meet the only attack they can. Meanwhile, blue energy poured into his body, and the system announced that all absorbed souls were being used to restore his stamina. A circle of blood on his chest absorbs everything as Sang-yun appears, while Huyuk grabs Seung-hun's severed arm. "Hold on a second." He turned in surprise, and though his eyes were still closed, he sensed the attack and cursed, "You perverted Murim freak." He squeezed the arm, draining it until it vanished. "Not bad. Your reaction is pretty good." Just then, the unconscious Baekmu suddenly awoke and shouted as the golden fist came hurtling towards them. He landed a powerful punch in Hyuk's gut, catching him completely off guard as the system notifications flooded in. Due to the authority of the fire, the abilities of those touched have been significantly reduced, and sword energy is locked for 10 minutes. The fire sword is locked for 10 minutes. Everyone except Nam Gung-hyuk is immune to the flames. As flames engulfed Achuk, he grit his teeth in pain, while Baek Mok shouted, "I am a Chinese hero, Benjamin. I'm still alive, you bastard." He hoisted Sung-hoon over his shoulder and fled. "Now that Katerine's fire has been used, let's get out of here." Shiuk grits his teeth. "Even at the end, you worm." Just then, the system announces, "You cannot use sword energy." His purple eyes blazed with fury as he cursed, "God damn it!" Huck stood firm, sword raised to the sky, and declared, "Relentless battle," as countless shining swords appeared in the air. They rained down relentlessly around him and Sang-yun as the system announced that due to the unique effect of giant battle, a combat zone with a 30-meter radius had been created, barring anyone but Han Sang-yun and Nam Kung-hyuk from interfering. An isolated circle is formed, cutting them off from the outside world, as Sang-jun looks up to survey his surroundings. Meanwhile, Hyuk was confident that even though his sword energy was sealed, he still had battle energy. He swung down from above, gleefully contemptuous. What can a blind man like him do? How is he still standing there? And since when? What Sion is curious about is his mind's eye, which allows him to see attacks even when he can't physically see them, and he effortlessly dodges the blow. Songjun retreated to a safe distance, including the wall created within a 30-meter radius, using his spirit eye to observe. He could even see the stones within. Sion's real eyes remained tightly shut. It's ironic that in losing my sight, I see everything around me more clearly. I haven't been using the mind's eye correctly until now. He could feel it, as if he had opened a third eye, and on his forehead, a bright eye opened. As the system chimed, you have discovered the truth. The mind's eye and the mind's eye skill has been upgraded to B rank. Furthermore, the system reveals that you bet your life on your senses in a life or death battle. His sixth sense skill increased to B rank. He pondered. His sixth sense, which he had completely forgotten, had leveled up, making his senses even stronger. The system continued to notify him. You have successfully survived a battle with a man merged with his sword. Demon slaying skill increased to B rank. Blood for tat skill increased to B rank. In a short time, your body has suffered too much damage and exceeded its limits. Even Haiwook was astonished to the point of disbelief, as Sangyun's sword swing forced him to leap back in avoidance. He thought, with this, the eyes that had been slashed and bloodied suddenly opened wide. I was able to fight evenly with Nam Gung-hyuk when his energy was reduced. In this confined space, Songjun charged forward with incredible speed, while Hyuk stood ready. He wondered what was going on. Hyuki gritted his teeth, clearly sensing how Sangjun's movements had improved and how his sword had become sharper. As he moved, the system notifications kept popping up, activating the Dark Burst skill, increasing movement speed by 30% in areas covered by shadows. Once again, the system chimes, activating speed and wind blessing skills, boosting overall speed by 70%. Current zone 7 to 7. And that's not all. The system goes wild, activating Mad Sword technique, increasing all sword-type weapon attack speed by 20%. Zone bonus, now 10-10, the two simultaneously swing their swords at each other. Sangyun leans away, gritting his teeth, realizing that even with all his skills, he can only barely keep up with this guy. Too risky. He calculated that his stamina would soon run out, and the debuff on Nam Gung-hyuk would disappear. He had to end this while the fire still burned. Sangjun raised his sword, knowing the only way to change the tide of close combat was an unpredictable variable, then swung hard, sending the blade forward. But Hyuk dodged, a sly grin on his face. Worried you've made a mistake. He spun around, throwing a flaming punch, but Xian leaned back to dodge it. Lying beneath that powerful hand, he cried out, "Iron Blood Sword!" The system immediately responded, activating the Iron Blood Sword authority, and a crimson blade appeared at his feet. Before Hyuk could react, Xian kicked off the ground and thrust his sword forward. He frowned, spitting out fresh blood as the crimson blade pierced his body, causing him to arch backward and cough up even more blood. He gritted his teeth, calculating, "This is bad. That sword cost me money. I need to hurry if I want to fully recover." Just then, the system announced that the authority manifestation had ended. Just as Hyuk rejoices at his newfound freedom, the system chimes in. The arena is dissolving and outsiders can now enter. Outside, Sung-hoon and Chon-sok waited anxiously, then cried out as the barrier vanished, revealing the situation within. Hyuk slipped his hand into his chest, and the sword in his abdomen vanished. "I've been playing around too much. Next time, I'll end this fight." He pulls out a stone etched with glowing symbols, and a massive portal opens, prompting Chon-seok to exclaim, "A teleportation gate?" Seung-hoon realizes he's trying to return to the Murim dimension, and as they watch his back, a single thought echoes in their minds. In that moment, they all knew that if they didn't eliminate Nam Kung-hach here and now, he would become a terrible disaster for Earth in the future. In the blink of an eye, the four of them raised their weapons and charged, determined to stop him from escaping. Hukwu glanced back in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" He frowned, focusing on the key point, and shouted, "Run!" Hyuk raised his sword to the sky, the fire sword blazing with a massive flame. It hurtles toward the four, who are being approached by Dalao, and Karin can only stare in shock. A violent clash erupts, a burst of light radiating outwards, shaking the surrounding buildings. It turns out Sangyun had rushed forward, using his shattered counter-shield skill, preventing accumulated damage from being returned. But not for long, as the force of the attack was so great that the arm holding the shield was completely incinerated. Sangjun trembled in pain, a shocking turn of events that caused Catherine to scream. Sangyun's hand is instantly healed by Chon-seok's healing ability, and Sangyun reassures everyone. "Don't mind the enemy, they're still here." Suddenly, a voice calls out from the other side of Hux Hans and Sangjun. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he struggled to stand, causing his opponent to frown. I could have annihilated you with a single blow from the start. Is that how you want this to end? San couldn't argue, thinking to himself, this is frustrating, but I can't say anything. Seeing his silence, Huayuk turned away, saying he would return soon, and stepped into the barrier. Just as Huayuk disappeared, Sangun collapsed to the ground and everyone rushed to his side in concern. Meanwhile, in the Murim dimension, someone greeted Huayuk as soon as he arrived. Young master, you're back. But he couldn't hold on any longer, and he vomited blood. Young master, are you all right? The boy exclaimed in horror. Then he turned and shouted, Quick, get the healer. He wiped the black blood from his lips, thinking, Han Sangjun, no matter what, I will drive you to despair. Meanwhile, in a Tokyo hospital, lights flickered in the rooms as Sangjun's blue eyes slowly opened, startling Chika. Han Sangyun, you're awake. He propped himself up and asked. She shielded you, Chika replied. You're still in the hospital and can't move yet. You were severely injured. It was then that Sun remembered and stared at the arm he had lost. She lowered her head, looking apologetic. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude for your great sacrifice. Suddenly, the system activated the blood-for-blood skill, and a pristine new arm appeared, shocking Chichika. Sanyun, his arm restored, rose and removed his bandages, saying, I'm okay. Where are the others? He went to a hospital room with Catherine's name on it, and as Sanyun pulled open the curtain, he called out, Catherine, are you okay? She's inside, shirtless, cleaning her wounds. His sudden appearance stuns them both, followed by a scream that echoes through the hospital. Meanwhile, with a broken leg, Chansuk hobbled to the bedside, lamenting, Oh, my life. He was overjoyed to see Han Sangjun, whose left cheek bore a bright red handprint that shocked even Chan Seok. What happened to your face? Sangjun replied sheepishly. Well, I went to Catherine's room, and she was, shall we say, full of life and perfectly fine. Then I wondered, but I didn't see Kim Sung-hoon in his room. Do you know where he went? He seemed a little down. I went to see him briefly this morning. Chansok's mood also darkens, saying that he must be feeling terrible right now. He announces that he's lost his right arm. At the same time, Sung-hoon stands alone on the rooftop. Sang-yoon arrives, saying, So, this is where you were. Seeing him, Sung-hoon turns to greet him. So, the sword demon has arrived, he wondered to himself. Sword demon. Sung-hoon's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the arm. His left arm. Did he use a skill to restore it? He nodded. Yeah. After a pause, he replied, An unbelievable skill. You always surprise me. Seung-hun calmly rolls up his hospital gown sleeve, seemingly unfazed. I'm sure you've heard, my right arm is beyond saving. No sooner had he spoken than Sangjun apologized, stunning him into silence. He blamed himself, saying, If I had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. Seeing this, Sung-hoon reassured him, conjuring an ice arm. Don't worry, I have another skill to compensate. Sangyun leaned against the wall, muttering, What tower did I climb like a madman to become so strong, like I had tunnel vision? He held up his cigarette and continued, Not that it's a bad thing. I'm sure that's what made you strong. But Guong-hun believes the strong should help the weak. At least, that's his ideal. His expression remains cold. I learned a lot from that battle, remembering important things I had long forgotten. At that moment, he removed the mask with his bandaged hand, revealing secrets I was about to learn. That a strong man like him wasn't a madman. I also don't know what you were thinking when we first met in the tower, Sung-hoon asked, lighting a cigarette. Oh, want a smoke? Sang-gyun shook his head in refusal. No, I don't drink or smoke. It was then that he took a good look at the face beneath the mask and exclaimed in surprise. Uh-huh? Sun turns to stare at him, hesitant. I'm Seung-hun, he said, puffing on a cigarette. Ah, right. I forgot to introduce myself. A few days later, they took commemorative photos with representatives from Tokyo, including Baek Mok. Sang-gyun gives a serious interview, cameras in his face before they all go shopping, and he gifts Catherine a beautiful necklace. She accepts it and happily puts it on, its golden light flashing, revealing its worth. Finally, they waved goodbye to each other, and Sun donned his red cloak once more. It was then that he noticed his coat. The design of the lapels must have been slightly upgraded since its restoration. Sang-gyun takes his sword, ensuring his equipment is in top condition, relieved to have averted a great disaster. I guess these kinds of services are to be expected. Suddenly, he collapses onto the bed with a sigh. Whew. Returning that stone these past 3 days has been chaotic. I really didn't want this kind of fame. Sangun realized videos of the battle had already spread everywhere. It's footage from the Japanese Hunter Association's helicopter, and below are countless comments. Are all challengers this insanely strong? He's carrying the whole team by himself. Didn't he resolve this entire incident single-handedly? I think I know who he is. There was a training center exclusively for players called White Lotus, and he trained there for 7 years. Okay, bring on the next liar. There's no way someone so inept could drive away monsters and destroy a building so easily. I wish he fought like Shadowblade for real. He's really good at fighting. It's no wonder they call him Shadowblade. Seriously. It was then that Sang-il wondered, was this the Shadow Monarch Kim Sung-hoon had mentioned? He couldn't believe he was the Lightning Emperor. Seong-hun was the Lightning Emperor, and among the top 30 S-rank hunters in Korea, his reputation was unmatched, a hero standing on a stage of roaring applause. Sun knows he's shattered records that other S-rank hunters couldn't even touch. A true hero of Korea. He recalls the note the man gave him the night before, telling him to contact him if anything happened. Honestly, you can consider this an invitation. You can contact me for smaller reasons, or really for any reason at all. Sang-yeon realizes this was an invitation. Just then, the system chimes, time's up, and he pushes himself up, thinking, I'll get stronger and live up to the name Shadowblade. Next, the system announced his return to the Tower of Trials, and Sang-yeon smirked, back to the tower it is. As the system chimed again, you have entered the 11th floor. The space around him shifted. Reflecting on his battle with Nam Gong-hyuk, he realizes he needs more stamina. Remembering the blue light and the burning of his arm, it's time to get a stamina recovery skill. The best way to solve this while shopping for a skill is for Cian to buy them all, triggering a series of notifications. You have purchased Stamina Auto Recovery D. Description. All stamina will be automatically recovered by 0.07% every 180 seconds. You have spent 15,000 points. You have purchased Lunar Absorption to BEI. The ability to recover will increase by 100% when exposed to moonlight. You have spent 10,000 points. You have purchased Sun Absorption EIU. Description. Recovery abilities increase by 100% when exposed to sunlight. You spent 10,000 points. You purchased Overgrowth CE. It states that all physical recovery and stamina will be increased by 70%. You have spent 20,000 points. You have purchased Bloodlust C. Description. When absorbing the blood of a defeated foe, stamina and HP are restored based on the amount of blood absorbed. You have spent 20,000 points. Sang-jun is pleased as notifications continue to pop up. I have enough points to buy all the skills I need and still have some left over. Then, the system sends a new notification, activating a perk. Skill combination unlocks skill content. Please select the skills you wish to combine from your current abilities. He pondered, deciding to start with skills that have similar effects. On one hand, Sunlight Absorption E, on the other, Moonlight Absorption E. In less than 2 seconds, the system responded, skill combination complete. The Photosynthesis CI skill has been created. Photosynthesis CI proficiency are %. The healing effect increases by 200% when exposed to sunlight or moonlight, and the user can absorb mana through light. Seeing this, Sang-yeon was happy. All right, the skill level has increased quite a bit, and the advantages of the two skills are well combined. But he decides that mixing in the Call of Blood would be great, namely Photosynthesis C and the Call of Blood C. The system immediately announces that the skill combination is complete, and the skill information is quickly updated. The Blood Pact C-grade skill has been created, Blood Pact C-grade proficiency 0%. The user can now drain HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of creatures they've slain. Sang-jun was a little disappointed. This is a bust. The skill level didn't increase, and the benefits of photosynthesis are gone. He paused, then exclaimed. Instantly, the system chimed again. You have purchased Blood Call C, deducting 20,000 points. What a whale. Cyan frantically taps the screen, thinking he can just buy his way to success, since he has plenty of points. He's determined to try again. I'll combine Blood Pact with Call of Blood again. Another C-grade Call of Blood and a C-grade Blood Pact. 2 sources of light combine. The system immediately delivers the results of the skill combination, and a new skill is being created. Once again, the system chimes. On the screen, the skill Bloodline Truth Seeker was being created, causing Sang-yeon to exclaim in surprise. Oh, a B-grade skill, and the information is updating fast. Skill, Seeker of Blood Truth. Proficiency, 0%. The basic effect allows the user to drain vitality, stamina, and mana from blood, and grants powerful blood manipulation. In detail, all blood lost by the user will gradually regenerate. Skimming through, he realizes he can drain life force, stamina, and mana from blood, but he's also curious. And he can control blood? What's that? Seonan slashes his palm with his sword, and fresh blood appears. He raised his hand and the blood floated around him. but Sionin calmly watched, realizing he was experimenting. He smirked. So he really can control blood. A bloodthorn ball forms in the air. Sangjun happily exclaims that he can create any shape he wants. Next, blood cells form a blazing red sword. Suddenly, he's curious to see something like this. A bit of blood oozes from Sun's fingertip, and he realizes he can force blood out even without directly cutting into the skin. Sangjun was extremely pleased, a grin spreading across his face. The seeker of blood's truth. This skill will be useful. And thought to himself that he'd set aside more time to upgrade his Eye of Truth, as the screen flashed with blinding light. The system announces that the skill combination is complete. A new skill is being created. The skill Fire Dragon Eye A+ has been created, proficiency 0% with basic effects. The power of the Fire Dragon will be imbued in his eyes, allowing him to see what was once invisible, a detailed effect. The user can see an item's information and see through lies. Sangyun wastes no time in using it. The system announces that the Fire Dragon Eye skill is being created, and Sanjun's sharp eyes flare with blue light. His equipment has also been updated, the old tailcoat vest of the vampire count. The user can temporarily create a blood shield by sacrificing their life force, followed by speed-enhancing boots. When enchanted with magic, it grants a temporary speed boost, things Sanjun never noticed before. As he stared at the sword in his hand, the system displayed information. When the user's blood demon sword fire reaches its maximum level, a special move will be unlocked. Sangjun recalled that swordfire was the method that allowed Nam Gung Hyuk to destroy the Sinjik region. The shockwave shook everything. He surmised that only those who had reached that level could awaken the true power of the heavenly blood demon sword. He'd only thought of it as a pretty good sword, never imagining it had such hidden abilities. Without hesitation, Sangyun tapped the screen and declared, "Let's go." Immediately, the system announced that he was entering the 11th floor of the trial tower. Difficulty: hard. Current trial: mind purification. Time remaining: 8 days. Success condition: complete the 7th trial within the time limit. Failure condition: challenger dies or time runs out. Reward: purification. Mirror: rank S. Penalty: death. The notifications appeared clearly, along with warnings, but Sangjun calmly looked forward to arriving here. When he arrived, someone was already waiting, welcoming him to the Purification Temple. He wondered aloud. The Temple of Purification? Johann, bearing his weight on one leg, replied, "Now you will face the trials given by the purifying gods. And these trials will continue until you quit. A mere adventurer, yet you dare accept the trials of the gods. Then you must face the consequences." Sangyun understood. "So, what must I do to pass the first trial?" he asked, dumbfounded. "You don't even know the rules of the trials in the arena of the 7 gods?" He nodded, realizing that the Black Knight's domain must have invaded the 5th floor's hierarchy. This left Johann rather disappointed. "I don't understand how a fool of an adventurer like you made it this far." "Fine, I'll explain." According to him, the trial is simple. Prove your body, faith, and mind. Johann said seriously, "First the body, then the mind. The most difficult trial. The method to pass is simple." Sangjun listened intently as Johann explained, "In each trial room, a high-ranking warden awaits you. You simply advance to the next room by defeating or persuading them." After hearing this, he focused on the key point and asked, "So, I just need to overcome them regardless of the method?" But Johann only smiled and replied, "I've explained enough. You can find the answer for yourself." Johann tenses his legs, veins bulging as he announces, "Let's begin." The old man charged forward, yelling, "The first trial!" Their punches collided again and again, relentlessly pursuing each other. After a few exchanges, Sangjun surmised that he must be at the level of a vanguard. With one hand ready to block and the other suppressing the spurting blood, the system announced the activation of the Bloodseeker skill. He then grabbed the arm and flicked his finger towards the charging Johann. Blood splattered across Johann's forehead before he could react, and he collapsed to the ground, prompting Sionin to think, "Damn, this skill is insane." Then he turned to him and said thank you for the explanation, and the system announced that he had absorbed the soul of Bishop Johann. Proficiency has increased by 5.8%. Suddenly, the system sends notifications one after another. The administrator of the 7 gods bishop is astonished by what he has witnessed, while the Godslayer swordsman nods in approval of your actions. The warrior administrator of the ruined world hopes you'll be interesting, while the divine seeker says not to worry, you're doing great at asserting yourself. He stared blankly at the screen, furrowing his brow in speculation. Judging by their titles, I think I've garnered their attention because this trial is related to the gods. Suddenly, the system sends a notification. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant Administrator is surprised by your actions. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator is displeased that you entered the trial without saying anything. What is he yelling about? I don't even know how to contact the administrators. Next, Sionin approaches Johan's body to examine it, rummaging around until he finds something and exclaims. With this item, the system explains, the administrator reduces the target of the 7 gods who are silently watching you. Then it rang out twice more. The warrior administrator of the destroyed world is impressed by your greed. The god-slaying swordsman administrator nods as if understanding, but he couldn't care less and quietly gives an order. The system announces the activation of Fire Dragon Eyes, and item information appears on the screen. The mirror contains the divine power of a Setopos High Bishop, allowing the user to create a divine barrier once. When creating a divine shield, the mind may be destroyed. Sangjun knew this was basic information, followed by information only the Fire Dragon Eyes could see, a remnant sent by the system. The mirror's divine power may guide its user to prove their destiny. He stares at the mirror, still puzzled. Could it lead the user to prove their destiny? What on earth does that even mean? Sounds like it's just a one-time use protective barrier. Then, Sangjun departs. He pressed a brick in the wall, hoping for more chances to prove himself. But as Sangjun opened the door, a voice echoed from within. Some unknown foreign explorer had arrived far too quickly. Dian sits up, convinced Johan's time is up. Unsurprised, he asks, "You're the bishop of the second trial?" She nods in confirmation. "Indeed, dear explorer." Dian gripped the chair back and stood, introducing himself as the bishop of the second trial. She hurls the chair at Sion with glee, shouting, "Pleased to meet you." He catches the chair, but she's already resorting to violence. Sionin's eyes gleam with determination, realizing this must be a physical trial. As he finishes speaking, Dian leaps into the air. She swings her sword, ready to strike, a direct hit. Dian excitedly brings her sword down, but Sionin dodges. She swung her sword again, but he ducked to avoid it, carefully observing the sword aura. Sionin's eyes flashed as if he remembered using it before. The system announced the activation of Sword Aura Mastery and Lightning Sword Aura, and he drew his sword. Dian stared in disbelief at Sangyun's skill, as blood sprayed into the air. She's using her sword to desperately support her injured body. Aura. How can a low-level challenger wield aura so proficiently? He held his sword firmly, retorting, "If you can, why can't I?" She groaned, explaining, "The Lord grants holy power. That's how priests like me gain strength. I just didn't expect someone with no holy power to wield such incredible sword energy." Sionin frowned, thinking to himself about her divine power as she waved her hand, a blue light erupting, and Yeon recovered and charged forward again. Annoyed, he thought, that damage should have been fatal. Divine power is such a troublesome ability. Soun uses his sword to block the descending blade, knocking her back. From what I heard from the first priest, there's no need to kill someone who's just passed a few trials. Listen to me, will you change your mind? Yan smirks and shakes her head. I don't know, maybe if you had divine persuasion skills. Sionin wondered how many more physical trials like this there would be, a question that ignited her fury. You're so arrogant, so complacent. You really think you've won? Dian lunges forward again, saying he can ask questions after he wins. The sword struck, but Sionin remained standing. As the system chimed, activating instant acceleration, her sword spun through the air, and in a blink, he appeared before her, pinning her hands against the wall. Sangjun stares intently at Ren and declares, "I won." She furrows her brow in disbelief and shouts, "What's going on?" He doesn't answer, repeating the question, "Now tell me the trial's progress." Suddenly, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Are you planning to take something?" Just then, the system chimed repeatedly as the warrior administrator of the fallen world awaited your answer. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator narrows his eyes at you, while the white crane swordsman administrator seems surprised by the question. Sangyun increases her strength, cracking the wall behind her as he affirms he has no interest in it. Hearing that, Jen chuckled awkwardly. That's good. Instantly, the system sends a notification. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator agrees with Jen. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster says she knows you're a good person. The divine chaser. Administrator looks at you with curiosity. Sangyun, unconcerned with the flashing screen, frowned and asked, "Why do you ask? Who would come all this way just to do that?" Yan retorted, "You think everyone's like you? For an adventurer, you're awfully naive, aren't you?" After a pause, he still tells her to give him the trial guidelines. She explained seriously that there were still 2 more physical trials, and the test of faith would begin in the 5th trial and end in the 6th. Hearing this, he asked if there was only 1 test of divine power left, to which she nodded. That's right. As Sound's hand tightened around the others, she advised him, "But before you get there, you should just give up." He looked down, confused. Duyan laughs maniacally, announcing that no one has ever passed the 7th trial. Everyone who reaches it either goes mad or dies from bleeding out. His eyes gleam with a blue light as the system confirms that she isn't lying. She bows slightly, saying that it's been a long time since she's had such an exhilarating fight. Sang-gyun asks if there's a way to escape without killing her, but Duyan shakes her head, saying there's no way. He wondered if she wasn't afraid to die. She excitedly explains, "What's there to be afraid of? I'll return to the tower anyway." Sanyonin swung his sword, blood splattering the walls. Delaying won't change anything. Immediately, a system notification appeared. "You have collected the soul of the groaning pastor. Proficiency has increased by 8.8%. For some reason, Sanyonin felt disgusted as the blood covered his body. He moved to another room, reached out to open the door, and a blinding light was revealed. As he opened it, a vast space came into view, along with a man who was already waiting. He reached out, gripped his sword hilt, gave it a twist, and pointed the blade forward, ready for battle. Then he introduced himself. "I am Lillian, the future sword of divine judgment." Lillian solemnly announced, "From now on, I will test your martial arts. Prove to me that you are worthy to continue." The sword in his hand blazed, flames like a dragon coiling around it. Lillian softly exclaimed, "Aura blade!" Sangjun's eyes widened as he stared in shock, sensing an instability. But Sangjun was sure it was a fire sword, radiating immense power and illuminating the entire room. He quickly drew his own sword, thinking, a fire sword already on the 3rd trial? Sangyun knew one thing. From this moment on, he would have to risk his life. Then the two lunged at each other, their blue and red lights colliding, the force of their attack scattering powerfully. But Li Silie deflected his attack, sending Sangjun stumbling backward, barely catching himself. He frowned, deeply puzzled, sensing something strange about the difference in physical abilities. Sangjun was certain his own techniques were superior, but Li Silie charges forward once more, and Sangyun quickly parries with his sword. He still doesn't understand why his sword energy dissipated. Remembering that strange ghoul, he saw Nam Gung Hyuk use the fire sword and thought it was a high-level skill, but perhaps he was just too strong. Sangjun realizes the fire sword technique isn't some advanced skill at all. And now, the two swords clash. The fire sword erupts, shattering the ice and finally extinguishing his sword energy. Xiun isn't surprised. He knew it. His eyes narrowed as his sword energy continued to fade, no matter how hard he tried. He confidently states that even your aura cannot destroy this sword, adding that only those who can control the unseen can accomplish such a feat. Sun's face darkens. He's weaker, yet his fire sword is infuriating. He smirks, veins popping. It's like seeing idiots get better grades. So annoying. Sangjun's grip tightens on his sword as he mutters, "The unseen? That sword." He was determined to unleash a devastating blow. Once again, the two swords clashed, fire and ice grinding against each other. Li repeated, pressing down on his sword. "Only those who control the unseen can create a sword that cuts through everything." Sangjun pressed forward, determined to win, declaring that his blade held absolute power. The sword in his hand emitted a strange green light, and Lillian remained certain it was born to win. Sionun's eyes hardened with resolve, certain of annihilation, and then the azure flame sword in his hand shattered, piercing Lillian's chest. Fresh blood splattered all over him. "So I see the difference between a fire sword and sword energy. Sangyun, the source of the fire sword's power, is certain that the user's will, a will strong enough to be perceived, is what allows him to raise his shining sword." Lillian coughed up blood, then wiped it away and suddenly burst out laughing. Lillian's shoulder wound was deep, almost severing his arm, yet his eyes gleamed brightly. "Your swordsmanship is original, but lacks stability like mine. My fire sword is only borrowed to prove a theory, but I think you've completed the test." Seeing his expression, Xiun wondered, is he happy? He realizes that the old man cares more about his achievements than his own life. It seems he has some purpose, whether it be fanaticism or faith. Li Xiun trembled, impressed. "It's so fast, even I can feel it." He instructed, "You've proven your martial prowess. Continue to advance." Just like that. Seeing this, Sion raised his sword and took Lillian's head, saying, "I will set you free." The system immediately chimed, "You have collected the soul of Priest Lillian." Proficiency increased by 14%, and a red light enveloped his body once more as the necromancer's unique skill proficiency reached 100%. Starting as a C-rank necromancer, using his unique power, he has now been promoted to a B-rank necromancer. Sang-gyun rejoices. He's finally reached rank B, and he's eager to see what awaits him. I wonder what new skill I'll get this time. The system announces a side effect. 6. When absorbing the souls of stronger opponents, you may be granted one of their powers. Sunen's eyes widened in astonishment as he read this. The ability to steal another's power? He was quite pleased with himself. The Soul Reaper never disappoints, and this is only rank B. I wonder what effects it'll have when I get to rank A and S. Sang-gyun's information has been updated as well. Han Sang-gyun's status, Halo Ruler. Strength 86, Agility 85, Endurance 81, Stamina 84, Magic 79, Necromancy trait, B-rank unique power, skill power-up, view more. Skills, and more. He was astonished. His stats were almost in the hundreds. Back in the academy, I never imagined I could reach this level. Then the system notifications kept ringing. You have collected the souls of Pastor Johann and Pastor Jen. Your stats will continue to increase. You have collected the soul of Pastor Lillian. Your stats will permanently increase. Scion is invigorated. Absorbing the power, the system announces an increase of 8 points to strength, 6 to agility, 7 to stamina, 8 to mana, and 8 to resistance. But it didn't stop there. His system chimed again. Acquiring one of Priest Lillian's skills, he obtained the Indomitable Will A, and its information was updated. Unwavering Will A. Proficiency, 27%. Its basic ability increases power, physique, and focus when facing a stronger opponent. Side effect. When activated, the skill enhances the acquisition of new knowledge and reinforces mental protection skills. Then, Sang-gyun continued forward, sword in hand, heading straight for the next door. He placed his hands on the wooden door, using all his strength to push it open, but the room beyond was empty. His eyes dart around, curious. Is there no one here? Suddenly, a boy with large angel wings appears, and Li Xian must be dead, startling Sion, who opens his eyes wide. The dark-eyed angel boy says he didn't expect this, and just then, the system rings out, warning him to be careful. The Fallen World Warrior Administrator warns that this is a formidable opponent, and you shouldn't underestimate them. The White Crane Swordsman Administrator notes that this opponent wields true sword energy. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant Administrator is intimidated by the priest's powerful aura. Sang-gyun steps back and swings his sword. Seeing this, he descends as well. I guess you're not much of a talker? The angelic child narrowed his eyes. Let's begin. Your fourth trial. He approached, step by powerful step, his body enveloped in golden light, and introduced himself. I am Kieran, the training pastor. I will now begin testing your body according to the laws of verification. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he's facing a stronger opponent, activating the unyielding will skill. Sionin realizes this priest's power is on a different level. Kan extends his hand, and a shard of glass floats in the air. He seizes it, unleashing a blinding light that fires a force directly at Sang-gyun. He leaps away, but it seems to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing him until even Sun is caught off guard, triggering the Fire Dragon Eye skill. As he swung his hand down, Sang-gyun watched with those eyes, the light reflecting off the mirror and causing damage. He leaped into the air, calculating that he needed to attack before those rays hit him. Sang-gyun and his sword soar, yet Kairan stands unfazed, his massive angel wings gently spreading. Then, Kairan beats his wings, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that blows away even his fiery opponent, before drawing a sharp blade and striking down. Sang-gyun parries, thinking he must use the fire sword, but Kairan repeats his old trick, flapping his wings. Sang-gyun retreats to the ground, noticing feathers falling around him, and realizes this is Kairan's surefire method. Sang-gyun recalls Kairan's fighting style, using light to attack from afar, and even if blocked, mirrors placed everywhere would reflect the light from hidden angles, causing injury. Next, he uses those wings to create gusts of wind, breaking his opponent's balance before counterattacking with a fire sword. Kairan relentlessly attacks, and Sang-gyun falls helplessly. Sang-gyun landed, assessing the attack, a truly deadly technique. His large wings folded, concealing Kairan within, who defended and observed, finding it difficult to destroy the mirrors. Sang-gyun calculated the paths of the attack, realizing that if the small fragments reflected light, they couldn't all be blocked, even with his fire dragon eyes. Then, the system chimed in, announcing that the Azure Sky Overlord Administrator was beginning to doubt the difficulty of the 11th floor trial. The Repentant Priest Administrator is shocked by your familiarity with the training grounds, while the Night Demon Administrator wonders how you'll die. Reading that, Sun wondered how he would die too. As he thought of his administrators, the system spoke up. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant Administrator is annoyed that the pastor is stalling for time, while the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator is eager to see your reaction. Sangyun brandishes his sword in response, reassuring him, "Don't worry so much." From afar, Kirin held a shard of glass in each hand, squinting as he warned, "This time won't be so easy. Just try and take them." Chiron summons orbs of light, each radiating terrifying power, weaving together in a dense barrage. They strike Sanjun's position, triggering an explosion that erupts in smoke and flames. Suddenly, the system announces that the energy has been fully charged, leaving Chiron in utter shock. Below, Sangyun shielded himself, completely unharmed, as the system announced that the shield counter skill was ready to reflect the absorbed damage. He glares and shouts, "Release!" Immediately, the system announces that the shield reversal skill is unleashing all absorbed damage from the aura shield. Kirin was pierced by his own power, blood gushing out as he coughed up a mouthful, still in disbelief. Kirin gritted his teeth, confused. "What is this? I see no evidence that you've learned magic." He wondered if Kirin had been granted divine power, but Sion retorted, "I don't know what divine power is." Chiron simply nods. "I understand. His body seems exhausted as he slowly descends. You did not run or lose. I declare you have completed the entire body-proving trial." Finally, Kirin announced, "You have met the standard," followed by a familiar scene. The system chimes, announcing the absorption of Priest Chiron's soul, mastery increasing by 13%. But this time, something is different. The system announces that due to the soul being stronger than the user, an evaluation of power absorption will begin. After a long wait, the evaluation is complete. The power of the Priest Chiron has been assessed, and the soul's power has been taken. This information surprises Sangyun, and a magic circle appears before him, imprinting the C+ holy power into Han Sangyun's soul. Sangyun stared at it, pondering. Holy power was the strength the priest here used mana for. A brilliant light then erupted from Sangyun's chest. He could feel the energy in his heart, but he couldn't transfer it, confirming that this was different from mana. The system chimes in, and the White Crane Swordmaster suspects the holy power within your core. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant is surprised that there's no holy seal within your divine power. Even Sun is curious, is your divine power really that immense? The system chimes again, stating that he has collected the soul of Master Chiron and his stats will continue to increase. Strength increased by 4, agility by 3, stamina by 3, mana by 4, resistance by 5. Another door opens, its light shining outward. Suddenly, an aged voice echoes, welcoming him. His eyes flashed in that direction, where an old woman stood waiting, calling herself a martial arts fanatic. He wondered to himself, what is a martial arts fanatic? Sangyun spoke up asking, "What does that mean?" She explains, "Isn't your only goal to win and win, to constantly become stronger and one day become the most powerful?" He remained silent, thinking, "I do want to be stronger, but the most powerful? Isn't that a bit much?" As if hearing his thoughts, the old woman suddenly appeared next to Sunu. "I'm not exaggerating. It's simply the result of your efforts." He frowned warily and spun around, swinging his sword, but there was no one behind him. Henya steps on Sanjun's head, reminding him, "Don't go berserk." He stares in disbelief. She announced, moving continuously, that this trial wasn't about physical strength, but about proving his faith. Unable to locate Henya, Sangyun furiously swung his sword around, gritting his teeth and cursing, nearly losing it. How can she move like that? All Sion can see is her. He was terrified, feeling as though the old woman had completely taken over his mind. The hand still gripped the Sangun's ankle, using all its strength. Suddenly, a gnarled hand reached out, grasping his face, while many more hands seized Sionen's body, and before him was her aged face. Henya bit his lip and inhaled slightly, then suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "This one!" The entire space around them instantly changed. Henya simply utters the word, "Passed," and he looks around in confusion. Sangyun asked, confused, "Approved just like that." "What does she mean?" Henya announces, "You've passed the 5th trial." She says you can go now, but he's confused. Why? Henya explains that the 5th trial begins with extrasensory perception. In other words, only those with immense willpower can truly look within themselves. She says she sensed that willpower in you, an unyielding drive to cut down anyone to grow stronger. Henya reminisces, "I remember that feeling, that desire to be stronger, no matter who you had to destroy. That hidden hunger within you hasn't stopped. If you want to kill this old woman, then hurry up. Before I become a spent lamp, I want to return to the embrace of Buddha in peace." Sangjun frowned and fell silent, finally answering, "No," startling Henya. She wondered why, and Sangjun curtly replied, "I've already passed through the gate, so what good would taking more lives do?" Did she really have to ask the obvious? This is truly eye-opening. Henya exclaimed, "I didn't expect that." But as he lunged forward to swing his sword, she spoke again. If I'd known, I would have made you go through the entire trial. But let me reiterate. You've passed. Henya patted Shion on the shoulder, smiling gently. Goodbye, young man. Before disappearing, she urged him to prove himself. Now, Sang-gyun is left all alone. Suddenly, his eyes flash, staring ahead as everything around him darkens, devoid of light. He stood silently as the darkness seeped into the mirror's surface. And soon, I was falling into a black void, unable to see my own hand in front of my face. Just then, Ain appeared and whispered in Sang-gyun's ear, "Hello." He immediately turned, swinging his sword in a wide arc, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings as he thought, "Not again?" She responds telepathically, "Yes, you guessed correctly. You've entered the realm of consciousness once again." Sang-gyun gritted his teeth in annoyance. "I knew it. There's a small seed on your neck." Ain explains that Henya planted a seed in him, which is why he can enter the realm of consciousness. "So, Henya is the name of that old shaman from before?" She kindly confirms. Deep within the tangled web of his consciousness, he's suspended, bound by radiant threads as Ain stands by, offering reassurance. "But you don't need to worry too much," she announces, staring at the closed-eyed scion. "I'm watching over your body outside." "That's even more worrying." Ain drew her sword and pointed it at Sun's neck. "Oh dear, why so hostile? Who speaks so rudely to a lady?" Song excitedly asks. "I could put a hole in your throat right now if I wanted to." "Should I?" Sa-yoon asks nervously. "May I ask how I can prove my faith?" She laughs, appraising him with amusement. "Look at you, so polite and cute." "All right, I'll explain it to you then." She patiently explains that he is currently in the realm of consciousness and only needs to look directly into his own to complete the 6th trial. He doesn't understand my realm of perception. What does she mean by that? She patiently explained that a person's perception is greatly influenced by their beliefs, but you don't need to worry about that. It will feel like closing your eyes and falling into the darkness. Sang-gyun listened intently, seemingly understanding. "So, if I can perceive the essence within the realm of perception, where nothing can be seen, I'll pass?" Alan nods in confirmation. "Exactly. And so, in the name of Aline, the examining nun, I declare the 6th trial to begin." A dark abyss forms beneath Sang-gyun's feet, catching him by surprise. Caught off guard, Sang-gyun sank beneath the black water, his brow furrowed as he fought to keep his mouth shut. Ain continues to taunt Sang-gyun's body, surprised by what's happening. "The pain is real, isn't it? You'd better find a solution quickly or else..." She glances at the bubbles around her, warning that she'll experience the sensation of drowning. Suddenly, the system activates the stone heart skill, and his whole body bursts with light, startling Ain, who recoils. The system displays a series of notifications. Thanks to the steadfast heart skill, the user will not lose composure, and limitations to perception will be restricted. Sang-gyun sighs in relief, reassuring himself. "Feeling much better now. As long as I don't panic, I can still hold my breath." I glanced at my hand, remembering, and just now, something seemed to brush my fingertips. At the same time, Ain's voice echoed, "You're really persistent, aren't you? I thought you'd react by moving your body while your mind was lost in the realm of divine consciousness." She was already clutching a slight wound, a subconscious act of self-preservation, and On had to admit she was truly skilled. I'll keep the secret of how she almost destroyed him. An invisible hand hangs over Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun is starting to regain control of her limbs. Good. Her senses were slowly returning, though sluggishly, and a cold sweat poured down her face as she stared in disbelief. "What? You shouldn't have been able to feel anything in there. You regained control of your body in just 2 hours? Is she a monster?" He's taken aback by the question. 2 hours? I thought it had only been a minute." Ain explains that time moves much faster in the real world. Startled, Sang-gyun exclaimed, "What?" Looking up, he thought, "This is dangerous. If I'm stuck here for the remaining 7 days, I'll die from the trial's failure penalty. I have to find a way to look into the realm of consciousness as soon as possible." Sang-gyun's eyes ignite with a red flame. If only his body's consciousness could be restored through the stone-like mind, he might be able to activate even more skills. At the same time, the system announced the activation of the Fire Dragon Eye skill, engulfing him in crimson flames, his strikes threatening to obliterate the water droplets. Suddenly, he stared intently at one spot, exclaiming that he saw it, but then paused, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Everything around him was a vivid red, and there were even waterfalls of blood. Sunun was stunned. "A sea of blood?" Ain clutches her head in disbelief, screaming. "No way, what's going on? How did my usually hazy consciousness become so clear?" Before her, a pair of massive wings sprouted from his back, leaving Ain speechless, though she quickly regained her composure. "I have to ask, are you even human? Why do you have such strange wings?" Meanwhile, the system announces the activation of steel wings. Sangjun flies upward, leaving a trail of blue light as he contemplates the realm of perception he saw through the fire dragon eyes. Though its symbolism remains unclear, that place looked twisted and terrifying. Flying to a new location, Sangjun paused, hovering high above the swords encircling him. He stared at the sword nearest him, then reached out with his large hand. Sangjun grasped the hilt, the red light on it flashing as if struggling. After a brilliant strike, he lands with earth-shattering force, sending debris flying. Sangyun stared in disbelief at the debris floating before him, pointing to himself as he asked, "Did I do all this?" Ian replies, exhausted, "Who wrecked this place?" Immediately, the system announces that the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator is overjoyed that you have awakened. The iron-blooded tyrant admin breathes a sigh of relief at your awakening, while the warrior admin of this world is shocked that you awoke sooner than expected. Sangjun brushed the dust off his clothes, wondering, but just doing that proves faith? "I don't see the connection," she replies, looking up. "Proving your faith is a path to self-acknowledgement?" he wondered. "Accepting oneself," Ian explains. "People often don't understand their own beliefs. They don't even know what they believe or think. The purpose of this trial is to confront the realm of consciousness, created from thoughts, beliefs, and actions, to overcome a dark past and grow stronger without losing oneself. That's what I read in your heart. What do you think?" "How straightforward." Sangjun walks forward, waving his hand as he goes. "But sometimes being true to your desires is the right path." As Cyan opened the next door, a light flared and Ain spoke up. "Farewell, explorer." The system then announced that he had reached the 7th trial. Inside was a bizarre space, where rocks and other objects floated in the air. Before him was a circle of chaotic energy, like a spatial gate. Sangjun's eyes widened in shock, as if drawn into the abyss. The system chimed. "The examining god is watching you." The vortex morphed into a colossal eye, staring intently at him. Sun remembers Ren's words. No one has ever passed the 7th trial. He collapses to his knees, the pressure so intense that the ground cracks beneath him. He props himself up, gasping for breath. The system announces that the judging god has recognized the challenger, Han Sangjun, and the giant eye watches without blinking. Sangjun, overwhelmed by the pressure, broke out in a cold sweat. Why was he getting so sleepy? As his eyes narrowed, something wasn't right. Sangjun realized he was nothing more than a mouse being hunted by a great serpent with crimson eyes. Sangjun gasped for air, overwhelmed by helplessness, as if he had encountered a supreme being he couldn't resist, his body surrendering to survival, accepting its gaze. So this is a god. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and yelled, "I won't accept this anymore." His mind flashes back to the bloody scene in his home, the shattered family photo on the floor. Sangjun could only weep in despair. Back in reality, he raised his sword and shouted, "Never again!" Without hesitation, Sangjun plunged the sword through his own hand. Notifications chime as the weak blood skill activates, reducing damage taken by 17%. His eyes blaze with resolve. "I won't be foolish again. I won't stand by helplessly as they trample me." Sangjun withdrew his sword, contemplating that every challenge has a way to be overcome. The sword swung, and he stood there panting. The Tower of Trials may have been built like this. Sangjun gritted his teeth, wondering if he could strike the eye. He charged forward with fierce momentum, vowing to cut it down, even if the chance was slim, even if he only got 1 centimeter closer. As he slashed, he told himself it was just a god. The sword energy flew towards the giant eye, the attack getting closer and closer, yet it remained still. Suddenly, the giant eye vanishes, the sword energy dissipates into thin air, and Shiyun, exhausted from giving it his all, is drenched in a cold sweat, frustrated with his own consciousness. Once again, the giant eye appears, and system notifications flood in. Your courage has impressed the judging god. The examiner. God is pleased to have finally met a challenger with such strong mental fortitude, recognizing your confident gaze and requesting that you prove yourself. He stared blankly at it. The system reappeared, stating that the judging god would remember the challenger, Han Sangjun. Sangyun was still utterly bewildered when the system announced that the 7th gate had opened, and the giant eye gradually shrank and disappeared completely. The space around him returned to normal, and he exclaimed, "It's gone!" But Cyan remained downcast, muttering, "A judging god. Do divine beings really exist?" Suddenly, a large mirror appears before him, and Sangjun slowly rises, intrigued. The system spoke again, announcing a link to his future self and the start of synchronization, revealing a long-haired Sangjun in the mirror. He reaches out to touch it, and his reflection does the same. Just then, a blinding red light startled Sionin as the system announced the mind test was beginning. The assimilation rate with your reflection is increasing, and it opens its mouth as if to devour him. But it didn't stop there. The system continued to announce that it had found the most suitable trial for challenger Han Sang-yun, to verify that your beliefs will not change, even in the future. He stared blankly ahead, and Song San-jiun was taken aback to find himself floating in the air, startling Sun, who struggled. Below, Johan knelt on the ground, wondering, "Where am I?" He was shocked once again, as Sang-jun recognized Johan at Gate 1. Tears stream down his face as he frantically asks, my mirror, where has it gone?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupts behind him as mirrors are instantly erected. Sionin whips around, his eyes widening as he exclaims, "The surrounding space has changed." Witnessing the chaos below, Sionin deduces, "Is this Gyeonggi?" Suddenly, he spots his reflection, his future self, below. How did he return? As Sanjayan followed him, the mirrored self slashed his own hand with a sword, causing Sanjayan to furrow his brow in confusion. Wait, what is he planning? Instantly, those outside are pierced by a surge of sword energy, and screams erupt. Seeing this, Sang-jiun could only gape and curse, "This madman!" Just then, the system announced that the assimilation rate between him and the mirror image had increased sharply by 10%. His body trembled as he struggled to endure it. Sang-jun gritted his teeth, feeling as if his chest was about to burst into 100 pieces. That disgusting, mixed feeling? It was madness, guilt, and finally, rage. Suddenly, Johan appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. "Are you human? You're the one who took my mirror." Sang-gyun felt nothing to his shock. Before he could react, Johan's massive hand twisted his head. Enraged, massive red tendrils wrapped around his head, leaving only one eye visible. And the system announced that all skills intertwined with challenger Han Sang-gyun's mind had been sealed. Sang-gyun swung his sword at Johan, instantly decapitating him, even as the man cried out in tears. Ugh, he clutched his head in frustration. In a mental trial, protecting one's spirit is paramount. But with still mind sealed, how can I? Not giving Sion a moment to rest, the red energy surges continuously. He whips around in shock. The reflection is reaching out to receive the red energy and seems to be enjoying it. If he had known, he would have pushed his limits earlier. The system reports that the assimilation rate between him and his reflection has increased by 20%. Sang-gyun's remaining eye widens as the system warns that due to extreme mental shock, he is entering a state of erratic energy fluctuation. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, which Sionin struggled to wipe away. How could this be? Why is he fixated on the man below, who is absorbing the dark energy? How could I do something so cruel? I may be obsessed with power, but I could never do something like this. At this moment, the system warns that you are falling into an abnormal chi deviation state. If the deviation isn't addressed, mana circuit skill proficiency will decrease by up to 10%. Mana, vein skill proficiency decreased by 0.3%. Mana vein skill proficiency decreased by 0.7%. Mana skill proficiency decreased by 0.4%. Sang-gyun clutched his chest and cried out in pain. His mana circuits burned, and the scene shifted once more, the reflection now in different attire. Before him lay the world of martial arts, and he approached the heroic Tiger Clan, demanding the leader of the martial arts alliance be brought forth. The reflection in the mirror was arrogant, saying, "At least I'll spare the lives of those here." Just then, someone nearby spoke up. "Lately, there's been a madman called the Demon Sword, wreaking havoc in the martial world. Looking at you, I'd say that name suits you." He introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am El Jing-an, leader of the Martial Arts Alliance," but the man didn't reply, instead using the ground as a springboard to attack. Jing-an also drew his sword, ready to fight. The two charged at each other, their sword energy colliding, the force of their attack scattering debris all around. Moments later, the disciples were all slaughtered, blood flowing in the gutters, bodies strewn everywhere. He finally realized, collapsing as he gasped, "I've been deceived." Jin angrily asked, "You annihilated everyone you promised to spare. Have you no shame?" The mirror image replied, "No." He narrowed his eyes, his voice contemptuous. "Cowards. They're just resources for my conquest. Resources that don't tire me or hurt me are only worth that much." Then, with a single strike, he decapitates him. Meanwhile, the system announced that the assimilation rate between him and the mirror image had increased sharply by 30%. At that instant, Sang-jun coughed up a large mouthful of blood, feeling it himself. As the mirrored location shifted and my reflections were destroyed thousands of times, growing stronger each time, the mirrored entity moved to another place and began its slaughter. The priest kneeling on the ground, still trying to recite his curse. You will be cursed? Ah, Ares, Pope of all gods, curse your life until death. Sangyun recalls being a monster, consumed by madness and focused only on becoming stronger, when a priest tried to stop him from killing the Beast King. Stop right there. Didn't you kill all of the king's men already? Please, spare the king's life. He was certain this was a mad monster who had never failed, yet space was moving. The man sat stunned on the ground. Could it be that a martial arts dimension invader has come to such a small dimension? At the same time, the system notified him that the assimilation rate between him and the mirror image had increased sharply by 40%. Sangjun, writhing in agony, throws his head back and screams as the mirror image's red eyes gleam and the system announces a 50% increase in synchronization. He couldn't take it anymore, Sangjun realized, clutching his head. If the assimilation rate kept increasing, he'd eventually be in so much pain that he'd be reduced to tears and cursing. What is this feeling? This satisfaction is no joke. The scene shifts again, revealing a massive building emitting a bright blue light as Seung-hoon kicks down an iron door. He roars in fury. You think you can just walk away after doing such despicable things? Seung-hoon yells at his reflection in the mirror, which is clutching a disheveled grave. Han Sang-hyeon stood in the rain, her voice trembling. Why? Why would you do this? She cried out, unable to bear it. Why did you choose to kill to become stronger? The mirror self coldly replied. Why ask me such a meaningless question? The mirror image released its grip, and Chun-Sok's body slammed into the soft, wet ground. Next, he draws his blood-stained sword, stating that killing people helps him grow stronger. Seung-hoon advances, step by step. You know, I can control lightning, right? He throws his mask to the ground, warning of his incredible power. With weather like this, you better prepare yourself for death. Seung-hoon's sword gathers the existing lightning, and he charges forward, shouting, Die, you villain! But the mirror image remains contemptuous. Yes, even I can't take you lightly, he laughs. But only when I'm still Hans Gyeon. The system announces his demise by bisecting him, as a red blade appears before Seung-hoon's astonished eyes, while Hae weeps with sorrow. Please scream. Please come to your senses. Han Sangjun seems to awaken from a dream, his body ensnared by red energy, pulled backward. He grits his teeth, struggling to break free. One wrong move, and he'll be consumed by this man's mind. Even at only 50% synchronization, it feels like my mind is being split in two. I need to find a solution, and fast. The system rings out, announcing that assimilation between you and your reflection has reached 60%. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.1%. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.5%. The proficiency of mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.2%, as Sion uncontrollably spews blood from his eyes and nose. His entire body was engulfed in a pool of fresh blood. The system announced that the assimilation between him and the reflection in the mirror had reached 70%. Sangjun was helplessly bound by the mire, unable to move. I can't hold on much longer. The mental shock is too great. He can't distinguish between pain and pleasure anymore, but suddenly he can't help but think it feels amazing, even laughing maniacally. Instantly, the mire pulled him down, deeper and deeper, until Sionin was completely swallowed. Suddenly, he remembered Johan choking him. Did you take my mirror? Sionin recalls searching the priest as the system announces the discovery of a holy mirror. A mirror imbued with Johan's holy power over many days can unleash a holy shield once, and when activated, it will reduce mental interference to a degree. From the mire, the hand holding the mirror breaks free, and the system notifications flood in. The mirror, imbued with High Priest Johan's holy power, activates, creating a holy shield that protects you and dispels mental interference to a degree. Sangyun slowly emerges from the mire, tearing off the bandages wrapped around his head. Once again, the system appears, announcing that the abnormal state of chaotic energy has been cancelled. Instantly, the reflection froze as if a switch had been flipped. Even it didn't understand why. Just as it was about to strike Haeon with its sword, a hand pierced its head, tearing it apart. Sangjun roared, tearing the mirror image in two, determined to resist being consumed. The system announced he had passed the mental fortitude test, gaining 1 point of stamina as a red light blazed from the rooftop. At the same time, the system reappears, declaring that you have proven your faith will not waver. The mind test is over, and the scene returns to the 7th door space, where Sion is still in shock. So, I've been here all along. The system announces that the iron-blooded tyrant administrator is relieved that the contractor is okay. The warrior administrator from the distant world laughs, saying he didn't expect you to make it. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator is glad the contractor is back to normal. The judging god is pleased with Hansoon's performance and wishes to meet Han Sang-yoon. But suddenly, space collapses, and he plummets downward as the system reappears. The trial. God is forcefully summoning challenger Han Sang-yoon to the divine realm. As he falls, Sang-yoon wonders, a forced summons to the divine realm? The system explains that the examiner god used divine power on the Tower of Trials to gain temporary authority, and the administrators can no longer monitor challenger Hansen. The Tower of Trials permits this summons, so long as Han Sang-yoon remains safe. Now entering the God of Judgment's domain, he plummets freely, cold sweat pouring down his face as he screams. Contrary to Sang-yoon's expectations, the space around him was bright, with a thin layer of ice under his feet. He wondered, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a blinding golden light flared, and a man appeared, his white hair billowing as he looked down at him from above, asking through the system, "Who are you? Why do I sense divine power from you?" Shion surmises that this is the God of Scrutiny, who replies, "You don't need to stare at me like that. I'm sure my form appears as nothing more than a brilliant cluster of light to you. But looking at you directly, I find it even stranger. Could you be a divine copy created by the tower?" He wondered aloud, "Divine replica? I don't know what you mean." The examiner explained, "Divine replicas? I believe you call them administrators. I want to ask if you received divine power through a contract with the tower?" Sang-yoon shook his head. "I'm not an administrator, just a challenger." At this, he nods in confirmation. "Yes, you are indeed different from the divine copies. The divine power you possess is your own." Sang-yeon remains confused. The god seemed curious, musing that the tower had become more interesting in his absence, and that they must have realized they couldn't create true beings with divine copies. So they created a false original, using apostles of the divine copy. "Ah, I see. Challenger Han Sang-yoon, you are no ordinary being," Sang-yoon exclaimed in shock. "What?" he wondered, the image still lingering in his mind. "He speaks as if I've done something extraordinary, but all I did was destroy Chiron and accidentally gain divine power." Sang-yoon asks curiously, "Is divine power that important?" The examiner is shocked. "You truly don't know the answer, even after extracting divine power? I thought you eliminated all traces of the divine because you already knew. Now he seems to realize you had no idea. You honestly reply, 'I just got it by accident.'" "You just stumbled upon it?" the divine investigator asked, suddenly annoyed. "You just accidentally erased all traces of the god from the divine power I bestowed upon my servant?" He explained, "Perhaps you don't realize it, but extracting Chiron's divine power wasn't a coincidence. I can clearly sense that this is karma." Sanoon thought in astonishment. Karma. Even the examiner acknowledges it. The Tower of Trials must have great expectations for you. It's strange. Why would the Tower of Trials have expectations for a challenger? He suddenly turned back, exclaiming, "I've made a mistake. It seems I'm not allowed to tell you that." The tower is enraged. The examiner god then immediately departed, his voice still echoing. "Farewell for now. Challenger Han Sang-yoon, I will be watching your path ahead." Seeing this, Sang-yoon quickly raised his hand. "I still have some questions. What will happen to me in the future?" He was extremely curious about the divine power and karma the god had mentioned. Before he could finish, a sudden headache struck Sang-yoon, and he clutched his head. The divine examiner paused, then spoke again. "It seems you've peered too deeply into your future." Shiun felt surrounded by a red haze as the inspector warned, "When you gaze into the void gazes back." "The void is always waiting for a chance to invade your mind," the examiner warned. "That's what you should be wary of." Finally, he announced, "You'll soon be returning to where you came from." He still tries to shout, "Can't we talk longer?" The examiner god replies, ashamed, "But this conversation must end here. I have no choice, as the tower is a difficult entity to negotiate with, even for a god." He kindly advised, "If you reach the Temple of Inquisition next time, I may be able to answer some of your questions. I'll leave you with a piece of advice. Trust no other gods, for they now see you as an enemy." At the same time, the system chimes in, "Congratulations on clearing the 11th floor. The reward, an old Mirror of Scrutiny S, will be sent to your inventory. You have received a reward of 70,000 points, a reward of 3,000 products, and an additional reward of 1,500 products is being transferred to the waiting room." The space around Sung changed once more, and he gently landed on the ground, still lost in thought. A transcendent being had told him that absorbing Chiron's divine power was not a coincidence, but a consequence. Surely that must be the consequence. Moreover, he said the tower had high expectations of him, a challenger. Sanjion speculated that everything was done by the tower, from being able to make contracts with administrators to extracting Chiron's divine power, and he wondered what the tower's ultimate purpose was. Sanjion muttered the examiner. God's words, administrators, divine replicas, divine power creating a false face, especially his warning. Trust no other gods. He slumped down, frustrated, unable to understand any of it. But then Sanjion realized something. At least the gods couldn't touch him, thanks to the tower, even if they saw him as an enemy. Just then, the system announced that Earth had been registered as an official tower-climbing dimension within the Tower of Trials. Thanks to the benefits of registration, a dimension invasion protection feature would be added. Now, challengers from other dimensions will be penalized when they come to Earth. Thanks to the registration benefits, challengers other than pioneers will have their income increased. The administrators can now monitor Challenger Hansen, followed by a series of notifications. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator is relieved to see you again. The white crane swordsman administrator sniffles and looks you over. These messages bring a brief smile to Sionen's face as he recalls the god's words from the earlier examination. Divine copies. I believe you call them administrators. Sangyun's eyes flashed as he realized the administrators were a type of god. Could he trust them? He bit his lip, reminding himself he couldn't trust anyone right now, but still cursed in frustration. Damn it. The system chimes announcing his entry into the Iron Blood realms. Sanjun is teleported to Canaria's familiar territory and she rushes out. Hansen, are you hurt, customer? But before she could finish, he swung his sword at her. Canaria barely dodges the blow, confused and desperate for answers. Han Sang-gyun keeps his head bowed as he accuses all the administrators. He coldly questioned with hollow eyes. You're all cooperating with the tower to exploit me, aren't you? Cold sweat poured from Canaria as she realized he was still being affected. Due to the mind control test, Sang-gyun relentlessly attacks, while Canaria leaps back to evade the incoming sword strikes. She wondered if he was attacking her but couldn't help but shout, Han Sang-gyun, wake up, you're not yourself right now. Suppressing the pressure, the blood turned into sharp spears ready for battle. Repeating the question, the administrators and the tower. There's a connection between them, right? Sang-gyun was almost certain, his eyes flashing to take advantage of the false challenges. Canaria slid her sword across the snow, replying, None of what you're saying makes any sense. So, with a mighty swing of her sword, she cleaves through the blood threads, shouting, Control your emotions. Han Sang-gyun coldly asks why she keeps telling him to control his emotions. Sangyun's expression turns sinister. I'm perfectly calm. Seeing this, she shouted in surprise, Wait! But he didn't listen, striking down anyway. Canaria's voice echoed. If you had really put your full power into that strike, the sword energy would have landed, and the snow would have been blown away. When Canaria looked back, a large slash stretched across the snow, and half of her house had been blown away. Canaria, now enraged, spat out, You really want to? Her sharp sword appeared behind him, followed by many more swords hovering above his head. Instantly, a barrage of swords descended, and he moved quickly, but in a flash, Canaria seized his head, asking, Where do you think you're going? His body was flipped upside down, convulsing violently as she slammed his head into the icy snow. His face was buried in the snow, which sprayed everywhere as Sanjion swung his sword, narrowly missing Canaria's head. He jumps up, a look of determination in his eyes, as Sangyun parries her relentless sword strikes. Moments later, Canaria's hand gently descended, and he crumpled to his knees, imprisoned within a fence of swords. Later, as darkness fell and silence filled the air, Sun said seriously, I apologize. I've only just regained my senses. It turns out Canaria has him tied up and hanging upside down, suspended in midair as he curses at the remaining pillars of the house. Sangi, please, just smile brightly for me. Meanwhile, she leisurely sips her tea. Canaria replies seriously, Of course I'll untie you, but I'm worried my house will evaporate the next time you come here. She sets her teacup down on the saucer. I think Canaria is recalling his crazed state from earlier. The person I saw when you thought you were lucid was actually a remnant of the abyss, not fully purged from your body, temporarily altering your personality. But she also understands that even if you become twisted, those are still your questions and doubts. For now. Your suspicion of the administrators may not be entirely unfounded. A sword is summoned by Canaria. Let me be clear, no one can read the tower's intentions, not even the administrators. Sion, still unconvinced, asked, Then what does the tower expect of me? She shook her head. It expects nothing. Kanar swung her sword, the energy aimed not at Sang-gyun but at the rope suspending him. She explained, As far as I know, the tower never reveals its intentions to challengers. So it's absurd to think the tower would expect anything from a challenger. Sang-gyun pulled out a chair for himself. Having noticed his suspicion, Canaria asks, "But judging by your doubt, you must have heard something, right?" He nodded. "Yes," Sangjian recounted. "The overseeing god spoke as if the tower expected something of me." She was initially startled, but quickly understood. The god of interrogation? So that's why he was suspicious. Kanar stood up abruptly. "As I said, I'm just a subordinate of the tower." Sipping his tea, he wondered if he'd learn anything more about the tower. As she approached Sun, glad he liked the tea. "It's made from Black Dragon's urine, so drink it all up. It's rare." The tea spills from his mouth as his eyes glaze over. Suddenly, Sun remembers something and speaks up. "That's right. The Examiner God also said that administrators are the ones who can obtain divine copies through contracts with the tower." Canaria placed a plate of cakes on the table and replied, "I can't tell you about the divine replica just yet, but you'll find out whether you want to or not. It's coming soon, but he still has questions. There's one last thing I need to ask. What was it that you wished for?" Sanghyun recalled that she had a desperate wish to fulfill, and Canaria confirmed it with a nod. He recalled the White Crane swordsman saying a wish was a right. The tower granted its administrators who could fulfill their desires through contracted disciples who cleared challenges. She popped a pastry into her mouth and chewed. "So, it seems that oaf told you all about heartfelt wishes, didn't he?" With a cold face, Saun cast a sharp gaze. "Then why didn't you tell me that back then?" Canaria hesitated, then confessed it was because she was afraid. He asked, confused, meaning... Canaria retorted, "You're underestimating yourself. I've seen how obsessed you are with your own growth, so for the sake of that growth, I think you'll throw yourself at desperate wishes like a moth to a flame." Looking utterly alone, he replies, "Well, I can't deny that the reason I have no choice but to do this is because I have no talent." Canaria states, "I don't know how you define talent, but soon you'll realize how much you've underestimated yourself." She announces this is because of the trial on the 12th floor. With that, Sangyun was transported away, back to the wall space. Sangyun muttered, "Talent, something you can't change. Innate talent, and it's divided into 3 types of gifts in the world of hunters. First, skill acquisition, then stat enhancement, and finally trait enlightenment. They're called the 3 gifts of a hunter," he thought, "and I was born without any of them." Sangyun recalled his lonely training sessions, all for naught. He couldn't acquire skills, his stats wouldn't budge, and he couldn't even awaken an attribute. Time quickly passed, and after joining the Tower of Trials, many things changed, but the truth remained. The truth that a talentless wretch can't grow because of his stats. He thinks back to that wooden sword, certain the iron-blooded tyrant was mistaken about him having talent. Sangjin sat on his bed, lost in thought. If he had something special, he would have been a famous hunter, even without the tower. Suddenly, Canaria's voice echoed. "But soon you'll realize how much you've underestimated yourself, because she reminds you that the trial on the 12th floor is a battle against yourself, a trial where you must fight and defeat a copy of yourself." Sangyun sighed, realizing that thinking wouldn't solve anything, and muttered as his finger swiped across the system screen. "This trial is about seeing yourself objectively. Consider this a chance to improve your skills." A vial appeared from the system, along with its information. Skill Proficiency Booster. C+, a special potion produced by the tower for those talented in skills. When consumed, the proficiency of one of your skills can randomly increase by 10%. After defeating Namgong Hyu, Sangyun learned that the Japanese government had rewarded him with skill proficiency potions. He counted them, then glanced at a note marked with a kiss. "Catherine gave me hers, so I have 3 bottles in total." As Sangyun drinks, the system announces that he has consumed a C+ skill proficiency booster. "Please select a skill you wish to enhance," the system replied. He wiped away the water and answered. "Mana manipulation," the system responds. The choice is made. Sangjun reflects on the skill he acquired after hunting the Dark Tyrant on the 10th floor. That mana ability is the foundation of all other skills, so it's worth investing in. Then, the system notifications continued to ring out. Mana manipulation skill, A, has increased proficiency by 10%. Mana control skill, A, has increased from level B. Mana control skill, A, has increased in proficiency. Sun suddenly thinks back to those battles and the reward he got on the 11th floor. The system displays the old proof mirror S, a skill only challengers who have completed the trial given by the examiner God can receive. By channeling magic into the mirror, the residual thought effect will be activated for a limited time. That mirror over there. The system chimes, announcing the activation of the Fire Dragon Eye skill, and a flood of information appears. You can acquire skills deeply rooted in lingering thoughts for a limited time. However, the user can't choose which skill they receive. It's all up to luck. Currently, the examining god has specially altered part of the effect for the challenger. Sanghyun wondered about the remaining thoughts, and the system responded that the exclusive effect of the old S-rank verification mirror had been activated. As he suspected, his reflection appeared in the mirror, and the system announced that the exclusive effect of the old verification mirror S had been activated, granting him a skill deeply ingrained in his subconscious. Inheriting the Combat Focus A+ skill, his hands intertwined, forming a small shape embracing the orb at his chest. A voice echoes as his past combat experience merges into his Combat Focus A+ skill, increasing its proficiency by 11%. Next, the system updated his skill, Combat Focus A+, proficiency 11%. It describes a high level of focus, helping you concentrate on your battle and can randomly increase your focus. You can currently increase your focus up to 20 times, but using it too much will require a corresponding recovery ability. Sun read it with satisfaction. Not bad. Suddenly, the system announces that the theme of the current trial is surpassing limits. The 12th floor trial begins with 48 hours remaining. The trial's conditions for success: defeat your doppelganger within the time limit. Failure results in death or running out of time. The reward for completion is the crown of the fallen ancient emperor, but failure means death. In an instant, the space around him warps into an eerie purple. Before him, a surge of dark energy rises as the system speaks again. The blessing of the Dark God has detected an intruder. An intruder has entered the ancient palace and created a barrier. The intruder wonders how much they know, conjuring a doppelganger worm with glowing red eyes. And so, he strides forward as the system announces that the Count Vampire's swallowtail coat has been replicated. Canaria's words echoed, urging him to defeat the Dark God's creation. His own doppelganger. The replication doesn't stop there, it even copies my experience. In other words, my copy knows all the tactics I've ever used. Ah, a careful reminder. That copy even replicates your talent. You'll be crushed if you underestimate your own abilities. The copy begins to swing its sword, but Sanghyun remains calm, needing to confirm his own talent. The Dark God's blessing detected an intruder in the ancient palace and created a doppelganger. The intruder wonders just how much they know. The Dark God has copied even the Count's tailcoat. Defeat this doppelganger. Seonen's eyes narrowed as he thought, why do I keep getting mixed up with these gods of darkness? He stared at the figure, assessing the copy, or rather the fake, but it certainly looked real. Sanjun recalls his conversation with Canaria, the Blood Tyrant's advice, and what he learned using the questionnaire, confirming that this imitation can only copy one item. The Vampire Earl's tailcoat. It chose a defensive item. Sangyun calmly pondered as he watched the copy rushing toward him. If it can truly copy everything, this is a perfect chance to evaluate myself. A series of notifications pop up. Instant acceleration activated, graceful as the wind activated, overall speed increased by 70%, accumulated points in use, 797. Now he leaps, sword raised, ready to test his true skill. But the system chimes in again. Combat focus is activated, doubling his concentration, and Sanjun feels different. He pauses, moving with unnatural slowness. Sangjun guessed that time was slowing down around him, and he smirked as he continued to charge forward. So this was battle focus. The system sent another notification. Sword intent power surge activated, and the sword aura descended. Light erupted, scattering in every direction, as the doppelganger's bare feet dragged against the ground in a desperate struggle to hold its ground. He draws his crimson sword, and Sangjun identifies it as the blood-forged blade. His eyes sharpened, thinking it was too predictable, and the next move would be a parrying shield, just as Sanjion had said. Just as predicted, a shield appears. He's certain that combining the crimson iron sword with a counter shield is the only option for the copy. Suddenly, Sion's eyes widened in shock as another sword materialized before him. Then, the doppelganger wielded two sharp swords, turning his parrying shield into blades. He wondered how. The two stood staring at each other as stray shots of gunfire echoed around them. Sangyun grimly realized that dual swords were something he had never even attempted. In real combat, he knew that transforming the shield cost too much mana, so why was the copy using such a disadvantageous method? He frowned, thinking, of course he'd considered dual swords, but the copy was using it in a life-or-death battle. Sangyun shook his head, unable to understand as the copy charged forward with his swords. Does he think this will work? As expected, the two are evenly matched, moving from place to place. Sangyun parries with his sword, realizing that he's at a disadvantage in skill alone. His opponent shows no signs of fatigue, relentlessly thrusting his blade. He leaned back to dodge, wondering why. Then a thought sparked in his mind. Could it be? He speculates that the unyielding will on the doppelganger status screen is causing his muscles to bulge. The system updates the skill Unwavering Will A, proficiency 27%, described as the embodiment of never giving up, always challenging oneself with the impossible. Sangjin parries the doppelganger's sword, realizing that his item advantage triggered this unyielding will. The strength he gained from Lazilian has made him stronger than me, he exclaimed, and the system appeared. Combat focus skill. A proficiency, 11%. Sangjin realizes that if he maximizes his combat focus, which is currently at a transcendent level, it could explain the sword energy constantly firing around him. Suddenly, Sangyun gritted his teeth, realizing the bigger problem was the doppelganger's stance and the swordsmanship it was using. It didn't stop for a second, and the sword aura came again as Sangyun watched. Even though it's manifested through dual swords, he's certain. This is his swordsmanship. At that moment, Shion is sent flying, his body slamming into the stone wall, shattering it into pieces. Shion was now certain. There was no doubt about it. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Sword. Could he see Hyuk smiling behind the copy? This was Nam Gung Hyuk's swordsmanship, drawing closer, step by step. Shion recalled the horrifying scene. He'd only met him once, but he remembered it clearly, especially those fanatical eyes that explained his arrogant, dismissive words. Even Sangyun had to admit that it wasn't a skill or special ability, but pure swordsmanship, making him wonder if Nam Gung Hyuk was right, that ultimate swordsmanship could surpass skill. He realized that because Nam Gung Hyuk's swordsmanship didn't use any skills, he assumed he couldn't learn it. Just then, Canaria's words echoed in Shiyun's mind. Soon you'll realize how much you've underestimated yourself. It was then that it dawned on him. This was the true talent the iron-blooded monarch had spoken of. Just as he realized this, the system chimed in. Faced with a formidable foe, the unyielding will skill activates, and Sion and his doppelganger charge forward with murderous intent, his body battered and his teeth clenched. The system assesses his disadvantage, despite his item advantage, and he looks up to see his opponent leaping, sword ready. Is it true? Is he actually improving? Suddenly, Sangyun grits his teeth with all his might, and the system announces that the combat focus skill has been activated, increasing his concentration tenfold, and his entire body surges with power. Sangjin strikes, but the doppelganger parries, sending the force of the blow back at him. Sangjin swings again, and the doppelganger ducks, circling to his right as blood splatters against the rocks. But whose is it? He skids across the ground, gritting his teeth, fighting against his failing body. Sion's cuts are bleeding. He wondered how that thing could be on the same level as him. It was clearly a monster. Sion steadies himself, his expression hardening as the system announces his focus has increased 15-fold. In an instant, he leaped behind the doppelganger as Sangjin's blade came crashing down, cleaving the earth and sending debris flying in a cloud of dust. The system issued another notification. Poisoning was activated, granting maximum speed, and familiar wings emerged from his back. Not stopping there, the system chimed again, increasing player focus by 17. Sun frowned, mouth agape, and shouted, "Got you!" He was sitting on the broken ground, staring in disbelief as Sangjin charged toward him with terrifying power. As Sangjin closed in, the clone's arm swelled to an enormous size, then burst, spraying black blood everywhere, creating a smokescreen. Sangjin gritted his teeth in anger, his vision clouded. He struck down, but the clone was gone. Sangjin looked around, surmising that he blew up his arm to escape, the red smoke still lingering. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from behind him. He swung his sword, a cold expression on his face despite his exploding arm. From afar, his doppelganger's sword energy shot towards Sangjin, who still stood there in a daze. Sangjin gasped, thinking he was done for as an explosion erupted, a red light bursting forth like a massive sphere. Turns out he managed to flip himself up and away just in time. The system reports the player's focus has increased 20-fold. Then, the system displays again. You have entered a state of hyperfocus. Sangyun's movements seem to slow as he gently lands on the ground. He clutches his eye and curses, "What a load of crap." The doppelganger stares in shock, while Sangjin sighs in relief, barely escaping death. His eyes turn red, his expression eerie. This bastard's just a cheap imitation trying to mess with me? The system blares, announcing an exceeded focus state, with the side effect of severely impacting his nerves. The reflection's eyes gleam with danger as it launches a swift attack, its crimson blade lunging forward, causing Sangjin to recoil in shock. The force of the blow sends him flying back. An explosion erupts as he crashes into the wall, sending debris everywhere and filling the air with dust. As the dust settles, Sang-gyun is revealed, his head covered in a thick red substance. He clenches his fist, causing the droplets of blood to coalesce and float in the air. His face turned cold, his eyes resolute as drops of blood shot into the air. But in that instant, a drop of blood like the wind struck him, stunning him. A surge of crimson energy, swirling and fierce, hurtled like death toward the mirror image, shattering stone and grinding it to dust. His eyes gleam with undisguised triumph. "How does it taste?" Sanun asks with glee. For a moment, space seemed to stand still as the mirror image, a phantom of rage, emanated dark energy. Immediately, a blinding white light erupted from the mirror image, piercing the darkness and creating a terrifying shockwave. As the blinding light subsides, only devastation remains, covered in dust and rubble. 2 crimson figures are thrown back by the impact. But perhaps that power was insignificant, as the mirror image remained unscathed, enveloped in a vibrant green light. Sagaroon speaks up, a hint of worry in his voice. "You're strong, you bastard," he remarks sarcastically. Meanwhile, a massive spatial gate appears before Canaria, who angrily mutters, "What now?" and slams her teacup on the table, splashing water everywhere. Kanar held her forehead and sighed. "This is absurd. I can't interfere, but I can't just stand by and watch either." She turned, her face tense as she commented, "I'm a little worried about the tower's reaction. The system says it's contacting Challenger Hansen." In an instant, the gate before her shattered and scattered into space, causing her to groan in discomfort. The system announced that the administrator's messages were temporarily disabled to prevent interference. She smirked, muttering, "Forgive me. I only wanted to give him a little hint." Elsewhere, the mirrored self suddenly seemed out of control, his trembling fingers rising in surprise. He clenched his fist and threw a punch at his own face, but he anticipated the move and backed away, leaving Sang-gyun utterly bewildered. The reflection in the mirror stared at his trembling hand, offering himself comfort. "Damn it, this is dangerous, right in the middle of the fight." Sang-gyun angrily shouts, "Don't touch this body again and know your place." He tried to attack, but the viscous red ground restrained his limbs, rendering him immobile, an unacceptable reality. Would Sang-gyun roar again? He was frustrated, thinking he was done with that troublesome future self after the last trial. Annoyed, Sound raised his hand, and in the distance, a stream of viscous, blood-red liquid surged from the ground. In an instant, they were severed, freeing Sun. The reflection spoke somberly, "I'm fighting for your survival, and you show no gratitude." He glared at Sang-gyun, fueling his frustration, and cursed him. Sang-gyun struggled to attack the reflection, demanding it leave his body. Damn it. He glared at the mirror image, who calmly replied, "You still don't get it, do you, you fool? Observe the situation carefully. You've trained for so long and even climbed to the 12th floor of this tower, yet you can't even face yourself." The pathetic sight made Cyanan grit his teeth as he threw a punch that hurtled toward his reflection, but it made no move to dodge. They were inches apart, but with a flick of his fingers, crimson spikes erupted from the ground, blocking So-jun's punch. The beams rose between them, and the mirror image turned with a mocking smile as So-woon furiously pounded the red barriers, determined to break through. "Where do you think you're going?" "Come here, you bastard," the mirrored entity said, continuing to walk away. "Tian-tian, should I teach you a thing or two? If you don't stop relying on your skills, you'll never master true technique. Got it, sleepy head?" He paused, and the ground lit up as if opening another gateway. He said grimly, "You should be content to observe for the rest of your life." The mirror image vanishes, declaring, "From now on, I will control your body." The pitiful Sion, still struggling against the crimson pillars, remains helpless. The scene shifts as the mirror self raises his sword to block Sang-jun's attack, then points the blade at him and speaks in a commanding tone. "Okay, I understand what's happening. I know that feeling." The system then appears, announcing that Iron-Blooded Tyrant has sent an item, a genuine black dragon, a mystical elixir created after refining black dragon fluid. Upon consumption, mental fortitude and resistance are enhanced, and clarity of mind is achieved. Sang-gyun's eyes widened in surprise. Within the mirror image, another being struggles to break free from crimson restraints, causing its hand to lose control. He groaned in pain, reaching into his system space, berating himself for letting this happen again. He pulls a vial of crimson liquid from his system inventory, but before he can drink it, Sun severs his hand. He leaps into the air, and the mirror self instantly follows. Sun devoured the vial, absorbing its contents, then landed safely, retreating backward. The mirrored entity was visibly shaken, calmly spitting out shards of the broken vial. Sang-gyun wipes his mouth, the sword in his hand shining even brighter. He laughs, declaring that he has returned. He observed the other's expression, calculating. While another version of me fights, I can feel what it's like to let go of my reliance on skills. Slowly, he raised the blue sword, seething with furious energy. If the dual species could do it, so could he. Sang-gyun lowered himself as immense power erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. The system notified him that his focus had increased 20-fold, and he gritted his teeth as a flood of thoughts and his own madness surged within him. He told himself, the one who had been disturbed by those initial thoughts, finally felt enlightenment in that seemingly endless moment before the doppelganger prepared to attack. But under that assault, Sang-gyun easily evaded his slash, realizing he couldn't rely on skills he'd acquired before. He dodged the attack, knowing he had to shed everything and adapt. Defying common sense, the system appeared due to independent enlightenment, and his magic control proficiency A increased by 10. He reassured himself, letting go of his obsession. The system chimed, achievement unlocked, enlightenment, stamina increased by 1. Sang-gyun's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light, devoid of fear or hesitation, finally freeing himself from all illusions. The system chimes, achievement unlocked, transcendence. Mana increased by 4. The player faces a completely defeatable enemy. The unyielding will skill has been nullified. Sang-gyun calmly attacks with his sword, a plan forming in his mind. He will turn the tables here. He leaps like the wind, energy enveloping his sword, unleashing a flurry of chaotic strikes, closing in on his reflection. He gazes at his mirrored self, calmly contemplating, feeling a strange sensation from wielding Nam Gung-hyuk's swordsmanship at this level. He's like a true swordsman. The strike is unleashed and he swiftly somersaults through the air with impressive flair. With a chilling gaze, Shawun calculates the fastest speed possible using wind steps and instant acceleration. His bare foot touches the ground, launching a spinning kick that makes the attack even more unexpected and difficult to defend. Not to be outdone, the mirror image unleashed a dual sword strike, blocking his attack. 2 fiery red slashes tore through the air toward Sun, but he skillfully leaned back to evade them. He landed, shattering the debris beneath him. The doppelganger's eyes widened in disbelief, as the attack had no effect. But undeterred, he continues his assault, each strike met by Sun's unwavering defense. The clash rings out, and he realizes that facing his doppelganger is bringing clarity. Now I'm seeing him from the perspective of his skill execution, and I'm starting to understand the very essence of those skills. Not to mention, when fighting at this extreme speed, he unleashed a no-angle downward slash, forcing the mirror image to grit its teeth and barely block the attack. It rose up, drawing 2 swords and gripping them tightly. A menacing crimson power envelops him. He contemplates further. Is he gradually perfecting this origin, able to sense every unnecessary movement in the doppelganger's swordsmanship? The entire space is engulfed in wild energy, constantly spreading throughout the mirror image's body, and a colossal swordsman appears behind him. As he gripped the fiercely burning sword and charged, Sang-gyun realized this man couldn't fully execute Nam Gung-hyuk's true swordsmanship due to his limitations. He's more focused on mimicking Nam Gung-hyuk's actions. The system announces the Blood Iron Sword skill has been activated. He recalled the Crimson Sword from that moment, remembering that disbelief could weaken the fire attribute of the sword energy, allowing him to cut through anything. In an instant, that sword appeared in his hand. In this case, it's like I'm practicing Nam Gung-hyuk's swordsmanship. The 2 red swords he enhanced unleash a terrifying power. He remembered that he needed to focus more on enhancing his fire sword skills. The surge of rage pushed the reflection in the mirror back 100 meters. The sharp slash across his shoulder drew blood, and the system announced the activation of the pseudo-blood true strike skill. He raised his hand, unleashing a blinding light that seemed to engulf everything. Swords, summoned from the sky, multiply 100-fold, forming a deadly encirclement, each blade radiating a dark red and savage light, like needles relentlessly attacking. The mirror image couldn't hide the fear in his eyes, but he quickly dodged the fatal blow, causing the red swords to crash down like a waterfall. A blazing red energy sphere exploded with terrifying power, sending hundreds of sharp crimson spikes and rays of light flying back. The mirror image was stunned, and Sion seized the opportunity to attack, his cold blade piercing through him. A blazing blue gash appeared on his shoulder, but the mirror image quickly raised its shield to block Sunun's attack. The searing blue cut sizzled and smoked on his shoulder, filling him with rage. The blue light faded as the wound on his shoulder healed, and without hesitation, he continued to thrust his sword at the mirror image. He countered by instantly spinning the shield into a circle. Gripping his swords, he prepared to repel the crimson energy swirling from the blades. The crimson blade clashed against the vibrant blue light, echoing through the space, and a clean strike severed an arm, spilling blood. What surprises await? The mirrored blade dances through the air, weaving mesmerizing curves. He observes the ferocity and power in his swordsmanship, which had been present just moments before, suddenly shift into a softer form, where every stroke follows the flow of energy, a skill Namgung had previously revealed. Can he really mimic me to this extent? Seriously? I know it's my talent, but it's still a pain. He throws a sword behind him, his eyes fixed on the reflection in the mirror, dancing with graceful sword movements. He suddenly realizes that he can't win without taking a risk. The system activates the shield counter skill, causing the sword to emit a powerful, fiery aura. The mirror image's eyes widened with alarm as Sajion smirked, his gaze turning cold, and his smoking sword glowed a fiery red. He asks, "Why so surprised? Anything you can do, I can do too." With a flip in the air, Sun easily closes the distance to his reflection. Two blinding forces, blue and red, clashed like fire and water, threatening to tear space itself apart. The intense battle sent both warriors flying back from the sheer force of their collision. A flash of light forces them both back, and Sunwoo eyes his reflection with relief. Just as I thought, this copycat's swordsmanship is all for show. If that's the case, what if I risk a quick spin? A kick to the doppelganger's chest sends him flying back, gritting his teeth in pain. His eyes burned with rage as he unleashed a devastating blow, cleaving the earth and shattering it into fragments. Not to be outdone, he leaps to the side, dodging the attack, his eyes fixed on the doppelganger. His arm had already drawn his sword, ready to strike. He calculated that his opponent had taken the hit with the blood-enhanced sword, but the damage had been converted by the counter-shield. An immense power radiates through the space as he swings his sword, and he knows he needs to try a different tactic. The sword, as if corroded by the overwhelming power, snapped in two, scattering red-hot fragments. He recalled, or perhaps he just thought, that the counter-shield would shatter if struck dead center. His face fell, and he quickly tossed the sword away, wondering if his copycat would do the same. If you are me, then now that the energy released from the sword's backlash has been unleashed, my deadly attack is ready. His eyes turned cold and sinister as he lunged toward the mirror image. So, you'll think it's an opportunity. Amidst the ruins, all the power is compressed into a fist, where energy burns and swirls so powerfully it obliterates everything it touches. He laughs triumphantly, reveling in his peak strength. It's almost insane. The mirrored self seems greatly weakened after that fatal blow. With a swift kick, Sangyun sends him flying, crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Sangyun throws aside the obstructing rocks and delivers a decisive, fatal blow to the mirror image. He reached out with a triumphant grin. "Gotcha!" But suddenly, a crimson blade a foot long pierced his heart from behind, leaving him stunned. He turned to see who was behind it, only to find an anonymous crimson hand gripping the hilt of the blood-iron sword, the sword he'd discarded along with this one's impatience. He smiled, satisfied. Exploiting those two things really worked, and he would win. He lunges toward his reflection, thinking it's time for the final act. But in a flash, the reflection roars to life, its body convulsing, engulfed in a hellish red aura. This is like the unleashing of primal power and rage, and Sangyun can only stare in disbelief at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Now, the mirror image has transformed into a monstrous and colossal being, leaving him speechless. What in the world is happening? The mirror entity, now ferocious, raised its sharp claws, mouth agape, and lunged. It dove at Sangyun, but missed, sending dust and debris flying as he narrowly escaped. It bared its sharp teeth and bit off its own fingertips, sending them hurtling towards him like arrows. With each step, the ground explodes and the sound is deafening. He glances back, thinking, what is this now? Even its attack patterns have changed. This is going to be difficult. Sangyun spins in the air, raises his shining sword, and unleashes an attack. But suddenly, a massive hand tears through space and lunges. A blinding light erupted from the hand, momentarily halting him. A deafening explosion followed as he raised his arm to shield himself from the abnormal, gigantic hand crackling with divine power. Veins bulged as it roared, a crimson magic circle slowly spinning above Sangyun's head. Eerie energy swirls around him as a crimson blade materializes from the vortex above. He immediately reached out and grabbed it, secretly relieved that the countershield had just finished its cooldown. Sangyun's fingers tightened around the hilt of the sword, his eyes as cold as ice. What does he call it? Come to me. The mirror image gritted its teeth, its eyes blazing with fury as it charged forward. It lunged with a fatal blow, then unleashed a flurry of attacks. He narrowly dodged, parrying and counterattacking. His energy surged like a raging storm, and he cursed inwardly. That bastard's lost it. He's detonating his body. Sangjun stared ahead, analyzing the situation. This move could be a surprise in close combat. He watched as its divine energy reached its peak, its aura erupting like a storm, and he frowned slightly, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. However, if you continue to go mad like that, you'll lose a great deal of strength due to blood loss. It howls, and he knows that once its strength is spent, the attack will cease. Sangjun lunges, severing its arm. He coldly stated, "There's no need to prolong this fight any further." It gritted its teeth, its eyes blazing at his pronouncement. "Let's end this." The mirror entity leaps back, its form dissolving into the air. He cursed, "What the hell?" Sangyun immediately gave chase. His eyes widened in astonishment as countless streams of red liquid swirled in the air, then surged toward it. It was as if it had been reborn, its divine aura exploding with fierce intensity, its power overflowing like a raging torrent. The swirling vortex of red energy, filled with chaotic demonic power, hurtled toward him. He raised his shield to block, but the force sent him skidding across the ground, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Shiyun's eyes gleam with amusement, a smile playing on his lips as he wonders what that power was. And if it was, thanks to the monster. The system notified him that the cooldown was complete, and the shield's counterattack skill was ready to reflect the absorbed damage. Sangjun opened his palm, and the shield glowed intensely, energy gathering around its edge. He muttered that the shield's counterattack energy absorption was fully enhanced. Sion's eyes flashed, and he coldly uttered, "Die." It roared, its wide-open mouth spraying saliva everywhere, as he flicked his hand, conjuring a blazing energy orb that spun in the air. Sangjun draws his sword back, preparing to counterattack. He swings, the blade hitting the energy orb dead center, like a baseball bat. The sphere was deflected, hitting it square in the face, as his cold voice echoed, "Release. Skill confirmed." The shield counter skill unleashes all absorbed damage at once. The spinning shield diffuses energy like a disc, its shockwaves rippling outwards, engulfing the surrounding space. Energy slashes through, light flashes, and his head and arms vanish as the system explodes with notifications. "Congratulations on clearing the 12th floor of the trial tower. The crown of the remains of the ancient emperory, a minus, has been added to your inventory as a reward. You have received 80,000 points and 3,500 items as achievement rewards. You have received the Dying Breath Bio skill as an additional reward. Please proceed to the waiting room." The skill proficiency for shield counter B has reached 100%, and the skill's rank has increased. He exhaled a long breath, and a message appeared. The combat focus skill has been deactivated. Combat focus has exceeded its limit and needs to recover. His face paled, cheeks puffed, and a moment later he bent over, spewing a stream of bright red blood that splattered on the ground, forming a dark crimson stain. The system notified him that the weak blood skill had been activated. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, wondering if weak blood could also heal the adverse effects of battle focus. Sangjun opened his mouth to steady his breathing, thinking that without a cheat skill like weak blood, he wouldn't have made it this far. He stood firm against the wind, gazing into the distance, wondering when he could ascend the tower without such great effort. Or if that was even possible. From the zombie's corpse, a crimson orb gathered, suspended in midair. He watched slowly, pondering that his soul was a little different, which was interesting. The system interface flickers, a new notification catching his eye. A message from an administrator, something that was restricted to prevent assistance and communication, now reactivated. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator complained about the punishment she received for giving a contractor a cup of tea, and said you better treat her well in the future. "You'll accept it, right?" Sangyun responded. "Thank you," he said, while secretly realizing he'd stumbled upon another piece of information. On the console, a glass vial filled with bright red liquid is visible, its lid shaped like a dragon winding around the body. At the same time, the screen lights up, displaying a message. Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant has sent an item. Black Dragon B's item, a potion made from the blood of the Black Dragon, will increase mental strength and resistance, and enlighten the mind. His thoughts drift to the punishment administrator's face for interfering too much with contractors, as Sangjun stands before a barrage of system messages. All restricted administrator messages will now be displayed, including one from the Wandering Knight administrator, who was astonished by your talent. The administrator Left-Handed Blood Tyrant is curious where a monster like you came from. while the Administrator Dragonslayer, born a millennium later, is terrified by the difficulty of the 12th floor and your ability to overcome it. He was stunned. All the administrators were watching him. Among the messages, the Administrator of the Wandering Knight was amazed by his talent. The Blood Demon, left-hand administrator, is curious where a monster like you came from, while the Dragonslayer administrator, born after 1,000 years, is terrified by the difficulty of the 12th floor and your ability to overcome it. Sangyun was astonished. Some marveled at his talent and the difficulty of the floor, calling him a monster. The administrator of the Seven Deaths hero, looking exhausted, asked, "Could a monster like you really appear on the 12th floor?" The administrator of Slaughter questioned if you were truly the one who challenged the 12th floor, while the administrator of the Ruined World lamented that your growth was too terrifying to be surprising anymore. Some doubted if he was truly the challenger of the 12th floor. As he stood amidst a flood of messages, his face a mask of disbelief at the countless notifications from the administrators. The administrator of the Holy Knight's Servitude has their eye on you, as does the administrator of the Blood Demon Church's decaying descendants. The administrator of Divinity Seekers has high expectations for you, as Sangjin leans in to examine the messages more closely. He also realized the administrators were fickle, disappearing as soon as they lost interest. Were they sending him messages for no reason? He looked up and exclaimed, "Why is everyone acting like this?" secretly wondering why. Cyan's face hardens as he coldly muses, "Of all people, why me? Why would they try to impress someone who's already made a pact?" He suddenly realized, could it be? Countless system messages flickered, magnetically linked as he observed each one. So, administrators with the expanded system can now send requests to me? Their attitude towards me is proving my assumptions are correct. He grinned, amused. Sunan stared at the endless loading messages and said, "Thinking about it, if the system expands later, it will benefit the administrators who haven't signed contracts with me." Jung puts his hands forward and slowly says, "Do you think it's appropriate to throw a bunch of messages at me like this?" Sangun clearly stated his demands. "Please provide the unique skills I requested. That way I can remember who did this when the system expands later." The system reported 3 messages in a row, and the Dragon Slayer administrator of 1,000 years was annoyed by the challenger's arrogance. The administrator of the declining Blood Demon God clan scoffed, saying it wouldn't happen, while the administrator of the ruined military world said he was too confident and should know his limits. Sun wore an arrogant and defiant expression, and he continued with a smile. "As you know, first come, first served, and I'm only taking 3. After his announcement, the controller's message group went silent as they downloaded. 3 messages that previously criticized him now appeared with offers of goodwill. The administrator of the demonic blood sect's Descendant of Ruin has added a unique skill to the contractor's exclusive store. The administrator of the Ruined World's army has added a special skill to the contractor's unique shop. The dragon-slaying administrator, reborn after 1,000 years, has added a special skill to the contractor's unique shop. He smirked, satisfied. Sangyun glanced to the side. The divine power was still accumulating, and now only one thing truly mattered: the sphere that continued to absorb. Sanjian thoughtfully watches the absorption process, realizing he's facing an enemy with stats, skills, and unique abilities. What will he gain from absorbing its soul? He reached out and took the orb, and a notification appeared. "You have absorbed the soul of the imposter Hansen. Proficiency has increased by 28%. Furthermore, the soul of the imposter Hansen has merged perfectly with the soul of the challenger Hansen. The holy power trait has been activated, attempting to extract divinity." Extract divinity? He stares at the screen, bewildered. Divinity conversion and myth accumulation. What is all this nonsense? Could it be that the Sea Plow's great holy power skill is deeply embedded in Han Sang-jiun's soul? Seeing wings appear on the imposter lying there, Sionin figures he doesn't know how to use it and ignores it. A magic circle appears behind him, divine power radiating from his chest. Will he finally be able to use holy power? The system announces that he has entered the 13th floor waiting room and system expansion has begun. Global communities by nationality have been merged, and you can now participate in communities with varying levels of difficulty. The members in the merged trials will no longer be divided by nationality, and global national rankings will be fully integrated. You can now view the rankings for different difficulty levels. He calmly reached out thinking, now I'll be meeting foreigners in the trials too, it's just an expansion of the system. His face darkened, but at this point the countless planets surrounding Earth that mirrored Sangyun's thoughts would finally merge all dimensions. A silent news bulletin appeared, flashing in his eyes. Displayed before him were the rankings for the 12th floor of the Hunter SSS trial. Grand Mage SS+, Kim Sung-hun SS, Catherine Bennett SS, Bloodthirsty Swordsman SS, Time Tower Witch SS, Tarkovsky S+. As Tao Xian ascended the stairs, a burning desire ignited within him, to become the strongest. Perhaps that was why he pursued the tower, his ultimate goal. He paused, realizing he was one step closer, at least the strongest among the Earth's challengers. He mentally assessed his rivals. However, dimensions like Kali or the Murim have been in the Tower of Trials for a long time. Among the countless planets he knows, his Earth is the newest and weakest dimension. Sang Jiun recalled someone thinking, unless Earth's average level increases, I'll become prey for other dimensions again. But that day, he paused, deep in thought. His hand tightened slightly. Whether in the past or present, what he needs is unparalleled power that no one can stop. He reached out and touched the screen, saying, Sun's inventory. The screen displayed the information. Crown for the ashes of the ancient emperor. Charisma, plus 30%. Crown of ruin, once worn by an ancient emperor. It was used as an ancient ritual by those who worshipped the dark god. When worn, it will crown you as the Elf King upon use. However, the item's durability will deplete and be destroyed if it runs out. He paused, wondering, Spirit King? He pondered, looking at the item's rank. It seemed enticing, but the description was layered. He muttered to himself. Next was the bonus reward for completing the quest. B-grade Dying Breath Mastery OS, basic effect. Critical damage can be nullified, however, when activated. Dying Breath consumes 88% of the user's stamina and requires a week to recover. The secondary effect upon activation is amplified senses for a short time, and the effects of other skills are also enhanced. Sanjun's eyes widened as he read these lines. A skill that could help him escape death? He found it useful. A week to recover was nothing considering the effect. He smirked, and again, in this trial, besides the rewards, there were also special skills stolen from the administrators. A panel of requests and confirmations appears. Please select from the following perks: Iron-Blooded Tyrant, White Crane Swordsman, and the Patronage skill. You have selected a Patronage skill, Supreme Blood Art. Cost: 3,000 products, described as the power bestowed upon those chosen by the gods who have become saviors throughout the ages, untouched by divine contracts. The only effects gained are God Awakening Suppression and Increased Luck, along with the Hero's Grace C+ skill. Worth 3,000 points, the Quick Mana Recovery skill, C+. Cost: 3,000 points. Description: when mana drops below half, you can recover mana by absorbing it from nature. However, overuse can damage your meridians or vital energy. For example, one of the 8 extraordinary meridians, Sangun, secretly assesses that all 3 are C+ grade skills, so they're quite economical. He taps the screen, deciding to buy all 3. You have purchased the superior blood art technique. 3,000 products have been deducted. You have purchased the Hero's Grace special skill, C+. 3,000 products have been deducted. You have purchased the Quick Spell Recovery special skill, C+. 3,000 points have been deducted, and the screens of the 3 administrators who chose him appear, reminding him. The administrator of the fallen descendants of the Blood Demon sect reminds you not to forget our help. The administrator of the fallen world warriors reminds you not to forget my help. The administrator of the 1,000-year-old Dragon Slayer reminds you not to forget my help. Sangyeon raised his hand, indicating he'd heard, while the others' screens flashed with angry messages. Right, I'll remember. He recalls the events that just transpired and the system's notifications. And before returning to the waiting room, when he absorbed his own soul, he successfully extracted divinity and the Holy Power skill leveled up from C+. With the Holy Power BI skill, he could convert divinity and accumulate mythology. Yet he pondered the sudden appearance of divine extraction as he looked down at the divine power gleaming in his left breast. He could feel the energy in his heart, something he never had after activating the divinity extraction. This must be holy power. He widened his stance, clenched his fist, and prepared to strike. But as energy surged around him and he thrust his palm forward, he froze, speechless at the empty space before him. Sanjun, hands on his hips, voice low, expected this. Just like his training before the waiting room, his body awakened, but unable to use any abilities. He recalls the other candidates using different skills on the previous floor, marveling at the priest's healing and enhancement skills on floor 11, skills he can't copy. Sion frowned, annoyed that his expectations might not be met. He sat down cross-legged, trying to calm himself and think. Calm down. That damn personality is back. Just then, a message from the White Crane Swordmaster appeared on the screen. The White Crane Swordmaster winks, offering to teach him holy power, insisting he'd be a better master than the Iron-Blooded Tyrant. The White Crane Swordmaster invites you to her space. but he refuses with his eyes closed. No thanks. System, continue the report. The White Crane Swordmaster is distraught by your refusal to connect with her, wondering how you could reject her, and promising to teach you how to use it if you just come to her. Finally, he looks up and says, I'll learn when I need to. Shion's face is full of determination. I'd rather learn on my own than rely on others. A message arrives. The White Crane Swordmaster is disheartened, saying, if that's what you want. Sangun bit his lip, recalling the words, I'll be back soon. His eyes blazing, Sangun vowed to focus and grow stronger, at least until he could destroy Nam Gong Hee Wook. Facing the memory of his gaze, he knew Nam Gong Hyuk would come for him again, no matter what. So, shall we see what special skills I've plundered from the administrators? He thought. The system appears, providing skill information. Bloodied warfare, priced at 3,000 products. Description. Only descendants of the Blood Demon sect can learn this technique, replacing mana with internal energy, allowing you to inherit powerful magical properties in combat. It would amplify his fighting spirit with all the energy and blood in his body, and he declared that the Blood Demon art was what he was curious about. Shiyun is engulfed in red and black energy, his every breath filled with power, ready to crush everything. He's activated the Blood Demon art. Gritting his teeth, he feels the change within him, a surge of power, as if he was born to fight, his blood boiling. Yes, this is what I need. Suddenly, he clutches his eyes flash and his whole face radiates power, exuding undeniable force. Suddenly, Sanjiun appears, pinching Shiyun's cheek and teasing him. Having fun all by yourself, huh? Then, he thought sternly, what in the world? How can that damned nature arise in the same body at the same time? Otherwise, there's no precedent for this. A red sword appears in Sajun's hand. He shouts, Die, you pyromaniac! In his other hand, a blue sword materialized. The two blades clashed. Sagyun says, If I die, you die too, you crazy bastard. He smirks, retorting, Fool, I'm abandoning you because I can't have you. Sanun gritted his teeth, weighing his options. Damn it, I didn't see this coming. What do I do? Suddenly, the blue sword in his right hand emitted white smoke, and he realized it was absorbing the blood energy generated by the Supreme Blood Art. Yes, the news confirms that when the user of the Blood Demon Art reaches the Fire Sword realm, upgrading their blood energy to the maximum, the ultimate skill will be unlocked and his eyes will radiate red divine power. That's right. His hand gripped the blade tightly, blood spurting with each squeeze as the two swords separated. Sionin raises his sword high over his shoulder, tilting his head to stare at his opponent's left shoulder, the blade aimed as if targeting the fierce Sanjun. Sangyun cries out as the sword, now imbued with divine power, hovers over Sionin's shoulder, its tip radiating a mystical aura. From the blade to the hilt, intricate patterns emerged, radiant and terrifying. The true power of the Supreme Blood Technique had been unlocked. The artifact is renamed the True Superior Blood Demon Sword, and Sangyun is shocked to see specialized blood-drawing slots have been created. He braced himself, raised the sword, and examined the specialized blood-draining points. His eyes turned blue with divine power, and the Fire Dragon buff activated as information flooded in. True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, A, reaction speed plus 15%, attack speed plus 15%. When the chosen target is killed by the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, blood drain will absorb the opponent's blood into the blade and increase its stats. A random skill will be inlaid into the blade. Up to 3 skills can be inlaid by blood drain. And other than the skill cooldown, there's no additional cost, depending on the number of seal release levels. Hidden skills will appear if Challenger Han Sangjun uses it. The unique blood-sucking effect can be activated, imbuing the sword with skills, up to 3 of them, and with no cost beyond the cooldown, he smiles contentedly. This is a growth-type item that has never appeared before. A series of system notifications signal the start of the 13th floor trial. Difficulty, hard. The trial's theme is strategic combat with 14 days remaining. The condition for completing the trial, cooperate with your teammates within the time limit and defeat the Blood Earl. The trial's failure conditions, the annihilation of all members or the expiration of the time limit. The reward for completing the trial. A+ random skill book and a trial failure penalty. Cheon Si-woon couldn't help but take notice. A trial to pursue? He thought of his recent opponents and realized he was still lacking. Team trials hadn't gone well for him in the past, but a black book appeared on the screen, piquing his interest. A random skill book and A+ rank, no less. A list of actions appears, and the 13th floor trial map marks a city occupied by vampires, as well as a cultivator hiding within. Marking the location of a vampire count within the vampire-occupied city. With the trial member set, Sangigun slowly advances. How annoying, having to find cultivators or something. Can't we just go into the city and destroy anyone we find? Now that we have the power to wipe out an entire city, I think we should. His foot lands on the brick. The system confirms the team member information is set. To fit the gameplay, team member titles will be displayed. Takuski is disgruntled. He didn't know why the system expanded, but it turns out it's a pursuit trial. Sakyo gave a polite smile. Hello, we meet again. David smiled back, pleased to see him. He was a clock tower mage, and that title caught his attention. He recognized them from the rankings, all high-ranking players. Cyan also remembers seeing this Japanese player ranked higher before. David turns around but emphasizes, I can smell blood. Suddenly a zombie corpse dangles upside down from the ceiling, suspended in the air. One of them asks, Is this the Hall of the Blood Clan? One of the zombies materialized behind David, answering for him with a chilling rasp. Exactly. The two zombies, a male and a female, simultaneously raised their sharp claws towards David, emitting a chilling, raspy laugh. Dessert has arrived. Thanks for the meal. Suddenly a hand grips the male zombie's head as Saki, filled with murderous intent, moves with lightning speed behind the female zombie. With a swift strike each, Takuski and Sakyo dispatched the zombies. Saki turned back, saying, I suspected as much. You're from Russia's biggest association. Takuski spun his sword, replying, I wasn't trying to hide it. I am Andrei Tarkovsky, head of KPDM. Sakyo spins his dagger before slamming it into the table, then says with his hands on his hips, I knew it. I'm Michioto Sakyo, an S-rank hunter from the Japanese Hunter Association. You're more famous than I am. You're Japan's only S-rank hunter. Sakyo narrowed his eyes and replied, Just call me Sakyo. He then took a few steps toward Sionin and the others. Well, everyone's ready, right? The Blood Clan can sense when their comrades are destroyed, so they'll be here soon. David reassured him. You don't have to worry about that. I've set up a magical barrier so they can't get near here. Saki thought about that experience, then hesitantly asked. The pipe now in his mouth, he introduced himself as David Taylor, a nameless mage from the clock tower, piquing Saki's interest. Is that the place known as the world's most powerful magic tower? Towski wondered. Are you a retired archmage? And yet you've been drawn into this tower? That's unfortunate, he says with a faint smile. I'd call it lucky. Mysterious things like this tower are always interesting research topics for mages. Sangyun introduced himself as well, saying slowly, And I'm Han Sangyun, a C-rank hunter from South Korea. These zombie corpses are popping up everywhere. Sun explains that he's heard from the administrators that even the weakest vampire on the 13th floor could easily defeat a C-rank hunter. Human bones litter the ground and a madman screams from the summit. He added, And a count-level vampire is far superior to an S-rank hunter. His regenerative abilities make him almost impossible to kill. The people living in this city are the same. They're not walking, they're jumping around. The hunter stated matter-of-factly that, as the tower said, they needed to rescue the hiding monks and, with their help, overcome the trial, leaning back as he asked quietly, This city is swarming with vampires. How are we supposed to get in there? Takuski hesitated from his seat. It's too dangerous to go in. Saki, sitting next to him, agreed. Yes, it'll take a lot of effort. Sangyun silently listened to his companion's discussion. Saki, if you use your stealth skill to gather them into small groups, I'll set up a barrier to block their trail, and then we can take them out all at once. I think that's the most efficient way. I agree. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he hears their next statement. Great, if we're fast, we can clear floor 13 in 10 days. He pondered. No, at this rate, we won't get the bonus reward. He stepped forward, placing his hands on the backs of Takuski and Sakyo's chairs. Everyone, I think we're mistaken somewhere, but completing the trial like this just isn't effective. David, puffing on his pipe, asked him skeptically, Inefficient? So you have a better way? He smirked, supremely confident. He glared at him, coughing intently, and that method was him looking up at him. I'm curious too. Is there a more effective method than the one everyone agrees on? Saki quickly turned, her voice trilling. Wow, like a world-class challenger. Do you have a secret to completing the trial? Sangyun stammered. Damn it. Sakyo was astonished. Shut your mouth. And what else? David growls. What did you just say? A sword materializes in the air, which Long instantly grabs and swings behind him. He tapped his finger against the wall, and a wall of divine power slowly descended like a giant mirror before them, revealing a horde of countless zombies gathering outside. He snapped his fingers and suggested, We can complete this challenge by shutting up and charging in. Just wipe them all out. The ferocious zombies growled. Humans? Where did those humans come from? The other zombies are frenzied, wielding blood-red axes, roaring, "I don't care, just eat, fresh blood." They started yelling, and Saki even held her head and screamed, "Hey, are you crazy? So eager to die?" Sangjun grins menacingly. "If you say so, let's begin the plan." The nearby zombies begin to jump and attack. Saki's group is startled. The leader swings his axe, and they reappear behind him. This guy realizes something too. The others cry out as he vanishes, warning that they might be using magic. Takuski turned to David, but before he could speak, David's hand glowed and he said it was tiring to hide a group. David gritted his teeth, angrily cursing under his breath. Why are there always lunatics who throw away their efforts in the trials? What a waste. Countless spikes hurtled towards Sion. His voice deepened, saying it was unfortunate, but best to leave Hans-Jun and fall back. He looked up in surprise. You possess the basic framework of blood manipulation, like blood tracking. Countless orbs erupt from the zombies' bodies, connecting with crimson threads of blood essence. They croak, beckoning, "Become our meal, humans." Sangyun stood his ground, awaiting the onslaught of blood spikes, while Saki, running with the others, glanced back to watch. He wondered why Sangyun would risk his life like that. Then his eyes widened as he realized. He stopped and shouted, "Everyone, look!" Sangjun raised his hand and activated his divine power. The system confirmed the skill, Bloodseeker, was activated. The zombies stared in stunned silence, muttering amongst themselves. What? Blood manipulation? If he can control blood, isn't he like us? His blood manipulation is even stronger than ours? Impossible. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a torrent of blood spikes that pierced the zombies before they could react. From Sion's chest, a radiant mass of divine power emerged, swirling with countless streams of energy. The zombies cursed him. "Damn monster. Should we continue?" Takuski and Saki stood by, stunned. He muttered to himself that tactics were useless against a far superior foe, his face stunned, his eyes gleaming. There's no way such brutality could succeed. So how? Is it because I'm too weak? David puts away his staff and conjures a gust of wind with his hand. David Taylor is a high-ranking combat mage who has been on the front lines for a long time. He possessed a superior mind. He was an intelligent man. David is also a veteran member of the Hunter Association, consistently achieving outstanding results in the Tower of Trials with superior tactics, completing each trial with minimal time and casualties. Because of this, he always had a voice within the Hunter community, and now, as usual, on the 13th floor, he's come up with a pretty good strategy using his intelligence, one that's currently the most effective. But Sangjun chuckled, whispering, "CMLV Vlid Chow Me Ko Hyu. What are you saying?" He thought to himself that tactics are the first thing needed to solve a problem. He shattered that outdated thinking with his bare hands, saying, "We can clear this trial if we shut up and charge in. Just take them all out." In the battle against the zombies, Sangjun single-handedly charged forward, taking down many of them, shocking everyone. "Is he even human?" Takuski asked, his face grim. "At this rate, forget the plan, and let's support Han Sang-yoon." Sakyo agreed. "I agree." David raises his hand. "Hold on," he frowned. "I know Han-soon is powerful, but David watched his son fight the monsters alone. This is a city of vampires, and no one person can handle it alone. Powerful hunters have appeared in the past. Countless monster-like hunters have appeared in the tower before, so why has the group hunting model continued to grow and spread? David explains that no matter how strong you are, you'll face countless unforeseen circumstances in battle. He emphasizes, "That's impossible when we work alone, right?" And Sangjun's combat status shows no signs of weakening. The horde clung to his arms, their numbers overwhelming Sion. Others seized the opportunity, lunging forward as one vanished in a flash. Sion's eyes light up as he activates his power. An isolation sphere is emitted, throwing the monsters backward, and those nearby are sent flying. He extends his arms, and the monsters are annihilated one by one as the weak blood skill activates. Sangjun's fight grows increasingly desperate. He thought to himself that if he kept attacking this way, he'd have to keep using recovery items. Body Burst was a good skill, but it consumed too many recovery resources. The monsters roared in anger. How could a human interfere with the power bestowed upon them by the god of war? One of them clutched its head and groaned, "Apostle, apostle," while the others looked on in confusion. What? They suddenly clasped their hands in prayer. An apostle? The god who protects humans has sent an apostle. The god is angry that we annihilated the humans in the city. War god, please save your believers. Sunwoo frowned, confused. Apostle of God? Is delusion a trait of the blood tribe? One of the stronger ones smacks the instigator on the head, calling them weaklings, as he smirks and points at him. He looked at Shiun, judging that he was out of breath, and the others around him began to regain their confidence. The man is exhausted, and they rush in for the attack. Now is their chance. But then, a red orb appears in Shiyun's hand, and the monsters freeze. What's this? Shiyun's hand grips 5 spheres at once, and he smirks. Here? He throws them all into his mouth, and Sangyun crunches the red orbs to pieces. Instantly, he exploded with immense power. These are your brethren. The system alerts him that he has recovered stamina and mana by using the Blood Clan souls. Sangyun's eyes gleam with manic glee. Fully restored, he's ready for more. The monsters scream in terror. Reinvigorated, Sangyun surges forward, annihilating the monsters as Saki observes from above, offering a detached assessment. He's a truly gifted challenger, and close combat seems to be his forte. Takuski nodded in agreement. I concur. He's not tiring at all, but getting stronger. He's decided to go help. Saki turned to David, saying, While I believe safety comes first, I also want to help Han Sangyun. On the other side, Sangyun's strength is increasing dramatically, using all remaining souls to replenish his stamina. Strength triples, speed doubles, physique quadruples, and magic power increases 5-fold. He thought to himself that in terms of growth alone, it was even better than when he absorbed the doppelganger's soul. Sangyun chuckled, knowing that good things awaited him when he destroyed the blood count. Notifications from the system kept popping up. The tyrannical deep-sea administrator is taking an interest in you. The administrator of the traitorous bandits is delighted by you and chuckling, while the administrator of the night demon says you're a greater challenger than even the demons themselves, and the devils are beginning to tremble in fear. The administrator of the 1,000-year dragon slayers is amused by your excellence, saying you have the potential of a hero. The administrator, the decayed descendant of the blood demon church, has sent compliments and is surprised by the magical power you wield. The administrator of the Fallen World Army says you're a worthwhile investment, smiling with satisfaction. Sangyun is secretly pleased. The administrators seem to have taken notice of him. He happily looks at the notifications filling his vision, realizing it doesn't hurt to make a good impression on them. Just then, someone descended, surprising Shun. I thought you guys went to find a priest. David speaks up first. We apologize. We'll follow you from now on, so give us your orders. Saki eagerly raised her hand. I agree. Takuski cleared his throat. Frankly, I don't have much faith in your decisions, but you've surprised me. Sangyun calmly states, so you all see that the CMLV is effective, right? A mechanical voice then announces that the Sixth Sense skill has been activated. Shiyun turns in alarm to see a massive red wave rolling toward them in the distance as Sangyun smirks. The blood count. Takuski is shocked. That's a huge amount of magic. Can that vampire count really use that much? David suspects it's a unique ability. But the question is, can he control that power perfectly? Saki worried. So, what do we do? At this rate, we're all going to die. Sejun looks at them in silence, the hunters he once admired now needing his protection. I didn't realize I'd become this strong, he commanded loudly. Everyone, prepare to flee this place. Find the cleric and bring them here. Saki looked surprised. Actually, priest, I don't think we need to, Sangyun interrupted, his expression serious. I'll be honest, if you stay, I don't think I can protect you all. He was forced to admit he couldn't protect all 3 of them, turning to face the oncoming tide. I need to hunt the Earl-level bloodkin alone to absorb his soul. The more damage I contribute to his demise, the greater my chance of absorbing his soul. Takuski turned and left. We'll listen to you, even though I hate feeling like a useless bystander. David reminded him that they would bring the priests back, so he should hang in there. The 3 quickly fled, leaving Sangyun alone to face the overwhelming power. Shall we begin? Cyanan lowers himself, tensing his muscles and channeling his magic power, activating the combat focus skill, increasing the user's concentration 5-fold. Special skill, Blood Fiend Art activated. He raises his hands and shouts, Blood Trail Chaser skill forcefully activated. It will interfere with all blood control abilities within the skill's area of effect. An immense power, far surpassing the vampire castle, erupts, stunning the one within. He clenches his fist, roaring, How dare a mere human defy me? The power of the tidal wave surges higher and higher. I've gone to the trouble of maintaining this city for my own use. He angrily points, declaring he'll turn this place into hell today, as a wave of red crashes down upon the castle and the area below. Sangyun is caught off guard. It's stronger than he anticipated. He twitches his lip, realizing he might not be able to face it. I'm done for. A crowd gathers, offering a giant plate of grapes to a massive hand. He casually popped it into his mouth. This giant white-haired noble was actually Count C, a vampire. He recalled his past. I don't know when it started. I just kept fighting and fighting, more and more. Sony continued to win, battle after battle. Like all ambitious men, fighting had become my life. When I came to my senses, I was standing atop countless corpses. my ambition reaching for the heavens. A mechanical voice then echoed. The god of war chose SL Nir as his promising disciple, who gazed into the distance, saying, "My species' ultimate desire is to destroy the human four-nation alliance." Later, war broke out, and we annihilated countless humans and destroyed 3 nations. So much so that the life monument, the root of the four-nation alliance, was stained red with blood, and the spears pierced the sky, dyed crimson. And if we completely conquer this last nation, I will be recognized by the god of war as a true disciple. His face was filled with ambition, aiming for the top, to become the emperor of the vampires. A frantic butler rushes in. "My lord, something's happened," he reported. "Your forces are being decimated, slaughtered by a human." 3 men heavily carried a mirror, magically transmitting the battle. Shocking see. "What are you saying?" he roared, eyes bloodshot. "I dealt with all the self-proclaimed warriors." "Which empire sent them?" The butler trembled. They appeared out of nowhere." Gritting his teeth, he asks, "Suddenly, my men are suddenly being slaughtered? How is that possible? Those useless soldiers, how could they appear in the heart of the city without being seen?" Everyone in the castle was affected by his rage. "Count, please calm down." A surge of power erupts within me. I only needed to conquer this city to be recognized as a true disciple. He's ruining everything. How dare he? A lowly, insignificant human. He's summoned a crimson tide. I tried to maintain this city so I could use it later. Anger consumes me, but now I'll turn it into hell. The massive wave crashes down upon the city, far larger than Zhang Yun anticipated. He thought to himself that he couldn't possibly block this attack and was doomed, so Sangjun quickly turned and ran. He eyed the raging wave behind him, contemplating abandoning the city to save his comrades, as David prepared a barrier ahead. Meanwhile, Sangjun quickly ran ahead, leaving the wave behind as he raised his hand and turned, opening a magic circle to block the tsunami. The powerful torrent crashed down behind them, and cracks began to appear in Sion's magical shield. He breathed his last, and Sion could take no more. The shield shattered, and he was swept away by the raging tide, the crimson water engulfing the territory. The water quietly stains everything red, and the devastation finally passes. Sanyun lies unconscious on the ground. David and the others rushed over. "Han Sangyun, are you all right?" Sangjun gasped. "How is everyone?" David replied, "We're all fine." Sakio reaches out. "It's all thanks to you stopping them directly. I thought we were goners." Just then, a loud noise shook everything from afar, before something jumped to the ground. He glared at them, thinking, how surprising they survived that attack. He paused, then wondered, so they didn't just get lucky to get here? He observed them, assessing the naive, weak one, and concluded that the 3 uninjured must be the key members. Sun said nothing as he raised his hand to summon his power, a blood sword materializing next to his arm. He snarled in fury, "You lowly humans, I'll tear you to shreds." David's group was stunned, but Sionin calmly stepped forward. "Everyone, fall back. I'll face him." The group wisely turned and fled, saying they'd retreat and be ready if needed. Sun bares his fangs. "Who said you could? I won't let you leave." He uses incredible speed to pursue David's group. SY's face contorts into a grotesque mask as Sun appears beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Something just flew past. Sun turned around in a hurry. When did this guy get here? Sion casually asks, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Ask and you shall receive'?" He smiles confidently. "I'll answer everything you've said." San then lunges forward to attack him. "You lunatic, how dare you show off in front of me?" Sangyun remained calm, leaping forward faster than his opponent, unleashing a flurry of blows. "I'll tear you apart." Everything before Sio's eyes shattered into fragments. David's group watched from afar, stunned, as Sangyun, sword in hand, gazed at the defeated Seo En and quickly gave an order. "Everyone, find the priests now," Saki asked in surprise. "You killed him already? Is it even necessary?" Sangyun pondered. "Doesn't something seem off?" he explains, watching S's body disintegrate. The challenge completion message for the 13th floor should have appeared, but it hasn't. Just then, a notification suddenly appears. The Fire Dragon Eye skill has been activated. The Vampire Count Seer's fragments are reassembling with regenerative power. Takuski cries out in disbelief. He can still revive in that state? David was stunned. This can't be happening. Sakio rushes ahead, realizing that in a city this devastated, the priests are likely dead. "Why don't we fight alongside you to take it down?" Sangjun coldly replied. "No, I'll hold him off. You guys go find a priest or some holy relic and bring it here." He thought to himself, "Sorry, but I have to defeat the boss myself." David wasted no time and turned to leave. "If you say so, then fine." Saki turned and went to work. Patrolling is my job, and I'll do my best. Sai's body is gradually recovering at an incredible rate. His body, now recovered, is even stronger. Roaring with rage, Si shouts, "You bastard! How dare you! How dare you do this to me?" Sangyeon calmly assessed the approaching Seo, noting his incredible regenerative abilities and concluding that his recovery skills and strength were greater than anticipated. Enraged, Sun curses and uses his power to levitate the surrounding rubble, sending the magic-infused, sharpened stones hurtling towards Seo. With their numbers and size, they attack the tiny Sanjun, who can only curl up and weather the storm of stones. The magical rocks glow brightly, then shatter. Sun laughs, enjoying this. "What's wrong, human? I'm a step above you." But Sun had already teleported behind him. He chuckled. "I knew it. Thanks to you, I've learned a new skill." A blinding red light erupted from behind Si, forcing him to turn around. Si's body is sliced to pieces once again, scattering fragments and blood everywhere. Sangyun stares in horror. He cut him even thinner this time, yet he still regenerates. It's unbelievably terrifying. Sangyun, surrounded by the devastation, wondered if this trial was truly impossible without the aid of priests. With the city in this state, it's a wonder anyone's still alive, and S's regeneration speed has increased significantly. He's even bigger than before. This is getting annoying. Sun laughs maniacally. "You think you can destroy me? There's no way." Seun muttered something under his breath. Curiosity. His laughter is even more terrifying. "I'm just curious how many times I have to kill you for it to stick." Sangyun's body is now enveloped in a clear, magical light, while Sai's body visibly trembles. Is Asai scared again? He grits his teeth. Sun raises his hand, displaying terrifying power. "Don't underestimate me. I will be the Dragon Demon King." Sangyun simply brushed past Sei's attack. "Third," Sai cried out in pain. He quickly reverts to his original form, saying not to think that injuring him means victory. But before he can finish, Sion charges forward. Fourth, though Si's body is destroyed, he remains unconcerned. "It's useless. You're no true warrior. You can't kill me." Sangyun paid no mind, focused only on his strike. Fifth, Si continued to lecture, saying that as long as he was human, he couldn't escape the limits of his life force and would soon tire and fall. Sangjun's voice is cold. 6. At this point, S can't take it anymore. 7. He angrily shouts, pointing. "You're really a legendary warrior. How can you use all your mana without getting exhausted?" Sangyun didn't respond, continuing his count. 8, and at the same time, the system window appeared. "You have achieved the Battlefield Artist title, activating the Torture Art skill." Sanjun sighs, eyeing the body. Should he slice and dice, or mince it? Only now does Sony realize he needs to run. He's a monster, and Sony is terrified. He just needs to escape. But Sangyun has caught up, waiting for Sun. "I told you, I'd return your words to you." He summons his sword, declaring he won't let him go. With crazed eyes, Sion called him a madman, a cruel bastard, as Sungjin's voice echoed. 9 implores him to stop, offering negotiation, a deal, anything he wants. Saegyun delivers the 10th strike, ignoring his pleas. He offered anything, wealth, fame, but his body is torn to shreds beneath the blade. At the 11th strike, he roared in despair, "Just kill me, I can't live like this." "You're no warrior, just a rotten, brutal killer." With the 12th strike, the system updates, granting the Origin of Rage achievement and the Amplification of Pain skill. Sony cries out, "Stop, I surrender, I'll do whatever you want." Sun finally retorts in annoyance, "Can you shut up and die already? How many times are you going to regenerate?" Suddenly he stopped, and Sangyun finally realized it. He chuckled, beckoning Sai over. "Come here, kid." Si quickly runs over. "Yes," Sun inquired. "There is a way out for you. If you cooperate, I'll let you die." "What do you think? What must I do?" Seone's eyes lit up. Just then, the system window appeared, announcing that the shield counter skill had been activated, and a massive pillar of magical light immediately descended upon the land. A variation of the shield counter, the counter decoy. The giant red cross made of magic was complete. Sangjun planted it into the ground. You ordered it, so just keep hitting it until I say stop," Sangyun threatened, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Why haven't you started? Do you want to live?" Sony quickly got up, saying, "I'll do it right away." He frantically thought to himself that he didn't understand any of the events that had transpired today. Sun struck the cross while glancing at Sion, who showed no signs of being the madman who suddenly appeared and slaughtered the strongest force in history. The vampires are finished. No matter how he looks at it, it's strange. His hand stops. Could that red pillar of light be appearing at the top of the god's trial cross? He finally understands. Yes, it was already strange enough that a human possessed the power to control blood. Sun didn't dare stop striking the cross. As the vampires grew complacent and sought to tighten their rules, this must be their savior, forging them to be more vigilant. At the same time, the system notified him that his shield counter skill could now defend against accumulated damage. Just Sangyun's presence was enough. Sony stares blankly at him as Zangiun gives a terrifying smile, saying it's time to die and it's too late to realize who the savior is. Suddenly magic surged from the cross, enveloping the car in a bubble. He exclaimed, "If you're still alive, no matter how many times I destroy you." Before he could finish, Sanjun hurled his sword at it, the immense power driving it straight into the sphere. The sphere bursts with light, and the system announces that the counter-shield skill has released all absorbed damage at once. Sun realizes the plan is to obliterate him completely. Sone breathed a sigh of relief, finally meeting his end as the sphere exploded, sending a powerful shockwave skyward. Sangjin silently watches the world turn upside down as the system reappears with a notification. Congratulations, you've cleared the 13th floor of the Tower of Trials. Your completion reward, an A+ skill book, has been transferred to your inventory. Your completion rewards are 90,000 points and 4,000 products. Your completion reward is 5,000 products. Please proceed to the waiting room. He chuckled. Having defeated him, he could now absorb Sai's blood. Warning. Upon slaying a target with the Blood Demon Sword, you can absorb their blood to enhance the item's abilities. At the same time, he learns a new skill, and Sangjun's sword is stained crimson as Sai's blood is slowly absorbed into the blade. The system appears, activating the True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's unique blood-sucking skill. Upon absorbing the blood of the vampire count, the item's rank has increased to a 300-1400. Upon absorbing the blood of the vampire count, the Blood Enhancement C+ skill has been recorded in the specialized blood-sucking slot. The Blood Strengthening C+ skill, gained from absorbing the blood of the vampire count, enhances blood dominion, mana usage, resistance, and control. A special red square also appears on the system screen. Sangjin reached for the True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, activating the Blood Enhancement C+ skill. His eyes darted around, sensing the new power surging through him. A vampire count's blood control, even stronger than his own. Cyanin felt countless magical swords envelop his body, as if he were once a vampire king. He smiled contentedly. Not bad, though the downside is he might be misunderstood, as a new surge of magical power flowed into his body. You have absorbed the soul of the vampire count, continuously enhancing your abilities. Strength, +5, agility, +4, stamina, +6, power, +7, resistance, +5. A brilliant golden light appears as you claim the divinity of the vampire Earl's soul, completing a condition for the holy power skill, activating the ability, and extracting divinity. Sangyun was a little surprised that he extracted divinity, recalling he'd seen this message once before when absorbing the soul of a clone. Just then, the system announced that the extraction of divinity was successful, and the Holy Power B skill had been upgraded. Sangyun felt a brilliant light shining upon his body. Back then, he didn't know, but the condition for extracting divinity was whether the soul possessed holy power. A golden orb is formed, and he carefully considers, I can't extract divinity from ordinary vampires, so perhaps it only applies to holy power of the same level as me. Sangjun clicks his tongue. There's still so much that's unclear. Every time something related to holy power appears, it gives me a headache. The system reappears, stating that he has absorbed one of Count Cell's skills, Charm C. He's surprised. The system explains that charm is due to absorbing a soul stronger than the user, and the evaluation of special skill extraction will begin. Sanyun is worried. A strong enemy, an enemy he can't handle. What is this evaluation standard? Is it subjective? He suddenly thought, of course he knew this. Souls related to gods or apostles are considered high level. The system continues its assessment, confirming that the vampire count possesses the skill to extract skills from souls, and the C+ skill, Gaining Trust, has been engraved into Hansen's soul. He narrowed his eyes, gathering faith, when he heard someone call his name, Hansen. Sakyo smiled and called out, the cleric family is using their protection skill to defend the people. More people survived than I thought. Don't worry, the archdemon is gone. People slowly emerged, their faces radiant, never imagining he could defeat the vampire count alone. He is our hero. The hero himself has come. God has blessed us. He is the messenger of the great divine. Thank you for saving us, the system chimed in amidst the crowd. Special skill, Acquire Trust, has detected strong faith in the player. Sangyun was a little incredulous. The people were putting their faith in him. He frowned, so even faith in an illusion is still faith. Sangyun smiled, knowing he had to seize this opportunity. His hand rested on his sword, activating his charm stui skill, along with the system's warning. Your recognition is stronger, and your influence over others has grown. Sangyun thought, but I don't lie. The system recognizes the achievement. I don't lie. Magic power increases by 1, and the light of power and humanity fills him with satisfaction. The skill of winning hearts has been activated on a wide scale, winning you the trust of those around you. The holy power skill has been activated on a wide scale, calculating divinity based on actual results compared to the believer's faith. Myth, Sangjin wondered. Mythology, and the system congratulates him. The Vampire Slayer title has been completed, and a golden magical aura appears at Sangun's feet, accompanied by a system notification. The myth of the Vampire Slayer has been activated, along with the nullification of regeneration. Beginning the link to achievements, the purification effect begins to link to sacred relics. He recalled that he'd received the nullify regeneration effect for ending the blood count's endless cycle, and the purification effect for the massacre in the Blood City. Sangjiyun chuckled to himself, amused. Interesting. So I finally understand the essence of accumulating myth. He muses that the faith he gained in tandem, along with his holy power skill, has created a new skill within his existing ones, in the form of myth. Skills like faith acquisition and myth, revolving around divine power, now imbue Sion's body with a unique magical force. Though untested, the outpouring of divine power suggests that activating myth will consume the divine power within his heart. But the system warns, insufficient legend and faith. The accumulated faith will be reserved for the next myth. He smiled, thinking the faith acquisition process must be over. As expected, the system displays that the faith acquisition skill has been lifted, and all the survivors bow before Sanjun. Satisfied, he notes that this floor has ended smoothly, and Saki and Takuski bid farewell to return to their own space. David, who had stayed behind, suddenly spoke up. I thought you were just a dumb kid, but maybe I underestimated you. He extended his hand, allowing me to apologize to you. Sionin generously accepted. It's nothing. Just then, the ground shook as the god of war sensed the deaths of his potential disciples. Sangjian collapses under the system's pressure, and David looks on with concern. What's wrong? The god of war has sensed your presence. The god of war senses your divine power, and his hostility is rising as Sangjian's body endures immense pressure. He grits his teeth at the god of war as the ground beneath them begins to crack. Sangjun frantically clings to the ground as the system warns that they're trapped within the holy domain. Sangyun questions the situation, gritting his teeth in pain. The trial should have ended already, but David was trapped in the crowd. Molten lava surged from the ground, sealing off the path as he cried out, "My teleportation gate!" Where did Sangjun come from? British mage, let's join forces again. He grabs David's hand and throws him through the portal. David watching him go, smiling, thinking he's rather unsubtle, but his solutions are effective. Beneath their feet, molten lava continued to surge. Sangjun jumped down, standing aside. He slams his fist into the ground, activating the shield counter skill, and the earth beneath them instantly absorbs Sionin's immense power. As David passes through the gate, he hopes he'll make it out safely, while Earth's hero, Sangjun, frantically evacuates everyone. I can't hold it much longer. Please cross the bridge quickly. He sighed. Perhaps his hopes had been in vain. They showed no further faith. What a waste of time. I need to get to the gate. Then the system alerts me again. The god of war is disgusted that a mere mortal possesses divinity. People began to lose control, clutching their heads and screaming, "My head!" It all became a bloody, chaotic scene in an instant, feeling like it was about to explode. The red blood splattered on Sangyun's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before him, a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. Sangyun remained silent as the system chimed in, the god of war declaring that the beasts nurtured by the Tower of Trials dared to cross the line. He muttered, "Cross the line." Sun's eyes now held a chilling hatred. "You're the one who's crossed the line, you bastard. As long as I have the tower's protection, you can't touch me, right? If you have nothing more to say, farewell." The system indicates the god of war is smiling with a wicked grin. Sangjun turned and walked through the gate, knowing he needed to become stronger. The system chimed in, saying the god of war couldn't wait for the impending doom. He surmises that even gods can't deal with him carelessly. A warning appears. You have entered the waiting room of the 14th floor. The system expands, adding unique challenge floor items to the contractor's inventory. Some potions have been added to your personal storage. Your acquired experience will be accumulated. Sangyun recalled the scene, wiped the blood from his face, and breathed softly, reminding himself it was just a space created by the tower, and he shouldn't let his emotions get tangled by things he doesn't know are real or fake. Xianan's eyes were filled with contemplation. The god of war, huh? Because I've come into conflict with the god of all mankind. He recalls those words, trust no other gods, for they will see you as an enemy. Sangyun is silent, so perhaps this is how it will end. His silhouette grows lonelier. Forget it. Don't worry about what you can't control and just focus on what you can. He raises his hand to look at the stone he received, and his old clothes are removed, revealing the contractor's personal inventory. Item cost reduced by 11,500. Skill category, special skill category. Item category, Iron-Blooded Tyrant and White Crane Swordsman Contractor. You have purchased the Swordsman's Path Special Skill S, deducting 10,000. Swordsman's Path Special Skill S cost 10,000, a description for those caught between growing stronger to survive and living to grow stronger. This is a unique skill for swordsmen, allowing independent skill development and easier enlightenment. In another instance, you entered a lush bamboo forest, where Sewa awaited with a smile. It's been a while, hasn't it, Sangyun? He sits down next to her. I heard it from that jade woman. So, you've made an enemy of the Namgung clan's heir? Sangjian looked distant, somehow. It was so. Seo Hua softly says, you probably used that product to buy my special skill because of Namgung Hui Uk, right? Sanung replies quietly. Yes. She smiled. Then you made the right choice. Seo Hua explained, normally I'd have to call you a genius. Sangjiyun, the fact that you can learn sword techniques so naturally without formal instruction, it surpasses mere imitation. Furthermore, she recalled Sanjin's fight during the 12th floor trial, how he not only recognized sword intent, but also transformed it. Becoming sword skills? He thought to himself, I just have a knack for imitation. Sehua concludes that Sangyun's ability to improve from a few Namgung movements shows great potential to become a master. Sangyun is stunned. A grandmaster, she continues, and in my eyes it's no surprise you're the first to create a sword style. Sangyun is that shocked? Naisio Hua smiles encouragingly, saying that choosing this special skill was the right decision, because anything he learns and comprehends will become a useful skill in the tower. She will teach him everything. She blushed, but I have one condition. Sehua spoke up. Will you become my disciple? Sangyun quickly replies, yes, I will. Seo Hua is a little incredulous. Sangyun, I don't want to force you into anything. You can think about it more. He waved his hand. No, I've already decided. Seo Hua turns away, saying if that's what he wants, she won't refuse. Sangjun has his own plans. The White Crane Swordsman reached the tower's 40th floor, so there's no reason to refuse such a master. Sehua warns, don't regret this later. Sun retorts, are you planning on treating me badly so I'll regret it? As if that's true, Sehua retorts. She solemnly explained, a master is someone you only have one of in your life, especially in the martial world where they value loyalty, so I hope you won't regret it. If you're worried about that, then I certainly won't regret it. Sun thought to himself, how many martial artists are worthy of being his master? Seo Hua stood up. Then, according to procedure, I will formally introduce myself again before you begin the apprenticeship. She adopts a solemn demeanor. I am the 17th leader of the Beck family sword sect, the foremost master of the previous generation. This is who I am. Be Seo Hua, she will become his master. This scene stunned Sun, the greatest martial arts master. As he bowed before her, Suwon summarized in his head, martial arts are divided into mind and body techniques. The mind arts are a technique to refine external magical power, channeling it within the body. After purification, the mana stored within the body transforms into inner strength, and body techniques involve using the body, including weightless maneuvers and swordsmanship that corresponds to the practitioner's footwork. That's the gist of martial arts, and there are those that focus on using special mind energy. But hearing this, one naturally wonders if the upper blood art is a form of mind art. He speaks up. I have some questions, and it wouldn't be a problem if I used another mind art I've learned, would it? Sehua's face darkens. What did you just say? You already know another psychic technique? She pressed him urgently, demanding a detailed explanation. Sun calmly replied, well, after your explanation, I think I might know something similar to mind arts. Seo Hua is shocked. Could it be you know how to cultivate aura? Did you learn it from the Iron-Blooded Tyrant? Sangyun picks up on the keyword aura cultivation. Could it be another branch of mind control? Outwardly, he simply replied, that's not it. Sehua muttered that she wasn't the type to break promises. She rushed over, saying she couldn't trust me and had to check for herself. Seo Hua lifts Sanun's robes to touch him. causing him to blush with embarrassment and inner turmoil. "When did you become so concerned, Master?" Sangun retorted. "Master, Seo-hwa doesn't mind, so please be quiet." She seems to realize something else. Seo-hwa looks up and asks, "When I remove the pure magic, there's no trace that you've learned any cultivation techniques." Sangun hesitated. "Well, it turns out the Crimson Blood art is actually a special skill bestowed by an administrator called the Fallen Heir of someone or something from the 12th floor. And I used it quite often because it enhances my combat senses when activated." Seo-hwa realizes it's a power, not a martial art. It seems the martial arts he's learned have merged into his unique skill. But still, it couldn't be called a cultivation technique, Sun Yonan implied. "I see, you were suspicious. But how long are you going to stay like that, Master?" Seo-hwa, now realizing her position, quickly backed away a meter. Seo-hwa turns to the wall. "I apologize. I was being rude." Sun turns around. "It's okay." But from Seo-hwa emanates a thick, murderous aura that he dislikes. She threatens that a mongrel of the blood cult is sponsoring a low-level technique as a special skill. Sanjin struggled with his thoughts, realizing he needed to rethink his view of the White Crane swordsman, as Seo-hwa expressed. "But now that I think about it, it might be better if you didn't learn any techniques." She explains, "You can gather magical power without a mantra, and if you learn a large number of mantras with different powers, you can definitely use them in turn." Sangyun wondered, "Is that okay?" The Red Star blushed and replied, "It's fine, since my martial arts don't rely too much on mental cultivation. However, mental cultivation is very important for a master-disciple relationship. So what just happened?" She cleared her throat and said, "First I'll teach you swordsmanship, so watch closely and try to imitate me." Sun quickly adapted. "Okay." Through training, his skill has increased. Combat focus activated, concentration increased tenfold. Seo-hwa drew her sword, a faint pink light emanating from its blade, and began to perform the technique. Sangyun stared in awe. This was a side of her he'd never seen before, so different from her usual gentle demeanor. She's truly a martial arts master and quite the fighter. Seo-hwa is serious and careful, and I'll show you the basics of the White Sword 7 styles. White Sword, Ocean Slash. The sword tip slowly glides upward, releasing a gentle yet incredibly powerful gust of energy, and Sanjun's eyes flicker. Seo-hwa turns. "I apologize if you couldn't see it clearly. I tried to slow it down as much as possible." Sangyun brushes past, replying, "It's fine. I'll start mimicking it now." He slowly drew his sword, recalling the sensation of space itself being unavoidable, so the only way was to pull it closer and cut it. His eyes clearly saw the space ahead, and as his sword swept through, Sangyun's eyes lit up. "Like this, perhaps?" he asked, turning slightly. "I did my best to imitate it. What do you think?" Astounded, Sao thinks this is absurd. She's witnessed many things, and each generation produces countless geniuses. These individuals possess an innate ability to absorb information, achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary people. Geniuses demonstrate peak performance through comprehension, judgment, and assimilation. However, every genius needs to practice, even if just a little. But Cyan impatiently asks again, "Am I doing it right?" Seo-hwa clutches her head in disbelief. "What in the world? He can mimic it to this extent after just one look." She looks up, saying, "Sangyun, it seems you don't understand its magnificence." Seo-hwa calmly explained that the 7 white sword forms used more complex principles than the Azure Sky Sword style that Nam Gung-hwe Wook used, leaving Sangyun astonished. Seo-hwa replies, "The 2 moves you copied from the Namgung clan, the Azure Light Sword and Azure Dance Sword, are part of the Azure Sky Sword art." Sangyun realized these were the skills Nam Gung-hwe had used, and Seo-hwa explained that it transcended the basic principles of speed and slowness used in the Azure Sky Sword art. And it's a technique that uses complex principles to manipulate space, yet you copied White Sword's Ocean Severance without issue. To perfectly replicate it after seeing it just once. Even Seun was surprised to hear that. He pondered the principles of fast and slow meant nothing to him. Seo-hwa praised, "You truly are a genius with keen intuition," she said honestly. "I've never seen anyone learn a skill just by watching. Most people need experience and self-assessment." Sanjin glanced away, but even with the explanation, I still didn't quite understand. Seo-hwa smiles, pointing out that one day he might learn all the martial arts in the world, though normally martial arts must be understood and recreated using a foundational manual. However, she focuses on transferring her inner energy to him, as he needs no manual at all. "You only need to see it once to imitate it, but I'll help you learn to use your demonic energy." Seo-hwa knew every martial art, footwork, fist techniques, lightness skills, and grappling. He would learn everything he could. And what was most familiar and useful to her was the White Sword 7 style's swordsmanship. Sionin gradually became familiar with it as well. Each sword strike is light and precise. The White Sword C. Sever cuts through space itself, leaving opponents with no escape. The White Sword Piercer is an incredibly powerful thrusting technique, capable of penetrating any defense, while the White Sword Void Death distorts the surrounding space for defense. Seo Hua applauds from the sidelines. Sangun smiles contentedly, sincerely saying, "I've learned so much, thank you." Master Seo Hua, still unaccustomed to the title, repeats "Master" in her mind, but smiles outwardly. "If you think so, then that's good." Sangun bowed deeply. "Then I'll take my leave here." Seo Hua replied regretfully, "Leaving so soon? Don't you want to stay a little longer?" she asks, as he smiles and turns away. "I will return to see you again." Songjun leaves behind a cart of flowers like a child would. "Take care, master." She cleared her throat. "All right, you take care too. Songyun, with your talent and dedication, you're sure to have a bright future." The dimensional gate opens once more. You have arrived at the 14th floor waiting room. Cyan departs, reflecting on how much he's learned, though he's a bit embarrassed he couldn't master all 7 techniques of the White Sword style due to his current level. He looked at the progress board, Demon Slayer B+. Songyun had his own thoughts. Although his swordsmanship had improved a lot, he was still lacking compared to Namgung Hyuk's Azure Sky Sword art and his master's White Sword 7 forms. He plans to create a skill using the Sword King's path power on the system board, which is described as being for those immersed in the conflict between becoming stronger to survive and living to become stronger. The Iron-Blooded Sword skill activates, along with the Combat Focus skill. Sanjun once again uses his sword technique, combining the Azure Sky Sword art with the White Sword 7 forms into a dual sword style. His swordsmanship grew more agile, more refined than ever before, but Sanyun knew it still fell short of becoming a true skill. He recalls the words of the carriage, that to develop a skill, it must be a system recognized as such. Sangjun sighs, thinking, all right, using the White Sword 7 forms as a foundation, and when I want, I can combine it with the Azure Sky Sword technique. At the same time, attacking with 2 swords is an excellent defense, creating countless cuts in space. Thousands of thoughts flash and repeat in your mind. And his eyes lit up as he saw the Sword King's path system activated, triggering the Immortal Union Sword Art A skill. Proficiency with the Immortal Sword technique. A is at 0%. It's described as swordsmanship developed by combining the White Sword Arts and Azure Sky Sword technique. The basic effect when using a sword is that additional modifications will be added to the basic moves of White Sword 7 styles and Azure Sky Sword technique, and the effectiveness of the basic moves will be enhanced. Sangun smiles, a skill already revealed. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, but while he likes having a few modifications, it seems a bit lackluster. Sangun summons his inventory, the reward for clearing the 13th floor, a random A+ skill book. The skill book allows you to randomly acquire a B+ skill, which can only be used by the challenger and cannot be transferred to others. He takes it, deciding to give it a shot. He has nothing to lose. Unexpectedly, power surges within him. He has used a random A+ skill book and acquired a random B+ skill. The hero's blessing is activated, temporarily increasing your luck. The Blood Demon Sword B+ skill has been activated. Proficiency, 0%. It's described as a mysterious swordsmanship that only the successor of the Blood Demon sect can learn. The basic effect of this sword is that demonic elements will seep into the blade, causing a destructive effect on all living things. Sanjun tries to resist a little longer, his body continuously taking damage. The unique power of skill synthesis has been activated, and the Immortal Demon Sword technique has begun to synthesize at its core. The hero's blessing has been activated, temporarily and rapidly increasing your luck. Skill synthesis complete. A new skill has manifested, unlocking a new function. The S-rank Immortal Demon Sword. Sanjun calmly steps through the portal once more, beginning the 14th floor trial. Difficulty, very hard. The theme of the current trial is underwater combat, with 7 days remaining. The condition for passing the trial, hunt all the monsters beneath the lake within the time limit. The trial fails if the challenger is killed or the time runs out. The reward for success. A+, Wind Spirit Shoes. The penalty for failure, death. The system suddenly warns that he has encountered a formidable opponent, triggering the Indomitable Will skill. A figure appears beyond the gate, their voice ominous. How long are you going to keep me waiting, huh? You didn't come even after I wiped out all the monsters, so I thought I came to the wrong place. The figure looks up, revealing a face of excitement. Namgung Hyuk. Sejun smirks, pleased. Instant acceleration is activated, combat focus is activated, and the grace of wind is activated. All speeds increase by 70%. Current skill link progress is 7-7. The unique effect of the C+ Nanji speed boots is upgrading your instant speed, and he immediately charges forward with his sword, the two clashing without hesitation. During the fight, He-wook recognized the fire sword, exclaiming in surprise, "How can you wield it?" Sang-gyun simply laughed, replying, "Why are you so surprised already?" He immediately slashed down with his sword. The real show is yet to come. Sang-gyun powerfully swung his sword, the strike grazing Hyuk's cheek. Taking the opportunity, Sang-gyun delivers a powerful blow, sending Hyuk flying. He crashes into a stone wall but quickly regains his composure. But Xiun was ready, unleashing a second attack, a flurry of sword strikes that pulverized the earth. Hyuk quickly raises his sword to block the attack as Sang-gyun flies back, asking, "How's that?" He looks at the boulder above, cleaved and shattered, and challenges, "What do you think of my S-rank swordsmanship?" The system displays the S-rank demon sword fusion technique, a description of the unification of several supreme martial arts, giving birth to the ultimate demon sword technique. The special effect, Twin Strike, randomly activates, adding extra sword energy towards the opponent. Seonin explains his technique. Twin Strike fires 2 to 3 additional sword energies alongside the initial attack. Every single sword beam carries the same power. He smirks. This was already a powerful technique to begin with. "And now this effect too?" Sunwoo taunts, pointing at the scar on his cheek. He sneers, promising a swift end. Huck gathers spiritual energy in his hand, dismissing his opponent. Based on this little bit of blood, Hyuk quickly charges again, and the two exchange several more blows. Hyuk shows his anger. "The swordsmanship and light-foot technique you're using all belong to the Martial Arts Alliance. Why were you hiding your skills?" Sugiyun retorts, "I wasn't hiding anything. I was genuinely afraid I'd die fighting you, so I learned it." That statement stunned Hyuk, and the fact that it was just yesterday made him even angrier. "You're nothing but a rude, boastful liar. You come at me with attacks, from the way you talk, learning all those martial arts in a single day. I know you're full of it and completely insane." Song-gyun simply chuckled. "Believe it or not, someone told me you two went at it like cats and dogs." Sang-gun's voice deepened. "I'm a martial arts prodigy, you see." He chuckled. "Ah, and that's not all. I can do so much more." Sang-gyun's speed increased, his swordsmanship overwhelming. H scowls, realizing it's their family's swordsmanship, his face contorted with rage. "What an insolent wretch. How dare you steal the Namgong family's swordsmanship," Seon taunts. "Instead of blaming me, you should blame yourself for not making it harder to copy. If I can copy it after seeing it once, is that my fault?" Seon adds fuel to the fire, claiming Namgung's swordsmanship wasn't used to its full potential, enraging Hyuk and intensifying his attacks. This also makes it harder for Sewon to fight back. Truly astonishing. He assesses that his swordsmanship, lightness skill, and irregular movements have changed. Sang-gyun laughs confidently, "But you wouldn't even dream that you're giving me an advanced lesson right now." He chuckled. "I'll learn it well so I can teach you a lesson later." He raised his hand, activating the 10,000 swords formation. Sang-gyun bowed cautiously as massive swords rained down around Huck. The system warned that the powerful combat trait created a combat territory with a 30-meter radius, barring everyone but Hans-gyun and Namgong-hyus. The formation is set up with magic, and Hyuk laughs maniacally. "Gotcha, you son of a bitch." Suddenly, he realizes something. Shun is also casting magic. "Do you know what people on Earth call what you just did?" Hyuk frowned with concern. Shun taunts, "That's what you get for playing dirty." Hyuk grits his teeth. "You know martial arts, so why use magic too?" The immense power quickly overwhelmed Hyuk's formation, and though he tried to endure, his body sustained heavy damage. Gritting his teeth, Hyuk used his remaining strength to jump, only to find himself hitting the ceiling with nowhere left to run. Damn it! The system explains that the user forcefully broke down the powerful combat trait, causing the myriad sword formation to dissipate. And Xion, who was behind Hyuk, delivered a swift kick. The powerful kick sends Hyuk flying, slamming him into the ground and dragging him a long distance, leaving a massive trail in the earth as Sang-gyun lands gracefully. He sneers, "Didn't think a martial arts genius like you would end up like this, huh?" Hyuk struggles to stand. He suddenly laughs maniacally, shocking Sang-gyun. "What is this? Has he suddenly gone mad?" Hyusi clutches his face, amused. "How fascinating. I don't know how you did it, but to learn so many martial arts and become so strong in such a short time, it delights me." He produces a crystal. You can even use magic. Truly astonishing. I admit you're strong. Sang-gyun in a panic lunges forward, only to be cleaved in two. Did you think I'd just let you do that? The sand quickly accelerated the fusion of the stone and Hyuk. His power immediately explodes, thanks to the stone that removes the penalty from the A-level challenge. He uses the stone to increase his reduced stats and break the skill limits imposed by the lower-level challenge penalty. The surrounding landscape trembles in the wind. Hyuk steps forward, his expression hardening. Have you ever wondered? The awakened dragon spirit roars fiercely, asking if he wants to know why he's called the Azure Dragon Sword. Sejun is stunned by the sight. H snickers, saying sword aura enhancement isn't something a lowly being like you gets to see often. His face is stern, but laced with contempt. Consider this an honor. The light erupts even more violently. Seohoa taught me that I'm talking about using chi, or, in other words, how to use magic to imbue your sword. She explains that sword energy is a technique of adding properties depending on the type of sword, and there are many types in the world. For example, fire magic is an attribute you can add to sword techniques, but that's just the beginning. Sword ki amplification is the next stage. Now, look at the reality. It's an ultimate skill that allows the user to flexibly use various elemental spells around them for attack. Hyuk swings his sword, unleashing a powerful force. Sapjun barely dodges, witnessing the might of enhanced sword energy so early on. He carefully observes, realizing it's far more powerful than he imagined, a truly insane technique. Sangjun struggles to weave through the gaps as the sword energy relentlessly attacks, making it difficult to approach. That sword is so adaptable, not to mention the enhanced sword energy's agility. This is too dangerous. The sword moved like a dragon, as if it had become a living, breathing creature. Sangjun once faced it head-on, and his hand was instantly stained red as he struggled to block. Sangjun struggled to stay grounded, realizing his opponent was far stronger than any vampire he'd faced. Sangyun recalled his sword energy enlightenment, remembering the teachings of Master Bakhach, realizing that other martial artists had missed a crucial step. Perhaps they faced difficulties in their enlightenment, preventing them from comprehending it. This guy is too strong. Hyuk slams his foot into the ground, sneering, "Where's all that spirit you had before?" Sangyun is intrigued, realizing he should have gone all out from the start. Damn it, he's amping up his magic. I just wanted to learn a little before taking him down. Now, things are going to get complicated. Sangjun is overflowing with magical power, activating the Blood Oath technique. His eyes light up. Get ready. I'm going all out. Huck smiles and charges forward. Do your best, you bastard. Sangjun charges forward as Hyuk swings his sword, its blade twisting and turning, seeking the void of Sionun Baek. Enraged, Hyuk asks, "Where else did you steal sword techniques from? All your efforts are useless before my enhanced sword energy." His sword energy immediately explodes, creating a powerful aftershock. Sangyun accepts the power, activates his skill, and focuses on the battle, concentrating his power 20-fold. He quickly appears behind Hyuk, giving Sangjun an opening to strike. Okay, he's behind him, but Hyuk already noticed, leaving a sword strike and running. Sangyun misses and collapses. He coughs up blood, his inner energy in chaos. Just then, a light flares before him, and Sangjun barely manages to stand and dodge. He slashes, blocking Hyuk's sword energy. Sangyun struggles to hold on. His enhanced sword energy, just used, is merging with the void. He activates weak blood. Hyuk appears behind him in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to his gut, sending Sangjun flying. He crashes to the ground, skidding back dozens of meters, but still manages to stand. Unable to stop the bleeding, Sangjun is beaten to the point of collapse. Hyuk, thrilled by this, prepares the decisive blow, a powerful strike. Light erupts and the power overwhelms Sangjun, leaving only a scene of devastation. Hyuk slowly approaches. He looks at Shayun, panting. Still standing? Hyuk frowned. "I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be able to fight me this far." He chuckled, summoning his sword. Dragon summoning. But now, it ends here. Hyuk bids farewell, saying he had a lot of fun. Han Sangjun. Sangjun desperately lunges forward. After all that effort to reach this level of power, all you've created is an opposing sphere? Did you think you could defeat me so easily? The shield skill unleashes all accumulated damage, and two massive forces collide. Hyuk is extremely confident in his power. He pierces through with his sword, laughing maniacally. This is the expression he's been waiting for. Time to lose your head. Just as he said, Sion's eyes widened in disbelief as he activated his ultimate skill, nullifying all fatal damage. All senses are amplified for a short time. and all skills are mastered to the fullest extent, with a 1-week cooldown, and his head returns to its place. It quickly coalesces as if nothing happened, one of his trump cards on the verge of death. A skill reward I received from the 12th floor challenge. The moment I receive fatal damage or my life is in danger, the damage will be reversed. He never thought he'd use it like this, roaring as he charged with his sword, startling Achuk. What? Sang summons the 12th floor and another reward. The system explains the Ancient King's Crown. A unique magic skill is activated while using the Ancient King's Crown. The user's mind will be clouded. The unwavering power of the mind is activated. He puts it on his head. Let's go all in. Initial assessment. The crown of the Ancient King grants Palashch 30% willpower. The crown is made from the tusk of an ancient emperor who worshipped the dark gods. When equipped, the user's mind becomes unstable, and the crown will rapidly vanish minute by minute. In exchange, magic can be used at will until the crown disappears completely. Sanun summons a series of monsters. I command you, my servants, crush him. Shh, does this guy have necromancy too? You'll never defeat me. With a single strike, he obliterates the monsters, but with this ridiculous magic, the crimson energy spreads to Hywook's face. He grabs Sun, wanting to see if you can revive again, as Huyuk points his sword at him. Just as the blade was about to strike, Hywook suddenly reacted, his body twisting to seize the initiative. What have you done to me? He coldly replies. I told you. That monster appeared out of nowhere. And that scar, they fought to be the first to haunt you until you die. Inside the house, arguments erupted. How could the Namgong clan produce such an idiot who doesn't even know the basics? The father pointed and yelled, Is he really my flesh and blood? As a child, Hyuk silently embraced his sword, never daring to speak, clutching it tightly. I, Hyuk Ubipyong, remember those arduous training days, simply enjoying swinging the sword. Before learning any moves, one must first master the basics. An old man suddenly appeared. A true genius. For Hyuk, it was the first time he'd met his grandfather, and he'd finally found a home, raised by the greatest swordsman of the time. Thus everything became more intense, and my swordsmanship grew more explosive. Until Hyuk shouted, Ha! He grinned. I've taken care of those blood cult bastards pretending to sightsee. Hyuk's mind was filled with anticipation. Father, look how strong your son has become. But his father only responded with a cold tone. Get rid of that ugly stuff. Why have you been on such a killing spree lately? Use your energy to cultivate your mind. He turned and left, not wanting to become a bloodthirsty monster, his suppressed anger turning into tears. Then all that remained in Chabuk's eyes was blood and resentment. The system announces that the crown has exhausted all resistance to the remnants of the ancient Emperor Achui. The crown of the remnants of the ancient Emperor Achui has been destroyed. Monsters fell one by one into the water, and Sangjun could finally find peace. He approached and asked, You're still alive? He Wu, lying in the water, angrily replied, Just finish me off. Han Sangyun, however, simply sat down beside him in silence. Sangyun spoke. Isn't it interesting? Normally you and I would never have met, but here we are, from different dimensions, forced to fight. He recalls the hardship and pain. But the funny thing is, I even thought, Sangyun chuckled, finding the whole thing amusing. His voice was calm. If we were friends, Shion, he said casually, we could have advanced together happily. I actually thought that, he says as H-Wook laughs as if he's heard a joke. That pathetic bastard? To mock the tower climb while thinking that? Let me tell you a fun story. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and started invading this dimension isn't just because I like killing, you know. Huck's life was already hard, but after gaining divine power, he became the enemy of several gods, facing threats to his life and sparking a war. Chosen ones inevitably use divine power to fight, and when they do, they face the gods of the Tower of Trials. Huck scoffed. You'll end up like me soon enough. But if you keep climbing the tower with that foolish spirit, even with holy power, he cleared his throat, threatening. You won't be able to stop the gods from destroying your earth. Saigyun interjects, No, that won't happen. He raises his hand, conjuring magic. Those who would destroy my origin. Sejun clenches his fist, vowing to destroy them all with his own hands as Hook explodes. The Blood Chaser skill has been activated, and he cries out in agony. System upgrade. Congratulations, you've cleared the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. The reward, Wind Spirit Shoes A+, has been transferred to your inventory, and you've received 10,000 points. You have received a reward of 4,000 items. Having defeated a stronger challenger, you receive an additional reward. You have received 4,000 items. The reward, A+ Sky-Piercing Sword has been transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room. The fundamental elements for creating a myth have been fulfilled, and divine power has been activated. Calculating the myth based on actual results and the faith of believers, Sion's body glows brightly. He's surprised by the emergence of another myth, as a new surge of power envelops Sion. The myth of the challenging warrior is complete. The myth of the warrior challenger is accumulating divine power, and from now on the indomitable effect is bound to the divine power control of the challenger, Han Sangjun. From now on, the reversal effect is bound to the divine power control of challenger Han Sangjun, and everything merges as he absorbs the soul of challenger Nam Gong Hyuk. Proficiency creation increased by 47%. Unique necromancy attribute proficiency reached 100%, and unique B attribute necromancy has increased by 1 level. Sangyun, now wielding the soul A, departs. When otherworldly challengers die, their bodies vanish, but will they disappear now that the trespass penalty is gone? The sword glows, and the True Sky Blood Demon Sword's blood-sucking effect activates, absorbing Nam Gong Hyuk's blood. Therefore, item rank increased to A, 1174-1400. Absorbing Nam Gong Hyuk's blood has activated the unique blood-sucking skills Engrave Enhancement Comprehension. Sangjun purses his lips, another attribute for the fire sword. He's getting good stuff. He props himself up, but there's no way he can get his clothes back. Sangjun turns away, thinking he'll have to buy some clothes back on Earth, when suddenly the system window appears and the iron-blooded monarch says she has some good armor to give her contractor. The White Crane Swordmaster admin says the contractor's fighting style is better suited to a martial arts robe. Sangjun's lips twitch slightly, and he returns to the icy region. Sangjun could only gasp in amazement, exclaiming, "It really does look like his place." Sangjun opened the door and stepped inside, finding Canaria waiting for him. "Well done, Han Sangyun, it's been a while." She offers him a necklace. "Congratulations on overcoming a great obstacle. This is a gift for you." Sangjun is disgruntled, saying he was promised armor. Canaria explains that imbuing the necklace with magic will automatically create armor for him. She clasped her hands. "Make sure you go outside the tower for your first time," Sangjun replied. "Thank you. I will put it to good use." He returned to the bamboo forest, Sangjun approaching the secret flower carriage. "Master, she's dazed," Sangjun repeats, "master," in his mind. Seo Hua sighs. "I thought you'd come to me first, but you went to her. I'm disappointed." Sanun bows his head. "Please forgive me, master." Seo Hua pouts, inwardly repeating, "Master." She spoke. "Not that woman, but this master wishes to ask a favor." Seo Hua blushed. "I want to cut your hair." Sagai was shocked and protested. "What? Don't you know that medicine and haircuts are best left to professionals?" "No, you don't even have any tools." Seo Hua said gravely, "The White Sword 1 technique is all I need. If you move, you'll get hurt. Stand still." Sangun waves his hand. "Wait!" Then a flurry of birds scatters. He looks down at the mirror. Sangun smiles. "You're quite the looker." Seo Hua subtly turns away, relieved that she pushed Sangyun away. "Sanjun, this item will help you wear the martial arts robe more easily. Put it on outside the tower." Seo Hua waves goodbye and wishes him luck, leaving Sangyun to wonder what's gotten into her. Something's fishy. System assessment. You've entered the floor 15 waiting room. System completion commencing. The quest board is now open, and challengers can accept quests from administrators, quests that replace personal trials and are based on the administrator's background. If completed, you'll receive a reward from the administrator who assigned the task, but only one task can be accepted per floor. Sangyun realized the mission. The reason the administrators were so nice was because they wanted to hire him. Seun scrolled through the screen, realizing he had a lot to do and think about. He decided to start by looking at the myth he had just received. The system activates the myth, and the challenging warrior activates the indomitable effect, bound to the subjugation of divine power. When the indomitable effect is activated, the body can exert maximum force in all circumstances, reversing effects, bound to the subjugation of divine power. When the reverse effect is activated, you gain more advantages than disadvantages in battle. Sanjian smiles, pleased with the exorcism effect he received from the myth. The Vampire Slayer, once limited, is now far more practical as a challenger. He contemplates, and there's even an ability to add to his A-rank necromancy. A unique attribute system and soul summoning A, with detailed effect 7. The quality of the death god has been awakened, he muses. What's this? The divine power assessment board has been activated, he sighs. Even if it's activated, nothing changes. Songyun lowers his death god eyes and brushes his hand. I don't know. Time will tell. Sangjin summons his sword, the Sky Piercer. Attack plus 10%, lethality plus 10%, attack speed plus 110%, magic damage plus 110%. The demon sword's sole purpose is to destroy the heavenly realm, growing stronger as it destroys the indestructible. When demonic energy is present, its unique effect, destruction, activates, granting the sword destructive properties, imbuing each strike with amplified killing intent and demonic energy. When the sword's proficiency reaches its peak, the unique sword sense effect will activate, granting its wielder a skill beneficial to the current situation. Songjin tests out Skyrend, which seems very compatible with his sword energy. His stats appear, and sword sense is no longer skill restricted. Therefore, it can evolve depending on the user's abilities, and he's thrilled with these added effects. It must be because I defeated Namgung Hyuk, who was stronger than the trial's difficulty. The system responds, announcing that he defeated a challenger stronger than anticipated. You have received an additional reward. It assesses swords. You have reached the realm of oneness with the sword. The unique effect of the Heavenbreaker sword's sword sense has been activated. You can turn a sword's unique effect into your own skill. His eyes light up. He's made his choice. The Sword Sense A+ skill has been fully absorbed, leaving 1.5 uses of Sword Sense. Snoon chuckled. It really works. He compares how he used Sword Sense to absorb more effects. Thanks to Sword Sense, he's now learned 3 more skills. The explanation of Heaven-Splitting Sword's unique effect. Sword Sense has been activated, allowing you to turn a sword's unique effect into your own skill. Selection complete. The A+ Heaven-Piercing Sword skill has been fully absorbed, leaving 0 out of 2 sword senses remaining. The unique effect of the Heaven-Piercing Sword, Sword Sense, is completely exhausted. The unique effect of the Heaven-Shattering Sword, Sword Sense, has completely vanished. Songjun is excited to try it out, now that he's mastered the Heaven-Shattering skill within the Heaven-Shattering Sword, so he can use it whenever he needs to. His abilities leap forward after absorbing the challenger's soul, Namgung Hyuk. Your abilities are continuously enhanced. Strength plus B, Agility plus B, Constitution plus, Magic Power plus B, Resistance plus B. Sanjion expresses his disappointment. Can't absorb any more skills? What a shame. He reluctantly selected a program. Ha angrily scolds, Oh, for heaven's sake. You should have at least told me when you got back. Even if you're not human, we're still in this together. Sangjin presses a button. You're the one I'm worried about going to Japan. Next time, send a message, okay? Suddenly, information pops up. Bill Nya, floor 9, Sun. I don't know what happened in the tower, but I have some news. Ascenders from another world have appeared. The world is in utter chaos. A fake tower climber caused a massacre in London, and an invasion from another dimension is underway. HUK's words echo in his mind. You will never stop the gods who will destroy this earth. Songjin gritted his teeth in frustration as a dark sphere appeared behind the clock tower, radiating a destructive power. Skyscrapers crumble in an instant, and the clock tower, heavily damaged, collapses. Monsters were unleashed upon the city from the sky, immediately targeting the citizens, the second multidimensional attack on Earth. The presenter points to the screen, showing the state of London after yesterday's attack. It all began when a mysterious black sphere appeared in the sky, watched with apprehension by everyone on the team. Immediately after the first massacre, the monstrous being suddenly vanished, and the ominous black orb remained silent. Until today. The screen flashed with live footage, revealing the mysterious black orb rapidly growing, suggesting a second massacre was imminent with a swarm of monsters emerging from it. The presenter spoke urgently. To prevent that terrible disaster, we believe all the hunters of Korea will join forces for the greater good. Why is the Korean Hunter Association so proactive? They used to prevent hunters from resolving the Shinjuku incident. He hesitated, but another person cut in to answer. It's because it's more profitable. All eyes turned in that direction. Korea's standing would be elevated after the Shinjuku incident. Doing so would bring a great deal of profit to the Korean Hunters Association. Whispers spread as people noticed him. A magic sword? Isn't that the magic sword from the Shinjuku incident? It's him. He just changed his hairstyle. After the meeting, Sangjin seemed apologetic. It's been a while, hasn't it? I apologize for climbing the tower alone without telling you. From now on, let's treat each other as companions. She was curious. But where's your weapon? Sangjin smiles. It's in there. Meanwhile, inside, team members are being urged to volunteer to assist with the London Gate incident and to head this way to board transport. We're hoping for many volunteers. Sangjin turns. We should go too. Heian stopped him. No, not this time. She led Sangun to another location, explaining, I also acquired some gear while climbing the tower. A magic circle was formed on the rooftop by many people. I learned subspace manipulation magic, which was quite difficult to master. Heian chuckled, adding that with support, she could teleport there instantly. Plus, I've already got approval from the association. Sangyun couldn't hide his surprise. Teleportation. System alert. You have been targeted for support magic. Teleportation. You will now be transported to the designated location. Instant teleportation. And from the ground, even more magic emerges. One by one, they transform into monsters. And more magical beasts appear. Everyone rushes to the front lines as the second wave of attacks is about to begin. Protect the magic tower as monstrous creatures roar and charge, their advance proving difficult to hold back. Everyone, just focus on the gate, because things will get bad if these alien creatures get inside the magic tower. A chubby kid cautiously crouches down. Got it. Unbeknownst to him, a monster lurked behind, lunging forward in a terrifying attack. Just then, the magic circle activated, affecting both the boy and the monster. The monster succumbed to the magic's influence, and Heian and Sionin appeared within the circle. Heian looked around in surprise. What are these magical beasts? The chubby guy ran over and bowed. I apologize. We weren't fully prepared with enough manpower. Heian waved her hand. It's all right. Luckily, nothing happened. She ran off, asking when the attack started, with Sangyun quickly following. We'll lend a hand. They were all grateful, thanking them for coming to help in such a difficult time. Given the danger, please forgive our lack of hospitality, leave this to us, and join the others to lend your aid. He orders him to take them downstairs, and the man quickly complies. This way, please. They head down the corridor, leaving the tower. Below the building, a solemn meeting unfolds as Sangyun worries the World Association will send even more hunters to assist this time. He looked around, but what was with the atmosphere and attitude of the British Magic Tower mages? Sangyun sat down, pondering. Outside, people are fighting tooth and nail while the higher-ups are in meetings. It's the same everywhere. The man at the head of the table looks up, startled. Oh my, David said, visibly excited. It's an honor to see you here. It's a pleasure to meet you again. He exclaimed, You're Han Sangyun. Sangyun realized that it was the old mage he had saved on the 13th floor. Hayun whispers that he knows him. The crowd murmurs. So that massive black orb. There's an explosion-proof barrier that can't be broken when hundreds of mages pour magic into it, and Sajion takes the chair at the negotiation table. He was close to destroying it when it was smaller, before it absorbed so much magic. And the first attack was a diversion because of the impact? He asks again. So after the sphere absorbed more magic and grew larger, nothing he could do would affect it, right? David bowed his head. Yes, that's exactly right. Murmurs of disbelief spread through the room. Could it be true that he relinquished the head seat to the challenger? Who is that man? Isn't he the hunter who went to Japan? Did these two meet during the trial? David ponders, giving up the head seat, or even kneeling, is nothing if it means saving England from this crisis, though you all may not understand. But I understand. He smiled, thinking, I understand exactly how strong this boy is. David asked earnestly, What do you think is the best way to deal with this situation? Sean replied sternly, I will destroy that black orb. David was taken aback. Could he do it? The crowd whispered, saying it was a bit much, but wasn't the elder being too hasty? Sangyun interjects. However, I have one condition. David was stunned. A condition? With a cold face, Sangyun says that if everyone there gives him a worthy reward, he will destroy it, causing the whole room to burst into laughter. How absurd. Who do you think you are? David frowned silently, thinking, That's a bit much. He replied, I need to discuss this with the other representatives first. Sangyun subtly reminds him, I don't mind waiting. But with the current situation, if we delay any further, there won't be anything left of London, he thought gravely. In dire straits, he can act without reward, but he must take everything that is rightfully his. He decides, all right, I'll do it then. David points, please, destroy that damn thing. As he spoke, the others cried out, Elder, you can't make such a hasty decision. Sangyun chuckled. I accept the mission. His necklace flared with light, and Sangyun swiftly entered battle mode. He drew two weapons and crouched low. Sangyun immediately broke through the window and jumped straight out. Hayun from the crowd rushes to Sangyun, her face filled with worry, but Sangyun just smiles. I jumped out of the building, but I'll be right back. Sangyun uses the system to quickly glide, activating the A+ Wind Spirit body skill, and steps appear for him to jump on. Everyone is astonished. He's almost there. Can a human really do that? Sangyun touched down on the sphere, whistling softly in awe. It was huge. Sangyun draws his sword, and now the system displays the Heavenly Execution Sword A+ skill proficiency at 0%. The effect, you can apply the annihilation effect to your body or weapon by using mana, which will greatly increase damage. Detailed effect, You can cut anything, but the harder the item, the more mana it requires. Sun raises his weapon, ready to hunt down the rat. More warnings appear. The Heavenly Destruction Sword skill has been activated, removing the limits on what can be destroyed. Sangjin swiftly strikes, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion as the earth cracks open with magical light and chains. He can't hide his delight at a skill that can cut through anything. He smiled, pleased with his new skill. Sionin gripped his sword, lifted it high, leaving a trail of sand, and the sphere cracked in two under the intense light. A bottomless chasm forms, and Sangjin steps lightly into the area as the system announces his arrival in the indeterminate magic zone. He's surprised. Sion's magic area is suspicious. Is it another dimension within the barrier? The system warning activates Keen Eye skill, and countless terrifying monsters quickly appear before him. Those who aren't masters of this area will see terrifying illusions that can't be dispelled by skills, and they'll become disoriented, sealing away their sensory abilities. Those who aren't masters of the area will suffer a penalty, reducing their stats by 18 points. They rush towards Sion, who quickly uses his sword to destroy them. The monsters opened their massive jaws, giving Sionin a fright, as illusions strong enough to cause physical effects manifested. The system appeared, the stone skin skill activated, and the effects of the indeterminate magic zone were dispelled. Due to your magic resistance skill, a portion of your abilities have been unsealed, and the penalty of 18 stat points has been removed thanks to your powerful breakthrough skill. A blinding light erupts from within the horde of monsters, emanating from Sun and drawing their attention. He leaps into the air and lands gracefully as Sangjin smirks. Looks like the suit can regenerate when I channel mana. How convenient. A figure suddenly appears behind him, speaking. How surprising. His eyes turned cold as he wondered who could break through his magic territory in the inverted dimension. Sangyun quickly turned to attack. He was knocked down but only responded with a sinister laugh. However, this situation was also within my expectations. A blinding pillar of light forces Sangyun to shield himself as the system explains the legend. The Tenacious Warrior has been activated, a miraculous effect. Unyielding has been activated, a miraculous turnaround effect has been activated. The Sen disciples spoke in unison, shocked. Is your holy power that of an apostle? But I'm sure there isn't a god in this reverse dimension. Sangjin simply raised his hand, conjuring a stream of magic. The apostle was even more shocked. Impossible. Sionin's hand flares with light, and power erupts towards Sen, instantly dispelling his illusions. Sen frowned. Even if you are an apostle of the gods, as long as you've trespassed into my magical domain? Sangjin narrowed his eyes, thinking it was also a lie, wondering where the real body was. Sen raises his hand, summoning a horde of monsters. You won't escape death. They charge, spirits self-destruct, and Shiyun swings his club, shield counter activated, batting them away one by one. The blasted spirits rebounded, and Sangjin realized that he was stalling for time as the weapon in his hand glowed, transforming into a sword. His moves are easy enough to handle, but it's all a trap. Though this method is a bit crude, his eyes light up dangerously, ready to sweep the area clean, his sword cleaving down, causing the space to explode. The shield's counterattack skill has accumulated enough damage to unleash a single strike. Blood Spirit Jewel Sword, skill inlaid, enhanced doubt. B has been activated. Unique Demon Sword Fusion skill. Dual Strike is activated, instantly detonating the ground and engulfing it in smoke. The sphere violently distorts, and even the city is not spared. Sendu emerges, trembling from the thick smoke, gritting his teeth. Why is a monster like you in this dimension? Ignoring him, Sangjin said, Hurry up and get rid of this black sphere. Sendo looked utterly perplexed. The black orb? Sangun replied. I'm talking about erasing this void. Sen gritted his teeth. Do you know what I had to do to create this space? The system alerts that the blood manipulation skill has been activated, doubling the pain inflicted on the opponent, and the Sen's body trembles. He knelt in humiliation, his face ashen. Release it now, Sendo raged. Do you know who I am, you bastard? How dare you do this to someone who will become a great mage of the Empire? Sunun attacked again, causing him excruciating pain. Release it, he said coldly, to which Sendo hastily replied. Wait, he sobbed, head bowed low. Damn it, I can't undo it. It's not something I can do. I'm telling the truth. Sanjin used his Fire Dragon Eye skill system, confirming the target was telling the truth, and coldly asked, What is the name of your home dimension, and why did you come to Earth? Sen considered this. First, can we make a deal? I'm sure it would benefit you. Sangjin stomped on his head. Shut up and answer my question, Send replied. I am Sindel of Ares, and the reason I've come to this insignificant dimension. Earth, that is. The answer made Sionin suspicious. I came to gather faith. He questioned, collect faith? The Sen disciple frowned. Don't tell me you came here without even knowing about it. Sang-gyun stomped on him again. Didn't I tell you not to spout nonsense? The man painfully explained. Wait, I'll tell you. Just get your foot off me first. Humiliated, he gritted his teeth. I saw records in an ancient ruin. It said that mages or knights could break their limits through faith. Sendo explains that through human faith, divine power accumulates within your mana, allowing you to reach the sixth circle, a higher level of magic, and become an archmage. Sendo replied, fear is another form of faith. I decided that slaughtering humans would accumulate faith faster. Sang-gyun asks why he chose Earth, and Sendo reveals it's written in the ancient text that holy power can't be increased where other gods exist. That's why I came to this tiny dimension where no gods reside. Sang-gyun frowned in disgust. So you slaughtered all those people just to gather faith? Sen's nonchalant reply. That's right. This only fueled Sang-gyun's anger, and he kicked him a few more times. You're insane. Please stop, he glared, awaiting the next question. Do you know anything about the god of proof or the god of war? Sen struggles for breath. I don't know the gods you're talking about. The system warns that the Fire Dragon Eye skill has confirmed the target is lying. Sendu definitely knows about those two gods. I understand, he says, grabbing the man's collar. I'm sure you wouldn't want to withhold such vital information, would you? System. Initiate torture techniques. From now on, torture techniques will be easier to use, instilling fear into targets more easily, and the effectiveness of torture techniques is increased by 10%. The body of Sendu immediately endured immense pain. Sang-gyun's eyes gleam with a dangerous light. Let's see how long you can endure this. Moonlight streams through the crack as Sendo's withered body struggles to speak. Just kill me. Stop healing me only to do it again, Sang-gyun suggested. Why make things so difficult when you could have just told me? And Sang-gyun's story continues. I've learned so much about divine power, magic, divine proof, the god of war, and even a little about the Ares dimension. He looks around, realizing it's been 7 hours since he arrived. Constant meditation for so long is mentally draining. Sion tilts his head, now understanding what divine power is. Simply put, possessing it doesn't make you a god. However, to accumulate it, martial artists must open their dantian, and mages need something called a magic circle around their heart. That orb of power is as fragile as water, a purer form of energy that resonates with will, making mana's basic form holy power. And if Sang-gyun accumulates holy power, he can become stronger, faster, and reach a higher stage. It can easily react to any form of difficult will and allow its possessor to achieve a higher level of mastery than they would otherwise be capable of. He suspects there's still a problem in that he doesn't know how to use it, but he knows he can't affect the divine power with sword energy. In reality, there are 2 ways to accumulate divine power in this world. Break down and refine mana bit by bit, a process that is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The other way is through rare red magic stones, via faith, either through worship or fear. Once enough faith is gathered, the recipient will accumulate divine power through their heart. This is everything I learned from him, he suddenly screamed, saying there was a prophecy. The prophecy mentioned that it must never be revealed. He faintly recalled a priest who worshipped the god of war telling him the prophecy. It's true. According to the prophecy, I need to search for information related to divine power among the texts in the ancient ruins. Sang-gyun clenched his fist, angered by the war god's direct interference. The system warns, do not trust the other gods. They will be hostile to you. Xiun recalls the words of the proof god and sinks into thought. He doesn't know why a god only mentioned through messages would be hostile to him, but the war god's hostility toward Earth can be confirmed by the things he's done to it, and Sang-gyun grits his teeth. His anger flares. If things continue this way, the god of war will undoubtedly become his enemy. He coldly swept his hand. You have absorbed Sen's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 4.4%. The unique skill of the True Blood Demon Spirit Sword, Blood Arts, has been activated. Item K1 has been upgraded 1400 by absorbing the Challenger Sen's life force. The item's rank has reached its full potential and will ascend from A to A. The Soul Imprint skill has been engraved into the Blood Arts exclusive slot after absorbing the Challenger's life force. He lowered his cold eyes, enhancing his divine power, while Hansung enjoyed a cup of tea on the sofa. He's had 2 days of rest and still no sign of anything. Han Sang-gyun glanced at his inventory, recalling Ha-yeon's words. This item pouch is precious, so use it carefully. After the last raid, Sang-gyun collected quite a few items, though they were insignificant to him. Proficiency elixirs, physical enhancement drugs, and random skill books. They surely didn't return empty-handed from England, for once they investigate something, it inevitably becomes a great asset to their nation. Sang-Gyun regrets not demanding ownership back then and takes out his information card to examine it. Now that he's finally an A-rank hunter, something he always dreamed of. But now that he's achieved it, Sun Ji-Onan wants to be an S-rank, even criticizing the Hunter Association for being narrow-minded. After the raid, the British Hunter Association requested a press conference, asking Sionan if he wanted to become a citizen, and offered other troublesome things. Furthermore, Korea reduced taxes to give Sun unemployment benefits and used other enticing offers to lure him in. But to Sang-Gyun now, everything like money and fame in the world is just fleeting. After all, money is meaningless if the earth disappears. Sion's goal now is self-improvement and absolute power, enough to stop even the gods. Sang-Gyun recalled that holy power was the purest form of magic, and began to meditate, his power radiating outward. Just as he thought, no matter how many times he tries, the result is the same. Though his magic is becoming purer, turning it into divine power is proving difficult. Without the hero's hidden power, he couldn't purify it or even sense it, but thankfully he already possessed holy power, so he wasn't too disappointed. Sang-Gyun continued to try, remembering that he could do a little bit back in the Void territory. However much Sang-Gyun tried to learn holy power, he couldn't create sword energy or mana. He pondered for a moment, wondering if faith and belief were all it took to use holy power at will. Is it the cultivated faith that creates the foundation of a seasoned warrior and vampire slayer that activates divine power? Sang-Gyun felt that was probably right. Now he can't even properly use holy power. Sang-Gyun pulls up his hood, preparing to return to the Tower of Trials, deciding to climb the tower for now and figure things out later. He's entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. The theme is war, and the space around him is eerie and desolate, with corpses everywhere and a strong smell of death. A group of mercenaries stand together, lamenting their current situation. Suddenly, a red-haired giant bursts through the door, pulls Xiun from the ancient book, and shouts in Sang-Gyun's face, "The battle's begun. What are you waiting for?" "Are you still sleeping?" Sang-Gyun was bewildered by the giant before him, unsure if he was human or an ogre. It's only just begun, and already, the giant says a holy war is about to erupt. Hearing this, Sang-Gyun was a little confused. Is there a religious war going on here? Outside, space is in chaos as the 15th floor trial begins. 17 days remain, and the condition for success is to achieve the holy war's objective within the time limit. Failure results in death or the expiration of the time limit. The reward for this trial is the S+ grade bracelet of protection from an unknown god, but failure results in the loss of an awakening slot. The mercenaries charged forward, eager for battle, as Sang-Gyun silently observed the thousands of enemies. On their side, the mercenaries roared, charging into battle. "Support Reno at all costs!" Sang-Gyun, confused, asks who Renal is, and the giant replies that she's the mercenaries' aura-wielding commander. The battle rages on, chaotic and intense, as Sang-Gyun observes and analyzes the situation. He's currently part of a mercenary corps hired by those bastards who worship the Dark God. In other words, this is a war between the Dark God and the God of War, and Sang-Gyun is fighting for the War faction. Thinking this, Sion smiled with excitement. The system had activated a special quest, to become a leader recognized by the mercenary army with extra rewards upon completion. As for the commander named Renal, she leads a mid-sized mercenary company and has great ambition for the sword. Not of noble birth, Renal has spent her life on the battlefield, surviving countless life-or-death struggles. And so she was able to transform and reach the realm of aura, something only a formally recognized knight could achieve. But because she wasn't properly taught aura by experienced masters, her abilities were severely limited. Having no other choice, Renal throws herself back into the fray, seeking enlightenment at the risk of her own life. Though her abilities may be limited, her combat prowess is not to be underestimated. She relentlessly strikes down enemy soldiers one after another, but their numbers are overwhelming and Reno can't keep up. Looking back, the 700 undead summoned by the Dark Priest were just a nuisance, and at this rate, the plan was likely to fail. Elsewhere, mercenaries rushed to Renal's aid, only to be stopped by a massive golem, and the red-haired vice commander learns that Renal has been separated from the group. Surrounded by the dark forces, Ren's arm is too weak to lift. Staring at the enemy's blade, she fears she'll die in vain. "So I can no longer reach the top. If I knew it would end like this, I wouldn't have bothered fighting for it." Reno wept, helpless, thinking it was the end. But just as she was about to meet her ancestors, Sang-Gyun appeared and obliterated the Dark Army. Seeing this, Reno was incredibly surprised. Sun glanced at Reno and said that this would hold them back for a while. The best course of action now is to retreat, seeing Sang-Gyun's calm demeanor amidst the chaos. Reno was stunned as Sionin turned, scattering the surrounding soldiers like dust in the wind. Sangyun's terrifying power astonishes Reno, and the dark forces proceed with caution. Watching Sangyun fight, Reno felt as if all skills and senses converged in him, like watching art unfold. Ven's face suddenly flushed slightly. So beautiful. Purple death energy swirls around the battlefield, a testament to his power. He declares with confidence that chaos is his strength. I can continuously recover stamina and magic by absorbing souls and blood in battle. My necromancy proficiency will increase by 0.001% for every person I absorb. It's not that exciting, but it's still an increase. The system repeatedly announces, "You have absorbed, use skill. You have absorbed, use skill. You have absorbed, use skill." It keeps repeating, and he says it's quite useful to absorb other people's skills. Something with a certain probability is bound to happen. Sangyun combines 2 slashes and powerfully strikes forward. The ground ahead shattered, and the screams of those struck echoed everywhere. A soldier immediately called out to retreat, the commander worried. "We can't face that monster alone." He immediately ordered the golems to intercept. A colossal monster appeared, blocking everyone around it, a truly magnificent sight. Its blow is aimed directly at Sionin. Its fist is bigger than he is. One hit and he's done for. He calmly counters, using the White Heaven demonic art to unleash the White Heaven severing slash. Its light as powerful as the golem itself. The sword's path tore through the golem, shattering it piece by piece. He continued his assault, launching it into the sky until the golem vanished completely. Surrounded by astonished warriors, he destroyed the giant golem in a single blow. Is he even human? Ren observes from afar that the sword technique is weak. Again, it's the same skill he used to save her before. She has excellent observational skills. She's sure she didn't see it wrong. He's pulling and distorting space. That's definitely not ordinary swordsmanship. Meanwhile, back with the others, the golem crumbled before their very eyes. The cloaked figure couldn't believe it. He defeated the giant golem we summoned with magic essence in a single blow? Some couldn't accept the truth, saying it was impossible. They'd never heard of such a thing. From afar, a red-clad figure strides forth with imposing grandeur. It is the war priest Mo Biao. He rallied the troops, telling them not to panic. He reminded them that their enemy was just one man, the demonic war priest, Mo Biao. He ordered the demon warsect's secret weapon to be brought forth, the Great Restraint, to the Red Robe's delight. It's a powerful spell, capable of temporarily sealing even a dragon. If we can capture that bastard, victory will be within our grasp. Meanwhile, Sun continues to fight, charging into the enemy ranks, slashing relentlessly as streaks of purple energy seep into him. He continues to strike relentlessly, and the enemy, seeing the situation worsen, cries out in alarm. Mo Biao was stunned, mouth agape. How could he nullify his magic so easily? Could he also be a Sanun priest? He seized the opportunity, landing a fatal blow before Mo Biao could even react. Mo Biao didn't even see it coming. One strike, and he was done for. Blood gushed from his body, forming droplets that flew forward. Each enemy touched by the blood's light was afflicted, suffering grievous wounds, as those around them remained clueless. What the hell? What's attacking us? Standing amidst the powerful dark energy, Sanjun knew that openly using blood manipulation would cause problems, so he came up with this idea, using blood crystals as guided bombs. One enemy was hit and fell to the ground, unexpectedly revealing the corpse of Father Mo Biao. Seeing this, the Red Hoods frantically fled. "We have to find the bishop. We can't deal with that monster." Everyone retreats as system notifications chime. Everyone on the battlefield has etched your performance into their bones. Congratulations. You have completed a special quest, Captain's Journey. The reward for the 15th floor has increased. Every warrior in the area celebrated the victory, cheering for San. The notifications continue. You've earned the title Undefeated Warrior. All skills increased by 4, and a surge of power envelops you in blue light. Afterward, the vice commander led him to rest, telling him he could stay in this tent alone. He watched Sionin enter the tent, then hesitated, scratching the back of his neck, making Sionin feel confused. Then, a moment later, he suddenly bowed deeply. "I apologize for my rude behavior earlier." Sangan waves it off, saying not to worry about it. He's a goblin. He was a little surprised, too. "Am I the goblin?" he said. Sun Gyun waved his hand and entered the tent, saying he was tired and wanted to rest. "Now be on your way." Hearing this, the vice commander could only respond with respect. "Rest well," he said, smiling as he entered. "After defeating thousands of enemies in a single battle, people began to treat me with more caution, and even upgraded my living quarters." He raised his hand to check the system, seeing a message that appeared during the battle. "You have ended the lives and collected the souls of many. Your death god talent has begun to take shape. The qualities of a death god will be achieved upon reaching Spirit Arts level A, Detailed Effect level 7, and the qualities of a death god will be awakened. He's pleased that his necromancy has reached level A and is developing further, but Sang-gyun remains secretly suspicious. Death. What exactly is it? He suddenly senses someone approaching, and with a wary gaze, Sang-gyun transforms into a streak of white light, striking out with his sword. At that moment, Reno was unexpectedly struck by the A-rank technique, but unharmed. She then landed in front of him. Undaunted, she rose and remarked, "As expected, a very sharp strike." Sang-gyun, recognizing the woman before him as Renal, asked in surprise, "What are you doing here? Good thing you weren't trying to assassinate me, or you'd be dead right now." Reno came to express her gratitude. Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Sang-gyun couldn't help but retort. Is it tradition to be so sneaky when expressing gratitude? She awkwardly waved her hands. She asks if he's really not a mercenary, causing him to sweat nervously. This is troublesome. Even if I say I'm really a mercenary, I won't be easily believed. Did I show too much? Renal cuts off his thoughts, stating that his performance in the previous battle was beyond the capabilities of a mere mercenary. Her face hardened, determined to uncover the truth. Just who are you? Sang-gyun doesn't deny it, claiming to be an envoy sent by the Dark God. Veno's face froze in disbelief as Zhang nonchalantly continued his charade. As the Apostle of God, he's frantically searching for an excuse to cause trouble, but he needs to do something now. Ren trembles as he asks, "Are you an Apostle of God?" He flinched, wondering if she'd seen through his lie, but she suddenly knelt before him. "Greetings, Apostle. This lowly commoner has offended you, Apostle." He scratched his face sheepishly. "Wait, you don't have to be so formal." He quickly helped her up, smiling as he instructed, "Please keep this a secret. It would be troublesome if spies were to learn of my power." Renault wonders, "But aren't you worried about telling me such important information?" He casually replies, "Oh, that's fine. True comrades can trust each other." Hearing that, her face flushed red. True comrades? The system then announced a special mission. The recognition process had begun. Gaining the strongest mercenary's recognition will empower your allies. Only duelists can see the arrow marking this powerful mercenary, who will lead in your stead during this special mission. Upon completing the special mission, what reward awaits other than the strongest mercenary joining the allied camp? Sang-gyun immediately imagined himself standing above the masses, lost in thought. Having completed the special mission, the captain wondered how to lead them in the future. This couldn't have come at a better time. And so he intimately took her hand, secretly plotting. It seems this trial will be easier than expected. The system displays Hansen's stats: Aura of a Ruler, Strength 121, Endurance 117, Speed 115, Magic 114, Stamina 163, Necromancy Trait A, and the unique skill, Skill Synthesis. More info, skills, more info. Sang-gyun was secretly pleased to see that all of his stats were now in the triple digits. He smirked, pleased that he had absorbed several skills after that battle. So many skills appeared after absorbing Yu's skills. He wondered if he should reorganize them. Unyielding Heart C, Surging Sword Intent A, Iron Will C+, Iron Blood Sword A, Holy Power B, Upper Blood Art C+, Hero's Grace C+, Quick Mana Recovery C+, Skill Information, New Skill List, Perseverance C+, Alchemy CA, Warcry D+, Surging Battle Intent E+, Gluttony F+, Continuous Battle EA, Multiple Thoughts F, Wolfgate D, Heightened Spirit F+, Quick Reflexes D. He rubs his chin, impressed by how much he's absorbed, but most of it is useless. It's time to use Skill Synthesis. With that thought, he waves his hand and all the skills transform. After a moment, the system displays Privilege, Skill, Synthesis activated. The power of Hero's Grace has been powerfully activated, and he's a bit surprised that this skill will temporarily increase his luck. A light emanates from him, birthing new skills. Absolute Charm B, Black Wolf Gate A, and Iron Absorption B+. He smiles, realizing these are the powers he activated when synthesizing the Demon Sword S earlier. So the Hero's Blessing, is this useful? Sun suddenly thought of someone. Oh, I have this too. The system quickly displays bright red icons. Bloodline Enhancement Imbuement Skill, C+, Aptitude Enhancement Imbuement Skill, B+, Imbuing Skill Psu. He checks the Imbuing Skill D+. Skill Description: a skill absorbed from a challenger's item, imbuing a soul into a shield or item. The skill's effect when transferring a soul is that a portion of the soul enters the target item, and the accompanying skills disappear. The transferred soul can grow and support its master as much as possible. Sangyun smirked and muttered, "So the skill disappears when used, since I can already use Blood Drain in this trial." He immediately used the True Upper Blood Demon Sword, activating the Soul Imprint B+ skill, and was prompted to choose a shield or item to imprint. He pondered for a moment, then gestured towards the two swords, one red and one blue, floating before him. Infusing a soul is like placing a helpful character inside an item, something I can't use just yet. The system announces that he has chosen True Upper Blood Demon Sword A as the target for the B+ Soul Imprint skill. Sangyun happily gazes at the crimson sword in his hand, realizing the Upper Blood Demon Sword, an item capable of evolving, was the perfect choice. He activates the sword, unleashing a burst of fiery light, and a crimson blade is forged with intricate patterns. The main soul, the Seven Blood Demon Jayamchunu, has entered the Supreme Blood Demon Sword A, and a sinister laughter echoes from within. I have been humiliated and tortured for far too long. He was confused, not knowing what was being said inside. Submit to me, worship me, glorify me. I, the Blood Demon Jamunchu, have returned. Sangyun is surprised, yet excited. A madman has entered the Supreme Blood Sword. Outside the battlefield, the gray-haired, purple-clad youth attacks alongside skeletons, purple light illuminating everything. Then he suddenly transforms into a horrifying skeleton, proving that even bone assembly can be art. Suddenly, someone approached him, marveling, "Wow, Senior, you're amazing." The crowd around them immediately questioned Sun's presence. "Isn't the butcher over there? That young man is the butcher? He doesn't look the part at all. Haven't you seen him? But he's a monster on the battlefield, having beheaded thousands without batting an eye." The voice then said, "Damn, let's get out of here. This is bad luck." Sanyun, hearing the voices, couldn't help but think, "I don't want to hear you guys either." Under the moonlight, he walked and marveled at the beautiful and tranquil night, but the sword's voice continued to grate. "You mutt, are you kidding me? How dare you ignore me? Do you know how many people would kill for the chance to speak with me?" He frowned, thinking how much more beautiful the scene would be without this voice. The voice continued, insolent, so insolent, daring to ignore him. "The blood demon imprisoned Chungu? I am talking to you, aren't I?" The sword trembled with rage, and he thought, "Great, now it's complimenting itself." Chungu continued, "I thought I'd finally escaped hell, only to find a boring master." He replied, "I'm not boring, I just don't like talking nonsense." Hearing that, it seemed pleased. "You're finally talking to me?" Sangyun observes that there seems to be no one watching them. Chungu's voice is mocking. "How foolish. You can't use psychokinesis? I thought you were like me. You know absolutely nothing about psychokinesis." "I don't know about that. And perhaps you were a challenger in your past life?" That voice mocked him. "Ha, are you kidding me? There's no one who doesn't know Blood Demon Prison Chungu," he asks directly. "So what floor did you reach?" it asked haughtily. "The highest floor I've reached is floor 41. He was utterly astonished. "Floor 41? Shun smirked, calculating. "If he's telling the truth, this is a valuable source of information. A major advantage." Then doubt crept in. "Wait a minute. If he made it to the 41st floor?" Sionin glanced at the Sword Saint questioningly. "I thought challengers who died from floor 40 onward were resurrected by the administrator. Why weren't you?" Chungu was silent for a moment, then raged. "Are you saying I live like a dog in the tower? I can't do that. There's no way I'd do something so disgusting." He was a little at a loss. "Ah, yes. His arrogance has completely consumed him. Well, I understand you were great in your day, but now you're just a spirit in my sword." He drew his sword and warned, "Don't forget that." The sword's power emanated rapidly, the surrounding air seeming to vibrate. He replied, "Humph, I know. You think I don't know that? I'll help you in battle, don't worry." It thought to itself, is he trying to establish a master-servant relationship? He's more persistent than I thought. Even though I couldn't show much power when I was alive, I'm a genius in both martial arts and magic. Whatever you want, I can do it. With this, he demonstrates his terrifying power, cleaving a swathe of destruction with a single strike. Sangyun's eyes widened as he surveyed the devastation, the uprooted trees and shattered earth filling him with awe. He gripped the sword, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. "It seems I've found myself a capable ally," Chungu said, assistant, with a humorous tone. "But what's with that robotic expression? Damn it, you're not from the same dimension as me, are you? Seriously, I'm from Earth. I bet you've never even heard of it." Hearing this, he thinks Earth must be a mediocre dimension, probably only recently registered as an official dimension. Time has passed for too long. With the sword's current state, it'll be difficult to contain my soul. I can't stay conscious for too long, and someone's coming. I'll stop here. Call me when the time comes. Just then, Reno was running up behind Sangyun. She said, "Ah, there you are, sir." He turned around and asked, "Why have you come here in the middle of the night?" She hurriedly explained, "I apologize for interrupting your training, but the enemy has launched a surprise attack. A battle has broken out between the Shadow Sect and the elite monks." Hearing this, Sangyun found it interesting. This tower trial never gets old. He inquired further, "Tell me more about this elite force, and I'll join the Holy War immediately." With that, he dashed off. Renal quickly followed. On the battlefield, someone shouted to protect the priest as the enemy was killing them and disabling the magic. The allied soldiers cursed, "Damn it! Those spirit cult bastards launched a surprise attack. How despicable." Sangyun, arriving on the scene, assessed the situation. There weren't many of them, maybe 100, but they were much stronger than before. What's more, the enemy is wielding holy power, but it's nothing compared to mine. Red-robed figures leap into the fray, attacking his forces. Dying, endlessly slaughtering. Die quickly, you insects. Their forces are quickly scattered, some blown away, suffering severe injuries. Reno feels a sense of dizziness. What? Such powerful abilities? Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder and Sangyun frowned, pushing her behind him. "Reno, may I ask something of you?" He surveyed the chaos before them. "No matter how strong the enemy, no matter how desperate the situation, please, trust me." Then, with a gentle smile, he added, "I trust you too, Renal." Blushing, she listened as he continued. "All right, maintain formation and protect the priests. We need the priests to end this holy war." She obeys. "Yes, sir, I will protect them." System message. Mercenary Jiner has begun to revere you. Congratulations, you've fulfilled the special condition. The worship target's presence will double the allied camp's morale, and thanks to careful command, the formation will remain unbroken. Bonus rewards for the 15th floor trial are being calculated. Reno rushes forward. "Good luck, sir. If we survive and meet again, the drinks are on me." Sangyun smirked in agreement. "Sounds good. Let's catch up over drinks." He activates the Black Wolf Gate skill. Black Wolf Gate skill, proficiency 0%. It's a footwork technique that imitates the mythical Black Wolf. The enhancement effect increases basic effectiveness. When activated, all footwork increases by 40% and completely erases traces. When walking in the night, the effect is doubled. Then, Sangyun darts off like a ray of light, and something passes through the enemy ranks. They barely registered his presence before their bodies were torn apart, each strike leaving them gravely wounded, or dead. He flew towards the enemy commander, thinking grimly, "You will regret this attack tonight." The commander shouts for everyone to hold their positions, surveying the formation with dread. Seeing his forces decimated and the healer's line breached, the commander frantically shouted orders. On the other side, the vice commander is locked in fierce combat, but he seems to be at a disadvantage. He even had to fight while trying to command his troops to stay calm and maintain formation. The vice commander struggled to speak, urging everyone to fight back against the enemy, because if they fell, only death awaited them. So to avoid an early grave, they fought with all their might. However, a moment of carelessness led to the deputy commander being kicked in the gut, causing him to cry out in pain, yet he still cursed even as reinforcements arrived. Damn it, where did she suddenly come from? Reno charges in, sword in hand. The red-clad enemy soldier looked back in horror, only to be cleaved in two before the vice commander's eyes, and the sight of her standing tall on the battlefield filled everyone with elation. Commander Renal passes the vice commander, not forgetting to taunt him. "You're making a big deal out of a little stomach wound." He forced a smile, realizing his mistake. This week was just a tickle. Renault took a deep breath to regain her strength and focus her mind. Gathering her strength, she shouts out the plan. "Everyone except the tanks, fall back." Her commands echoed through the ranks as the tanks raised their shields, forming an impenetrable wall, while the archers prepared to unleash a barrage of arrows. She also instructed the melee fighters to protect the healers, and they quickly surrounded them to fulfill their assigned task. The system then displayed notifications activating the effects received from the special quest. "You're admired as the fastest mercenary. Let Nur lead for you." The morale of the allied camp has increased by 2,000, and thanks to their careful command, their formation will not collapse. Before long, everything was in its right place, and the unconcerned enemies spoke with disdain. "Insects, no matter how much you struggle," they roared. "It is we, the Yu-Min sect, who will receive the glory of the holy war." With that, they charged forward, and the archers released a volley of arrows. However, the ghost sect all reminded each other to kill the woman in the middle first, and Ren immediately became the target. They relentlessly assault the team's shields, the sound of impact echoing endlessly. The shield-bearers struggled to hold their ground as the others anxiously pleaded, "Commander, we can't hold out like this. Please, let us fight." But Renal coldly retorted, "No, hold your positions." She reminded her soldiers, "Our goal is to protect the priests. If we have faith, we must continue to defend." She believed he would come, and Hansen was now ambushing the ghost sect from behind. The Black Wolf Gate skill is activated, enhancing your basic movements. When active, all forms of movement are increased by 40%, and all traces are erased. In the dark, agility doubles, the group rejoices, and the cult panics, speechless. What? Since when did he? Hanionen's blue eyes glowed strangely as he decimated them with just a few flourishes of his sword. Ren watched with excitement, laughing heartily as he swiftly defeated them with his sword. The disciples of the Underworld Church, defeated and kneeling in rows, could only curse. Damn it. Suddenly, Chungu's voice turned grim. How laughable. To use me for this instead of battle. It continued with amusement. Well, I do like how you mercilessly eliminate your enemies. He startled, letting out a grunt. Chungu continued to ramble. If you were born in the world of martial arts, you could have become a demon who kills without blinking, or a cultist. What a pity. Suddenly, the sword emitted a powerful force. Sangan wondered in surprise. What the heck are these mana streaks? It chirped softly in his ear. Han Sang-gyun stared at the light beside him, muttering, So this telepathy you mentioned is manipulating magical power to convey words, right? The eyes on the sword hilt glowed brightly, and it asked in surprise, You learned telepathy so quickly? He replied calmly, Can't anyone who uses mana do it? Chungu awkwardly replies, If that were true, half the martial arts masters would be fools. Suddenly the sword trembled, and it hummed uncomfortably, then laughed as if it had won the lottery, saying, As expected, the one I entrusted my soul to is indeed a genius. Sang-gyun was speechless at his smug attitude, simply agreeing to appease him. After a while, Chungu wearily continued, I've been feeling sleepy. I need to recover my energy, so I'll be going. I'll call you when I need you. Then, from behind him, someone appeared and called out respectfully, Please, follow me, a mysterious young man said to Han Sion with a stern look. The Archbishop is calling for you. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his surprise. Before long, Sun stood in the main hall where an old man sat upon the throne and spoke calmly. Butcher, thank you for coming. Make yourself comfortable. He replied somberly. No need for grand titles, just call me Nameless. Kennen praised him. A name like nothing at all. I'm sure the dark gods will favor you. Sang-gyun politely replied, Thank you for your recognition. Cutting to the chase, he gets straight to the point. Nameless, you know I called you here to discuss your fee, right? Understanding the implication, he replied, I overheard the assistant priest on the way here. He was extremely satisfied. Very well, I'll get straight to the point. With a mysterious air as if plotting something, Kennen slowly prompted, Tell me the price you desire. Hans-gyun paused, then spoke. Let me ask you something, Archbishop. His eyes shone again with a manipulative glint. How much are you willing to offer? At that moment, the absolute charm skill was activated, despite its low proficiency. Its basic effect, all sentient beings, regardless of species, feel favorably toward the user, and all charm stats are increased. However, it can be nullified if the target is hostile, and the system indicates that Archbishop Kanan has entered a state of abnormal fear. Based on his abnormal state of fear, his judgment is impaired, and he will be overly fearful of your presence. His entire body seemed to lose its spirit, and even Nin's voice trembled as he spoke to him. This would be the greatest reward that an archbishop like myself could possibly bestow. Seeing their leader about to become a national menace, his subordinate frantically advised, Archbishop, we can't give the sacred artifact to an outsider. He looked like a bullied child, indignantly shouting to be quiet, then looked at Han Xian with a blazing aura. Kane added, He's the one who led us to victory in this battle. Then he bowed his head, as if to avoid something terrible. Even Long was shaken, sensing an immense pressure emanating from this man. It felt as though he were staring into the eyes of an evil dragon, making Kane seem small in comparison. He realizes that with his power, his subordinates quickly obey and bring out the family heirloom. And Sin continues, A sacred artifact is an extraordinary item containing the power of the gods within. As his subordinate presented the item to Hans-gyun, Shin reminded him of the Dark Church's most precious ambition. Please, use it with care. His eyes, like those of a dragon god after activating the Fire Dragon Eye skill, both contained an SS rank worship seal. It's a seal bestowed by the Dark God upon the Pope, who has dedicated everything to him. When the seal is placed on the back of the hand, the unique worship skill will be engraved. Once used, the item will be sealed and disappear, leaving only the SS rank Devouring Darkness. The Veil of God once devoured everything in darkness, even the primordial flame. When its master dies, the unique Night Silk effect will activate, regardless of the situation. All of the master's divine power will be used to revive them, and the user will enter an immune state after revival. Once activated, it will immediately disappear after revival. However, it will also disappear when challenger Han Sang-gyun leaves the 15th floor's personal trial, and he couldn't help but rejoice at what lay before him. Oh my God, SS rank. He reminds himself that after seeing the hidden explanation with the fire dragon eyes, he can't take them out of the 15th floor. Not only that, Sang-gyun realized something about himself. There are no coincidences in the Tower of Trials. Receiving 2 items of unprecedented rank, he realized this meant trouble was coming, trouble that would force him to use them. A human shining like a star in the night? Han Sang-gyun smirked. Ironically, he quickly accepts the seal, and Keenan approaches, advising, "Nameless one, the holy war has just begun. Show strength worthy of the reward you received. I'm just reminding you to be careful, but if you dare to run, the darkness will punish you." Hearing this, Sang-gyun grins playfully and replies, how could a mere human dare to take the sacred object and then run away? He turned and bid farewell. I'll be going then. Despite his reluctance, Nin could not hold him back and agreed with concern. As soon as the figure disappeared, he was like a man returned from death, trembling as he muttered about his sacred artifact, while Han Sang-gyun hummed a tune as he walked. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, causing him to turn around. "Ah, sir." Renault approached and cheerfully asked, "Did your conversation with the Archbishop go well tonight?" He looked at the steadfast girl before him and quickly replied, "Yes, thanks to you." But Hans Gyun paused for a moment, then asked, "Have you been waiting for me?" Ren was startled and shyly confirmed. "Ah, yes, that's right," she stammered shyly. "Well, to be honest, I promised to buy you a drink." She blushed, adding shyly, "Plus, I wanted to ask you something." Soon after sitting down, Reno chugged his barley beverage, slammed the glass on the table, and cheered with delight. He quietly assessed, not bad at all. But looking at the glass in Han Sun's hand, he couldn't help but wonder, is this really high-proof beer? He doesn't feel drunk at all, but looking at Reno passed out on the table, he reminds himself, well, alcohol that can get you drunk is as good as poison, and my body isn't at the human level anymore. She asked, disgruntled, "Why aren't you drunk?" With wide, innocent eyes, she whined, "Wow, you really are a monster." Sang-gyun paused, then explained, "I drink a lot because I like the taste. But what were you trying to say earlier?" Her beautiful face was already red, but now it's even redder. With tearful eyes and a pained tone, she softly asks, "What is it?" before putting on a distressed facade. Remembering the past when knights confiscated their food, her father desperately pleaded, "If you take it all, what will we eat?" But they heartlessly shoved him away, cursing him as inferior. Young Ren fearfully calls out to the knight, then clings to another's leg, full of resentment. "How dare you hit my father? Why did you hit my father?" "So being a knight makes you great?" Her family anxiously tried to stop her. Ren stopped, but the man treated her like a potato sack, kicking and berating her, calling her a crazy little thing. Heartbroken, the little girl could only cry in pain. He sneered, telling her to become a knight if she didn't like being treated that way, and before leaving, he insulted her family, calling them troublesome beggars. Remembering this, Ren couldn't contain her anger, and looking seriously at Sun, she resolutely said, "Please agree to be my teacher. Teach me swordsmanship." Hearing Reno's words, Sang-gyun felt the sweetness of the beer turn bitter, hard to swallow. He put down his glass, smiling as he mused. He'd wondered what she wanted, but it was just a personal request unrelated to the special mission. Indeed, this girl is interesting. Remembering her commanding the battle, Han Sang-gyun felt a stirring in his heart, so he took everything he wanted from Renal. He rises from the table, still lost in thought, fixated on a character created by the tower's world. A waste of time for Han Sang-gyun, with no room for sentiment. He coldly replied, "I refuse." Sang-gyun turned and left, not forgetting to give instructions. "You should get some rest. The battle continues tomorrow. I'm leaving." Suddenly, Reno hesitantly spoke up, "Me!" This made Han Sang-gyun pause, and she gritted her teeth, struggling to speak clearly. "I must become stronger at all costs." Then she quickly ran this way. Regardless of her dignity, Renault was determined to win or lose, and immediately began hitting her head against the ground repeatedly as Sang-gyun watched her coldly. Despite her pain, Reno pleaded, "I beg you." She didn't look up, continuing to beg, "Please." I need you to grant me this privilege." This piqued his interest, and with a sigh and a smile, he thought to himself, "A little more fun won't hurt." And just like that, Reno picked up her sword again, her expression utterly serious. In this awkward situation, Hans Gyun offered a reassuring smile, squeezing her shoulders as he cheerfully said, "No need to be so serious. Even beauties get surprised." He continued, "Diligence is good, but if you put too much pressure on yourself, you'll become rigid and lose flexibility. That applies to everything, not just swordsmanship." Renal eyed his hand with suspicion, but before she knew it, Hansen spun her around completely. "Renal, what you need now isn't combat experience, but to strengthen your mana channels. Why don't you try some aura training methods?" He places his hand on Renal's back, unleashing a fierce light, while a strange blue glow emanates from Hansen's eyes. Reno soon felt an anomaly within her body, and realized in astonishment that he was showing her the flow of magic, as if telling her to follow him. That power coursed through her body. Reno understood that it was fundamentally similar to her own method, but with some differences. The difference was subtle but enough to make it more refined, and she marveled at the sheer power flowing through her. "He's amazing," Han Sang-yun explained while transferring his energy. "This is an improved mana circuit. It was made based on her mana usage habits, practicing and refining her aura every day in this way. And after some time, it was complete." Sang-yun collapsed to the ground, relieved, and exclaimed that it was finally time to take stock. A strange pouch with 2 black eyes sewn on was also brought out, and without hesitation, he reached inside to pull out its contents. Looking at the pile of weapons on the floor, Sun realized where they came from. The rewards he received from the Kingdom's Hunter Association for killing monsters. He exclaimed in surprise, "That's a lot." But after a moment's hesitation, he bluntly criticized, "There's nothing here I can use." After a brief examination, Hans Gyun quickly made his decision. The last of the 3 skills he acquired during the trial, it's time to use it. From the Black Wolf set to Absolute Charm and Iron Absorption. As soon as Iron Absorption B+ is activated, things fly from all over, as if to form armor around him. Sanjin growls as a large carnivorous jaw is attached to his face, soon completing the assembly. Iron Consumption B+ Proficiency, 0% basic effect. Consume iron and steel to improve physical abilities, increasing strength after digestion. An additional effect consumes any item to increase stats depending on the item's rank, increasing power. Perhaps thinking he was about to meet his ancestors, he was worried, but suddenly a plane came to his rescue. Terrified, Han Sang-jun grabbed the nearest weapon and unhesitatingly shoved it into his new mouth. And just like that, the weapon was chewed to bits as the system notifications kept rolling in. "You have absorbed the Cloud Iron Staff, and it will take over 9 minutes to fully digest. After some time, digestion is complete, and your mana increases by 1. He paused, stunned by this information, wondering if his stats were really increasing that fast. "So, let's try this again." The beastly mouth continued to devour, and as it swallowed, a notification appeared. "You have absorbed the Sky Iron Jade, with over 9 minutes until complete digestion. Finally, after vomiting blood, the digestion is complete. After absorbing it, your physical abilities have improved, expelling 0.8% of toxins from your body." Looking at the black mark on his hand, Han Sang-gyan was beside himself with panic. Toxic gas, what is that now? Not only that, but he exclaimed that his body felt lighter. "So this is what improved physical ability feels like?" He excitedly remarks that he didn't know what would happen with such a fearsome appearance, but with such great results, there's no way he could hate it. Sanjun continues to eat one item after another, constantly praising them, never imagining that eating artifacts could be so delicious. Another notification chimes. "You have absorbed 8 items made of iron. You can't digest anymore right now. Complete digestion will take over 20 minutes. He looked at the remaining items on the floor, weary, and thought, "Only 8 items absorbed in one go? How boring." The assimilation skill has been deactivated. Hanshin sat on the ground, lost in thought, but compared to the growth rate when using assimilation, this limit could be overlooked. He quickly reached into his bag for something, a question forming as he looked at what he held. "I've been curious about this for a while now. This is the SS rank devotion seal, the black seal that the God of Darkness bestows upon the Pope, who has dedicated everything to him. When this seal is branded on the back of the hand, the unique worship effect will be engraved. Once branded, the food will be locked and absorbed into the mark. However, this effect disappears after challenger Han Sang-yun leaves the individual trial on the 15th floor, and after some thought, he decides to try incorporating the SS rank item into his body. Could this be mine after leaving the 15th floor? Though the thought of engraving something on my body is concerning, it's worth a try." And with that, he made his decision, decisively imprinting the SS rank lone wolf worship onto the back of his hand. Because of this, the item will be absorbed by the mark and completely broken down. Suddenly, a powerful purple light erupts from where the seal was just imprinted. After a long while, it was over, and the image of a lone wolf was clearly there. The system also informs him that the mark on the back of his hand will never disappear, as a series of strange images flood his mind. Sunun stared in disbelief. Each administrator in the holographic images had a different comment. The Dragon Slayer administrator, terrified after a millennium, sees the worship seal, and the warrior administrator of a distant world cries out, "How dare you use the seal of worship?" The administrator of Divine Pursuit says the tower sending him the seal is too much. Seeing this, he stared intently at the lone wolf on the back of his hand, deep in thought. They had been silent for a while, but as soon as he engraved the seal, the messages flooded back. The Night Sky Overlord Administrator fiercely opposed the tower's decision, calling it absurd, while the Seven Gods Priest Administrator was stunned, asking what I thought I was doing. The Dark Island Hero Administrator says it's time to take back the seal. Seeing these words clearly, Han Sang-gyun purses his lips, thinking the administrator's reactions are strange, especially if this item is unusable. His face then turned panicked as he realized the tower had given him something it shouldn't have. Hopefully those images won't disappear amidst Sangyun's doubts. Instead, different words appear, stating unauthorized information was leaked and the administrator's messages are temporarily blocked. The Tower of Trials is warning the administrators. Further unauthorized disclosures will result in a ban from observing Han Sang-gyun's trials. He clenched his fist, realizing the hidden relic here was greater than he imagined. Han Sion's eyes turned dangerous, his murderous intent about to explode. He raises the hand bearing the mark, a surge of determination filling him. He will discover just how incredible it is to use. At that moment, the exclusive worship effect of the worship mark is activated. The system informs him that he can offer any talent, skill, or treasure to the gods. His eyes widen in shock, devoid of any rebellious intent. Offering it to a god, there's no guarantee that God won't become my enemy. What good would offering it even do? Then, reminding himself to let it be, Sangjun decided he had to see what it was for himself. The strange pouch is brought out again, and Han Sang-gyun firmly grips a staff in his hand. Among the items absorbed by gluttony, a mechanical image is sent, indicating that you have chosen to offer a treasure to the gods. Please choose a treasure to offer to the gods. Without hesitation, he offers the staff, wondering what will happen if he offers up this junk. It then says you have chosen the DNG Small Wizard Staff. Another notification appears asking you to choose the god you want to offer the item to, but this time everything is distorted, surprising him. Sangun wondered what was happening as more text appeared. Error. No traces of divinity were found in your holy power. A large panel appeared more clearly. You have been recognized as a self-deified being, so the treasure will be offered to you. The image of that person appeared before him. It continues to deliver news. You have offered the tiny DNG wizard staff to yourself. You have converted this item into divine power and stored it in your heart. As soon as those words were spoken, a golden light radiated out. He wondered what would happen now that he had offered the item to himself. Han Zion slumped to the floor, long still anxious, unsure if he'd succeeded, but certain he could now increase his divine power in ways he couldn't before. Although the only problem is that he's not very good at using divine power. Sangjun came to that conclusion. Looking back at what just happened, he tried to reassure himself that as long as he continues to accumulate it, divine power will become more and more useful. So, from now on, he will continue to collect divine power little by little, because no one knows when it will be needed. Then he took out a black handkerchief and another holy object. Sangyun tied it to his sword, promising to keep it close. Though the sky outside was clear, he stood inside, convincing himself the tower wouldn't have given it to him without reason. It would be needed someday. Day after day passed on the battlefield, and Hans Gyun won several battles, restoring the faith of allied mercenaries and priests. He recalled their previous attitude, running away, calling him a butcher and a damned necromancer, thinking that everyone was in danger except for him. At that time, he easily annihilated everything, his handkerchief fluttering in the wind, Sangjun's heart lighter and more at peace. What was there to worry about? And just like that, the trial seemed set to end peacefully. But suddenly, the sky changed color, shocking everyone. What was happening? Look, the clouds are gathering above, and a blood-red light is emanating from the center, staining the sky. Hans Gyun turns in horror from the epicenter of the strange light as a rain of blood begins to fall. He felt uneasy, sensing the danger, his expression turning grave and disbelieving. No, it couldn't be. Divine punishment was descending, a pillar of red light piercing the earth. It's targeting the group below, and Sangjun senses the danger. He raises his hand and shouts, activating the countershield to its maximum capacity. Two immense powers are about to collide. The earth shattered, leaving a massive crater in the sky. As the dust settles, Hans emerges from the ground, his eyes filled with worry. Where the pillar of light struck, the earth has become a crater, and anyone caught there is surely doomed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as a pair of wings appeared above, feathers scattering everywhere, and a stranger with large wings stood with his arms crossed in midair. He said contemptuously, "Dog serving the dark god, I have good news for you." Sherhan smiles menacingly, puffs out his chest, spreads his wings and shouts, "The benevolence of God." He seems delighted, adding with a depraved look that divine punishment has been inflicted upon an individual. Sangyun stood in silence, struggling to stay upright, telling himself to hold on. The feeling from before. He gritted his teeth in anger as those words appeared again. The war god has exhausted a great deal of holy power for an incomplete descent, and while descended, he cannot use his myths or powers. Having descended upon the apostle trainee Jernavaya, he can't fully utilize his divine power, and the difficulty of Han Sangjun's individual trial has increased to level 15. He carefully assessed the situation, thinking about the god of war. The Tower of Trials deemed the difficulty of Hansen's trial acceptable. The trial will not be cancelled. Reading this, he questioned helplessly, "Couldn't you have asked me before deciding?" Yerhan, now possessed by the god of war, relentlessly spews insults, meaning I can destroy this dog with my own hands. His eyes, like those of a hunting eagle, burned blood red as he spat, "Die and regret challenging a god." Han Zayun carefully considered his options. Without going all out, he'd be in danger. Thus, instant acceleration was activated, wind-like grace was activated, speed increased by 70%, skill accumulation 7/7, combat focus was activated, user focus increased 20 times, and bloodshed spear art was activated. Sangjun gripped his sword, enveloped in his own divine power, his eyes turning red. Sangjun assessed with satisfaction. Good. At this rate, I can end this quickly. But before he could prepare, the god of war appeared in a flash, inches away. He seized Sangjun's face in one hand, then gently slammed him to the ground, raising the other hand high to summon a sharp arrow. It pierced his chest, the pain silencing his screams as he watched himself bleed out. Blood splattered across the ground, and a notification appeared, delivering a message to Han Sangyun. "You are dead." Sun felt as though he was sinking into an endless darkness, a cold, familiar void. Han Xiun sank deeper into the endless sea of darkness. He opened his eyes, thinking, "That's right," as a cold voice echoed. "The god's successor has killed you." A gaping hole tore through Hansen's chest. He knew he was truly dead. Hansen's mind flashes back to his arduous climb up the tower, a journey filled with trials he fought to overcome. Images of loved ones filled his mind, along with memories of all the people he'd met along the way. Hansen reflects that whether he failed or succeeded, he gave it his all. Such is life. He could still feel the fatal wound in his chest. Yes, he had to accept it. Han Sangyun smiled faintly, feeling a bit of pain and despair. Perhaps death is like this because he hasn't been able to think things through. This endless night feels so peaceful and serene. Suddenly a figure appears, their slender form draped in black, the dark god embracing Han Sangyun from behind. Startled, he turned around, quickly breaking free and facing her. The dark god smiled, saying, "Don't worry, my child. I am not your enemy." Han Zion asks, "Who are you?" She replies softly, "This is just a replica of a part of me. But the fact that you don't recognize me, even though I waged a holy war for you, makes me quite sad." At this, Han Sangi realized who she was, thinking, "So, this must be the god of darkness?" Reading his thoughts, the god of darkness praised, "Indeed, you figured it out quickly. You truly are an intelligent child." Her index finger rises to Hans Gyun's chin, but he swats her hand away. Han Jian tells her not to touch him. She says it's not the right time, but he'll realize it soon enough. "I am not your enemy." With that, the dark god's body dissolves into black smoke. She said, "This tower has sensed my presence. Perhaps I should leave. The more you worship me, the more power you'll gain." Behind Han Xian, a blinding light appears, and the dark god says, "When you open your eyes again, the darkness will be dispelled. Red swords of light will float around you, and everything around you will change." Hans Gyun falls silent, then reaches out and grasps a sword. A system message rings out announcing that the dark god has smiled upon you, granting you the power wielded only by devout followers. Outside the real world, the god of war stood before Hans Gyun's corpse, looking down with arrogance, declaring this the end for one who dared defy a god. Turning to the crowd, the god of war sneered. "Truly, you humans are weak," he said coldly. "The human Hans Gyun created a magical shield to protect you, but now there is no one to do so." Then, spreading his wings, he ascended, declaring, "You shall face my punishment." Ren cried out, "Sir Knight!" The cloth wrapped around the sword hilt flies up and Ren stops. She saw Hanun's pierced corpse lying on the ground as the god of war ascended higher. He looked at his deteriorating hand and said, "That apostle's body isn't stable enough to be my successor." The god of war disgustedly said, "What a useless body." Then the halo vanished and a system notification appeared. "The god of war has ended your apostle status." Jirhan Neva coughed violently, tears, snot, and saliva streaming down his face. Panting, he realizes this might be the last time he can use the war god's power. If he continues as the war god's apostle, his body will surely explode. Despite these thoughts, he smirked with satisfaction, trembling with excitement, now blessed with divine power and stronger than ever. Jirhan throws his head back and laughs, now wielding power of his own. "In this tower, I am the most powerful being." A system notification appears, the god of war urging Jirhan not to neglect his duty and to quickly carry out divine punishment. Jirhan responds, "Very well, it will be done quickly. That human can't possibly fight back against me. His followers will soon be annihilated as well." Suddenly a dark pillar of light erupts, startling him, a pillar that seems to defy the heavens, stirring the clouds above. Beneath the surface, dust swirled towards the light's center like the eye of a storm. Jirhan exclaimed in terror, "What is this?" A system notification appears. The SS rank recovery skill has been activated, and you will be resurrected due to the skill's effect. After resurrection, you will be blessed. As the dust settles, a figure emerges. The system announces your resurrection. You have been granted a new power by the gods, the essence of death. You have been granted divine power, and the essence of death is now etched into your heart. Your previous wounds have been fully restored. The challenger, Hans Yonen, has been recognized as a novice apostle and has attained the power of a god, though much remains before achieving true divinity. System notifications chime one after another. The challenger can now wield the power of a god to fight against the bestowed divine words, death, darkness, and rage. All the powers of the dark god and the holy words have been applied. Jirhan roared, "This can't be happening!" How could a disciple of the dark god appear here? There's clearly no avatar of the dark god here. The figure remained silent, its helmet's eyes glowing a fierce red, as Jirhan charged forward, shouting, "But in this tower, I am still the strongest." An enormous spear appears, plunging down towards the armored figure. He raises a hand, darkness gathering into a void aimed at the spear's tip. The figure coldly utters, "Devour," as darkness erupts from his hand, hurtling towards the spear. Instantly, the spear vanishes without a trace, leaving only wisps of black smoke lingering in the air. Jirhan stammered in disbelief. "What? What?" The helmet fades away, revealing Han Sang-yoon's face. He says, "You are. I remember now, you're the enemy who killed the evil one." Jirhan flaps his wings and flees, muttering angrily, "Damn it!" Hanjin summons a crimson longsword, and as he watches Jirhan flee, he estimates the distance. 70 meters. System notifications chime, confirming the use of Death Proclamation. The essence of death and the holy words of death have greatly amplified the dark power within you, and that dark power surges from the blade. Hanjin swiftly delivered the death sentence, cleaving Jirhan in two from above. Jirhan couldn't resist, only managing a grunt. From his perspective, the arc of dark power cleaving through Jirhan was clear. Hanjin thought to himself that this power was far greater and more terrifying than Nam Gong Hyuk's swordsmanship. A system notification appears, stating that his dark god form has unleashed its power. Hansen sighs. Finally, it's over. He approached Jirhan's corpse, thinking that he was now a disciple of a dark god, and that he could easily defeat him since he wasn't a successor of the god of war. Hansen turned to leave, thinking Jirhan was finished, split in two, and beyond recovery. He surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses. The disciples of both cults were gone. Hansen narrowed his eyes, thinking he should probably get going, as the other soldiers might need his help. Their battle is far from over, as Jirhan's two corpses begin to stir, slowly merging back together, his voice laced with bitterness. "Damn it." Jirhan's eyes darted back and forth. "I didn't expect you to have the power of a disciple of the Dark God, but you won't defeat me so easily. You won't take me down so easily this time." Hansen watched him warily, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. The system announces that there are 12 minutes and 47 seconds before returning to normal. The god of war conjures countless spears, then hurls them down upon Sanjun. He immediately recognized the spears that had killed him before and instantly activated his power-up system. Activating Unyielding Will, activating Mythic Suicide Warrior, all stats increase by 18. Activating Fortitude Special Effect, all stats increase by 18. The God of War continues to relentlessly strike where he stands. In mere seconds, the area resembled the aftermath of a landslide. But fortunately, Hansung escaped in time. Suddenly, a beam of light hurtled toward him, but it couldn't touch Hans Jun, who was too fast, too dangerous. Han Sang-gyun calmly gripped his sword, never expecting the God of War to appear right behind him. The God of War gritted his teeth, ordering him crushed. Sang-gyun frowned, breaking into a sweat as the God of War transformed his wings into two massive arms. Just before those hands could reach him, he yelled, "Imprison Chun-gu!" Then, countless grotesque arms appeared from the sky, a dark streak slashing through the air, swiftly severing the war god's massive arm. He frowned, his bright eyes glancing to the side, as Chun-gu laughed with excitement, confidently declaring, "Finally, it's my time to shine." At that moment, the severed wings of the God of War slowly began to reattach, but suddenly stopped as it stared at the scene of carnage before it, utterly terrified. What the hell, is that a god? How could a god descend during a normal trial? Why has the difficulty suddenly spiked? The situation was too dire for a detailed explanation, so he kept it brief. Hansen instructed, "Use all your power to support me." Terrified, Chun-gu argued that this wasn't something that could be solved with just their abilities. Wait, but you've become an apostle? Ignoring the question, he shouts, "Hurry!" No time for chatter. As soon as he finished speaking, the God of War's attack targeted his thigh. He conjures a massive eye-like formation in the sky, which emits a laser-like beam directly at him. Hansen commanded the system to activate the hot-blooded skill, instantly regenerating the body part severed by the God of War. Jiam Chun-gu praised, "Well done. I'll lend you all my power." The system reports that the True Upper Blood Demon Sword's magic burst has been activated, increasing the magical power in your body, and that the True Upper Blood Demon Sword's heightened thinking skill has been activated. Your reaction speed has been amplified, activating True Upper Blood Demon Sword Submind B+. A sub-skill has been created to support faster magic flow, but the True Upper Blood Demon Sword's durability is decreasing by 0.4% per second. The True Upper Level Blood Demon Sword's soul might disappear, but Hans Gyun is satisfied with Chun-gu's stat boosts. At first he thought Chun-gu was all talk, but the quality of these buffs is amazing. Still, fighting him head-on is a bit much. Despite his words, he leaps into the sky, seeing Han Xian and charging in head first. The God of War advises, "Use your head, you'll buy some time." Annoyed by the deity's rambling, Han Sang-gyun snaps, "God or whatever, give me something useful and make it quick." Han Sang-gyun urged him to hurry, but Chun-gu suddenly overthought things, saying, "Wait, I need time to think." He said, "Let's see. That's right. No, that's impossible. That won't work either." Seeing his old sword suddenly act like it has multiple personalities and constantly rambling, he calls out to the old man. Suddenly, while they weren't paying attention, the God of War flew straight toward them, thinking his cheap trick wouldn't work on him, and that he'd blow him away so he couldn't regenerate. Han is furious, while Jiam Chun-gu finally understands. "After analyzing his skills with my genius intellect, you can now defeat that monster with unwavering faith." And of course, you already knew that. He then tells him that he's only talking about the now, him. Use the power of God, use divinity even if it's limited, but while you're in apostle mode, you can use that power, and I'll signal when the time comes. Hearing this, Han Sang-gun was immediately enlightened. Chun-gu showed him that he only needed to use his senses to perceive the surrounding space and lower his guard. He was warned, "Remember, you only have 1 minute and 19 seconds before you revert to normal. Then, Chun-gu will seize the moment and signal you for an opportunity." Hansen approached the God of War, unleashing 2 massive strikes, but he easily dodged them. Gritting his teeth, Hansen relentlessly pursued him, sword flashing. The God of War scoffs at Han Sang-jun's meager talent, believing such predictable swordsmanship could never hit him, and continues to evade his attacks. Suddenly, his expression turns grim as Hansen decides to use White Sword Sea-Severing. The sword grazed the war god's face, startling him. He asked in surprise what it was. Who has time for questions in the middle of a fight? He struck again, but the God of War used all his strength to block the attack, like an overbearing CEO saying, "Interesting." That statement, coupled with his earth-shattering power, stunned Han Sang-gyun. Chun-gu, standing beside him, said, "Get ready, he's coming." Without a word, the God of War charged like an arrow, unleashing a storm of spears. As he closed in, Han Sang-gyun grew more and more frantic. Suddenly, he found himself unable to move. Hansen realized his sword was being held by space itself. The fiend had copied the white sword's 7th style after seeing it only once. He gritted his teeth, determined to make the war god pay. But as Hansen considered countering with the white sword of death and emptiness, Chungu stopped him, saying, "Don't dodge. Just let it hit you." "What kind of lame excuse is that?" He was completely dumbfounded. Chungu urged him, "Trust me, just stand still." And so he listened, standing still as the attack hurtled towards him. The god of war struck, his devastating power laced with dark energy, taunting, "You think you can stop this with your abilities?" His blade was inches away, danger imminent, but Chungu simply said, "Now." As he braced himself and used his divinity, the sword struck Sionen's head. He didn't resist, taking the blow head-on. Just when all seemed lost, the system announced the use of immortal divinity, ignoring the limits of non-recovery and death sentences. Instantly, the slash hit him, but caused no damage. Chungu continued. He can't block the encroaching bloodlust. A barrage of red projectiles flies toward him, capable of catching him off guard and temporarily restricting his movements. As expected, the god of war can't defend against it, and the blood energy engulfs his body. Chungu continued to instruct, warning that the confinement wouldn't last long and urging a swift end to the madman as it rapidly amplified its offensive power. Sangyun focuses his power, but the apostle transformation drains his holy power too quickly. He can only use his divinity once or twice more. He attacks, using the divinity of death, soaring into the air to strike the god of war with his blade. The system announces that absolute death has been imbued into your sword. A fatal strike cuts through the air, targeting the god of war. The power of death divinity has torn a hole and threatens the enemy within. Chungu urges action, but the god of war resists, his blood aura fading fast. He stretched, forcing all the blood energy out, shattering it into pieces. Chungu was astonished. "What?" The god of war's words dripped with mockery for the ignorant. "Even though this is just a fraction of my divine power, do you think the limits of a divine being are the same as a normal human?" Han Sang-yoon realizes this and uses faulty perception of time. Twin Moon / a special effect of the supreme swordsmanship skill is activated, unleashing 2 streams of blue light with the power to strike the god of war. He raised his hands to defend himself, but something was wrong. "What?" He barely managed to beg for mercy before the blade struck, saying, "I've never seen power like this on floor 13. 2 swift strikes cleave him in 2 as a system notification rings out. "Congratulations, you've cleared the 15th floor of the trial tower. The reward, the nameless goddess's protective bracelet, has been added to your inventory. You have received the reward for completing 100,000 points. You have received the reward for completing 5,000 items. You have received an additional 5,000 product completion reward, and the additional godstone of the nameless goddess completion reward has been transferred to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room." Upon seeing the announcement, Sajun knew the nightmare was truly over, and a cloud of smoke enveloped everything in the night, signaling the end of this floor. He landed on the shattered ground, and the system announced he'd achieved rebirth, increasing all abilities by 4. He then achieved rebellion, increasing all abilities by 4, followed by another notification. All abilities of the true upper-level blood demon were disabled. The durability of the true upper-level blood demon sword has decreased by 9.4%. He then asks, "Are you okay?" "Damn it, did you really think I'd be okay?" Chungu finally retorted after a long silence. He suddenly had to face a god using divine descent. A woman with black hair appeared, saying, "You're lucky you're not a complete divine descent, or we'd both be dead." He saw the transformation and asked in surprise, "Jamchunu, you're a woman, but your voice is so masculine, it's confusing." Chungu retorts, "Don't underestimate me. You don't rise to the top of the blood demon sect with something as trivial as gender." Will he listen? Yes. Then again, maybe not. "But you were able to manifest like this from the start?" "Of course not," she replied. "I don't know why, but I think it's because of your influence and how well the holy power in your body and mine harmonize with you. That's my guess." She added that she couldn't maintain this form for long, so they should hurry and get to work. Then, Chungu used her blood absorption ability, gathering the surrounding blood essence. The True Blood Demon Sword's unique blood-sucking effect has been activated, absorbing the Jernavius X prospects. Item rank increased to Tunu 801, 4800 by absorbing the sex blood. The Amplified Divinity B skill has been inlaid into the specialized blood-sucking slot. After a moment, Chungu said, "This is my original blood-sucking form." Sanghyun also felt the skill's effects were much stronger than before. Seeing Chungu looking sleepy, she yawned and said, "Anyway, why you have to fight a god, you'll have to tell me later." After saying that, she vanished. A moment later, he returned to find the war god's corpse stirring. He wasn't dead yet. What? But I already saw the message saying the trial was complete. Above the god of war, a sun appears, small and bright as he slowly rises, a large eye opening within it. His body gradually stands, and his voice booms, "Damn you, how could you?" At that moment, the system announced that the trial completion condition, successfully leading the holy war within the time limit, had been met. Sun then understood. Because this guy couldn't do anything anymore, the tower decided the trial was complete. I remember seeing a message that a large amount of holy power had been returned. When the divine inspector met with me and the god of war privately, he had to return a large amount of holy power to Zhonglin, so this is too much. The large eye widened, and the god of war said with a resentful tone, "I will definitely kill you. Don't think this is the end." Sangyun realizes something he learned after becoming an apostle. Those who receive divine power have no trace of God, but receive the chance to reach the level of God. This is what he felt. If so, the reason the god of war dislikes him is because he fears a new divinity being born. Sang grips his sword, everything now clear, and prepares to use his power to send him to his maker. The god of war used his descent to try and kill him, and he's just a dog of the tower. Before departing, the god of war vowed that he would make Sangyun regret seeking divinity, but this only strengthened Sangyun's resolve to eliminate any enemy. That was all he needed to do. A single strike pierces through. The system announces the heavenly sword has destroyed something incredibly difficult to break. His rank ascends to A, 8,700 out of 1,000 before vanishing. The war god, full of hatred, vows, "I will tear you to pieces next time." He plunged the sword down, devouring and using dark divinity to consume the designated dark target, his shattered eye. With that done, the system reports that he has absorbed the soul of the apostle prospect Jahan Nevia, increasing proficiency by 7.7%. As he predicted, the soul of someone used as a medium for a god's descent is valuable, and it doesn't seem like the god of war is dead. The system announces that due to absorbing a stronger soul, the extraction of power has begun. Extraction successful. The power residing within the soul of Apostle Prospect Jernevia has been identified. The power extracted from the soul of the Swift Flash B has been embedded into Han Sangyun's soul, allowing you to instantly move to any visible location. Sangyun quickly thought to himself, instantly teleporting to where he wanted to be. With the apostle transformation about to expire, his temporary power vanished and he staggered, falling unexpectedly. The divine keywords of death and dark immortality are fading away, and the scene around him begins to change. He's in a housing complex at a soccer field, and a brown-haired boy named Han Sangjun is making a run for it. Han Sangjun stares blankly, unmoving, as a perfect shot goes into the net. His teammates swarmed him, celebrating the goal, when suddenly a massive dark red hand slammed into the ground, creating a massive fissure. Sionan's eyes darken with confusion as a drop of sweat trickles down his face. He looks again, seeing the giant figure towering over the entire area. With a casual wave, the giant sent many flying as Sionan stood stunned amidst the desperate cries for help. Seeing this, Han Sangyun cried out in alarm, "No!" as he suddenly awoke in a furnished room, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. He sat up, exclaiming, "What a disturbing dream! Did I faint?" The system's voice echoes, thanks to the power of an unwavering mind, unstable emotions begin to fade. Sangyun stepped out of the tent, the light easing his troubled mind, to find Reno and the allied forces waiting for him. Everyone cheered. "Our hero, the savior of the Dark Church." The vice commander approached, patting his head, and said, "I apologize for speaking disrespectfully to you before. Please forgive me. Commander Reno has told me everything." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, drawing everyone's attention. A figure emerged, walking and speaking anxiously. "Disciple, are you truly the savior of the Dark Art sect?" Sweating profusely, Keenan urgently asks, "Dark Apostle, why haven't you helped us through all our suffering?" Sangyun paused, knowing timing was everything. He grabbed the man's shoulders, hoping to draw out the apostle of the Blood Demon sect. "I had no choice." Hans Gion smiled reassuringly. "The glory of the holy war now belongs to our Dark God sect." Looking at Nin's bewildered face, he reassured her, "Please, no more tears." In his heart, he activated absolute charm. All was predetermined by the Dark God. "I'm only acting according to his will." The system rings out as the crowd falls into a state of frenzied worship. Due to their abnormal worship, their judgment is greatly reduced, and they are very aware of your presence. The apostle of the judging god is impressed and says that your deception skills are quite sophisticated. The Dark God is pleased with your actions and laughs gleefully as the power to win faith activates intensely. Your actions have garnered enough faith to create a myth. Calculating a myth befitting the faith of your followers based on actual results, Sang-yoon is pleased to hear the announcement of the myth's creation. The system displays more information, announcing the completion of the first savior myth, which is now accumulating into his divine power. When Challenger Hans Gyeon activates the myth, the salvation effect will be added. When using good deeds to save the weak, all abilities will be slightly increased. When Challenger Hans Sang-yoon activates the myth, the seeker effect will be added, and when worshipped by a religious order, your divine power will increase based on the number of followers. He waved and said, "Take care, everyone." With that, he flew off into the sky, heading to a new floor. Reno gazed up at the apostle with reverence as Han Sang-yoon flew away, muttering, "I should go to the place where I fainted." Suddenly, he turned his head in delight, finally spotting a circular blue crack. A teleportation gate. Sang-yoon quickly landed in front of it. He's never had a trial take this long, and he remarks, "Goodness, I'm starting to actually care about them." With that, he steps into the gate. The system announces his arrival in the waiting room of the 16th floor, disabling administrator notifications. The Iron-Blood Tyrant administrator felt relieved that the contractor was still safe. The White Crane Swordmaster says through tears that you've worked hard, and the Iron-Blooded Tyrant is inviting you to their territory. The White Crane Swordmaster is inviting you to the administrator's territory, and hearing all these interesting invitations, Sang-yoon says, "Sorry for making you both worry, but I'll meet you later." He lowered his head in silence, thinking about the holy power, accumulated in his heart as a mere concept, usable for myth and power at a price, and so much has changed. Suddenly, a black spot flickered on his chest, and Sang-yoon smirked, raising a magic-infused finger. "Through apostolization, I experienced a pseudo-deified state, and can now use holy power directly." After a while, my holy power also turned black, apparently related to the power of the god of death. He gathers his strength, eager to test his newfound power, and with a mighty blow, he punches a hole through the wall. Then he noticed the waiting room wall, which usually regenerated instantly after any attack, wasn't regenerating at all. Or rather, it was regenerating much slower. How interesting. The reward for clearing the 15th floor. The Nameless God's Protective Bracelet S+. A bracelet used by the Nameless God for protection when he was alive. When the wearer is struck by an unavoidable attack, a special defense effect will activate, but it can only be used once, and the defense period is brief. The Nameless God's S+ Divine Jade, a gem into which the Nameless God poured divine power while still alive. When a target is designated and divine power is poured in, the Absolute Seal special effect is activated. When the Absolute Seal special effect is activated, you can seal your opponent's strongest skill, but it can only be used once, and the seal doesn't last long. Both items are S+ rank, so they should be pretty useful. The system announces that having acquired the soul of prospective Apostle Jahan Nevia, all of your stats have permanently increased. Strength +4, Agility +6, Constitution +4, Mana +7, Endurance +3. Absorbing one of Jahan Nevia's skills, he obtains the B-grade skill, Whisper of the Strong. Sang-yoon muses that this is nothing compared to what he's been through, and he'll use it to strengthen his divine power later. The system chimes in, absorbing the divinity within the soul of prospective Apostle Jahan Nevia, and the conditions for holy power are met and activated. As he successfully extracts the divinity, he feels his own divine power surge, and upon inquiring about quests, he immediately receives 7. The administrator of Paradise Ruler gave the mission Paradise Ruler's Island, while the administrator of Dark Hero gave the mission Island Disaster and many others. Sang-yoon couldn't help but exclaim that so many administrators were giving him quests, but he had nothing to lose. This just means he has more options. He suddenly notices the administrator of the Ruined World Military's quest, Savior of the Apocalypse. The reward is an indestructible absolute attribute item. A maximum of 2 completion conditions. Make a choice you won't regret. And I was wondering how to quickly restore the durability of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, since it was overused by the main soul this time. Lucky him, he immediately chooses this quest. The system announces that other administrators will be restricted from monitoring the trial, and only a select few will be allowed to watch. The 16th floor trial begins, with 48 days remaining, and the current theme is War, the condition for completion. Make a choice during the trial that you won't regret. The reward, the ability to attach an indestructible absolute attribute item up to 2 times. He was immediately thrown into the trial, but as soon as he entered, an excruciating pain arose. Hansen felt an overwhelming pain in his body. The system immediately said, "Begin the quest, Savior of the Apocalypse. Restrictions have been placed on the equipment you can use, and some equipment has been moved to your inventory." All stats have been fixed at 50 and will not change until the end of the trial, but skills developed in the game will be recalculated after the trial. Just then, Sangjun suddenly jumps up and runs outside, where a girl seems to be waiting for him. "You're finally awake," he asks. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a sharp pain stops him in his tracks. Seeing this, she advises, "Don't push yourself too hard. I'll call the others. They'll be here soon, so don't worry." Upon hearing this, Nu looked at his reflection in the water, confused. Sangjun gazed into the water, examining his current form as the system issued a notification. "The Apocalypse Military Administrator is staring blankly at you. In this trial, for the Savior of the Apocalypse mission, I'm playing a character named Nu. Objectively, his condition was terrible, and more importantly, the Azure Sky Blood Demon Sword, his main item, and all his protective items were sealed, so he couldn't use them. He figures it'll hurt a bit, but he'd rather fully commit to playing the role of Nu than hastily recover his body with weak blood. Luckily, he still has items he bought as a precaution." The blindfold suddenly speaks. "Enemy detected. B+, 92,000 power. You will sense their killing intent. Adventurer's homemade gloves, B+, 85,000 power, will help you adapt to unfamiliar situations." He assesses the blindfold, realizing it has enemy detection capabilities, which will be especially useful. Alan smiles and says, "Thank goodness you're awake." Zeppa chimes in, calling it a miracle, as expected of an apostle chosen by the dragon god. Sangyun waves his hand vaguely, feigning joy, reminding himself to act as naturally as possible. Suddenly, the system alerts him to a large number of enemies approaching his friend, leaving him surprised and doubtful. The blindfold activates instantly, and he glances around, wondering what's happening. Where did they hit? The warriors beside him worried. "What's wrong, Nu?" Just then, the system appeared, announcing the blindfold's exclusive enemy detection effect, Simbiaba Plus. Automatic enemy detection has been activated. Enemies will be marked in red in your vision. Instantly, the three who feigned concern were enveloped in a sinister red light. They were feigning concern, asking if he was feeling better, saying he shouldn't push himself too hard and should rest. Sahyun was speechless, wondering if all of his teammates were enemies. Finally, he understood why this mission was so mentally taxing. After gathering outside to talk, the four warriors, including Sionin and Lu, continue their discussion. It seems they won't be acting inside the tent just yet. He was relieved that most of his skills were still working when Zeppa spoke up. "So that's what happened?" he wondered. "So you've lost your memories?" Do Sangyun seized the opportunity. "Apparently so. I can't remember anything about myself or anything else." He paused to ask the most important question. "Why am I here?" DJ, who found him first, says the side effects seem more serious than he thought. Gia understood the situation, so that's what was happening. She quickly continued, "We don't have much time, so I'll make this quick. Nu, you are a warrior, and as the only apostle of the Heavenly Dragon sect, your mission is to save this world." She continued, We are on a journey to defeat the great demon king, and you were seriously injured in the fight against him." "So," Sangyun deduced, "that's why I lost my memory?" D nodded, adding that the demon king, a servant of the demon god, is planning to summon him. If that happens, it'll be the end of the world. In short, the only one who can kill the demon king is the warrior blessed by the gods. And so, the man in terrible shape is forced into this adventure, Hans Jun, a warrior who must face all sorts of enemies until he meets the demon king, recovering as much of his power as possible along the way. Da continued, "Since you've woken up and we've told you everything important, we'll fill you in on the rest on the way to the demon realm." On the road, a carriage carries the four warriors to their destination. Inside, Alan asks Sangjun, "You've lost your memory?" He hummed in response, and the man pointed to himself. "And you don't remember my name either?" He hummed again, a side effect of the battle. "I don't remember who you are." Hearing this, Alan sighed, then introduced himself. "My name is Alan Nick, and just call me Alan, and you don't have to be so formal with me." The warrior beside him commented that even with amnesia, he seemed calmer than before. He asked the old man his name, and he replied, "Zepadanya, just call me Jeepa or whatever you like for this old mage." "I understand." Alan scratched his head, offering a harmless smile as he lamented. Even with the world on the brink, his stomach was still on schedule. He then called out loudly, "Hey, let's hunt before moving on. They've lost all their food or they'll starve." Dee also told him to rest, saying they'd find something to eat. Soon they had finished hunting, even managing to catch a forest rat for him. Night falls, and around the fire the crackling of wood mixes with the sounds of their feasting. One of them says, "Now that we can no longer be warriors of salvation, others will judge our decisions as unjust. But they reassured themselves, we're not wrong. Even if it's unjust, this is the only way to save the world. He took a bite of meat and continued. Just chase him away so he doesn't die, then hand him over to that guy. No one knew who he was referring to, but Dung seemed to agree. Yeah, that's enough, that's what we'll do. Jipa agreed, realizing he was no longer a warrior, but merely a tool to save the world. Listening from the trees, he's unsurprised, calmly considering, should he slaughter them all for their ruthlessness? But then he shook his head. No. I remember the mission requirements prevent me from doing that. Acting rashly will only make things worse. Sangjun looked at the scene below. If it were just these three, I'm confident I could kill them. Even in this state, I still have plenty of time, so I'll keep an eye on them for now. Even after that, his teammates frequently went out hunting while traveling, but they never shared their spoils with the injured. Han Zion muses, well, at least I have plenty of time to escape this trailer prison. As he walks, he thinks, good, if they don't spot me, that means I can train here. Just then, a large monster loomed over Sanjiun, its jaws open, ready to devour him. He wondered if he'd gone too far, but quickly, the large blue beast was defeated. Sangyun took a bite of the meat, remarking that it tasted like chicken, and reevaluated his condition. Even without food or sleep, his body can handle the physical activity, but eating rat meat is disgusting, even by his standards. He recalls how that guy kept banging pots in the middle of the night, and how his so-called teammates acted like children, which he couldn't stand. He stood up and strode quickly into the forest, his movements belying his injured state. Sanjin knew he had to take the initiative, activating his weak blood skill, enhancing his body's ability to recover from injuries. As he approached the carriage and saw them standing there, he explained, I went out for a walk. It seems you all returned from the hunt earlier than usual. Dija stood up to call out, and the system notified him that many enemies were approaching. The blindfold's exclusive skill, Enemy Detection B, has been activated. 3 figures approach with grim expressions, radiating hostility, seemingly ready for a fight. She's saying it's not good for you to move around when you haven't recovered. Sion realized the hidden meaning. She must be annoyed that I dared to leave her control. But you said I was getting restless lying around. Jipa asked in surprise. How could your body recover so quickly? Sangjun offered a vague explanation. After a few days of rest, he suddenly felt better. But how interesting. I thought you weren't a healing mage. Jipa, how could you immediately notice the changes in my body when you're not a healer? He trembled at Sion's words, unsure how to explain, but Sion brushed it off. Enough chatter. We're almost to the demon realm, so hurry. Inside the carriage, Jipa silently questioned Sion. Have your memories returned? He asked indifferently, thinking, there was nothing to remember in the first place. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, the horses startled and unable to continue, forcing them to disembark. It turned out they had reached an area saturated with demonic energy near the demon realm, and exposure to it would only increase their fatigue. Hansen says, we're entering the demon realm. DJ quickly decides, we'll have to walk from here. Sorry, but we can't prioritize you anymore. Sun's sudden smile startled her. No, this suits my style better anyway. In the demon world, there's a demonic energy that drives creatures mad just by inhaling it. The demon world is teeming with countless monsters, many capable of slaughtering hundreds with ease. Even seasoned warriors agree that no amount of power can guarantee survival here. The group had now reached the edge of the demon world. Sangyun asked, this is the demon world? Alan replies, you don't remember being in the demon world? You must have lost all your memories. Zeppa handed him the sword, carefully wrapped in cloth, and said, here, take it. You may have forgotten, but this weapon is like your own life. The holy sword, its halo shimmering with divine power. He stared in awe, then accepted it and stepped into the demon realm. In the demon realm, a fierce battle unfolds, with a massive, savage monster whose hand covers the earth, followed by countless more with terrifying visages. Han Sangjun, drenched in sweat, faces the horde, a testament to his struggle. He thought things had gotten better over time, but just thinking about that painful period was unbearable. It seemed to be the memories of the original owner, who was extremely weak at the time, desperately hoping for faith and help from his teammates. But then, in a fit of rage, Noi cried out, how could they? From within the holy sword, Sangyun saw Nu's past, the original warrior. He now seems to be running to Nu's side, holding that sword and following in the footsteps of that warrior. Very well, let's begin. The system quickly displays a series of notifications. Explorer B Plus custom-made gloves, special effect, situation assessment, system notification. The demonic energy here is in harmony with you. Your mental strength will not be consumed, and due to the dense concentration of demonic energy, your mana has been restored. Sangjun attacks the monsters with his sword as Alan's voice echoes. He's always been so impulsive. I've warned him countless times, but perhaps his memory loss is the reason for his reckless behavior. A flicker of darkness crosses his eyes, but he knows he can't face the monsters alone right now. He'll just support him from behind, let him fight until he's exhausted, exactly as he wants. They watch silently, waiting for him to despair in battle. But with flashes of blue light, he swiftly dispatches the nearby monsters with ruthless efficiency. The three of them stared in stunned disbelief, their faces mirroring each other's shock as a horde of monsters advanced on Sun. Undeterred, he gripped the holy sword, channeling divine light that quickly enveloped the blade in a pale golden aura. Han Sion swung his sword, affecting even the distant monsters and causing the ground beneath them to tremble as he appraised the holy sword, saying, "This thing is insanely powerful." He's confident. "Maybe I'll get something. Perhaps some kind of special ability from this trial." The three of them made a fire, and if he's completely forgotten us, he might have lost some of his combat experience, so our choice was inevitable. DJ Dai asked, "What do you all think?" But I sacrificed his memories and powers to the dragon god. Zeppa worried. "It's strange. Even with his memory gone, it's like he has decades of combat experience." Alan was increasingly frustrated. "Damn it, Nere, why? Why do you just keep getting stronger?" Meanwhile, Han Sang-gyun rejoined them by the fire, acting as if nothing had happened, grilling meat for dinner, and sensed the strange silence that had fallen. Even though a lazy soldier grew strong and defeated the monsters, none of his comrades were happy about it. He only sensed hatred, anxiety, guilt, and fear. Han Sang-gyun could only sense negative emotions. After the meal, everyone wordlessly returned to their tents. In the dead of night, a strange feeling awakens him. Han's worm soars into the sky, wondering if he should venture further. He used instant acceleration, and the system promptly notified him that he had consumed divine power to instantly move to the location within his sight. The recovery time for this ability is 10 minutes. Soon after, Hans Gyun arrived at the mountaintop. It was 50 kilometers away, and he traveled that distance with a single use. This instant acceleration ability is incredible. Hans Sang-gyun's face grew serious as he watched his opponent activate their teleportation ability, instantly moving within sight. About 50 kilometers away, he estimated, gazing across the forest, but that was no problem for him. Having moved once already, Han Sang-gyun recalls a limitation from a previous battle. This skill is blocked by obstacles, like a wall preventing movement. But in combat, it's an excellent skill for timing counterattacks, and in dangerous situations, it can be used as an escape route. Sang-gyun clenched his fist, a look of triumph on his face, now wielding extraordinary powers and abilities as he stood beneath the night sky. Activating the Dragon Eye, Hansen learns it's an S-class holy sword with 40% damage, critical hit rate, and magic power. A holy sword blessed by the dragon god himself for a hero. Only when judging evil can the holy dragon sword unleash its full power. But this is just the basic information. And with the dragon flame eyes, he learns the holy sword's true function. When holy power is channeled, blessings are activated for sincere prayers to the holy gods. When activated by sacrificing to the dragon god, the user is granted temporary power. In addition, when facing demons and monsters, the unique punishment effect will be activated. When activated, retribution increases all stats 7-fold against demonic entities. But the holy sword will be destroyed upon Hanjin's exit from the 16th floor trial, rendering it unusable for other purposes. Hearing this, Han Xian was surprised by the power of the holy sword, but it's just a limited item, only for use in the trial of the 16th floor. Therefore, he must use his sword sense and gradually absorb the holy sword's power. He wastes no time. Swinging his sword, Hans Gyun activated his skill, Truth Seeker, descending upon the monsters before they could react. Who knew the holy sword was so powerful? One strike and he's caught all the test subjects. Han Sang-gyun then charged forward, drawing a very long sword, the A+ grade Sky Severing Sword, with A+ grade Devour proficiency. Its special ability to absorb the unique skill effect from sword-type items. Sang-gyun realized the holy sword had 3 top-tier effects, and Devour could absorb 2 skills, making victory almost certain with the best 2 abilities to choose from. Immediately, Hanjin activated the Devour skill, swinging his sword to repel the monsters. The system indicates the activator can absorb a unique skill effect from sword-type items and presents Han Xionen's completed selection. Instantly, the Holy Light skill was fully absorbed, leaving him with half the uses of Devour, and the S-rank punishment skill he'd previously absorbed was activated, consuming all remaining uses of Devour. At the same moment, the system announced to Hansen that he had reached his limit for the Devour skill, and that it would be completely destroyed as Hansen swung the newly activated Holy Sword. Though he hastily used up his precious Devour ability, it would be a waste to miss out on the Holy Sword's power, especially Holy Light. Holy Light's power can create something even stronger than a fully charged counter shield, but it won't take any time like the counter shield and can be used immediately. Faced with the monster's encirclement, Hans Gyeon activates the Holy Light skill. Because he absorbed the Holy Light as a skill, he can now use it without the Holy Sword. But as Sang-Gyun attacks, a blinding golden light flashes, exploding unexpectedly and sending Han Sang-Gyun flying. He was beaten so badly he became enraged and started cursing, unable to understand why he couldn't control the direction of his attack and why it exploded. As for the monsters, seeing Xiun self-destruct, they immediately began to laugh, as if they wouldn't shed tears until they saw their own coffins, planning to beat him to a pulp. Seeing this, Han Sion's face darkened. He cursed the bastards and immediately stood up, activating the Holy Light, aiming the sword at the monsters, instantly blasting them with a fatal explosion. But seeing Holy Light working normally, Han Sang-Gyun wondered why it worked so well with the Holy Sword. However, within seconds, Han Sionen realized that if he didn't use demonic energy, but instead just used holy power to control it, what would happen? With that thought, Han Sang-Gyun's face hardened with determination as he began to unleash the Holy Light technique, a triumphant look spreading across his face as it succeeded. It was indeed holy power, a great surge of energy that Sionen unleashed upon the monsters, causing explosions that sent them scattering in terror. With the Holy Light technique mastered, Han Sang-Gyun unleashed its power upon the demons, a blinding explosion illuminating the night sky, catching Alan's attention. Even those relieving themselves in the forest were startled. Meanwhile, back in the Demon Realm forest, after that earth-shattering explosion from the Holy Light technique, all the monsters were wiped out. Sang-Gyun laughs triumphantly, marveling at his newfound power as the system announces he has successfully become the Dragon God's successor. Next, he receives the special Dragonfire power, but due to the penalty for the special trial, the transfer of power is currently limited. When the trial ends, the powers will return to normal. Hearing about dragon transformation, he pays special attention. The system announces that the Dragon God has sensed Han Sang-Gyun's presence, is observing his achievements, and is quite interested in him. And the Dragon God is offering challenger Han Sang-Gyun an apprenticeship, but he immediately declines the system's offer. The system repeats its previous offer, but before Han Sion can refuse, it makes the exact same offer again. And so began a relentless series of invitations, leaving him weary as he seemed to have stumbled upon a rather troublesome god. The next morning, as everyone ate breakfast, he sat alone, lost in thought, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly contemplating the Dragon God. As Hanyan recalls, the Dragon God from the 16th floor's story was the guardian of this world, but having been threatened by a god before, he doesn't have a very good impression of them. Furthermore, after choosing a hero to save the world, he disliked how they didn't grant that hero enough power to do what they desired, which is why this world fell into ruin. To avoid attention, Sang-Gyun refrained from using the Holy Sword's unique prayer effect in actions that might provoke them. But the system kept announcing the Dragon God's offer to take on the fake Han Sang-Gyun as a disciple, which annoyed him to no end. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. With Hans Gyun not responding to the constant offers, the system boomed, relaying the god's message. How dare a worthless nobody like Han Sang-Gyun refuse his offer? The Dragon God insists that your choice is foolish. Faced with the Dragon God's persistence, Sang-Gyun can only ignore him, wondering if he's some kind of marketer with his constant offers. If it were an item, he'd be even less inclined to buy it. Yet, despite his helplessness, the system continued to send notifications, not only from the Dragon God but from other gods as well, emphasizing that one day he would realize the Dragon God's greatness and want to become his disciple. The God of Trials laughed heartily at the Dragon God's persistence and pathetic state. The God of Darkness says to disappear after being rejected and to stop bothering him. Long Chen challenges Hans Gyun to reconsider, then vanishes. The system relayed the praise of other gods. The iron-blooded tyrant admired the contractor's resolve and felt relieved. The White Crane Swordsman Administrator acknowledges the contractor's will and feels proud, while the crippled soldier administrator finds Hans Gyun's decision intriguing. As the praise of the administrators faded, Alan's voice cut through. I think a high-ranking demon has been training nearby. Sun froze for a few seconds and Alan continued. Last night I saw a beam of light shoot out from the mountain. Before Alan could finish, Hans Sion cut him off, saying he must have imagined it. But Alan insisted he hadn't. Hansen denied it again, saying Alan must have imagined it. Seeing the situation, Zipa explained, I once read a document about magical phenomena and strange occurrences near the demon realm caused by demonic energy. So let's just assume it's a natural phenomenon caused by demonic energy. DJ Dean chimed in, adding that no high-ranking demon would train in a place like this. With everyone's persuasion, Alan reluctantly accepted their explanation and stopped investigating, agreeing that Tra was right. And so they continued on their path to face the trials. After many consecutive battles over several days, Sang-yun couldn't help but feel bored, wishing he could use some of his abilities. And so the system activated the myth of the apocalyptic savior, triggering the effect of salvation, permanently increasing all abilities 7-fold. But the system also warned that due to the special TH training penalty, all abilities have been reduced, and the permanent energy increase will not apply until the trial ends, at which point the energy increase will return to normal. Hearing this, Hansen wondered how large the range of the Savior's effect would be, while he didn't even fully understand it, and then he activated the Seeker effect. Without any followers, his power wouldn't be amplified. Sang-yun realized he'd learned much from this new title. What are these followers that the Pathseeker's power speaks of? It seems salvation is triggered when saving someone weaker, and Pathseeker won't activate if they aren't serving or following me. Hans-Yun wiped out the monsters as he thought this, figuring it was because everything was going so smoothly and his teammates were doing well in their battle. Perhaps things are going so well because I've been wiping out the enemies myself. As he finished his thought, Hans-Yun also took down the last monster in the blink of an eye. But when no one answered or moved, he turned back, curious, and asked, "Why aren't you coming? The gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle has fallen. Let's go in." However, Hans-Gyun was met with wary and suspicious looks from the rest of the team. Sang-gyun could sense this change in their expressions, which grew increasingly stiff as he continued to improve his strength. Han Sang-yun then turned and pushed open the large gate, entering the castle, the silence amplifying the sound of his footsteps. Suddenly, Alan asks, "You're not really suffering from amnesia, are you?" causing Han Sang-gyun to turn around, but he simply replies that Alan can think whatever he wants. Seeing this, Jeppa stepped in to defuse the situation. "All right, let's just focus on the battle ahead." He then produced a vial of purple liquid, a sinister look on his face, and offered it to Hansu, saying, "Drink this. It's a rare power-up potion. You'll be facing the Demon King soon, won't you? Why don't you give it a try?" Hansun shook the potion in his hand, questioning him. "A potion? It's not poisonous, is it?" The others flinched at the question. Rieng could only stammer a response. Now, are you suspecting us?" But to everyone's surprise, Hans Gyun simply smiled and cheerfully replied, "No. I'm only upset that I couldn't do more to help. But now, I'm receiving this. No, I'm just too touched by such a precious thing." And without hesitation, he chugs the potion down. Immediately, the system warned him that he had been poisoned by the bog of the demon realm. In 5 minutes, the poison would spread throughout his body, and he would be unable to use magic. Under the influence of the drug, Hansen collapsed, even vomiting a red liquid. The system explains that the B+ ranked blindfold's unique poison detection ability has automatically detected nearby enemies. Many enemies are approaching. Immediately, the entire team readied their weapons to finish off Sionin. "Don't hate us, Sionin. We have no choice." Hearing this, Han Sang-gyun could only smile, his face gradually hardening with hatred, as he said, "I can't believe my teammates are all traitors. How interesting." Picking up where we left off, it seemed Sionin was about to bite the dust, but don't worry, things are about to get interesting. As soon as Sang-gyun finished speaking, Zeppa immediately unleashed his attack. A glowing orb surrounded by chains appears, sealing the dragon sword, ensuring no one can wield it again. Meanwhile, Hans Gyun wonders when and how they even considered betraying the hero. Inside his mind, the system continues to warn him that he's been poisoned by the demon world's bog of starvation. In 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout his body, and he won't be able to use magic. Daiji denies it, shouting at Hansen, "Do you think we wanted to do this? We're out of options too," but the more he heard, the angrier he became. He stood up, wiped the blood from Donon's lip, and said gravely, "Out of options, you say?" Immediately, another voice echoed out, "Fool, even if they have a name, nothing changes. The hero is simply fulfilling the pact between us." At that moment, the voice's owner appeared. A tall, handsome demon with white hair and an infuriating smile appeared. Facing his oversized opponent, Han Sang-gyun slowly rose, asking, "Are you the Demon King?" The Demon King eagerly landed, replying, "Indeed, have we not met, even when you defeated the greater demon?" Handsome and friendly, but Sun was focused on assessing the battle with the high-ranking demon that had weakened the hero. So, you were the one who approached my team? The Demon King, noticing his strange tone, asked sternly, "Why do you keep asking as if you're talking about someone else?" But I'll admit you're right. Then he revealed how he manipulated Han Sang-gyun's team. It was then that Sang-gyun realized the truth. He finally understood the whole story. While the hero recovered from his battle with the greater demon, you turned his remaining party members into traitors. But why didn't you kill him then? To his question, the demon simply replies that it's all for his amusement, a truth Sang-gyun confirms with his dragon eyes. But this truth only made Han Sang-gyun look down on him, calling the Demon King boring. But that wasn't all, was it? Hearing this, the Demon King burst into insane laughter, praising him all the while. Very clever. Very clever. To be honest, this situation is the offering I will present to the demon god. Hearing this, Han Sang-gyun's face paled. Seeing this, the Demon King approached Sang-gyun and said, "This is no different from how Han Sang-gyun dedicated so much to be recognized by the dragon god as a hero. Even he is striving to become a true apostle." Then the Demon King leaned in close and whispered, "Like your comrades, you must have endured hardship, hunger, and loneliness to get here. And the only thing waiting for you here is death as a sacrifice to the demon god, and then my punishment will end. I wonder how you're feeling right now? Are you desperate? Are you angry? You must be filled with regret, right? Because you should have kept a closer eye on your teammates." Faced with the Demon King's taunts, Sang-gyun's hatred reached its peak and he gritted his teeth. He suddenly remembers each member of his party, Daisy, Alan, and Jubba. He trusted them so much, yet he still can't understand their decision. But the truth remains, and Han Sang-gyun knows the mastermind behind it all is that Demon King he's about to kill. Sang-gyun's mind is racing with excitement. No matter how many times he sees this, it still makes his blood boil. The system informs him that the crippled military administrator awaits his decision. Deep down, Han Sang-gyun asked himself, "All right, Han Sang-gyun, what's your choice?" Waiting was a waste. The Demon King immediately struck Han Sang-gyun head-on, declaring, "The final step in my baptism. Sacrifice the hero to the demon god and become his official apostle." With that, he kicked the lever. The spiked cage immediately descends, leaving Sang-gyun helpless like a fish on a cutting board. Soon, the execution descended, and Han Sion was completely trapped within the crushing spikes, sending the Demon King into a fit of gleeful laughter. The DJ trio looked on in confusion as dark red patterns spread across the ground. The Demon King shouted, "As you requested, I offer you the hero's blood. Make me your official apostle." But defying the Demon King's expectations, the system reported an error, stating the demon god was disgusted by the offering of tainted blood. The Demon King panicked as Sang-gyun suddenly appeared, saying, "You dare offer my poisoned blood to the demon god? That demon god must be furious." Then, activating Holy Light, he nonchalantly tells the Demon King, "Normally, I'd make the best choice, right?" But no matter how he looks at it, Sang-gyun's face hardens. This world is too hopeless to save. From afar, Dee is stunned by what she sees, and she screams as if in disbelief. How can he use Holy Light when the Holy Sword is sealed? Jeepa wore a similar expression. How can he wield the Holy Sword's power? Over here, the Demon King begins to feel fear. He wondered if Holy Light was always this bright, and if Han Sang-gyun was truly the hero he knew. The Demon King could only shout, "Don't even dream of resisting. As long as you die, the demon god won't let this world fall." He then pointed toward the three Aelins. "I made a deal with those guys that if I kill the dragon god hero's apostle, the world won't collapse." But Sion simply replied, "Geez, you talk too much. I'll point out where you're mistaken." At the same time, a notification appeared, stating that the administrator of the crippled soldiers was awaiting his decision, and Sion summoned a dark spatial rift. At the same time, he gave his answer. "First, I'm not a believer." This answer greatly surprised the Allens. Then Sangi said, "Second, I'm not even a real hero. Third, I don't care if this world is destroyed or not." The Demon King, scared witless, desperately tried to stop him, fearing for his life. But Sang-gyun, faced with the world's end, coldly uttered his final words. "Yeah, if you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done this from the start." With that, a holy light descended, a blazing red pillar of light striking the castle from above. The entire castle explodes, collapsing into rubble, and even the Demon King is torn apart. This attack is truly overwhelming. In a single second, it leaves the Demon King defenseless, only able to scream, "You bastard! What are you thinking? Didn't I tell you? I made a deal with your comrades. As long as I kill you, this world will be saved." But Han Sion simply advanced towards the Demon King, retorting, "Isn't your death the same thing?" Hearing this, he angrily retorted, "You think I don't have a backup plan? If I fall here, the demon god will descend, appearing to all the demon god's followers in this world." Thanks to his fire dragon's insight, Shu knows the Demon King is telling the truth and realizes just how dark this trial is. If it weren't a trial, how much darker would things be? Faced with Han Sang-gyun's cold silence, the Demon King can only scream that the world will fall, that there's enough karma for the demon god to descend, and that a world like this will easily be wiped out. Sang-gyun nonchalantly replies, "Yeah, so? Even if this world collapses, it has nothing to do with me." Han Sang-gyun's unexpected attitude leaves the Demon King speechless. "You bastard, you're really not a hero?" Hearing this, Han Sang-gyun reaffirms, "I told you." The Demon King points, questioning how he can wield such power, despite not being a dragon god apostle. "Who are you, really?" But he simply stood there, and remembering his journey of trials, he had only one answer, and immediately activated his punishment skill. Upon activation, all abilities increase sevenfold, and magic surges. Now, the power of the Dragonkin courses through Han Sang-gyun, amplifying all magical abilities by 100%. Sang-gyun looked every bit the hero, and before sending the Demon King to his ancestors, he declared himself the challenger. Han Sang-gyun lunges forward, his swords as red as blood. Just as the Demon King feels his time is up, he cries out in desperation, "Wait! I think you've got the wrong idea." But the merciless blade showed no pity, tearing his wing to shreds before he could utter a word. He broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. Seeing escape as the best option, the Demon King spread his wings, deciding he'd surely die if he didn't retreat immediately. But Sion gave chase. He growled, "Where do you think you're going?" when something stopped him in his tracks. Han Sang-gyun looked down, as Zeppa began casting a spell to bind him with summoned plants. He calmly said, "Die peacefully." Zeppa intensified her efforts, desperately pleading, "If you continue to exist, this world will be destroyed." At that moment, 1,000 arrows flew toward him, and Day, drawing his bow, shouted, "If you're a hero, then prove it." Zeppa's plea and DG's relentless assault converged. Sang-gyun stood frozen, then suddenly unleashed massive wings, scattering his attackers. Not stopping there, Alan, spear in hand, rushed in, startling him. He roared in fury, "You selfish bastard! If you live, we'll all die." He roars, his attacks growing faster and more powerful. Just as the weapon is about to strike, the system announces the activation of the combat focus skill. Before Alan's eyes, Han Sang-gyun faded away like smoke, reappearing high above, taunting, "Too afraid to sacrifice yourself but happy to let others do it for you?" He coldly casts a deathly gaze upon these weaklings, his contempt palpable as he says, "You're not even worth my time." With that, he unleashes his wings, channeling his immense power, and teleports away. Meanwhile, the Demon King happily flew away, laughing, "Ha ha, I'm alive, but don't count your chickens just yet." Out of nowhere, Sun grabs his head like a chicken, and the Demon King can only scream in terror. The next moment, Sun neatly decapitates him. His eyes are now colder than the Arctic, as someone secretly watches the recorded footage, stunned into silence. This administrator of the Apocalypse Army is utterly terrified, wondering, was this your choice? Memories resurface. Though gravely injured, he could only flee as the world fell into ruin, with volcanic lava everywhere. He remembers receiving the tower's call and fleeing by climbing it. Thinking of this, the Apocalypse military officer bit his lip in anguish, realizing he abandoned that place and frantically climbed the tower. Yes, seeing Hansen's vibrant face instead of those hopeless days, he understands this was the right choice. The system continues to display messages. The challenger Han Sung-yoon's choice has been confirmed, a choice free of regret. Congratulations on clearing the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a stage reward, you may grant indestructibility to one item given by the Apocalypse Armaments Administrator. Return to the waiting room. As the world transforms, Dee trembles in shock, asking, "Oh God, what is this?" Before them, pillars of lava fell from the sky like colossal monuments, stirring a chorus of unease. No way. Our world's life force. This world is ending. Jeepa sat powerlessly on the ground, letting out a pained laugh. The Apocalypse military administrator silently watches the hero's former comrades as Hanun nonchalantly abandons the half-defeated, half-mad survivors and departs. He sneers, saying they never had the right to a peaceful death and hopes they die slowly and painfully with the world. Good luck if they survive. And so, Hans Guion coldly stepped through the gate as system notifications flooded his screen. Returning to the waiting room because the challenge completion was on hold, the Apocalypse military administrator was deciding on a reward for the trial. Heading to the Hero Hall, Sang Gyun was stunned as he read these words. Before him stood a colossal dragon statue carved from stone, guarding the palace. Was this a temple dedicated to the dragon god? Out of nowhere, a voice echoes, not from the flags, but from a man in golden armor, sitting on a stone platform nearby. Han Se-eun hesitated. You are? He stared back at him, met by piercing golden eyes and an overwhelming aura. He realized this was the Apocalypse Army and spoke with amusement. That's right, we've communicated a few times. Sunjin, puzzled, reminded him. Communicate? More like you sent me one-way messages? His pride wounded, he retorted, It's all the same. You're so nosy, it's exhausting. He saw the terrifying power before him, but the soul was no different from a sulking child. Han Sung-yoon was speechless as the doomsday soldier returned to his serious demeanor and made a proposal. Well, now that you're here, feel free to ask Tiamo anything. Those words stunned him, and he quickly seized the opportunity to question further. Why did you choose me for that trial? You could fulfill your deepest desire through a sponsored challenger. The Apocalypse military officer wanted to roll his eyes at that, his expression screaming, Who am I? Where am I? The next second, he burst into maniacal laughter. Han Sangjin was speechless, save for a look of confusion. Then, the Apocalypse soldier stood up, exclaiming cheerfully, I understand why some gods are interested in you. A dangerous aura emanates from him as he continues darkly. Don't mistake everyone for tower-obsessed monsters like you. Most challengers don't have your strength or the will to climb. The Apocalypse military officer swiftly passed Sang Gyun, recalling the countless who had fallen from the tower, but stated that even if they hadn't, it wouldn't change anything, as most administrators couldn't see the end of the tower, no matter how high they climbed. Han Sang-gyun coldly glanced at him, replying, So instead of hoping to change the pass through the tower, you'll see possibilities you couldn't through a trial like this. Is that what you mean? The Apocalypse Army calmly confirmed. Yes, I want to deny it, but you're right. Then he clapped his hands, and in a lighter tone said, All right, let's settle this debt. A notification appears, announcing the Dragon God set has recognized Han Sang-gyun as its challenger, and he is enveloped in light as a decision is made. Two weapons appear, the indestructible carved Celestial Sword and the carved True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. The True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's main soul is slowly recovering, and when it fully recovers, a time limit will appear. Seeing Han Se-eun holding the two weapons, the Apocalypse military administrator happily showed off his achievements, saying that most administrators wouldn't give such crazy rewards. But I'm in a good mood and giving you a gift, so you should be grateful. Yet, Sang-gyun remains utterly indifferent. We both got what we wanted, so why should I thank you? He was caught off guard again and retorted, You're no fun at all. Before Sang-gyun stepped into the gate, the other man hesitated and called out, One more thing, never doubt the tower. Han Se-eun met his gaze with a sharp look. The Apocalypse soldier repeats, Though we failed to achieve our goals, you are different. Hans, because the Apocalypse soldier administrator hesitated for a moment before continuing, You are one of the few promising candidates the tower is watching. A perfect, cold youth. Soon, his figure disappeared beyond the gate, as the system continued to display those words on the screen. You have entered the waiting room on the 17th floor. All ability restrictions have been lifted. Stats increased and powers received will be adjusted. He glances around. Suddenly, another screen catches Han Sang-gyun's attention, the Dragon God's successor. Title S, an achievement you've earned by learning a skill belonging to the Dragon God. As a reward for this achievement, you've obtained the Dragon Transformation ability. He questioned the achievement he'd earned on the 16th floor, the Dragon God's successor, but he thought the tower and the gods were enemies. He then sat down, pondering why the tower would create such an achievement. But recalling past events, Hans Gyun knew the tower wasn't blindly hostile to all gods. He recalls the words of the Apocalypse Army commander that the tower even creates achievements for gods and tests them. You are one of the few promising candidates, and the tower is watching. He reminded himself that he was now one of the key candidates. Deep down, he knew being chosen by the tower meant Hans Gyun was becoming a god. But he also knew it wasn't baseless speculation, considering he'd received divine power and faced gods with terrifying strength. Therefore, Sang-gyun realized he was truly developing in that direction. A flood of memories rushed back. Battles, rewards, growth. He repeated to himself as if pieces of a puzzle in his mind were being solved. Yes, the tower's trials. All those pieces form the complete tower, he realizes, a process to select challengers to become gods, and if he overcomes that process, he will become a candidate guided to become a god. After much deliberation, Hans Gyun rose to his feet and muttered, Well, it's just a theory for now. I'll figure out the tower's true intentions once I'm stronger. He surveyed the room and continued. Now, let's test out my new powers. Sangjin's eyes turned blood red as he growled, initiating dragonification, and his body immediately underwent a startling transformation. The change began with his hands, morphing into sharp claws. In his abdomen, a bright red orb glowed intensely, writhing for a moment before completing the transformation. Han Sang-yoon lowered his head and muttered to himself, I thought it wasn't going to happen. He examined every detail of his transformed body, then broke into a joyful grin. But this, dragonification, honestly, it doesn't make me look like a dragon, but it does give off a strong, villainous vibe. Looking at the bizarre outfit, he wanted to scream, feeling like a lizard man. He thought to himself, though surprised by the sudden transformation, before he could finish lamenting, the system continued to notify him. His remaining mana would double for 10 minutes. Dragon traits will manifest for 10 minutes, and all mana abilities will increase during that time. Meanwhile, Sang-yoon curiously stomps his foot, shaking the earth. Sensing this intense power, he realizes not only has his body changed, but his senses have been enhanced, and his magic abilities have improved. He can perceive everything around him without using fire dragon eyes. That reckless act went too far, and seeing the surroundings gradually burning, he froze, realizing breathing fire was no longer a joke. After checking a few functions, he deactivated dragonification. Immediately, the system announced that the unique dragonification ability had been deactivated and could not be used again for 8 hours. He calculated that with 10 minutes of use and 8 hours of cooldown, he could only use it once per battle. Suddenly, Gayam Chungu appeared, complaining of a splitting headache and wondering what happened to the waiting room. Startled by the sudden voice, he turned to her and asked if she was feeling better. Then Chungu replied, Yeah, I don't know what you did, but the sword's energy is stronger. She stared blankly at the blue light emanating from her body and said, Wait, it's not just that. Now I can control the sword's consciousness. There's no problem anymore. I don't know what you did, but my condition has improved, she exclaimed. I've imbued you with indestructibility. Chungu was stunned. But how could she just let it go? The girl with the fiery red eyes suddenly gasped and gritted her teeth. There's no point in asking a madman who dares to fight a god. I knew you were crazy, but you're even more so than I imagined. From what I've heard, you're just a challenger on the 10th floor from a minor dimension. But for a challenger from a minor dimension, you're unusually strong and unnecessarily involved with divine beings. And I know a few things as well. Hearing this, he falters and wonders, What do you know? Chungu quickly asks. Seonen's Black Heart. You're one of the tower's chosen candidates, which is why you're connected to divine beings. I thought you were normal, but boy, was I wrong. Turns out it fits everything he said. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to resolve my doubts about the tower and the gods. You probably have a lot of questions like, what are candidates? What's the tower's purpose? And why are the gods wary of you? But I can't meet your expectations? He asks, realizing it's because of the tower's restrictions. Suddenly Chungu sadly confirms, That's right, even if you fail the challenge and die, I don't want your soul to be destroyed. Seeing her kindness, he asked suspiciously, So what now? He thought to himself, disappointed that neither the administrator nor Jam Chungu, who resided within the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, were free to provide information, even though he already knew that. Suddenly, she coldly turned away and said, However, I can tell you one thing. No matter what happens now or in the future, there is only one thing the tower wants from you. Curious, he asks what it is, and Chungu looks up at him, saying it's to constantly grow stronger and defeat all opponents. That is all the tower wants from you and the other candidates. A moment later, Sangyun's mind was floating on cloud 9. Perhaps the tower chose me from the start, but I'm the one who wants to climb it. Or at least, that's what I believe. She said, You probably know this already, but while you climbed here through your own efforts, it also depended on the opponents the tower gave you. An resolutely said, I know the tower at least doesn't want to harm me. Chungu smiled. You catch on quick. No wonder you didn't know, being newly selected as a candidate on the M floor. Suddenly Sangyun coldly said, So I shouldn't ask anymore. I'll resolve all my doubts when I'm stronger, right? Hearing this, she was stunned and asked, Trembling, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. The more I see you, the more I regret that you weren't born in my country. If you came from the martial arts dimension, you'd be the strongest right now. Suddenly, the fiery sword and the sea sword beside him automatically sprung out, plunging heavily into the ground. Seizing the moment, Chungu leaps toward the blazing sword, declaring, I'll make you my disciple. My sect is the holy sect. Want to learn the blood demon divine art? I'm a bit bored, so I want to do this. Having a disciple will amuse me. But Sion overcomes her charm, saying, "No, miss, I can't." Her pride shattered, she stares in disbelief and demands an explanation. "If you learn the Blood Demon divine art, you'll become even stronger. Having made it this far, you must know the power of this martial arts dimension's techniques." Undeterred, she shakes Sionen's body, but he can only resign himself to answering. "Yes, I know." But his confession only seemed to anger her more. "You must know the cultivation methods there are far superior to those in the lower dimensions, so why did you refuse?" Unlike Chunu's madness, Sangyun was unusually calm as he said, "I know because I learned martial arts from an administrator. But if you learn special internal energy using mental cultivation, you'll be limited to learning that instead of other martial arts." "I see." She wondered, "Wait, who did you learn it from? Seriously? You just casually dropped, 'Oh, I already have a master. It's an administrator.'" She could only force a smile. "I thought I'd finally found a disciple after all this time, but it seems I've lost the opportunity to someone who doesn't even know it." As if struck by a brilliant idea, Sanun exclaims, "Ah, I just remembered. I learned a technique called the Supreme Blood Art," Chungu exclaimed in confusion. "What the hell?" he thought. "Right, you mentioned the Blood Demon art, you descendant of the Blood Demon sect." She pressed him, demanding how he could have learned something only available to the sect's descendants, but he gave a vague answer. Somehow, that's how it is. Suddenly, his necklace glows. So it was thanks to that he changed outfits. Seeing its harmless effect, she scorned it. A gift from the Vermilion family woman. I don't like it, but it suits you. My disciple, I shall now begin teaching you martial arts." And so Chungu begins his lesson. In short, the Blood Demon art isn't exactly martial arts. It's closer to magic. As she said this, she held up a jade bottle that radiated a brilliant red magic. "The Blood Demon art can convert mana into blood, meaning I no longer need to be injured to obtain large quantities of it. Although Jam Chungu boasts about it like it's the greatest martial art, it's just a number of techniques including using blood to heal or control it." But Sanjin worriedly thought, "The problem is the overlap with Bloodseeker and the weak blood I possess." "Able to use magic," she laughed, saying with a contemptuous tone, "What do you think my martial arts are?" Despite her maniacal laughter, he calmly thought that the core of the Blood Demon art was similar to his own ability. Maintaining his serious demeanor, Syl cracked his knuckles to warm up, then unleashed a blazing red aura beyond imagination, leaving her in awe of such insane power. "He's surpassed the power of the Blood Demon art," she nervously asks. Is that enough?" "So, I was right?" Long thought to himself, "There's no monster like him." "Now what?" Sanung replies. "What else? We continue climbing the tower, of course." Is she asking a stupid question because she hasn't adapted yet? Of course she is. He hesitates, reminding him that he just completed a trial, not letting the girl finish her sentence, and asking if he won't rest. He coldly replied, "No, I can't stop for this. I need to become stronger." He vowed to become strong enough that no one could stop him, not even the moon god. Suddenly, the system announced that the 17th floor trial had begun, with a difficulty level of hard. The trial's theme is slaughter within 7 days, and the condition for success is to kill all enemies within the time limit and reach the end of Tianvo Palace. But failure means death or running out of time, while success grants an elixir of cultivation, and failure means death. Suddenly, darkness descends, and he's surrounded by nothing. Songjin tries to stay calm, but he can't see a thing. "The darkness is numbing my senses. What the hell?" The sword spoke, "This will be difficult. You must be careful, as you never know when you'll be attacked." Suddenly, the system chimed in, announcing the activation of the Fire Dragon Eyes skill, and he paused, observing his surroundings. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total. His eyes carefully scanned his opponents, but before he could finish his thought, someone launched a surprise sword attack that nearly hit his head. Luckily, his strong sixth sense allowed him to dodge in time, leaving the man stunned. The great earthworm loudly chanted a spell, and holy light immediately sparked with a red flash. "So, we're in a cave. Using holy light here would be a disadvantage." Suddenly, a beam of light pierces the cavern, blinding everyone as they struggle to see who's there. It was Sun. He sternly approached them, circling around to observe. Mount Hua, Shaolin Temple, a shaman, the Heavenly Demon Church, the Triads. What a combination. Chungu adds, "When facing people in the martial world, you need to be more vigilant. Furthermore, since the theme is slaughter, you must avoid repeating enemies or threats, ignoring advice." Sion bravely declares, "If you're going to fight, then come at me all at once." Hearing his reckless challenge, Chungu wondered, "Hey, disciple, you're confident in challenging them? You're all going to die anyway, and he's the only one who dares to challenge this group of people. He really doesn't want to live anymore." The crowd angrily shouted, Hey, you madman! And so, thanks to the holy teachings and the blood demon arts, Hansen defeats his opponents with a single move, despite them surrounding Sanjun, who easily breaks free. The power of the holy teachings, when activating the demon god arts, triples all stats of the user who casts the technique on this 17th floor. And so, Sion sends every opponent to their maker as the system announces his stats have increased twofold. An unfortunate youth, unaware of his place, groveled before Sang-yoon, begging for mercy. We're both challengers, so let's work together. Without a second thought, Han Sang-yoon brought his sword down, delivering a fatal blow to the man's head, and the system announced that all stats had increased by 1. As he pulled his sword from the unfortunate soul's head, Han Sang-yoon simply said that he was going to die anyway, so there was no point in wasting time talking to him. With that done, Sang-yoon checked if the system had anyone else for him to send off. It was then that the system announced that challenger Han Sang-yoon had overcome the poisonous insect path of the Cheonmu Palace. As it spoke, the surrounding ground began to distort. A gateway quickly appears, and looking toward the light on the other side, Sanjun feels the trial was too easy, as if the administrators boosted his abilities. No trial should be this easy. No wonder he's Sun, handsome and powerful, and with a generous reward, he confidently strides through the gate. But as he walked forward, Jam Chun-gu's voice echoed through the footsteps. "Hey, Han Sang-yoon, I'll remember this." Sang-yoon, confused, asked what she meant. But as Jam Chun-gu emerged from the holy sword, Sun gasped in shock. This reaction makes Jam Chun-gu wonder why Sang-yoon is acting this way. "Hold on, why did you scream when you saw me?" Sanjun couldn't help but say, "If you're going to come out, give me a warning instead of just popping out like that. Do you have any idea how close you came to killing me?" "Shrink down, even if it's to the size of a child." Sun's orders are met with a blank stare, followed by a smug declaration, "Who I transform into and when I leave is my business." Sanjun's expression darkens, deciding not to argue and instead returns to the original topic. Jam Chun-gu honestly replied that she remembered where she was and why the warriors were appearing, which made Sang-gun understand the issue. That's right, sometimes the tower recreates those events, so he asks her if this is one of those instances. She confirms that this is indeed the Heavenly Martial Palace. Centuries ago, the Sword Emperor was known as the strongest martial artist, possessing countless secret arts beyond the 17th floor. Hans Gyun realizes that only those who desire the Sword Emperor's secrets have made it this far. Jam Chun-gu confirms that many powerful people seek those secrets, so this place is always full of the corpses of challengers. Furthermore, the martial arts he left behind could suit many people, and with just a short period of training, one could grasp some of its achievements, so she warned Sion to be careful. Those who desire such secrets are typically powerful, and among them is one known as a once-in-a-millennium genius. Speaking of which, Jam Chun-gu recalled a person with long purple hair, pale skin, and dangerously dark eyes. Even after all these years, she could still remember the faint scent of blood that clung to that person. It's right in front of her, a presence she can clearly sense within the Heavenly Martial Palace. Sanjun listened silently, but when his name wasn't mentioned, his expression turned serious, and he asked Jam Chun-gu if she didn't remember who it was. She says it's been so long she can't recall clearly, but between you and that person, she's unsure who is stronger, so be extremely careful. Just then, the two stood before the gates of the Cheonmu Palace. Sangun suddenly asks, "So the scent of blood is coming from here?" Jam Chun-gu confirms that while it's faint, it's definitely the source. Hearing this, Sanjun declares he will end this and forcefully pushes open the massive gate, entering. The system immediately announces that Han Sangjun has entered the Dark Sky Path of the Heavenly Martial Palace, initiating the penalty for entering the Dark Sky Path. Here, all internal energy, meridians and senses are temporarily nullified, and one's mind's eye vanishes. Sangjun is surprised to find a dark room here. This trial is far more severe than the path of poisonous insects. Hansen immediately activates the adaptation effect of his B+ rank explorer's light combat gloves. Having this item is perfect for this situation, and Sun is pleased that, in addition to adapting, it can also neutralize the Black Heaven Order's prohibitions. The system then mentions Sanjun's mission: find a path in the darkness and choose only the first 4 people to escape the Black Heaven Order. The number of eliminated contestants will reduce the darkness, and in these conditions, Han Sang-yoon knows it's time to activate his Fire Dragon Eyes. Instantly, all the paths in the darkness are revealed, and Sang-yoon observes that the cave is quite large and populated. Now that the darkness is no longer a problem, all that's left is to find a way out. He then activates his Sixth Sense, a skill that helps him regain his bearings and sense the presence of opponents. It's safe to say that in a battle, Han Sung-yoon's Fire Dragon Eyes and Sixth Sense are the strongest, so all that's left is to follow the path laid out before him. Because the difficulty of this trial lies in the sealing of all senses and vision, without Han Sang-yoon's abilities, all efforts would be in vain. Sang-jin smirks, confident this trial is in the bag, especially with the promise of a fourfold stat boost and a shortcut to the final stage. Hansen suddenly asks, "Gamchun-gu, is that genius here?" But silence is his only answer, leaving Sang-jin to rely on his own abilities. "Fine. I don't know if this genius you mentioned is here, but I'll eliminate everyone else who is." Immediately, the system announced the goal. Kill the lost souls here before they reach the next gate. Meanwhile, in the Black Heaven Road, a battle between challengers has begun, and one man has just finished off his opponent. He, too, is a challenger. Having ended his opponent's life, he gasped and muttered to himself, "Damn it! So this is the library left behind by the strongest, the Sword Emperor? No matter, for the past 60 years of my life, I've done everything I can to become the strongest. Therefore, if I can obtain the Sword Emperor's martial arts, I will stop at nothing. I can endure any humiliation as long as I become stronger. I don't care if I'm evil, despicable, or deceptive. To become stronger, I'll destroy anyone. That's why I must obtain the Sword Emperor's martial arts." But witnessing the scene before him, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Who was that man? Before him, Han Sang-yoon was cutting through the ranks, and as the system notifications chimed, the challenger's feigned death and obscuring darkness began to fade. As Han Sang-yoon dealt with each opponent, a blade suddenly flew toward him. He dodged it just in time and charged straight at the clan member from before. It was a bald, muscle-bound man who roared as he attacked, "I can't let our martial arts fall into the wrong hands." Sang-jin activates his wind-like grace skill, leaping onto the chain of the blade, closing in on the bald man. So he wasn't a genius after all, and he ends him in one swift strike. Having witnessed the scene from beginning to end, the man who had been watching Han Yoon was stunned, thinking, "Impossible. All the recognized swordmasters of the martial world are dead." Hansen now turns his attention to the last man watching him. He puts on a serious face and slowly moves forward, the man believing his senses have become incredibly sharp over his 60 years. That can only be understood when death is near countless times. I can't escape now, I can't fail. If that's the case, he'll resort to his old tricks, begging Luke Von for mercy, pleading for his life, claiming to be weak, with a wife and children to care for, and that without the Sword Emperor's martial arts, he can't survive in this harsh world. But if spared, he'll give it all up and quietly return home. However, his thoughts were far from his words, and a sinister smile crept across his face. He thought, "Ha ha, if you drop your guard, I'll destroy you instantly." But little did he know, Sion possesses the Fire Dragon Eye, a skill that detects lies. So, as soon as his tearful plea ended, Han Sang-yoon knew it was a lie, freezing his expression. Seonen's face darkened, and he coldly said, "If I let you live, you'll kill me the moment I drop my guard. I've been watching the dirty tricks you've been using on others. Though I'm obsessed with becoming strong, no matter how weak I am, no matter how hard I struggle, even if I don't seem to be getting any stronger, rather than growing stronger in such a dirty way, you should just die." Sion aimed the sword and delivered the final blow. The system announces that all strays have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have completed the Reaper's Special Guidance Challenge. Instant Acceleration B has leveled up, as has Graceful as the Wind A. Sixth Sense B has also leveled up. After hearing the system's notification, Sang-jin continues down the pre-laid blue path, musing that so many skills must have leveled up because he killed so many people. But Jam Chun-gu, standing next to Sang-jun, didn't respond. Sang-jun then asked about Jam Chunu, but that bastard was nowhere to be found. Sang-yun paused mid-sentence, as Jam Chun-gu revealed a look of pure exhilaration. He. It's been so long since I've tasted this much blood. What a thrill. At the same time, the system announces that the A-rank Heavenly Blood Demon Sword skill has absorbed blood, increasing the item rank to A+. Sang-yun, seeing Jam Chun-gu's reaction, could only sigh. The important thing now wasn't that genius, but observing how strong the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword had become after its evolution. Suddenly enraged, Jam Chun-gu confronts Sang-jun, his expression accusatory as he calls out, "Han Sang-jun." Sang-jun replies, "What?" Jam Chun-gu looks displeased. "Do you see me as a tool?" Hearing this, Jam Chun-gu immediately retorted, "You can read my thoughts?" Hearing this, Jam Chun-gu angrily confirmed, "Yes, I read your blasphemous thoughts, so if you want help, at least respect me." Suddenly, the system announces that you've cleared the Heavenly Martial Hall of Hwakcheondu, and you've met the requirements to open a shortcut. The light heavenly path has opened, and a gate to it appears before them. Sangyun felt this was opportune, but even as partners, was it okay to have a gate like this in the beast origin martial forest? Still, Jiam Chungu had never seen this before either, so perhaps there were special conditions. Sionin remained silent, and Jiam Chungu continued, "That's not important. Don't treat me like a tool just because we're partners." Sangyun, wide-eyed, calls out Jiam Chungu's name, who returns the gaze, but Sangyun's expression shifts to a wide, gleeful grin as he rolls up his sleeves, saying, all right, no need to be sad, let's go." Jiam Chungu can only helplessly deny being sad, but Sangyun persists, asking if she can smell the genius's blood, prompting Jiam Chungu to ignore his antics. Meanwhile, at Guancheon Temple, Sionin dodges beams of light raining down from above, complaining, "Hey, Jiam Chunu, I came this way because you said you could smell blood. What is this? If it keeps up like this, I'm logging out." Jiam Chungu simply laughed. "Look at you, this is what happens when you treat me like a tool." Sanyun, not bothering to argue, desperately retaliates, destroying the light beams and activating a counterattack shield. Then, a deafening explosion erupts, plummeting towards Hanzani, but luckily, Sanyun dodges in time. He didn't forget to blame her. "I almost died, but where's the temple? Why were there just beams of light constantly attacking me?" Jiam Chungu gloats as Zhangjun takes a beating, then explains, "This is the Celestial Realm. Sword Emperor, you created the Heavenly Martial Palace, and it seems you secretly created this place after infusing it with divine power." She punctuates her explanation with triumphant laughter. "The lights attacked because this is a shortcut filled with obstacles and traps." Sangjun agrees, knowing what kind of person the Sword Emperor is, and shouts that he's insane. At the same moment, the 4 light bosses prepared to charge directly at Sun, and he immediately activated his counter-shield skill. And so, the light attacks rebounded, but these were no ordinary beams. They even cracked his shield. The system announces that the counter-shield has been destroyed, nullifying any counterattacks. "I've used up all my counter-shields and can't use them anymore." Sangyun gritted his teeth, realizing there was only one option left. "Jiam Chungu, use all your support skills." As Sion drew his holy sword, she asked, "What are you planning to do?" Sangyun simply replied, "Everything here seems like an unrecognizable void. In this endless place, the only way to overcome it," Han Sanyu said with a determined look, "destroy this place." Jiam Chungu was no longer surprised by his expression. "This is beyond frustrating," she says, then abruptly asks, "Didn't you have something to tell me?" Sun glances over, wondering what she'll ask, but Jiam Chungu immediately snaps, "I'm talking about you seeing me as a tool, not a partner. And to top it off, there's no respect." In such a dire situation, Hans Gyeon, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, "Jiam Chungu, this isn't the time to discuss this. If I get hit by those holy rays, it's game over." But Jiam Chungu seems incredibly insistent on getting an answer from Han Sang-gyun. So, Sang-gyun had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply with her stubbornness, suddenly shouting, "I apologize for always disrespecting you, and I promise I won't see you as a tool anymore." Only then was Jiam Chungu satisfied. "Very well, I will grant you special forgiveness." At the same time, the system announced the activation of the soul enchantment skill of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, a grade A+ magic burst. Now, all of your body's magic will increase, and the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's grade A. Thought acceleration. Soul enchantment skill has also been activated, making you think faster. Next, the Blood Demon Sword's soul control skill, Minor Heart B, is activated, creating a portion of cat magic to aid in the steps of magic. Waiting for all skills to activate, the moment arrives. Hansen immediately says, "Let's go," and Jiam Chungu replies, "Trust me." Hans and she were a sight to behold, fighting together in perfect harmony. But a meteor was hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Sangjun immediately activates his combat focus, increasing his concentration 7-fold, as Hansen quickly escapes the meteor explosion and activates radiant light. Together, they unleashed a devastating attack on the meteor, as a ray of Cyanin's light pierced through the explosion. Activating the celestial movement skill, their combined counterattack struck the meteor head-on, creating a lightning bolt that tore across the sky and through the clouds, culminating in a spectacular explosion in mere seconds. The system announces that the destructible limit has disappeared. Sanjun breathes a sigh of relief, only to discover that the sky is gradually cracking and shattering. Stunned, Sangyun says, "We did it." Jiam Chungu responds in surprise, "Really?" Then the system officially announced that the Sword Emperor had decided he had completed the inheritance test and delivered the words of the Dark God, who congratulated challenger Han Sang-gyun while applauding enthusiastically. along with the examiner, God who warned the Sword Emperor not to do anything rash. And then the jealous dragon god said, "Why give him the inheritance trial and not me?" The emperor chuckled, telling everyone to leave him be. Sangyun agreed with the Sword Emperor's decision, hoping they would all disappear. Seeing the administration in chaos, Jam Chun-gu immediately rebuked Sun, asking what he did to cause such an uproar. Suddenly, Han Sangyun wanted to ask Jam Chunu something. "Hey, Jam Chunu." She looked at him, acknowledging his call. Before Sun could finish, the system announced that the true heavenly path had opened, and a gateway appeared. Seeing this, Han Sangyun tried to brush it off and urged them to move on to the next point, leaving her puzzled and asking him to repeat himself. But Han Sangyun simply replied that it was nothing, and so they both headed to the next location as the system announced their arrival at the sacred hall of the true heavenly path. The scene shifts to the true heavenly path, where the air is so fresh that even the protagonist exclaims how peaceful it is. And Jam Chun-gu agrees, saying that it seems they can relax a bit. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the final temple. "We meet at last," she says, drawing Sionan's attention. An elegant and beautiful woman appears, remarking on the difficulty of his journey. The fighter Han Sangun, that she then introduces herself as the Sword Light Emperor, founder of this sacred martial hall. "Congratulations on passing the hidden gate." Han Sangun immediately ran towards the Sword Emperor and asked, "Was that gate from earlier a test?" She replied, "Yes, and you did very well." After hearing that, Sangyun thought the final test was over and he'd receive his reward, but the Sword Empress interrupted, saying there was one more test. Sangyun retorted, "Then why did you call me here?" At this point, the sword official put on a display of affection, saying, "Don't be angry, I just wanted to see you. You don't know the trouble I went through with all the other gods wanting you." Sangyun thought she must be crazy. Then the sword deity appeared and said, "Although I truly wish to speak with you more, you still have one test remaining, and I myself will teach you martial arts and some exercises if you pass." The sword deity continued to persuade Hansen. "Though it may be difficult, I believe you will surely pass the test before you." Immediately, before Sun could collect himself, the Sword Emperor quickly teleported him to the martial arts school of the Heavenly Path. The system updates him that he has entered the Heavenly Path training grounds, where only one person can receive the Sword Emperor's martial arts. Suddenly transported here, Han Sanyun feels that the sword god is too overbearing and immediately turns to ask Yam Chungu where this is, but she simply replies to look ahead. As Sangyun looked ahead, he saw two people fighting, but in an instant, one of them was struck down. Jam Chungu emerged from the sacred ground with a serious expression, confirming that the person before them was full of bloodlust. Hearing that, 59 immediately knew this was the genius they'd spoken of. Jam Chungu confirmed it, and suddenly the opponent glanced over at them. With just one icy glare, both Han Sangyun and Jam Chungu were instantly stunned. They could feel the immense pressure emanating from their opponent. Jam Chungu, retreating back into the holy paradise, warned Sun, "This is beyond human. You better be careful, because if you make one mistake, you'll pay for it with your life." Suddenly, the genius spoke up. "Could someone here be preparing to face me? Are you two here to seek the martial arts of the Sword Emperor?" Seeing that terrifying expression, Han Sangyun's face turned cold. He was on high alert, and seeing no one answer, she revealed her murderous intent. "Looks like you want to die." Suddenly, a direct blow from his opponent cuts across Han Sangyun's neck before he can even react, but just as victory seems assured, the opponent is shocked. The system announces that the S+ rank Nameless God's Protective Bracelet's unique defense effect has been activated. Thanks to that protective bracelet, Sanyun escaped death's door, but it can only be used 3 times. Caught off guard, Han Sangjun retreats, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow thanks to the bracelet of the Nameless God. Not to be outdone, she praises the protective bracelet's display, saying, "Oh, so you can survive my deathly strike unscathed." It's unclear what triggered her senses, but she's clearly enjoying herself, saying, "I see, unlike this wretched place. You seem to be an interesting one." And with that, she suddenly lunged forward, striking at Sanjun, who immediately retaliated, and the two began to fight. Judging by his stance and attacks, she finds herself intrigued by Han Sangjun, claiming she's never been interested in anyone like him before. But Han Sangyun, sensing something amiss, retorted, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for my name?" Instead of answering, she simply said, "You act as if you don't know who I am." With that, she swung her sword at Hansen, the force of which pushed him back a few steps in defense. He retorted, "Then I have no desire to tell my name to someone like you. To be killed by someone you've just met. It's reasonable, and even your opponent would agree." That's right, I think so too." She then spun her sword and introduced herself, "I am the greatest of the demonic path. You have defeated countless challengers and stand above them all. I am the heavenly demon now and forever. Immediately, she took a battle stance as the system warned Han Sang-yoon that he was facing a powerful opponent, activating his unyielding will skill, the mythic battlefield trial effect, and the David versus Goliath special support effect. After a few exchanges, Sang-yoon understood why Jam Chun-gu said she was so full of bloodlust, and Jam Chun-gu reaffirmed that this opponent was truly bloodthirsty. But don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you. Han Sang-yoon was a little surprised to hear this from Jam Chun-gu. Suddenly, a sword lunges forward. Sang-yoon narrowly dodges it as the heavenly demon expresses his admiration for Han Sang-yoon. Sang-jun, however, bore a striking resemblance to her father, and the heavenly demon's face twisted into a terrifying visage. She admits to killing her own father to become the cult leader, a truly memorable moment. But luckily for me, you've appeared. With that, the heavenly demon unleashes a flurry of attacks on Siwoon. The strike sends Han Sang-jun flying, crashing into rubble as the heavenly demon, cold as ice, notes that he must hail from a stronger heavenly path school. I want to see just how far you'll go. And with that, the heavenly demon began to barrage him with questions. Have you ever killed your own family, betrayed allies, or even slaughtered countless people? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Because if you were my equal, you would have killed countless people. Suddenly, Han Sang-yoon's deep voice uttered two disgusting words. Heavenly demon. What did you say? Shiyun continued. Let me tell you this. I also want to become as strong as you, but there is one boundary that I must never cross. Rather than betray and kill to become stronger, I would rather choose death. Han Sang-yoon's body is now encased in crimson dragon armor, engulfed in roaring flames, creating a completely new form, as the surrounding aura grows heavier than ever. The system announces the activation of the unique dragonification ability, shaking the very space around them. Chuan couldn't believe his eyes as flames engulfed them both, creating a brutal arena. Chan Yusen swiftly unleashed a flurry of gleaming sword strikes, evading attacks with incredible agility and speed, his cold eyes betraying confidence even as he was forced into defense. That fire is incredibly hot, but it's not even enough to scratch me. Meanwhile, the two clash, swords and fists, meeting in a symphony of fire and steel. And then the fiend Yu Sun sneered, his voice laced with sarcasm and challenge. Oh, so you have an interesting outfit, do you? But what difference does that make? At that moment, a notification sound echoes. The heavenly demon, Yu Sun, unleashed his sword heart skill, a wave of dark energy erupting from his blade as he struck, but Han Sang-jun narrowly dodged the blow. Hansen refused to back down and charged forward, prompting a sinister smile from Yu Sun. The two became entangled in a furious battle, with every blow finding its mark. Each clash of sword and fist shook the very air around them as the system's voice continued to chime, the bracelet blocking attacks you couldn't. You have two uses left. The ground cracks beneath them, and flames erupt from the fissures, creating a scene of chaos and brutality. Yusan smirks. You have so many skills to entertain me. Breathing fire like a dragon, dodging attacks with impossible skill. Even after taking a hit, I hope you'll continue to entertain me as you are now. Immediately, Yusan's sword is aimed directly at Han Sang-gyun. He barely dodges. That mind sword is troublesome indeed. Han Sang-gyun is wary. It's strong and fast. He doesn't even have a chance to swing his sword. If he learned it, he could become stronger. But how could he use that move? Just as he was about to give up, Jam Chun-gu spoke up, his heart full of concern. What surprised Han Sion? Jam Chun-gu continued to explain as divine power filled Long's heart. That would elevate you to a higher level. The thought struck him again. If that's the case, then perhaps, Jam Chun-gu said decisively. Yes, you're right. Her killing her own father to become the leader must have instilled fear deep into the subconscious of countless people. So it must be divine power fueled by the fear of the masses. In other words, the driving force behind her heart sword is the divine power she's accumulated in her heart. Look closely at her heart, and you'll see the path of her sword. And if you follow that path, you can wield that heart-piercing sword with your own divine power. Opening a chance for him to transcend his limits, his eyes gleam with determination. I understand. A system notification chimes, activating the combat focus skill, and Han Sion furrows his brow, hardly believing his eyes. Wait, I can see it now. I can see the sword's path coming from her heart. I'll observe, evade, and perfectly replicate the heavenly demon's sword heart technique. Without hesitation, Hans Yun moves his sword towards her. Yusan barely dodged the attack. So this is the feeling. Now the heart sword is definitely easier to evade. For a moment, Yusan looked surprised, but quickly regained her composure, a strange smile spreading across her face. I can't believe you've mastered the mind sword in such a short time. You're making me even more excited. Han Sion retorted, There's nothing to be excited about. I just learned the Mind Sword. The system activates the Absolute Seal special effect of the Godly Jade, sealing the heavenly demon Yusan's most powerful abilities, including her holy power and certain skills. Yusan's divine power seems to be completely suppressed. 29 minutes and 59 seconds remain until the seal is lifted. He smirks, knowing he will end this battle now, putting a stop to it once and for all. Hansen attacks, ready to return the favor, boosting his sword's power with dragonfire to take her down. His blade flashes, imbued with condensed holy power, and slashes towards his opponent. Suddenly, Han Sangyun is stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The attack had no effect? Jam Chun-gu warned him, and Hansen retreated. He immediately retreated, confusion creeping into his mind. What was that? Just now, I felt her body was incredibly hard, making it difficult to inflict damage. What else is she hiding besides the Mind Sword? Yusan suddenly speaks. After you sealed my sword heart and attacked me with all your might, I didn't expect you to fall so short. And the system announces that Heavenly Demon Yusan has activated Body Chi Protection. Her voice is calm but laced with contempt. I'm a little disappointed this time, but now you're going to have to entertain me more, because if you don't, I might accidentally kill you. Han froze. The atmosphere has shifted. Danger is near. Far from the battle between Hans Gyun and John Yusan, the wind whispers through the clouds, carrying a serenity found nowhere else. But in her mind, a thought lingered. Did he make good use of the reward she gave him? The Sword Emperor wondered if he'd given it to him as a reward for overcoming the difficult trial in the previous quest. He couldn't say the item would be used to its fullest potential, but he hoped he would use it well. Back in the fight, Sunyun felt unease wash over him, and Yusan asked, "Where's that spirit you had before? At this rate, you're done for." Chuan lunges forward with terrifying speed. Damn it, I can't tell where she's attacking from. I can't even see her after using the Dragon Eye. How can this be? And what is that floating in front of me? A notification appears, asking him to mark the target, but Hans is annoyed, unable to understand. So how can he mark what he can't see? He felt a wave of disappointment, unable to mark anything even if he wanted to, as Jam Chun-gu reminded him. Sangjun, if you can't see her, close your eyes and focus your senses. You may be a novice, but you're a powerful and extraordinary challenger. I believe in you. Hans Gyun felt motivated, telling himself, "That's right, Chanchunu, I have to focus." And then he activated his sixth sense, visualizing her sword energy, tracking and shaping it in his mind. There she is. He locks onto the Heavenly Devil for Yusan, activating the artifact's lightsaber effect, leaving him even more astonished. What is this? When did I achieve this? And one final announcement. The swords will now automatically pursue your chosen target. Hansionen felt a strange surge of power within him, as if a new energy was awakening his hidden potential. He doesn't know where this power came from, but he needs to focus now. He said, his eyes fixed on the troll Yusun, whom he had struggled to understand. Now, she just needed to stand still. He raised his hand, orchestrating them like a conductor leading a symphony, and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Chuan, but Yusun stood firm, her eyes unwavering. Is that truly all the strength you possess? Hans Jun sensed the challenge in her words. What are you saying? Each of John Yuan's strikes landed with the precision and calm of a seasoned warrior. The system chimes again, activating the unique defense priority effect of the Nameless God's Guardian Bracelet, blocking an unblockable attack with only one use remaining. What was that attack just now? I can't afford to get distracted. I need to attack again with Heartsword as fast as possible. And then, an intense battle unfolds once more like a storm, sweeping away everything around them. The system notified him just in time. Yusan had activated her aura armor. Hansen and Chuan were like two flames, burning bright and scorching everything in sight. But Chan Yusan didn't back down, countering immediately with strikes as sharp and powerful as any blade. A notification echoes in Hansen's mind. The unique defense prioritizing effect of the Nameless Divine's bracelet has been activated. The unblockable attack has been blocked by the Guardian's bracelet. The bracelet of the Nameless God has been destroyed. Its use is exhausted. Tran Yusun stood firm, her face betraying no fear. A mocking smile playing on her lips, her eyes gleaming with smugness. You said you'd kill me, but all you've shown are boring skills. If you're out of moves, prepare to die. Just then, a system notification rang in his head. The Heavenly Demon Chun has activated her dynamic Heaven Sword skill. Hansionen senses the shift, a surge of power from the technique she's unleashed. This overwhelming bloodlust is making it hard to even stand. I can't let her control me with her killing intent. This is bad. Can I use my divine power to resist this intense pressure? Hansengun takes a deep breath, trying to calm his mind, telling himself to stay focused. She's coming. He opened his eyes, his gaze burning with a newfound power surging within him. She's too fast. But just as he thought he'd found his rhythm, the light blades of the troll Yusan lashed out with blinding speed. An unexpected strike hit his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through him as the system's light enveloped him, activating the dying skill, erasing his fatal wound. Your senses are temporarily amplified and the effects of other skills have been enhanced. Cooldown time is 1 week. Han growled. Determination won't let me fall. Looks like that's your last trick. He suddenly realized he felt no hope of winning. He was simply being toyed with by this demonic fiend. He focuses all his remaining power into his sword, ignoring his wounds, and charges forward with fierce determination, refusing to fall, believing there's still a chance. Han Sang-gun pours his strength into the blade, reshaping all the skills he's learned. He decides not just to counterattack, but to use everything he has to break through. Yes, as long as I'm alive, there's still a way. A new system notification rings in Han Sang-jun's mind. Achievement unlocked. Beginning of transcendence. The power of sword intent is evolving into advanced sword energy. A surge of new power coursed through him, and looking into Yusuan's eyes, he saw a flicker of surprise cross her face. Oh, so you've learned advanced sword energy. Surprising, but it's useless. Since you've amused me, I'll only use 3 basic moves this last time. Hansen takes a deep breath, refusing to let Yusuan's arrogance cloud his focus. Oh, thanks a lot. With a fiery spirit, he's ready to withstand any attack from Yusun, but the arrogance in her eyes seems to grow even stronger. That's not enough to stop me. What a disappointment. Chuan unleashed a flurry of sword strikes upon Han Sang-gyun. The fierce battle raged on, the light from the blades creating dazzling streaks that mocked the space. Relying on objects instead of your own abilities, there's nothing left for me to expect from you. Fierce clashes echoed as his sword met Chan Yusun's blade, and they continued their deadly dance. Her voice echoed, a reminder that the situation was in her hands. Since I've used 2 moves, there's only 1 left. A sudden sense of unease washes over Hansen, and he tells himself to wake up. Despite his exhaustion, Hansen refuses to fall. Nothing else for it. None of his attacks have worked. Can I even defeat her? Hansen speaks with disdain, noting that I look to be out of fighting shape. Hansen felt the pressure from her words. Why are you looking at me with that expression? Yes, I know that look all too well. Disdain, was that disdain the beginning of this defeat? Hansen awakens, wondering what brought him here. Despite his many failures, he refuses to be scorned, defeated, or oppressed. But it's too difficult. A powerful feeling surges within him, and Jiam Chun-gu suddenly appears. Is it really that simple? Leaving Han Sang-gyun in shock, Jiam Chun-gu explained, I kept calling you, but you didn't listen, so I had to come here myself. I had to read your thoughts while you were feeling helpless. But didn't you already know? You must constantly prove yourself by repeatedly seizing opportunities and growing stronger. Who are you trying to prove your hard-won strength to? Chun-gu's question hits hard, forcing Han Sang-gyun into deep introspection. Chun-yu continues. Why? Han Sang-gyun nodded, determination burning in his eyes. Because I don't want any regrets. I want to be someone who can't be oppressed or stopped by anyone. The ability to stand firm against any hardship, that is what I desire. With the strength of friendship and fierce determination, the 2 warriors stand together, ready to face Chu-sun. Chun-gu understands and pats Han Sang-gyun's shoulder in encouragement, urging him to hurry and defeat her. He said, his voice filled with passion. All right. Hansen takes a deep breath, feeling the divine power coursing through him, his revenge about to begin once more. Seeing Sang-gyun's transformation, the heavenly devil is surprised to feel an immense power surging within him. Could this be the trump card Han Sang-gyun has been hiding until now? Sang-gyun simply retorts, what does she have to do with this? You're going to die anyway. He immediately draws a sword, aiming it at her eyes, determined to send the heavenly devil to meet her ancestors. The heavenly devil scoffs at Han Sang-gyun's last-ditch effort. How pathetic, she sneers. I was going to let you have 3 moves, so hurry up and attack. Provoked, he prepares to strike, unleashing his technique. In an instant, Hans Gyun appeared behind the heavenly demon, shocking her. He immediately activated his aura shield, blocking Hansun's sword strikes. Chan Yusun, the heavenly devil, is intrigued by Hansen's attack, but claims that no matter what he tries, it's useless against her. I must admit, you've achieved immense divine power in such a short time. But is that all? How boring. Show me what else you've got. Sanjiun's expression darkens. As he relentlessly attacked, the heavenly demon Tron Yu-sun defended with a shield while continuing to provoke Han Sang-gyun. Against my aura shield, all your physical attacks are completely useless. Let's see what else you got. Unless you can break through my aura, you'll never touch a hair on my head. Just when victory seemed assured, the system suddenly announced the powerful activation of holy power, and Han Sang-jun and Jam Chun-gu grinned. Before such a display, the eternally single heavenly demon, Ju-sun, is enraged to see those two humans smiling in this situation. Fine, she'll personally send them both to their graves. Suddenly, her aura shield shatters. Han Sang-gyun unleashed a flurry of skills, holy power, the Dongcheon technique, shattering the heavenly demon's aura shield and sending her flying. Her eyes widened, pupils darting as she froze, witnessing Han Sang-gyun and Jam Chun-gu's display. Never imagining her aura shield, a skill meant to defend and negate all others, could be broken. Though primarily a defensive skill, it was supposed to be unmatched. It should have been. Underestimating her opponent's heavenly demon, Yu-san was countered and now collapses at Han Sang-gyun's feet. Clutching her sword, she looked pathetic. The skill she thought invincible now utterly shattered, leaving the heavenly devil vulnerable. But as she activates her divine power, Jemjong says, "Since your aura shield is broken, it can't be restored with divine power." Hearing this, Cheon Yu-san is in disbelief, reaching forward, stammering, "You dare deceive me?" "Is that so?" Sayun simply stared down at the heavenly demon crawling towards him. The heavenly demon couldn't believe that even though he had killed countless people to become incredibly strong, the sword's light still rejected him. "Why you, and not me?" With that, the heavenly demon Chon Yusen breathed his last, collapsing at Sang Yun's feet, who remarked, "I don't have time to explain who's more worthy to a bloodthirsty fiend like you." As he absorbed the heavenly demon's soul, Hansen declared that even the Sword Emperor would agree with him. The system announces Sion has absorbed the soul of the heavenly devil Tron Yusan, increasing his necromancy proficiency by 24.7%. Because he absorbed a soul stronger than himself, the extraction of special privileges begins. Hearing this, Sang-yeon believed this demon was far stronger than him. At the same time, the system announced that he had achieved a judgment extracting power from the soul. Thanks to this, the special power of the S-Class Sky Demon is transferred into the soul of Challenger Han Sang-jun. Jam Chun-gu then says, "It has finally begun. Gather your divine power, for the separation will now begin." Hearing this, Hans asks, "Is this separation the black fog you were referring to?" She replies, "Yes, and it means you've received the power that the heavenly devil spoke of before he died." The system announces that he can choose a divinity, and upon doing so, he will achieve the status of a divine being. Suddenly, a golden door appeared before them, slowly opening. Looking at its radiant light, Han Sang-yun thought he might have a chance, but he never expected it would come to him this way. Suddenly, everything around them changed into a cosmic space, and Sang-jun wondered what the red orb before him was. Then the system announced that choosing the red orb would grant him transcendent divinity, or he could choose the purple orb for dark star divinity, which surprised Han Sang-ju. Then the system mentioned choosing the red orb again for crimson immortal divinity. This was nothing like Hansen imagined. Next, the system asks if he will take the blue orb to choose the harmonious green divine power. Hansen wondered what harmony meant. He began to speculate if this was his chance to become a transcendent being, and he needed to make the right choice. Which one will help me revive? But wait, there's another one? If it's this one, I don't even need to think about it, I'll choose it right away. Seizing the fiery golden orb, Sion hears the system announce that he has chosen transcendent divinity. This will react to the powers of the god of death. You have acquired the unique ability, Eyes of the God of Death. You have obtained the title, God, engraving the SS rank Elementary Divine Authority into Challenger Han Sang-yun's soul, and the SSS rank Unique Transcendent Divine Authority into Challenger Han Sang-yun's soul. The system continues to announce these divine powers. When using divine embodiment, divinity will temporarily rise, allowing you to use divine powers. To merge the system's abilities with divinity and transform them into transcendent powers, Sang-jun is enveloped in streams of light. The powers of the god surge within him. With his rewards in hand, Sang-jun happily exits the divine gateway. Jam Chun-gu appears, noting that the divinity has entered his body, so he must have made his decision. Hans Gyun, seeing her expression, asks if she also chose divinity. Suddenly, Jam Chun-gu fell silent, then revealed that she had destroyed her divinity, causing Sang-gyun to stop dead in his tracks. She continued, "Instead of following a path laid out for me, I destroyed the divinity I received with the promise that one day I would be free." Sang-gyun listened in silence. Jam Chun-gu continued, admitting she hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but being side by side with him wasn't so bad. He is a special being, Han Sang-yun. Hearing Jam Chun-gu's feelings, Sang-gyun was surprised, shyly admitting that having her as a partner wasn't so bad, since she was always there for him whenever he was in danger. So Han Sang-gyun thanked her, saying he would have died without her help. He then gave a playful smile, scratching his cheek in a rare display of bashfulness. Jam Chungu couldn't help but smile, teasingly questioning Sang-gyun's sudden change in behavior. He wasn't like this before. Sang-hyun, teased like this, helplessly avoided her, continuing to beat around the bush. Oh, please, let's just go see what the item is. He secretly vows to get back at the playful girl later. At the next trial location, the system announced the activation of the Iron Tree skill. Sang-hyun picked up an item to examine it, but it seemed useless this time. He wondered if they should destroy it if it wasn't from the heavenly spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, he destroyed the item in his hand, and the system announced that challenger Han Sang-hyun had received a blood contract. So Sang-gyun absorbed the item, activating the power of holy energy, and a brilliant red aura radiated around him. Hansen begins to divide his magic power and convert it into holy power, even gaining the skill the heavenly spirit uses to convert magic power into holy power. Thanks to this skill, he can now instantly generate divine power. A pretty overpowered ability, it seems. However, Gyam Chungu had lost all patience waiting for him to absorb the blood jade and called out Han Sang-gyun's name, asking when he would be finished. Growing impatient, Gyam Chungu complains about the wait, but Sang-gyun says he's ready, inviting him to learn martial arts from the Jade Emperor together. Suddenly, the system announces that the fake Han Sang-gyun has cleared the heavenly path of the heavenly martial palace, and passing through the final gate will grant access to the library. Suddenly, the ground trembled, splitting open to reveal a staircase leading down into the abyss before them. The system announced that upon leaving the library, they would arrive at the final destination of the Cheonmu Hall. Xian felt the display was excessive, while Jam Chun-gu figured it would take half a day to reach the bottom. But Sang-gyun's expression turned sinister, telling her not to worry about it. Jam Chun-gu knew Xun was up to something, asking what scheme he was plotting this time, when suddenly Han Sang-gyun grabbed her wrist, taking her by surprise. Before she could gather her wits, he dragged her into the abyss, eliciting a scream and a scolding for his recklessness, which he brushed off, saying he was too handsome to be petty. Apparently, this was the fastest way down. In an instant, they reached the bottom of the pit, stopping before a massive gate. After Sang-gyun's reckless stunt, Jam Chun-gu was left dizzy, reminding herself never to provoke him again. Han Sang-gyun, pleased with his revenge and teasing, was happy they'd arrived at their destination without wasting half a day. They find themselves in the Heavenly Martial Hall's library, where the resident spirit senses their intrusion and flees. Despite the dilapidated exterior, Sang-gyun is surprised by the library's immaculate interior. Jam Chun-gu readily agreed, noting the complete lack of dust in the study, while Sang-gyun, eyeing the towering stacks of books, lamented the troublesome task of finding the Sword Emperor's martial arts within. He asked Jam Chun-woo if there was a way to find it immediately, but she helplessly replied, "How would I know? Am I a metal detector or something?" Just as Sang-gyun was about to take all the books, Jam Chun-gu reminded the faction next to Han Sang-gyun, and as he turned to ask what was wrong, the Sword Emperor suddenly appeared. With open arms, the Sword Emperor rushed toward Sang-gyun, calling out his name, and embraced him tightly. Han Sang-gyun looked surprised, while Jam Chun-gu, consumed with jealousy, called the scene an ambush. Immediately, the system relayed a message from White Crane Swordmaster to Sword Emperor. "What foolishness are you up to?" Then, Iron-Blooded Tyrant asked if he enjoyed hugging Sang-gyun. His face filled with murderous intent, but the Sword Emperor paid them no mind, focused only on expressing his affection and pride that Han Sang-gyun had made it this far. Meanwhile, as Gyam Chun-gu struggled to pull the thick-faced Sword Emperor off of Han Sang-gyun, Sang-gyun coldly told the Sword Emperor to take his hands off him. Terrified, Sun begs the Sword Emperor to have some self-respect and let him go so they can talk. After some struggle, the Sword Emperor finally releases Sun, only to immediately confront the one who pulled him away. Not one to back down, Jam Chun-gu met the Sword Emperor's intense gaze, who demanded to know who she was and why she was always clinging to Han Sang-gyun. Jam Chun-gu then introduced herself. "I am the 7th Blood Demon." Jam Chun-gu is also the devoted partner of challenger Han Sang-gyun. Sword Emperor Nya then began to provoke, picking her ear with her pinky. "So, she's the master of the Blood Demon sect. I think I've heard that name among the candidates before. But she's already been disqualified as a candidate. And what makes you think you're so great, Sword Emperor?" After being confined to the Cheonmu Hall for so long, her glory days are over. Neither of them is willing to back down. "Enough, both of you. Let's discuss the reward." The Sword Empress immediately obeyed Sun, calling Han Sang-gyun her darling, saying, Yes, you've worked hard to get here, so I must reward you." Then she stood up and walked toward Cyan, produced a book from her sleeve, and said, "This is a secret manual containing my martial arts. If combined with your skills, you can master my martial arts just by reading this book." He began flipping through the book, and halfway through, beams of light shot through Hansen. The system announced that Challenger Hansen had achieved proficiency in close combat and swordsmanship, and proficiency in footwork. His strength, stamina, and movement speed have each increased by 3 points. Songjun glanced at the Sword Emperor and asked, "Is it really okay to increase stats this easily?" The Sword Emperor chuckled and said, "Are you impressed?" Apparently he used the light manipulating artifact I gave Songjun well, so I'm in a good mood. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor was overjoyed, eagerly persuading him that if Han Songjun came to his martial arts dimension, he would have another treasure to give him. With that treasure, he would gain the scattered item search function and be able to create light manipulating artifacts. Surprised, she jumps up, slamming her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Scattered object search?" startling the Sword Emperor and Han Songjun. She points directly at Songjun, saying, "Han Songjun, you should get rid of that scattered object search ability right away, because scattered objects are a collection of precious items that the Sword Emperor stole from the gods. Are you just going to throw everything away for a ticking time bomb like it's nothing?" But Sun simply smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Jamchun. But if I have the power to use it, then I can have it." So if he gains the power to find it, he will. He doesn't think he can just give up that search function. "And even if other gods come looking for me, you have her by your side, right?" She crossed her arms and said, "Well, I actually think that if it's you, you'll definitely be able to handle it yourself." The Swordlight Emperor's mother nodded, pleased with what Sun shared, feeling she hadn't misjudged him and now liked him even more. Then the Swordlight Emperor held out a small orb emitting a blue light, saying, "All right, I'll entrust some of my divinity to the light-controlling artifact, so use it if you ever need it." The Swordlight Emperor began to imbue the light-controlling artifact with a large amount of her magic, as the system announced the activation of the artifact's special effect, Divinity Storage. Jam Chun-gu, arms crossed and legs crossed, said sternly to the Swordlight Emperor that she must be crazy to give away her own divinity. But she didn't care what the Swordlight Emperor was thinking. Hearing this, Sangyun immediately turned to thank the Swordlight Emperor, but wondered why she would go so far for him. The Sword Star then replied that she had no choice but to do so, leaving Sun stunned. The Sword Star Emperor smiled faintly, replying that she couldn't tell him the details. "Consider it more of a contract with the tower, and you'll understand." Hansen listened in silence, as if he understood. Perhaps considering the matter concluded, the Sword Emperor proactively ended the conversation and began to teleport, surrounded by dozens of gusts of wind. Before vanishing, the Sword Emperor urged Han Sangyun to make good use of her light-manipulating artifact, as the system notified him that the Sword Emperor was watching and congratulated him on clearing the 17th floor of the Tower of Trials. Transferring the floor-clearing reward and other points to your inventory, please proceed to the waiting room. After Sanjun entered the 18th floor, the system announced that she had entered the waiting room of the 10th floor and met the conditions. Congratulations. 1,000 people from all dimensions participating in the main tower climb have cleared floor 15. The Spirit Refinement will open an interdimensional event for all dimensions participating in the main tower climb. We now cut to a scene of reality where the static of a recording screen clears and a voice emerges. Is everyone seeing this? Then, a beautiful reporter appears, broadcasting live from above, reporting that a giant maze has appeared in the heart of the city, as the system simultaneously announces its appearance in all dimensions participating in the official climb. This is an optional event, and challengers must form a team to participate. Thousands are scrambling to find teammates, while Jam Chun-gu, in his office attire, stands atop a tower, desperately calling Sangjun. Frantically, she asks, "Why isn't Han Songjun answering?" Then she looks up to see a massive, ancient tree rising in the heart of the city. This is a dire situation, and the system warns that this event may become an interdimensional battle, so participate with caution. The scene shifts to a snow-covered house and sword as a worried Hans Gyeon grits his teeth. The system announces he's received the Heavenly Martial Elixir, restoring all enhanced skills. Meanwhile, Han Sion suddenly appears kneeling in a hurry, facing the iron-blooded administrator, who's propping up her chin, seductively interrogating Han Sangyun. "Looks like you had a good time with the Sword Emperor, huh?" But Sangyun immediately retorted that he was forced. However, the iron-blooded administrator insisted Sangyun answer her question, and Sangyun sincerely apologized to her. She immediately burst into laughter, replying, "All right, since you seem to be reflecting on your mistake, I'll let you off the hook this time." Sangyun was bewildered, saying, "I'm relieved, but I have no idea what's going on." Han Sangyun then asks the administrator if this is why she summoned him, to tell him about the labyrinth. The Iron Bloodway administrator, Qianzhe, solemnly placed his hands on his knees and replied, "That's right. So, I'll tell you about the Great Tree Labyrinth now. This labyrinth is called the Great Tree Labyrinth. And this maze, similar to the tower, has a total of 10 floors. She held up 4 fingers and said, "Of course, the Great Tree Maze has 4 levels. Easy, normal, hard, and extreme." Sangjun thought this Great Tree Labyrinth was insane. The iron-blooded administrator continued, "If you choose the super hard level, you'll lose all your abilities. It's that difficult, but don't worry, because every week you survive, you'll recover 1 skill. Then skill restoration is the best option." The iron-blooded administrator was pleased to hear that. "Very well." Sangjun opened the system window and said, "If the conditions are this difficult, the rewards must be equally worthwhile. Let me check." But contrary to Sangjun's expectations, the system only displayed an error stating that the rewards for the highest difficulty level were unavailable. The iron-blooded administrator, feeling weary, waved his hand, explaining to Sionin that his viewing limit had long expired, and even if he were to personally say more, it wouldn't matter. So he shouldn't bother asking. Hansen understood and stood up, thanking the iron-blooded administrator for the information and promising to do his best. Seeing Sion's determination, the administrator confirmed that he was ready to leave. Hanzian immediately smiles confidently, replying that he can't fall behind with the other challengers already making moves. The iron-blooded administrator gazed at Sion for a long moment, then smiled with satisfaction, noting how much he had changed for the better. Then he waved goodbye, promising to personally teach him a useful technique next time he visited, and wished him well. The system then began updating, confirming the challenger Han Sangjun's desire to return. The regression stone has been absorbed and is returning to Earth as Sionin, sword strapped to his back, checks his missed calls from Heian. Just as he was about to call her before leaving, he received a notification from the system. The Whisper of Fire wanted to speak with challenger Han Sang-yoon. A fiery listening room appeared around Han Sang-yoon's ear. It was a girl's voice. "Hello? 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me clearly?" Hansen quickly responded, "Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. But who is on the other end of the line?" A red-haired girl sits on a plane, sighing and scolding Hansen for being so mean. "Because not only did you forget her, but you also forgot how to greet her after meeting in Japan. That's just mean." And it seems Sionin doesn't recognize the voice, leading to more scolding. "You don't even remember my voice?" Resigned, she reintroduces herself as Catherine Benet. "Don't tell me you've forgotten her name too." Sangjun finally recognizes the person on the other end of the line and quickly replies, "How could I forget? I remember now." Relieved, Catherine cut to the chase, asking him to join her team for the upcoming Labyrinth event, as they had 1 spot left. Sangjun agreed immediately, surprising Catherine, who then learned that he was simply returning the favor for her past help in saving him time finding members. Catherine was impressed by Sangyun's rapid growth and quick thinking. Han Sangyun shyly replied that it was nothing. The two then arranged to meet at the entrance to the maze, and the signal on the other end went dead. Sangyun realized this was why connections were so important. Catherine Benet possessed a power called Fire Extinguish. All of the opponent's abilities will be reduced tenfold, and a random skill will be frozen. The conditions to enter super hard mode and gain the right to restore skills. Having Catherine in a team battle would be a huge advantage. He quickly opened the door, surprised to see Heian out of breath. She regained her composure and looked up at him. She says she called him many times, but he didn't answer, so she rushed over here out of concern. Feeling guilty, Han Sangyun apologizes and explains that he was a little busy, but then he wondered how she got his address. Heian, with her hands on her chest, declared that there's always a way. Sangyun doesn't understand. Isn't leaving considered a crime? Suddenly, Heian grabbed Sangyun's hand and shouted, "But that doesn't matter now. More importantly, the Great Shun Maze has appeared and top challengers from every nation are here because of him," Heian explained as she pulled Sionin forward. She also reveals that his address was leaked, meaning challengers are definitely on their way. Could this be the work of another criminal? Hearing this, Sangyun could only think that Aion was one to talk, as thousands of challengers surrounded the apartment entrance, eager to face him. They all shout that it's the challenger Hans Sangyun. They've found him. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward, shouting an offer. "Greetings, challenger Hans Sangyun. Please join our Eden Guild." Another challenger then appeared, declaring, "He's already mine. Stay out of this. Don't try to take him from me." Just as Heian feared it was too late to escape, Sangyun suddenly grabbed her shoulder, saying, "Sorry." She turned to him, calling his name, Han Sangyun. But before she could process it, he swept her into his arms, cheerfully declaring, "Let's run," causing her to scream in surprise. In an instant, Sangyun swept her into his arms and leaped into the sky, soaring over skyscrapers before landing without a scratch. As he checked to see if they were being followed, Hyun's weak voice spoke. Dizzy and disoriented, she begged Sangjun to put her down. "Put me down, I'm so dizzy." He hastily apologized for moving too fast, while Haeyeon, not listening, vomited a rainbow-colored liquid. And just as Sangjun mentions she doesn't need to prepare anything, he reveals he's already formed a party, causing Aeon to freeze and turn to reprimand him. She came all this way, worried about him, but was it all for naught? Sangjun apologizes and promises to contact her as soon as possible next time. She nodded in agreement, jumping right into the main topic. "So, are you heading into the labyrinth now?" Sangjun turned to face the Eastern Palace with determination. "Yes, since I'm already at the entrance, I'll head in now." The system announces his entry into the Great Tree Labyrinth's entrance area, and before he goes, she gives him a light tap on the shoulder, reminding him to be careful during this trial. "Han Sangjun, remember not to push yourself too hard." Then she gives him an encouraging smile. Sangjun, seeing that smile, felt a stirring in his heart and reassured her with conviction. "I know, I'll be careful." With that, he vanished into the labyrinth. The system chimed. "You have entered the Great Tree Labyrinth." The scene shifted to the labyrinth's arena. Sangjun surveyed the spears around him, now standing before the gate to the Crimson Moon trial when Catherine's voice suddenly echoed. Sion turned back to see Catherine, Seung-hoon, and Chon-suk, who greeted him. "Long time no see. How have you been?" Sangjun replied, "It's been a while. So, are we all on the same team?" What Sun didn't expect was to see S-rank hunter Kim Seung-hoon join the battle. Seung-hoon looked at Sangjun and said, "I'm glad you came." Sangjun surveyed the group, still feeling this was the best decision. As Catherine asked Seung-hoon what difficulty level he was considering, Hansen immediately responded, "Let's go with the hardest difficulty. We don't know what the rewards will be, but the only way to ensure a higher chance of skill recovery and better rewards is to participate in the super hard trial." Seeing Sangyun's determination, the others reluctantly agreed to follow. And so the group of 4 was in complete agreement. Catherine mentioned she'd sent the invitation and was just waiting for him to accept so they could begin. The system quickly updates the team invitation code to E781. Sangjun accepts the invitation, and the leader of Team S3A1 welcomes you to the group. Immediately, Chung-hun went and pushed open the large gate. As the Saintess announced, "It's Gyam Chun-gu." "Are you entering the maze?" Sangjun replies frankly. "Yeah, but because of the nightmare difficulty effect, even if I brought a sword, it would be the same, so we'll have to part ways for a while." Jam Chun-gu felt a little bored, but Sangyun immediately comforted her. At the same time, the necklace on Sangjun's body lit up, and a set of battle clothes appeared on him. He affirms that each time he completes a super hard level, he can recover a skill, and then he will restore her. Jam Chun-gu, embarrassed, says she never said she was sad. But as Han Sang-gyun simply announced his departure, Jam Chun-gu immediately yelled, forbidding him to interrupt. Sang-gyun slowly walked through the gate and officially entered the Great Maze's trial. The system announces their arrival in Week 1 of the Great Maze. The maze's initial effect seals their current weapon, granting them a basic one in their inventory for the duration. All abilities will be temporarily lost, and all stats will be reduced to 10. Powers and skills will vanish upon entering the labyrinth of the Great Tree. Conversely, skills and powers gained within the Great Labyrinth will also vanish upon exit. As the 4 groups set foot on the first floor, Hansen Gyeonun immediately felt his body grow heavy as his stats plummeted to 10. Seung-hoon complains, frustrated that he can't use the abilities he's gained so far, but the system announces that the condition for divinity against the will of God has been met and is being enforced. Along with the divine power against the will of God, the system has been applied to challenger Han Sang-gyun. All powers, skills, and attributes gained will not disappear and will continue until you escape the labyrinth. Sang-gyun, faced with the maze's rules, immediately felt the weight of carrying the team and checked his stats: HP 80, MP 30, weight 10, agility 10, stamina 10, endurance 10, magic 10, and a low-grade soul summoning trait. Catherine is shocked by the system's display of Sanjun's A-rank divine power. Is that really the speed of someone with only 10 speed? Chunseo shared the same question, wondering if Sang-gyun had recovered all of his skills in such a short time. Before them, the goblin was about to slam down on Han Sang-gyun, but he quickly dodged the direct hit, soaring high into the air, activating his wind-like grace and a speed that had reached 80. He unleashed a devastating punch, directly crushing the goblin's head, triggering the stacking skill to level 8. The remaining goblin HP has been absorbed and will become energy for the world tree. Catherine, looking at the goblin corpses, is surprised and mentions that they have been formidable opponents. But Han Sang-gyun dealt with them in just an hour, proving that none of the three of them can compare to him anymore. Sang-yoon, absorbing the goblin's souls, thought to himself how lucky he was to have learned martial arts from the Sword Saint, or he wouldn't be able to fight like this after losing all his power. And with this skill, even if they were 4 times stronger, he could still use them. The system updated, noting that he had used all the souls, and the remaining stats would increase permanently. Catherine then walked directly to Sanjun, calling his name, to which Sanjun replied, "What is it?" Catherine expresses her determination to fight alongside him, saying that even though they were useless in the last battle, they fear becoming a burden. "We don't want to feel useless." Sung-hun, who had been silent, agreed with Catherine that they all had to fight together. Chok agreed with everyone, saying, "Yeah, I hate feeling useless and leaving one person on the team to shoulder all the responsibility." Realizing his mistake, Sang-yeon apologized and encouraged everyone. "Okay, I'm sorry everyone. From now on, let's all work together to get stronger." The system announces that they've defeated 4 goblin blue demons and the labyrinth seal has appeared. Suddenly, a beam of light appears at the end of the tunnel, drawing the attention of the group. Hanshin recognizes it as a seal. Catherine explains, "Perhaps this is the key. Let's hurry inside." And so the 4 of them follow the light emanating from the end of the path, exiting the cave. He realizes this place feels strange compared to the previous training grounds. It's filled with statues of dark gods. The system announces that a challenger has received a boon from pure darkness. Catherine, having gone ahead, discovers a stone tablet and informs Sang-hyun. Perhaps he could receive the blessing of a god. Seong-hun and the others approached the book-shaped stone tablet, saying, "It looks like we have to touch it to activate it." Chonsuk confirms that there's likely a limit to the number of people who can receive grace, so they need to carefully consider who to choose. Catherine, upon hearing this, decides to test it herself and reaches out to touch the stone. Immediately, the system announced that Catherine had been chosen by the dark god and granted a blessing. Overjoyed, she exclaimed that she had done it. She's gained the ability to conceal her body by consuming magic power. It also says that the advantages of each darkness will not disappear, even if I leave the tower, and I may also have the right to become a future apostle. The system then announced that the Dark One was looking down at everyone and smiling, right up until the very end. Sun couldn't understand what the darkness was planning. Then the system updated. The Dark One says the hunt won't be long, and you'll have to wait a while longer. Hansen is utterly perplexed by the Dark One's actions. He pondered carefully, but Catherine's voice calling his name interrupted his thoughts. Catherine wondered why Sang-jun was looking that way. Could someone be there? But Sionin denied it, refusing to admit anyone was there, as the system announced the altar of God had been sealed. Catherine felt unlucky to only have one chance, and guilty that she alone received the dark grace, but Sung-hoon comforted her, saying, "It's fine. It's reasonable and enough since only one person could receive it." Then Catherine suggests that since they've all received what they need, they should press on. Perhaps it will take half a day to complete at this rate. She secretly hoped her newfound advantage would somehow aid Han Sang-gyun. Suddenly, Sun-gun approached, placing a hand on her shoulder and asked, "If you're curious, how could it go from half a day to just half a second?" Catherine found Sang-jun's thoughts a bit strange, didn't she? But Han Sang-jun calmly replied, "Not at all." He immediately activated his wind-like grace, instantly boosting his speed by 100% and shot forward, astonishing everyone. This is insane. Doesn't he know how dangerous it is to go alone? He needs to turn back. But Sion didn't turn back to reassure them. "I'll find the key and be right back." The system then updated his stacked skills to level 10. Catherine couldn't believe this guy. Sang-jun's personality hadn't changed at all. While Han Sang-gyun went off on his own, knowing that staying with the group would waste precious time, he believed that relying on his own skills as the fastest member was the best and most efficient way to find the key, saving everyone time and energy. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead and stopped short, the gate to the demon realm. Beyond that gate, demons were feasting. But Sang-jun kicked the door down, sending them flying. The system announces that he has entered the boss room of the first week's Maze of Avarice, the starting maze, and according to the system, Sang-yun is facing a blue demon called the Fallen Goblin King. The children are safe from the monsters on the first floor. Though he hid in the maze to incubate, the Fallen Goblin King can go no further. Before the system could finish explaining, Sanjian impatiently charged forward, annoyed by the system's lengthy explanations. Activating the C-rank combat focus skill, he delivers a powerful strike, piercing the Fallen Goblin King's abdomen, doubling his concentration. The Floor 1 maze boss is dead. As Sanjian delivered the final blow, he realized that unlike the tower's achievements, the maze grants skills. At this rate, he'll be done in no time. The system immediately updates, noting he's received the Impossible Made Possible Maze achievement, a unique privilege. With the maze key in hand, the system announces that he has received 15 maze points. Sun happily replies that the mission is complete. Let's rejoin the others and head to the second floor. You have received a common grade maze escape key. Hanjin and the others open the gate out of the maze and head to the second floor, earning the right to descend, and a reward of food, power, skills, or the restoration of some of their abilities. After a long and arduous battle, he can finally recover his abilities after escaping the maze. Catherine spoke through tears, and even Chun Seo felt a little relief at no longer being a burden. As for Sang-yun, he secretly thought, first, release the Supreme Blood Art to optimize its effectiveness, then seal it so it can be removed. With that done, Sion turned to the others and said, if you're ready, let's head down to the second floor. The system updates that you have entered week 20 of the Great Tree, the Whisper of the Evil God, a gathering place for all challengers who have entered the same dimensional space of the Great Tree Maze. The Evil God is stirring with interest in the challengers and a bloody celebration, and all 4 groups have now arrived on the second floor. Before him, a seal-like circle appeared, and the system prompted him to sacrifice 1 or more challengers in a ritual. However, if you deceive the evil god and offer no sacrifice, an ancient demon will appear. Hansen stares intently at the glowing red seal ahead. Remembering the condition to clear the second floor, if no one is sacrificed, an ancient demon will appear. Sanjun smiles mysteriously. Looking at Han Sang-gyun's expression, Catherine couldn't help but feel a little scared, saying, what crazy ideas are you cooking up this time? But whatever, I can't control you, so do whatever you want. Sang-gyun turned to her and asked, aren't you curious about what I'm planning to do? Catherine simply replied, knowing your personality, there's nothing we can do to stop you anyway, so we'll leave it to you. We're going to start exploring the second floor, so see you later. She turned and walked away, leaving Seonan in stunned silence. Before disappearing behind the gate, Catherine and the others looked back at Han Sang-gyun and said with confidence, if it's you, you can handle anything, right? Don't worry, we'll try to come back soon with good news. See ya. See you later. With that, Catherine and the others headed towards the gate, waving goodbye to Sang-gyun. Han Sang-gyun seemed to understand everyone's good intentions and now felt things would be much easier to handle. Excellent. Immediately, Sang-gyun opened his system panel, drew his sword, and declared, from now on, I alone will hold this altar. Time passes swiftly, and the altar room is now filled with pained groans. Ugh, that's too much. You've gone too far. It emanated from the orange-haired girl lying listlessly on the stone, along with others who had fallen before, her face etched with fury. She screamed at Sung-hoon, who was guarding their position, asking why he was doing this, as an ancient demon would appear if he didn't sacrifice someone. But Sun was too lazy to explain, so he just hummed in response, thinking she hadn't been beaten enough, and told her to be quiet so he could think. But he considers that destroying a few teams would grant him a large amount of maze points and new skills, though he hopes these points will be useful someday. The system updates, stating that no sacrifices were made within the given time. A blinding red lightning bolt strikes the altar, and Sangun rises, watching intently from afar. Next, the system updates that the individual punishments of each ancient demon will be summoned to this altar. Immediately, an ancient demon appears from the gate, with a purple body, fiery red eyes, sharp teeth, and tough, sharp claws. A sinister smile crept across his face as he walked, pleased to finally be in this world of insects. He introduced himself to Han Sang-gyun as Kanin, the one who would bring judgment to the insects. But he was immediately dumbfounded by the sight before him, challengers groveling and begging the ancient demon to save them from this mad challenger. Having lived for hundreds of years in hell, the ancient demon was bewildered by this comical scene, while Sion remained indifferent, his face as cold as ever, as if sensing what was to come. The ancient demon awkwardly turned toward the gate to hell, but not before apologizing and calling Sanjun a great being, saying he had urgent business back home. He called him back as the ancient demon was overcome with fear, Han Sangyun's face darkening like a long frozen winter, an ominous aura beginning to emanate around him. At this point, the ancient demon knew he was in for a world of pain. After some back and forth, the scene before us shocked those lying listlessly on the altar, and the other challengers sprawled out on the ground. Sangjun interrogates the ancient demon, asking if these 2 items are his greatest treasures. The ancient demon monster nodded furiously, happily and honestly replying, yes, great being, I think these 2 items would suit you very well. The system reluctantly announces the acquisition of a B-rank Mask of Despair, which frightens demons and conceals your presence, and a low-grade C-rank Moon Sword, which increases attack speed by 15% with each strike. And when infusing magic into the sword, A mana-consuming moonlight will appear on the blade, enhancing all abilities. Those considered allies within the moonlight space will also receive increased magical power. The ancient demon then politely asks if he can kill the remaining evil tricksters, to which Sangjin nods, waving his hand and saying, "Do as you please." Immediately, the ancient demon went into a bloodthirsty rage, thanking Sangjin for the time he had. He then turned his attention to the challengers who had lost all ability to resist. He rushed to finish them off one by one, as they desperately begged for their lives, cursing Sun for unleashing a real demon upon them. But then, Sangyun suddenly smirks, activating his sword energy mastery and landing a fatal blow on the unsuspecting ancient demon. Hans-Gyun calmly explains, "Don't misunderstand, ancient demon. I never said I'd let you live." The system announces that you have obtained the Labyrinth Achievement manifestation of the unique powerful demon. You have received an additional 15 Labyrinth points, and the skill King of 10,000 Demons has been activated. Betrayed and deceived after obediently following orders, the ancient demon gritted his teeth, his blood boiling. He turned and roared, "You bastard! How dare you betray me? I'll tear you to shreds!" His fist aimed directly at Sangjin. However, thanks to absorbing the power of victory, his strength has quadrupled, allowing Hansen to easily evade the ancient demon's direct attacks. At the same time, he activated the Supreme Blood Art and one-hit skill in midair, relying on his observational skills. The system updates, increasing the accuracy and power of the next attack. With one downward slash, he ends the ancient demon's life in an instant, with a single strike. The system announces the hidden quest to eliminate the ancient demon has been completed, and additional rewards will be granted. Should he restore and participate in all the weekly descents? Meanwhile, the challengers in the hall are terrified as Hansen absorbs the ancient demon's soul, and the system announces that all challengers in the 20th week have received the Whisper of the Evil God and the right to descend to the next level. The gate immediately opens, and Sang-hyun finds the second level of the trial a little too easy, lost in thought. Just then, his teammates reappeared, and Catherine was the first to speak after witnessing the chaos before them, glancing sideways at the people sprawled out, pathetically begging for help. Based on Seong-hun's assessment, a fierce battle must have taken place here, but before Catherine could understand what was happening, the other challengers began to flee. Their mouths screamed, "Don't go that way, there's a demon in there." Sang-gyun then rejoined his group, explaining the scene that had just unfolded. He tells everyone that the problem here is resolved. But what about everyone else? Seung-hoon doesn't forget the chaos, but he consciously ignores it, treating it as just a large battle that occurred. He also announced that they had acquired many items during that time, including the C-rank Labyrinth Life Water, which removes all sudden conditions from the body. Drinking the maze's life water restores 40 vitality, followed by learning A-rank Life Force, which restores 1 vitality and mana per use within the Great Maze. If equipped within the Great Tree Maze, all of the user's abilities will increase by 10. Seeing everyone's achievements, Hans-gyun is very satisfied, and also says that he has obtained some useful items from the second floor. So, now, let's reorganize after gathering and reviewing the items they obtained in the second level trial. Catherine wants to know how many goblin shamans Sung had to defeat to collect so much. At the same time, the system announces that you have earned the right to descend to the third level of the Great Labyrinth, and a reward will be granted. Choose one of 2 powerful items and restore 2 of your abilities. The exclusive buff, Transcendent Power, and sealed skill, Cave of Movement, have been unlocked. Sanjeon is pleased with their rewards as the team continues their journey to the third level. The system announces that you have entered the 3rd week of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the territory of the Fallen Fairy, where all living creatures will be suppressed by the Fallen Fairy. The fairy will play with those who dare challenge her. A fairy with a grotesque, twisted smile appears, floating in the air, constantly laughing mysteriously and deriding those before her as a bunch of foolish humans. Those who are afraid can leave. The system announces acceptance of the corrupted fairy's request and participation in the game. The celestial being arrogantly commands everyone before her to join her game. The system also warns that refusal means becoming her enemy. Catherine sighs, lamenting yet another foe. Chonsok sighs. We're only in week 3 and already have an enemy. The corrupted merchant senses the strange expressions and anxiously asks, "What's going on?" Jung-hoon could only helplessly warn her to look behind, while the others turned a blind eye. Could she still be considered human? Suddenly, the system announced the activation of the King of All Spirits skill. Sang-yoon, without anyone noticing, stood behind the corrupted celestial, radiating a dense and terrifying bloodlust. Seeing this, the corrupted fairy sensed the aura and instinctively backed away, unable to believe what was happening. She had never felt such a terrifying aura before. And then, A blow landed directly on the corrupted celestial's head. The force of the blow sends the corrupted fairy crashing to the ground, shattering the earth, reducing her to someone beneath Han Sang-gyun's feet. Catherine, worried, asked Sang-gyun if he was okay, to which he cheerfully replied, "I'm fine, just trust me." Now, all that's left is to collect the reward. He tightened the rope, coldly gazing down at the corrupted crystal he had just beaten. The system announces that the challenger chosen by the corrupted fairy can use the maze's exclusive store, and as she slowly regains consciousness, her vision is blurred. Catherine worried if they had gone too far, but Cyan reassured them not to worry. The transformed nymph, bound to the tree, awoke to the scene before her, screaming at them to release her. Hearing the nymph's cries, Cyan knew she was awake, and with a menacing tone, he slowly approached her. "You know, I've heard people like playing pranks, and coincidentally, so do I." Then he extends his arm. Seeing this, the corrupted merchant anxiously asked what he was planning, but with a single snap of his fingers, half of the tree instantly broke. The corrupted fairy was terrified, realizing this man was no longer human. With the threat delivered, Sanyan cut to the chase, offering to spare her if she let him use the maze store. "So, what's your choice?" Judging by the near-tears expression of this corrupted immortal, she knows she only has one option, or she'll be forever enshrined naked on an altar. Soon after, he and his companions arrived at the shop. The girl lay silently to one side as a smiling Emperor Meow Meow spoke up. "Thank you for shopping at the Labyrinth store. Just tell me what you need, and we'll send it to our warehouse right away. So please come and buy things from me often." Sanjian was very satisfied. Now that everyone has purchased what they wanted from the maze store, Catherine, with her awakened pet owner spirit, can't resist the furry shopkeeper's cuteness. So cute. He casually walks up and addresses him as if he weren't an elf. Despite being thrown to the ground, he knew the resentment in his heart. Han Sion coldly continued, "Now, I need you to open the gate to the 4th floor." I gets up and reminds him, "You can't go to the 4th floor without participating in the play where I try to kill you." Since words have no effect, he just raises his fist and says, "Talk to my fist. If you're being a coward, know your limits." It trembled as it spoke, finally confessing the truth. "If we form a master-servant contract, I can simply transfer the maze's ownership to you." Sang-gyun was overjoyed to hear this. "This week of the labyrinth belongs to me." "Sounds good. Let's do it right away." Why would he refuse such an easy transfer of property? AA cries like a child who's had his candy stolen, tears falling like rain. Moments later, the system announced that he had entered into a master-servant contract with the corrupted being, and that he could now summon the corrupted fairy who had transferred the rights to protect the 3rd level of the Great Labyrinth, the corrupted fairy's dominion, to the challenger Hansen. From now on, you can freely enter the 3rd floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, as the corrupted fairy's territory touches his chest. A light flashed, and the screen displayed, "Please refresh the conditions for entering the 3rd floor." The corrupted fairy, with a mix of pain and shame, said, "Who knew I'd become a human servant?" Han Seon fell silent, staring at the words before him, unconsciously biting his fingernail as he pondered. A new condition to enter the 3rd floor. Then, in a flash of inspiration, he began typing excitedly on the screen. Even if they reach the 3rd floor, they can't bring items of a higher rank than this. So let's start with this condition first. Seeing his intense focus, Catherine Benet curiously asks, "Sanjonun, what new condition have you set to enter the next level?" He replied diligently, "They can't enter if they give me items above C rank." This made her exclaim in horror. "Well, I can tell you did it right away." At that moment, the system spoke again. "You have received the unique achievement of dominating a floor of the labyrinth. You have acquired 15 labyrinth points and activated the guardian skill." Having lost his home and fearing a beating, he could only cry and laugh, holding back tears to say, "I can't believe you took my playground, too." At the same time, new content appeared on the screen. Having earned the right to descend to the 4th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, you will receive a reward. Sang-yoon immediately selects what he wants to restore 2 of his talents. The screen shifts again, unsealing the hero's grace ability and the supreme blood demon sword. A sword appears from the sky, and he mutters, "Jamchun." Suddenly, the screen turns red, displaying a glitching signal and a notification. The item's rank does not meet the floor's standards. The item's special effects are sealed until floor 7. Hans Yoon held the sword, sighing in frustration. "Too bad, but what can you do?" Then turning to his teammates, he announced, "The formation's ready. Let's head down." Suddenly, she grabbed his sleeve and pleaded with him, begging him to take her along. I can't play around on the third floor anymore. I'll die of boredom if I stay here. Not convinced, Aya added that if he took her along, she could forge him a great ego sword. And I can even increase the sword's potential many times over. However, life isn't a dream. Han Jian flatly refused, saying he would call if he needed him, and until then he should stay put. Wounded for the second time, it pouts, eyes brimming with tears, still sulking. But I know how to do so much. How cruel. Sometime after leaving, the system sends a new message. You have entered the 4th level of the territory maze. The new Dark Lord has transformed this area of the Great Tree Labyrinth, and before us lies a castle shrouded in a blood-red sky. Monsters follow the Dark Lord, and one of his subordinates currently rules this floor. They're all just skeletons waiting to fall apart. The system then demands that he cut down any enemies in his path and descend to the next level where the Dark Lord awaits. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a skeleton sat on the throne, deep in thought, when someone frantically ran in, shouting, "Lord Cabot!" He turned to the messenger and asked, "What is it?" The vampire Lai, catching his breath, tried to speak, as a worried subordinate reported to his master. A challenger on the 4th floor? But Seabet isn't surprised, calmly reassuring him. "It's all right," he added. "Butterhiss and his soldiers are guarding the entrance, and no one has ever made it through." No sooner were the words spoken than the door creaked open and a figure entered. A blood-soaked monster approaches the throne, and Cabet is overjoyed. Perfect timing, but has arrived. He looked at the figure before him and asked, "But, have you killed all the challengers?" Lihat chimed in with praise. "You truly are the best, I knew you would," but was met with a broken response. "Run," he managed to say. "Run away." As he finished speaking, he collapsed to the floor, Hanjin's team right behind him. He excitedly announced, "I won." The system announced that his sword chi mastery had evolved into sword intent mastery. Cabot was stunned, realizing he was completely wrong. "No, it can't be. Bu H's combat power is on par with mine." Song-Gyun then calls out to him nonchalantly. Despite the rude address, Cabot responds, cutting to the chase. "After fighting the monsters here, I'm curious about something. Why do all the monsters on the 4th floor possess divine power?" Suddenly, this sun-fearing weirdo gets bolder. He roared, "Insolent fool! Do you know who you're talking to?" But Cabot knew that causing trouble would lead to an early exit, so he immediately turned to whisper in Lihat's ear in a fluster. "That's too much. He's not someone you can talk down to like that. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die." Then he quickly and cheerfully explained, "You see, it's a privilege that the Shadow Monarch, a future leader in the lower levels, has granted us." Han Sang-gun was stunned, marveling at the Shadow Monarch's extraordinary power, despite being only a future leader. Seeing the man's curiosity, Caben readily answered, "That's just his power within the labyrinth." Seeing this, he wondered how the Dark Sovereign had gained so much power in this place. Cabet scratched his skull, hesitating, then said it was because this labyrinth was a battleground for the harmonizing gods. Sejun's eyes widened at the shocking news and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" He immediately spills everything he knows. The Great Maze is where gods turn challengers into believers and use them to compete. "That's all I know, I'm afraid." Sensing no deception, he thought to himself that what he said was important, and that's why the Dark God's temple appeared on the 1st floor. Remembering the gods' game, Sai-Wu felt uneasy. He didn't know everything, but it seemed the gods were using challengers as pawns to fight for their own benefit. "I really don't like this system at all." He clenched his fist, vowing to reach the top and destroy it. The system keeps throwing up new messages. Achievement unlocked in the mythic maze of truth. You have achieved 100 maze points. Analyzing this, Hans Guion thought somberly, there's no point in asking anything more. Against his better judgment, he asked, "Are all the monsters on this floor receiving holy power?" Kebet grinned, boasting that all the monsters were elite troops receiving divine power, making them extremely useful to the Demon King's forces. Suddenly, Sionin coldly commanded, "Gather them together." Kebet's smile vanished as he repeated the order in disbelief. "What did you say?" Han Sion patiently repeated, "Gather all the monsters receiving holy power." Before the skeleton, he coldly declared, "I will kill them all." At the same time, notifications of successful faith extraction kept popping up. Hans Gyun summoned hundreds of skulls, causing Lihat to cry out in dismay, "My masterpiece!" But he simply observed his power, noting that his necromancy had risen to B rank. Sangjun clenches her fist, a sinister smile spreading across her face, as she realizes she can now absorb its power, as Catherine cheers from behind. Sangyun eyed the staff as Kabet lamented, "I gave all my treasures to your friend." She ran to his side, cheering with glee. He can use more than one attribute with that staff, meaning the magic will complement each other much better, no matter the type. However, Sangyeon simply smiled and replied, "It will be extremely useful for you." He recalled having considered this before. Seeing the girl's smile, he felt relieved and amused, but her personality was truly childlike. After a moment, he coldly told Kabe, "Skull, we're done here, so we want to go down to the 5th floor." He grunted in understanding and replied, "Please, follow me." They walked down the corridor as Kabe explained. "If you continue down this corridor, you'll find the entrance, but you'll have to wait since you don't meet the requirements to pass." Suddenly, he stopped, drew his sword, and declared, "There's no need to wait." This caused the two to exclaim in unison, "What?" Without waiting for their last words, Sanjun sends them to meet their elders, and a new notification arrives. You have absorbed the souls of the high-ranking spirits Kabe and Lai Hat, the dragon demon. Because of this, you have acquired the power to dominate evil spirits and the souls of Challenger Hansen. Catherine Benet, witnessing this, felt a chill run down her spine, lamenting that he truly had no compassion. His cold reply, "Compassion is a waste of time." Hansen quickly scrolled through the message on the screen. You have acquired the power to descend to the 5th floor of the Great Tree Maze, and will receive a reward. This left him pondering, wondering if he should use the useless skills he'd acquired here as fusion material, while also unsealing his skill fusion and dying skill abilities. After taking them both down, he happily praises the group. "All right, good job, everyone. You did great on this floor. Let's head down to the 5th floor." She smiles, replying, "You did almost all of it, though." The next moment, they're recorded as having entered the 5th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. The hellish fortress city was created upon entering the Great Forest Maze. Within it, only you and your companions exist. No other challengers are present, and it is a separate space within the maze. Catherine nervously says it's too dangerous here, Sanjin. Then another quest is issued. Kill the Dark Overlord ruling the fortress city and descend to the next level. However, if the Dark Lord acknowledges you, you can move to the next level unscathed. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Challengers!" He and hundreds of others clad in massive armor surround them, and the leader angrily shouts, "We've got you surrounded. Hand over all your items and show us your sincerity." Perhaps sensing the danger, she anxiously tells him, "With so many demons, I think fighting them all at once will be difficult." However, Hans Gyun coldly activates the Guardian skill, creating a magical shield around his protected target, and all talents increase by 1 point. The other three are now within the shield. Sensing something amiss, Catherine frantically shouts, "Wait! Are you going to fight them all alone again?" Sanjin, assessing the situation, explains, "I'm expendable, so just buff me, and don't leave the shield." The demons, feeling insulted, roared, "Hey! You're planning to resist? All the monsters in the Hell Fortress City are the strongest of the strong. If you know what's good for you, we can both benefit. But anyone who's scared can leave." Sangyun, unafraid, taunts them. "The strongest demons among demons?" He slowly draws his sword, nonchalantly adding, "That's just what you think," casually activating the Twin Strike special effect of the Immortal Devil Sword technique. By consuming divinity, the power of the skill will quadruple. His eyes gleamed with power as he gravely commanded, "Die." In the blink of an eye, the land was engulfed in a fiery frenzy. Then, the system sent a new notification. You have unlocked the Fall of the Labyrinth City achievement, leaving the three viewers in utter bewilderment. Kim Jung-hoon marveled, "The more I watch him fight, the more extraordinary he seems." Outside Sangyun's barrier, everyone else has officially bit the dust. Not stopping there, he hurtles forward, realizing this must be the Dark Monarch's location, as the system grants him the special ability, Dark Shield, reducing damage to the fortress by 68%. He scoffed at the futility of it all, then immediately activated his Dynamic Heaven skill, piercing through. He landed safely in no time, and looking up, saw someone sitting in a chair hidden in the shadows. Seeing the suspicion in his eyes, Shion reassured him, "Don't worry." Gripping his sword, he added eagerly, "I'm just a challenger passing through, following the rules." The Dark Overlord stirred slightly, then spoke somberly. "I knew we had challengers in the city for the first time in years, but this is more serious than I thought." He rises and approaches, cracking his knuckles in a show of force. "Surrender your item and no blood will be shed." But the one before him knew no fear, as Han Sion calmly replied, "I don't know where a demon like you gets the confidence to speak to me like that." Feeling mocked, the Dark Sovereign roared in anger. "Just an item? Do you know where you are after barging into this city?" He continued to rant, saying even the last challenger didn't dare act so arrogantly. "What do you think we noble demons are?" he sneered. As the noble demons continued their verbal sparring, the Dark Monarch suddenly fell silent, and in a flash, Han Sang-gyun appeared, his fist inches from his face. He muttered, Imagine him gaping, not understanding what happened before Sun slammed him to the ground. His voice echoed. "What's a demon to do? The Shadow Monarch is beaten until he spits out oil juice?" After that punch, he finished, "Honor? Soon enough, our positions will be reversed." Hans Gyun, seated on his throne, continues to criticize, claiming the items stolen from challengers are what's keeping the castle intact. A waste. The Dark Sovereign sits on the floor like a scolded cat, but his pride won't let him back down. What a waste. Without these items, this castle would have already fallen. It seems he's in trouble. An Kao says, "Oh, you're too talkative. I'll make this quick. Hand it all over." The next moment, a new notification appeared. You have received the unique maze achievement of plundering a city. You have received 15 maze points. The plunder skill has been activated, and the castle is shaking. Seeing his wealth collapse in an instant, the Dark Monarch clutches his head in regret. "My city." However, Han Sang-gyun coldly retorted, "You talk too much." Realizing he couldn't win, he knelt and pleaded, "I'll give you all my items, I'll even offer you my life, so please don't destroy the city." Moved by the four-eared youth's plea, he agreed. "All right, I'm still human, so I can at least listen to you." Han Sang-gyun thought sheepishly. What I did before coming to the city should be fine, right? But unfortunately, that guy was gritting his teeth, filled with resentment, constantly cursing him. "You're more evil than a demon." Suddenly, he pointed forward and asked, "Hey, I've been curious, but what's that?" The monarch immediately explained, "Ah, that's the holy ground leading to the basement, the altar where we worship the demon gods." Han Sang-gyun continued probing. "Is there something there?" The other followed and replied, "There's an achievement there, but only a demon can open the door." Upon hearing that, the human elimination skill activated, allowing him to become something other than human. As he pulled open the heavy door, he reflected on how he'd obtained the skill on the 4th floor and dismissed it as useless, never imagining he'd need it here. In the blink of an eye, a series of system notifications appear. You have unlocked the legendary Sanctuary Maze achievement. You receive 15 maze points and your total vitality and magic power increase by 40. Han Xian boasted to the Dark Lord, "I opened it." But his bravado turned to shock in an instant. "Humph, you can't open this door as a human. Are you a demon?" "Good grief, enough chatter. Is that just part of being a demon?" he said, twitching uncomfortably. "Just lead the way if you don't want to die." Having fallen into this situation, the guide could only obey. As they ventured deeper, Shiyun looked around, asking curiously, "What is this place for?" Acting as his guide, he quickly replies, "This is where you offer sacrifices to the demon gods in exchange for sacred relics and infuse divinity into monsters." This stuns him, transferring divinity into monsters or demons without a price. He added, "The stronger you are, the more you receive." Soon, they stood before a large, glowing lake. The divine monarch explained that all monsters could receive divinity in this lake, to which Han Sang-gyun nonchalantly replied, "Really? So simple." Seeing him approach so carelessly, he anxiously tried to stop him. "Wait." Seeing him calmly descend, the man exclaimed, "Why are you going into the lake?" But Han Sang-gyun remained unfazed, even offering reassurance. "Don't worry, once I'm done, I'll take the achievement." Just as the water was about to go over his head, a new message popped up. "You have entered the special area, the Demon Lake. Demons and monsters gain divinity based on synergy." As he floated in the water, a force enveloped Sang-gyun's body, and he realized that thanks to the skill that erased his humanity, he was no longer human. With that, his divine power has increased by 1 level and can now be combined with a myth for enhancement. A boy who has just begun to create divinity, unaware of his position and full of greed. Suddenly, a figure appears behind him, their signal quickly transmitted here. "I'm surprised you have more than 3 divinities, and it's interesting that you came here in human form." She then stepped in front of Han Sangi, smiled with interest, and said, "I understand why so many gods have their eyes on you. You must have the talent to be loved by the tower." He looked at her worriedly and asked, "Wait, what did you mean earlier by having the talent to be loved by the tower?" She crossed her arms and calmly told him, "Do you know why the tower gives people divine power and expects you to become a god?" Stunned, Sanung asked, "What?" The woman continued, "The tower desires a perfect transcendent being, one it can use for its own purposes like a puppet, but there isn't a single perfect transcendent being in this dimension of the universe." Worried, Han Sang-gyun asks, "Does that mean the gods banished from the tower weren't perfect?" She winks in agreement. "Exactly. Though they are stronger than the tower or the ancient gods, they are not perfect transcendent beings." It was like a bolt of lightning, and he was incredibly confused. What? The tower isn't transcendent, but it can create one? She smiles ominously, glancing at Sion. I've told you all I can, so it's up to you now. Or do you want to know more? Nothing is free. Not only that, but she eagerly reveals her identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a demon god, challenger Han Sangjun, and I wish to be your ally. They exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts as her words echoed in their minds. This alliance has only one purpose: to destroy the god's game within the great tree labyrinth. Afraid Han Sion would refuse, she even used the fruit to manipulate the young man, promising the prize awarded to the winner of the competition in return. Time flies, and as the monarch and he approached the gate, his curiosity couldn't be contained. How much divine power have you taken? Faced with the incessant questions, the irritable Han Sang-gyun finally snapped, Stop asking so many questions, just take me to the connection point to the 6th floor. But the monarch kept nagging. You're not going to kill me? He was immediately silenced by Han Sang-gyun's sharp glare. He thought to himself, the time has come. Sang-gyun revealed the mark on his hand and calmly announced, I have allied with your god, so from now on, even if I wanted to, I cannot kill demons. The other quickly understood and said, the mark of the demon god, I understand. If it's the demon god's will, then so be it. A host of new content is unlocked. He's granted access to the 6th level of the Great Tree Maze, the right to choose 2 items as rewards, a power, a skill, and the restoration of his abilities. He scrolled through the screen, the counter shield seal and the stone heart power were removed, and then he heard someone call his name. Sanjun. All 3 beloved teammates appeared. Catherine spoke up. What did you do to those demons to make them kneel like that? Hans Gyun stammered, How would I know what I did? I didn't even see the Shadow Monarch's resentful face. She kept looking around, hesitant, and after that we just looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, Catherine's tone turned worried as she questioned, What have you been doing until now? We could have helped. Why are you going too far? Seeing his expression, Zion apologetically replies, I'm sorry, I wasn't confident I could protect everyone, so I just did what I had to do. Speechless and trying to stifle her annoyance, she sighed and said, No, don't apologize. Just understand that we're worried about you. Having cleared the 5th floor, he leads the group to the store run by Emperor Fluff and asks for what they need before heading down, greeted cheerfully by Inga Meo. Welcome. And just like that, they quickly traverse space to a new land. Upon arrival, the system announces that they've entered the 6th floor of the Great Tree Maze, a special area controlled by the Trial God. This is where all challengers from Earth and Murim dimensions in the Great Tree Maze gather, cooperating to defeat the challenger's replica and descend to the next level. One hothead scoffs at this. Isn't that too easy? We just have to fight that? At the same time, it warns that if your contribution to defeating the challenger replica is less than 10%, you will be eliminated from the maze. This just got harder. The Earth Dimension Challenger begins to take form, and before everyone's eyes, a Hansung gun is created. At the same time, the screen flashed a red alert and the real Hansung couldn't help but frown. The message flickers, changing to read, Too strong, not suitable for this floor. His doppelganger now radiates a thick bloodlust, and the others raise their weapons, charging forward, shouting, Attack, everyone! The Hansen clone immediately attacks, severing heads with just a few sword strokes. A flurry of slashes fills the air as the system issues a red alert, warning that the Challenger clone's skills will be revealed before he uses them, in order to balance things out. Everywhere he goes, the death toll rises, his body radiating a terrifying aura. His group appears before him, led by Hans Gyun and Kim Seong-gun. Stunned by the scene, he grits his teeth, realizing that only 10 of the 40 remain after just a few minutes. Seeing the bodies scattered around, Sang-Yun realized none of the martial artists could defeat him, lamenting that if his comrades were here, this would be possible. Oh Chuseok will protect Catherine from behind, while she continues to buff him. With this in mind, Long Han Sang-Yun is filled with determination, telling himself, they can do this. Meanwhile, the White Blaze Song's special power temporarily increases all stats by 50%, and the Blessing of Fire temporarily increases all stats by 2 points. The power of Manhwa's Righteousness will increase mana recovery speed by 100%, and Sun Wukong Sangyun and his comrades immediately strike the imposter before them. The power enhancement skill increases the attack power of all moves by 50%, and the collision of 3 great powers causes a terrifying explosion. By the way, the Special Enlightenment skill is activated when durability drops below 40%, increasing all stats by 10. Sangyun praised with satisfaction. Good. Keep the pressure on him. White Sword. Ocean Seaver is also used, and the system sends another notification. Challenger Hansian 111 uses his soul-devouring ability to nullify damage, and the three engage in a chaotic battle. He also continues to advance, as onlookers easily grasp their techniques through experience. That's the swordsmanship of the Holy Sword B. He stares in disbelief, shocked to witness it here. Unexpectedly, the imposter Han Sang-gyun retaliated with a holy sword, but he quickly activated his shield's counterattack skill to block it. This counterattack skill is also accumulating damage. Han Sang-gyun braces himself, ready to unleash the accumulated damage in a single blow, and a massive surge of energy erupts from the shield. The system reports that Challenger Hansionen has exhausted that soul, and he stands silently. Because he poured everything into the soul-summoning trait, both swords now have broken blades. He glared at him resentfully, then let the two sword hilts fall to the ground. Seeing his opponent disarm, Han Sang-gyun slowly approached and said, "Usually we lose due to a difference in power." He coldly eyed the charred version of himself, calmly questioning, "But you didn't use any magic other than internal energy, meaning my judgment wasn't completely copied." Sang-gyun continued, "I guess you want to use martial arts, but you can't because you don't know how to use mana." A pathetic imitation, hitting a sore spot. The fake Han Sang-gyun's eyes widened as the system notified him that the imposter. Han Sang-gyun had used the blink trait and using his fist to fight. Not only that, this fake used the Dongqian sword and bloodleg skills to compete with him. Xian smiled slightly, activating the water shield skill, which reduced the damage, and cheerfully taunted, "You use skills too poorly and decide to use blink at the wrong time." Then he clenched the sword in his hand. With the power of the immortal devil sword art activated, the absorbed divine power quadruples his strength. Seeing this, the imposter is startled as he unleashes the white sword of voidness, lunging forward to beat back his copy. Consider this his day of reckoning as he sends him back to where he came from. Sang-gyun says disappointedly, "More boring than I thought." Activating his mana-infused powers, his next attack gains pinpoint accuracy and devastating force. He beheaded him with a single, clean strike. Seeing it firsthand shocked Oh-chun, who exclaimed in awe. He can analyze an enemy's weaknesses in an instant and quickly adapt. Catherine agrees. "Yeah, I doubt he's even human." The system displays a new notification. "You have devoured the awakened Hansen's soul." A strange energy gathers in Hansen's hand, and soon his proficiency increases to 61%. The necromancy trait proficiency has reached 100%. The power of necromancy has increased, and the power of blink has been embedded into player Hansgyun's soul. He gripped the object in his hand, his face serious. Long thought to himself that now that he had acquired blink, he would be able to kill most enemies. A large screen appears, displaying another announcement. Challenger Han Sang-gyun has defeated a copy of a challenger. The experiment concludes, and the interim results are tallied. First place, Challenger Han Sang-gyun from Earth, contributing over 80%. Second place, Challenger Lin Qian from the Murim dimension contributed about 7%. Third place, Challenger WJH from the Murim dimension contributed nearly 4%. And last is Guju Young from the Murim dimension. Those who contributed at least 10% will advance to the 7th floor, while the failures who can't accept it cry out that it's impossible, there must be a mistake, it's unfair. Why decide the rankings this way? This attitude angered the judging god, who punished the challengers of the Murim dimension for not accepting the results. According to the judgment phase, those who cannot prove their strength will pay the price, and they cry out in agony. Amat Hans-gyun coldly watched and listened to the sounds of suffering. "I see nothing," but the judging god smiles, saying things are finally looking up, when suddenly a voice draws his attention. "Yes, my apologies." The swordsman hesitantly asks, "Can we talk for a moment?" Kim Seong-hoon immediately steps in front of him, saying, "I don't know who you are, but please don't approach my teammate." The swordsman quickly explained, "You must be mistaken. I only wanted to thank him for saving my life." He then approached Sang-gyun, marveling, "I never thought I'd witness the sword techniques of the Baek family's holy sword here, wielded by a martial artist from another dimension." Sang-gyun was left speechless. "I've never heard of the sacred sword Baek family," he asked, surprised. "Really?" He then seemed a bit regretful. He continued, "You used the movements and techniques of the White Sword 7 forms, so I thought you were a descendant of the White Sacred Sword clan." The swordsman added that Manhwa had once received a favor from the White Sacred Sword. Sang-gyun pondered this, realizing it was connected to his administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster, as the system announced the removal of false challengers who contributed less than 10% in the Great Tree Maze. As he faded away, he said to leave this discussion for later, adding that as a descendant of the White Sacred Sword family, this grace would surely be repaid. Before fading away, he desperately said that if I ever go to the Murim dimension, I should find Lai Jin Kion of Mount Hua. Huh. Hanjin frowned, listening intently to the last sentence. We'll discuss this more later. The elimination of challengers contributing less than 10% continues. Catherine, now curious, asks, "What were you saying to him just now, Sangha?" He quietly replies, "It's nothing. Let's reorganize and head to the 7th floor." She smiled with relief. "Yes, thankfully everything turned out all right. Thanks to you, we'll soon reach the end of the labyrinth." Sangun turned back, smiling handsomely. "It's nothing. The content on the screen has changed. You are entitled to the 7th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. The reward will be sent." He quickly followed the instructions, choosing 2 power-ups and restoring 2 stats, unlocking Holy Light and the power of subjugation. Before moving on, Hans Gyun reminded his 3 companions to be more careful on the 7th floor. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. From now on, we face the events of the Sacred Tree Labyrinth." A new chapter begins for the group, and soon a vast forest appears before them with a giant tree at its center. A new announcement rings out. "You have reached the 7th floor of the Great Holy Tree Maze. Challengers from all dimensions who climb the tower can now officially participate in coordinated trials. Choose a realm based on the god you connected with upon entering the Great Tree Labyrinth. The strongest challenger will then be chosen as the god's apostle." Before them, a list appears, offering 4 realms to choose from: Transcendence, Darkness, Demonic, and Inquisition, reminding them to make their choice and decide on their realm. Hanyan pondered if he might be chosen as a god's apostle when Catherine spoke up, "Transcendence? I don't remember any god like that." Kim Jung-hun replied, "I don't know where transcendence comes from either." He glanced at them, worried that his teammates didn't know much about these entities, and suggested they all choose transcendence. In a group, you follow the one who knows everything if you want to survive. They happily agreed, even though they're clueless and he seems to know a lot. So they'll just have to trust him. And so, all the team members agreed to choose the transcendent world, and challenger Hans Gyun was chosen as the apostle of the transcendent world's god. The fragment of the Holy Grail is delivered, and a piece of white porcelain appears before him. He quickly snatches it, carefully assessing the situation. Other teams must have received their Holy Grail fragments as well. We'll likely have to find and take fragments from others, but success favors the prepared. Sangyun slammed the ground, leaving the others bewildered. After digging a hole, he turned back and instructed, "I don't know what's going to happen, so get in here. I'll put up a barrier. Just stay put." Kim Seon nodded in agreement. "Got it. If the barrier disappears, we'll come find you." Catherine quickly stepped forward and said shyly, "Okay, I'd just be a burden to you anyway. I'll just stay here quietly then." Sangyun felt a pang of sadness seeing his expression. She's right to be sad, but it has to be this way. He then quickly activates his guardian skill to mark the target and protected area. A magical barrier has been erected around the protected target, increasing all stats by 1. Hans brushed his hands off, relieved, and said, "That should do it." He had literally buried his comrade underground. Looking on, Luyan Tiek muttered, "I hid it well. No one will find it." The sword, silent until now, couldn't help but chime in, "You really care about your comrades, don't you?" "You're acting quite sentimental, not like your usual self," Sionan coldly remarked. "When did you wake up?" The sword spirit, having imprisoned Chun-U, quickly replied, "The moment you entered the 7th floor. You seemed to need focus, so I remained silent." Meanwhile, the true upper-level demonic blood sword was released, along with his indifferent reply, "Thanks for the concern." Chun-Woo is playing mind games again, saying I should respect him because only he cares about me. But Shiyun, unyielding, simply reminded her to focus, because from now on they would be fighting with everything they had. The girl exclaimed in surprise. "All out," she wonders, "but there's no one around." He grips his swords and declares, "I'll draw all the enemies here." Jiam Chun-U, unnerved, asked, You're not thinking of doing what I think you're thinking, are you?" A sinister smile crept across Han Sun-Jionen's face as he confirmed with a mysterious tone, "Yeah, I casually activated Holy Light and unleashed my power." He aimed straight for the giant tree standing tall in the forest, and the system chimed, congratulating him on achieving the unique artificial disaster maze achievement. Not only that, he activated the massacre skill, earning 50 maze points, and the scene before him became incredibly empty. Right from the start, the body count is rising. 37 challengers from the Dominion camp have already perished. 41 challengers from the Suppression camp are dead, along with 18 from the Dominion camp. The gods of nature, oppression, domination, and war are watching Challenger Hansen, while below, Kim Sung-hun and Oh Chun-seo look at Catherine with heartache as she silently faces the wall before finally speaking out in frustration. Can we really call ourselves a team when we can't help him at all? Oh Chun-seo then comforts this fragile soul. There was nothing else we could do. From the start, that battle was never one that humans could fight. We wouldn't have been able to help him anyway. With her last defense broken, Catherine wept. I tried so hard to help him. I tried to design a complex skill tree and use as many magical abilities as possible. She looked sad, trying to explain everything so that the shield and buff would be more useful. Every ability I cultivated climbing the tower. It's all so laughable, isn't it? Everything I risked my life to develop amounted to nothing more than shields and support. With tear-filled eyes, she said melancholically, I'm powerless now. The two desert youths were speechless and could only remain silent. Suddenly, laughter echoed from an unknown source, whispering in Catherine's mind, Poor child, you have such lovely thoughts. She approached to caress her, asking, You really want to help that moth-to-a-flame kid, don't you? Exploiting her awakened state, the voice whispered to Catherine, I have a way. Would you like to hear it? In the arena, a figure in a blue cloak performs a ritual on the ground with strange symbols. Emerge, my summoned beast. A furry beast suddenly appears, attacking the other challengers as Han Sangjun struggles to stay on his feet. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed overhead, startling him. The furry beast raised its claws to strike. The system indicates that most of the honor points have been used on challenger Han Sang-gyun, who immediately dodges the fatal blow. The blue-robed man quickly retreated, standing near his beast, and said, Lord of Dominion, please watch. He, the chosen challenger serving the god of Dominion, was eagerly mocking him. The summoned beast will tear that fool to shreds, the challenger serving the god of war chimed in. It seems the gods we serve have been waiting for you. Surrender now, and we'll let you leave peacefully. The challenger serving the nature god smiled, while the challenger serving the god of oppression urged them to hurry and finish it quickly. Han Seonan achieved his goal, pleased with himself, thinking back to how he used the skill to reveal his location, and it worked well. Only Jiam Chun-yu, fearing for his life, spoke up in reproach. Is this really the time to be thinking about such trivial things? You idiot, you don't even have a plan. The pointy-eared one charged forward, threatening, If you don't answer, we'll kill you in a painful way. However, the blue-clad man's eyes changed and tentacles emerged from the ground. Chun reminds them that they're coming and to get ready, but Shayun responds with eerie calmness. Wait! The two tentacles tightened around the pointy-eared man's neck. He cried out in a panic. We formed an alliance to kill him, didn't we? But the blue-robed mage didn't stop manipulating his magic, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he said, After some thought, we decided killing you would be better. Don't take it personally. The god of war roars in fury. You mongrel, if you're so eager to die, I'll kill you myself and tear those tentacles to shreds. The god of dominion retorts sarcastically that he's just asking for trouble. His smile only widened as Hanyan struggled against the oppressive power. The god of war, the god of rulership, the god of nature, and the god of oppression consume divine power and descend, baring their fangs at each other. To descend, the gods have possessed their challengers' bodies, their eyes changing. And a certain someone is screaming about killing them all, since no one can be trusted. Stunned, Sahyun worries that this is a disaster, that they're just fighting each other. He can't believe what he's seeing in this chaotic mess. I didn't expect them to use divine advent like this. If I stick around to watch at this point, I'm asking for trouble. Suddenly, the god of darkness is smiling, and something is gathering right before Han Sang-gyun's eyes, because the god of darkness has used divine descent on the future Catherine Benet, and she's standing right there. Surprised, he watches as she raises her hand, forming a dark purple orb that melts into the ground, creating a long trail from which black vines emerge, constricting each of them. Everyone screamed as their furry beasts were bound, and the blue-clad man wondered if it was the dark god's magic. He was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes, and in his heart he was utterly lost, wondering, how could the dark god... Kid. Sang-gyun paused as Catherine smiled gently at him, saying, I told you, I'm not your enemy. She continued to reassure him, don't worry, I'll take care of one more. However, Han Sang-gyun was now tense and annoyed with himself. Is this how she received that blessing on the first floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth? Damn it, the servants of the gods were just boasting, and now they're begging for mercy. Ah, Shadow God, stop, stop. The servant of the nature god angrily shouts, God damn it, how dare you run away on your own? The dark god chuckled, how could I possibly stop? To protect this child, I'll go this far. Sang-gyun gripped the demonic bloodsword, intimidated by his opponent's overwhelming presence, thinking, this is too dangerous. I should have stopped her from accepting that blessing. Jiam Chunyu then warned, "Don't let your emotions control you. Without reason, you can't do anything." "There are more important things to worry about now," he replied loudly. "I know." He then teleported and slit the throat of the blue-robed man. The system announced that the descent had been resolved due to the death of Eris Leonmili's future disciple. "You have obtained a fragment of the ruling faction's holy grail." The elf gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing, "Damn shadow god." He questioned, "Dark god, why do you always bother me?" Han gently explained, "Does your god not think? Because if you did, you would have run away like the god of suppression." Taken aback by the veiled insult, the elf retorted, "Forget about the dark god. Your opponent is me." Perhaps stung by the insult, he trembled with rage, calling him a mere dog of the tower, as droplets of blood materialized around them, and the insults continued to pour out. "You dare to be arrogant in my presence without knowing your place?" He summoned a crimson tidal wave and challenged, "You can't even use apostle transformation, so how can you possibly defeat me again?" He even cursed Sun to die, but he wasn't foolish enough to stand still. He powerfully activated the supreme blood art. At the tip of his index finger, the droplets of blood swirled into a single point. The pointy-eared fiend laughs triumphantly. "Ha ha, you fool, I've seen that ability before, and I'm prepared for it." He smugly explains that demon blood is deadly if it enters their bodies, and then gleefully attacks, hoping the demon blood will invade their bodies and they'll die a tragic death. Han Sanjian calmly spoke, and with just a few words he snapped the delusional one back to reality, who asked in bewilderment, "What?" He quickly activated the skill to erase his humanity, watching the trails of blood cling to his fingers. Sangyun explains that according to the system, he's no longer human, having absorbed all the vampire elements from activating the skill, and that powers that kill humans won't work on him. The system then shared that due to the vampire element retained in the humanity erasure skill, some of the advantages vampires possess would be granted to him, as the two stood poised for battle amidst the ravaged landscape. Provoking him further, he sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Feeling his pride wounded, the man gritted his teeth and angrily questioned, "All you can do is take skills from the tower, and you dare act so arrogant?" He roars, "I'll rip those arrogant eyes right out of your head." Something is emerging from the shadow behind him, struggling to break free. A pair of large wings appear as the pointy-eared man prepares to strike. He conjures a sphere in his palm, declaring gleefully that the god of war has sacrificed the tower's holy power to gain the right to use it here. Due to the holy power struggle, some of Challenger Hanzionen's magic power was transferred to his opponent, and he was shocked to see a similar energy orb appear on his chest. The pointy-eared one admired the energy in his hand, taunting, "Your divine power is great, unlike your personality." He glared as if trying to pierce through the orb. "The more you fight?" Sagionen listened intently, his face grim. "Your divine power will be drained even faster." The pointy-eared man lunges forward, snarling, "Let's see how long you last." But Sanjiun narrowly dodges the blow aimed at his face. However, he couldn't avoid it completely, and his arm was scratched. Seeing this, the pointed-ear man took the opportunity to attack again, taunting him relentlessly. "Keep barking. Why aren't you barking anymore?" He was clearly enjoying himself, pushing him to suffer even more, as Sanjiun carefully dodged each attack. The pointy-eared man laughed, continuing his taunting game. "Or will I regret using holy power and losing to you?" Hanzionen, wielding the blood sword, focuses his mind and reminds his opponent. "Enough talk, let's fight." He even activates his ultimate focus skill to avoid distractions. The two immediately engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, neither giving an inch, when suddenly he gasped as a new system notification appeared. Due to the holy power of battle, Challenger Hans Gyun's senses have been greatly dulled. In the next moment, he drops to one knee, struggling to hold on. Due to the holy power of combat, some of Challenger Han Sangyun's magic power has been transferred to his opponent, and he is immediately surrounded by a fluorescent light. Jiam Chun-U warns worriedly, "You'll die if this keeps up," but Hans Gyun only responds with a smirk. The pointy-eared man had completely transformed, and he gloated, "I'm making good use of your divine power," while continuing to mock him. "You can barely stand. Have you run out of divine power?" At that moment, crimson threads of blood emanated from his heart, enveloping the energy orb. The pointed ear then muttered, "Then I'll help you die in agony," only to be immediately struck down, collapsing to the ground in pain. He looked utterly disheveled, wondering, "What the hell?" This pain originates from Zionin activating his special skill, Endless Pain. With the aura of Sanjian, he stands tall, not forgetting to mock his opponent. "Isn't it because you're carelessly using someone else's divine power? The system says that if the opponent suddenly gets stronger during the fight, the damage dealt will be proportional to the increase in power. He cheerfully asks, "How does that feel?" The pointy-eared man's pride is wounded again, but now powerless, he can only grit his teeth in frustration. Han Sangjun paused, then continued, "But before I kill you, I need to take back my divine power." And with that, the system immediately canceled the trial run of the mythic battlefield warrior. Having lost his power, the holy force he absorbed in battle vanished, and a blue light escaped from the pointy-eared man's body. Writhing in pain, he clutches his stomach, demanding, "My divine power is fading, what have you done?" Han Sangjun kindly explains to the blood-sucking fool, "Before fighting you, I used the experimental battlefield warrior on my holy power. Therefore, if the experimental battlefield warrior is destroyed, the holy power you absorbed will disappear and return to me. You thought you were getting a treat, but you were led around by the nose." The bloodsucker nearly ground his teeth to dust, and in his final desperate moment, he screamed Han Sangyun's name. With an arrow of utter resentment, he stubbornly threatened, "Don't think this is the end. I will find a way to kill you." There was no after, as his head was swiftly severed. As Sangyun sent his opponent off with a parting gift, he thoughtfully advised, "Less talk." As the battle ends, system notifications ring out. You have received the Order of the Future Apostle, the Power Orb. Skill level increased by 9.8%, and you've obtained a fragment of the Holy Grail. Hansen quickly reached out and caught it. Catherine, leaning on the Dark God, clapped and said, "I was going to step in if things got too bad." He turned to face them as the Dark God tossed a shard of the Holy Grail to the person before him, praising, "But it seems you're doing well without me." Just as Sanjiun grabbed it, a new status window appeared. "You have obtained a fragment of the Holy Grail." She continues, a look of curiosity plastered on his face. "Feel free to ask, as the amount of information I can provide has already been posted." He doesn't hold back. "I'll get straight to the point." Sensing an opportunity, Sangyun, with a piercing gaze, asks in a low voice, "Is my existence so special to you that you're so insistent on recruiting me as your apostle?" The goddess of darkness softly replies, "I like smart kids." Her eyes gleam, her demeanor growing dangerous as she says, "But being too straightforward isn't good." Seeing Han Sion's bewildered expression, the goddess of shadows continued, "That's right, kid. I want you as my apostle, and I want something from you." She began to reminisce and recount the past. "The moment you were granted the incredible power to fulfill the tower's secret desires. Whether things go according to the tower's wishes, or there's a new ending, I just want to see the moment everything concludes." She believes the tower seeks omnipotence for its own purposes, as Han Seon-woo silently contemplates. The demon god said the same, as if unseen hands were trying to take him over, and he began to worry that the tower needed a mass of omnipotence, and that he was the chosen one. Then what does that have to do with the new ending? The dark god suddenly chuckled. "Sorry about this." She sighed wearily, lamenting, "I can't maintain my descent any longer." Before collapsing completely, the goddess managed to confide her last words. "It would be difficult for us to meet again on this floor, but I've chosen a few followers to help you." Hansen caught Katarine's body as the goddess's last words echoed. "I'll also send the rewards I obtained from the Great Tree Maze through my followers until we meet again at the tower." As soon as her presence completely vanished, a notification appeared. The dark holy power had disappeared, causing the dark energy embedded in the land to dissipate. Looking at the carnage around them, Jam Chun-woo spoke with dismay, unable to believe what he was seeing. Everywhere he looked, bodies lay strewn about, each one a testament to a painful death. Chun-woo crossed his arms, surveying the scene, and remarked, "To think the Shadow God dealt with all these enemies while you fought the God of War? Impressive." With her overthinking tendencies, she casually says, "If the Dark Lord is your enemy, things will get complicated." Hansen, who is supporting Catherine, agrees. "She could even kill me instantly, you know?" Perhaps sensing his anxiety, Jem Chun-yu coldly reminds him, "Remember, compared to the Dark God, the God of War is nothing but small fry." Despite her concern, all she received was a cold response. Sang-jun indifferently replied, "I know that without you telling me." The young man vowed to train harder than ever upon returning to the tower, so he wouldn't end up like these guys. The status window continued its notifications. You have received the Moonlit Grace Body enhancement from the remaining vampire trait in the Humanity Erasure skill. Thanks to the Moonlit Grace enhancement, your abilities will increase by 10% under the moonlight. Chun cries out in shock, but it doesn't end there. Thanks to the buff from the moonlight, all skills increase by 4, and all growth rates increase by 10%. The girl frantically pointed at the screen, shouting, "Is this race insane? This has to be cheating. There's no way the reward could be this big." Hansen explained while scrolling through the screen. "These are all skills. The system advises him to use all commands to permanently increase his abilities, but Jamchunu seems unwilling, resorting to emotional blackmail. A skill that doesn't suck? I used to grind day and night just to get where you are." But at this moment, Cyan is reveling in the reward, thoroughly enjoying it. Use the command? This new skill is interesting. The girl keeps nagging him about it. "Do you dare ignore my words?" Hansen helplessly replied. "I'm listening," a voice suddenly said from out of nowhere. "You're Challenger Hansen, right?" the annoying youth asked, startled by the voice behind him. As soon as they met, the other person cheerfully introduced herself. "It seems I was right. I am an apostle of the Dark God." The white-haired beauty politely continued. "My name is Arya, and by the will of the Dark God, I will help you." Challenger Han Sangjin would be escorted to the end of the floor, but trust issues arise, making him suspicious. Until the end, what is she planning? Is she really just an escort, or is she plotting something? Jiam Chanyu reassured him. "Don't worry. Her divine power is enough to prove that she is a true apostle. If the Dark God told her to serve you, she would obey your every command." After the board's input, he asked, "Your name is Arya, right?" She smiles and replies, "Yes, that's right. Don't hesitate to ask me anything." Hans Gyun expresses, "Unfortunately, I can't trust you just yet." He was secretly plotting, wanting to test out his new skill. He immediately conjured up a scroll and said, "But if you sign this contract..." He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "I will definitely trust you, and even provide you with everything you need." The system window announces the activation of the Master Servant contract skill, targeting the BN rank apostle area. He commanded, "Sign the contract. Once it's signed, the Master-Servant relationship will be inviolable." The mysterious beauty was stunned by this momentum, and soon more notifications arrived. Due to mutual consent, a Master-Servant contract has been established. Arya, a 4th-level apostle, could never overcome the Master-Servant relationship. Observing the changes within her body, she exclaimed in astonishment, "The grace you bestowed upon me has increased my stats by another 14 points." Having increased the stats of the 4th-level apostle Arya by 14 points, she was as giddy as a child with candy, eyes sparkling as she began to speak. "Your generosity reminds me of the Dark God." But Han Sang-gyun, lost in thought, simply replied, "Never mind that, I have something I need you to do for me." He then looked at the unconscious Catherine on the ground and requested, "Heal my comrade over there." Arya replied, flustered, "Sang-gyun, unfortunately, I can't heal this potential apostle." She looked up at him and explained that the prospective apostle was suffering from divine fever due to the divine presence, which he didn't understand, so he inquired, "What's divine fever?" Arya immediately takes on the role of a teacher, answering all questions. Those with low physical abilities can't withstand divinity if a god uses their vessel, resulting in a divine fever. She won't wake up for another week. Hansen worriedly muttered, "If that's the case, this isn't good." Suddenly, she solemnly warned him, "More importantly, you're in danger." Holding up 2 fingers, she said, "Because you have more than 2 fragments of the Holy Grail, you'll become a target for the other camps." This means his teammates are in danger as well. Hansen was shocked, and without a word, he leapt into the air. Arya, supporting Catherine, called out, "Where are you going, Mr. Han Sangjin?" The cold youth looked at the 2 women and ordered, "Arya, protect her and follow me." All the way, he was lost in thought, realizing he'd forgotten something in the heat of battle. With Catherine unconscious, the shield around Kim Sung-hun and the shock burial site was dispelled, and he feared they might already be targets of other camps. He seemed to have forgotten the girl struggling to carry another on her back, as Arya desperately cried out, "Sanyonen, wait for me. I'll be back in the old forest soon." A footstep echoes softly as he arrives at the hidden spot where his friends lie buried, and Jam Chun anxiously speaks. Their condition is worse than I thought." Looking at her 2 fallen friends, she continued, "It wouldn't be strange if they pass soon." Arya analyzed the situation, explaining that they were attacked with poisoned weapons, and though they could have defeated this many opponents while poisoned, it was ultimately too much for them to endure. Arya believes they were attacked because the enemy knew we were gone, and at that moment, suppression enveloped him. Just when things seemed hopeless, Arya offered reassurance. This poison could be completely cured in a few months. So don't worry, I suggest temporarily returning them to Earth by draining their mana. Hans Gyun approached his comrades and spoke softly. "Understood. The system reports that challengers Kim Seung-hoon and Oh Chun-seo have exhausted their mana and are now returning to their original world. After seeing his acquaintances to safety, he anxiously looks at the screen. Arya quickly reminds him, now that you've sent your comrades away, you should prepare to fight. There are a few challengers headed our way. Hans Gyun replied grimly, I know. Please wait for me a moment. He frantically worked the screen, thinking, let me break down all this useless stuff and turn it into divine power. The moment he held it, Sun felt a wave of relief. All right, all set, this should do it. With that, the conditions were met, and 11 out of 20 god camps had lost their Holy Grail fragments. Any god camp with more than 10 fragments of the Holy Grail will receive the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is now activating. The god of the Transcendent Camp, a lesser god, Han Sang-gyun, met the conditions, so the system temporarily granted him the power of deification and incarnation for gods with lower-level souls, and revealed his location to all the camps, unsealing the divine authority of the fire god for challenger Hanseonin. Because of this, all of his stats have been completely altered, increasing significantly. He looks at the light before him, secretly rejoicing. Is that all it takes to achieve apotheosis? According to what's been revealed to the depraved god, the clumsy observer, the false god of suffering, granted the challenger Han Sang-gyun the special power of incarnation, and even divulged his location to all the camps. But even as Sang-gyun prepared to fight, curiosity gnawed at him. The incarnation was something he'd never seen before. What is this? Han Sang-gyun frowned, asking himself in annoyance. Wait, why are they so obsessed with capturing me? Arya, sensing a threat to her master, activates her rage mode and demands answers. Do these petty gods dare trifle with Han Sang-gyun? Gritting her teeth, she raged, Han Sang-gyun, if you command it, I will slaughter every last one of these pathetic fools targeting you. Even Jiam Chun-u, trapped inside the sword, was speechless. Well, these apostles are all insane. Arya looked so demonic, even he was scared. That night, the hunt continued, and the system window kept updating with news. The challenger Rebig has been chosen as an apostle of the depraved camp and granted a fragment of the Holy Grail. Leading his army, he cries out for the great depraved god. We will punish that wretch Hans Gyun. Suddenly, a massive orb appeared in the sky before him, leaving him speechless. Is that the moon? Right and wrong, all the same. This is the unique power of the sorrowful moon, inflicting terrible grief upon its chosen foes. The underlings behind him immediately clutched their heads and screamed, "Oh, my head, my head." Everyone looks pained and struggles, constantly weeping, and my tears keep flowing. This is because the enemies that the moonlit deceiver doesn't support as targets feel sadness, which drains their vitality. Rick also wept, crying out in frustration. No way. Not only that, but a special power too, a contemptuous gaze that reduces all abilities by 10 points. The system announced that the twisted god was yelling, telling them to quickly advance. Receiving this signal, he trembled and said, I'm sorry, but if we keep going, we'll die. However, the bizarre fallen god declared that they were nothing but insignificant, low-level mercenaries, relentlessly insulting their painful fates. Ribi struggled to stand and spoke with difficulty. He restrained himself and said he understood. Han Sang-gyun, standing high above, immediately activated the Holy Eye skill. The forest ahead explodes like fireworks, and 17 members of the fallen camp are killed. 11 members of the observation camp and 14 members of the Tiger Unification camp have been eliminated. Looking at these numbers, he smiles with satisfaction, explaining that using moonlight to negatively affect them increases the accuracy of holy light. Remembering the little fairy, he happily reflects on destroying the items he obtained during the Fallen Immortal phase and receiving the Moonlight Elixir, which helped him change the game. However, new events unfold, a bizarre fallen god and clumsy observer gods. The false gods of suffering vow to cooperate and eliminate the challenger, Hansen, leaving Jiam Chun-u impressed by their understanding. It seems they've realized their strength in unity. Get ready, she warned, eyeing the spatial rift. Those lesser gods are coming, and you'll face 3 of them, so be careful. Han Sang-gyun gripped his sword, focused, and replied, I know. Soon after, 3 bizarre figures emerged from the gate. The purple-haired girl serves the depraved god with a strange, deep-seated hatred. Scaring me right off the bat, how arrogant. I'll show you just how pathetic you are, activating my physical incarnation and appearing before Han Sang-gyun, while the white-haired man observed by the gods appears in physical form, looking on in bewilderment. You are clearly a god, so how did you enter this labyrinth? The false god of suffering, along with the others, assesses the situation sternly. So, those are the candidates the tower has chosen? This is a clear violation of authority. Hansen took the opportunity to judge their appearances. realizing that incarnation wasn't about entering a person's body, but rather inserting their souls into dolls that resembled them. With that in mind, he smirked and taunted, "I thought the incarnations would be something impressive, but it turns out you're just ordinary dolls." Facing their frustrated expressions, Han Sunyan didn't mince words, calling them pathetic, but they only replied, "You'll regret this?" This veiled threat amuses Hans Gyunder, and as he enrages them, they immediately launch a coordinated attack. Han Sanyon tried to evade the attacks as an eerie silence fell over the area, but they still pounced on him. He worried even if they were dolls, gods were still gods. Seeing the upcoming 3-on-1 fight, he realized facing all three at once would be difficult. Suddenly the three attacked from below, launching orbs at him. Hans Gyeon swung his sword, slicing through the attacks, sending them scattering wildly. Then, overwhelmed by the relentless attacks, he was slashed, blood spraying into the air, followed by blows to his stomach and legs that caused him to bleed profusely. Wounded, Han Sang-gyun gritted his teeth and glared at them, but before he could regain his composure, another fiery orb hurtled toward him, scorching the earth as it flew. Hans Gyun braces himself, retreating as a massive explosion lights up the sky, and unseen footsteps rustle through the forest, scattering leaves. The purple-haired girl spoke up, "Hans Sang-gyun, you coward," and the three quickly gave chase. Thinking he could escape, he was still in their grasp. Han Sion turned, grimacing, wishing he could eliminate one of them, but wondering if all he could do was run. Suddenly a voice transmission rang in his ear. "Sanjun, I'll face a minor god that will surprise you." Then Arya, carrying a sleeping red-haired girl on her back, resolutely confirmed, "I can stall one of them, and then add another for good measure. Just trust me." Immediately, a system notification appeared. Apostle Berea has activated her unique Shadow Warp ability. The system describes how her body has become darkness, allowing her to teleport anywhere she wishes, followed by a stream of purple light appearing before him and the three pursuers, drawing their puzzled attention. Then a hand emerged from the light, cursing their foolishness. Arya, holding the red-haired girl on her back, conjured a dark purple orb and shouted, her face contorted with rage, "Daring to act so foolishly before Han Sang-gyun, let me show you what true darkness is." Then the system chimed in again, announcing that Fourth Apostle Arya had activated the unique power of the Apostle of the Endless Abyss. From the orb, black vines erupted, reaching for the three pursuers of Hansuni. The white-haired one was quickly ensnared by the dark tendrils, his eyes widening in shock. Arya retracted her hand, pulling the vines back with a decisive yank. The white-haired man was helplessly ensnared and dragged back towards her, his legs flailing, mouth open in a scream as she continued to pull him violently. Seeing this, the white-haired man's eyes widened in panic, and he cried out in disbelief and confusion. How could a fanatic apostle of the ancient god be here? Then the system announced a countdown, saying the designated target would be banished to the abyss in 10 minutes. Hearing that, the man cried out in disbelief, but before he could finish, he was sucked into the sphere of darkness. The system announces that the connection to the observing divinity has been severed and deactivated. The zealot vanishes, leaving only the black-haired girl, the slime, and him staring at the protagonist. Breaking the silence, he suddenly spoke, startling them both. Han Sang-gyun drew his sword, pointing it forward, and declared, "I'll play with you two for 10 minutes. The dark purple-haired girl replied, "I didn't expect you to be involved with the dark god. Han Sang-gyun, you don't deserve to exist. I will make you die as painfully as your friends." Her words shock him, and he stares at them in confusion. Then, as if remembering something, he asks, "You're the fallen god, aren't you?" Unable to contain himself, he questioned her, "You're the one who poisoned them?" The fallen god laughs maniacally, her face flushed with excitement as she confirms his suspicions. "To corner you, I forced the imposters to serve me, and killing those two was difficult because they were like leeches, so I had to poison them." She then arrogantly added, "Don't worry, I'll kill you slowly and painfully just like I tortured them." Han Shun silently listened to her madness, not responding, then asked in a strained voice if the fallen god of the moon was finished. Hearing him say that, she looked confused, frowned, and tilted her head up, stopping her laughter to ask, "Huh?" Enveloped in a red aura, he asks, "Looks like you're finished talking." The system announces the activation of divine might and divinity. Han Sang-gyun transforms into a two-sword-wielding god. The ground cracks and sinks from his power, and he vows to tear his opponent to shreds. Then, system notifications kept ringing out, activating the true upper-level Blood Demon skill, Magic Explosion A+. Your magical abilities have increased, and the true upper Blood Demon sword skill, Thought Acceleration, AI, has been activated. Your thoughts have accelerated. The inner organ magic circuit, a function of the true upper-level blood demon sword soul, has been created to aid magic circulation. Activating Mythic Warrior Training Ground, all abilities, plus 41. Activating the special buff, rejecting divine traces, and nullifying 20% of damage from outer god attributes. Finally, after activating everything, the ground around him had sunk into a large, bulging mass. The two were blasted back by the aura, staring in shock as he transformed, eyes flashing gold, declaring it was still not enough. Then the system chimed in again and again, as his sword intent surged, activating the death divinity. An unavoidable end was sealed into his blade. His feet hit the ground, sinking into the earth from his power, cracking and upheaving the ground. The system notifications continue, announcing that the Death God's power is reacting, strengthening the enchanted holy power, and activating the unique effect of the Twin Strike Immortal Devil Sword technique. The corrupted god and the slimy creature struggled, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure that warped and shattered the ground beneath them, as the system announced the activation of a skill, consuming divine power to quadruple the pressure. The slimy creature looked at Han Sang-yoon, his face strained by the oppression, and declared, "What terrifying pressure." "Hurry, fallen saintess, use your power of depravity on him," he urged as the system announced the activation of the true Upper Blood Demon Sword's passive skill, enhancing surface qualities. With difficulty, the fallen sacred maiden denies it's possible. Then the system announces the activation of Fear Amplification. Hearing this, the slimy creature looked at her suspiciously, gritted its teeth, and asked, "Huh?" The fallen angel cries out in agony, eyes wide as she looks at him, offering her assessment to the slimy creature. "How can we win? The pressure from his countless skills is too great." She cuts him off, gritting her teeth, enduring and staring at him, crying out in anguish, losing her composure and screaming, "I can't even use my power of depravity." Seeing this, he curses her. "Useless thing." The slimy one unleashed water from his palm, urgently instructing the fallen god, "I can at least withstand one of his attacks alone. Once I make my move to run, he'll strike at Han Sang-jun, but he quickly leaps into the air, spinning to evade the blow, causing the attacker to grimace in fear. The other guy stares blankly at his movements, utterly bewildered. Huh. He then landed with style, while the Divine Sand mercenary was forced to his knees. The man next to the slime was stunned as something fell on him, screaming in agony. "My hand." Then, Han Sion's eyes flashed as he looked up at them, delivering his verdict. "Based on that reaction, it seems you can still feel pain." Silence falls as he speaks. The two stand within a circle of upturned earth as he lands, striking a pose and glaring at them. Then he unleashed a flurry of relentless sword strikes upon them before sneering, "Don't think you'll get off easy." The swords pierced them with agonizing precision, tearing through flesh as they screamed in agony. His eyes flashed with rage as he finished, "After you touched my comrades." Then the system chimed in with another notification. "You have earned the legendary Maze Swordsman Godslayer achievement. You have acquired 100 Maze points. Your total health and mana will increase by 100. Activating the special S+ grade Swordsman Slayer skill." Han Sang-gun stared at the depraved god buried in the ground, his face darkening. With half her face missing and still smoking, she stared at him in a panic, her eyes screaming, "The tower has created a monster!" She gasped for breath, then spoke, questioning herself with doubt. "Is the tower's desire finally becoming a reality?" He looks down at her, questioning the tower's intentions. Then the system's notification rang out again. The corrupted god's bizarre physical body had suffered irreparable damage, leading to her destruction. "You have absorbed the soul fragment of the 3 squares. 243. He held the soul stone in his hand as the armor on his body quickly dissolved. Hans, the worm, stared at the corpse in the sky, realizing that defeating a god's physical body would yield a fragment of their soul. Next, he clenched the fragment, which shattered and was absorbed into his body, and he realized that only one remained. Then, the system issued another notification. The clumsy god of observation used the unique divine power of Labyrinth Ascension 007, paying a heavy price in divine power and holy energy. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, drawing his attention, and the system issued a notification. The clumsy god escaped the abyss using the unique divine power of Ascension Maze 007. A spatial rift opened, and the white-haired man who had been trapped burst out in a panic, glancing back at the abyss and shouting in anger. He burst out seething, saying he had to expend divinity for her. But before he could finish, a fist appeared before him, and he didn't have time to dodge. Hansen's fist hurtled towards his face, sending him reeling back with a cry of pain. He looked at him and started to speak, but the man quickly fell, hitting his head on the ground as Hansen smiled, still in his punching stance. The man gaped, stunned and speechless on the ground as Hansen casually said, "Oh well." Then, the system notified him that his divine authority's apotheosis had deactivated and couldn't be used for the next 8 hours. Hansen, watching his fist lose power, realizes it's not enough to kill him as the white-haired man pinned to a tree curses him. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? He stood before him, softly offering an answer. Weren't you the ones who started this? Hearing this, the white-haired man strained his neck and retorted, Nonsense. If you didn't exist, we wouldn't be in this mess, he added. You shouldn't have existed in the first place. Hearing this, he drew his sword, threatening. Still not awake after all that? Hansayan then strikes the man's head, his face contorting in agony as he unleashes a relentless barrage of blows, declaring that even in physical form, pain is felt, adding, I'll torment you until you know your place. The man screams in agony, his wretched cries echoing through the night, scattering the birds. The white-haired man's face, swollen as if stung by bees, stammered, I see. So you've eliminated the other gods, he added, and you spared me because you want something. Then he questioned him, what is your goal? Challenger Han Sangjun, what do you want from me? He listened to the answer, sword in hand. I have some questions and I want to know more about this labyrinth competition. I want to make a deal. Will you hear me out? He stroked his chin, sizing him up with a threatening gaze. I can't kill your physical body, he exclaimed, startled. I don't need compensation. I just want you to promise not to harm me later. His face was swollen, but his eyes were comically serious. If we lay a hand on you, we'll pay the price. Hearing this, he quietly confirms with him. Then the system issued another notification. If the clumsy observer violates the tower, the trial will revoke the divinity placed in this oath. He then urged the white-haired man, Okay, I guess it's Q&A time, right? The man looked down at him haughtily and replied, I'm waiting. Hansen, hearing this, glanced away warily and asked, Tell me about the tower first. The white-haired man frowned, answering him seriously, I don't know anything. Hearing that, he was speechless and stared at him in silence. The man looked back at him. Then, with a grim look and a sharp glint in his eyes, he hoisted his sword, tilting his head as he asked, You still don't know your place, do you? Seeing his dark expression, the white-haired god panicked, eyes wide, and stammered a desperate reply. Wait, I can only write the basics, he honestly adds. I haven't been a god for very long, so that's all I know. Hearing this, he chuckles, grimaces, and asks, Then I want to know about the Great Labyrinth competition. He spoke seriously, his dark eyes filled with a deep, resigned confirmation. All right, he said softly. The Great Labyrinth is an event held by redesigning the World Tree, and the Tower of Trials will redesign the Great Labyrinth. Next, he added that it would send invitations to the gods, saying it was hosting a competition for them, and the invited gods could choose the difficulty of the maze, changing the altar and turning challengers into believers. Ultimately, the winner will be determined by the challenger who reaches the final floor first, and the god they serve. He rejoices for the dark god, then continues, but is cut off mid-sentence regarding the reward for the competition. Then, a voice will be randomly selected from one of the tower's administrators. Han Sang-gyun stares at him, surprised. He realized what he had to do. Choose one of the tower's administrators, remembering the 2 white-haired women he'd met, the iron-blooded tyrant and his master, the white crane sword master. Next, he confronts him asking, What do you know about the god of darkness? The white-haired man's body fades away as he glares and replies, I only know she's one of the 7 ancient gods from the beginning of time. Han Sion, you may seem close to the dark god now, but you never know when she'll absorb you. Hearing this, he stared at him in silence, offering no response as the man vanished, leaving only his mouth to deliver a final warning. If light exists, it will eventually fade. He paused, then continued to warn him, yielding to the darkness. That's when the god of darkness truly felt amused, seeing him standing in the forest, the wind blowing, silent and pensive after the other's words. A moment later, Arya knelt down, repentant. I'm sorry, son. I accidentally lost the lesser god. I've committed a grave sin. Oh my God, I'm so scared. He was stunned, replying, There's no need for that. I've already caught him, so please stand up. Hearing the words she wanted, she quickly rose, flattering him. As expected of one blessed by darkness, you're on a completely different level than ordinary beings like us. Then the annoying sword chimed in. That's a quick change of attitude. She handed him a large bag, gratefully saying, Please, take this. And with that, she dumped it all out. Inside were fragments of the Holy Grail from the Shadow Camp, the Nature Camp, the Ruins Camp, and the Demon Camp. Arya crouched down, examined them, and spoke. The Holy Grail of the Lesser Gods has a total of 10 pieces. Before she could finish, the system chimed in, explaining that the camp conditions were met, and receiving 10 or more Holy Grail fragments would grant the Holy Grail from the Apostle of God. It was indeed the Holy Grail, and instantly the fragments connected, forming a complete Holy Grail in her hands. Another notification rings out, announcing that the unique effect, skip floors one by one, will allow you to skip all floors up to the final one of the maze. But to use it, you must enter the maze temple before moving to the final floor. In the Labyrinth Temple, you will meet all the divine beings who participated in the Great Tree Labyrinth event. In this battle, you will need faith and hope. Hearing this, Sang-Yun wondered in surprise. Meet all the gods? And Arya praised him shyly that he had finally reached the end. Hans-Gyun, I'm sorry, but I don't have any more Holy Grail fragments, so from the next level on, I won't be able to accompany you. Her encouragement pleases him, and with a smile he replies, It can't be helped. I'll go on alone then. It was nice meeting you. Thank you. That beautiful face, when smiling, seemed to steal her soul, making her cheeks flush crimson. Blushing, she hides her face, exclaiming that Han Sang-Jun is saying such lovely things to someone as lowly as her, while Than Kiem mocks her infatuation. She's quite the actress. Then she pulls out a ticket like a parting gift. Please use it in times of need, Mr. Han Sang-Yun. Turns out it's an A+ Labyrinth Escape ticket. A unique labyrinth ticket obtained after fulfilling a special condition on the 4th floor of the Dragon Holy Land Great Tree Labyrinth. If you designate a target after tearing this ticket, the unique escape effect 1-to-1 will be activated. If you use this ticket to escape the maze, you can return to your original dimension without incurring a skill reduction penalty. It even gives a careful reminder that if you designate someone else, the ticket won't work unless they aren't fighting. Suddenly, without a word, he tears the ticket, and she cries out in surprise. A notification rings out, 1 use out of 1 use. Item destroyed as the ticket activates. Catherine Benet, slumped at the base of the tree, emits a powerful light, then vanishes. The challenger, Catherine Benet, has returned to her original dimension. Arya looked up at Sion, a faint, satisfied smile gracing her lips as she bid him farewell, free of regret. Now it's my turn, Mr. Sion. It was an honor to serve you, even for a short time. I look forward to the day we meet again. Take care until then. The sword, which didn't like her, immediately rejoiced. Finally, some peace and quiet. Are you planning to leave right away? But he refuses. If I'm going to the gods' realm, I need to become strong enough to face them at their peak. The sword impatiently urges him on. Hurry it up, I'm getting bored. A notification rings out, informing him that he's skipping floors and heading straight to the temple labyrinth before the final level. The maze entrance was built in an ancient style, combined with technical details. Suddenly, the doors creaked open, and as he stepped inside, he saw the gods sitting together in the stands. The god of darkness and the demon. God greets son, glad to see he's unharmed. Little Han Sang-Jun, that was an interesting trial. You've fulfilled the contract, and I'll grant you your reward soon. Their sudden kindness made him suspicious as he glanced to the other side. The peculiar god of depravity looked at the challenger Han Sang-Jun with envy. The god of depravity, the false god of suffering, gritting his teeth in anger towards the challenger Han Sang-Jun. The system even warned him, and the clumsy god of observation seemed a bit afraid of Han Sang-Jun, while the god of war clenched his fist in anger the moment he saw him. The god of war emanates murderous intent towards challenger Han Sang-Jun, when suddenly a light flashes and a warning silences him, deciding to leave. Now, above him, the approval rating is 0, the disapproval is 0, and the challenge begins. The decision of whether challenger Han Sang-Jun has the right to know the truth. Everyone voted at once, and the voting period has ended. The results are 81 in favor and 77 against. Based on the results, it's been decided that challenger Han Sang-Jun has the right to know the tower's secrets. A voice suddenly encourages him to be proud. Challenger Han Sang-Jun, you have earned the right to know the truth. Now, I hate complications, so let's make this quick. Oh, and this is the god of light, an ancient being, but he scolds him. Silence! You must know what the tower wants from you after hearing that impudent demon god's name, right? Hearing this, he pondered. An ancient being, meaning he's had power for a very long time. He then fearfully says that it wants something omnipotent, transcendent, and in absolute control. The god of light agrees, saying, Indeed, the tower wants only one thing from a transcendent being, to annihilate all the gods without exception. So, the tower is helping me grow so I can kill gods? Quell. So, why have they let me live until now? The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Why would the gods help me? Are they planning to kill me here? It's as if they want to manipulate him into a puppet, only to destroy it themselves. Under the fearful gaze of thousands he trembled, thinking perhaps a voice would suddenly boom, "Don't worry. If we wanted to kill you, we already would have. We're here only to decide if you're capable of killing a god, if you're worth it." The more he heard, the darker things seemed. Stuttering, he asked them, "If what I think is true, are you telling me to destroy the tower?" The god of light answered without hesitation, "Exactly." Hearing this, his mind raced, sweat poured down, and he stammered, I'm not strong enough to fight the tower. I don't think I can destroy the tower right now, not to let him escape. It's also manipulating. Well, obviously, do you want to make a deal? The ancient gods will no longer interfere with you, but in return you must not antagonize any gods who pose no threat. If a god confronts you, you can choose to kill them or let them live. At this point, he had no choice but to accept, saying, "I understand. Those conditions are sufficient for me." It continued, "Then the deal is done. You may speak, my friend." Suddenly, the demon god laughed heartily. "I thought I was going to die of boredom." The light god replied, "Demon god, how rude. I was trying to finish as quickly as possible." Then, turning to him, it announced, "Han Sang-gun, you have fulfilled the heavenly demon's contract well." And the demon god nearly gasped. "I didn't think you could banish countless gods in the 7th level. You're better than I thought. Here's your reward. Unique power. A9871, vision blocking, has been acquired. Now you can block the vision of gods and administrators. It can be toggled on or off at will." Suddenly, the dragon god roared, "Challenger Han Sion, I can give you that too. I'll give it to you, so come back to me. Don't follow that bastard." He was taken aback. Suddenly, he was granted another power, the unique ability to browse information. You can view information about lower beings through the system. This unique power can be used on inanimate objects. What do you think? I gave you something amazing, didn't I? So come back to me. He desperately tries to win him over. You've learned the dragon god's battle techniques, so I'll treat you well. Ah, so this crazy voice can only belong to the dragon god. He scoffed. I thought you were a dragon because you're the dragon god, but I guess not. Before he could finish, the dragon god transformed. I can turn into a dragon whenever I want. Are you stupid? Now come back with me. But he sadly refuses. I don't want to, but I'm very happy with what you've given me. What the heck? The man loses it and shouts, "Oh, what, you bastard!" So you've learned the dragon god's combat techniques. He then uses his information browsing ability, revealing Jam Chun-gu, the blood demon of the blood divination sect, and a challenger who has climbed to the 41st floor of the Tower of Trials. Even though she once possessed the divine crimson blood, it has now been withdrawn, and she awaits the decisive moment, filled with fear, further enraging the man. You. The dragon god is demanding that challenger Han Sang-gun become his disciple. Unique power 9871, blocking vision, has been activated, completely blocking the dragon god's sight. He shouted in greater fear, "If you accept my power, shouldn't you accept my request?" Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Ah, very well, challenger Han Sang-gun. You have proven yourself, and I shall reward you." The system speaks, "If we were to wrong you, we would pay the price." Due to the clumsy god's violation, the Tower of Trials will withdraw the divinity engraved in the good oath. "Shall we begin the questioning now?" he asked cheerfully. "I was hoping you would." Then he asked, "Tell me about the tower first." He honestly replied, "I don't know anything," but he was met with sarcasm. "You don't know your own condition, do you?" Sue pleaded. "Wait, I know the basics, but I became a god a long time ago, so I don't know much." Suddenly, the system announced their arrival at the labyrinth's final floor. But because they skipped floors, no skills would be restored. In exchange, the final floor's difficulty will adjust to match the number of skills recovered, and upon arrival, you've entered the Great Tree Labyrinth's 10th floor, the Apocalypse dimension. This is the final level of the labyrinth, a test of everything the challenger has faced. The Holy Sword speaks fearfully. The announcement continued, stating that if he could withstand the power of the Apocalypse God 4 times, he would clear the final floor of the labyrinth. The gods of despair, corruption, and madness are delighted by your divinity. Then he fearfully looks up to the sky and feels it. Looking at that giant eye, he recoiled in fear, thinking he couldn't win this fight. Overcome by helplessness and despair, the gods of despair and corruption were delighted and laughed madly. Before Sion could process what was happening, eyes filled the sky, and tentacles rained down. The system then announced the updated conditions for completing the final week of the Great Tree Maze. Endure the power of the Apocalypse God 4 times. Instantly, thousands of tentacles shot directly toward Sang-yun, moving with incredible speed and flexibility. But Sang-yun finds it difficult to evade the relentless attacks, sensing that this power is beyond human. The idol demanded Sanjun hand it over, lashing out with its tentacles to capture him. He threatened Han Sang-gyun, saying if he didn't hand it over, he'd kill him himself to take it, as tentacles spewed streams of black ink. The viscous black ink began to envelop Sang-gyun's body. Han Sang-gyun felt himself beginning to melt within the inky darkness, and what he needs to do right now is quickly use his divinity to recover. Suddenly, a dazzling golden orb emerges from Sang-gyun's chest. Amidst the swirling vortex, like an endless black hole, a glimmer of light shoots toward Sang-gyun, escaping the infinite darkness and landing back on solid ground. Having survived the mad god of despair's power once, he has now resisted the power of the apocalypse for the first time, as Jiam Chungu reminds him that he almost died. Cho reminds him to stay alert, but before Sion can catch his breath, the corrupted god's tentacles lash out again. The city is now shrouded in a despairing purple, each tentacle bringing endless devastation. The depraved, frenzied god continued to scan the area for Sang-gyun, and upon spotting him, the tentacles gave chase. The fallen god, Kuang Luan, and Mad, pursued Sang-gyun while ceaselessly roaring and sowing despair. "You arrogant sinner, no matter where you run, I will hunt you down like a shadow and kill you." Sang-gyun immediately somersaults away from the pursuit, activating true upper blood demon sword to accelerate his thoughts. His thoughts accelerated, and as Han soon activated multiple skills at once, the fallen god, enraged, lunged at him with a tentacle. But the god of the end immediately absorbed Sang-gyun's divinity, preventing him from using his divinity amplification skill. Blindsided by the apocalyptic god's absorption attack, San unleashes thousands of ink bombs upon the city, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. The city becomes a mobile beehive as San Jundong deflects the incoming bombs with his swordsmanship. He uses the power of the Holy Church along with the Mythic Warrior training ground buff, increasing all his abilities 47 times over. Activating the Holy Sight skill, a red and black lightning beam shoots straight through the sky as the system announces Sanjun has survived the power of the despairful and mad god. Seeing things exceed his calculations, the apocalyptic god grows bitter. He relentlessly mocked Han Sang-gyun, calling him a foolish and arrogant convict. "Right here today, I will personally cut off that arrogance." Then he absorbs divinity and temporarily seals Sang-gyun's holy skill. Han Sang-gyun gritted his teeth, activating his unique blessing in a fit of rage. From one who will not fall, this technique resists all attacks based on divine power. Sang-gyun tries to resist the apocalypse god's absorption, but the idol shouts that resistance is futile. Immediately, he absorbed more divine power than specified, piercing Hansen's defensive barrier. But against his expectations, the apocalypse god still absorbed Hansen's divinity, temporarily sealing his holy sight skill in the face of the fallen god's Kuang Bao. Sang-gyun suddenly remembered the designated amount the system mentioned, but the idol ignored it and felt slighted, unleashing tentacles towards Sang-gyun, saying, "You have no time to rest." Sang-gyun immediately activated his heavenly movement skill, undoing the limits he had broken. And so, Sang-gyun immediately unleashed a series of direct strikes, releasing his B-grade divinity amplification passive skill, creating a clash between the two abilities. Han Sang-gyun's heavenly might skill was temporarily sealed, returning all of his other skills to normal, preventing him from using the heavenly realm technique. And so, just as Chungu had observed and predicted, the god of apocalypse had a fatal weakness. He couldn't seal multiple skills of his opponent at once. Discovering his weakness, the god of apocalypse lost his composure and frantically lunged at Sang-gyun. But having foreseen the god of apocalypse's weakness, he immediately activates the true upper blood demon sword technique, passive skill. Already at god tier B, Jiam Chunu understands Han Sang-gyun's intent and tells him to trust her, as she is always ready. Sion unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, slicing through the tentacles, and the power of Dongcheon is released from its sealed state. Waiting for this moment, Sang-gyun unleashes a finishing blow, her sword glowing with blue light as she activates her Dominion skill. The limits you break will be lifted. At the same time, the unique twin strike effect of the Immortal Devil Sword technique is activated, and the absorbed holy power will quadruple your power. Waiting for the opportune moment, the two charged forward, unleashing a single strike that cleaved the approaching tentacles in two. The system announces that Sang-gyun has survived the power of the fallen god of despair for the third time. As the situation becomes dire, he constantly curses Sun for daring to resist him. After a skillful maneuver, Sang-gyun retreats, maintaining a defensive stance. Immediately, that hellish eye lunged forward, and with dark marks engulfing the building Sion stood in, Sang-gyun unleashed that power, succumbing to despair and madness, having received so much power that he had become a myth. The gluttonous myth. Sang-gyun's left eye and the entire right side of his head are consumed, and he realizes the situation is dire. He urged himself to escape immediately, but as he tried to break free, he suddenly collapsed, as if crushed by immense gravity. Sangyun used his two swords to prop himself up, realizing he couldn't block the attack at this level, but he immediately activated his dying skill, negating the fatal wound. And just like that, he returned to normal, surviving the power of the fallen god of despair, successfully clearing the 4th insane difficulty run, officially meeting the conditions and completing the 10th Great Tree Labyrinth of the Doomsday Dimension. Rewards will now be distributed, and the system congratulates Han Sang-yoon for being the first challenger to complete the Great Tree Maze on insane difficulty. The completion reward is the Regressor's Luxury Watch, an SSS Plus grade item which has been directly transferred to his inventory. At this moment, the god of the apocalypse is gradually collapsing, becoming weak and uttering painful groans. "My tower friend, if not for the limitations of this labyrinth, I would tear you to pieces immediately. Next time we meet, I will surely kill you." As he finished speaking, the apocalypse god shattered into 100 pieces, and he calmly resheathed his swords. Jam Chun-gu, who had been worried from the start, was as surprised as Sun. She thought they would both die here, but thanks to his efforts, they survived. "Well done. Thank you so much." But she reminds him that without her, he wouldn't have made it, so he should be grateful. Though the Labyrinth Tree's trial and competition are over, something still feels strange. Hanjin recalled the fallen god's desires once more. Madness and frenzy. He always wanted Hanjin's power, even calling the tower his friend. He then accessed the system to check it again, activating his unique K-rank power, 1547 information scan, and learned about pure, fallen despair. And the Mad One was the first candidate this tower chose. The system explains they are not classified as challengers and are receiving protection from the tower. They were originally 3 ancient gods, and their true names are at the summit. Now, they harbor a great desire for the challenger, Han Sang-yoon. Hearing this, he learns that the crazed fallen god was the first candidate chosen by the tower and that they were once ancient gods. The system then announces that Sionin has completed the final trial of the Great Tree Maze. Now, the labyrinth's data will be completely erased, and he will return to reality as the hourglass runs out of time. Suddenly, everything shattered into pieces, and the system announced an error. The blue orb shatters, and due to a system error, the challenger, Han Soo-yoon, is transported to a random area. An excited and curious expression appears as the system announces the activation of the SSS rank Absolute Maze Preservation perk. Sangjin finds himself in a timeless space, explaining that he bought this because the maze shop's cat recommended it, hoping it works well. Jam Chun-gu, who'd been by his side from the start, reassured him, saying the cat was famous and trustworthy, putting Sanjun at ease, concluding that despite the high price, it was a worthwhile purchase. The system reappears, announcing that all powers gained in the labyrinth will be combined with the challenger's current data, and the transcendent potential myth has accumulated enough divine power. If that myth is activated, the effect of reversing cause and effect will also be activated. When facing an opponent you cannot defeat, the outcome will be reversed, creating an absolute victory. If that myth is activated, the divinity enhancement effect will also activate. Each time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase accordingly. And as your divinity increases, you can receive a special reward. Each player you defeat and each victory you achieve brings you closer to transcendence. Hansen was curious about the system's mention of being closer to transcendence. He didn't know what it meant, but hoped to find out after the fight. The sand continues to flow, signaling that time is running out, and the proper settings are finally complete. A blinding golden light erupts from the shattered hourglass, spreading across the sky, as the system announces that all powers acquired within the labyrinth have been integrated into Hansen's data. However, the system warns that health and mana are exclusive to the labyrinth and will not be applied. Sang-yoon prepares to rise and fight. The status window appears, introducing challenger Han Sang-yoon. Strength 217, Agility 218. Resistance 214, Stamina 219, and Mana 224. Sanjun now radiates a brilliant golden aura, realizing his stats have surpassed all expectations. Am I even human anymore? My stats have increased so much compared to before. If you threw a coin right now, you could destroy a building with ease. Sanjun then stepped onto the ground, standing before the great endless hourglass before him, when suddenly everything collapsed. The system explains that challenger Han Sangjun will be transported from any space to Earth's dimension. Sangjun smiles. It's time to return. The system mentions that all equipment has been transferred to your inventory, which you can restore upon returning to the tower as the gate to Earth appears. The system announces Sion is in waiting room 18, and Jam Chun-gu breathes a sigh of relief, finally back in the tower. He replied, "That took longer than expected. Although we both returned safe and sound, Jiam Chungu constantly reminded us that we need to be vigilant and not let our guard down. She never wants to see the despairful god in his crazed state again, but she knows they'll meet again as they climb to higher floors. She clenched her fist, a look of determination on her face, vowing to herself that she would become stronger than ever. Hearing this, Sang-gyun smiled, gently stroking her head and reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here, and I'll never let anything happen to either of you." And so, together, they will become stronger than despair, depravity, and madness. Next time they meet him, they'll make him falter. Hearing Sang-gyun's comforting words, Jiam Chungu playfully punches his shoulder for daring to pat her head, but a mischievous and delighted smile spreads across her face, while Han Sang-gyun continues to wonder why she always hits him. He also complimented her, saying that though she was small, she was mighty. Just then, Jiam Chungu noticed the watch on his wrist. She asked what it was, and Han Sang-gyun showed it to her, saying, "I don't know what this is, but I think it was awarded for the mission in the giant tree maze on the 10th floor, so I don't even know how it's equipped or works." Jiam Chungu, hearing this, looked disappointed. She scoffs that a simple wristwatch is a poor reward for his efforts on the 10th floor, so Sang-gyun opens his system to check its effects. The system identifies it as the Ragged Watch of the Regressor, a 3S Plus grade item. A worn timepiece once used by a regressor chosen by the god of time. It can randomly nullify a signature attack within 50 meters, reverting to the state before the attack was triggered, with a 30-minute cooldown. Even if you die, the world will rewind 10 minutes, but returning from death has a 30-minute cooldown. Hearing this, they were both surprised by the power and dominance of this clock. Sang-gyun looked at the clock again, nullifying attacks and returning from death. She muses that a reward related to divinity can grant salvation and nullify any enemy's attack. Isn't this an invincible watch? But to obtain such an absolute reward, the difficulty of the challenge must come at a corresponding price. He immediately asked the administrator, "Anyone is fine, just invite me." But no one answered his question, and feeling a bit uneasy, he figured the administrators weren't watching anymore, so he had to resort to his ultimate move. Activating the B7 Wumpteen privilege ability, Domain Teleportation. This was Arya's apology for failing to capture the lesser god, so having it is reassuring. The system announces that you can now teleport to an administrator's domain from anywhere. If you know the administrator's title, teleportation is unlimited. At this moment, the Swordlight Empress felt that on such beautiful days, her small joy was to sip hot tea, wrapped in a blanket, and enjoy delicious snacks. Just as she was enjoying her tea and snacks, she remembered Han Sang-gyun and thought about inviting him to join her sometime. And speaking of the devil, Han Sang-gyun suddenly appeared from above, startling the Sword Emperor, who looked up at the dusty ceiling. "Oh, look, a mouse!" Sion suddenly appeared, face to face with the Sword Empress, even mimicking a mouse's squeak. The teleportation scroll sent Sang-gyun crashing into the Sword Empress's home, ruining her tea and snacks. Even he doesn't know why it brought him here. She then berated him for his incredibly rude behavior, and peace was restored once more. Because of his blunder, Hans-gyun obediently listened to her scolding, as she was appalled by his unannounced arrival. She scolded him for barging into someone's home like that, and the Sword Emperor's logic left him bowing his head in apology. Suddenly, the Sword Empress's expression shifted completely, radiating a cold, murderous aura. "I trust Sang-gyun has been having a wonderful time with the Sword Emperor." Sang-gyun, not understanding a word, insists it's all a misunderstanding, only for the Sword Empress to revert to her usual expression. She clearly stated that she believed him, and that her disciple's erratic behavior was due to imprisoning Chun-gu next door, adding that no one seemed normal anymore. Then she slowly sat down and congratulated him from the bottom of her heart for successfully conquering the giant tree maze. Han Sang-gyun was truly a wonderful and outstanding contractor. She reached out and gently stroked Sang-gyun's face, saying, "You are also a disciple I am proud to have taken in, so you have done very well." Sang-gyun, hearing this, slowly expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "It's all thanks to the Sword Empress and her swordsmanship that I escaped danger and became this strong. It's all thanks to your guidance. He's honored to have you, the Sword Empress, as his master, and earning your pride is his greatest honor." The Sword Empress was bewildered by Sanun's heartfelt words. What made her like this? However, she immediately returned to the main issue, guessing that Sun came to find out who the first candidate chosen by the tower was. Sanun was taken aback, wondering how the Swordbringer knew, but the Sword Emperor simply replied, "I've always watched how things unfold, and knowing you survived your encounter with that twisted incarnation puts my mind at ease. Actually, I wasn't planning on telling you any of this at first. Now that things have come to this, most restrictions and information have long been lifted. The desperate god has fallen and gone mad. He's like a flawed creation of the tower. He was an early attempt to create someone capable of slaying a god, but his insatiable greed led him to exploit the tower's power to obtain 3 divine titles. Hearing this, Hansen's expression turned grim. The problem was that even acquiring 1 title had pushed his mental strength to its limit, and part of him had already begun to break down. However, because the fanatic simultaneously accepted multiple divine faiths, he couldn't bear it and ultimately suffered a mental collapse, like those chaotic war gods. He assumed that warmongers were completely naive and unfit to be gods. The position continued to explain that although the fanatic had attained 3 divine titles, that was his limit, and he could absorb no more. Compared to the price, he could no longer absorb transcendent power, so in other words, the tower had abandoned him. Soon after, Sungjun descended into madness and became an enemy of the tower. A god's title represents their divinity. So having 3 titles of god combined means he's far stronger, so you'll need to be careful. Also, I just received a warning from the tower, so please understand. Hansun understood and replied, "Perhaps there's no other way, but thank you for explaining the questions that have plagued me for so long." With that, he stood up to leave. Seeing this, the sword official asked what he intended to do, but Sangyun simply turned his back and said, "God of despair. Ji has fallen and gone mad. I must prepare so I don't lose to him." With that, he turned to leave, as the system announced he had entered week 18 of the trial tower. The difficulty is set to hard, and the theme of this trial is prudence. The time limit for this trial is 30 days, and the condition for success is to protect a world on the verge of collapse caused by a god. The reward for passing this trial is the S-rank Usurper's Gauntlet 2nd class minus the penalty for failing the trial. Suddenly, someone spoke up and Sangyun immediately turned around, afraid someone had called the wrong name, so he confirmed again. One of the 3 immediately pointed their sword at him, saying, "Hand over everything you have while we're still being nice." Sangyun immediately gritted his teeth and glared back at them, and Jiam Chungu felt that they wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. The girl, now furious and uncomprehending, suddenly finds her entire body engulfed in flames. "I am the manifestation of wishes. Defy me, and you will know true suffering." Sunan wondered about her wish fulfillment ability, but then she sensed something that startled her. Before the 3 of them, Sangjun unleashed his power, asking, "Is this what you mean?" The girl, confident in her wish-granting abilities, now fearfully asks Hans Sangjun, "You can't feel anything?" That wounded Kokadia's pride, causing her to explode, declaring, "I'm a manifestation-type Esper. Keep ignoring me, and I'll show you what pain really is." Unmoved, he retorted, "An apparition-type Esper?" Overwhelmed, she could only stammer, "Yeah." Suddenly, he unleashes his power, shaking the very earth, then turns to her to confirm, "Is this what you mean?" Before she could answer, he unleashed another attack. Seeing this, she muttered, "There's another Esper?" Frustration boils over, and she grits her teeth in anger, changing the subject to avoid a beating. "You're with the Strength Guild." As soon as she said that, she launched a smokescreen, and the fire grew larger, rushing towards Han Sang-gyun's group. Then it exploded, leaving a scene straight out of hell. The blue-haired man, misunderstanding the scene, excitedly asked Ms. Ha if she was his now. But Katia, terrified, screamed for silence as a system notification rang out. The Eternal Drain skill has been activated, converting all magic that touches you into pure mana, and suddenly he rises as if nothing happened. Water. Hio's attack had no effect? Well, anyone who's afraid to die can go home. Let's all go at once. They swarm him. The blue-haired and blonde-haired men leap forward, fists raised, ready to strike. "So, you're a superpowered Esper?" Suddenly, they're punched back by him. "They're probably fine, or more than fine." Scion scoffs. "But they seem a little weak." What a pathetic display. Their skills and strength are both utterly weak. Their moves are too basic. If they use their signature skills, it might be a little interesting. He punches the blonde away again, then feels guilty, saying he used too much force. Seeing the useless bodies on the ground, she angrily shouts, "You're making a mess!" They repentantly replied, "You're right, I'll focus on adjusting my strength better next time." At the same time, he looked up at Jia, increasingly annoyed by her presence. She quickly attacks, yelling, "Damn it, die you monster! What a load of crap! My ultimate move was caught so easily." The scene leaves her speechless, and the system announces that the weak blood skill has been activated. Katia, nearly losing her mind, knelt down in despair and stubbornly asked, This isn't real, is it? My razor cut can slice through almost any enhanced shield user." Knowing her end was near, she gasped, "So this is how I die?" Suddenly, he said, Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I'll spare your life. Turns out, absolute charm had been activated. A moment later, he offered a deal, saying, "Isn't this a win-win for both of us? The choice is yours." Then he began to explain this world. This is the world. Your powers will manifest randomly when you turn 7. There are 4 types of powers: enhancement, manifestation, alteration, and creation. Alteration and creation will change your body, while enhancement and manifestation will grant you great power. But then one day, a group calling themselves the Union appeared and began a series of terror attacks on the city, declaring that Awakened should rule the world. Everyone tried to use the power of machines to stop the terror attacks, but they only held out for a short time. After the machines created by the Union appeared, most others became unusable, leading to the defeat of almost every region, with only a few machines modified by the enhanced remaining functional. Kokatcha continued. And that's how the world fell into the hands of the Union. And now, the cities here can barely stand. Finding food is incredibly difficult, so we have to steal to survive. Hearing this, Jiam Chunyu points at Cyan and smirks. So, the thing you mentioned is here? What the hell? Why is this little brat talking so brazenly? Thinking this, she doesn't dare say it out loud and replies, "Yes, that thing up there is the strange orb. Each time the people are in extreme pain, it grows larger and shines even brighter. Suddenly, the system speaks up, the conditions have been met, and you've discovered the source of a god's growth. The special mission, Savior, has been initiated. This god has achieved absolute faith and is in the development stage. Before the source of faith is cut off, the god's origin cannot be destroyed, and growth will continue. Stop the god trying to devour the world and save it. Completing this special quest will grant you additional rewards. And finally, the hero's grace ability is activated, temporarily increasing luck stats significantly, and the SSS rank book skill is activated. Analysis of Challenger. Han Sangjin's situation complete. The special skill, Faith Acquisition, has made acquiring faith possible. As soon as the announcement ended, a blue light like lightning struck the spot where the 3 of them were standing. Sensing something was wrong, he gritted his teeth, thinking he could feel the pain, fear, panic, anger, denial, and sorrow of countless people, and to gain so much faith through the suffering of so many was something even he, who valued efficiency, didn't want to achieve by tormenting so many sinners. The system announced that the special skill, Faith Acquisition, had been nullified. Suddenly, Chunwoo's face tightened as he tensely said, "Han Sang-yoon, if my guess is correct, then here, crisis and fear are also a type of faith, and they're using it to evolve. So, we have to defeat the god here before they complete their growth phase." He immediately understood her meaning, and added, "So basically, we have to defeat the upper tier and end the Faith Acquisition." He turned to Katia and the priest for more information. "Katia, right? Do you know where they are?" She shivered. "I don't know their exact location, but I know a broker who does." Hearing this, he beams, "Then you'll have to come with us." Chunwoo adds ominously, "Don't worry, we'll let you live." Meanwhile, on Earth 17, in Siddan City, Laxanta sipped his wine and looked down from a tall building, proudly exclaiming, "How wonderful! The supreme leader of the Shangri-La group will surely be pleased. Just throwing down a sample of food drives them crazy, terrified, wanting to snatch it for themselves." Oh, really? He suddenly laughs like a madman, saying, "Excellent, this world has truly become much better, just as he said. The day the sphere completes its mission will be the day he becomes the god of a new world and returns here. But before he can bask in the joy, an explosion erupts behind him." So, those guys finally arrived. Sang-jun easily broke through the wall and then mocked them. How can the security be so lax at the intermediary's base? Katia, shocked, shouts, "How could you destroy his office like that? I didn't even get to greet him." Then he turned and issued a soft threat. "I don't like chatty guides." Hearing that, she broke out in a cold sweat. Afraid of being targeted, she apologizes. "Yes, I'm sorry, I'll be quiet." Seeing her compliance, he relented, saying, "Good, I want to speak with the broker." Laksan curiously asks him, "Who are you?" He feigns ignorance and replies that he's just someone who wants to learn more about the syndicate. He actually answered, so he crushed his glass in anger and shouted, "Damn it! It's been a long time since I've met such a crazy bastard." He suddenly transformed into a demon and said jealously, "You look like a psychopath trying to play the hero, but unlike in comic books, there are no heroes here." Then his eyes turned a menacing purple as he bared his fangs and threatened, "Let me end your little hero act right now. Then I'll offer you as a sacrifice to him." But he foresaw this and used the skill, King of All Devils. He immediately activates his system to search for information about him. "Judging by your appearance, you must be a demon from the demon realm, right? But his tricks won't work on me." Then the system spoke up. Special ability CA-1547 information scan has been activated. The system reveals his information. One of the 12 chief managers of the Strength Union, a modified Esper. He can transform his body into a demon from the demon realm, and in this state, he can wield demonic energy. He's on high alert. Hearing the limited information, he says with slight disappointment, "I thought we'd get more, but I guess not." Suddenly, he exclaims in surprise, and Sanun, confused, asks, "What?" He replies, "Who would have thought there'd be another Esper this powerful? What do you say? Why don't you join the mercenary clan? Those with power beyond humanity should stand at the top of the world." But he stood his ground, replying, "You call yourselves beings beyond humanity?" Despite the jab, the man calmly responded, "That's right. Think about it. You were born with immense power. Otherwise, you wouldn't make me tremble like this. So you must join us, and then you can enjoy the privileges that our leader brings." Hearing this, he wondered, privileges? Thinking his prey was hooked, the man continued his enticement. "Indeed, if you knew what those were, you'd be interested. We have the privilege to do whatever we want with the weak. Basically, we rule this world, so we can do whatever we want." At this point, he sarcastically asks if that's what he means by privilege. He continued, "For example, the woman behind you resisted the syndicate, so we killed her sister. Now it's hard to find food, right? We offered food to whoever killed her sister first. You did something so disgusting it turned me pale." He continued, "So they all rushed to strangle her? One of them even severed her arm as she tried to protect her sister, but it seems her sister was ultimately killed anyway. She's an example of what happens to those who defy the consortium. Only the strong have that right. I'm a genius for coming up with something so interesting." As he finished speaking, he burst into laughter. Sanun, enraged, rebuked him. "You're too loud." "So you enjoy trampling on the weak?" he retorted, stopping in his tracks. "What was that?" he continued. Unable to resist their technology, he relies on that ball. So arrogant for someone with so little power, huh? You think you're so tough? Instant acceleration activates, and he slams the guy's head into the ground, shaking the earth. Songyun says, "Let me play with you for a bit." At the same time, a notification rings out. "You have achieved the price of humiliation. Endurance has increased by 1. Watching Sangyun beat Laksan, Katya thought to herself, he defeated Laksan, one of the Force Union's intermediaries, so easily. Perhaps he is our savior. Unwilling to give in, he shouts, but before he can finish, Sangyun lands a powerful blow, mixing threats with greetings. "Where is the headquarters of the Upper League?" he demanded, and Laksan screamed in fear. Wait, he said, but Shun delivered another blow. Seeing his stubborn silence, he frowned and asked, "Where is the main headquarters of the Power Union?" "Tell me now." After a moment, his body gave out, and he was dragged like a worthless object. He desperately cried for help, but our hero showed no mercy, slamming him down. Overwhelmed by the pain, he finally relented. "I'll tell you the location of the main headquarters." Suddenly, the system announced that mythic transcendence and reverse causality had been activated. Each time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase, bringing you closer to transcendence. Due to the victory against the false Han Sang-gyun trial, you are 0.1% closer to transcendence. Hearing the notification, he asked in surprise, "My divinity increased just by defeating this nobody? I didn't expect simply winning could increase my infinite divinity." The system excitedly proclaims, "You are drawing closer to becoming a transcendent being." Sang-gyun realizes the issue and haha responds, "So this power can actually make me a transcendent being? At this rate, you might surpass the god of despair, fall, and go mad." Suddenly, he stopped. Lost in thought, Katya's voice suddenly rang out in the distance. Dragging a cart full of sacks, she says, "I've brought all the food from the warehouse." He praises her excellent work, and she wondered, "Is it okay for me to take all of this? I don't even know if I deserve it when I couldn't even protect my own family. If I were as strong as you, my sister wouldn't have died for food." He then comforted her, saying, "I think you deserve even more. Many people aren't even smart enough to tell me his location like you did, so don't underestimate yourself. If not for yourself, then do it for your sister. That's what she would want, right?" As she finished speaking, he chuckled softly, encouraging her. His words truly touched her heart, causing her to sob. The system announces that the seed of hope has begun to bloom, and Katya suddenly starts singing. She bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I will never forget your kindness." Though it was a small thing, he smiled warmly. A moment later, he offered, "Then I'll give you all the food I have. Could you do me a favor?" Hearing this, she happily agreed. "Yes, leave it to me." A notification rings out. You've obtained the Seed of Hope achievement in the 7th land at the Ryonensen food factory, where a demon boy covered in wounds cries for help in the ruins. "Save me." Suddenly, a figure descends, striking him with such force that he cries out in pain. It turns out it was Sion, standing before a pile of corpses when someone leaning against a rock asked, "Why don't you join the Supreme Power Union?" Then they berate and yell at Sion, "With so much power, why the hell?" Suddenly, someone curses him, and he angrily chops off their head, simply replying, "Because I don't like what you do." The system announces, "The Blood Demon Sword's exclusive blood absorption effect has been activated." The sword happily says, "Yes, it's been a long time since I've absorbed this much blood." A notification rings out, indicating that through absorbing a large amount of blood, the item's rank has increased to A843190200. Hearing this, he thought to himself that after defeating the members of the Supreme Power Federation, his strength and skills had grown. The system quickly listed the status window. Hanjin. Ruler's Aura, Strength, 285, Stamina, 287, Agility, Sinoi 284, Magic 299, Endurance 282, Unique Necromancer Trait, Synthesis Skill. Powers include Divine Power, Superior Bloodcraft, Hero's Grace, Heart of Stone, Gaining Trust, Blink, Sword Intent, Amplification, Dominating Evil Spirits, Demonic Index, Iron Wings, Iron Blood Sword, Path of the Sword King, God-Slaying Swordsmanship, Absolute Faith, and skills to be viewed in detail. After a quick look at himself, he realized he just needed to catch the ringleader. The sword asked him again, "Han Sang-gyun, do you see it? That orb is getting redder than the last time we saw it." He agreed, replying, "So, that means it's almost time for another god to be born." Then, the system informed him that a god's origin had been absorbed with faith and had completed its evolution. "The usurping god is watching you. The god inside the arsenic orb will soon be released." The sword adds, "The god born from the sphere is unlike possession. It's a real body, the body of a god overflowing with power." Hearing this, he confidently declared, "I think I can take down a god in my current state." Immediately, the sphere shattered, and a god appeared, causing him to flinch at the sight. The system replies that it's him, the one who caused all this nonsense while he was gathering power. Tch, doesn't matter anymore. I have everything I ever wanted, so I no longer need this world. Farewell. The tower's challenge vanished as quickly as it appeared, and he watched in stunned silence as the fossil crumbled, followed by an urgent notification. Divinity has collapsed, triggering the downfall of this world. Then a ray of light flashed, piercing the earth and shattering in the night. Then the system responded. Due to the collapse of divinity, the 100-year Ice Age has begun. This collapse cannot be shortened by any effect, and can be understood as a unique effect. The Regressor's luxurious wristwatch has been activated. Meteorite fragments shatter, scattering everywhere. Beams of light rained down from an unknown source, affecting the machinery, but he could only stand and watch, powerless to intervene. He angrily shouts, "Damn it!" as a notification rings out. You've obtained the false regression achievement. A skill to resist the manipulation of time has been created. Vai Long stood frozen, wondering. The collapse of the world? How could that be? The sword asked, confused. What nonsense are you spouting? Though facing death, he gritted his teeth, realizing that Jam Chonu was unaware time had been reversed after the world's collapse, while she asked, puzzled, "What's with that expression? What happened?" But he remained determined, do or die, reasoning that there was only one way to stop it. He had to get inside that sphere before the god was completed. A notification rings out. The Iron Wing power has been activated, but he ignores her question, and the Azure Sword angrily asks, "Are you ignoring me again?" But, undeterred, he knew he had to get inside the orb before it turned any redder. The system chimed in. Combat focus activated. User concentration increased tenfold. The effectiveness of combat focus has reached 100%. Combat focus has increased by 1, and the Supreme Blood Art has been activated. He runs with incredible speed, wielding 2 swords as the passive skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's Blood Enhancement is activated. The passive skill, Enhancement of the True High Blood Demon Sword's Aptitude, has been activated. The passive skill, Amplification of the True High Blood Demon Sword's Fear, has been activated. The unique Twin Strike effect of the Immortal Devil Sword technique has been activated, absorbing divine power and increasing its power 5-fold. Immediately after, Sion awkwardly slashes his sword repeatedly, muttering his own incantation. Destruction, destruction, destruction everywhere, shattering everything it touches. Then more destruction, destruction, and the earth trembles, unleashing twin beams of blue and red light. The heaven-shaking skill activates, shattering the earth and revealing cracks that emit a white light. Then, the system announced that he had achieved the feat of destroying the origin of the gods, and the power of rapid mana recovery was activated. Immediately, a fragment broke off, sending him plummeting into a new land, the sacred land of usurpation. As he landed, he was secretly relieved. Without the status window notification, he would have arrived before the growth period was complete. As if reading his thoughts, the system cheerfully praised him. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting entity. I should say, it's a pleasure to meet you. The god of plunder smiles at you, you filthy hunting dog. Chosen by the tower, Han Xianwu stares back in silence. He continued, stating that this was definitely not a place for a stroll, then laughed. But, oh well, I always get what I want. He boasts to him, these are the abilities and faiths I've stolen, the ones that make so many tremble and destroy steampunk's only hope. He asked, do you see my insignia? Gesturing to the pile of objects behind him. Are you stupid? These books are spoils I've taken from the strong. He spoke of the gears and machinery floating in the air, and the mechanical parts that signified the plundering of this world's civilization. Hansen stared grimly at Aya, questioning him. Are you also the one who ordered the 12 leaders of the Power Alliance to harass civilians? He asked, laughing. Precisely, for when they tremble I can gather faith. He asks, are you worried? Hansun, enraged, grips his sword, cursing him under his breath. Bastard! He pushed himself up, his voice cold. Perhaps it's because you're the tower's challenger. Han Su-young asked, do you know who I am? Ayo stands, turns, and answers him. I know you're the one who can kill the gods, and your goal is to kill me. You also have the power to turn back time. Han Sangjun calmly gazed at him as he continued. There is one known as the god of despair, fallen and mad. Turning to Jam Chun-gu, he asked, do you know him? His eyes widened as he angrily said, do you know what that mad god told me? He said that because you have the power to destroy all gods, we need to eliminate you. He continued, you know, I'm starting to get interested. For the first time in a long while, he reached out, continuing, even that monster said you needed to be eliminated, so you must be strong. His eyes widened, glowing, and his tongue flicked out as he menacingly said, what will it feel like to make you experience the same horror as those below before I kill you? He clenched his fist and declared, I want to see you tremble like those below before you die. He sneered, and finally, I'll kill you, like dessert, and absorb your power, so I can be even stronger than that mad god. Hans Gyun thought, I understand why those 12 leaders went mad. Hans Gyun managed to retort, is that so? I think so too. He uses his divine power, emitting red light, and transforms into a being clad in iron armor. He said, I'll fill you with dread too. Io said, you're powerful divinity. Oh, you two are facing off? Ayu booms, you want my divinity? How audacious. He lunges at Han Su-young, yelling, fine, I'll show you. Holy domain enforced, transferring a fixed amount of magic power to its master every second. Han Zion gripped his sword as Ayu laughed, thanks for the magic, gathering power in his palm. Hansen stared, speechless, gripping his sword and declaring, then I will. As the system announced, the skill Punishment was activated, boosting all abilities 7-fold. Once activated, mana won't decrease, dragon power will be transferred, increasing mana by 100%. His body glows, and behind him, a divine spirit smiles wickedly. Ayao asks in disbelief, I can't absorb any magic? As he casts spell after spell, he boasts, it's unfortunate that my magic no longer works, but don't worry, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Ao Ao uses an absorption ability, sending magical formations towards Hanzionen. He quickly dodges one, causing it to crash into the ground in a massive explosion. He dodges each incoming spell, then dashes toward Ai Ao. He stopped a short distance from Ai Ao, thinking to himself, it was strange. The way he fought seemed like he was probing. He spoke, I don't think he's revealed all his cards yet, as we're still in the early stages of the fight. Notice, exclusive power K147 information retrieval activated. Suddenly, white light erupted around Han Sanyun, relentlessly targeting Io, who was revealed to be Io Bakan, a god of possession who ascended after acquiring sufficient soul-level faith and heroic tales. He can wield divine power and continuously conjure formations from books, but his divine power is currently in cooldown. He was waiting for the moment of choice. He thought to himself, wait. Suddenly he shouted, oh, that's great! But to his surprise, a system notification rang out, and the ultimate absorption skill activated, enveloping Han's body in a red magic. All magic that touches his body turns into pure mana. Han Sang-gun lunges forward. He thinks to himself that he doesn't know what he's hiding, but he can't let him use it. He uses the power of enhanced sword intent. activating the powerful sword demon fusion chain strike. He swings his sword towards his legs, and the A+ angel wings power activates, sprouting a pair of wings on his back. He smiles, using the wings to fly upwards, looking down at where Hans Gyun is standing. He says, where do you think you're going? The exclusive effect of the Kronos' old wristwatch, SSS C+ nullify attack, is activated. The power of Angel Wings A+ has reverted to its pre-attack state due to the nullification. The old watch's exclusive effect reverses time, and the SSS+ nullification of attacks has a 30-minute cooldown. Instantaneous movement is activated, and the emotionless god sees him vanish before his eyes. The cooldown on this ability is 10 minutes, and it consumes divine power to instantly move you to a location within sight. He rushed behind him, slicing off his wings. He quickly turned back, swinging his sword at his neck, but stopped, wondering, what? I was definitely aiming for his neck, but his arm was severed instead, sending blood flying. His body flashed, and he relentlessly struck him, finally landing on the ground, sending rocks flying. Both landed on the ground, one missing an arm as he declared, "You should know I don't like close combat." Suddenly his arm began to bulge. He continued, but in preparation for this situation, his arm grew back as before. He triumphantly exclaimed, "I don't discard enhancements, instead I gather them?" The blood technique is activated, revealing a quarter of his face, surprisingly. In terms of appearance, even if I inflict physical damage on you, you will recover quickly. The two stand face to face once more, and he raises his arm, saying with a grin, "Among those who use power to enhance their bodies, you are at the peak. Now I've got a basic understanding of you. How will you react to this?" He laughs. Divinity has created a new rule in the Divine Domain. Rule 1. All battles in the Divine Domain must be fought from a distance. Rule 2. All beings within the Divine Domain will lose 90% of their physical abilities. Rule 3. If you use close combat in the Divine Realm, you will randomly transfer an ability to the Realm's Master. A purple light envelops them both. Rule 4. Most close combat abilities are sealed within the Divine Realm and cannot be used. Rule 5. You cannot use items within the Divine Realm. He smirks, saying neither of us can rely on physical abilities in this domain. We must fight on equal footing. Han Zion's eyes flashed as the AI continued, "Don't be angry, and let's enjoy this together." He questioned the AI's claim of fighting on equal terms. He gripped his sword, declaring, "If that's true, then I'll draw my blade and paint the sky crimson." He continued, "I hope you'll stay true to your word until the very end." The Holy Light skill is activated, and as he brings down his sword, a torrent of red energy follows. The energy descends, detonating the surrounding earth, scattering screws through the air, and cracks begin to appear in the sky. Suddenly, a massive hole appears in the sky, and Ayu can only watch as Hanzun declares, "I'll tell you this, because I believe you mistakenly think you have the advantage." Ayao could only grit his teeth and watch the destruction unfold before him, as he held his sword and continued, "But the pathetic regulations in this domain are not enough, for I can destroy everything." The two returned to their face-off. "Looks like you intend to destroy my domain." Ayao smirks. "How futile." A system notification rings out. The sacred domain has been repaired by the usurper god, destroyer of mechanical civilizations. The newly formed hole was quickly patched. He declared, "I knew this might happen, so I gathered the machines." He laughs, using machines to continuously repair the rift, and arrogantly proclaims, "As long as you're within my domain, you can do nothing." Han Sangjun raised his sword, declaring, "Then I'll break it until you have nothing left." As Holy Light activated, he arrogantly asked, "Brother, are you sure you can do that?" The notifications chime again. Due to the summoning effect, the SSS plus Regressor's Antique Clock's attack nullification has been forcibly activated. The clock emits a golden light, and another notification follows due to the adjustment effect. A temporary adjustment is placed on the SSS plus Regressor's Antique Clock's attack nullification. And due to the adjustment effect, the attack nullification's cooldown is removed. Each time the challenger Hansen's Holy Light skill activates, it's forcibly cancelled by attack nullification. As Gear's word, Han Sang-yun stared at the sword in his hand, and Ai-yu smiled. Surprise, it can reject the adjustment. As he spun the gear in his hand, he continued, "In other words, I'm not bound by the rules of adjustment." She continues, noting that he's also bending the rules of adjustment himself, and Hans Gyun's eyes flash. Ai-ao reaches out, saying, "Looks like you lack ranged attacks, so it seems I'll win this match." He finishes speaking and punches the ground. The usurper god uses his acquired abilities. The usurper god uses amplification magic C+, formula acceleration D, and a host of other skills. Hanjin was immediately surrounded by countless magic circles, and the earth shattered as power rained down around him. He calmly grips his sword as the god of possession Iacon uses magic stacking B+. The usurper god still wore a terrifying smile as he looked at Hansen, then used energy compression A+. The god of plunder uses his stolen abilities, shattering the earth around Han Sang-yoon to form a statue behind him. Instantly, a barrage of arrows flies toward the usurper god, who calmly watches him and says, "Let's end this. I'll kill you here and take your power." He laughs menacingly, continuing, "I sense danger in letting you live. I'll toss your corpse down to the fruit, so don't worry." Ignoring his taunts, Han Sang-yoon stood calmly, his eyes blazing as he sealed the stone statue he had just created. "See you later, Tower Hunter." The stones collided with a resounding crash. Ai Ao, standing outside with his hands on his hips, looked at the massive statue before him and sighed. It's good to see." He pointed at the statue and chuckled slyly. Now, to finish this, he relentlessly bombarded Han Sang-yoon's statue with power. He laughed, saying, "I'll take good care of your power, so sleep well." The man replies, "Thank you, I'll hold on to it carefully." She smiled and said to him, "I'm not the provider. This is food from the Savior. Please send my thanks to the Savior." Back in the fight, the system chimes in, thanks to the skill Hope Amplification. Hope for you is spreading rapidly. Hansen plunges his sword into the stone statue, and the notifications continue. Religious submission has been granted to the challenger, Han Sun-yoon. Ayao watches him in astonishment. The statue imprisoning Han Sung-yoon is impaled by countless massive spears, leaving Ayao to watch helplessly. The stone statue is shattered by Han Sang-yoon, sending fragments flying everywhere. The salvation effect is triggered, and he's shocked, asking, "What is this?" Because there are believers of the explorer, Han Sang-yoon, divine power is greatly increased. Hansen appears, tattered and torn, his armor nearly shattered. Elsewhere, two figures stand, the man with his back to the woman. He seems to be examining the bag in his hand as the girl behind him wonders, "What's taking so long?" The man, Han Sang-yoon, after examining the bag, finally speaks. "I'll dump it all out." With that, he upended the bag, spilling everything out. The girl, unable to stop him, could only gape in astonishment at the sight before her and stammered. Turning back to her, he said, "I'll give you all this food too." He looked at her and continued, "There's something I need you to do." Katya silently watched Sang-yoon, who continued, making a request as her carriage came to a halt before a crowd. Behind her were wagons overflowing with black sacks as the horse-drawn carriage slowed to a halt. From her carriage, Katya announced, "Attention everyone, we're starting the distribution now. The Savior has blessed us with food, please take your share." The surrounding people couldn't hide their surprise. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, an old man with a cane, catching Katya's attention. "Could you spare an old man some food?" he asked. She replied with a hearty laugh, "Oh, of course." "Give thanks to the Savior, Han Sang-yoon." The notification rang out again, as faith continued to accumulate within Hansen. Hansen walked through the ruined city as Jam Chun-gu flew towards him, calling out his name from behind. He turned to her and replied, "Huh?" "The potable water creation skill is activated. You can use your power to create drinking water when you touch an empty container." With a wave of his hand, a water spout instantly appeared, and those around him cried out, "Water! We finally have real water to drink." Everyone around them cheered in unison. "Hail, Savior Hans-gyun! You're amazing!" Hans-gyun, his name echoed in the air. Hansun, Hans-yonun, Hans-gyun, Hans-gyun. He smiled contentedly as blue light emanated from him, the power of faith continuing to accumulate within Han Sang-gyun. The battle resumes with the two facing off, Han Sang-gyun looking worse for wear, but Ayao no longer smiles as before. He asks, "How long have you been preparing this?" He stared at him sternly, offering no reply, but he didn't need one, and continued, "Oh well, it's all been sanctioned, so I doubt there's anything you can do." As he said this, he channeled power into the hand. A massive mechanical hand suddenly appears behind him, and he speaks with that detestable grin. "Looks like this is the only way to deal with you completely." God takes over Io Bakken using emotional conversion. SS God takes over Io Bacon using absolute precision. Godio Bakan using perfect enhancement. Godiakan using double attack power. And countless other skills. He declares, "I'll make you regret not dying from that attack." He summons an enormous monster, declaring, "I'll finish you with a masterpiece born of divine power." Han Sang-gun stood opposite him as I shouted, "Die!" Immediately, the monster swung its fist at Hansen, who remained calm. His eyes sharpened as he dodged the monster's punch, swiftly moving behind Ayao, who questioned, "Have you forgotten? Did you forget I can sanction your physical strength?" Han Su-young ignored him, rushing forward, thinking, just a little further. The countdown of 5. He raises his hand to the sky, declaring, "This saves me time." A notification rings out. Sanction 2. Those who enter the territory of the divine will have 90% of their power stolen. His eyes flashed, and before he could dodge, he was knocked to the ground. Ai's face darkened as he spoke. That's meaningless. He rose, sword in hand, thinking, just a little longer, and the count will be 4. Ai stood beneath the monster, making it even stronger. He arrogantly continued, the more you struggle, the more power you lose to the sanction. Abandon your futile efforts. Your strength must be nearly depleted. Die quietly. As he spoke, the monster's fist descended upon Hansen. He reached for his sword, his thoughts racing. Any moment now, the count would be 0. The monster's fist came down but was stopped. Ai looked on in shock. Han Sang-yoon bravely withstood the attack, saying, your divine power growth has activated the counter shield. The monster retracted its fist, saying, it would be better if you died in silence. Why do you continue this futile struggle? If your wish is a painful death, the monster throws another punch and Ai says, I'll grant it to you. The two sides clash once more, Ai relentlessly hurling objects at him. The monster lunged. He struggled just a little more. He had to hold on. The countdown hits 1. He glances at Ai, wondering why the sanction, which should have weakened him, isn't working. Suddenly, Io's eyes widened as he unleashed a massive burst of power with his fist. He thought he was just a moment away, his hand already clenched, ready to strike. The count reaches 0, and his fist gathers into a massive sphere of power. The salvation effect activates due to the followers of the explorer Han Sang-yoon, greatly increasing his divine power. He prepares to lunge into the monster's fist. He can now unleash the full power accumulated in the counter shield, and he punches straight into the monster's fist. The monster's hand is crushed by his punch, and with the number of his followers revealed, Hansen is furious, his face grim, and his hands stained with blood. 30,000 watches Sangun collapse, gasping for breath after the punch, while the giant robot's arm is completely burnt. Ibakan wonders why, surprised and angry. He screams in frustration, why won't you die? Impossible. You should be weakening. As he slowly rises, Ibakan asks, what's keeping you standing? Even he seems to be running out of steam, gasping for air, as Sang-gyun mocks him, calling him disgusting. Sang-gyun held out his burned hand towards him, saying, if someone like you hadn't invaded this world, the people below would have lived in peace. Sang-gyun's eyes glowed as he pointed at Ai-u, his voice dripping with scorn. A creature like you, invading another world and growing stronger with the power of your filthy religion? I despise you. He vowed to tear apart anyone like him, but instead of faltering, he grinned as he watched him fall. So, you've finally fallen, but his moment of glee is cut short by the shocking scene before him. Huh? A slender hand supported Cyan's chest. It was Jam Chun, who quietly said, I see. She helps him up, praising him, noting how this selfish child has somehow become capable of caring for others. Looking at the red sword stuck in the ground, Jam Chun-gu asks him, is that why you dropped the sword? You feared it would break. Cyan's arm is gradually recovering, she continued. I can tell, just by looking at your arm. Even with your shield, that giant robot is too much to handle. Your arm may be healed, but you still fear the sword. She smiles gently, thanking Sang-yoon. I thank you for that. Jam Chun-gu reassured him, and you don't have to worry anymore. You've protected me so much. She immediately summons the sword back to her hand. Jam Chun-gu placed the sword in Sang-gyun's weak hand, saying she would help him too. Together, they grasped the sword. Using our accumulated divine power, we'll end this with 1 strike. You just pop up and say, what? What the hell is going on? It's almost over. He pours his power into the robot and roars. What a pain, I'm going to kill you. The giant robot, overflowing with power, prepares to fire at Io, declaring Han Sang-gyun will join him in death. The massive bullet fires hurtling towards the two figures, but neither shows any fear. They stood tall, ready to meet their fate, as Jam Chun-gu's red eyes flashed with determination. Sang-gyun was also full of confidence, as the system announced a significant boost to his divine power. A beam of light shoots from the sword, piercing the giant bullet and the robot itself. The system announces the release of divine power, enhancing the sword energy as a blue light flashes, striking the AI. Before he could understand what was happening, his head was flying through the air, eyes wide with shock. He coldly declares, you are the one who will die. His voice is filled with power. The system displays, congratulations, you have cleared the 18th floor of the Tower of Trials. Sang-gyun calmly walks through the devastated battlefield, past Io's decapitated corpse. The system notifies that the rewards have been sent to the inventory, and 150,000 points have been received as a completion reward. He receives 10,000 products as a completion reward and a B+ reversal force as an additional reward for clearing the 18th floor. As if not believing his eyes, he continued to ramble, even with his head severed. No way, I can't lose. Awa stubbornly uses his remaining power to reattach his head. He tries to recover with divine power, but as he chants, the Reaper's gaze activates, selecting a target and creating a forced weakness. Using death, he was immediately impaled by Sion's red sword. Io howled in pain as he felt the blade pierce his body. Even with his head ablaze, he curses relentlessly. This bastard! This is cheating. Ao kept rambling, unable to accept the truth. No, I can't die, no way. He despaired as half his head was consumed by flames. No, not like this. A heavenly glow shone down upon Sun as ashes rose with his final groan. No, the system announces that challenger Han Sang-gyun has defeated a god and is 7.4% closer to becoming a god himself. As a reward for increasing divinity, you receive the unique effect. Divine recovery speed increased by B+. From now on, your divine power will recover faster. He listened intently, and finally, it was over. Standing behind them, Chungu finally speaks up and calls out to her, "Jiam Chungu!" Sang-gyun expressed his gratitude, saying he was once again indebted to her and that he couldn't have won without her. Arms crossed, she smiled faintly, listening intently to his every word. "Thank you so much." Chungu calmly walks to his side, responding, "Of course I'll help. I'll be in trouble if you die." Sang-gyun turned to look at her as she spoke. "We're teammates, aren't we? If you want to die, ask me for permission first." His blue eyes flashed as he happily replied. "Thanks for your concern," Chungu said, focusing on him. "But I think we have a problem to take care of first, right? The system announces you have absorbed the soul of the outer god, Io-Can. Your skill has increased by 27%, and the remaining parts of Io are gradually disappearing. The system continued, Necromancy skill has reached 100%. Unique skill Necroman has been acquired. Sang-gyun is confused by the notification, wondering why he hasn't reached S rank. The system panel doesn't specify his rank, leaving him bewildered and contemplative. Is there another condition I have to meet? The system explains that the condition hasn't been met yet. The level of the necromancy special skill will not increase until the condition is met, and its proficiency will be locked at 99.999%. You have become capable of absorbing the power of souls stronger than your own. In the silent space, Chunu watches Sang-gyun listening intently. The system announces that the unique power to create a C+ ranked holy domain has been engraved into your soul. His face remains cold and emotionless as the system finally appears. You have met the special conditions for absorbing the god of usurpation. Awakens, you may choose one of the divine attributes of the god of usurpation's soul. Around him, orbs of green, blue, red, and pink began to appear as Sang-gyun stood tall and silent. He listens as the system lists the potential divinities he could receive: usurpation, collapse, law, and activation. Chungu asks, "What is this power?" It's unbelievable that you can acquire divinity just by killing gods. How astonishing. She thought to herself, the way you gather divine power is also strange. Sionin replied, "An ancient god said it's probably because I'm a candidate chosen by the tower." He reflected, recalling how he'd also gained death and immortality when he chose the transcendent divinity. Sang-gyun remembered struggling as he swallowed the heavenly demon's sword, which was then converted into divine power. At that moment, a system notification appeared, saying he had consumed the blood elixir ritual item and acquired forbidden divine power with it. He rested his chin in thought, realizing how lucky he'd been all along, and that he must have been chosen as a candidate back then. Sang-gyun raises his hand and the system appears, announcing that the selection is complete and the divine law has been converted into a powerful ability. Immediately, a pink orb appears before his hand. Chungu called out, "Han Sang-gyun, it's your turn." "Okay." The earth suddenly trembles and rises, stunning them both for a moment as she says it seems the arc ends here. The system warns that when the usurper god Ibakan dies, the vault will collapse and the ground continues to shake violently. Chungu anxiously tells him to get out of there, but he calmly smiles in response. "Oh, no need to worry about that." Suddenly, Sion grabs her shoulder from behind, startling her. He scoops her up, using his power to move at lightning speed away from danger, leaving her startled. Hansen could return to the sword, but he grins slyly. "Come play with me outside. The Sung Sung sphere has appeared." Sang-gyun, carrying Chungu, successfully escapes danger, their faces beaming with bright smiles as he lands in a building before a crowd of onlookers. Everyone wondered what was happening, not understanding the situation. Song-gyun happily announced their successful escape, while Chun-gu, in his arms, smiled brightly, exclaiming that even a breath of fresh air was delightful. His eyes met hers, a gentle smile gracing his lips when a voice suddenly called out, "It's Han Sang-gyun," drawing everyone's attention. The people were stunned, tears welling up as they couldn't believe their eyes. Han Sang-gyun had returned. Han Sang-gyun was taken by surprise as Katya rushed forward, shouting that he had returned, and everyone turned to look. "Please, let me through." She weaves through the crowd, a smile of welcome on her face. "Han Sang-gyun, you're safe now." And Sang-gyun happily replies that it's all thanks to her help. Katya was overjoyed. No, it was his request. He composed himself, his face hardening as he coldly stated, "Oh, the orb has disappeared, so there's no need to worry anymore. I declare that all of you can now live in peace." The surrounding people were surprised and grateful. Katya added, "You saved so many of us, not only eliminating the power of the high-rank alliance, but also providing food when we needed it." And everyone there bowed in unison, shouting, "Hans Gyonen, thank you so much for saving us." The system voice rang out. Myth salvation has been activated. All stats permanently increased by 6 points. Sang-gyun's eyes widened in surprise as Katya eagerly asked, "Will you accept this?" He wondered. "And what's this?" She politely presents him with a set of clothes, saying, "This is an outfit we made for you." The people there rejoiced, saying they made it to remember him forever, as Chun-gu eagerly pushed Sion forward. "Take it. This is the wish of those you saved." She encouraged him. "This steampunk world truly exists, so continue to gain followers for your efforts." Chun-gu said, "Your story will be immortalized as a legend, and it will spread, continuing to bring you divine power." Sang-gyun strides confidently in the white outfit gifted by the people, appearing heroic as the system emerges. The legend of Han Sang-gyun, the challenger, is spreading with a current following of 31,000. In the 19th floor waiting room, Sang-gyun busies himself with the system, having sold all useless items and purchased his powers. Hansen confidently swipes his hand. Everything is ready. Jiam Chun-gu puts his hands on his hips, satisfied. It's good to get things done early. Now I'll climb the tower." Hansen calmly explained that before climbing, there were administrators who promised to give him quests. He quickly tapped the screen. "Let's check it out." As soon as he did, a barrage of notifications appeared around him. 4,128 administrators had sent requests. He asked, bewildered, "What is this?" "It seems you're becoming the center of attention for the administrators." The iron-blooded monarch administrator is wary of other administrators eyeing the contractor. The White Crane Swordmaster administrator emanates murderous intent toward those pesky followers. Challenger Han Sang-gyun found the situation awkward as Giam Chun-gu cracked Han Sang-gyun's head back into place. "Instead of worrying, Hansen, look at this. What is it?" The Blood Demon Clan's heir administrator has issued a request for the Blood Inheritance Ritual quest. Success Condition 1. Be recognized as the Blood Demon Sect successor in the Bloodline Ritual. Condition 2. Prove your martial arts prowess in the ritual. Jiam Chun-gu gazes in awe at the Soul Wanderer divine art. It's not a technique of our cult, but one of the infamous Shadow Emperor, a notorious assassin of the past. "I never imagined my descendant would become an administrator of this tower. It's interesting to see my sect this way." Han Sion smirked, activating the quest. "If it bothers you, then let's see what happens." The Bloodline Rite quest has been selected. Let's see what happens. The personal rite on the 19th floor will be replaced with the Bloodline Rite. Other administrators are restricted from observing this trial. Only a select few are permitted to witness it. He enters the 19th floor of the Tower of Trials, a difficult level. The theme of this trial is victory, and as it begins, Hans Guion finds himself in a vast arena, surrounded by a cacophony of cheers. The condition for completing the trial: fulfill all mission requirements within the time limit without missing a single one. In the middle of the arena stands a girl running the show. With a smile, she spreads her arms and announces, "Thank you for your fervent support, disciples." The blood succession ritual is a ceremony to choose the most suitable successor to the Blood Demon Sect leader. The challenge fails if the challenger dies or time runs out, and she's excited to watch the candidates battle for the sect's future. There's no penalty for failure, and the cheers grow louder. So let us now begin the bloodline ceremony, starting with the lowest-ranked candidate in the Blood Demon Sect, the low-grade swordsman, Jiamduun. A spectator shouts from the stands as Jiamduun enters to begin the ritual. The audience jeered at him, saying he was only tarnishing the bloodline ceremony and that it would be over in one move. "Hey, Jiamduun, I know you've tried, but you have no talent. Know your place when you keep losing? To strive without talent is foolishness. Ha 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 ha." Dujun finally appears at the bloodline ceremony, but with no support, no talent, and no finesse. After the ceremony, he will be exiled from the sect. Just then, Chungu's displeased voice cut through the air. When I was the Blood Demon Master, no one was oppressed, and everyone could train without hardship in the Blood Demon sect. But looking at the current situation, have my efforts been in vain? It pains me to see one of my descendants like this. It truly disheartens me. Han Sang-gyun glanced down, listening to Jam Chunu's woes, but after hearing them, he became much more serious. And the one you'll face in this ritual against the low-ranking swordsman Jam Du-jun is the Blood Dragon swordsman, Jam Sion. He arrogantly dismisses him with a roll of his white eyes. Your brother still doesn't know his place and keeps throwing himself around, does he? With a malicious smirk, Guillaume Soche glared at him. Okay, I admit you've been persistent for the past 7 years, but you need to face reality. Your talent, frankly, is just trash. The heir apparent administrator of the Blood Demon Church gritted his teeth in anger as he watched. Soyeon's voice continued to mock. Since you come to train from early morning every day, I see you have perseverance. It's a pity, though. What a waste. Not knowing your place and acting like that is just foolish. Han Sang-jun trembled, recalling past memories. But the problem is you spent 7 years preparing for this. Your talent truly is trash. Han Zion radiated murderous intent. Just then, the referee's voice rang out. We'll begin the match now. Anything that proves strength is allowed. This is a pure test of strength, so give it your all. Son Ji-yoon's face darkened at Soon's taunt. Jiam Ju-jun is such a foolish younger brother. The referee raises her hand and shouts to prepare. Jiam Zoyeon draws her gleaming blade, declaring she'll end his foolish actions. The signal to begin echoes, and as it fades, Han Sang-gyun strikes, closing the distance to Soyeon in a single move. The referee's eyes widened in disbelief, and the audience gasped in unison. What? Sword energy? How could he do that? The power of sword energy has been unleashed, and Soyeon's head falls behind Han Sang-gyun in an instant. He stands tall, mocking without turning back. You're just a low-level swordsman, Jam Du-jun. Let me show you the real Jam Du-jun who wiped out the bloodline succession ceremony. The battle rages on as a large swordsman charges in with a furious attack. Jam Du-jun, calling him a bug who doesn't know his place, hacking and screaming. How dare you aim for the position of cult leader of the demonic blood sect? You scoundrel. I'll end you so you can never think of it again. Hans Gyun calmly raised his sword, unleashing a wave of energy that stopped his opponent's attack, saying with disappointment, I was hoping to see how strong you were, considering your arrogance, but you're too weak. Not even worth considering. There's no time for games. Let's end this quickly. With that, Han unleashes a flurry of sword strikes. The blade sliced through flesh, and the giant collapsed, shattering the arena floor. Han Sang-gyun remained cold and indifferent. Next, it was simply 1 slash 1 life. Next, a slash to the opponent's neck. Then, Sang-gyun's cold voice echoed, and he became like a judge, killing each person one by one, horrifying the spectators. The referee was stunned, witnessing such a display for the first time, opponents falling with a single strike. The ruthless Hansen spoke, and the arena was soon painted with the blood of his opponents. The administrator of the lost successor of the Blood Demon sect congratulates Hans Gyun, as the referee sweats profusely, witnessing such an overwhelming display of power. Jiam Duun defeated all the other successor candidates, and just then, Chungu's questioning voice echoed. Hans Gyun, what fueled your rage? Based on what we've seen, the administrator of this trial has never stopped training. Despite facing contempt and disdain in his daily life, he participated in the bloodline succession ritual, only to be discarded by the demonic blood sect. No matter how hard I tried, all I received was contempt and scorn. It reminds me of the days before I entered the tower, and it fills me with rage. And if things continue this way, Jiam Chungu will only suffer more. So I want to end this quickly. Hearing that, she replied with a sigh. It's a pity to witness such an unjust blood demon church. I'm sorry I had to do that. Hansun reassured her. Don't worry, I will restore the blood demon sect that Jiam Chungu once knew. Looking at the referee, he urged, Then let's continue quickly. Her face paled as she replied, Understood. Then, with a troubled glance, the referee announced, We have reached the final match. In this final match, the 14th master of the blood demon sect, Jiam San-mook, will personally assess the candidates. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure steadily stepped onto the arena floor. I've been watching all the matches, but something feels off. Jiam Du-jun, you were weak until yesterday, yet you now display the skills of one who has attained the sword heart. With a cold expression, San-mook questioned, Don't you find that strange? Those who reach the sword heart realm are rare, few enough to count on one hand. At that moment, a wave of murderous intent washed over Han Sang-jun. Without warning, Smuk swiftly strikes with his sword, his eyes questioning Sanjun. "You're not Jamdujun, are you?" He remains silent in the face of the question. The sword fight continues as Han Sang-gyun parries Smuk's blade. He scoffed as the man continued to voice his thoughts, but whether he was Jamdujun or not, it didn't matter. The position of leader should simply be passed down to the stronger one. Smuk unleashed a flurry of sharp sword fragments, but Han Sion skillfully evaded every attack. He retreated, adding, "Seeing your determination, you must not be Jamdun to take over the next leader position. You face him with contempt. Before me is someone more outstanding than useless trash like Jamdun. Do I need to consider it carefully?" Then, Han Sang-gyun shouted, "I think you understand my intentions," and unleashed another fierce and decisive attack. Han Sang-gyun moved with lightning speed, dodging every attack, his face contorted with excitement and anticipation. "I hope you're not as useless as Jamdun." He silently pondered something as red lightning struck the floor around the room. The battle intensifies, attack versus defense, as Jiam Chun-gu's voice rings out in annoyance. "Judging your fellow disciples as worthless trash? Has my lineage fallen so low?" Sun remains silent, his gaze sharpening. Snook continues to conjure countless lightning bolts, muttering, "Is that how you question your own heart? Or are you just like them?" Suddenly, Han Sun-gyeonin changes direction, running straight towards San-muk. His enduring strength allows him to land safely, his feet pressing hard against the ground as he darts forward, red and blue clashing in a battle of power. He uses all his strength to defeat him, questioning, "Why do you treat your fellow disciples like trash? As a leader, shouldn't you care for them? Does being a leader mean I have to do that? They're just tools to me anyway, bringing me neither profit nor pleasure. Why should I care for them?" Sun could hardly believe his ears. San-muk, seeing Sun's expression, said, "That foolish look on your face." He interrupted, "I really can't understand it. How could I understand you when an irresponsible person like you is the leader?" Their fight grew more intense, and he jumped back, unable to withstand the attacks. San-muk retorted, "No, you will understand me. If you were in my position, I think you'd feel the same." Hearing this, Chun-gu angrily retorted, "I can't believe my descendant is a madman among madmen. This is such a headache." Both men were exhausted, and Han didn't forget to retort to San-muk's. "Indeed, with someone like you as leader, it's no wonder the Blood Demon sect is in chaos. Even if your followers are weak and useless as leader, you should at least care for your people." Enraged, he plunges his sword into the ground, summoning his power, determined to defeat him and restore the Blood Demon sect. He gripped his sword, his face darkening, eyes sharpening. Han Sang-gi continued, "A leader like you is unnecessary." At that moment, the system announced that the Blood Sky Heart art was activated, surprising Hunter Muk. "You've learned the sect's martial arts? Are you one of its followers?" "Interesting. I'm eager to see what happens next." Han Sion settled into a running stance, blue light coursing through his legs before erupting in a blinding flash. The system issued a series of notifications. The Last Savior legend was activated. The Enlightenment effect was triggered. There were currently 49,972 followers, and divine power was greatly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, Sanjun and the blue lightning appeared before San-muk. He reacted just in time, barely managing to block the fierce attack. San-muk was stunned. "What is this? These cold currents?" Sanjun emotionlessly looked at him and taunted, "Can you really expect what's coming next?" The system announces the confirmation of divine power condensation, the qualification and automatic activation of the Frost Monarch's power. All stats will be enhanced by 10%, and the user will be unaffected by the cold. Sanmuk says, "Well done." Then he shouts, "Now this is a worthy opponent. How interesting." The battle rages on, and even those watching from afar tremble in fear. The two traded blows, matching each other's strength. Suddenly, the frost giant lunged, and Han Sang-gyun met him head-on. "Han Sang-gyun, you really do have an advantage. Why is he laughing like that?" Enraged, he vows to wipe the smile off his face, using nearly all his power to defeat him. The system chimes again, activating the SS Plus Raider Gauntlet's skill-borrowing effect, and Sun's chains strike Sun-muk in the gut. The system prompts him to choose one of his opponent's skills and temporarily borrow it for 10 minutes. The SS Invisible Sword skill will be forcibly borrowed for that duration. His eyes widened in shock as the system's announcement echoed. The Invisible Sword skill would be greatly affected by Hansen's divine power. The Invisible Sword skill, empowered by divine transcendence, activates its legendary tier base ability. Before him, a vortex of San-muk's crimson lightning and strange symbols. A shocking explosion cracks the ground as Han Sang-gyun sends San-muk flying. Unsurprisingly, the system explains that once the invisible sword skill is created, a certain amount of divine intervention will be used. Hansen appeared mighty, likely due to the unseen fusion of sword and divine transcendence, as immense divine power radiated from his blade. Sanmook demanded, "Just who are you? Stealing other people's skills?" From afar, he shouts, "There's no need to answer such things." Suddenly, Sanmook flies towards him, saying, "Fighting you, I can be sure of this." To looking at so many skills, it must have started with a desire for power and been achieved. His eyes turned bloodshot, and Hansen asked back in confusion, "What is it?" He sneers, his face showing clear amusement, replying, "When fighting, I see your expression truly feels the smile. You're just like me. Without desire, your will to live will vanish. How will you change if that desire persists?" His words struck a nerve, and Sanun, teeth clenched, glared at him. "He denies it, but the more you crave, the easier you fall. You're the same. Will you mock me again in the future?" He was seething, about to explode with power once more, and in a furious roar, he unleashed a single strike that created thousands of mysterious crimson currents. As if listening to him, the streams rushed towards his opponent, who sensed the power and braced himself defensively. The system chimed in, stating that the invisible sword skill would create a certain amount more. Sanmook creates a circle around himself to defend against this immense power. The system continues. The invisible sword skill will create a certain amount, and the additional divine intervention activation ability will be used. The invisible sword skill can interfere with all divine power within 50 meters. He's confused, thinking this is absurd. "My power is being blocked?" The system's voice echoed as the 14th Blood Demon's power temporarily restrained Sun. Han Zion taunts him, his face still cold and expressionless, as the system announces the activation of treasure gathering, consuming divine power to instantly move to a desired point within sight. He uses his newly activated power to immediately appear behind Sanmook. He knew Sun was about to strike the final blow, and the system announced the Vampire Hunter legend had been activated. Divine attacks will inflict irreversible wounds and have exorcism properties. Thanks to the Vampire Hunter legend, all stats increase by 10. And he defeats him with a single fatal blow to the back. His eyes widened in pain as the system continued, stating that all holy attacks would be greatly enhanced while dealing with demons. Unexpectedly, Sun Mux was still laughing. "You think you can defeat me and help the Blood Demon God sect rise again? You'll become like me." Hearing this, he grew even angrier, his sword strikes becoming even stronger. He gritted his teeth in fury as the man fell before Han Sang-gyun. He stands victorious over Sun Mook's corpse, a regal figure amidst the red glow of the arena. Though victorious, he gritted his teeth, bitter as he recalled Sun Mook's words, "You and I are the same. Without desire, there's no will to live. You'll become just like me." Sang-gyun spotted the referee hiding behind a large rock and called out, startling her. "Hey, come out and make your ruling already." She hurried out of hiding, seemingly intimidated, and said obsequiously, "Yes, of course, I must make the ruling." The referee shouts, pointing at Sion, "The winner of this bloodline contest is Jamdu. Please give him your applause." Before she could finish, Sang-gyun slammed his sword into the ground, cutting her off and silencing her in terror. Still furious, he grimaced as he interrupted her. "Enough. As the new master, I have something to say." Sangyun glanced at the sweating crowd and continued, "I want to beat down you incompetent fools for looking down on others, but I'll refrain out of respect for the Seven Bloods." "I'll be patient," he declared, his gaze sharp as he laid down the law. "Now I will set new rules for the Blood Demon sect. No looking down on others, only focusing on self-improvement to develop the sect." "Disobey and face death," Saiyan glared, demanding a response. They all shout in unison, "Yes, we understand." Just then, the system announced the challenge was complete, and the reward for the Blood Clan competition was the special ability, Soul Reaper. The reward for the Blood Clan challenge is a special privilege, the Secret Shop. Seo raises his sword, recalling Jam Sanmook's last words before defeat. "You think you and I are the same? You think I'll become like you?" He explodes with power, stepping off the stage, affirming, "I'm not like you." In the 20th floor waiting room, Han Sang-gyan sits on the bed, making adjustments in the system with Jam Chunu beside him, as she suddenly thanks him, saying, "Thank you for reminding me to rebuild the Blood Demon sect as it was, but I see you're still worried about what Jam Sanmook said. I am truly sorry, but don't overthink it. You are not like that person, at least not in my eyes. Hans Gyun is Hans Gyun, and it is because you are Hans Gyun that you have helped me." The system chimes, "The Iron-Blooded Overlord Administrator is watching you. The White Crane Sword Master Administrator is watching you." He smiles, repeating the words. "Hansun is Hans Gyun. Yes, thank you for the comfort. I can't let these trivial thoughts stop me." Let's check the rewards and equipment, then move on. He tapped the system's blue icon, his mind racing. It seems the day will come when he needs to use the ghost magic he received this time. He chuckled, speaking to Jam Chun-gu, who was sitting beside him. I heard that when you reach the 20th floor, the communities of all the dynasties in the tower will merge. Those who reach the 20th floor have overcome difficult challenges, so at least there shouldn't be any low-level conversations. The system announcement rings out again. You have joined the official challenge community, difficulty hard. Floor 20 community, channel C1721, 4187, 5000 members. The chat channel explodes with chatter, especially from the future 71st Aura swordsman. Ari says this is the official tower climbing community, but it's full of weaklings talking about magic swords and martial arts. Well, they're still just insects beneath my feet. The freeloading life of the Manhwa sect. What the hell are these idiots talking about? Han Sangjun and Jam Chun-gu silently read each line of chat on the system board before he tapped the screen, clearing all the text. Sangjun spoke, wishing he could unsee what he just saw, while Chun-gu looked at him with disdain, calling him despicable. She looked at him, asking if he was ready to proceed to the next trial, but he replied sternly, "No, this 20th floor trial is a joint challenge, so it could be very dangerous." As he taps on the system, a message appears. The level 20 challenge is a combined challenge, not an individual one, and cannot be replaced. A strange object appears in his hand as he explains, "To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. While waiting for my divine skill to recover, I intend to absorb the holy power stored in the Light Sword Emperor's transmission line." The system introduces the S+ rank transmission necklace, increasing attack speed by 10%. A treasure passed down by the Light Sword Emperor to the challenger, Hansun, to grant divine power. When used by challenger Han Sang-gyun, it can activate the special effect of preserving divine power. Hearing this, Jam Chun-gu suddenly asked, "Wait, are you really going to absorb the harmonized divine power?" He calmly replies, "Yes, I think I'm strong enough to absorb it now." The system continues, explaining that thanks to the preservation of divine power, he can now absorb and possess the divine power stored within the item. A red box appears, warning that reckless absorption of divine power could corrupt the mind with the Light Sword Emperor's will. Chun-gu anxiously clutches the bedsheets. Does Henshin really need this so-called harmonious divine power?" he explained seriously. "To face the fanatics who threaten us, we must. We can't wait any longer to obtain the harmonizing divine power." Hearing this, she lowered her head in disappointment, whispering, "Is there really no other way?" Sejiyun looks at her, puzzled. "What?" she says, as if the system warned her that her mind could be invaded. "Like that zealot who lost his mind, you could risk destroying yourself by absorbing the holy power. So, Han Sang-gyun, can you please reconsider? This is my plea." He hesitated, looking at her, but Chun-gu shouted, "What if you're consumed by the Light Sword Emperor's will? What will you do then? If your ego fades, I fear you'll disappear, and I don't want to be alone in the sword again." Her words suddenly triggered a memory, and Sangjun quickly ran off. "Don't go. If we die together." He doesn't want to be alone anymore. A memory from his past battle with the giant. He then reached out and reassured her. Jiamchun said that if he were to die, he would need Jiamchun's permission. With a resolute gaze and unwavering voice, he says, "I haven't received Jiamchun-gu's permission to die, so I'm not going anywhere. Until then, I'll be by your side. So don't worry." She smiles faintly as Chun-gu takes his hand and calls out his name, Hans Gyun. Seeing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Is she going to hit me again?" He was suddenly pulled down. She pulled him onto her lap. He was stunned by her actions as Sanjiyun hesitantly asked, "Jamchunu." She looks at him with affection, stroking his head, saying, "Knowing I can't stop your will, go carefully. While taking the harmonized divine power, your spirit will be interrupted, so I will be by your side." He gripped the transfer cord, replying, "Understood, I'll be on my way." The system announced that the S+ transfer cord's special Holy Power Preservation effect had been activated, detecting the holy power within and activating its absorption function, as green lightning crackled around the cord. The residual consciousness of the holy power within the S+ transfer cord begins to synchronize with the challenger, Hans Sangjun. After those notifications, Sangi stands beneath a clear sky, gazing into the distance. He gazed at the scene before him, wondering if it was the Tower of Trials recorded in harmony. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "What exactly do gods exist for?" It was a girl with blonde hair peeking out from a cloak that completely hid her face and figure. He turned around in surprise, wondering how long she'd been behind him. The system cries out, activating a special privilege, Information Access, Gate 1547. Suddenly, the system blares an urgent message in red. Information access is unavailable. Sangyun is stunned. He can't use his access privileges? Gloria continued mysteriously. The gods are only interested in worship. They don't care about this world at all. To gain faith, they'll stop at nothing. The gods have forgotten their duty, squabbling amongst themselves for power. Two fierce wolves with glowing red eyes appear as she speaks. False gods only seek to create more worship, constantly building and destroying nature, creating disasters, and then resolving them themselves. Therefore, there must be an entity that can destroy all gods, a transcendent being, omniscient and omnipotent above all gods. At this, Gloria's eyes glowed a mystical blue, and Sangjun shouted, "I don't kill gods who don't harm me." A yellowish-green light emanated from her, so bright that he had to shield his eyes. Wait, he realized something. Then Sion vanished, leaving only the wind and Gloria, along with the hope that this wish would be fulfilled. Hansen's system then displayed a notification. Synchronization with the remaining concept of the harmonized divine power had failed. All the remaining essence of the holy power harmony dissipated, transforming into potential, achieving cerebral resistance. A sharp pain shot through him and he grimaced. Sion quickly sat up, covering his mouth with both hands, and cried out. Chungu looked at him, startled and worried. She rushed to his side, asking, "Are you all right? Did the residual energy from the harmony severely injure you?" Songjun, still catching his breath, reassured her, "I'm fine, I just need to rest. The mental damage isn't too severe." He got out of bed and continued, "I've also obtained the holy power of harmony." "Jamchunu, how long have I been lying here?" She replied, "It's been about a day." Sangjion stared at the system screen and said, "It's about time for the divine skill to fully recover. Thanks to obtaining and harmonizing holy power, I have 2 more slots to create power skills. Let's prepare and get going." He activates his power, and the system announces the activation of the transcendent SSS holy power, selecting the ability to enter a transcendent state, binding existing abilities with holy power, and removing limitations. He reaches out to receive the 2 sources of power, seriously reading each word on the system. The selected skills will be converted into powers. All limits within the skill structure have been altered, and challengers are being mashed on the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. An hourglass appears, shaking rapidly as the system displays. Current challengers Ichot, 1,000 once, 3,000. Pairing complete, entering the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty, hard. The theme of this challenge is role-playing combat, with 30 days remaining. The conditions for failure are the challenger's death or the expiration of the time limit. He's stunned. What was that again? The condition to pass the challenge is to complete the tasks that fit the assigned role within the remaining time. In this battle, Challenger Hansen must help the demons eliminate all enemies to complete his objective, having been transported to a battle in progress. A magnificent, pristine white castle stands before him, and Hansen's assigned role is that of the Demon King. The system continues to update, recording the level of combat role-playing completion based on the fulfillment of tasks corresponding to the assigned role. If the role-playing battle completion rate is below 70% at the end of the challenge, it will be deemed a failure. 2 demon women huddle together, trembling in fear. They looked toward the man standing proudly in the ruined alley, blaming the one assigned the role of Demon King for their plight. A female demon, face streaked with blood, angrily threatens, "You've wounded the pride of the demon race and insulted the Demon King. You think you'll be safe after this?" he sneers, drawing his sword. "Quiet, we just need to win the assigned game." The blade swung towards the demon woman. "Die." She gritted her teeth, bracing for the pain, but then Sangjun's cold voice echoed, crushing them. With that, countless crimson shockwaves erupted, pinning the human to the ground. Sangjun slowly approaches, questioning why they target his demons instead of him, the Demon King. But in this situation, protecting his demons is his duty. Han coldly looked away while the demoness stammered nervously. "Yes, sir," he commanded, noticing her bewildered expression. "I'll deal with them. Tell me everything that happened." The demoness stammered in agreement. "Yes, I'll talk." Though bound hand and foot, the human's mouth was still free to vent his anger. "Wait, you think my team will just let you get away with killing us?" With a deadly look, Han Sion frowned. "Is that so? But whether they come or not, you wouldn't spare me anyway, would you?" Without hesitation, Han Sang-yun plunged his sword into the man, whose face contorted in agony as he screamed for mercy. Wait. All that could be heard was a scream echoing from the dark forest. In this world, demons were once a peaceful race, posing no threat to other nations. But one day, a female saint warrior and a new pope appeared and attacked the demon clan's city, plunging them into despair. However, in their darkest hour, the new demon king, Han Sang-yun, emerged and saved them. This is the story before the Demon King Han Seung-gyun appeared, as the demons below cheer him on, hailing the Demon King Han Seung-gyun, the new savior destined to save them. His face twitched, drenched in sweat, never imagining he'd be cheered on by demons like this. Next to him, Jiamchun-gu teased excitedly, "Doesn't it suit you perfectly?" Demon King Han Seung. He scoffs in disagreement. "Looks like you're enjoying this," the demon woman he saved earlier suddenly said. "Indeed, fate is never wrong. We all believed the new Demon King would save us." She sadly wipes the tears from her emotional eyes, saying, "If you hadn't come, we might have been wiped out by them." Han Seung-gyun thought to himself, "Wait, wouldn't killing me be enough? Why the massacre?" Jiamchun-gu smirked, "A 70% combat completion rate." "Huh?" Hansen asked, confused. Jiamchun-gu calmly explains that the tower's condition is achieving a 70% battle completion rate. "So, what's the only way for the other players to easily win?" Hansen frowned. "Instead of fighting each other, they just need to destroy the Demon King's castle and achieve the combat completion rate." That's right. The tower used the 70% combat completion rate to instigate a massacre. Condition met, you've uncovered the truth of this game. This is a real, existing world. You must protect the Demon King's castle or eliminate other players, play the Saintess, the hero, the Pope, or destroy their nations. Hansen is stunned. This Demon King's castle actually exists? So, there are demons living peacefully here, but the tower chose this place for a trial, causing unnecessary suffering to the innocent. Creating a trial like this? The demon god gritted his teeth in fury, desperately pleading with player Han Sang-gyun to help the demon race. He rises from his seat. "Jiamchunu, is there something you need me to do? Just tell me what you need. Just do what you do best." Jiamchun-gu sighed, wondering what strange thing he had come up with this time, as Han Seon clenched his fists in frustration. "So, this is how the tower works?" With unwavering resolve, he steps forward. A black crow flies through the air, landing on the table where the three are sitting. Pope Saris wonders, "What is the crow saying?" Nagrat's face darkened as he replied, "It says all the players we sent have been eliminated." Then a gentle voice spoke up, "I told you so." Gloria sat cross-legged, stating that the player Han Sang-gi had recently gained the attention of gods and administrators alike. Rumor has it he's on par with a god, yet they sent weak players? How could they possibly win? Cirrus's eyes gleam from within her hood, so that's why she suggested the three of us go together. But the Saintess refused. "Do you have another way?" Gloria then added, "Actually, there is a way, but if it doesn't work, we'll just have to kill him. Right now, hundreds of soldiers are training beneath the Demon King's castle. If Jiamchun-gu teaches swordsmanship, he can protect himself when other players attack." Jiamchun-gu sits majestically on a soldier, shouting, "Is that all?" The demons are in tears, exhausted from 16 hours of non-stop training. Hearing this, Jiamchun-gu loses it. "With skills like that, you dare complain of fatigue? Tonight, you can forget about rest." The female demon soldier chuckled at the sight, but wondered if entrusting the training to that child was a good idea. Sejun calmly affirmed with confidence, "Don't let the looks fool you. He's an amazing teacher. Being trained by him will greatly increase your chances of survival in combat." Jiamchun-gu grumbled, adjusting a soldier's sword. "Even your stance is wrong." Han Seon happily observes the female demon. "After the front line, you'll be training too, right?" She nervously evades. "Ah, yes." Suddenly a voice echoes. "The Demon King." A soldier rushed in. "A disaster. Outsiders are attacking our forces at the city gates." A pale hand squeezed the demon's face, causing him to groan. Poor demon. To sacrifice so much just because this place was chosen for the trial, the tower really went too far. "Is that right, player Hansen?" The two meet before the Demon King's castle, and Hansen frowns. "You know about me?" She tossed the soldier aside and slowly approached. "Oh, the demon god I serve told me you're a very dangerous player." Veins throbbed on his face. Sang-gyun gritted his teeth. "After beating my soldiers, you think you're getting out of this alive?" Gloria spread her arms, feigning politeness, and cheerfully said, "Don't look so scary. Calm down, I just came to negotiate." "Negotiate?" She offered a sweet, gentle smile. "Yes, as you know, in this world, you only need to achieve a 70% combat participation rate to clear it, and there's a way to complete this game without any players dying. You just need to kill the civilians in our country." Hansen was stunned. "What?" Gloria's scornful voice continued. "We'll kill the demons, reaching the 70% threshold without conflict, and everyone can complete the challenge." She screamed, clutching her face. "Rubbing each other's legs for pleasure. How about that? Isn't this a happy ending? Oh, I feel like such a genius." The demon god watches Han Senyun's choice, and after a moment he grimly approves. Fine, I'll kill. Excitement remained on Gloria's face. Yes, you've thought it through. Before she could finish, Hans Gyun lunged at her with a fist. His face now filled with rage. He couldn't believe they dared to harbor such disgusting thoughts. His murderous fist pierced right through her, but something wasn't right. Han Sang-yun's punch had gone through Gloria's illusion. How disappointing. I thought you wouldn't make such a foolish choice. The player Gloria smirks at him, then fades into the space, saying, You'll regret rejecting me. I'll be back in 3 days. Player Han Sang-yun, the demon god is moved by your choice. The female demon rushes to his side, asking, Demon King Han, are you all right? But something else surprises her even more. Hansen, now radiating dark energy, is utterly enraged by Gloria's words. Kill innocent people? I will destroy you all, along with this tower. From afar, an army rapidly advances toward their castle, composed of armored soldiers and ordinary citizens alike. The people and armed soldiers charged forward, attacking as one, and Chungu turned to the man beside him. The enemy numbers around 3,000, no more if you count the civilians. Can we handle this? Sun paused, then said, I'm not entirely sure either, which is why I trained the demon army. Looking down at his well-trained demon forces preparing for battle, he felt more confident. Thanks to Jam Troll's training of the demon race in a short 3 days, they will surely be a supporting force when I face the hero, the Pope, and the Saintess. Of course, I am their master after all. He stands up, saying it's time to depart. Red energies envelop him, and his divine power is unleashed. As the energy fades, the form of a knight in black armor with piercing gold eyes emerges, capable of divine, latent, transcendent, death, immortal, rebellious, observation, discipline, and harmony skills. In the sky, a man in a white robe radiates light like a god, while below, humans and demons clash in a fierce battle. Senegrat, witnessing the scene below, roared, Fight, you defiant fools, for the Saintess, claim victory. His skill manifests as an imperfectly controlled divine power, forcing sacrifice and consuming divine energy to influence the real world through words. The battle rages on, and the female demon slays a man with a single strike. Gritting her teeth, she stomps the ground with all her might, shattering the earth and sending tremors that knock many off balance. She yelled out an order, and at that moment, the demon archers emerged from their hiding spots. The demon commander signals the archers to fire the first volley, followed by hundreds of arrows raining down on the enemy. Their screams echo across the battlefield. The demon woman couldn't believe what she was seeing. Following the demon king's advice had actually worked. She recalled Sanjin's words from the day before. When the enemy invades the demon king's city, they will outnumber us, so we will take advantage of the terrain. She questioned, The terrain? Han Sang-yun placed his hand on the ground, testing it. It can hold many people. But if our troops stomp hard, it will collapse. We'll position archers on the hill as well. The female demon gazes at him in astonishment, straining to hear his words. First, we reduce their numbers. Back in the present, confidence fills her eyes. We can win. The enemy's screams and curses grew louder and louder. These damned demons set a trap. Nagrat looks down from the sky, watching his army fall into disarray. What is this? His face twisted in disgust as he roared, The Saintess said the demons weren't this strong. What is going on? He raised his staff, unleashing power, granting his followers the strength they craved. Those who have fallen gradually stir. As long as I watch over them, the demons will never thrive. Divinity, domination, forced myth activation. Twisting black and white, a hand descends upon the earth, and the demon king will face his end at the hands of the hero. A crimson system window appears. Divinity, domination, compulsion, activation, false causality, even those pierced by countless arrows rise to fight again. Arise, surviving heroes, and vanquish these contemptible demons. Divine power dominates, forcibly activating myth, orchestrating war. As long as life remains, the heroes will rise and unleash temporary power. The demoness watched in fear as the fallen warriors miraculously rose again. It was astonishing that the defeated could stand and even wield temporary power. Nagrat commands them to inflict a painful death. Receiving his order, they madly charge toward the demons. In the nick of time, Sanjiun appears, unleashing a powerful blue light that obliterates the enemy, creating a massive explosion. The female demon's eyes widen as she utters a name. Ah, he's in front, and she's wearing black armor, wielding the twin demon swords. His piercing golden eyes strike fear into Nagrat's soldiers as he grips his sword, Sangyun looking up at him. Hey, your challengers are almost done for. Is it okay to force them to fight? He didn't seem to care much about whether his people lived or died. You couldn't be more wrong. The soldiers' faces paled, their strength fading. Yet Nagrat coldly uttered venomous words. Their deaths mean nothing to me. They're just sacrifices for me and the Saintess. He baited him. Don't you think the demons you lead are just sacrifices? Is that right? Han Sang-yoon's eyes turned cold. He wasn't swayed by the provocation, retorting that Nagrat was just a pathetic commander issuing orders from above. Nagrat wasn't as composed as Sang-yoon, and he wore his displeasure on his sleeve. What did he say? He raised his sword and declared, "Let me show you what real command is. Do you demons believe I will end this war?" The demons, filled with confidence, turned to their demon king. "Yes, we believe in you." He plunges his sword into the ground. Good. All skills activated. Myth, Savior activated. Salvation effect activated. With 179,000 followers. The divine power intensifies, freezing the earth and immobilizing all enemies as the Winter Monarch's power meets its activation requirements. All stats for allies and the user increase by 10%, with complete immunity to frost. A terrified soldier shouts, "My feet are frozen. I can't move." That's divine power. Ice imbued with divine power. Now, demons, let your strength spread far and wide. The demons rejoin the fray, eager to end this challenge swiftly. Blades flash and swords clash as the powerful demons fight on all sides, and Nagrat grits his teeth in anger. Those insignificant challengers. He activated his skill. As long as I'm in the sky, the demon's power will wane. The myth of reversed causality proclaims us evil. A chain of blue light erupts, binding him tightly, and all of Challenger Hansen's stats plummet by 80 points. Challenger Hansenon takes increased damage from heroes, and the myth of false causality increases the chance of failure. The Mythic War Director prohibits any mind-altering abilities, reducing the effectiveness of Hansen's area of effect skills. Nagrat smugly believes he can defeat him, boasting that a single word from him can nullify skills and stats. Sang-yoon remained calm, unfazed by his boasting. He was still riding high, but now, Sang-yoon would shatter his precious ice domain. Seeing Nagrat's overconfidence, he taunts him, "You only dare stand in the air afraid to come down? How pathetic can you be?" Nagrat gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear him apart, as electronic circuits appeared behind Sion. "Let me show you what happens to cowards who stay up high. The divinity of the law has created a new rule in the Holy Realm. Rule 1. Challengers in the Holy Realm cannot destroy the ice region." Nagrat is bewildered. Rule number 2 states that challengers in the Sacred Realm will have their rolls from the 20th trial level branded upon them. Rule 3. The Holy Realm is impervious to outside attacks. The chains binding him begin to dissolve, shattering completely. He stares in disbelief at the shattered chains on his hands, his smug expression vanishing. How could the divine decree be so easily nullified? Though Nagrat didn't say it, Sang-yoon knew what he was thinking. A god's command is the power to turn words into strength, truly amazing, but the problem is you always announce what you're going to do. From the tip of his sword, purple energy gathers, and the holy light activates, creating a starlight of divine death. Nagrat was now truly terrified, but without pause, Sang-yoon showed no hesitation. Die. The powerful purple energy erupts, and he is struck, completely losing the ability to fight, only able to scream in pain. He doesn't understand how Sang-yoon could be so strong. "Why is he so different from us challengers in the tower?" Nagrat lamented before falling. "Why?" Rule 4. All martial arts skills in the Holy Domain are 100% stronger. He still can't believe he's lost. Impossible. He has fallen completely. The challenger Senegrad, the hero, has been defeated. Challenger Han Sang-yoon has won through divinity, increasing his transcendence by 4.7%. And with the growth of divinity, Han Sang-yoon has received the special effect, Persuasion C+. From now on, Han Sang-yoon's words carry great persuasive power, the divine authority of language. By absorbing the divinity of the language god, Senegrad, the divine word is transformed into potential. Han Sang-yoon's combat immersion rate increases by 40%. With his new skill in hand, he decides to test his newfound divine power of language. Wings sprout from his back, and the Iron Wing's power is unleashed. Designating a target quadruples his flight speed, and his wings are reinforced with even greater power. The word god's divinity alters part of the Iron Wing's activation effect. He's locked onto a target and activates the skill, leaving only 2 remaining. With his role emblazoned above, he darts like an arrow toward his chosen prey. Just you two wait, amidst the icy wasteland and scattered corpses. Saris is running, out of options, knowing he can't win. He's terrified, realizing he can't defeat Hans Jun alone. Heroes have fallen. The Saintess is nowhere to be found. Escape is the only way to survive. Surely no one will notice if I disappear. Teleportation is activated, consuming holy power to instantly move to a desired location within sight. Hanzionen had appeared behind Ceres without him noticing. There was nowhere left to run. He lifted his leg and kicked him in the ribs, sending him flying into a stone wall in a cloud of dust. He lay there, unable to move as Hanzionen spoke. Countless challengers are falling in the arena. He raised his sword to the man's neck, and the man trembled in fear. Yet the so-called Pope abandoned his comrades and tried to flee, flailing and desperately explaining, "Just listen. This body serves the banished god." He calmly listened to the man's explanation, unfazed. "Right now, the god of expulsion is furious with you. If you spare me, I will try to appease his wrath." Ceres's skill manifests. The god of expulsion reveals his animosity towards the challenger Hansen, warning that harming his apostle will not end well. He remained unfazed, revealing nothing, as the exile god glared at the challenger. Hans Sangjun. "So, you finally deigned to look at me, and you're already scowling." Activating his unique power, A9871, he blocks their gazes, completely disrupting Ceres's skill. All gazes from the gods and administrators were immediately severed, and Ceres stared at him, eyes wide with bewilderment. He coldly says, "I don't care which god you worship, but someone who would abandon their comrades to save themselves doesn't deserve to live." He unhesitatingly pierces Ceres. "Die." The Challenger Clip series, who had assumed the role of Emperor, has been eliminated. You have absorbed the soul of the Clip series Challenger and obtained an A+ class banishment ticket. By defeating an apostle, the Challenger Hansen has progressed 11% further on the path to transcendence. And thanks to the increase in divinity, he receives the special effect, Serpent's Tongue D, to thunderous applause. Gloria, who had been missing for a long time, finally appears, acknowledging Hans Gyun's incredible challenge. She smiles, impressed that he defeated both a hero and a pope. No wonder the gods and administrators are interested in him. He turned to see her showering him with praise, saying that useless tools could never stand against him, that I have to intervene because of those useless fools dying pathetic deaths. A trembling hand reaches out towards Gloria. "So let me..." Before she could finish, a hand grabbed her leg. Saintess Gloria glanced down to see a heavily injured Ceres crawling on the ground, begging for help. "Please save me, Saintess, I'm dying." She coldly stared at him, her eyes devoid of pity, as Ceres desperately begged, "Give me a recovery potion or a healing spell." Enraged, she kicks his head in, shocking Sangyun and Jamchun Wu, who never imagined Gloria could be so cruel. Ceres' head was kicked one way, his body another. A lowly and useless tool dares to touch me? Gloria, seemingly unsatisfied, frantically stomps on Ceres's head until it's completely crushed. A pathetic tool, incapable of handling such a weak challenger, dared to touch me. Useless tools deserve to be destroyed, she thought as blood splattered everywhere. Even so, she continues to stomp on his corpse. Like this, and like this. Gloria seems satisfied. Why does everyone annoy me so much? But no matter, your tools are the same, and I will destroy them all. Challenger Hans Gyun, now it's your turn. She's really lost it now. I'll make you regret turning down my offer. She unleashes her skill. Challenger Gloria uses the divine power of balance. Under the influence of the balance divinity, all the challenger's power on the 20th floor is brought into equilibrium. Energy and skills alike. Vanishing. The divine authority of discipline is disrupted by the destruction of the holy ground, and the ability to directly use divine power is sealed for all challengers due to the divine authority of balance. Due to the influence of the balance divinity, the use of divine embodiment is prohibited, and the ability to manifest divinity is sealed for all challengers. He's shocked. The sky-piercing sword is sealed, all challenger stats are fixed at 150, and natural stamina and mana recovery are nullified. He thinks, what the hell is this? Sealing everything but skills? Sangjun looks down at his powerless sword. Damn it, is this based on the correlation between divinity attributes? The balanced divinity she uses is so overwhelmingly strong that it can crush people. Gloria shook her head slightly, as if pitying him, surprised that his divine power and magic were sealed. But what can be done? A weak challenger like me needs this much of a handicap to fight someone as overwhelmingly powerful as you, she said, her expression shifting to a savage grin. Then fight me fairly. They both charge into battle. Sangjun grips his sword. Even with his power sealed, he strikes at Gloria. She swiftly dodges the attack. What could a mere saintess possibly do? Gloria clenches her fist. If that's what you think, I'm disappointed. Then she punches Sun right in the side, and he coughs up blood as a light rushes towards her from afar. Gloria confidently declares, "Close combat is my specialty," as she rushes back into the fight. "Hangjin, you're so pathetic." Her hand nearly touched his face, saying if he had agreed to her proposal from the start. Then, Gloria grabbed Sangjun's face, slamming his head against the stone wall, saying none of this would have happened. Then she dragged his face, his head scraping against the stone. Gloria gleefully dragged Sangjun's head before throwing him away. He gasped for breath, lying on the ground, his face covered in blood. "Do you know why you lost to me?" Sangjun bled profusely, still clutching his sword. Even though he was a challenger of the tower, he didn't agree with it. He struggled to his feet as Gloria continued to ramble on. "The tower made me this strong. If you walk my path, you can be this strong too." Sangyun's face darkens. "The tower told me to fight. I fought. Told me to massacre. I massacred. Told me how to do everything most efficiently. So why don't you agree with the tower, Hans?" Sangjun Gloria draws a knife from her side, saying she'll give him one last chance. Though called a Sanus, she exudes the aura of a demon. "Will you accept my offer now?" Facing enemies beyond his ability, she continues to tempt him. "Think carefully. If you agree, you'll become stronger." Sionen's eyes were resolute, his voice steely. "Never. I'd rather die than become strong in such a filthy way." Gloria raises her hand to strike him down. "That's why I pity you." She strikes, bidding farewell to Hans Jin, the challenger. Just as her blade was about to strike, a surge of purple light intervened, stopping her attack, and a demon woman appeared, shielding him. "I'm here to help, my lord." The demon woman appeared, using her sword to block the attack on Hansen. Furious, Gloria gritted her teeth as she was forced to jump back from the counterattack. She anxiously turned to Sion, asking, "Demon King, are you all right?" Frantically, she wiped the blood from his face. "There's blood on your face. Are you hurt?" He hesitated. "I'm not." The female demon shouts in anger. "Who dared get blood on that handsome face?" Sanun stares intently at her, calling her a fool. "I'm not someone you can face alone." While she was busy lecturing him, Gloria quickly charged forward with a knife, chanting an incantation. "Balance!" The female demon quickly reacted, blocking her attack. The law of balance only applies to challengers, and she retaliates with a punch. But it's useless against demons. Gloria is knocked back, forced to block with both arms to withstand the blow, as Hansen wanders sword in one hand, using the other for support. She's not the challenger, so how would she know? The female demon's face is dead serious this time. But just a second later, that face smiled slyly. "Please, don't fight alone anymore and try trusting us demons." Though still hesitant, Hansen decides to trust them this time. "Very well." He rises, gripping his sword tightly. This time, he'll trust them. Her face brimming with confidence, she says, "Leave it all to us." Gloria steadies herself with one hand on the ground, the other gripping her knife, a defiant look on her face. What can a mere demon do? Challenger Han Sang-gyun, she'll be next, and then... This all ends. His piercing blue eyes locked onto her, and he answered resolutely. "Compassion, if you let your guard down, you'll pay the price." Though brief, she was taught by a master, and now a fierce battle erupts between the two women and one man, their strikes illuminating the area. Hansen, having recovered some strength, joins the demon woman in battle, her gaze as sharp as her blade. The demon woman skillfully wields her sword, unleashing a flurry of attacks, but Gloria swiftly dodges each one. "You trained a demon in such a short time?" She braces herself, preparing to counter. "This is getting annoying." Gloria, eyes blazing with fury, launches a kick at the demon woman. "Looks like I'll have to deal with you first." She twirls her spear, chanting an incantation. What was it again? Shun? Gloria accelerated her skill, weaving red and white lights around Han Sang-gun, then accused, "If you had become one with the tower, you could have done everything I can, which is why you're so pathetic that you cooperate with demons." She swiftly moves beside him, sneering, "That rotten mentality will be your downfall." Startled, Han Sang-gyun glanced at Gloria as her countershield activated, and she lunged toward him with a knife. A look of triumph washes over her face. Another cat joins the fray. As he struggled to block Gloria's attacks, the system issued a series of notifications. The myth of balanced selfishness, surpassing sacrifice, has chosen challenger Han Sang-gyun. Most of Han Sang-gyun's skills will be nullified for 4 minutes, and Desperate Tear will reduce movement speed by a maximum of 40%. As the fight drags on, Hansen is designated by the flow to the lowest, taking 100% more damage from all attacks. Gloria aims to end it all with a fatal strike to his neck, bidding farewell to the challenger, Hans Sang-gyun. But little did she know, he would smile and say, "You thought you could defeat me?" Blood fills the space around them, binding Gloria's sword hand and ensnaring her feet. Now it's Gloria who can't move, and she grits her teeth. Magic? I sealed your magic power. Han Sanyun responded to her question with a question of his own. You think you're the only one who knows how to use this? Behind him, the demon woman skillfully unleashes the blood demon art. She floats in the air, surrounded by tendrils of blood anchored to the ground, as the system announces the activation of her dragonification ability. Hans Gyun's left hand transforms into a fiery, sharp claw as he declares, Now let's discuss whose failure this is. His entire arm transformed into an iron arm overflowing with power. The system announced that all possessed magic power would double for 10 minutes. All interference and magic manipulation abilities are enhanced. Gloria roars in anger. Damn you, nobles! I'll kill you all. He raised his iron hand and grasped Gloria's entire face, then put a finger to his lips, saying shouting won't do any good. Fear flickers in her eyes as Hanshin calmly asks, Do you know why you lost to me? The answer is simple. Because you're just a puppet, obediently doing everything the tower asks. The demon woman listens intently as Hanshin's steady voice echoes, Fight when the tower says fight. Kill when it says kill. Certainly an effective way to grow stronger quickly. But how long do you think that dirty game will last, even if you can't choose your own path? He activates another skill, preparing to eliminate his opponent. The limit skill, Scorn for the Strong, is activated, increasing all stats and skill effects by 100% until the end of the battle. Hansen glares at Gloria with resentment. I won't live like a dog of the tower like you. He lifts her off the ground. Now it's time to end this. The Undying Mortal Flame skill activates as she stabs him in the arm, roaring. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. But this didn't save Gloria from the Grim Reaper's scythe. Die in agony, just like those you slaughtered. Above, the full moon illuminated the stone pillars, casting light upon Gloria's desperate screams. At that moment, the system displayed a series of notifications. Challenger Gloria's soul had been absorbed. The Challenger Gloria, who took on the role of the Saintess, has been eliminated, and the Demon King's role completion rate has reached 100%. He receives bonus challenge rewards as Gloria rolls on the ground. Han Sangjun's arm returns to normal amidst lingering flames, and Gloria's death nullifies the divine balance. The demoness rushes to his side, anxiously asking, Demon King, are you all right? He simply replied, I'm fine, I'm okay. Her face lit up. That's good. It's all over then. Sanjun hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. There's something I want to ask. On the other side, Gloria's hand twitches. Could it be? Before he could finish, a massive explosion erupted behind them, leaving him stunned. They turned toward the explosion to see Gloria sitting up, the god of balance having expended divine power and authority to descend, her long hair falling to obscure her face. They both immediately drew their swords, ready to fight. It wasn't over yet, but she remained seated as the voice of the balance god echoed. You challenged the possessor of transcendent divine power? I'm not here to fight you. I only wish to say, it's surprising you possess such strength, having only reached the 20th floor. You've upset too much balance, and that sin will not be taken lightly. Sangjun calmly replies, Is it so strange that I'm this strong? The god of balance immediately affirmed, Yes, no one else has reached your level, not even the previous candidate, the one sealed within your azure bloodsword. Chungu, hearing his name, retorted, You speak as if you know me well. The equilibrium god raised a charred hand. Indeed, I know you. You too sought to shatter much balance, but ultimately failed to grasp the tower's secrets, and now you await a moment of choice. Chunu, even with a new opportunity, you should keep your useless mouth shut, she retorts. Han Sang-gyun, overhearing this, is speechless with worry, sweat dripping down his cheek. The Scale of God braced herself, saying, Fine, I don't hate your selfish choice, because that selfishness is also part of the balance. Before she was engulfed in flames, she left a few parting threats. The challenger with the tower's immense divine power. I want to tear you apart right now, but I will endure and leave. The scales of balance glared with death in her eyes. Next time we meet, I'll crush you until there's nothing left. Perhaps our next encounter will be a fight for survival, she threatened. Prepare yourself. The demoness stands high above, gazing upon the glorious scene below, bathed in moonlight as countless lanterns ascend into the sky, further embellishing the spectacle. She gives a human-like smile, gazing down below as cheers erupt. Long live Lady Jungu! Lady Jungu is the best. Jiam Chungu, wearing sunglasses and sipping from a straw, relaxes and takes in the glorious scene as the cheers continue to echo. Long live Lady Jiam Chungu! Lady Jiam Chungu is #1. She sits on a comfortable chair, carried through the streets, a blissful smile on her face. Oh, what a wonderful victory celebration. Jiam Chun-gu happily enjoys the celebration, ordering another drink. From above, Han Sion smiles faintly. He was worried about yesterday, but he's glad to see everyone is so happy. Meanwhile, a servant quickly brought Chun-gu another drink, and he recalled the events of the previous day. After the battle, he and his troops rode back, Sang-gyun holding the reins with a tired Jam Chunu in front, her long hair covering her face. The atmosphere remained heavy with the words of the balance god regarding Chunu. His mind echoed with her words, "You seem to be waiting for another chance, Chungu." Yet, even if he achieved it, he felt a sense of unease. What was this other opportunity he spoke of? Jam Chunu's voice cut through his thoughts. Hans Gyun, I know exactly what you're thinking. It's only natural you'd be curious about this other opportunity. She lowered her head, her voice falling. But I must apologize, Hans Gyun. Now is not the time, he said, turning his face away. If she doesn't want to talk, there's no need to force her. Perhaps she didn't expect him to say that, and was deeply moved. Her cheeks flushed red, and Sang-gyun affirmed that there must be a reason she couldn't talk about it. Chun-gu looks up at him. You encourage me to speak when I'm ready. Han Sang-gyun smiles widely. I don't know when that will be, but I'll always wait. He suggests that since they've cleared the 20th floor, instead of being sad, they should have a party and celebrate their victory. These words suddenly brought a smile to her face. How wonderful. She smiled, replying, as long as there's alcohol. Then turning to him, she asked, But Han Sion, can you even drink? Sweating, he hesitated, but they exchanged words, and soon they were riding back to the castle. Back in reality, his attention shifted away from Jam Chungu. I saved the demon realm as you wished, so why don't you show yourself? He called out. The renowned demon god approaches, their footsteps echoing. You're quite perceptive. The challenger, Han Sang-gyun, a female demon with a completely different aura, appears. When did you realize I was a demon god? Sang-gyun frowned slightly and answered honestly. I sensed it the first time you spoke of the demon world, but do you remember what you said when we fought the Saintess? You spoke of balance. Because he only cares about challengers. It wouldn't work, she continued. With demons like us, right? Han Sang-gyun elaborated. That's right. If you weren't a challenger, you wouldn't be able to see the status window, meaning you wouldn't know that divinity had been activated. But not only did you see it, you understood it well enough to explain to me how to break it. It was then I knew for sure. I was simply curious as to why you chose to corrupt me. The demon god clasped his hands together, beginning his story. You, Han Sang-gyun, raged at the tower for creating such a trial. She approached the railing beside him, facing the streets as she continued her confession. I felt the same way once. Even if the tower punishes me for helping you, I still want to protect the innocent demons who have nothing to do with it. Even now, I want to destroy the tower, but I'm too powerless, so I can only rage at myself until I go mad. Then you don't need to worry, he said, gazing into the distance with resolve. If such a challenge dares to appear again, I will crush it. I will ensure that no innocent demons or people will have to sacrifice themselves for the tower. Though I may eliminate any demons who dare to harm me, he quickly corrected himself. Oh, but don't get me wrong. I won't touch any innocent demons unrelated to the tower. The demon god laughs heartily, understanding him even more. You become more and more interesting. She calls his name with reverence. As the demon god, she sincerely thanks Han Sang-gyun, the challenger. Once again, I thank you for saving the demon race. Sang-gyun was surprised by the demon god's sincerity. A smile crept across his face as they watched the vibrant celebrations outside. It was nothing. Don't mention it. A colossal serpent appears, its gaping mouths lined with jagged teeth, as the system announces the Abyss Descent skill has been activated. The Abyss's calamity within your bloodline is summoned as a spell. In the 21st floor lobby, it uses its long body to coil around Chungu and Hansen. As Jam Chungu screamed in terror, Han Sang-gyun, what is happening? Do something! While Chungu was terrified, he calmly assessed their opponent. This snake was insanely powerful. After merging some skills from the 20th floor challenge, he acquired some interesting abilities, and he's confident after rearranging them. Not only has his divine power reached A+, but his stats have also increased significantly. His information panel is quite impressive. Hansionen, Strength 387, Stamina 379. Agility 384, Magic 408, Resilience 381, Trait Necromancer. Synthesis. Power, Unique Transcendence. SSS Divinity. C+, Elementary Divinity. SS+, Holy Power. A+, Superior Blood Art. C+, Hero's Grace. C+, Mind Like Stone. C, Faith Harvest. C+, Blink. B+, Adamantine Sword Intent. S+, Evil Spirit Domination B+, Heavenly Demon S+, Iron Wing C+, Iron Blood Sword C skills. Meanwhile, Jiam Chungu is dizzy from the serpent's coils, lamenting, "My head is spinning. Just take me to the public area of the 21st floor already." It was then he remembered A Hyun, having been so focused on his own growth that he'd forgotten Jiam Chungu, but he figured it out. Shin Hukmin said he's waiting at the verification temple in the level 21 public area, and that he'll explain the remaining rewards and even my future. He needed to meet with him quickly and reached out to touch the control panel. "Then let's go, Jiam Chuna." The display indicates they're being transported to the 21st floor public area, an ancient sealed castle, though they're currently in a forest. Sangyun wondered if following this path would lead them to the public area, to which Jiam Chungu, now back in sword form, replied, "Don't you trust me?" Sweat beads on his brow as he says, "That's not it." She cuts him off. "Perfect timing. We're almost there. Look ahead." Before them, two soldiers were fighting over a bag containing a cat, which trembled and begged to be released. The other soldier wouldn't let go either. "This little brat is strong. Let go." Sangyun was speechless for a moment before finally saying, "I've come here as you asked." Jiam Chungu was like a cute cat fighting to protect its pouch, and she replied that she understood. Indeed, there was a cute cat. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind. "Hey, are you the challenger trying to enter the 21st floor's public area?" Han Sayun turned around as the armored figure introduced himself. "We're the 21st floor public area patrol. If you want to pass, you need to provide your challenger alias and the administrator you've made a contract with." He immediately cut him off. "What's with those guys?" The soldier explained he needs to pay a fee to enter, but he refused. His eyes lit up as he looked at Sangyun. "That rule applies to you too. If you don't want trouble, you better do as we say." The patrolman's words caught his attention. "Fool, let go of him." He kicked Mio, sending him sprawling to the ground. The man continued in his arrogant tone. "This is why we told you to hand it over quietly. How dare you defy us?" The man beside him worried. "Hey, isn't this going a bit too far?" Miao whimpered, burying his face in his hands. "Give it back. I brought these to sell so I could buy food for my family." The soldier on this side reminded Hans Gionen, "Don't get distracted by what's happening there. Let's keep moving." Hans Gionen's face darkened as he turned to walk forward, prompting the patrolman to say, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" He placed a rough hand on his shoulder, threatening him. "If you continue to be uncooperative, we'll consider you an enemy and have no other choice." Besides attacking, he slipped his shoulder out of the soldier's hand. The soldier was startled. What was that? Could a human really emit such an aura? Just then, Chungu appeared behind him, arms crossed, and spoke sarcastically. Oh dear, you've just triggered his rage." The soldier turned around in disbelief. "Who's this now?" She laughs, saying that even though he's her disciple, he can't stand by and do nothing. The blue-hatted soldier continues to bark orders, telling them to check if he's hiding anything else, and if not, to kick him out. The soldier next to him barely raised a finger before it was over, while the other turned at the sound. Before he could understand what was happening, he was punched squarely in the face. The force sends him flying into the fortress wall, leaving Mio speechless and the other two guards wide-eyed in shock. Everyone was stunned by Sangyun's actions, and the green-hatted soldier shouted in anger, "What do you think you're doing? Attacking the guards?" Meanwhile, Jiam Chungu calmly watched the scene unfold, arms crossed. "Yes, show them," he thought. Han Sangyun, her eyes burned with fury. "Prove your justice," he curtly replies to the soldier. "You're bullying him," his face darkens with rising fury. "You dare tease such an adorable cat?" This reason was quite unexpected for Jiam Chungu. She gazed at the fortress wall, deciding it was hard to resist such a cute cat. Then saw a fallen guard. In the distance, Hans Gyun, Jiam Chungu, and Meo de Obalo interrogate the prisoner bound by snakes, asking why they harass the weak challengers and steal their belongings. The guard, bound by the snake and sitting on the ground, quickly defends himself. "You've misunderstood. We were just acting justly." Han Sanjin's eyes widen as he angrily interrupts, "Did I misunderstand?" At that moment, a notification appeared. The Dragonflame Eye skill had detected a lie. The guard, looking worried, lowered his head and replied, "No, you're right." Han Sang-gyun, with Jiam Chungu and Meo by his side, held up the ring and said to the guard, "So, if you try to steal from us, it's okay if we steal from you, right?" He then angrily shouted, "Damn it, that ring was for my fiancée." Holding the ring, Han Sang-gyun's face darkens as he threatens, "Shall I give you another chance to reconsider?" The guard, terrified with the purple snake's tongue flicking nearby, relented. "I suppose I could just buy another ring." Having received the answer he wanted, Han Sang-jun slowly rises, surrounded by Jamchunu, Miao, and the purple snake, assuring them that it can't be taken back. Then, the system appears. You have acquired the Plunder Prodigy achievement, and as a reward, the B+ rank Plunder skill has been created. Han Sang-jun then commented while petting the purple snake. What's more, this Abyss Descendant snake is so obedient and cute. A notification then appears, announcing the Abyss Descendant skill has been activated. Suddenly, the snake being petted notices something and looks in a certain direction. It's Chun-gu, looking furious, a red aura surrounding her, glaring at Han Sang-jun petting the purple snake. Jiam Chun-gu bit her lip, eyes wide, a fiery red aura surrounding her as she glared. The snake, with its big, sparkling eyes, looked back, then suddenly grinned, sticking its tongue out in a taunt. Its face was filled with smugness, and Jiam Chun-gu felt insulted, erupting in anger. Gritting her teeth in fury, Jiam Chun-gu pointed at the snake being petted and shouted, "Hans-gyun, can't you see it?" That wretched snake just smirked at me, but Hans-gyun, misunderstanding, asked what I meant. Han Sang-gyun watched Jiam Chun-gu angrily point, then looked at the snake, who was now putting on an innocent act with sparkling eyes. He said, "You can see the innocence in its eyes." Jiam Chun-gu, her black hair flying, dragged Han Sang-gyun away from the smug purple snake, insisting, "No, I'm telling you the truth." Mio watched the chaotic scene unfold, feeling helpless. He glanced at the trio, his eyes narrowed in judgment. These humans are so noisy, Mio. Soon after, Meo led Hans-gyun's group to a bustling town. Hans-gyun followed behind, grateful for the time spent guiding them to the temple, to which Meo cheerfully replied, "Ah, it's nothing, Mio. I can protect the goods to feed my family, and you even gave me some items taken from them, Meo, so there's no problem at all." Han Sungun looked at Meo and asked, "I've been wondering. You're a challenger, but why are you a merchant in the tower?" He turned back to him, replying, "No matter how much I fight, Miao, my status prevents me from getting stronger. Besides, my traits are geared towards trading, not fighting." Meo paused, continuing, "That's why I, Miao, wandered around looking for a job and decided to make as much money as possible. Miao in the tower." He thought of his family, his wife, and 3 young children, and vowed to make them happy and well-fed. As Meo spoke, Hans-gyun thought of family as well. He then said, "If the tower is destroyed and you lose your job." Meo's ears perked up at the statement. "Will you be okay?" He turned his back to Hans-gyun and replied, "It'll be all right, Meo." He pictured again the Tower of Monsters, the bloody battlefield, the collapsing buildings. He continued, "I've also witnessed the calamities the tower has brought to other cats. It was a terrible sight. I think the world would be better if the tower disappeared," Meo said, then looked back at Hansen, cheerfully adding, "It might make things harder for me, but I believe I can work hard to find a way." Even in this difficult situation, Hansen was speechless at Meo's words, and then they both looked up. "Oh my, we arrived before I knew it," Meo said to Han Sang-gyun, as a magnificent structure appeared before them. He reveals that this is the temple they've been searching for, then presents Hansen with a gift explaining its purpose. "Also, this is a thank you gift for helping me, Meo. It will definitely come in handy." Hansen held the gift, listening as Meo continued. "I know there's a lot to consider about the tower, but I believe you'll eventually make the right decision, Miao." He clutched the item wrapped in brown cloth, and standing before the temple, Han Sion replied, "Thank you." The door creaked open, and Han Sang-gyun stepped through. He took long strides, then turned back to bid farewell to Meo, his footsteps echoing in the darkness along with his thoughts. Indeed, Duming also grew stronger thanks to the tower. Han Sang-gyun's figure recedes further, his thoughts increase, but there's no denying everyone suffers because of it. What he could do? Suddenly, Han Sang-gyun stopped, his train of thought vanishing. 2 burning embers appeared above his head. Then, more flames appeared, revealing a white-haired man sitting across from Han Sang-gyun, who spoke with his silver hair and beard. "I didn't expect such a special guest." Kanin looked at Hansen and continued seriously, "Congratulations on making it this far. A transcendent candidate chosen by the tower," he said, crossing his legs as he introduced himself. "I am the 4th disciple, Kanin." Han Sang-gyun's eyes widened with uncertainty. Seeing his confusion over the god of verification's absence, Kanin speaks up, and Hanyan replies, "If a 4th disciple is already here, that means I still haven't done enough, right?" Kanan smiled. "That's right. Losing faith or divinity is the price to pay to meet the verification god. But since most challengers don't like that, you can replace it with your destiny." After that, the system displays a message. "The 4th disciple, Kanan, has invited you to the proving grounds. He looks at Hansen, who is clenching his fist, and explains that the god of proof is curious to see how he will overcome fate. With a serious look, Hansen stared at the system, quickly envisioning a process from bin to middle, and finally fed, asking Kanan, "So, I just need to complete the intermediate steps to achieve the predetermined result?" After Hansen accepted, the system notified him that the challenge against the fake Han Sang-gyun had been selected, and he could enter the proving grounds. As Kanan faded away. Looking towards Hansen, he replies, "Yes, please complete the process to achieve your predetermined destiny. The system reappears, you must overcome all 4 levels of the proving grounds." Before fading away completely, Kanan left behind these words. He simply needed to prove himself against the false Han Sang-gyun. Hansen stood on the cliff with green mountains and a fortress in the distance, Kanan's words still echoing in the wind. That's what the gods want to test. Suddenly, a weapon appears before Hansen, along with an explanation from the system. The trial in the proving grounds has begun. Defeat those who have mastered their weapons using the weapon you are least familiar with. Hansen gripped the weapon, reading the system's next message. Other weapons would be transferred to his inventory. Completion requirement: defeat 10 disciples suited to the challenge using your weakest weapon. EU 10. Reward for completing the first floor. All stats increased by 10. Skill enhancement drug, B+. Hansen gazed at the weapon in his hand, realizing he had to use a weapon he wasn't skilled with to defeat someone who was. Then he noticed Jam Chun-gu beside him as she spoke. This is going to take quite a while, he thought, but Han Sang-gyun just smiled in response. No, headless. The two stand atop a high mountain, gazing in the same direction. Hansen wields his weapon, saying it won't take long, confident that finding opponents in the proving grounds won't be too difficult. Arriving at a town, the two inquire at a stall, children playing behind them, as Hans Guion confirms, "I've gathered a few people who specialize in one weapon." Elsewhere, a rolled-up paper hangs before a man, accompanied by Hansen's words, leaving letters in the places they often train. He picks up the letter to read it, along with the message and its contents. The letter reads, "I've heard you've mastered a weapon, but I don't believe the rumors. I'm new to this weapon, but I'm sure I can defeat you easily. Come to the clearing behind town and prove whether you're truly skilled or not." They were easily baited, he added, followed by Hansen charging forward with his weapon. Hansen effortlessly strikes his opponent, landing a blow that sends him crashing to the ground. In the distance, Chun-gu sat idly by as Han Zion's sharp eyes scanned his surroundings, finding himself surrounded by a menacing group wielding various weapons. Two of them angrily shout, "You dare insult us! We'll crush you!" Han Sang-gyun chuckled, reaching into his pouch as he said, "You think you're skilled with just that level of ability? I'll show you the real way to use a weapon." With that, Han Sang-gyun raised his bow, notched with 3 arrows, and took aim. As he released, the arrows shot forth. They flew quickly, forming trails of brilliant blue light with immense power, forcing them to struggle to withstand the force. Some were struck, instantly losing consciousness. Jam Chun-gu watched the explosions caused by the arrows from atop a rock, scornfully judging that these so-called masters were foolish to fall for such cheap provocation. "You who spoke those cheap words and those fools who believed them are all so foolish." Han Sang-gyun smiles, saying, "Jam Chunu, it's over." Before them, a group of people lay sprawled on the ground, weapons scattered, cries echoing. Jam Chun-gu looked at Hanjunin, who was smiling and affirming, "I told you it wouldn't take long." Then the system appeared. "You have cleared the first level of the Holy Land of Proving Grounds, and as a reward, you may proceed to the second level." The system voice continues, "You have entered the second level of the Holy Land of Trials. The quest: survive for 100 days within a living labyrinth filled with murderous intent. The reward: a random B+ skill book and a random B+ stat-boosting potion." At that moment, everyone was led to a mystical space, where they faced a massive, tentacled monster. Someone cautiously asks, "Who exactly is that challenger up ahead?" Just as they shout, "Not only did he activate a protective skill for us, but the Guardian skill explanation system has been activated." A magic barrier forms around the target, increasing all stats in the protected area by 1. They wonder if he's helping them escape the maze. As Sang-gyun unleashed his power, creating a protective aura, his immortal human flame skill activated, giving the impression that he could grasp everything with this new ability. The group watched as the tentacled monster was consumed by the flames. Meanwhile, the system announced, "You have completed the quest in the second level of the Proving Ground Sanctuary." Jian Chun-gu sighed, clutching his head. "This living labyrinth has probably never met anyone who scorched everything like you." Sanjin accepted the reward, replying that any method is fine as long as the causal chain is completed. Was simplifying things the right call? The system sends a flurry of messages. Having absorbed the core of the living maze, Laron, Challenger Hansen has emerged victorious, increasing transcendence by 0.4%. The special reward from Divinity has increased with the unique fortification effect E+ unlocked. From now on, challenger Han Sang-yoon's physical endurance will be stronger than before, making him think such a huge living maze. The rewards are indeed not bad at all. As he assessed the situation, a girl spoke up, and she and her friend bowed deeply, thanking him for his help, recounting their arduous journey. We were exhausted after 3 days of constant attacks in the labyrinth, their steps faltering as they recalled the ordeal. She recalls the moment he appeared, a savior at their brink of death. Cyan's fiery power incinerated the tentacle, an unforgettable moment that not only activated her protective skill, but destroyed the menacing labyrinth itself. They bowed in unison, thanking him profusely as new notifications appeared. You have completed the quest in the sanctuary of the second floor's proving grounds. The quest reward, a B+ random skill book, has been transferred to the inventory, as well as a B+ random stat-boosting potion. After this, he came to a conclusion. The goal of Stage 2 isn't just surviving the maze. He smiled faintly, realizing he had to save these people as well. And it was time for Han Sang-yeon to carry out his new mission, with the reward for completing the quest being the right to enter the 3rd level of the proving grounds. He eagerly teleports to the new space, while elsewhere, the verification god muses, "Challenger Han Sang-yoon, you're finally acting according to the flow of karmic destiny." A question arises. Is this also fate? The system teleports Han Sang-yoon to an ancient town. You have entered the sacred area of the 3rd floor's proving ground. Mission objective. This is a kingdom ruled by an emperor who worships demons. Leave the city safely. He slowly enters the city, the sound of machinery ringing in his ears. The condition for completing the quest, simply leave the city to pass. Hearing this, Han Sang-yeon was doubtful. Something was wrong. Was it really as simple as leaving the city to complete the quest? And he couldn't sense any signs of life in the village? But he tried to reassure himself. Well, at least this can end faster. A guard shouts, "His Majesty has arrived. Everyone, come outside." Hiding behind a wall, Hansil secretly observes their every move, his brow furrowed. What's going on here? Seeing the people of the city lined up in long rows, he wondered if they were all starving to death. Then, Lagoon stepped forward and ordered, "People, offer your food to the carriage behind you as tribute to the evil god." He threatens with a terrifying gaze, refusing anything but death. Do you understand? They exploit even the elderly, their thin, wrinkled hands reluctantly offering up precious food. Food for the evil god was piled so high it needed its own cart. Hansen realized then, as the people starved, this was the truth. Judging by the looks of it, this is the city where the emperor worships the evil god, meaning this is a real world. Hansung recalls his past experiences, remembering the evil god mentioning his entry into the 2nd level of the Great Tree Maze. The whispers of the evil god. Back then, I destroyed the ancient demon sent by the evil god. Even so, this mission seems more difficult, and even Han Sang-yoon is afraid. But if I act here again, it's only a matter of time before I catch the evil god's eye. He continued to monitor the situation outside, ready to assist. His system granted powers, especially his stealth, rendering his presence completely undetectable. Outside, a desperate, impoverished man clutches his food, begging for mercy. Please, no. But the bald guard had no conscience, telling the poor old man, "This is food for the evil god. Consider it an honor." The old man pleaded, "If you take this, my family will starve." The wicked King La grew impatient and asked, "What's taking so long?" The guard replied, "Your Majesty, a peasant is holding on to the food, saying his family will starve if he loses it." He sneered, "Is that so? Well, as my wicked hand prepares to strike, there's a simple way to avoid starvation." And so, the devout Lagan swung his sword, decapitating the old man as the terrified villagers looked on in silence. As the old man's head rolled, he sneered, saying that fewer people meant more food and more offerings for the evil god. He grinned. "There's no reason to starve anymore, is there?" The people stared in horror as the zealot said, "If you die, food will be saved." And with that, another innocent life was taken. He's lost it, killing people left and right. The citizens scatter, but he cuts them off. "Why is everyone running? We need to save food for the evil god." He wouldn't even spare a child. "Our princess sees you standing idly by. Do you wish to sacrifice yourself for the evil god?" He leaned in close, sword to the child's throat. "Don't worry, I'll make this painless." The examiner. God observes the situation on the 3rd floor, remarking that challenger Han Sang-yoon has erased his presence from the scene. "It seems you're heading towards the city gates, Sion, the one who defeated the most powerful ancient demon under the evil god's command," so says the examiner as he closes the timeline. Kanazel, if you cause trouble here in the great labyrinth tree, you'll incur the true wrath of the evil god. The Divine Inspector shifts the scene to Han Sang-gyun, reminding the Divine Inspector, and because you don't want that to happen, you've chosen to follow the predetermined path, stepping through the main gate. As fate would have it, the kingdom's people will starve, and the realm will fall. This is one of the destinies that the kingdom's karmic flow must bear. Though my heart aches, I cannot blame you. Because this too was foretold, all that remains is to fill in the links in the chain of causality. Suddenly, something makes the Divine Scrutinizer's eyes widen, but he sees an object flash past the child and shouts, "It's a fist aimed at the man." Destiny is important, but Han Sang-jian's conscience drove him to strike down Lagan despite his powers being nullified. The guards were stunned by his sudden appearance, and the Divine Scrutinizer was thrilled. Jam Chun-gu showed no specific emotion, but silently observed. Everything began to change the moment Han Sang-jian punched Lagan, saving the pitiful fate of the people. The girl looked at him with awe and admiration, while the guards panicked. "Your Majesty, before them lies their noble king, sprawled out with broken teeth and bloodied face." The aides rushed to Han, asking, "Are you all right?" "Your Majesty." Han Sanun then gently said, "Little one, leave this to me." He handed the girl the food, saying, "Take this and get to safety." The child stammered, "Thank you so much." Sang slowly sat up and said, "All I have to do to complete the mission is walk out the front gate without hesitation. The others must have chosen the easy way out, or rather, that was their destiny. But that's wrong, Inspector God. Even if I have to face the evil god, I don't want to have regrets in this situation." Han Sang-gun has made his decision, and so he will change the fate of this kingdom as the guards cry out. Your Majesty has stopped breathing. You're dead." The evil god pointed at the Divine Inquisitor, asking what kind of trickery this was. He calmly replied that it wasn't a great loss anyway, casually reassuring the demon, who, completely unhinged, vowed to hold Han Zion accountable. The Divine Inspector chuckled, telling him to go right ahead, then clutched his head and laughed, seeing Han Sang-jun's dilemma, not wanting to be oppressed, nor regretting giving up the chance to build a friendly relationship with the evil god. He remarks that I've made things interesting, as the evil god rubs his head in annoyance, complaining. Han Sion laments that they've truly lost their minds, while another voice retorts that they're putting on a show all by themselves. The god of mischief has upgraded his broken toy from a reserve apostle to a level 4 official apostle, and it seems a monster has been born. The god of mischief orders his broken toy to eliminate Hans Jun, and that's when the guards panicked at their king's new form and cried out, but then he moved. The 4th official apostle, Lagan Ponchen, has awakened as an ancient demon, and the guards are thrilled by his new form. Your Majesty, you've finally been chosen by the evil god and awakened as an ancient demon, but it seems Lagan is no longer conscious. He even grabs the guard who congratulated him by the collar, leaving the man terrified and stammering. "But Your Majesty, why?" a voice cries out. "Those who can't handle a surprise beast deserve to die." With that, Layan approached, ready to strike the bald man. 2 guards knelt, begging for their lives. "Your Majesty, we did everything we could, please, spare us." Indeed, I agreed to change the national religion to the evil god religion. But even so, Leon's hand gripped his face as he swept through with unmatched power. Lag coldly declared that he would take matters into his own hands, and all they needed to do was offer their lives. The guard died instantly at Lagan's hand. Having killed them, he ecstatically exclaimed, "Ah, wonderful! I've finally been chosen by the evil god and have power in my hands." He clenched his fist, reveling in his newfound strength. "Let's test this out." Lag swung his hand to the left, instantly turning the surrounding houses into rubble with his brutal power. Lay's eyes widened, blood red. "Ha! This is incredible. The power I've always craved." He smugly surveys the houses now reduced to rubble, thinking with this power he can do anything. La laughs. "I'll put this power to good use," he says to the evil god. Sang-gyun found the scene unfolding before him incredibly disturbing, the cries of anguish echoing through the destroyed homes. A young boy sobs as he sees his mother crushed to death by bricks. "Mom, don't die." The old man weeps for his son, impaled by wood. "Ah, my son." A heartbreaking scene unfolds, filled with cries of despair. "Please, spare us. We don't want to die." "I don't want to die. Someone, please save me." Sang-gyun heard everything, standing still, yet on the verge of exploding. Legay calls out, "Hey, you." He turned towards the sound, his eyes wide as the man taunted him. "Chosen by some so-called god? How dare a wretch like you lay a hand on my noble body?" This level of offense can only be atoned for with death. Despite the insults, a dark-faced Sang-gyun remained calm. Lagan unleashes his power, ready to strike. You and all who defy me, prepare to die. He lunges at him with lightning speed, a deadly threat. Prepare yourself. The system appears. Godkiller allows Apostle Level 4 lag potion to activate divine transformation. Undaunted, Sangyun prepares to face him as he marvels at the activation of divine authority and apotheosis. Clad in imposing black armor, he declares to Lagan, "But for you, that future will never come." A system panel appears, showing divine power being executed based on latent divinity. Sangyun threatens, "I will grant you a deathly fate." The system announces his latent divinities: transcendence, death, immortality, defiance, observation, discipline, harmony, and distorted speech. Enraged by Sionan's retort, Lagan clenches his fist. "How dare a mere mortal like you—" He lunges forward. Lagan charges at him with terrifying speed, roaring, "What makes you think you can show off like that?" Orbs materialize around him, and he unleashes them upon his foe. The system announces the activation of transcendence, freeing all divine abilities from their limits, and death is unleashed. From now on, all of Hansionen's attacks are shrouded in the aura of death, activating the divine authority of language, consuming divine power to directly affect the real world through words. Lightning crackles on Sionen's arm. His golden eyes flash, and he coldly declares, "Half dead." Blue lightning strikes Lagan head-on, causing him immense pain as his body splits in two. It's too late for regrets as Lagan's body explodes into nothingness. With just one blow, he roars in despair. How can you wield the power of a god? Facing the question, Sion slowly replies, "You ask how I can use the power of a god? The answer is simple." He confidently declared, "Because I am a god." The system window appeared, announcing the absorption of the life force of the fourth apostle, Lagan Ponchen. Thanks to this victory, Challenger Hansen has grown closer to godhood, increasing by 1.4%, and receiving a special reward from the divine upgrade. A unique effect, the creation of demonic energy. From now on, Challenger Han Sang-yoon can expend magic to create demonic energy. With the air of a victor, Sang-yoon stood tall, gazing upon Lagan's mangled corpse, as the examiner marveled at the battle he had just witnessed. Defying his fate, he challenged the evil god, forging a new path as the examiner clenched his fist. "You are growing step by step, Challenger Han Sang-yoon." The Arbiter god smirked, guessing that even the 27th floor would be easily surpassed. The system reports that the evil god is furious with the challenger, Hansun, and is expending a great deal of divine power to send an avatar to the Pendilium dimension. A space next to Sion begins to crack, and he sees a terrifying eye appear in the fissure, glaring at him as it speaks, a challenger chosen by some so-called god. "You killed my most elite ancient demon in the ancient tree labyrinth and turned my playground into a mess." He remained calm as he stared at the system screen, the evil god threatening him. "I will make you suffer for eternity." Sang-jun tore the golden ticket in half, and the system announced, "Linked banishment ticket activated." A divine artifact created to banish those who displease the gods. By infusing it with divine power, a unique banishment effect is triggered, capable of exiling even deities to another dimension, instantly. The rift distorts as he tears the ticket. Before being banished, he raged, "A divine artifact of expulsion? How did you get your hands on that?" Sang-gyun turns back wearily, explaining, "You know, before using divine power, you should see what your opponent has first." The evil god, helpless, could only roar in anger, You, I'll never let you get away with this." And he called out to him. With a disdainful attitude, he mocked him, "That dead apostle, with your efforts, he's pathetically weak." The evil god, enraged, couldn't retort. The evil god screamed one last time before being banished. "Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. One day I will kill you." Even the worm waved goodbye. He smiled brightly, saying farewell. The sky echoed with the roar of the evil god, consumed by rage. The system displays a message. The evil god's incarnation in the Pendilium dimension has been banished to the Jachin dimension. The people gathered there cheered and celebrated Sang-gyun, praising him for bringing peace to the kingdom after the emperor's death. The system announces that those with strong wills to live have become your followers, greatly increasing faith acquisition, but foundational legends are still lacking. Sang-gyun was surrounded by people, a little girl hugging him with joy as the faith he gathered would accumulate, preparing him for the next myth when he achieved a legend befitting the faith. A new myth will be born. Sang-gyun takes a step forward and speaks. Now he's reached the final stage. Standing before the gate, he reflects on the hardships endured to get here. He confidently declares that it's time to meet the real examiner as the system announces his entry into the proving ground. In the 4th level, Sang-yoon is tense and doubtful, wondering where he is. Standing before a golden vortex, he asks, "An empty universe?" The system announces the activation of the 4th level's Sacred Ground quest. Prove to the verification god that you deserve power. A challenge Sang-yoon faces as a divine examiner appears, acknowledging his swift arrival and praising his exceptional progress through the trials. That's astonishing. Sang-yoon frowned, questioning him. "Don't you have something to say to me first?" He slowly closed his eyes and replied, "Indeed, the upgrade reward will be granted later. Before that, you may ask what you wish to know. That was our promise." A system notification appears. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator is curious about Hans Gyun's future, while the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator enters high focus mode, coldly activating special right A9871 to block the view. All eyes of the deities and administrators were blocked completely, and the screen immediately went blank. Sehua slammed the table and shouted that Sang-yoon was gone. Even Canaria, who was watching, was dissatisfied and wondered what was going on. "Is it broken?" Sang-yoon silently apologizes. "Sorry, administrators, but I can't let you see this." He spoke. "Then I'll start by asking what I'm most curious about. I remember the scene when I slashed my hand and slaughtered people. In the challenge on the 11th floor, I saw another version of myself, an individual obsessed with becoming stronger by slaughtering others. What exactly was that?" The examiner. God rested his chin on his hand and replied seriously, "Indeed, that must be what you're most curious about." He decided to tell Sun, "All right, I'll tell you about your future when you reach the 27th floor." His somber voice uttered a sentence that stunned him. "You will kill the administrators?" Sang-yoon was stunned, hardly believing his ears. "I'm going to kill the administrators?" His eyes widened in fear. If they were administrators? Sang-yoon was haunted by thoughts and visions of him murdering them. Covered in blood, he stares at the bodies at his feet. Sang-yoon clutches his head in anguish, thinking of the 2 people who helped him so much. A voice appears stating that preventing the administrators from seeing this place was the right choice, causing Han-sun to scream in terror. The voice issued its command. "Han Sang-yoon, challenger of the 27th floor, you will kill the administrators." He stood before the 2 women, Canaria and Seoa, as the voice continued. Not just 1, but 2. Sang-yoon clutches his head, blood trickling from his blue eyes. In a panic, he asks, "I have to kill them?" The voice replied, "That's right. The challenge is to kill the administrators you've contracted with." The 2 beautiful women smiled at him as the voice revealed there was no other way to pass. Upon learning the condition, the 2 women approached, took the sword, and stabbed themselves, and smiles never fading, offering no resistance, and ultimately dying by your hand. You swore you wouldn't live as a dog of the tower, in doing anything to become strong, helping the innocent and weak. The sword is gradually stained with fresh blood, and the woman collapses in a pool of it. Blood streamed from his eyes in anguish as the system's voice declared, "Crushing your enemies on your path forward has become your Achilles' heel." He stared blankly at the 2 women who had died by his hand without resistance, as the voice declared that the path of growth he was following was not what the tower desired. The tower created the 27th floor challenge to force you down its desired path. He clutched his head in a panic, regretting the memory of those 2 girls. Unable to protect those he cared for, he blamed his weakness. His eyes rolled back, bleeding, believing his chosen path led to this tragedy. You have completely broken down as fate intended, and you scream in despair, your eyes unable to believe the truth. Han Sang-yoon's spirit is gradually shattered by guilt, madness, and rage. He knelt, gazing at the 2 women, then looked up at the sky as if resenting the entire world. "I thought the path I chose led to this ending. I must become stronger, even if it means slaughtering everyone. I will become an invincible monster before the tower." Han Seon roared, filled with anguish and resentment. Back in the present, he clutches his face, unable to accept that future. "No way. This can't be true." The judge stared at him, unwavering. "No, I'm not lying. I have a divine gift. With my ability to read causality, I can see the future." Han Seon was stunned. "Why? Why, tell me this, what is it?" The divine judge stared intently. "Because I don't want everything to go according to the tower's plans." "You don't want to? What do you mean?" The divine inquisitor frowned. "I don't like everything going according to the tower's script, or your proving being hindered by something like the tower. It's not beautiful at all." Suddenly, a notification appeared. The Guardian senses a red alert. It seems he has angered the tower and can say no more. But remember this, he still gives him a little more information. The tower doesn't just have the trials of the 27th floor, it designs challenges to force you to grow as it wishes. What you decide to do in each situation is up to you. I'm eager to see if you'll face a new destiny by then. His face showed a hint of discomfort at the examiner's words. He finished by saying that this was also part of his trial and would be very interesting. The examiner smiled, but I believe you can overcome it as you are now. I'll be waiting for you here. Han Sang-yun, desperate for answers, cried out, "Oh, wait," but vanished in an instant. The system then announced that he had completed the 4th stage of the Holy Proving Ground Challenge. As a reward for your success, the SSS rank Mirror of Faith has been sent, and you've acquired Special Authority D007, increasing rewards by 110. Special Authority DD007, increasing rewards by 12, has evolved. All reward types can be upgraded to a higher limit. You have entered the 1st floor of the Proving Grounds, mid-level area 21. He slowly approached the door, his face pensive as he reached it. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" followed by a punch to the wall, shattering it into pieces. Remembering the Inquisitor God's words, he realizes the tower created the 27th floor trial to force him down its desired path, anticipating he might stop growing or lose his desire to destroy all divinity. The more Han Sion thought about it, the more he cursed. Damn it. Clenching his fist, he's frustrated, wondering what he's supposed to do now. The system window appears, and the iron-blooded tyrant administrator suddenly asks what happened to cut off the view, while the white crane sword master administrator expresses deep concern, saying the disciple doesn't look well. Reading the messages, he learns the gods have temporarily cut off the administrator's ability to observe. He assures them he's fine and there's nothing to worry about. Though he said not to worry, inside he was a mess, and then Jiam Chun-gu suddenly appeared, taking him by surprise. Jiam Chun-gu gazed at him adoringly. "It's me now." Then she rushed to hug him, surprising Han Sun-gun, and said in a sweet voice, "It's been difficult, knowing the path I've chosen leads to a tragic fate. You can stumble as many times as you need to. You can despair if you want to." Her words brought a sense of relief to Han Sun-gun. "No matter how broken you become, you once said you'd always be there for me, and I'd be there for you." And she gave him a bright smile, making his heart flutter. Hans Gyun called out, interrupting Jiam Chun-gu's romantic moment. She replies, "Why do you call my name?" Breaking the romantic atmosphere, someone interrupts the two. An army approached them, and one of them spoke up. "You're the ones who attacked the patrol unit. I've heard everything." In his hands is Mio, covered in blood, for attacking the patrol and stealing items. The swordsman lifted him high, declaring they would pay the price, as he hurled the cat person before the massive army. The swordsman had thrown him violently to the ground, leaving Han stunned. "Mr. Miao?" Mio trembled as he collapsed to the ground in pain. "You challenged me, sorry, Mio." Jiam Chun-gu felt sorry for him. "I'll endure it. They beat you so badly you're covered in blood." Meo remained kneeling. I accidentally revealed his location. "I'm sorry." Meo's face darkened as he remembered those words. The tower is not just the challenge of the 27th floor, but also a design to force you to grow as it wishes. His eyes blaze with anger as he stares at the Legion. He slowly switched to combat mode, becoming colder and more murderous. The decision in that situation was up to him. His murderous aura slowly fills the space. Sionin cries out, "All these people? Did you really have to go this far?" The swordsman casually replied, "We're just punishing you for resisting the patrol. If you'd listened, this wouldn't have happened." Meo cried out from below, "Challenger, kneel before him," he whispered. "There are too many of them, run, meow." Han Sanjin reassured him, "It's okay, just rest here, Meo." He thought to himself that this might be part of the tower's design to help him grow. The system panel appears again, activating the Abyss Bloodline skill, summoning a massive serpent and the curse of calamity from the Abyss dormant within his bloodline. He rolls up his sleeves, adjusts his gloves, and says, "Then come at me." Sang-gyun recalls his time with Mio, realizing this is his way of repaying him. Mio will surely be useful. The system displays Mio's A-rank Moonlight Protection, which activates special effects when mana is transferred. Moonlight Protection's mana usage is proportional to the shield of light covering the body. These two nonchalantly fight those guys, but I'm willing to crush the fate the tower wants. The giant snake quickly hisses, signaling the start of the battle. Chaos erupts as the two sides clash. "Take down that snake!" Sang-gyun didn't expect the abyssal bloodline serpent to be this strong, quite useful indeed. He furrowed his brow. Before he could rest, the soldiers charged at Sang-gyun with their swords, yelling, "Where do you think you're looking?" Boom! A massive explosion erupts, sending rays of light scattering from the ground. Sangyun collapses to the ground, single-handedly fending off attacks from all sides. Perhaps the enemy's strength is too great. He frowns slightly. White sword cuts the sea. It must have taken a lot of effort to escape that encirclement. Is the swordsman mocking Sangyun? You seem winded, he continued. Amma was right. We brought so many experts just to catch you. Even though you've cleared the 21st floor, surviving among the challengers here is impossible. He activates the knight's duel exclusive trait, beginning a fair duel between them. Until it ends, those in the duel are unaffected by outside forces. Skills and powers can't be repeated, so the Abyss Bloodline skill is nullified. Your snake is dead too, isn't it? Now accept your fate and die, so I can collect passage fees from the other challengers. Because I don't want any more like you, it's best to kill half of them at the start. Sangyun calmly replies, why are you so obsessed with other people's things? That way we can climb the tower more easily. Those from other spacetimes, dead or alive, are just stepping stones for us. You're just a stepping stone, so accept your fate. Yes, accept your death, they said in unison. Seon thought to himself, is the tower ultimately the cause? As long as the tower exists, the likes of them will continue to appear, and innocents will live in bloodshed. He recalled his conversation with Mayo and said grimly, even if the tower is destroyed, those who lose their jobs won't be at peace. Will you be okay? I will be. Mayo speaks as if reassuring himself, adding, I've also witnessed the pain the tower inflicts on others for a long time. Horrific, tragic, and terrifying scenes. If the tower is destroyed, perhaps this world will be a better place. Even though making a living will be harder, I believe we can gradually create new opportunities together. Mayo's words seemed to awaken something within Sun as his memories faded. He continued, those who use dirty tricks to decide their own fate dare to speak of others' destinies. The swordsman spoke with slight annoyance. What did you just say? Sangyun asked coldly, tightening his grip. Let me make it easier to understand. Those who call themselves knights act in vulgar and filthy ways, and it is despicable to steal items that others have worked hard to obtain. Your fate is only fit for death. Sangyun activates the moonlight protection effect of his moonlight protection ring, gaining a 10% stat boost thanks to the moon's favor. Those words enraged the swordsman, who roared, How dare you insult the knights of the Empire? In the name of the 67th Sword Saint of the Empire, I will kill you. They all charge forward, and the scene descends into chaos. They charged all at once, but Sangyun calmly activated his rampage skill, increasing all stats by 10%. With his enhanced strength and skills, Sangyun's combat ability skyrockets, swiftly cutting down opponents with a few strokes. The soldiers were caught completely off guard. Who said he was this strong? Someone stop him. Captain, save me. The swordsman couldn't believe his eyes. Renowned experts of the Ares Empire swept aside in a single blow. He was suddenly startled by the sight. Everyone had been defeated and lay sprawled on the ground. Sangyun said coldly, Now it seems it's just you and me in this arena, right? His aura terrifies the swordmaster, who cries out in fear, Don't be reckless in the name of the 67th Sword Saint of the Empire. Before he can finish, Sangyun activates Blink, consuming divine power to instantly move to a desired location within sight, and lunges at the swordmaster with overwhelming force. Being a swordmaster means nothing. Before he could react, Sangyun delivered a devastating blow. The swordmaster's eyes were filled with pain, blood staining his armor as Sangyun relentlessly pummeled him, declaring that his fate was sealed with death. That left him unable to react. Wait, hold on. The swordsman quickly retorted, If you kill me, the Empire will not let this go. With a scornful look, Sangyun retorts, So what? And delivers a final devastating blow, sending him sliding across the ground, unable to fight. He says sternly, No one can change the fate I have decided. A faint light flickers in his eyes and a weak voice whispers, Too dangerous. Realizing this, Mayo suddenly shouts, drawing the attention of challenger Han Sangyun and Jam Chun-gu. At the same time, Sangyun activates his steel-devouring skill, destroying the steel in his hand. Mayo wondered, what's with the challenger's massive luggage? And what about the self-defense force? Sionin chuckled, Don't worry about them. They weren't the Vigilante Corps, but belonged to the Space Dynasty Empire. Ares is just using force to occupy public areas. I've taken care of all their remnants. Mayo's pupils dilated as he wondered to himself, he took out that whole crowd alone? Sangyun added, And I've healed all of Mayo's injuries, so he can move freely now. Mayo happily waved his hand. That's right. My body feels lighter. The bag falls to the ground with a thud. Don't forget to take it. He's overjoyed. That's my precious bag, the one the Self-Defense Corps stole, right? Sangyun said firmly. Before retrieving it, I have something to say to you, Mayo. He asked curiously, What is it? He paused, then said, even if it makes my life harder, I've decided to destroy the tower. Mio smiled softly, asking for his reasons, to prevent suffering like what just happened and to bring peace to all dimensions. I will change everything completely. Even if that future is difficult, I believe we can build a new one together, little by little. With a determined look, Sangjun opens his heart. Overjoyed, he smiles. I hope that world comes, and wherever I am, I'll always cheer you on, Challenger. Cut to a city where the legend of the Challenger, Han Sun, spreads once more. In the waiting room on the 21st floor, Sun reviews his stats. This upgrade has boosted my stats and skill levels, but what truly matters now is this. The SSS rank Mirror of Faith, Holy Object Completion, 3%. A special mirror created by the God of Testimony, hoping to instill faith in a challenger. It reacts strongly to the emotions of challenger Han Sangjun. When faith is perfected, the mirror will become a complete, sacred relic. Sangjun gazed at the mirror, realizing the battle on the 21st floor had increased its completion by 3%, meaning spiritual growth would further enhance it. Breaking his train of thought, a voice echoed, "The iron-blooded tyrant administrator is watching challenger Han Sangyun." The voice repeats itself. "The iron-blooded tyrant administrator wants to talk to you about your wish. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator invites you to the management area." Sionin pondered the message, realizing he had to go. Something about a vow? Transitioning to the world of Blood Iron, a new space unfolds as Sion approaches a door. As he enters, a greeting is spoken. "Long time no see, Challenger Han Sangjun," he replies. "It has been a while." The iron-blooded tyrant Canaria sits on her throne, saying smugly, "You're a contractor, so you should show your face more often." Sangyun clenches his fist, hesitating. "Soon, I will. I've been meaning to visit." Hearing this, she angrily grabbed his collar, demanding, "Han Sangjun, did something happen at the divine trial?" Meanwhile, Han Sangyun remained still, secretly thinking, "Just as I suspected." He gently touched Canaria's hand as his thoughts continued. "As expected, you're perceptive, having cleared the 40th floor," he said, gently taking her hand. "Yes, something did happen, but it's a problem I need to solve myself. Once it's all over, I'll explain everything slowly." Holding her hand tightly, Hans Gion grins, pleading, "Until then, could you all watch and see what I can do?" Canaria gazed thoughtfully at their intertwined hands, reminding herself that observing his actions was one of her duties. Canaria then turned and set a condition. "But I hope you can promise me one thing." Hans Gion, behind her, looked on, curious about this promise. Turning her back to him, she declared, "When you feel like you're falling and can't get back up, lean on me. After all, am I not your administrator?" Canaria turned to him, reminding him with a bright smile. "If something's bothering you, don't keep it to yourself. Share it." Hans Gion, momentarily stunned, smiled softly and replied, "Yeah, keeping it bottled up won't change anything." Images of Sewa and Canaria flashed through his mind as he smiled. With such great administrators, what was I even worried about? Even if I struggle or fall, I have to get back up. And with that, images of his comrades appeared, as if to give Hansen strength. He continued, "With my administrators and comrades watching, I can't afford to fall, for their sake and my own." Perhaps sensing his overflowing enthusiasm, she seemed slightly moved. After a moment, Canaria composes herself, a smile gracing her face as she clears her throat and says, "Yes, I'm truly pleased you think that way." As if remembering something, she turns sharply to Hansen and says, "Ah, right. I promised to tell you about the secret wish." Kanar, leaning on her hand, reminded him, "You were chosen, Hans Gion, so listen closely. If you want to challenge my secret wish, you'll have to face a divine being, a god. That god is an evil deity." Hearing her words, his eyes widened in doubt as he repeated, "Wait, an evil god?" Her eyes narrowed with certainty. "That's right. I don't know why, but ever since the tower touched my secret wish, the interference of divinity has become suspicious. The world where I used to live." The scene shifts to grotesque figures as she recalls, "It was destroyed by an evil god's invasion from another dimension, a monster neither human nor demon. It radiated terrifying power." Her voice continues, "The evil god led countless demons, and their power was beyond imagination. At that time, you would face the true form of the evil god." Its eyes glowed a terrifying red. She wasn't just a temporary avatar. Canaria sadly says, "The secret wish can be fulfilled any time. But if you enter it now, you'll only be killed by the evil god." Her lips struggled to form the words, and seeing her state, his eyes widened as realization dawned. Canaria, still bowing, pleads, "Can't you think of yourself first? Hanjin seems oblivious, his mind consumed by two words: evil god. As he recalled the past, he realized it was the divine being he faced in the ancient labyrinth and the proving ground. But now, he was also the one who destroyed the administrator's world. Clenching his fist, his thoughts raced. The tower must have orchestrated everything, destroying the Iron Blood Monarch's resources to force a confrontation with the evil god. His eyes sharpened, a silent vow of retribution forming in his mind as Canaria watched him, concerned by his stillness. Hearing her call his name, Hansen replied, "Iron Blood Tyrant has made his decision." Seeing her confused expression, he continued, "If I just get a little stronger," his eyes hardened, his voice resolute, "I will crush the tower of the evil god." As Hansen stepped forward, a system notification chimed. You have entered the waiting room on the 21st floor," Chunwoo's voice reminded Hansen. "I understand your anger towards the evil god, but instead of recklessly entering the secret wish, I advise you to focus on further development." He quietly replied, "I have no chance of defeating the evil god right now." Sangjin stared intently at the system screen, explaining, "That's why I must find a way to advance to the next stage of necromancy. The skill Summon Undead has been upgraded by 1 level. And under his cold gaze, the system continued to announce that the conditions had not been met, so the level of the undead summoning trait could not be increased. Standing before the mysterious gate, Hansen muttered, "Hopefully this trial will provide some answers," as the system continued to prompt him. "You have entered the 21st floor of the Tower of Trials, difficulty, hard. The theme of this trial is Necromancer Hansan-gyun, and Jam Chung-gu stands on a cliff. Beyond them, a dark purple waterfall appears, followed by the system's voice. 1 month remains. Pass the trial by eliminating the apostles who worship the god of despair within the time limit. Fallen and frenzied, the reward for success is the sword of a mystic swordsman. Failure means death, or the end of time." Sangjian crossed his arms, gazing forward as he spoke. "Apostles of the god of despair, fallen and frenzied." Jiamchungu looked at him, sighing. "So it's the zealots again. This might be a trial where I face true death." "True death?" Han Sion glanced at her, puzzled. "Apostles aren't gods, nor do they wield divine power, so defeating them shouldn't be too difficult." She crossed her arms, glanced at him, and replied, "Think again. These are apostles of the fanatics." Her eyes burning red, she continued sharply, "Listen, Han Sung. I once faced a 2nd-level apostle of a demon god." As he stared in astonishment, Jam Chun-gu replied, "But indeed, the apostles of ancient deities are very different. The spatial dimension where that battle took place was completely and utterly destroyed." Hans Gyun asks, "The power to destroy an entire dimension?" She calmly replied, "That's right." Jiamchungu looked at him and explained, "The mad god possesses terrifying power, let alone his apostles. That means they could possess power bordering on the realm of divinity. You can never be too careful with a zealot's apostle, so let's hope our opponent isn't a 2nd-class apostle." Hans Gyun looked into the distance and sighed. Even so, finding a zealot apostle within a month on this vast planet won't be easy. But suddenly, a special quest appears. He glanced at it, puzzled. A special mission already? That was sudden. What was going on? As realization dawned, his eyes widened in alarm. From the nearby purple waterfall, a surge appears, and his voice hurries, "Jiamchunu, get ready to run." From out of nowhere, a blue monster appears, its mouth roaring. A group of armored figures advanced, preparing to confront the beast, and one of them issued a stern warning. "You lowly beast, do you not recognize those who worship death?" Behind them sits a girl upon the ground. The red-haired man urgently tells the armored figures, "In the name of the necromancer, protect our priestess." The blue-haired girl, one eye covered, cloaked and trembling, sits with closed eyes, praying. The red-haired man's voice echoed, "Only then can we protect our tribe's prophecy." The monster roared and charged. Seeing this, they yelled, "Attack!" And all the undead knights shouted in unison, "Let's go!" The undead knights protect the priestess, words that ignited a fire in their eyes. With a whoosh, the beast hurtled towards them, sending everyone flying. The redhead who was just shouting is now lying on the ground, coughing incessantly and stammering about the priestess as the beast hurtles towards Mimiya at lightning speed. The redhead shouted a warning, but suddenly Han Sangjin appeared out of nowhere, striking the beast from above. Mimiya witnesses this heroic scene, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to utter a word. She can't believe that such a huge monster could be defeated with a single blow. Her face filled with adoration as she thought, "More than that, he saved me from danger." Seeing him panting, sweat pouring down, Mimiya dreamily thought, perhaps he's the prince who came for me. Lost in reverie, she clasped her hands in awe, believing it was destiny, as Han Sang-gyun stood before her. He breathed a sigh of relief as he walked, thinking, phew, I'm glad I wasn't too late. It would have been dangerous. As he approached, she marveled, thinking that anyone who could defeat a monster with a single blow must be incredibly handsome. Then he spoke, priestess, and hearing that, she was sure of it. Sure thing. Contrary to Mia's expectations, his face contorted, and he spoke, panting heavily. I've traveled across dimensions to find the priestess. Now tell me everything you know about this dimension. Okay. Mia's face froze for a moment, and Min-mei trembled, her expression one of disbelief and speechless anger. She covered her face, seemingly unable to accept the truth, as a system notification echoed. Special mission, rescue the witch in danger. Upon completion, you will receive information regarding the 21st floor trial from the witch. Seeing his ugly expression, Jam Chun-gu interjected, reminding him that while completing the mission was good, he should look at the witch's face, as he was staring blankly at her. Facial expression? Chun-gu's voice echoed again, over Mimiya and the rabbit's trembling fear. She's trembling like a frightened rabbit because of you, Sun replies, observing the scene. Well, she does look like a rabbit, but it's not a big deal, she said helplessly. Not serious? In what dimension is it normal to talk to someone with such a bizarre expression? Mimi, now suspicious, asks, which dimension? Her eyes widen as his voice echoes. It's normal in the Earth dimension. Her eyes fixed on Sionin as she stammered, Earth dimension. Before Mimiya could finish her sentence, the red-haired man appeared, stepping between them. He looked at Sionin, his voice laced with warning. Witch, this man is dangerous. Did you see the terrifying look on his face just now? Clearly a dangerous individual, Han Si-yeon stammered, sweat beading on his face. It's not that extreme, Mia stammered. Stop, please stop. Hearing this, the redhead turned to her in surprise as Mia, the priestess, rose to explain. He is the one our tribe's prophecy spoke of. With one hand, she pulled off her veil, never ceasing to speak. When doomsday arrives, a god who controls death will appear from a place called the Earth's space-time tide. She turned her adoring gaze to Sang-gyun and declared, We have been waiting for you, O Divine One. The system chimes again, signaling the start of the tribe savior's special quest. The Haiyan tribe, who worship death, place their hopes on the prophesied god, believing the deity bearing the mark of death will save their tribe and the world. Sang-gyun stares intently at the two figures before him as the system's mission notification chimes. Gain the Haiyan tribe's recognition and be revered as their god. A pair of slender legs descended from the carriage. Han Si-yeon surveyed the scene before him as Mimiya, whom he had rescued, emerged from the carriage behind him. A grim landscape unfolded, littered with corpses and bodies hanging from the trees. He observed the scene, remarking on the severity of the situation as a system notification suddenly appeared. You have entered the magical territory of the death worshippers. Hearing this, Han Si-yeon sighed. This is serious. The carriage continued onward, revealing the red-haired man's wary face, followed by Mia's sudden voice. Forgive my belated greeting. I am Lucia Mimiya, the female shaman who leads the Herman tribe. Lucia Mimiya then made a request. I need your help with something incredibly important. Han Sang-gyun, sitting across from her, asked, What is it? The carriage continued onward as Mia didn't answer his question, instead explaining the current state of the land. If we leave this forest, we'll reach the Han tribe village. You've probably noticed what's going on. This land has been tainted by pollution. Lucia Mia's face was somber. And of course, our territory is no exception. Many are suffering from the pollution. Han Sang-gyun wondered, Pollution? She replies, That's right. This is likely what you're most curious about, Mimiya recounted, her hands clasped tightly, that this land was poisoned, driving people mad, drowning them in incurable diseases and endless pain. A figure in a black robe appears, surrounded by dark purple energy. The mastermind is a devotee serving an ancient god, and also the unparalleled genius of the Hermaean tribe, a necromancer. His name... Lucia Saxis utters the name as the figure's sharp eyes look back. She admitted somberly, It was my brother. The two across from her exclaimed in unison, Your brother? With tearful eyes and hands clasped in prayer, Lucia Mimiya continued, The entire Han tribe tried to dissuade my brother, but all attempts were futile. So, please, save our tribe and my brother. At that moment, a system notification appeared. If you rescue the Hermaean tribe, the priestess will reveal the necromancer's location. Hanshin understands. So, that's it. Min now understands why the special quest was given in this way. He stared at Mia across from him, thinking that the first step was to rescue the tribe in order to get information from the priestess about the location of the necromancer. An old man lay on the ground, his face gaunt, his eyes vacant, muttering about the saintess. Looking at him, Jiam Chungu exclaimed, "This is serious. To reduce a person to this state." Han Sion sat down beside him, assessed the situation, and replied, "But it's not too dangerous yet." He looked around at the corpses and the gaunt, exhausted villagers, the dark, purplish miasma permeating the air. "Look closely, and you'll see the divine power and demonic energy spreading from this land. Those who can't withstand the energy will gradually collapse or faint." The system reminds him that the magic territory of the death worshippers has been invaded by divinity and demonic energy. Jiam Chungu and Mimia turn to look behind them as he continues to speak, warning her of what she might see if things worsen. People are going mad. Behind them, before a large bare tree, several corpses sway from the branches as a cultist in robes, with a wild smile, speaks as if they've lost all reason. Death is coming. Death is the will of the gods. Below, others in similar robes prostrate themselves, chanting endlessly. One of the women watches her child hanging from the tree and speaks as if overjoyed. "Oh, my child, I am so happy you get to meet the gods through death before I do. Mother will join you soon. Just wait a little." Witnessing the scene, Lucia Mia looked distraught, realizing the situation was dire. "If we do nothing, this village will soon be destroyed. While it's true our tribe worships death, it's not because we desire it, but because we don't fear it. Not long ago, however, my brother allied himself with a god, and a dark energy began to spread across the land. An energy that drove the sick mad and twisted our worship of death into a craving for it." Jiam Chungu suddenly spoke. "It seems what needs to be done is clear. Priestess, you must know the location of your brother. Now is the time to decide." Mimia responded in confusion. "Decide?" Jiam Chungu responded. "Indeed, the quickest way to resolve this is to tell us where your brother is. Then we'll take care of him." After those words, Lucia Mia's face turned pale as she stammered, "Deal with... You mean kill?" Looking at the two, Mimia tried to persuade them. "No, gods, surely he can be reasoned with." In her imagination, she continued to hope that he would become a better person. Hearing this, Jiam Chungu stared intently at Lucia Mia with piercing eyes, asking if she had any proof that persuasion would work. With unwavering faith, Mia replied, "My brother has always been by my side since we were children, so I know him well." She recalled the memory of them as children standing before their parents' grave. "When we were young, our parents passed away, leaving only my brother and me to rely on each other." Sais placed his hand on Mia's shoulder, offering a warm smile of comfort as he recalled, "Whenever I was at a dead end, my brother was always there, smiling beside me." She remembers them as children, alone in a dark room, and how her brother always protected her, even as she struggled as a priestess. In her memories, the two siblings grew up happily, playing with the village children and treating everyone kindly. Tears streamed down Mimia's face as she remembered her brother. "So, meet my brother and have a heart-to-heart. Surely things won't let Lucia Mimia finish speaking." Jiamchun interrupted sharply. "No." Folding her arms, Mimia continued, "Your brother has become a crazed devotee. A minion of an evil god. Isn't it clear that there's no turning back now?" Seeing this, Lucia Mimia hesitated, but Jiang Chungu interrupted her with a more angry tone and expression, shouting, "There are no buts. No matter how good your brother was before, he is now a follower of the evil god. A devil. An undeniable truth." Lucia Mimia's face was blank, tears streaming down her beautiful face. Han Sangyun silently watched it all unfold, when suddenly a voice called out for the saintess. A figure in a black cloak rushed in, shouting, "This is bad, really bad." Seeing this, Mimia asked, "What's going on?" The person who had just run in, wearing a bird mask, reported breathlessly, "You should go and see for yourself immediately." Mia is in shock, while the two beside her remain calm as he continues to report that the condition of the infected villagers has worsened. Then another scene unfolds, with the four standing before a dark castle. Lucia Mimia bursts through the doors, exclaiming, "Is everyone all right?" Her face twisted as she saw something. The scene inside was horrific. Villagers lay writhing in pain, bloodied and screaming in agony. "Holy maiden, please save us. My grandfather is being burned alive." Their ears rang with screams, "Please save my father! Kill me instead!" Lucia Mimia couldn't believe her eyes, collapsing to her knees before the shocked Holy Maiden disciples as Jam Chungu observed that some had already succumbed to the tainted divinity and demonic energy. Hans continued, "Has it finally come to this?" Mimia could still hear the voices in her ears. "Please kill me, Saintess." Before her, a man writhed in agony, pleading, "Life is meaningless like this." He collapsed after uttering his plea, "Kill me." Lucia Mimiya, distraught, wept and replied, "I'm sorry." She choked out, "I'm sorry, everyone. It's all my fault because of my brother." Even the guard standing beside her couldn't bear it. Saintess Mimiya pleaded, "Please, don't hate my brother. It's all my fault." Jam Chun-gu stood behind her, arms crossed, and said coldly, "Saintess, the situation has become too dire to delay any longer. Now is the time to reveal your brother's location." Hearing Mia's refusal, she gritted her teeth, and Chun-gu shouted angrily, "This is no time to be stubborn. People are dying before our very eyes." Lucia Mia screamed, "No, no, no, no!" Jam Chunu, Hansang Jiun, and the guard stood motionless, awaiting her answer. But to Hansang Jiun's surprise, Mia spoke. "If it were you..." She turned to them, crying as she asked, "If it were you, could you easily decide when you've witnessed your family being killed? If you're going to kill my brother," Lucia Mimia shouted, "then kill me first." Seeing this, Han Sang-gyun simply stared at her thoughtfully before turning and leaving, much to Jam Chunu's confusion, who asked, "Han Sang-gyun, where are you going?" He replied, "First, we must deal with the urgent matter at hand." Leaving Mimia behind, he continued, "I will handle this situation, while the Saintess should think carefully about the current state of affairs." Jam Chun-gu leaned against the hallway, watching him, and curiously asked, "Is there a way to solve this?" Hans Gian calmly replied, "I will try to purify this contaminated land, corrupted by turbid divinity and demonic energy." With a powerful punch, blue lightning bolts struck the ground as he declared, "I will infuse my divinity and make this my domain." At that moment, the system displayed the special ability to create a divine domain C+. The force of his blow created brilliant lightning strikes. Lucia Mimia turned to look, and the system chimed again, consuming the divine power and faith of the challenger, Hans Gaion, to create a transcendent divine territory. With a purple glow emanating from his hand, he thought, "The divinity of a heretical believer is enough to burn my flesh. It won't be easy to reclaim this domain created with his divine power." With a resolute gaze, Han Sion declared, "Then even if I have to pour out all my divine power, I will seize it." Then he put all his power into his hand and struck down. The system announced that within the transcendent divine territory, the body and mind would not be exhausted. As Hans Gion's finger touched the ground, the system announced that growth speed was increased by 100% within the divine domain. He gritted his teeth and punched down in time with the announcement. In the transcendent divine territory, all wounds rapidly heal, and a violet gold light envelops Han Sang-jion. The light spread, blanketing the barren land, and wherever it touched, life bloomed anew. Barren trees burst back to life, lush forests emerge, and the system's words echo as a divine domain materializes before the weeping girl. Suddenly, her loved one's fingers twitched, and Lucia Mimia gasped at the sounds she heard. "My body doesn't hurt anymore. I'm completely healed." Witnessing everyone's recovery, the guard exclaimed, "The deity has succeeded." With his hands on his hips, Jam Chun-gu casually replied, "We've handled the situation well. Saintess, I understand your desire to protect the villagers and your brother. No one wants to kill their own family." Looking at Han Sang-gyun, she continued, "Han Sang-gyun surely understands your feelings better than anyone." Mimia was stunned, her eyes widening as she heard what she said next. He lost his family to the monsters, so choosing to save the villagers at the cost of his own life couldn't have been easy. Truly extraordinary. Saintess, remember this. These villagers are someone's precious loved ones. I hope your stubbornness won't harm any more innocent people. Lucia Mimia's eyes glazed over as she heard Jam Chun-gu's last words. You are the saintess who bears responsibility for this entire village. Her eyes dart to the source of the voice, followed by a cough. Han Sang-gun rose, his hands and body stained with dirt and blood, turning to reveal streaks of blood flowing from his empty eye sockets. Seeing this, Mimia and the guards were shocked, and Jam Chun-gu rushed towards him, shouting, "Han Sang-gyun!" She embraced him tightly, Mimia's thoughts echoing, "God, Jam Chun-gu." Lucia Mimia's voice still resounded in her subconscious. The goddess collapsed, her face changed, blaming herself for her stubbornness. "Because of me." Sang-gyun's name grew fainter. Before him, two women asked repeatedly, "Sang-gyun, what are you doing? You need to decide quickly." They pressed their bloody demonic faces close, smiling as they said, "We'll be fine." "So kill us and move on," Canaria urged, blood welling from her eye sockets. "Hurry," she urges, "kill us and survive," echoed by Sewa. "That's right, Sang-gyun, make the right choice, okay? Kill us, kill us, kill us, kill us, kill us, kill us." Their words echoed relentlessly, filling Sangjun with dread, and he screamed as he turned and ran. Sangjun ran blindly, not daring to look back, when he tripped on a rock and fell face first onto the rough ground. This can't go on. Sangyun struggles to his feet. This can't go on. He clenches his fist, realizing he won't be able to protect anyone. Sangjun grits his teeth, filled with determination, as the voice behind him continues. You must also make a decision, Spirit Lord. Lucia Mia's gaze is chilling. Spirit Lord, you can kill your precious comrades, can't you? Hanzionen, 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 Hanzionen. A voice calls his name, and he slowly opens his eyes to see Jamchunu. Jamchungu? Sangyun groaned. His face was covered in blood, and seeing Sangyun awake, she checked on him again. Yes, it's me. Are you all right? He awoke, then reassured her. I was exposed to the Apostle's divine power for too long, leading to a temporary erosion of my spirit. Sangyun gets up and pats Chunu on the head. Resting will help you recover. Don't worry too much, says an apostle. Then I shall escort the Spirit Lord. Mia slumped before the temple, watching Han Sangyun leave, a calculating look in her eyes as she considered something at the town's inn. Sangjun gazed thoughtfully out of town as a weary Jamchungu drifted off to sleep. Thanks to the Spirit Lord, my body doesn't hurt at all anymore. He watched the carefree children playing in the street, thinking, the Spirit Master has saved us. Saun thought to himself, it seems the Hyun tribe has recovered. So, we've finally succeeded. A notification appears. The Hurmian tribe fervently pleaded, now we just need to find the dark magic caster. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lord, may I have a word? There's something I need to discuss. The door opens and he sees his unexpected guest. It must be important to arrive so late. The Saintess Mimia didn't hesitate to speak her mind. Inspired by the Master's actions, I've decided to reveal my sister's location, and we'll head there at sunrise. Sangjun silently listened to her every word, activating his eye. The Fire Dragon Eye skill was used. The next day they rode deep into the forest, and Mimia said, once we pass through this forest, we'll reach my sister. Riding ahead, Chungu wonders why Mimia changed her mind about answering, considering her attachment to her sibling. Mimia halts her horse. We're here, she pointed ahead. This is where my brother is, at the edge of the Tainted Lands. This was once a gathering place for primal spirits. Chunu and Sangyun were stunned by the massive structure before them. This is the sealed tomb of the primordial spirits. Primordial spirits? Sangjun wondered. I see. Mia suddenly speaks up. Master, you may not know this as you're from another dimension. Primordial spirits are like administrators bound to the tower, protecting specific areas, assumed deities. For example, there are 3 primal souls, serpent, dragon, and earth, and they will divide the territory. I will protect this area. They possessed divine power but were not bound to the tower, so they were called demigods, as Jiamchungu said. But one day all the primordial spirits died, Mimia explains, and their remains were buried here. This is where the primordial spirits gather and where they are buried. Sangyun stepped forward. This battle will be even more difficult. Indeed, using the tomb as a haven means they can revive the primordial spirits. Mia watches them. Facing godlike entities is a dangerous task. Sanjian frowned. You're really going to follow me into such a dangerous place? How could I? Mimia was a little surprised by this. He continued gravely. Even if you follow me, I can't guarantee your safety. Do you still wish to come? Mimia was silent, then softly parted her lips to reply. I know. The answer surprises San and Chungu. My stubbornness almost killed my people. But even as your body burned, Master, you still saved my people. It must have been difficult for you. Inspired by you, Master, I've made my own decision. Her face flushed as she looked at him. Even if my sister dies, I want to witness the end myself. Then please, help me. Sionen's body stiffens at these words. Recalling the past, he knew that if he refused now, Mimia would desperately reach out for the fading image of the man. Just as she was about to touch him, he vanished, leaving her to embrace the empty air. She blankly watched everything vanish in an instant, leaving only a piece of her beloved's clothing. A painful reminder of her despair. Sangyun inhaled sharply, then slowly exhaled, and despite Chunu's objections, he made his decision. All right, but if she becomes a burden, I'm sending her back. She couldn't believe it. Hansen, are you still conscious? A system update appears. You've come this far, braving the trials without fear. It would be impolite to turn you back now. As the tomb door opened, a strong gust of wind blasted outwards, causing Xiun to frown. What kind of wind is this strong? Along with Mia's cry, she was swept into the tomb by the wind, and Sangjun frowned, quickly giving chase. Damn it, the tomb door slammed shut as they both entered. In the dim darkness, Mia slowly awoke to the sound of constant calling. Priestess, 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 and before her stand Chun-gu and Sangyun. Priestess, you're awake. She looked around blankly. Where are we? It seems we've been pulled into a mausoleum. So this is the tomb where the original spirits are buried. Before them stood thick walls and massive architecture. They had entered the sanctuary of despair's obsession. Suddenly a voice echoes, drawing the attention of all three. Welcome. From within, a figure emerges, radiating a palpable bloodlust. Should I call you the tower's hunting dog? I suppose it doesn't matter what you call me. I am an apostle of despair, ruin, and the god of madness. Seeing the man before her, Mimia bit her lip and whispered his name. Lucius Saxus, a man overflowing with murderous intent in dark armor, stood there glaring at the heretics who had invaded the tomb, the one who would kill them now. With cold, inhuman eyes, he stared at Sion. You should prepare yourself. A red alert flashes. Warning, you are facing an enemy too powerful to defeat, says. Eyes Sun's wary gaze. You seem worried? He sneers. It's only natural you'd be amazed by the power my god has granted me. Red alerts flash as the fallen god of despair chastises him for not finishing off Han Zhongjun sooner. Saxus turns, smirking. I was just about to take care of him. Challenger Han Sangyun, you will die here and become my servant. With those words, Saxus's eyes hardened with murderous intent. From the palm of Saxus's hand, a black energy orb begins to form and surge with terrifying power. Its pressure felt even by Sanjun's group from afar. Mia trembles, collapsing to the ground as she witnesses the scene unfold. It can't be. The souls have been resurrected. From within the sphere, primal spirits begin to emerge. Serpents, dragons, and beasts. Chun-gu clicks his tongue, sensing the overwhelming power of the spirits. Does he think he can protect the saintess and defeat them? Sang-jiun, with a stern face, creates a barrier to protect Mia and takes a step forward. I just need to eliminate the caster and these spirits will vanish. Protective skills activated. A magical barrier forms around those you protect, and all stats increase by 1. Your energy quickly radiates, enveloping your body. This needs to end quickly. Divine skill activated. Other divine powers have been unlocked based on your latent divinity. A black armor envelops Sun, along with latent divinities. Transcendence, death, immortality, defiance of the divine will, observation, law, harmony, and command. The beast then raises its fist towards him, its might shattering the floor. Meanwhile, Saxus watches on. You're only interfering with my vengeance by stepping into this territory. Challenger, accept your death in silence. From within the chaos, Sang-jiun drew his sword and leapt toward him. Using the beast's height to his advantage, he soared with crimson wings. I don't know what your feud is, but I won't die by your hand so easily. You're the one who's going to die. He dove straight towards where Saxus was standing. He gritted his teeth, cursing the arrogant fool, promising to make his death as painful as possible as he commanded the dragon to fly beside him. Die, he screamed. As he spoke, the dragon breathed fire in his direction, and a massive explosion erupted behind the beast. Mimia witnesses everything and cries out for help as a notification appears. The instantaneous step power has been activated, and you won't be able to use it again for 10 minutes. Just then, Sion appeared behind Saxus, half of his mask shattered. He gritted his teeth. You're the one who's going to die a painful death. The deeply engraved True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword skill is activated, increasing Bloodthirst C+, and Sound activates his passive. The deeply engraved True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword skill is activated, increasing Awareness B+. The True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Amplification Divinity B+ skill activates, and he swings to decapitate Saxus. This is the end. But he doesn't dodge, only smirks. The beast roars, Native Soul, Giant guarding the soul. The Forgetfulness spell activates. Its resounding scream creates a reverberation that makes all the buffs seem to disappear. A thought flashes through Sangun's mind. His sword-wielding hand freezes in midair. What was I doing? Sangun is stunned for a few seconds. Taking advantage of this, the giant guarding the soul punches him straight on. Everything happens so suddenly, and he is severely injured. The hunchback is imprisoned. The red quartz sphere activates, the immortal spell activates, and all instant death and recovery resistance effects are ignored. But the beast relentlessly pummeled him, nullifying everything. The forgetfulness spell erased the immortality spell. The SSS class Regressor's Watch has activated its unique regression upon death ability, instantly rewinding time through the stages. The regression watch rewinds to the moment Seun and Chunwoo prepare to attack, turning back time 10 minutes before his death. Resurrection upon death has a 30-day cooldown, and Sang-jiun is now too afraid to act rashly. He thinks carefully, knowing that he only has one last resort skill, and if he's careless for even a moment, he'll truly die this time. Just as Sangyun focused, a voice echoed, "Impressive." He doesn't seem too surprised by this. A challenger of the tower with the ability to manipulate time. I can't help but crave your power even more. I need you as my puppet to accelerate my revenge plan, Seize didn't hesitate to offer. Maybe Mia couldn't bear it any longer, and she screamed. Who has made him so vengeful? This only fuels his anger. You really don't know. It was your own Herman family. You all abandoned me. Mimia can't believe what she's hearing. What is he saying? His face twisted in rage. Are you still going to play dumb? Then allow me to jog your memory. Rewind to a time when the native spirits who protected our people and land were massacred by the tower for being deemed false gods. From then on, our world was plunged into natural disasters and misfortune. The departure of the native spirits led to countless deaths. Isn't that why you begged me to revive the native spirits? But still, Olang couldn't be revived. A citizen speaks up, questioning things. This isn't right. When they don't get the results they want, they criticize Mia. Why haven't they been resurrected yet? People here are dying. I thought you were going to save us. This is disappointing. Who will take responsibility for this? Our world is ending. Shouldn't the one who promised to save us all be held responsible? Sakis heard every word of criticism, silently leaning against the door, lost in thought. After a moment, she reassured them, I understand. I'll blame my brother for this. This shattered Sais's trust. The feeling of betrayal suffocated him as he fled that cursed place, recalling past affections. So, you're going to blame me? Betrayal fuels his hatred for me? Is this the best you can do? I trusted you, my friend. I thought you'd always be there for me. And so, hatred strangled the memories of the past, pushing Zaxis into an endless abyss. Coming to his senses, he realizes those people would never acknowledge his efforts. This world is going to end anyway, Zaxis thought with a twisted expression. And then, a vow was made. I pledge my allegiance to the god of madness. Despair and hatred became Ziz's power. I will kill every Haomyon with the power my god has granted me. Back in the present, Mimia tries to salvage the situation, saying, No, you've got it all wrong, listen to me. But explanations were useless now. He wouldn't listen to her excuses. The giant serpent lunged toward her. The serpent spirit, who once devoured mountains, activated the gluttony spell, spewing venom that shattered Mia's defenses and sent her flying. Enraged, Sangyun plunged his swords into the ground, cursing, then grabbed Mimia's hand, pulling her close. Would he really kill the only family I have left? He pushed her aside and leaped into the serpent's gaping maw as Chungu cried out, Han Sanyun, what are you doing? But he only left one sentence. I leave the Saintess to you. The holy light skill activates, a red cross appears, and he shouts, that bastard, I'll kill him. He stabs his sword into the serpent's throat. At the same moment the serpent swallowed him whole, the two girls watched in horror. Han Sang-gyun, the savior, is activated, and inside the serpent's belly, he's tearing it up. With 81,919 followers, your divine power has been greatly enhanced, overwhelming the spell of death. Zaxi looks at the writhing serpent, and moments later, its belly explodes. Sang-gyun leaps away as the serpent, who tried to swallow a mountain, suffers a fatal blow and is banished. Enraged, Sang-gyun says, I understand why you're so angry, but killing your only remaining kin won't bring you peace. Sang-gyun watches from the sidelines as Sis realizes, to her shock, that he faced 3 local gods and took one down with him. You'll pay the price for this. The dragon deity of vegetation activates its divine retribution, unleashing a torrent of purple energy from behind. But the energy wasn't aimed at Sang-gyun. He was shocked as it passed him and flew straight behind him. Quickly, they rushed towards Chungu and Mimia, and he ran to shield them. The impact creates a cataclysmic quake, sending dust billowing into the air as the shield's counterattack skill activates. Thanks to his sturdy shield, Sang-gyun completely blocked the dragon's attack. Seize grinned wickedly. You've fallen for my trap. The challenger struck his target, and Sang-gyun's body grew heavy. He thought to himself, it felt like gravity was crushing him. Heavy, but not unbearable. But he wouldn't have to wait long. The beast's crushing blow shatters the shield, and Sang-gyun takes the full force, sending him hurtling towards the tomb's wall. The blow leaves him gravely wounded, and under the influence of the divine power of oblivion, fragments of his memory shatter. Now, his body is struck by another curse, and Sang-gyun falls as the giant advances, ready to strike. He's about to attack. This is bad. Seeing it charge straight at him, he grits his teeth to regain his senses and narrowly dodges. At the last moment, he dodges the fist, and Sang-gyun surges up its arm towards its head. At this point, Sang-gyun was a god of destruction, slashing at the monster's face, fighting through its screams. Sangjun relentlessly strikes its face and eye sockets, driven to win, a grim reaper come to collect. But why? With a single blow, he decapitated the beast. He couldn't remember what he was fighting for anymore as he faced the monster's mangled face. But he clenched his fist, punching Sangjun upwards, sending him flying backwards. Sangjun's face was covered in blood. His eyes were white and he had lost consciousness. The attack leaves a gaping hole in the wall and he plummets, spent as the two girls rush to his side. His eyes were stained crimson with blood. The image of Chungu and Mimiya rushing towards him burned in his mind. Sangyun saw Chungu weeping and calling his name, and as he reached out to stroke her hair, his vision blurred and his body collapsed. Chungu is frozen, watching her comrade fall helplessly. His final image, the two women standing over Sangyun's fallen body. A notification appears. Challenger Hans Gyun has died. Chungu trembles as she stares at his lifeless body. Hansen, this isn't funny. Get up now. Use your skills, your divinity, anything. Sis steps in, saying it's no use calling out. He's already dead, mocking that no one could survive such a blow from the giant. The god of despair descends into mad laughter at Hans Gyun's death, finding it all quite amusing. This pushes Chungu over the edge, and as she turns, she sees the dragon preparing to unleash another energy blast. Now it's your turn to become undead with me. With those words, it spewed a torrent of hateful energy. But at that moment, Chungu's face changed as Sangjun wandered aimlessly in a dark space. He looked around, wondering where he was. No matter how far he walked, he was surrounded by endless darkness. A voice echoes from behind. You don't even remember your own death? He turns around, startled. Who are you? Before me stands the image of the old Sangjun. Me? He suddenly realized. But wait, am I dead? The old Shiyun says, putting his arm around him. Looks like you don't remember. How about we walk and talk? Maybe that'll jog your memory. The first starting point the old version points to. This is Shiyun, looking at the old building in front of him. The hunter dojo where you once trained. The old scion sat down by a pile of trash, saying, Indeed, the place you were before entering the Tower of Trials for the first time, this is the starting point of your journey, isn't it? Do you remember why you first climbed the tower? He suddenly recalled, I wanted to be stronger. I didn't want to be oppressed. I hated everyone's contemptuous gaze. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he wonders, what is this? I don't remember any of this, yet the words flow so naturally. This really is the Hunter Academy I once attended? The old Hunter Sung laughs, and the space around them shifts violently. Excellent. You remember now. You climbed the tower seeking only power. At that moment, the two floated into the stream of memories, past fragments flashing before Hansen's eyes like a film reel, advancing floor by floor, meeting administrators and gods, all of whom seemed familiar. Countless dangers arose, and all who threatened Earth were eliminated. After those short but fierce battles, I became much stronger on a global scale, unmatched by anyone. So why do I continue to climb the tower? Sangjun asked, puzzled. What's the point of climbing the tower? The old Sangyun suddenly lunged forward. I'm no longer weak enough to be scorned. If I give up climbing the tower, I won't have to kill anyone else. With his current power, he could live out his days as a hunter alone. Saying this, the old sun and he descended to the ground. Then why do I keep climbing? The old Sunwoo suddenly said coldly. Do you want to play the hero? Or are you like me in the future, awakened to the joy of slaughter? Recalling his own murders, Sangi Jiun trembled. No, it can't be. Did I kill people? This was all too much for him to accept. He couldn't remember. What am I even climbing this tower for? Those memories keep flashing through his mind. I only wanted to protect everyone. But why do I think that way? Shun turned sharply toward the voice. Why protect them? You only care about your own growth, the voices questioned him. Why do you keep seeking power? Isn't this enough? Voices echoed, demanding, why do you continue to climb the tower? Why won't you stop? Why, Meow, why? 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 Those words, those memories were chains binding Sun. Stop, please stop. He sobbed. I just wanted to become stronger. But seeing people suffer from traversing dimensions, I realized they looked just like the old me. I couldn't ignore it. I want to save them because I understand their feelings better than anyone. The pain of not being able to protect what's important. Sangjun clenches his fist, remembering the helplessness of being unable to do anything. Because I understand that feeling, I must become stronger. Sangyun's eyes change. He tears through his restraints, knowing that only strength can protect them. The smiles of those he's helped fuel Sangyun's resolve, for the happiness he wants to bring to his loved ones, will make him even stronger. To protect everyone, that resolve allowed Sangjun to break free of his chains, and on the other side were the faces of those he loved. He clutches the fragment of his past, vowing to destroy the tower to achieve his goal. The condition is met. You challenge Hansen, and standing before death, you remember your purpose for climbing the tower. Will you choose death or continue the challenge? Sangyun turns to face his former self. Now make your choice. Shatter the door back to the tower or embrace death. The ground cracks beneath him as he vows to return, his former self smiling. I will continue to observe you. You have met the minimum requirements to become a god. Sangyun's entire body is engulfed in flames. The temporary godhood that Han Sangjun can now receive is that of the god of death. The system announces that challenger Sangyun has died, and Chungu rushes to his side. Chungu knelt beside him, trembling. Sangyun Han, this isn't funny. She sobbed, rose, and tried to use her skills or divine power. But Saxus approached them, saying it was no use trying to wake him. He was already dead. He sneered, uttering contemptuous words, having suffered a massive blow from the giant. Do you really think he's still alive? The gods of despair, annihilation, and madness laugh wildly at the death of the Seinen challenger. Saxus added, that was truly a wonderful display. Hearing this, Chungu's blood boiled. She glared at Saxus, her eyes like burning red bullets, as Saxus declared, now I will annihilate you all and turn you into my undead legion. The dragon behind him is gathering energy. Saxus bids them farewell as it unleashes purple flames. Chungu notices something, his red eyes widening as a voice suddenly booms, who allowed you to do this? The purple flames are sliced in two by a red energy beam. She sweats, in astonishment, those same red eyes now surrounded by a purple energy. Even the gods are shocked, the native gods instinctively sensing fear. A barrier of energy surrounds them as the gods of despair, destruction, and madness reveal their negative emotions. Chungu looks back as Sangjian slowly rises, surrounded by a red aura. The conditions to upgrade the soul summoner have been met. He placed his hand on her head, comforting her. You've returned from the brink of life and death. Sangjun stepped out of the protective barrier, leaving the two of them still stunned inside. The system announces that the conditions have been met and the unique detailer class has been upgraded, activating the detailer trait. Sangyun dons his cool armor and utters the opening line, "Let the games begin." The system reveals Detailer Fake 9, and Challenger Sion Han now possesses the title of God of Death. Outside, Saxus and the other gods are still confused when he bursts from the vortex at breakneck speed. Saxus grits his teeth as he sees him, certain he died with shattered memories. What trick did you use to reach the level of a god? Not only did Sangjian not reveal anything, but he provoked him. You won't have time to be so carefree anymore. Are you scared? This only enraged Saxus further. You're just a useless being without the will to sacrifice the world like I do. Screaming, Saxus is defended by the gods as they advance. I cannot accept someone like you. Without hesitation, Xiun bravely charges forward, declaring, this time, I'll make sure you can't be resurrected. His first opponent is the hairy giant, a native god, guardian of the mountain's spirits, focusing the power of oblivion into his fist. Sangjin strikes high and low, defeating it in an instant, taunting, too slow. Next up is the purple dragon god, a native deity, a dragon that dominates the vegetation, wielding the power of divine punishment, and it's charging up a devastating attack. Sangjun leaps to strike, but the dragon breathes fire first, forcing him to change course and jump to a nearby rock. He was startled as the fireball launched, a massive purple sphere hurtling towards him. The cave shook with a massive explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. Sei smirked, expecting the fireball to hit Sun, but he was nowhere to be seen. You were struck down for your arrogance, crushed by karma. The system announces the use of death god power. Thanks to his title as a death god, the power of death reacts intensely. Everything eroded by the power of death can now be ruled. Red smoke spreads everywhere, and blue eyes widen in the haze. Sionin has used his power to summon black threads to bind the gods, hoping to absorb their power and become stronger. Absorbing them, the threads tightened and their screams echoed. Both are slowly shrinking and turning black as she can only watch helplessly. What the hell? He was flooded with questions. The giant guardian spirit of the mountain is forced to die, as is the dragon spirit who ruled over the vegetation. With the local gods wiped out in the blink of an eye, Zassus, now without any toys to play with, dared not make a sound, breaking out into a cold sweat. What in the world? What is this? Witnessing the scene, utterly stunned, he could only stammer as Sun, majestic in his iron armor, stood victorious amidst the raging flames, his power amplified. Saxus, terrified, resorted to a cowardly trick to conceal himself. I must quickly release the divine realm and retreat. He's been transported elsewhere by the system. Release the despairing god realm and release Saxus as he plummets into the black cosmic lake. The system reports that the despairing god realm has been eroded by the power of death, making its release and disappearance temporarily impossible. The Saxes plummets into the opera house, astonished by his comrades. Upon descending, he was immediately met with a legion of skeletons and the threat of being beheaded. The power of a god dominates this concept. If I don't do something, I'll die. He tried to hold on, but couldn't. His hands began to tremble with despair, destruction, and madness, and finally, exhausted, he let go. Not only that, he begged for more power. The system chimed, "The gods of despair, destruction, and madness accept the apostle's body as a sacrifice." Sangyun watches as a beam of energy descends upon him, and the system announces that the first apostle, Lucia Sis, is staring intently at the challenger, Sangyun Han. Sangyun watched the aftermath, and through the smoke, Sis spoke, addressing him as challenger. Sis smirks, "You dare destroy my servants? Are you ready to pay for your sins?" Behind him, a gate to the god of death appears. The system announces Hell's powers activated, and Sis threatens before the rematch. "You will die here." The system chimes in again as a gateway opens, leading all living things to the underworld. Sais boasts, "I will cast you into the abyss of despair." He summons countless hands to seize him, burning in hell and regretting becoming a dog of the tower. But Sangyun stands still, unfazed, and declares, "A mere boundary of death is useless against me," closing the 8 detailed effects that govern all things. Command authority has been used by consuming divine power, influencing the real world through words. The arms slowly retreated before his astonished eyes. However, interfering with the laws of the world with a command consumed a huge amount of divine power, and his own technique was now being controlled by another. Sais began to worry as his divine authority was cancelled. Everything was successfully retracted, and the gates of hell were closed. He was stunned. What was going on? The gate explodes before him, the hellish power nullified by an all-encompassing force. All Saxes can do is scream in despair. Is this a joke? What is this absurd power? Saxes was red with rage, turning to scream at him. "I have given everything to the gods, yet Sion can only stand and watch. My soul, my faith, I gave everything I had. How could someone like you possess such power?" After Sis finished speaking, he rushed forward to give him a gift along with an explanation, only to lament when everything was blocked. How pathetic. Sangyun throws a powerful uppercut, but it's all for naught. "You'll just end up dying here." Before he could speak, he was met with a devastating blow, sending him crashing into the earth with a resounding impact, a trail of destruction, and a pained scream. Finally, Saxes came to a stop, thinking only, "I'm dying. I'm really dying." Saxes struggles to rise, his weak hand trembling. "No, I don't want to die." But he barely had the strength to stand. "I have to live no matter what." Susis perseveres and then suddenly hears familiar footsteps calling out to his sister. He looks up, and upon confirming it's Mimea, Susis calls out again. He desperately crawls toward Mimea, begging for help. "Please, save me." He grabbed her pants leg and put on an act. "I finally understand. I was wrong from the start, but Mimea didn't care about any of that." "Convince the challenger and save yourself," she advised Sis. "I promise I won't do anything bad again." Sis remains kneeling and begging, "Why won't you say anything? Please save me." He didn't expect Mimea to change the subject. "So, you finally look at me now?" She leaned down and continued to speak to Sis. That was during a family meeting, a situation ripe for misunderstanding. So, in the past, Mia took all of Seuss's blame for herself. "I see. I will take responsibility for my brother's actions." Sis is shocked that she's taking the blame again. He hurriedly ran off. Her father smirked. Of course she would. She cuts him off, but Maya coldly states that before blaming her brother, those who stood by and did nothing cannot escape responsibility either. "I admit my brother was wrong, but can you honestly say that standing by and doing nothing is right?" She recounts. "Along with those who protected us, you withdrew your decision to take responsibility." Growing up, Mimea continued to love Saxes wholeheartedly, trying to change him. Failure is acceptable. Falling is fine. No one is perfect, not even a genius. Saxes realizes this now, but it's too late. "Sister?" Mimea turned her blade towards him and spoke her final words. But she thinks they can't go back. She closes her eyes and pierces his chest. Saxes stood frozen, staring at his sister, tears streaming down Mia's face. Forcing a smile, she said, "Let's end it here." In the silence, only sobs and the two of them remained. Mia embraces Saxes, biting her lip to hold back tears as Sun watches them, feeling their sorrow. He turned away, fighting to contain his emotions, as Chungu gently tugged at Sangjun's sleeve. Sangjun looked down at her. She stood silently. Chungu had to calm her emotions. It took her a moment before she finally spoke. "Do you think we should leave them alone?" Sangjun summons a sphere of protective energy, declaring it's time to end this. The system announces the absorption of the native spirit's soul fragment 303 is complete. By absorbing the 303 soul fragment, you can choose and possess a latent divinity. He opens his information panel and selects a skill. Selection complete. The divine power of blessing has been converted into potential, and all the energy gathers into a giant blue orb. The system announces the completion of the soul absorption of Lucius Axis, a level 1 apostle. Following the system's announcement, he wonders if this explanation is a special reward from the Ascension, and the unique undead summoning effect has been received. From now on, Challenger Sangjun Han can use magic to resurrect the dead, his power amplified, radiating a brilliant golden light. Ascension has been achieved through legend, transcendence has reached 100%, and the conditions have been met. Sangjun is stunned. Ascension has reached 100%. The system announces that Cyan Han has earned the right to a divine title, and he mutters, the Ascension effect is truly the path to becoming a god. The system announces that with transcendence at 100%, Xian Han can officially claim the divine title, and Sangjun Han's ascension to godhood will now begin. The light around Sangyun intensifies, and Chungu, shielding her eyes, senses his soul level rising to match his divine status, absorbing a boundless power without losing a drop. Sangyun is now encased in a super hard shell. Chungu glances at the cocoon from the outside, thinking that the reason the divine power is gold is because it has been stained by transcendent divine power. Sangyun's power-up is complete, and causality has been partially adjusted for the challenger, Cyan Han. The cocoon slowly cracks open. Time's up, Sangjun emerges, unchanged in appearance but with vastly superior power. As he landed, she called out his name, Sangjun Han, but he remained silent save for the echoing notification. The challenger, Han Sanyun, is surrounded by a brilliant aura. Your official divine title has been confirmed as Transcendent God. The existence of the Transcendent God is now known to all gods across the astral planes. The gods across the realms have received the message, and all eyes are now on the tower. Information about the Transcendent God will be controlled by the law of causality, and the Tower of Trials has begun to focus intently on the Transcendent God. Back in Mia's village, she prays for Sis's soul as the masked man's voice cuts through the silence. Saintus, what happened to Sis was unfortunate, but we mustn't forget our ideals. The masked figure explains, we are the Herman tribe, servants of death, and to prevent disaster and live in peace on this land, we must revive the native spirits. Then, Mia slowly rises, turns to everyone, and says to the village, please, listen to me. From now on, our tribe will leave this land. What do you mean? We're supposed to revive the native spirits and you're arguing against them? Someone asks. That's why I say this. Mimia explains, my brother died for the ideal of reviving the native spirits. He accepted his fate. Death, she continued. To prevent that tragedy from ever happening again, the spirit has promised to protect this world. As she speaks, the forest begins to flourish once more. In other words, through the power of the spirits, the impurities of this world are being cleansed. The system reports that Challenger Sangjun Han's divine power and faith are being consumed, and the transcendent divine domain is expanding everywhere. Mian's final words are unlikely to sway the will of the entire village. We'll go to the theocracy of the Western Holy Kingdom and start over, no longer relying on the native spirits. Instead, we will carve our own path. Sangun stood silently behind her, listening. This must be the will of the spirits. Mamiya recalls the time San has helped her through difficulties. Her words were heartfelt. The spirit had risked everything for their tribe. Even though we've never met, even though I was stubborn, you still reached out to save us. Even though my brother is gone, he brought new hope, and I will do my best. Mimiya turned back to look at him. No, I will definitely succeed, leaving him stunned. Until that day, please wait for us, Mimiya said to Sionu with a bright smile. We will transform this world into a tale of spirits until the day you return as a god and appear before us once more. We will always wait thanks to the hope that spreads. Hope spreads for him, quickly cutting to a bleak castle assaulted by red lightning, where two figures duel amidst jagged rocks. Cirrus lands a devastating blow to his opponent's face, following up with a brutal punch to the gut. He follows up with a kick, relentlessly attacking his defenseless opponent. Cirrus sneers. Is that all you've got? He looks up at the red moon with arrogance. You dare challenge me with such pathetic power? Prove your worth, and I might consider taking you in. Even so, Cirrus was still furious. Damn it. Even though I'm absorbing divinity and faith from those who have fallen in battle, I still haven't recovered the divine power I paid to the tower. He hopes to become stronger so he can take down Sun. That challenger will surely come to destroy me. I must destroy him before he grows stronger, but now, that pent-up rage is forming a halo behind him. If that lowly challenger hadn't acted so rashly, things wouldn't have ended this way. I must destroy you, Worm Hunter, or perhaps I should let him achieve divinity. That way I won't have to expend my own divine power to harm him directly. As he pondered, a sphere of light appeared. Ceres looked up, thinking, another god has been born. Seeing Sun's face, he smirked. So it's you. News of Sangyun's ascension had reached Ceres. Sangyun Han, the challenger, had become a transcendent god. On a deserted beach, the two were enjoying a drink when a phone rang. Sangyun answered. Hello, the voice on the other end shouted urgently. Sangyun learns of an emergency. A gate has appeared. He hangs up before getting details and tries to call back, but only gets a garbled message. The damage is getting worse and worse. He hangs up, a mix of helplessness and amusement on his face. Sangyun turned to leave, and Chungu quickly asked, who's causing trouble? At the Hunter Association building, Sungun and Chungu consult an investigation map as he contemplates a new feature that allows him to appoint followers. Information appears. The divine power to designate followers has been activated. The number of people currently worshipping the Transcendent God is 0. The number of potential followers of the Transcendent God is currently 96,782. Yeah, a long way to go. The number of worshippers must exceed 300,000 before divine power can be bestowed. Heian approaches, calling out to Sangyun. She was frustrated that she couldn't reach Sangun. There was an emergency, but she couldn't contact him. Aion reports that much has happened, but stops short when she sees Chungu. Just who is this child? How cute. Sangun picks her up and defends her. This is my cousin. She says she wants to be a hunter, so she's tagging along to observe. Heian didn't suspect a thing. I see. All right, let's head into the guild first. Together, they enter the building. As she walked, she explained, I gave a brief explanation over the phone, but right now, orange gates unlike anything we've ever seen are appearing all over the cities. Monsters are pouring out of these orange gates. Countless monsters, none as challenging as those in the tower, and a demon only seen in the Tower of Trials has appeared. It's wreaking havoc everywhere, and many countries have suffered serious damage, Heian emphasizes. Finally, the International Hunter Association has issued a summons to challengers at the SXA Opine level. She turned to him, saying that if he answered the summons, they would grant most of his requests as a reward. After a moment's thought, Sangyun replied, Don't worry. No matter what happens, Heian is my teammate, and I will protect her. Aion blushed at that statement, stammering, Okay, let's go inside the meeting room. He surveyed the room and remarked, This meeting room looks like it can hold over 100 people, but there aren't even double digits of us here. A voice suddenly cuts in. So you finally made it, Catherine said, pointing at him accusingly. You climbed the tower without a word, breaking your promise and not even calling. He hesitated, but before he could decide, she called him over. Sanjun feigned happiness, but her murderous glare made him uncomfortable. I didn't know you had someone so close to you in the tower, Chungu finally spoke up. You're quite popular, she says, but Sangyun's cousin only offers a weak smile in return. You really like teasing the kid. All 3 pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent turned to Sangyun. He broke out in a cold sweat, and the 3 of them took their seats. Chungu was privileged to sit on his lap, but before he could get comfortable, Catherine started trouble. I've never heard you mention Heian before, Sangyun. She glances at Sun, gauging his reaction. Or is it just my imagination? I didn't expect to meet such a renowned explorer here. She continued, but she didn't sit next to Sun. He glanced worriedly at Heian, who couldn't help but retort. I also didn't expect to see Catherine Benet here. Catherine was furious, but restrained herself because of the people around. I didn't expect to see you acting like such a stubborn puppy. Since you're pushing your luck, I'll make sure I don't get involved with adventurers like Catherine. She added a fatal blow, saying Catherine didn't need to be there. Sangyun sat frozen, his brow furrowed with worry. What should I do? Sun looks around, everyone is staring, and someone in the room says, I've lived long enough to see everything. Another adds, that guy is really lucky. With no other choice, Sion pleads with Chungu. Jamchan-yu, please save me. But she responded with a statement as bitter as salt tea. This interesting thing has already happened to you, and even though it doesn't suit you, why should I help? Chungu smirks, knowing that silence is the best way to avoid half the trouble. Sanjun could only cry inside. The association president started the meeting. This was harder than climbing the Leo Tower. Thank you for answering the association's call. He starts the meeting presentation. You've likely heard about the situation on your way here. Based on the information we've gathered, the cause of the orange gates is... Behind him, a black hole appears on the screen above Las Vegas, Nevada. That's the source of the orange gates around the world. Before he could finish, the screen glitched. Those who participate in this attack will be rewarded handsomely. The association president turned back in confusion. What's going on? Runer appears, introducing himself. I am Gramus Runer, a third-level apostle serving the god of war. You fools, who is your god? Sangun listened, wondering, the god of war? Is the tower allowing this? He made his offer. Sangjin smirked. I won't say much. The god of war demands your god. Pointing towards the black hole, Run threatens. This is the war god's invitation from hell, and refusal is not an option. I'll give you 2 days to bring the god you worship before me, or you'll pay the price to make that god appear yourself. With that, he shut off the screen, saying he would wait there until the god appeared. Everyone in the room buzzed with questions. A god? Could such a being truly exist on Earth? Are they talking about Buddha or Jesus, or are they referring to some entity related to the tower? Catherine poked his wrist. Sanya. She quietly asked Sanyun. The dark god was surprising enough, but now an Earth god? Who could be the god of Earth? I'm so curious. Sangyun froze at her question. Catherine had encountered gods before, so naturally she'd be curious. Chunu proposes a conspiracy theory. Imagine if a god were defeated. This could be an opportunity to rise as a new god. Unknowingly, his words offer a clue. Amidst the noise, Xiun spoke, and all eyes turned to him. Association President, may I have a word? He immediately agreed. Of course, we need to discuss the current situation anyway. The association president began, before being cut off. No, there's no need. I'll handle this myself. Sangyun rose, confidently stating, but before that, would you grant me one request? The system reports the live stream will begin in 1 minute. Has anyone spotted the apostle in Las Vegas? Raise your hand if you agree. That apostle's voice is giving me the creeps. Is the world really about to end? Are there any challengers here? Sangyun has started his live stream. Fake Sangyun Han's raid broadcast draws 2.89 million views, with 29,871 live comments flooding his stream. Is that really Sangyun? Is it true? Wasn't Sangyun missing? Sangyun, make sure the cameraman gets a good shot of this. Many are surprised by his return and how much stronger he's become. Has he really appeared to clean up this mess? The Sionin Runer Raid livestream introduces a special guest. You've finally arrived. I am Gramus Runer, a third-level apostle serving the god of war. Does Sanjun even care, or is he just getting angry? He summons his power. Let's get this over with. Divine power of sanctification has been activated. Seo Haiwan dons a badass suit of armor, imbued with divine powers of transcendence, death, immortality, defiance, observation, order, harmony, judgment, and blessing. Everyone is speechless. Even the viewers are impressed. Views and comments skyrocket, reaching 5.87 million views. Live comments flood in. 499,998 questions asked. What is Sangjun doing? What kind of transformation is this? We're counting on you. Sangyun, don't lose. Half of your purpose is complete. The conditions have been met. Sion pours all his power into the remaining fight, declaring he will become the new god of Earth before everyone. He took advantage of his arrogance and contempt. Don't get me wrong, young god, you were simply invited here. Even I don't consider you a worthy opponent. Sanjin rebukes his arrogance. You think ruling these small dimensions makes you strong? How pathetic. Those words sent him into a frenzy. Ru gritted his teeth. You're just a lowly god, yet you're so arrogant. I was going to bring you to the god of war peacefully. Ru used his formation, causing the ground to crack and stones to float in the air. Panic erupts as people wonder what caused the earthquake. Is this truly the end? He's injured. He's so arrogant. I guess I need to show you the difference in power at least once. A voice tells him to look up. Sangyun, look up. A massive meteor looms overhead. Fans are worried, but everyone is happy to be together. Son, please stop. We're all going to be destroyed. I don't want to die. The Apostle's power, Hell Meteor Punishment, unleashes a wave of destructive light. Because of one comment from Sangyun, Run is now trying to destroy the entire city. Blame his foul mouth if you must blame someone. Comments flood in, urging him to act, saying they'll all die like this. The meteor is closing in. Hurry! Sangjun, do something. Sangjun just stood there, watching him devise a plan. Redness was stunned by Sangi's words. I want to test something, too. He frowned, puzzled. What was that? Sangyun, in his local deity form, raises his hand high, his eyes gleaming. Let's see how powerful the residual power of the local deity I absorbed is. The system displays a notification. The exclusive distortion effect is activated, consuming divine power to warp the designated space and make it disappear. Immediately, a magic circle appears above Dunyong's head. The space is distorted, and he is utterly perplexed. What the hell? Now there's just a streak of light in the sky where the meteor used to be. The crowd erupts in amazed chatter. The meteor has vanished? Hans Gyun is back. Hans Gyun, I knew you could do it. We're alive. All hail Hans Gyun. He gaped in disbelief as the jeering of the crowd cut through the air. Impossible. He dozed off for a moment, but hearing An's voice, he noticed Gramasuran Sangyun approaching, emphasizing, "Do you understand the difference between us now?" He collapses to the ground, screaming, "Ru can't accept it." He struggles to speak. "How can someone who just acquired divinity like you?" He retorted bluntly, there was nothing to know. Sangjin drew out the Book of the Dead, immediately emitting a dazzling burst of energy, illuminating the entire space. He says that causing trouble comes at a price. Simultaneously, the system provides information on the exclusive powers of the godhood, activating the list of death gods, which can designate up to 100 entities within a 1-meter radius, but anyone on the list will gradually approach death with each passing minute and become severely weakened. He stammered in fear. "Pay the price. I, the god of war, have answered your call." Immediately, system notifications flooded in. Third-class Apostle Gramasuran has been added to the death list, and in that blinding light, Sionan's eyes suddenly flashed. The system announced that divine death would easily invade the designated target, and he screamed, then died. Run's location vanishes without a trace. The system confirms divine death and command have been used, and the cameraman stares in disbelief at what he's just witnessed atop the building. The giant television screen lit up as the city's residents gazed up at the result of a power beyond human comprehension. The association president froze before the control screen, unable to believe the data before him. Run had completely vanished. The entire world was in shock. Screams echoed. Terror resounded. The god of war, Sung Jin Woo, stood tall amidst the fading light of battle, as the people's voices echoed from all directions, filled with awe and doubt, unable to believe that a single line could defeat the enemy. Don't be fooled, this is just computer graphics. This is the Hunter Association's official channel. What kind of computer graphics are this surreal? The association's chairman clenched his fist. Does he really think gods exist? A slow smirk spreads across his lips, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Candidate Han Sang-yoon will surely become a god, and everything will change from here on out. From every corner of the city, streams of faith energy rise, converging into a massive vortex around the glowing stone in the sky, triggering a cascade of system notifications. Many beings in the Earth dimension are worshipping you. The rate of faith acquisition is skyrocketing. If you gather enough faith from Earth, you can become its god. If he becomes the god of Earth, he'll receive the Earth divinity. Sang-yoon thinks, is he really about to become the god of Earth? Before Sionan, a crimson orb floated in the air, radiating light like a living flame. The system reported, "You have absorbed the remains of 3D class apostle Gramasu Runer." A magic gate appears from the void, slightly ajar, emitting a dark light. The system chimes announcing Han Sang-yoon's victory over an apostle, increasing his second-stage ascension progress by 1.7%. Sang-yoon looks down, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as a voice filled with surprise echoes in his mind. Incredible. I thought the path to transcendence was closed, but a path to godhood has opened. He repeats the words of godhood from the void, as countless hands reach out to seize him, each movement echoing the cold warning of the third party. Listen carefully, Han Sang-yoon. If other divine beings learn of this, not only your life, but the entire Earth will be in danger. Hearing this, Sang-yoon raised his hand, and a dense golden light gathered into an orb of energy spinning in his palm. Before that happens, I need a contingency plan. The system explained the technique. The unique power to create a sacred domain was activated, and the energy sphere swelled, rising from the ground, unleashing countless rays of golden light that spread everywhere, covering the entire globe. As the system's data strings lit up, confirming the activation of all techniques, consuming the holy power and faith of the fighter Han Sang-yoon to create the sacred domains of transcendence and death. Within the transcendent sanctuary, growth accelerates 1109 times, and all wounds heal rapidly. In the sanctuary of death, all unauthorized sacred power and auras will be completely annihilated. He clenched his fist, one thought consuming him. He couldn't let his precious comrades get hurt. The system displays. Planet Protector achievement acquired. The unique ability to create a C+ class sanctuary has been upgraded to A class. Sang-yoon approaches the portal, a thought flashing through his mind. To do this, I must fight the god of war. Data confirms. Entering the Hell Arena Holy Territory. Before him, the space is thick with red and black. The land barren, drained of life, and everything is eerily silent. Sang-yoon steps through the gate, facing a red-haired god of war who smirks as his voice echoes through the arena. "So, you've finally arrived?" he sneered, his gaze sweeping over Sung Jin Woo with contempt. Hunters at the association watched the live feed on a giant screen, one exclaiming in disbelief that he's no longer human, another agreeing that no skill or power could reach such heights. Lai Heian turned at the sound of the man's doubtful voice, wondering if he was using skills or powers to create an illusion. Catherine scoffs. If you can't believe what you're seeing, you've got a screw loose. He storms towards her. She retorted angrily, eyes wide. What? You think this is an illusion? Oh, what kind of ridiculous conspiracy is this? He nearly screamed. So, what are you saying? That Hans Yoon has really become a god? He froze, astonished by the energy surrounding Catherine as the system announced the Transcendence and Death domain was being maintained. His eyes widened in a mix of shock and fear as the holy domain of light spread, engulfing all the buildings in the area. He continued, Do gods really exist? The system chimed in, stating that the faith in gladiator Hans Gyun was helping to maintain transcendence and death. Flashes of light zigzag across the arena, and where they strike, the ground cracks and dust billows as the system explains that the Hell Arena's holy domain prevents escape. The god of war chuckled, his deep voice echoing like thunder. Foolish mortal, he sneered, his eyes cold, his voice dripping with contempt. You dare step in here after killing my apostle? Are you foolish or simply reckless? Across from him, Shayun retorts sharply in the crimson space. I knew it was a trap, but when the prey comes to me, why would I run? His voice echoed through the air, emphasizing each word. Here, one of us ends. He grinds his teeth in anger as a purple aura surrounds his fist, and he snarls, I will destroy you. He slams his fist into the ground. The earth cracks, and fissures spread like spiderwebs toward Sangye Jiun. Instantly, the death book appears in his hand, emitting a dark light that swirls around Sangye like a seal. A blue analysis panel appears, noting that the exclusive power of the death book's divinity has been activated. Those named in the list will approach death and weaken severely, kneeling on one knee. His hand remained buried in the cracked earth as the god of war looked up, his eyes filled with both anger and shock. System Appendix reports that the power of death is affecting the god of war. Those named on the list will be invaded by the divinity of death after 44 minutes of combat. Sangjin lightly punches the ground, a seemingly simple blow that sends tremors through the earth, startling the god of war as the invisible sword skill is activated. The invisible sword, combined with transcendent divinity, activates the mythic amplification effect. Countless, blazing golden swords streak forth, activating mythic bane, which allows the divinity of death to strongly interfere with all forms of power. He dodges to the side, narrowly avoiding the barrage of golden blades, and curses the mortal. Instantly, a golden blade hurtles toward his face, stopping mere inches away, the blinding light reflecting in the war god's wide eyes. He leaned back just in time to dodge the golden blade, the hunter's hand tightening around his own golden sword, pointing it directly at the god of war as its light flared intensely, activating the holy light skill and creating a star-drenched divine aura. Energy erupts from the sword's tip, surging toward him, his teeth grit, face tight, eyes flashing with shock and rage. Impossible. How could he gather so much power? A deafening explosion obscured everything. Through the thick dust, Sun slowly emerges, standing firm, his eyes burning with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, a hand erupts from the cracked earth, seizing Sun's leg, his bloodied face grinning with manic triumph. I got you now, you little brat. The god of war rises, his arm muscles straining as he grips Sun's neck. He slams Sun into the ground, sending debris flying as the earth cracks under the force. New arms sprout from his back, pinning Sun firmly in place. Instantly, the war god's red system flared to life. The divine absorption was assisting the war god, it announced. War god temporarily transfers some of Han Sang-yoon's stats to his opponent and absorbs some of Han Sang-yoon's divine power. He still clutches Sionen's neck, his voice hoarse with disbelief. After fighting you, I'm certain, he growls, I'll destroy you, here and now, and prevent anyone like you from ever appearing again. I will destroy this earth. His eyes blazed as the immense power of the god of war gathered in his right fist. He smirked, the mortals of earth are beneath my concern. The red system confirms the feature you're using. Divine counterattack. All accumulated damage is returned to fighter Han Sang-yoon with 4 times the power. He lands a powerful blow where Sion was lying. The god of war smirked, a conceited and contemptuous smile, as if certain Sionen couldn't withstand the blow. But then he flinched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Sangjin vanished. Vanished? In a flash, Sang-yoon appeared behind him, eyes gleaming with coldness as the system announced the use of blink. He glanced back, cursing the bastard. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't move. Every muscle was frozen in place. In midair, an hourglass appeared, and the surroundings turned black and white. The system provides information. The exclusive effect of the S+ black and white hourglass final time has been activated. The user freezes time for 4 seconds, becoming immune to all powers during that period. Cooldown is 7 days. With his swords raised, Sang-yoon coldly declares his intent to destroy Earth. While I live, this planet where those most important to me reside, no one will destroy it. Countless divine powers swirl around Sang-yoon, and he gazes upon them with excitement. I will reclaim my divine power and stats. The system announces the activation of a blessing, consuming divine power to temporarily nullify combat power once. No more blessings can be received for 12 hours. The god of war gritted his teeth in frustration. I told you to wait. He tilted his head, looking at him. I'll tear you apart so you can never set foot on Earth again. He hurriedly cried out, Wait! Sang-yoon unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, and the system immediately confirmed the activation of his skills. Combat speed boost and instantaneous acceleration. Countless sword strikes followed, too fast for the system to register, as he relentlessly attacked his opponent, causing a torrent of red liquid to spill out and form floating spheres around him. The system managed to display the activated skills, but they happened too fast, the rhythm so intense it was hard to follow with the naked eye. Sang-yoon suddenly unleashed his ultimate move, a brilliant purple sword stroke across the war god's back. A magic clock appears, and the system announces that time is up. The exclusive effect of the black and white hourglass S, the final moment, has been cancelled. Time returns to its normal flow, and immunity to interference has been removed. The cooldown time is set to 7 days. Sang-yoon boldly declares, Fall and die by my blade. The following skills have been activated. Absolute divine power of language and destruction has been activated, granting you control over death. Sang-yoon aimed straight for the war god's back, and in an instant, 5 purple sword streaks appeared like lightning across the sky. Striking the target, the war god is paralyzed in pain as the system warns that his words can now alter reality. Suddenly, countless streams of divine power erupted from the earth, shooting into the sky, as the ground shook violently, cracking open everywhere, with rubble scattering from the energy's tearing force. The holy light skill had been activated. After a moment, the dust settled, and Hunter Geha stood tall amidst the cracked earth, as majestic as a living statue. The dust slowly dissipated, revealing the war god's face. His teeth clenched, unwilling to accept defeat. Rage surged within him. I can't end here. I will destroy you, he roared. I will annihilate Earth and wipe out every last mortal. His body suddenly erupts with divine power, and a red notification appears once more. The willpower divinity has met its activation requirements and has been automatically activated. Due to the will to fight, the god of war receives enhancements corresponding to the level of determination. The G on the god of war turns bright red. If he loses his resolve, the divine power swirling around his body, and all enhancements will turn into diminishment. The god of war senses the challenger's fierce resolve, standing firm amidst the cracked earth, his body like sculpted steel, radiating terrifying pressure that weighs heavily on the surrounding space. His eyes gleam, flashing a cold light, all stats amplified 100 times, and accelerated. Suddenly, his voice rang out, laced with surprise and a rare hint of praise. Challenger son, I must admit, you are truly powerful. Suddenly, 2 new arms sprouted from his back, muscles taut, fists clenched. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I will no longer consider you a mere mortal, but a transcendent god. Give it your all, transcendent god. Sang-yoon remained silent, listening intently to his words. Otherwise, your teammates and the earth will be destroyed. Seon takes a deep breath, activating his transcendent power, unleashing a surge of energy that envelops him, pushing all his abilities beyond their limits. His eyes flashed, and he warned that he would regret saying that. The blue screen displayed, showing an accelerated growth rate of 27 times, based on the level difference with the opponent. The 2 warriors faced off, one radiating brilliant gold, the other blazing with fiery red energy. The space between them seemed to crackle, their power swirling into columns of light. As the 2 clashed, golden and red divine power collided violently, creating a blinding explosion of light. Rocks shattered and flew in all directions, and dust swirled like waves. Sang-yoon swung his sword, a violet light streaking from the blade towards the war god's red energy. The 2 powers collided violently, creating an explosive spark, and the unique power of battle lust was activated. All skill growth in battle is increased by 300%. The god of war grins, a glint of challenge in his eyes as Sangyun's blade approaches. Due to the influence of the war god's power, all of Sangyun's stats are gradually being transferred. As the two clash, explosions of light and energy erupt, and Sangyun thinks to himself, "My stats and divine power are being transferred to the war god." The war god's massive fists swing inches from Sangyun's body, but it's not time yet. Yun narrowly dodges, his lithe body gliding to the side as a confident smirk plays on his lips. "Your movements have slowed considerably, transcendent being." He listened in silence as the words echoed. "Is it because I've taken all your stats and divine power?" He growls, his voice like thunder. "Let's end this meaningless battle." Immediately, a long ridge erupted from the ground beneath Sionin. Suddenly, the god of war's massive hand shot out, gripping Sanjun's ankle with incredible force as he hurtled toward him, a gleeful expression on his face, eyes gleaming, and a cruel smile plastered on his lips. "You were going to end up like this anyway." Sangyun was cornered by the god of war, with continuous punches from the giant hand hitting his body directly. Sangyun cried out, realizing a sudden truth. "I can't see." The war god's devastating blow sends Sanjun flying backwards like an arrow, kicking up dust and debris. As the dust settles, Sanjun is revealed, kneeling, his sword planted firmly in the ground. Observing the system notification that his bloodline power had been activated, the god of war declared, "By stealing your stats, I've become this fast." He looked up to hear him continue. "I'll gladly accept your divine power and stats, Transcender." He strode forward triumphantly. "From now on, all your actions are meaningless." He laughed gleefully. "Why, you ask? Because I have the upper hand." Suddenly, the god of war grabs Sion, his terrifying strength slamming him back into the ground. He laughs triumphantly, grabbing Sionin by the neck with one hand, his overwhelming power lifting him off the ground. "But keep fighting to the end." He laughs. "Even if you delay your end, destruction is inevitable." Suddenly, his face falls. His cruel smile vanishes, replaced by a look of shock, his eyebrows furrowing as he hears the boy speak. No, even with his neck seized, Sanjun looks down at the god of war, and with unwavering resolve he declares, "You're the one who's going to die." The death book appears before Sion and the god of war, hovering in the air as its pages turn, whispering like the call of death itself. The death book's dark power surges towards the god of war, swirling like a vortex of shadows. He coughs up blood. A red light erupts from his heart and it bursts from his chest. "The time condition has been met. You fought for 44 minutes in your target area, as registered in the death book. Due to the death register's influence, the god of war is being eroded by death energy," he stammers, eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be?" His heart hangs suspended in the swirling energy as he gasps, "My divine power, it's collapsing?" Sion calmly explains that due to the death registry's influence, the power of death has completely eroded its target. In other words, divinity crumbles when death is near. The god of war glared at him, cursing, "You bastard! You said my comrades and Earth would be destroyed." Sion's power surged, a resilient golden aura erupting and enveloping him. "It's time you regretted those words. God of war." Sangyun leaps into the air, sword in hand, arcing towards the god of war, ambushing him. The cruel smile and bright eyes suddenly froze, replaced by astonishment as the war god's massive arm was constricted by Sion's golden divine power. He stared in disbelief at the swirling energy that threatened to crush his limb. He collapses, clutching his arm, which is throbbing from the golden divine power. He groans, "My arm." The defensive stance told me to stay still. He looked up at Sion, his eyes wide with disbelief, a mixture of shock and confusion as he heard him continue. "In time, you will be completely eroded by death." He furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and roared with furious golden eyes. "I am the god of war." His aura blazes as he lunges toward Sangyun. "You think I'll die meaninglessly?" The system blares a warning. Divine power of destruction has met the activation requirements and is now active. The ground begins to tremble violently as debris, dust, and sand rise into the air, converging into a single point aimed directly at the god of war above. The divine power of destruction has been unleashed. The cooldown is set at 10 years. The cooldown of destruction cannot be reset by any means. He glances down, sneering. "If I can't win, I'll at least take you with me. Let's die together in this world, transcendent God." He looks up and whispers, "Attack nullification," as a massive clock gear appears. Immediately, all of the god of war's previous actions began to rewind. Every strike, every step, every movement reversed as if playing on film. The regressor's exclusive attack nullification effect from the old wristwatch has been activated, reverting the destructive divine power to its pre-activation state. The SSS C+ regressor's old wristwatch's exclusive attack nullifying effect activates. With a 30-minute cooldown, a massive vortex of energy immediately forms. Swirling around Sangyun and the god of war, his body falls at Sangyun's feet, and he cries out in horror, "A relic left behind by the god of time." "Why do you have that?" he asks, before Sangyun commands him to be silent. A system notification appears. He uses absolute command authority to accelerate the erosion of the dying divine power. Though Seonen's purple divine power corrodes his face, the god of war utters one last threat. "Transcendent God, don't think this is the end." Sangyun raises his sword high, and the golden light of the transcendent god explodes, engulfing his body as the Avenger's legendary skill is activated. With the Avenger activated, his divine power could deeply affect all beings. Sangyun's blade plunged into the war god's head, eliciting a pained scream. Under the pressure of the blade and divine power, the war god's head is forced into the ground, and he cries out in defiance. "My divine power, it's all disappearing." He twisted the sword hilt, emphasizing each word, as the blue screen reappeared, announcing the use of divine power. Under the power of the purple divine energy, his head began to erode, flesh and energy dissolving in the blinding light as he stared in disbelief, muttering, "Damn it, that weak mortal!" He gazed at Sion's back from afar, his pride unyielding. He watched Sion's every step, marveling, "How did you become such a monster?" The system chimed in, "You have absorbed the soul of the war god Asura." Sangyun's face returned to its human state, the tension, anger, and fierce divine power gradually subsiding as he looked up, his eyes bright but gentle. Finally, space around Earth was still filled with dust and debris, but the atmosphere was no longer oppressive or destructive, but filled with a sense of victory. The peace I protected them for. After the storm of energy and fierce attacks, the city fell silent. The neighbor girl smiled brightly as she set the table. Sunwoo sits on his bed, intently watching TV as the host reports that the adventurer who saved the world, Hans Gyun, has refused to attend the press conference. He will only be making statements through the guild he's contracted with, as reporters and citizens gather below. The reporter with the microphone announces that adventurer Hansun, the hero who saved the world, is seeing his number of followers who call him a god incarnate increase exponentially. His neighbor, mid-bite into a chicken leg, glanced at him and said, "You seem really happy." Sangyun smiled in relief. "At this rate, everyone will be safe, and will attract even more followers." She chewed and replied, "That's good then." The system reports the following stats. 96,782 followers are currently worshipping the Transcendent God, and 272 non-Manhwa people are eligible to be appointed as apostles. He braced himself on the bed and continued, "Granting divine power, the system screen constantly updates, and followers whose abilities exceed a certain threshold can be appointed as apostles. Special rank Catherine, rank Senmed, rank Alinian, rank B Lucia Mimia, rank C Kaya. Golden divine power surrounds him as he bestows low-level power to all of his first-level followers." He put on his coat, stood up, and a look of determination crossed his face. "When I'm in the tower, it's my comrades who must protect their world. To grant more power and divine energy, I must become stronger." Seeing him get up, his neighbor hurriedly asked, "Do you have to leave?" "I must meet the Blood Iron Overlord," he replied, squinting as he slowly added, "It's time to return to the tower." He stood before a house. As he stepped inside, he heard a greeting. "So, you've arrived." Han Sangyun closed the door, slightly surprised. He didn't expect to see her again so soon. Sean continues, "Blood Iron Overlord," she says slowly. "I thought you'd refuse, but you accepted so easily?" "I haven't refused that many invitations, have I?" She stood up, her voice full of hidden meaning. "Do you know how many times you've turned me down?" He chuckled. "Sorry." Canaria blushed, squinted, and playfully punched his shoulder with a smile. "You're fun to tease," he replied. "Is that so?" Kanar suddenly stops, drawing his attention, and with her head bowed, her voice softens. "If we had met when you were still an adventurer, I think we would have become close. Very close indeed." Her eyes widened at his words. "I believe we're already close, even now." His every word left her momentarily stunned, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "From the first time I met the Blood Iron Overlord until now, and forevermore." He frowned, his eyes full of sincerity and determination, devoid of any other emotion. We're teammates walking this path together, so I will fulfill the Blood Iron Overlord's heartfelt wish. She reached out and touched Sang-gyun's chest. Kanar placed both hands on Sang-gyun's chest, as if seeking support. She lowered her head, her voice deepening. This could be very difficult. He smiles, reassuring her with confidence. Even so, I'll be fine. Her hand tightens on his coat, emphasizing each word. Might you be disappointed to see how weak I once was? Sang-gyun remained steadfast. I won't be disappointed. You might die. Sang-gyun reached out to her shoulder and said, I've overcome many challenges to get here. I won't die that easily. His eyes burned with determination. Then I'll show you the iron-blooded overlord. Her eyes sparkled at his declaration. A world where the iron-blooded overlord never fades. And he eagerly retracted his hand into a fist, a promise. Their fists meet in a gesture of camaraderie as she says, touched, Thank you, Han Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun eagerly dashed forward as the system updated with his new information. Exclusive authority of Administrator 607111. Blood Iron Overlord. A wish from the depths has been triggered, and a special trial beyond the current floor is being created based on the Blood Iron Overlord's wish. To keep his promise to the Blood Iron Overlord, Sang-gyun grits his teeth, his face tight but no longer tense or angry, a satisfied smile appearing. He dashes forward as the system announces his entry into the Tower of Deep-Seated Wishes. Blood Iron Overlord. He thinks, I will protect this world from the evil god. He dove into the virtual world below. The theme of this trial. Blood Iron Overlord, difficulty, hell, time remaining. 1 year. The challenge, prevent the world's destruction by using divinity before time runs out. Failure results in death or time expiration. The reward level will be determined by the Blood Iron Overlord's emotions. Failure results in death. We hope the adventurer's will can fulfill the wish buried deep within their heart. Beneath a towering fortress, two formidable enemies face off, the air thick with tension. A cacophony of shouts echoed throughout the fortress as the foolish minions of the evil god emerged. Another challenger appears, eager for battle. Sang-gyun, clad in shining armor, sword at his hip, stands tall as an invincible warrior. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp but confident, re-evaluating his situation. My equipment's been sealed. All my stats are locked at 700. An excited voice called out as a boy approached him. Are you the 100-man captain? He wondered, turning to look at the captain. The screen reveals that adventurer Han Sang-gyun has been appointed captain of the Imperial Army's 100-man squad, as he frantically asks, Why are you still here? He solemnly asks, Is there anything you need me to do in this role? He replies, That doesn't matter anymore. He solemnly reported the situation, his face grave. A massive horde of fanatics was attacking the front lines. We're about to be wiped out. As a rear unit, we need to retreat quickly, or we'll be punished for violating military law. Seun frowned, puzzled. I understand, but where is the white-haired, red-eyed knight? He quickly replied, If you're talking about her, you must mean the commander. She's holding back the zealots at the front line, where we're being pushed back. Sang-gyun thought of Canaria, his expression grave, her voice still echoing in his ears, buying time for their retreat. Even as he stammered, unsure, he suddenly vanished into the earth. So we should escape one at a time from the top, jumping into the middle of the conflicting soldiers. Escaping one at a time, he reappears, a distance away. Sang-gyun's expression darkened as he cursed the fools under his breath, a knot of unease tightening within him. So she intends to sacrifice herself. He stomps his foot, sending dust flying. I promised the iron-blooded monarch? Sang-gyun silently gazed at her receding figure in his mind, a feeling both near and far weighing heavily on his heart that he would show her. She gently turns her face, and he thinks of a world that doesn't fall. He watches ahead, restless and worried, so he can't let her die on this battlefield. Sang-gyun raced forward, his robes billowing in the wind, passing a fallen follower as he wondered, Where is she? Sang-gyun swung his hand, slicing down the one who stood in his path. Where is she? He unleashed a flurry of blows, sending enemies flying as he anxiously repeated, Where is she? He gritted his teeth, restless. Where is she? Before he could finish his thought, Canaria was seen in the distance fighting a butcher, and Sang-gyun froze as a sword fell from above, inches from her face. She was stunned, eyes wide, as he shouted, No! The system announced the skill activation, the blessing of wind increasing all speed by 80%. Instantly, Sang-gyun rushed forward, his sword slicing off the attacker's arm, who screamed in agony. My arm! Kanar was stunned. Who are you? He said grimly, Stand back. Sang-gyun plunged his sword into the earth, sending dirt flying as he condemned their defiance of the Empire. Cyan's divine power surged as he declared, "I will make you feel it clearly." Meanwhile, the blue screen confirmed that the Starlight Aura skill had been activated, and the starlight infused with death divinity had been formed, unleashing a burst of energy that detonated upon impact. Kanar stares in disbelief. Not a single enemy soldier remains. His allies stand dumbfounded, while she quietly contemplates. An Imperial soldier, clad in armor and a concealing mask, watches with inscrutable eyes as the Imperial flag waves high and cheers erupt. We won. The surrounding soldiers began to buzz with excitement. I thought we were done for. But we made it. Kanar, standing behind him, hesitantly asked, "Who exactly are you?" He replied, "A centurion of the Imperial Army." Sangyun smiled, turning back to continue, keeping his promise to the commander, his voice becoming more sincere. "I've come all this way, to the tavern with the sign of the beer mug." Canaria slams the libia down on the table, deducing that he's not part of the Imperial Army, and his real name is Hansen. She rests her chin in her hand nonchalantly. He deceived the Empire and hid his name. "But you saved my life." Canaria's cheeks flushed red. "So, under the commander's authority, I won't pursue this matter," she said with shy friendliness. He smiled. "That's enough for me. I only want to repay my debt and earn your trust." The commander sat across from him, responding frankly, "I can tell that what you're saying isn't a lie, at least to some extent." She held out her hand, a bright smile on her face. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Canaria Elfeld." He tilted his head, a smile playing on his lips as she continued. "From now on, you'll be assisting me, so let's work together." He shook her hand and promised, "I will protect you well." Commanding a bubbling purple cauldron, countless cloaked figures stand around it. The priests once said this world would perish by the evil god's hand. One of them snapped a finger skyward, saying there was a way to stop the evil god, as dragons of every color appeared, mouths agape with ferocity. The one prophesied to save the world, acknowledged by the 7 dragons, guardians of the world. Kanar places her hand on her sword, full of confidence, while the Blood Iron cult leader seeks to become that very person. "Thanks to you, Hansyun, I made it here safely, despite the evil god's followers trying to stop us," she said, baring her teeth and tilting her head back. She marveled that they arrived without bloodshed, all thanks to him, then looked up and said, "Okay, we're here. This is the territory of the Dark Elf tribe, protected by the Black Dragon in the Great Forest." Getting off their horses, Canaria says, "I'll take care of everything here. The Empire has prepared a negotiation proposal. You won't have to do anything." Sangyun said grimly, "If I punch the dragon a few times, it'll all be over quickly." She laughed wryly, asking him not to. Finally, his face relaxed and he smiled. "I won't unless the commander's life is threatened." Suddenly, something sliced through the air towards them, and he caught it before it could hit her face. Canaria, sweating, stared at the arrow, thinking, "An arrow? I didn't even feel it coming," she whispered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Thank you," Sun gritted out. "Looks like they're not interested in negotiating." He tightened his grip on the arrow, furrowed his brow, and decided he would handle things his way from now on. Explosions echoed through the forest path. Tien leaned back, arms crossed, whispering that the dark elves seemed to be driving away outsiders. He thought, "Then I'll sleep a little longer." Sangun peeked in, a grin on his face, and announced, "Found you." Startled, it recoils against the wall, a look of disbelief on its face. How could a lowly human have made it all the way here? Sangun stood tall, surrounded by people kneeling with their hands raised. "You threatened someone important to me, so I beat them, and made them reveal your location." Furious, Tan Yen huffed, "Not only did you trespass on my subordinates' territory, but you dared to strike them." It transformed, baring its fangs and growling, "Today, you'll pay for harming my subordinates." Its eyes blazed, a true black dragon consumed by rage, as it stomped the ground and roared, "Prepare yourself, useless human." Canaria gasped. "This has gone further than expected." He calmly replied, "I will protect you." The system announced that a divine command was being used. He glared at the dragon and commanded it to sit and bow its head as a notification appeared, stating that divine power was being consumed to affect the real world through words. The black dragon was naturally bitter but replied, "How annoying. Do you think I'm a dog? I don't have to obey commands like that." It collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. It roared, "What have you done to me? Why can't I move?" Kanarina looked up at Sangjun and saw blood trickling from his mouth, wondering if his weakened state had caused his heart to stop due to divine power. The system announces the blood power skill has been activated. She rushes over, dabbing the blood from his face with a handkerchief, her voice laced with worry. "Are you all right? Why are you suddenly bleeding?" He carefully replied, I recovered a while ago, so I'm fine. He stomped his foot down and declared, "From now on, you are my dragon." It lifted its head from the ground, confused. "What? Stop talking nonsense," it roared. "Dragon God, grant me the power to destroy my enemies." The system announced, responding to the summons of the fourth apostle, Tani Egnis. The Dragon God's trial can be accepted. The Dragon God begins to consider the request of the fourth apostle, Tanis. He still smiled calmly as the blue screen displayed a message. The Dragon God looked at the adventurer Han Sang-gyun and smiled gently. The next line from the system froze him in disbelief. The Dragon God rejected the request from the fourth apostle, Tanyan. His eyes widened as he stared at the smiling Dragon God. The Dragon God said to treat Han Sang-gyun with care as the system announced his name in despair. The Dragon God smiles radiantly at Han Sang-gyun, the challenger, saying it's been a while, and Sang-gyun smiles back, greeting him. The Dragon God, wide-eyed, stares at him in wonder. "Who exactly are you?" she asks. He retorts, "Who else would I be?" With a cold gaze, Sang-gyun declared, "From today onward, I will be your master." Leaning back on her hands, she asks, "I suppose I can ask a few questions now, right? How did you manage to convince the Black Dragon so easily?" With a serious look, she continued, "If you don't answer, you won't gain my trust. If you answer this time, I'll answer within reason." She continued, "So can you tell me your true identity?" Even the Black Dragon glanced over, eager to hear his answer. "I'm just an adventurer from the Magic Tower." The same tower she was in? She looked at him hesitantly. "Now for the next question. Are you an apostle serving a dragon-related god?" She winks, looking amused. "Seeing your expression, I'm sure of it, so." Han Sang-gyun, I guessed everything right, didn't I? A bead of sweat trickles down Sang-gyun's forehead as he struggles to speak. How could she be so perfectly wrong? Sanun finally laughs. Every single guess was completely off. She bit her nails, looking dejected. "Nothing was right? I thought you were really from another world." He quickly added, "Well, that part is true." Then, Teen unexpectedly speaks up. "I have a question as well." He asks in return. "What is it?" He continues, "But you see, dragons are apostles who serve the Dragon God. I know a little about this tower." She's taken aback, hearing that everything here could be fake. Fake, she wonders? She turned to Sang-gyun and asked directly, "Is this world fake?" He reassured her somberly, "No, it's not fake, so there's no need to worry." Still, she stared at him, suspicion brewing in her heart. What else was he hiding? Shin closes her eyes in agreement, relieved that a world with an evil god couldn't possibly be fake. "The city is just ahead. Please, protect this world from the evil god." Landing on the ground, it announced their arrival, and Sang-gyun hopped off, praising it. "Well done, Yong-young," it corrected him, displeased. "My name isn't Yong-young, it's I." But before it could finish, Sang-gyun looked up, threatening it. "Don't tell me you're planning to betray your master," he corrected himself, sweating profusely. "No, I will accept this name," a voice called out, stopping all three in their tracks. "Knarlfeld." He smirked, but without humor. "I've only heard rumors of communication artifacts, but I didn't expect you to actually bring a dragon." "Do your best, Commander." Glios moved in close, whispering, "My dear little sister." Glios strolled forward, his hands behind his back, slowly approaching Sun-gun and her companion, silently wondering if he was her brother. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "It's been a while, Goss." Glios raises his hands to either side, his tone mocking. "Yes, seeing it firsthand is truly impressive. I didn't expect you to subdue a dragon so quickly." She trembled as she replied, "You flatter me." He leaned in close, his voice a low growl. "Having such an outstanding assistant is a skill in itself. Watching you struggle for the throne should be quite amusing." Glios glances over, a pity about that aide. He says something that moves her, and before she knows it, she's dead. Sang-gyun felt uneasy, watching him turn around with a fake innocent smile. "So, you're the assistant assigned to help my sister?" "Just kidding. No need to be so serious. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am a prince of the Empire, and a member of the royal army, Leos Lfeld." He ignored the other man, focusing on her, realizing that the iron-blooded overlord was actually a princess of the Empire. Now the pieces were starting to fall into place. He brushed off Goss's hand as it went to pat his shoulder, and Sang-gyun frowned, sternly introducing himself. "I am Han Sang-gyun." He eyed him warily. "Is that so? That's a rather unique name." Leos wiped the hand that Sang-gyun had brushed away. He smirked and continued, "Whether it's for appearances or sincerity, you're quite the enigma." He continued to ramble on about his understanding while putting others down. "Could you be a member of a hidden noble family?" Judging by the situation, you seem quite strong. I don't understand why you'd help someone as lowly as my sister." He leaned in close to Tia and whispered, "Or have you fallen for her?" The so-called flower of the empire. Goss's expression is contemplative and inviting. "My sister has a difficult personality. I don't think she's a good match for someone like you." "Why not serve me instead of my inferior sister?" Sanjun asked politely, grabbing his wrist. "Forgive me, but I have a question." He squeezed the man's wrist and pulled him closer, emphasizing each word. "Do you have a death wish?" She quietly looked up and listened to him continue. "If that's what you want, then I'll end you as quickly and painlessly as possible." He hesitated. "Dare you do it here?" He retorted sharply. He moved his face close, emphasizing each word coldly. "I'm about to crush your skull." He rubbed his wrist, his hand trembling, but he still tried to remind him of his status. "I am a prince of the empire." Sangjun grabbed his hand again, asking through gritted teeth, "Do you want to live or die?" His face paled and he stammered in fear, "I want to live." He released him. "Good, I'll spare you for now, but if you come back for revenge." He glanced at him once more, sternly warning, "I'll take that as confirmation that you truly want to die." He then pulled her away. "Let's go, Commander." She hurried ahead of him. The miniature black dragon followed behind them as Canaria stopped and mumbled. "I'm so sorry," she continued. "I couldn't do anything. I cowered before my brother, unable to stop him even as he insulted you." She spoke haltingly, her voice thick with emotion, as he listened in silence. "No, I'm afraid you'll disappear too." She remembers how helpless she was before, and her loved ones. "My brother was the closest to the throne, and since childhood I couldn't resist him as he stole everything from me." She choked back tears as she continued, "The most precious things, even those who follow me." Sangyun silently took note of these important words. He stole everything to become emperor. Even me, he wanted to take. Kanar gazed up at the highest tower, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I once dreamed of surpassing the commander and seizing the throne for myself, but I'm not even worthy of dreaming such things. I couldn't even protect the people closest to me. I'm not worthy of your trust." Suddenly his eyes gleam. Canaria cries, tears streaming down her face. "Isn't that pathetic?" He pursed his lips, the tears on her face now gone. She listened intently as he spoke. "The commander once told me something that remains etched in my mind." He looks away, a bright expression on his face. "When he falters and feels he can't go on, he can always rely on me." He steps forward, gently calling her name, Canaria Lackfeld, one of the few people he truly cherishes. She's stunned as he says, "Lean on me." Sun kneels, bowing his head solemnly. "I will make you emperor." A sob escapes her and he looks up confused. "Huh?" Finally, Canaria sobs into her hands, leaving Sangyun to wonder, "Did I say something wrong?" The system then announced that the activation conditions had been met. She took her hands from her face and said, "I don't know why you're doing all this for me." He listened intently as she continued, "But at least I know your heart is true." The blue screen appeared again. The iron-blooded Empress's favor towards the adventurer Hansen has increased. She smiled radiantly. "If you truly want to see me become emperor, then I will rise." In response to his expectations, the system displays more information. The reward level for the special contract challenge, a wish from the depths of her heart, has increased for the iron-blooded tyrant. He replies, "Thank you." Suddenly, a pillar of purple light erupts, reaching towards the heavens, and a powerful surge of energy radiates in all directions, shaking their very location. He realizes this energy must be divine. Tien urgently says, "Master, my body has summoned an apostle. The other dragons are in a state of confrontation. Give the order, and we'll head there immediately." He asked, "Commander, will you come with me?" She jumped onto Tian, happily replying, "I told you I'd answer your resolve." "I'll go with you." It asked its master, "What's the plan?" Channeling his divine power, he replies, "Simple. The system confirms divine authority, godhood has been activated, and you can fuse divine abilities based on latent divine potential." He declared that they would crush the evil god, a statement confirmed by the screen. Divine potential, transcendence, immortality, revelation, resurrection, discipline, conviction, camaraderie. He suggests they go and end this. Destination confirmed, they have entered the divine realm of the evil spirit's dance. The evil god looks up and shouts, "Ah, look, an idiot is flying this way." He raises a scythe made from a spine and commands, "Crush them with dark energy." Avoiding the attacks, Tien considered the suggestion. "Master, we can't hold out against this horde." The transcendent Shiun pointed at the evil god's group using divine speech. "All of you come down here and die." Skill confirmed, divine speech is being cast. Tawny Yen dodges attacks and suggests, "Master, we can't hold out against this many." The goat-head evil god watches intently. Yes, the ground cracks open in a long fissure, followed by a terrifying explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Skill confirmed, using divine power to influence reality through words. Canaria stopped completely, staring in disbelief. What in the world is going on? Sangjun replied, "It's hard to explain now. I'll tell you after the battle." She was too shy to look him in the eye. "Then I'll wait to hear about it later because I've decided to put my faith in you." He pulls out the red orb in his hand, its divine power unleashing a terrifying force, a skill that absorbs souls. Eliminating numerous enemies greatly increases his second transcendence points. His incredible potential unlocks rapid progress as he stands on his dragon, facing the apostle of the evil god below. A beam of divine power shoots up from below, and the evil god's voice booms, "Aren't you all just adorable?" The evil god's goat-like eyes narrowed like a snake's as he gnashed his teeth, swinging his spine scythe. "You're not even worthy to be my playthings." The opposing system announces that the evil god has possessed Bazera, a level 4 apostle who is experiencing immense joy. The evil god laughs. "Such cute, inferior things." The system announces that the evil god has descended upon Bazera, a level 4 apostle who is feeling immense pleasure. How could he descend upon an apostle so soon? The black dragon wondered. "That?" the white dragon replied casually. "Of course, it's because of a deal with the tower." It continues. "This is a playground prepared by the tower. The sooner you play, the better." The evil god smirks. "So that explains it. Then die." Suddenly sandworms appear, attacking from behind. "Are those your last words?" He unleashes his move, activating the Holy Light Empowerment skill, creating divine starlight. The white dragon rejoices. The one acknowledged by the black dragon has finally arrived. It continued. "The guardian will protect this world from the evil god." The evil god quietly observed. "You dare challenge me?" It roared. "I will never forgive you." A wave of evil power engulfs him. "I will destroy you at all costs." The system displays, "Descent state enhanced by rage." The red dragon was astonished by the terrifying pressure, but then noticed Sangun, who remained unfazed. The white dragon thought, "It's shameful, but we dragons are powerless. There's only one way." It called out to Sangun, the one chosen by the black dragon, "I bestow upon you the title of guardian of this world." The white dragon pleaded, "Only you can stop that evil god. Please, guardian." A vortex suddenly appears, and the dragons immediately sense this energy as the system announces that the conditions have been met. It was none other than Hansun, the challenger who would become the guardian of Icalium. The white dragon understood immediately. "I see. The system says you've acquired the Allium divinity, granting you the power to protect and bless this world. However, the Allium divinity has no control over the world, and is not considered an official divinity. After the special contract challenge ends, the Allium divinity will disappear without a trace." The white dragon was caught off guard, so the will of the world had been conveyed. Sangjun is the chosen one, and the evil god silently approaches. The god attests that since the day he saw Sangyun with that wretch, he hasn't forgotten him for a single moment, unleashing a massive surge of power directly at him. "Now it's time to pay for what you did that day." Surprisingly, he remains unfazed. Sangyun doesn't just stand by and wait to die. The two enormous powers clash, leaving the evil god stunned. Was that divine power dispelled in a single blow? That attack won't banish Sangyun from this world. A great power gathers, divinity and the will of the world flowing into Han Sangyun, and that terrifying force is aimed directly at the evil god. What nonsense is this? He didn't even have time to react. The system announces the evil god's descent upon the fourth apostle, Bazera, has been dispelled. Sangun remains vigilant. The wrathful evil god is forced to undo his descent, and cracks suddenly appear on the ground. The Tower of Trials paid a heavy price in divine power to the evil god, and in exchange for this immense cost, it allowed an avatar to manifest. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Challenger, it is you. My rage descends, and I will destroy you." He attacks Sanyun's power sphere directly. The system displays that divinity has lost some of its integrity due to foreign divine power. Sanjun thinks to himself, with mere presence, "Can the evil god trample on the world's integrity?" The evil god is pleased. "I've crushed your divinity." "Impressive, isn't it?" his subordinate replied reverently. "Very cool," the evil god grinned wickedly. "Someone like you, Han Xiun, with your insolence, I'll show you the true difference in our levels." He confidently declared, "My servants, I will personally eliminate Han Sang-gyun, and you will wipe out those lizards." He also reminds them to bring the gods back alive, as he intends to use them as toys, infuriating the White Dragon. "Who are you calling lizard and toy?" The evil god summons a massive army, ready for a brutal game. A fierce battle erupts, a chaotic clash between evil and justice. Sang-gyun thinks to himself, so this is how it ends. The evil god gleefully charges, saying his challenger must be out of time to think. The system announces that mythic extermination increases the evil god's attack power by 600% when beheading the weak. Sang-gyun immediately drew his sword, easily parrying the first blow, as the system displayed the activation of a mythic skill and the BF buff. Sang-gyun worried, even with BF, he was still outmatched in firepower as the evil god gloated. "I knew I was right. A flurry of attacks are unleashed. You're not a fragile toy." Suddenly he leaps into the air. The evil god reveals a piercing gaze, as if seeing right through sun. "Just you wait, I'll play with you as long as I can," Sang-gyun thought to himself. If he couldn't win, he'd at least make the battlefield favorable to him. The Winter Monarch's power has been automatically activated as conditions are met. All stats increase by 10%, and the user is unaffected by frost. "Are my divine strikes all in vain?" It's as if he's toying with cyanin. "Let's see how far you can run, challenger." Divinity laws create special rules within the sanctuary. Law 1. The weak gain power proportional to their low status. Rule 2. Skill power increases by 100%. Rule 3. The frozen area is maintained by absorbing all kinds of divinity. Sang-gyun dashes forward, but something appears from above, and the evil god strikes with a worm-hunting stand. The system announces the powerful activation of the Blood Iron Sword's power. The evil god was ecstatic, overjoyed. He immediately summoned Mythic Designation Clown, reducing Hansen's speed by 40%. He's completely surrounded, much to the evil god's delight. But it's not over yet. He plans to break him even further. Boulders are launched one after another as he madly charges toward Sang-gyun, as if he's found a juicy prey. There's still time to play, right? Sang-gyun is taking a beating. This new toy didn't break, no matter how much he beat it. But suddenly, the system announced that the divine armor was starting to crack. The evil god was overjoyed, even more so than playing with the world itself. He immediately swung at Sang-gyun. "Destroying this place and playing with you sounds fun." Unfortunately, Sang-gyun couldn't withstand the blow, and his divine armor shattered. Sang-gyun worried. How could armor made of divinity shatter like this? Before he could react, the evil god struck Sionin in the chest, sending him flying. The evil god gloated, declaring that old toys are meant to be discarded, and Sang-gyun would be his new source of amusement. Sang-gyun retorted, asking if he saw the world as nothing more than a plaything. The evil god retorted, "Smashing old toys and taking new ones, isn't that obvious?" Sang-gyun scoffed at his answer. "Someone like you is a high-ranking god?" Sang-gyun immediately changes the subject, "But you're not unbeatable." The evil god was stunned. "What did you say?" Sang-gyun stood tall. "This is a wall I must overcome." He slowly advances, a powerful aura surrounding him. Sang-gyun declares, "Right here, I will surpass you." The immense power is surging, and it will teach you a lesson you won't forget. The evil god sneers. "Are you insane? An insect like you dares to lecture me." Sang-gyun remained calm. "This isn't just talk. I can destroy you." The evil god sneered, finding this all rather dull. "You're just a lowly challenger. You can't defeat me." Suddenly, the system announces that Divine Will automatically activate when conditions are met, meaning challenger Han Sang-gyun receives a massive boost proportional to his fighting spirit, and Sang-gyun retorts, "Do you really believe that?" The system displays that with Divine Will, recovery speed, divine authority attack speed, and resistance to external divinity are increased by 100 times. The evil god is beyond comprehension. How could you possess such power? This is cheating. Sang-gyun immediately rushes forward and without hesitation kicks the evil god square in the face, catching him completely off guard. Sang-gyun confidently asks, "Ready to get hit?" Activating Transcendent Divinity, system updating stats. All growth rates increase 84 times relative to the level difference with the opponent. The evil god suffers a series of devastating blows, and he fumes, "You scum," even with such high-level divine power. The evil god remained confident, asking if he thought he could stand as an equal, before taking a blow to the jaw. The punch sends the evil god flying 10 meters, but he doesn't care about the pain. Before his opponent can react, his sword is already pointed at the evil god. Take another hit. At that moment, the system announced that the Holy Light power skill had been activated. forming a divine starlight infused with divinity. A massive explosion occurred, and the evil god screamed in agony. The holy strike now had a no-healing effect, and he refused to accept defeat from a mongrel like him. He roared, "I am a dark god. Special function unlocked, divine malice activated, all dark god ranks increased, dark god magic enhanced." Deep dark holes appeared in the sky, and the power to devour all divinity permeated the attack. The dark god confidently declared, "I will show you the true meaning of divine rank through death." With that, he unleashed a cataclysmic storm of lightning, taunting Sangyun, "You'd better be careful." He summons a pack of vicious wolves to attack him, saying, "My dogs are quite ferocious." The system displays further information. Dark Sky Mythology summons thunderhounds with the power of devouring. The pack of wolves obeys, charging madly toward Sunju. "All right, it's feeding time," he says, then turns and runs. In that instant, he spun and swung a fatal blow at the pack of wolves, but then Sun suddenly commanded them, "Kneel, for the divine decree has been activated. I proudly declare that my hounds obey no one else." Suddenly, he unleashes a mysterious box, sealed with a highly suspicious lock. Suddenly, the system announces that due to the myth's divine mockery, Challenger Han Sangyun's divinity and divine powers are sealed for 1 minute. He's caught off guard. All of his divinity is sealed? The evil god rejoices, for his divine powers are now useless, and he commands his pack of wolves. "All right, crush all of his divinity." Sangyun is now completely surrounded. He immediately plunged his sword into the ground. Sangyun remained calm, twisting it. The system announces that the exclusive disruption effect has been activated, consuming divine power to create spatial distortion in a designated area. He has successfully executed his plan through the disruption effect, seizing control of the divinely infused thunderdogs. Sangyun dances valiantly among the wolves, their control now mine. "Can you not comprehend how I seized command? Where did you get that power?" He suddenly smirks. "Is that what you wanted me to say?" "I, a god, ask in a low voice. I've spent so long mastering devouring, and you dare claim to control it?" He reveals that you can't use divine devouring without an ancient divine seat. There's a limit to arrogance. "You know what?" Sangyun immediately commanded the pack of wolves. "Show yourself." The evil god couldn't believe his eyes. It was absurd, a power that devours all divinity. He wondered how Sangyun could resist divine consumption, to which Sangyun cheerfully replied, "It's simple." He explained, "This power only consumes divine energy. It has nothing to do with divinity itself." With that, he turned the wolves against their former master. "So die already." He coughs up blood. "You insect challenger." He frantically resists. "Hit me all you want. There's no way I'll be hurt by my own power." Sangyun retorts, "Then I'll just have to change your mind." The system displays, "The seal on the divinity and power of the mythological mockery is lifted when time runs out." Sangyun confidently declares, "You can't control this power. A great power is gathering, a divine incantation is being invoked, and the evil god is utterly stunned, not understanding what's happening." He stammers, "You." He is completely overwhelmed, the useless one, as the god screams in despair, "Filthy tower trash." The system registers, divine consumption devouring all divinity, and silence falls. Sangyun strides confidently toward the evil god, ignoring his pleas. "No," he pleaded, "please stop. I was wrong." Shun simply watched in silence as the evil god clung to his leg, begging, "I swear, I won't interfere with you anymore." He even promised to call off his plans to destroy the world. Shion grabbed the evil god's head. "Call it off, you say?" He asks with disdain. "Exactly what are you canceling?" It seems the evil god still doesn't understand. "I already told you." Sangyun then taught him a lesson, saying he must see the world as a mere toy, but to others, it's precious. The image of Canaria flashes in his mind as Sangyun adds a place where dreams can come true. The evil god awakened the beast within him, but now you're undoing it all. The system indicates that the time requirement has been met. Sangyun will show no mercy to the evil god. Feel the pain of those who lost this world, down to your very bones. The system records a 44-minute battle with the target listed in the death god's ledger, as the evil god screams in agony. No, the evil god is being devoured by the god of death through the death note, and he refuses to accept it. "I won't accept death at the hands of trash like you." No, he has absorbed the soul of the evil god, Pyrion von Liam. The Black Dragon appears with Canaria, who wonders what just happened. The Black Dragon answers honestly, "Master is likely facing the evil god. He still has some concerns, but I don't understand at all. He could have escaped this destruction himself." The Black Dragon's question makes Canaria waver. Why would he risk his life? Because Canaria was on his mind. I don't even know why he cares about someone like me. But Hans-Gyun still trusts me. She smiles contentedly. Whether it's affection or loyalty, I'm not sure. But if I'm trusted, shouldn't I, as one who craves dominion, trust him as well? A beam of light tore through the sky as the system announced that Challenger Hans-Gyun had consumed divinity and faith to create a transcendent holy ground. Kanar wondered aloud, wait, is that Hans-Gyun? The sky had cleared, much to her surprise. Had the desolate landscape been restored? Sangjin quietly approaches. Didn't I promise to show you? He gives a tender smile. A world without destruction. Kanar was deeply moved, and she immediately ran to him and embraced him tightly. The moment was unusually peaceful, and Sangjian glanced at Canaria and smiled softly. Dragons soar through the clear sky as the brilliant dawn illuminates the horizon. Sangjian takes in the scenery, savoring the moment. He sips his tea, savoring the peace. The bustling morning scene brings him comfort. A world without the evil god is so peaceful. This feeling is completely different from when I first arrived. Sun manipulates something and then comments. Good, it's exceeded my expectations. Through the battle with the evil god, everything has grown tremendously. On the system screen, it says he's reached a higher realm by defeating a high-ranking god, his face full of confidence as he assesses his growth through the S-rank divine power. Now he can also strengthen his mental power, as the system clearly displays the skill. The S-rank divine power guides the user's mind to a transcendent realm, but Sangjiun only takes note of it, his attention drawn to the system's contents. Through transcendent mythology and soul resonance, all skills are imbued with soul, and the system screen suddenly turns red. Han Sang-yoon's skills are now free from the system's constraints, a prospect that excites him. So, can I now turn the tower's power into my own? He imagined a scene. In short, it was like stealing the tower's power. It's as if a vast future awaits Sangjin, and with this, he'll become one of the tower's strongest challengers. Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside. Hansen, it's Canaria. The person pushed the door open and called out, May I come in? Sangyun stood up, smiling, to greet her. Such an early visit? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. What? The two stood face to face, staring intently at each other, before Canaria, in her splendid attire, spoke first. I have something to tell you, she said, suddenly grabbing Sion's hand. But first, Canaria wanted this meeting to be more exciting. Let's have fun while we talk. And with that, she led Sion around the city. He helplessly wore the accessories Canaria gave him, while she beamed with a radiant smile. That brought a smile to Sionen's face as well, as fireworks lit up the night sky. He gazed at her and suddenly asked, Commander, what did you want to say? She suddenly steps closer, reminding him, I told you not to call me by my title, causing Sionen to agree in fear. Understood, Canaria. Your defiance pleases Canaria greatly. Good, very good. Finally, she gets to the main point, and I did say I had something important to say, didn't I? Kanar casually drops a huge piece of information. I've been chosen as the next emperor. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to become emperor. Grateful for his help, she lamented that the world would have already been destroyed. I love the world we protected, and because of that, Canaria makes a decision. That's why I have to tell you this, she says, calling his full name, Hansen. Canaria solemnly proposes, Will you stay by my side in this empire? The world that we saved together, she said, her eyes sparkling. No, I want to watch the future with you. For a moment, Sangjun was stunned. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but Sangjun hesitated, unable to answer. Me. Suddenly, purple smoke appeared from nowhere. They swarmed before Sun, clouding his vision as the system appeared. A special wish challenge from the abyss. The Blood Iron Monarch has completed it. The system's voice drowns out the reward distribution, which is based on the Blood Iron Monarch's emotional state. Then, the system announces that the breakthrough reward has been sent to your inventory. Another Canaria suddenly appears, saying, You've come. Dressed in casual clothes, she finally speaks, I've been waiting all this time. Hans is here. Canaria's face is full of hope as she speaks. You stopped the apocalypse, defeated the evil god, and helped me to the throne. To me, that's good fortune, and I gained you, my wonderful aid. This is happiness, but it seems like too much for someone like me, Canaria thought. If only I hadn't met you like this. Perhaps she feels a tinge of regret, wishing it were real. Not a lie? Canaria's voice remained calm, but I knew it was just a dream that would never come true. She calmly uttered, But I can't help but dream. Canaria's eyes fell with sorrow. But now, even the time for dreaming has ended. Or so Sunjionen suddenly says, perhaps prematurely. He sincerely shares his feelings of serving a great empress and traveling together. I enjoyed it too, Sangyun said firmly. I want to bring that happy world back to you. he thought to himself, repeating the words the White Crane swordsman once told him. He promises Canaria that if they reach the top of the tower, what happened in the Garden of Wishes can become reality. So, please, wait for me a little longer. I will restore the Blood Iron Monarch's happy world. That caused her to purse her lips as Canaria slowly approached him. My dear, no one has ever seen the top of the tower, she said, brushing past Scion. So, whether that's true or not remains a mystery. Canaria's sudden change in attitude only gave me more hope. She cheerfully turned around and exclaimed, I'll be waiting here. Canaria's words surprised Sangyun. Until he reached the top of the tower, her radiant image appeared once more. I'll watch your journey, because it's the last hope I have. Sometime later, the system announced their arrival in the waiting room, and a voice echoed with curses. That brat. Chungu angrily pointed and asked, what the hell happened that your divine level increased so much? She couldn't believe it, asking again if he had truly defeated the evil god. Sangyun calmly replied, that's right. At the same time, a clear notification announced the absorption of the Blood Iron Monarch's SSS plus skill enhancement drug, and the system display showed the Primordial Demon Sword's SSS skill increasing by 2 levels. Meanwhile, Chungu had approached him unnoticed, remarking that he was indeed a monster. I have nothing left to say, she offered her assessment softly. He will soon surpass the power I once possessed in life. It won't be long. Chungu kept rambling on, so I made a decision. I'll see what awaits him at the end of his journey. She made her decision with great interest. I'll be watching you, Sun coldly pointed out. That's no different than before. Chungu didn't even look at him as he continued, this or that. Suddenly Sun spoke up, signaling, well, it seems our conversation ends here. Let's head for the top of the tower. In Xion's mind, he calculates the future, knowing hardship lies ahead. But that doesn't matter, because now he has a reason to reach the top. The system coldly announced their entry into the 22nd floor of the tower, but then abruptly cancelled it, puzzling Chungu. What now? Its mechanical voice echoed. The challenger's level is not compatible with the Tower of Trials, so adjustments are necessary. In an instant, the scenery shifts as the system announces the activation of the tower's special floor. The special floor of the Tower of Trials will merge floors 22 through 25 into a single world, it coldly announces. They've entered the tower's special floor, a compressed trial. Sangyun stared at the message in disbelief. They'd compressed 4 floors and their trials into one? Before them lies a deep valley, and the theme of this trial is the demon world, Makai, where a horde of demons chase after a lone figure. The demons taunt him. Are you just going to keep running? Suddenly Kaha stopped in his tracks, clenching his fist as he unleashed his technique. With a single punch, he annihilated them, leaving the forsaken sanctuary behind. He gasped for breath, recovering from the attack. Suddenly, the elder sensed something. A demon ambushed him, attacking and asking, Are you a subordinate of the First Lord's faction? He then defiantly declares, I will destroy you and bring down the First Lord as well. Without another word, he lunges at Kajia. Suddenly, a figure appeared and punched him. The man calmly stated, I'm here to save you. The one who helped him was Scion, a demon. The system announced, you have saved a demon from a special ops lord. Castra bows respectfully. Thank you for your help, O Transcendent One. Here is his information. First Apostle Castra respectfully bows before the Supreme God. Sangyun suddenly looked at him and asked directly, So you sought me out at the request of the First Lord? Kajia slowly replied, The First Lord, you mean the Lord of the Ban, sought the guidance of the Transcendent God. Furthermore, he announced that by defeating the 62nd Lord, he had become the new 62nd Lord. That means you're now eligible for the selection trial for the Supreme Lord title, hosted by Lord Ban, and I'm here to help you with it. With a wary gaze, he asks, What do I gain by winning this trial? He replies earnestly, You'll obtain the First Lord's challenge. Kaga bluntly delivers crucial information. Of course, including the truth about the tower, you can refuse, but suddenly his tone shifts completely. A foreigner in the demon world isn't allowed to eliminate a lord and take their place, but you've already broken that rule. Ka calmly points out his current situation. Many lords will now consider him an enemy. His words continued, but my master had this to say about you. Ka looks Sionin in the eye and declares that he will participate in the trial and reach the truth of the tower, as the system's voice echoes. The selection trial for the Supreme Overlord has begun, displaying all the conditions to be aware of. Time remaining, 14 days, condition for completing the trial. To claim the Supreme Lord's seat in the demon world, failure results in death or time expiration. A cursed sword once wielded by a nameless god awaits those who fail. Elsewhere, a chorus of eerie whispers spread. So, a 62nd new overlord has been born this time? I heard he's a foreigner who even participated in the selection trial. The god of remorse commanded silence from above. He has arrived. His solemnity silences the challengers from the tower. The god of remorse calmly spoke Sangyun's nickname, as the transcendent god stood emotionless. Before thousands of eyes, he welcomed him, as Sangyun curiously asked CA, "Which demon is that?" Without hesitation, he replies, "That is the second lord of the demonic realm." CA humbly introduces him to the god of repentance, when suddenly a demon falls from the sky. "Second lord, please leave those scumbags to us." He spoke with an arrogant grin. "Challenger Han Sion, we are both apostles and lords serving fanaticism." Then he arrogantly declares, "You will die here," announcing loudly that it will be at the hands of all these lords. Sion's gaze turned colder than ever. "You mean to say I'll die by all of your hands? Did you think we'd duel someone who dared insult the lord of fanaticism?" He sneered. "We will judge you with our techniques." Immediately after, dark orbs appeared in his hands, gathering into a massive sphere. Sangyun watches with amusement. Is this infighting amongst demons? Even the demon god must have a headache because of this, right? Suddenly, Kaja, standing nearby, spoke up. "Oh, transcendent god." He respectfully bowed, reminding him not to forget the technique he had taught him. Sion silently activated his divine power transformation, then asked the demon, "Is that technique a type of magic that uses demonic energy?" The demon confidently replied, "Exactly, and only a select few demons can use it. It's a form of dark magic." Sangyun's lips curled into a smirk upon hearing that. "How convenient," he muses as mystical purple smoke gathers around him. Sangyun retorted proudly, "I've also learned a thing or two about dark magic. A system notification chimes exclusive effect. The demon circuit is activating, converting the user's mana into temporary demonic energy for use." Going back to the past, Sia earnestly advises, "If you learn the technique I'm teaching, it will surely help you fight the lords." He creates a sphere in his hand and says, "This is black magic, a power that subtly transforms mana." CA then hurled it toward the target, but most lords used black magic to attack or simply seal skills. CA's teaching tone continued, but its true essence lay in self-help. He immediately puts it into practice, enhancing his divine abilities. The red orb even forces the system to appear, his death god power amplified through magic by the dark halo. Back in the present, the demon shouts, "You're awfully chatty for a dead man." At the same moment, Sagia yells out, "Say it." Sangyun acted accordingly, the sanctuary was denied, and the orb in his hand turned red, as the system warned him. His deathly power warped and amplified by the dark halo, shocking the demons. How could a mere human wield dark magic? Sangyun's distorted voice trembled with disbelief. "No way," he quietly interjected. "Is that all the dark magic you've got?" Shun sneered at them. "How weak. Are you truly apostles of fanaticism?" The demons, enraged, immediately retorted, "Are you insulting the Lord of fanaticism and us?" But Sanun cuts through their mood, declaring that enough is enough. His cold gaze declared, "It's time to disappear," as divine script appeared before him, condemning the lesser beings. A surge of interwoven energies courses through him as the system speaks, the power of death amplified by dark magic. High above, the repentant god calmly watches, unblinking, as Shun below stares back with unwavering resolve. The Transcendent One gazes at the god of regret as the system's cold voice echoes, stating that the acquired divine positions are being converted into potential, followed by the god of regret's voice, remarking on the shocking scene. He emotionlessly remarks, "I didn't expect the dogs I raised for so long to die so easily." The god of regret stares at Sion, noting his significant progress, then cryptically smiles, saying, "Well, no matter, I can handle you alone." Sangyun coldly pointed out that their ranks weren't that different, and questioned the god of regret's composure. "So, what makes you so relaxed?" He spoke calmly, causing Sion's eyes to widen. The answer was simple. An antique clock appeared at the god of regret's words. "I trust in my divine authority." The system blares a red alert, and the power of repentance automatically activates upon fulfilling the conditions. A portion of the real world's territory is manipulated and applied, and the god of regret finally leaves his position. Look closely. Suddenly, his appearance is younger. This is the true value of a godhood, as the system's voice continues to echo. In this duel, both return to their pre-godhood state, and his appearance changes as well. The challenger, Hans Gyun, reverts to his pre-divine state, and the confident god of regret declares, "All stats, skills, authorities, and items are back to my pre-divine state, but my stats are still higher than yours." He raises his hand, taunting Sion, "Can you defeat me?" That amused him, and he smirked. I think I can. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Mental resonance adjustment activated. From now on, God control will include the undaunted soul effect. All stats are balanced for the designated target for 4 minutes, a technique courtesy of Sangyun. Challenger Han Sangjun receives the divine effect autocorrection, now able to freely adjust and control his mental power. He smiles, calmly speaking. Now, we're even. The skill activation is complete, and you can now transmit invisible power with mental effects through resonance tuning. The God of Regret's face darkened, befitting his title, while Sangyun stared him down, asking, "You're not relying on just that to act so confidently, are you? Isn't that right?" The God of Regret, drenched in sweat, forced a smile and replied, "Your oppressive aura is making me falter. Why don't we call this a draw?" The God of Regret suddenly cried out, "No, don't you want to know the truth about the tower? I'll tell you." Enraged, Sanjun calls his bluff, revealing the lie, and draws his sword. Triple slash skill, proficiency 0%. The basic effect enhances 3 sword attacks using mana. Detailed effect. With each attack, the sword's cutting power increases by a factor of 1.5, 2.0, and 2.5. Sangyun swiftly unleashes his attack on the God of Regret, coldly severing his hope. You think I'd believe the words of a fanatic? After a fierce struggle, the system whirs to life, absorbing the soul of the God of Regret. Repentance meets the special conditions. The divine power of repentance is converted into potential. It intones emotionlessly. Second ascension through transcendent potential has reached 100%. Challenger Han Sangyun. The system delivers its final assessment. You are qualified to enter the realm of the ancient gods as a vortex swirls around Sanjun. With his second transcendence, he can now harmonize divine titles. A powerful pillar of light descends upon The power of transcendence and death harmonize to form a new divine title. Challenger Han Sangyun's official title. Its form resembled a sunset orange cross, and Sangjun's gaze now held the distinct presence of the god of transcendence and death. The system indicates the title's effect. You now have deeper control over the conceptual realms of transcendence and death. You can maintain the divinity of transcendence and death without divine transformation. This revelation shocks Chungu. This is unbelievable. Don't tell me even his human body has become a vessel for divinity. So, this is what it means to become an ancient god. Before a dark castle, Kaja stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on becoming the second lord." With a subtle glance, he signaled Sun. The lord's palace lay ahead. Now, the final battle for the title of Supreme Lord. You can face it. As Kaja spoke, the doors slowly opened. Well then, let's go in. You're both already inside the castle. An eerie sound suddenly echoes, "So you've finally arrived." A dark figure leaps down before them, a welcoming smirk on her face. "Congratulations on making it this far." The demon god extends a hand in greeting. "I knew you'd make it here." The system screen displays. The demon god happily greets the god of transcendence and death, an encounter Sanjun anticipated. As expected, the supreme ruler is the demon god. "So it is you," she smiles faintly, not denying it. "Indeed, I must rely on you once more." The demon god laughed, expressing her gratitude. "I am grateful for your help in eliminating the fanatical apostle who infiltrated using the devil's insignia. She hasn't forgotten your contributions, brother. You've worked hard, too." He knelt down respectfully and replied, "I wouldn't dare." First Lord, the demon god's attitude suddenly changes. But you see, being grateful is one thing, but she suddenly throws a punch straight into Sanjun's face, sending him flying backwards. The demon god smirked slyly. "If you want to know the truth about the tower, you must pass the qualification trial." The massive pillar behind him shatters, smoke billowing everywhere. The demon god asks, "You're not giving up now, are you?" From within the mist, Cyan's voice echoes, "I see, then there's only one way. I just need to prove it with pure power." His familiar skill has appeared, target locked for mental resonance adjustment, initiating rank equalization with the designated opponent. The system announced all ranks will be balanced with the target in 4 minutes. At the same time, Sangyun is ready. Let's fight fair. But he suddenly falters. Sangyun clutches his chest in pain, collapsing from the strain of accumulating such a high rank. He grits his teeth, enduring the pain as his body struggles to keep up with the demon god's rank, feeling like he's about to explode, to the point that red blood flows down Sionan's mouth. Even so, he confidently declares that this is still within his capabilities. The demon god acknowledges Sangyun's will, surprised that he overcame the rank difference. "I acknowledge you," she calmly announced. "Challenger Han Sangyun, you are fully qualified to face me." Ha-ah. The floor shifts, the system displays, and divine power is activated as mystical purple smoke surrounds the demon god. "You said you'd prove it with pure power? Is that right?" The system continued to appear. Divine annihilation engulfs the designated area with the source of destruction, she says calmly. Just one hit, but meanwhile, Shawun is slowly being consumed. Any being who dares touch the origin of destruction will be annihilated by divine destruction. The demon god's battle stance is complete. If you can land a single blow, I will acknowledge you. So, you better make that hit count. The system announces that the spirit is absorbing the damage inflicted on the user. The spirit of First Apostle Lyra has been destroyed, and the spirit of First Apostle Mam is being turned to dust before Sangyun's very eyes. He had no choice but to use divine power, light radiating around him. He used the divine power of blessing, consuming divine power to grant a blessing, nullifying the divine power outside once. After recovering to his original state, Sangyun confidently said, "This is nothing." The demon god found his power intriguing, a divinity that could nullify divinity. Interesting. Sangyun activated his ultimate move, Shadow Step, and shot towards her like an arrow. The demon god is impressed as he unleashes the 100-sword skybreak technique, lightning crackling around his blade, though she dodges it. She remarks, "Now you're using martial arts too?" The demon god scoffs, but it's not enough. Sangyun leaps high, using transcendent divine power for a downward strike. The demon god activates her divine power, exceeding all set limits, with growth rates increasing 27-fold. Activating the Starlight skill, she delivers a devastating blow, creating a massive explosion. The ground shatters, Sionin smirks, landing a blow, but she dodges in time, leaving him stunned. The demon god scoffs, underestimating him once more. Does he really think he can land a single blow? Sangyun trembles in fear. "I didn't think I could win," she retorts with a devastating blow to the face. The demon god unleashed a flurry of blows using the unique A0107 power skill, a transcendent technique, followed by a cross punch, targeting dark magic, accelerating cooldowns punching Sangyun, a cold wind, a transcendent skill, cooldown acceleration X has been created. The demon god's relentless punches left him no chance to retaliate. The final skill is activated, negating fatal damage, but she lands a decisive kick. He falls back, but Sangyun isn't about to give up. He gritted his teeth in anger as Sangyun rose, activating the Wind Blessing skill to leap back and evade her attack. The demon god praises him, using dark magic to enhance a unique power. He managed to create an infinite cooldown reset. A clever strategy. Even so, she still looks down on him, but if you can't land a single hit, it's all for naught. The system reports that the duration of the X cooldown acceleration has ended, and a 10-year cooldown has been applied. Now it's her turn. The demon god gathers energy, creating a blazing red orb before her chest, and now, even the tower's truth has faded. The mythic judgment of destruction has been activated, and upon impact, all beings with divinity will permanently lose power proportional to their rank. Sangyun strategizes, but time is running out to resonate with the spirits. At this rate, he won't discover anything. The countdown begins. 30, 30. He tightens his grip on his sword, focusing with extreme urgency as Sangyun prepares his trump card. Sangyun and Seolhwa Song combine their swords into one secret technique. I'll put everything into this attack. Unique authority A0107. Transcendent skill designation 100 sword 7th form. He flies like lightning, closing in on the demonic god. With the transcendent skill 100 sword 7th form, Xiun's power skyrockets. Time ticks down to 0.25 as Xian unleashes a devastating strike, but the demon manages to evade. At 0.20, she's shocked. Xian activates divine power, charging with red lightning as time hits 0015. Enraged, the demon creates a massive energy sphere as the clock hits 0010. At 005, the sheer force sends her reeling back. She raises the stone, the ground shakes violently, and the Abyss Bloodline skill is activated. 004. The energy from the stone is compressed. Time is running out, and Shawun makes his final decisive move with his sword. He plunges it into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying. The 100-sword sea light, a blazing inferno, hurtles toward her. No, time's up. Sangyun frowned, hoping for success. Time's up, the resonance adjustment is complete, and the undaunted spirit's divine effect is cancelled. The demon god's voice echoed through the thick smoke. He was stunned. Is that all you can show me? Sangyun wondered. Not even a scratch. She slowly deactivated her armor, answering him. Behind the demonic armor, she appears... You said not a scratch? You call that a hit? She's been turned into a part of it as well. Even if only temporary, you still managed to break through my armor. The demon god praised him, proving his worth. Sun collapses to the ground, utterly spent, having finally overcome the trial. He laughs, replying, "Then let's end this qualification test here." The demon god, recovering, tells him, "An excellent choice, challenger." The battle took its toll both inside and out. Acknowledging Sangyun's strength, she reveals a secret. "You deserve to know the truth about this tower." Sangyun follows the demon god down the corridor as she says, "But you know you've become an ancient god, which means you must have realized something." Nearing a massive door, the demon god turned to him, saying, "The ancient gods are bound to their own concepts, making them essentially immortal." Sangyun wondered, "What do you mean?" Sangyun understood, saying, "Don't tell me. Not even the tower can erase an ancient god." She continued, "As long as the concept of death exists in the universe, they are immortal. They enter, finding a golden book, but if even an ancient god can be erased, it would require a transcendent being." He asks, "A transcendent being?" The demon god answers his question. "Yes, there is someone who can erase the conceptual existence of an ancient god." Sangyun is shocked that a concept could be erased. How is that even possible? He envisions the unfinished tower, and she says that at least the possibility can't be denied, which is why the ancient gods united to create the tower. Sangyun froze for a few seconds, bewildered. The demon god picked up the book, saying, "You can think of the tower as a kind of ancient god." She turns to him, reading his thoughts. "You're wondering why a divine entity like the tower would seek to erase others? Judging by that look, you're dying of curiosity." And with that, she hands him the book. Sangyun took it, confused. "Take this book. It will answer some of your questions." The demonic god added, "A moment similar to the tower's beginning and even beyond to its origin. You will be able to experience it all firsthand, just like the tower's trials. Congratulations, you've completed the especially challenging compression training tower. Completion rewards have been transferred to your inventory." The system announces their arrival in the level 26 waiting room as Chungu recognizes the Book of Lemiston. She gazed at the shimmering book in his hands, thinking it might contain the complete records of this universe, perhaps even of all the gods. Chungu worries about his health, but in his current state he won't be able to take it all in. Sangyun counters, like the trials of the tower, she may earn that right over time, eventually gaining access. Time is of the essence. On the 27th floor, a message received from the Clock Tower Magician Challenger is transferred to London, where Big Ben stands tall in the city's heart. Sangyun speaks with David, and the leader of the Church of the Celestial God is declaring that I am one of his faithful followers, his servant. "He's been going around saying this, hasn't he?" he asked. "Yes," came the reply. "That's right," Sangyun said gravely. He muses that the Church of Heavenly God is visiting guilds worldwide, forcing them to worship their deity, and that divinity and faith are most easily acquired through esoteric religions. Sangyun asked him, "Who's behind this?" David replied, "They're likely based in Korea." He elaborates, since Apostle Hansen is Korean, they're likely centered there. David frowns. "Then the clock tower will back out of this and someone from your side will explain the details." Sangyun questions, "Someone from my side?" He clarifies, "It's a religion focused on you, Apostle Han Sangyun." Sangyun stood among the people, radiating a divine aura as they gazed upon him with admiration. The Church of Transcendence, a religion that worshipped him. The Apostle Han Sangyun was stunned. "Huh? He can't believe his ears? You've got to be kidding me. What is going on?" At the same time, a phone rang on his side as well. "Huh?" Seeing his name, she exclaimed with joy, and Sun hurried to the meeting room. She frantically burst through the door, yelling, but instead of finding Zangyun in danger, she saw the opposite. Hayeon tries to calm him. "Sangyun, don't tell me you came here to kill Hunters Association members." But he cuts her off. "Can you wait a moment?" Sayan turned to the man, still holding his head like a ball. "Hey, I'll ask again, and you better answer properly." He complied. "Yes." As Sionan knows, the Angel Church, an organization that worships a certain god, is impersonating him for one reason: to erase him from the world, eliminate all faith in him on earth, and render him powerless. Sangyun asked, "Where is the leader?" The man replied, "He said he was going to persuade David Taylor." Sionan frowned. At the London docks, the Angel is one step ahead, trying to sway David. After all, Hansung is just a minor god. If we erase all belief in him on earth, he'll become powerless. The Angel leads a great army to sway Catherine's group. Even though he's a lesser god, he's still worthy of me making you one of my precious apostles. She urges Catherine to make her decision. Now make your choice. Challenger Han Sangyun is destined to become a follower of the Angel Church. Join the Church of Angels as well. Catherine adamantly refused. She asserts that if Sangyun were here, they wouldn't dare make a sound. "You think capturing a few ranked challengers makes you strong?" Seeing her stubbornness, the Angel grew displeased. "Do you really think that's enough to defeat us? How pathetic." She summons arms to restrain them. The Angel was displeased. Smirking, the Angel said, "Fool, you who have rejected grace should know you were blessed." She approached Catherine, declaring, I will become the sole immortal ruler of Earth and ascend to ancient godhood. The fallen angel laughed, granting grace even to weaklings like you. Shiyun's voice echoed from above. Ancient god, say that again. You? She turned to Shiyun, a sense of unease washing over her. What? This feeling, Shiyun is nothing like she imagined. The ancient god. Catherine stammers Sangjun's name, but the worried angel tries to maintain her superiority. Han Sangjun, what do you have to say? She argued, I've never heard of him becoming an ancient god. The surrounding people buzzed with disbelief. It couldn't be true. He only just reached the level of a formal god. There's no way he could have become an ancient god so quickly. Songyun descended with incredible speed, slicing the hand that held Catherine into pieces. The angel turns back, stunned, and says, Enough. Sangyun glares at her, his eyes like warning shots. By laying your hands on my allies, you're prepared to face the consequences, aren't you? The transcendent god and the god of death were furious, and the angel stood frozen. Sangjun pointed at her, his voice laced with fury. The power of divine law is activated. Die here and now. The angel tried to flee, but he had her marked. No matter how far you run, I'll find you. How amusing. Running won't change a thing. The angel flees before her people, who stand frozen in confusion. Did the leader just run away? What in the world? Sangyun creates a black hole, sucking them all in. Catherine's colleague exclaimed in disbelief, This can't be happening. Catherine calmly asked Sangjun, Sangjun, is that really you? He replied, That's right. Sangjun said, For now, take refuge here. I'll take care of the rest. David agreed with his decision. All right, I'll do it. On the clear beaches of London, the angel hides behind a coconut tree, breathing heavily with anxiety. Why? Why would such a monster be in such a small dimension? The system notes that the angel is breathing heavily in extreme anxiety, and she opens her control panel, hoping for assistance. Even if he is an ancient god, there must be a way. Surely, if I ask them, something can be done. From the moment Seonan stood behind her, he cut off her ray of hope. Is that so? Who is this they you keep mentioning, the ones you're so desperate to reach? Sun asks, You're an apostle of an ancient god, aren't you? She seems surprised. The angel recoiled in fear. How did you know I was here? No, let me warn you. And here I thought you were tough, stepping up like that. She was shaking like a leaf. If you know I'm one of their apostles, you'll gain nothing by touching me. Even angels fear me, so you better understand this. The one I serve transcends destiny and will soon control the entire tower. Sun ignores the angel. What nonsense are you spouting? She continued to ramble on, ignoring his questions. The 7 gods of light or darkness can't touch those who will become the absolute being of the universe. The angel persisted, trying to entice him. I won't say it again. Come with me now. Sun, out of patience, retorted, If you're just going to spout nonsense, I'm done here. He draws his weapon without hesitation, declaring that the moment she set foot on Earth, her death was inevitable. Her mouth twists in response, realizing there's no other choice. Now the angel unleashes her full power, declaring she'll show him the might of the universe's supreme being, burning divine authority and karma to manifest. Sun frowns warily as the descent is complete, and the consciousness of an ancient god now reigns within. Chungu realizes it and tells him that it's fanaticism. The purple energy swirls around the angel, and the ancient god can use up to 40% of their total power. Finally, the angel's eyes change, turning a vivid purple as she speaks derisively, now imbued with the power of the gods. Ah, you pathetic, ignorant mortal, a god of despair. The fallen and deranged being glared at Han Sangyun. Sangyun rose, reminding her, Here, you have no tower to protect you, no refuge from the ancient gods. She replied, I know. Sangyun activated his power as well, triggering the authority of the archangel, consuming divine authority and faith to create a transcendent divine territory, and all of London lit up with a blinding golden vortex. Once ready, he tells her, My stage is set. All you do is curse, you lowly creature. The angel retaliates, creating numerous tentacles that surge toward him. For your arrogance, I will strip you of your divinity as atonement. Despair divinity activates, weakening all attacks related to divinity. Sangyun taunts her, using his watch to slow the tentacles down. Try it if you can. The divine power of regret is activated. Sangyun alters the tentacle's structure, reversing time to its origin, interfering with the very concept of its past. However, if it doesn't involve the user, the effect is cancelled. Sangyun turned them into crabs and even into pigeons. The angel begins to panic, frozen in place as she stares at him. Sangyun has shown his hand. Now it's the angel's turn. Can she do it? He wields a sword with a golden hilt and two glowing red eyes. Time has stopped, but isn't this on a completely different level than what we saw in the demon world? He stands in majestic armor before a compass-like face marked with Roman numerals. At that moment, he simply reverted to the time before he achieved divinity. A series of red notifications appeared before him. Challenger Han Sang-yoon has reverted to his pre-divinity state. The messages flashed. The 15th level. Regret of the gods is enhanced by the transcendent legend adjusting resonance. She's shocked as he recoils in horror. You can control the concept of time? How could someone like you possess such a vital power? The angel is enraged, but he calmly draws his sword and steps forward. I won't allow it. A stray dog like you wielding such power. I absolutely forbid it. With a stern and indifferent expression, Sang-yoon replies, I don't need approval from humans like you. The angel's eyes widened as she glared at Sun with furious, grinding teeth. And you, didn't you climb all the way here by borrowing power from the tower without paying any price? The next moment, he pierced her heart with his sword, his expression grim, telling her to disappear, but she just laughed, taunting him. Are you dreaming? A dark purple power emanates, filled with erosion, activating Kwang Luan divinity, corroding everything it touches. His power awakens, summoning two fierce and majestic wolves as the devouring divinity is unleashed. Two blue wolves lunged forward, tearing apart her demonic energy, devouring her frenzied divinity. She cried out in panicked pain. Is it overwhelming, my divinity? He explains to the angel. You wonder why? He then delivers a final blow, separating her head from her body. Wielding his sword, he declared his victory, because I am stronger. The angel gnashed her teeth in resentment. Sion begins to absorb her spiritual energy to increase his power. Whether in the tower or on earth, I will hunt you down and destroy you again and again. I will never give up. He nonchalantly gathers all the energy into his hands, as the collected power and the god of the sky, Guelo, are absorbed. A radiant power now orbits him, signaling completion. The final condition has been met. Huh? The latent divine ascension effect within mythic transcendence potential has evolved into its final form. A brilliant golden ray shoots skyward, piercing the earth and reaching the galactic cosmos. The effect now transcends to transcendence itself. Challenger Han Sang-yoon has moved 1% closer to transcendence by defeating a divine apostle. Sang-yoon and Chu look up at the sky, watching golden dust fall like glittering confetti, not to mention the only transcendent in the entire universe. With a knowing tone, she declared him the strongest of gods, the master of all in heaven and on earth, one who could surpass even the ancient gods, the ultimate goal of transcendent myth. Its endpoint, an image of a ceiling with a spinning fan and him sitting on the bed. In other news, Sang-yoon is watching TV about the announcements while Chungu sits reading a book, legs drawn up. Challenger Hansen has been revealed as the one who stopped the Heavenly God cult leader's terrorist act, and the Hunter Association announced they will compensate him accordingly. Damsu ponders, judging from the article Hyun must have taken care of everything somehow. Suddenly, a hand pushes him away. Hyun shoves him out the door. Stay here until I say you can come out. The reporters are swarming him, so Sang-yoon has no reason to draw attention, right? Using his power, he conjures a crimson sphere. This works out, as I have matters to attend to as well. You have obtained one of the divinities held by the celestial god, Cielo. He contemplates the green orb with a thoughtful expression. The divinity of luck is converted into potential. This will likely be the most useful. There will be countless times when luck will come into play. He sits as a series of blue notification windows appear before him. He tries to analyze the information. Divinity and luck meet the conditions and automatically activate. Behind him, she sits reading a book as he slowly absorbs power, increasing his luck in certain situations. Adjust the results in your favor. The hope dissemination skill has been activated. The hope within you spreads rapidly. Arrows pointing upwards appear in droves as doubt creeps into his mind. Did my divine luck suddenly cause this? Where does luck even fit into all of this? His phone buzzes with a notification. Achievement unlocked. Many powerful beings now worship him. New skill acquired. Faith conversion. Chess. We see the Hunters Association building as Sungun walks down the stairs. Sungun, do you have a moment? He walked while looking at his phone. I've prepared something. I think it'll help, and I think you'll like what you see. What do you think, Sang-yoon? Your steps falter. Thanks to the divinity I received, I think I understand what you need. Sang-yoon stops before a wall, glancing at his phone, hands in his pockets. I'll wait, he imagined, his face pensive, a glimpse of his future self. Confident and arrogant. If it's the divinity she received from me, then she's been granted a power. Disciples who surpass a certain threshold of power can be appointed as apostles. Rank 11 disciple Catherine Bennett. Rank 12, Lion. Rank 13, Lucia Mimia. C. Taye, the first disciple, bestowed the divine power F to all the first disciples of the transcendent God. This must be after defeating the god of war. He grabs the doorknob, ready to enter the room. He'll find out once he steps inside. Sangun enters a hall filled with people in brown robes and hoods, all staring back at him. He closes the door, and Sionin is immediately shocked to see so many people in the hall. Oh my god, why are there so many people? Suddenly, a girl appears behind him. Sangyun, you've arrived? Sangyun turns, startled and alarmed. I was going to look for you myself, but I'm glad I could show you the results so quickly. What is this? The girl lunges at him, and he barely dodges her. The almighty Lord Han Sangjun has arrived. Kneel and worship him! Please grant us your power as well. Ion winks and raises her hand. Please don't misunderstand. This isn't a cult. Actually, I discovered something when you bestowed your divinity. Sanyun seems to have a giant hand, manipulating everyone like mindless wooden puppets. Your power stems from faith, like the apostles we saw in the tower. You have the power to grant divinity. Cyan was stunned into silence. So you likely possess the same power as the gods in the tower. She looked sad and disappointed, her head bowed. In truth, most of them don't revere him out of pure faith. They probably just want his divine power. He swipes through the system notifications, processing the information. In that case, I understand. Special empowered disciple designation activated. Forced divine power bestowal. She shouts, startling him. Lord Han Sangjun has granted us new power. Sangjun helplessly explains that divine power is only bestowed upon those deemed worthy. This will surely make Haeon's evangelism efforts easier. Quite a bit, actually. She beams with delight, and does he actually smile? Haeon raises his hand, eyes closed, eager to continue working with him. I will continue to do what I can to help you, and I will nurture the Transcendent Church to flourish. A series of notifications pop up. Faith conversion skill, S. Proficiency, 0%. Its basic effect temporarily transforms or enhances abilities through faith. The detailed effect allows for the temporary enhancement of desired abilities through faith. He enters the 26th floor of the Tower of Trials, a mountainscape with long rivers flowing down. The theme of the trial is the battlefield of the gods. Hard mode. Conquer at least 2 locations on the battlefield before time runs out. With 1 year remaining, Sangjun and Chugun stood in a dense forest, gazing upwards. The battlefield of the gods is only on the 26th floor, and this kind of challenge has already appeared. He glanced at her questioningly. Wait, you know about this place? Yes, I know this place. A white dinosaur spews a beam of light as its rider points a sword at a young man fighting back against them both. This is the battlefield of the gods, a place for high and low-level divine entities. Victory here could grant him the title of true god, or even ancient god. A black orb floats in the sky, unleashing torrents of energy over a jagged, rocky mountain range. The battlefield is divided into 3 areas, and to advance, he simply needs to make the divine entities surrender. Chunu looks up, carefully observing, and notices something, but something is different from what I remember. A massive sphere hangs above, slowly drifting further and further away. I've never seen such a massive sphere before. A pair of legs races across the stone statue. The incompetent god of wrath runs along the path, grinding his teeth and cursing, wondering why he's here, why someone like him is stuck in this place. The incompetent god of wrath grits his teeth, looks ahead, clutches his wounded stomach, and slams his hand against a stone pillar. I never imagined this place would be crawling with monsters like the high-ranking gods, including the incompetent god of wrath. She smirked, hiding behind a rock as someone approached, thinking, First, I need to heal my wounds. You're just wandering around uselessly again. Her eyes widened as she realized someone on the other side was talking. It's because you have no sense of direction. She hid behind the rocks, watching Sionin's movements, thinking, First, I need to figure out what that dark orb is. The incompetent god of fury lunges, arms outstretched, mouth wide to devour Shawun, declaring he will swallow him whole to heal his wounds. Casually, he choked her with one hand, his face blank and indifferent. Then, with a sudden forceful shove, he sent her flying forward, his eyes like ice. He slams her down, creating a burst of bright red energy. The wrathful god's face contorted, eyes rolling back as her mind reels. You're quite interesting, Sangun says angrily, his face contorted, each word a threat. That was directed at me, wasn't it? The transcendent god and the deceased stared down at the pitiful lesser god. A black sphere, dense and impenetrable, radiates an immeasurable, dark, and mysterious power. The black sphere Sangyun stands alone amidst thousands of massive, crisscrossing pillars. It was supposedly created to eliminate the imposter Han Sangjun, with the souls of dead gods coalescing into a gray figure, huddled with its arms around its knees, enveloped in power. It absorbs the remnants of deceased gods, and the grotesque figure within, with its piercing red eyes, emanates a chilling, sharp gaze, unleashing a crimson power, birthing an ancient god with the very essence of Han Sangyun. A powerless, enraged god either surrenders or resists, while the two Sanjuns and Chungu stand before her, conversing, or so the rumors say. What? She looks up, her face etched with worry, beads of sweat trickling down. Now I understand. They've decided to eliminate you? A wolf with fierce blue eyes snarls at the tower, as if embodying their attempt to use him as a tool to eliminate the gods. The tower tried to raise him as a hunting dog to eliminate the gods, but instead he bared his fangs at the tower. He chose his own path. A dark, foreboding volcano smolders, its smoke forming the image of a fallen god, its sinister intent bared in a gruesome, sneering gaze. What's about to be born is a broken, soulless ancient god, created to replace him as the tower's hunting dog. Sangjun stares into the void, his angry eyes betraying a hint of worry about what's to come. If that happens, the entire world will be annihilated. His hands clenched into trembling fists. It cannot be. His face, a mask of barely contained rage, reflected his determination to prevent it. It must never happen. Chungu turns, his face etched with worry and unease. Time is running out. He kneels before her, brow furrowed. Hey, clumsy, wrathful divinity. Her face is suddenly shocked by Sun Yun's proposal. I will help you conquer this battlefield. You will lead me to the next. A dense forest flickers with faint blue energy as an enraged man grits his teeth and struggles. You bastard! Who dares wreak havoc on the battlefield of the gods? An enraged god lashed out, kicking him through the air. She flips through the air, landing with poise, a smug grin on her face after cleaning up the mess. Thanks to him and that transcendence thing, everything's easier now. Once I control the god realm, I'll destroy you too. And in that instant, the incompetent god of wrath is terrified. What about that? Her eyes darted, surprised to see him effortlessly cutting down gods while standing still, hands in his pockets as if watching ants. No effort needed. Her face fell, slightly embarrassed by the unexpected turn of events, as Sangjun calmly continued his research while dozens of gods charged to destroy him. The tower desires a massacre of the gods, and he kicks several of them away with his power. But with a determined look, Sangyun vowed to end it all, refusing to let it happen. Things wouldn't go their way. He weaves through the air, dodging the sword god's attacks while contemplating the skills he's amassed from this divine purge. Sangjun kicks the attacker in the face, vowing to crush them all and convert them into divine power. He lands gracefully while his opponent crashes to the ground, leaving a crater. The corresponding abilities are converted into divine power and stored within the body. Divine Power S has been upgraded to Divine Power SSS. He's surprised to receive a golden hammer enveloped in pale golden energy. The S-rank Divine Power allows the user to store Divine Power into items of a suitable level. What is this? He grins, revealing his teeth. If I can store Divine Power in an item and reuse it? He and she stand amidst the corpses of numerous low-ranking gods strewn across the hall, so he can accumulate Divine Power. Impossible? Even high-ranking gods would want items of a higher caliber than these paltry trinkets. But I'll need dual-class items worthy of my level. Everyone, use the wall first, we're here. They both look up to see a strong protective wall surrounding them, and Sangjun reaches out to touch it. Only one place left to go. He steps inside the barrier. I'll end this quickly. Notifications pop up showing the extent of your achievement. The battlefield of the gods, C9 Ausirisum, has been conquered. Moving to the next area, the battlefield of the gods, C9 Thous Siwao 1. A smoky battle unfolds with explosions of power. The goal, to eliminate or subdue a certain number of gods and build temples. A host of gods stand before him, each with a different reaction. I can feel your divine power being harvested. The gods look at them uncomfortably, a bit stunned. A mere bug who's only lived for 400 years. A god of harvest. How dare you? A man with bulging eyes and a sinister face threatens everyone. You crawling insects have no reason to be proud. Listen closely, you lesser gods. The sinister harvest deity, radiating green energy, boasts, I rival even the ancient gods now. Harvest art, activate. Extract a portion of the god's power. Suddenly, Sangjun calmly enters the barrier, appearing behind the harvest deity. Someone like you. He turns around, arrogant and contemptuous. What rock did you crawl out from? The insect prepares to unleash his power, his contempt palpable. Do you wish to die by the hand of a soon-to-be ancient god? He thought, standing before him. You possess an interesting divine power. If only I could seize it. With a touch of mischief, Xiaonan brought his hand to his mouth as if whispering to the distant gods. Oh, gods over there. The gods look perplexed as an irrelevant person suddenly butts in. I'll take care of him for you. So how about building a few temples for me? He says, launching a kick towards him. How dare you? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? He dodges the attack, a triumphant look on his face. I'll send you off. Sangjun throws a punch, sending them flying despite being 3 times his size, a triumphant look on his face. Using the divine skill of death, he creates a vortex of power, a force so immense it can obliterate anyone. Everything touched by death will be destroyed. A massive explosion of power shakes the area, witnessed by many gods. The gods are caught off guard, unsure of what just happened, as Sanjian calmly absorbs the new god's divine power and the soul of the harvest god. A flurry of error messages pop up on the Botaniac, startling him. Error, error, error. The Tower of Trials activates code A, Waruzuo49, to prevent errors. Sanjun, looking stern and slightly angry that he couldn't harvest the god's power, watches the soul return to its original position. So, I'm not allowed to reap the rewards? He pulls the orb out with his bare hands, using his skill. Then I'll just have to do it my way. Appear divine art, summoning utterance. He forcefully resists and uses his own technique to get what he wants. Sanyun, enraged, throws a punch forward. Sanyun grabs his spirit energy with both hands, splitting it in 2, a joyful smirk spreading across his face. Confident. He scoffs at the weak obstruction, returning the soul to its original position. You think you can stop me? Think again. Sanyun swung the tower towards the red board, activating the transcendent myth and adjusting the soul resonance, shattering it instantly. From this moment on, Hans Gyun's divine power is influenced by an indomitable spirit, designating an opponent to balance all levels for 4 minutes, automatically granting divine effects, and freely adjusting and controlling soul resonance. A look of glee crosses his face. Crushing, this is nothing. The red orb absorbs everything around it, devouring Botaniac's soul, converting the harvested divine power into potential. Sangjun now holds the sphere in his hand as everyone below watches intently, but the magical beasts are gradually drawn in, activating the harvested divine power. The orb in Sionan's hand is now opaque, extracting divine power and collecting a small amount. The system reports an error again, but then returns to normal. An error has occurred. A change in the growth limit of the unique necromancy trait has been detected. Sangjun stands firmly on the gear, and the proficiency of his unique trait has increased by X%. He picked up a gear and chuckled to himself. Now I understand why they don't want me to obtain divine harvest. The Tower of Trials activates code A2 to fix the growth limit, but the quest remains unheeded. The Tower of Trials activates error-correcting code A2 to limit growth. The Tower of Trials activates error-correcting code A2 to limit growth. The Tower of Trials activates code A2, patching the growth limit. The Tower of Trials activates code A2, patching the growth limit. The more they do, the more excited he gets as lightning crackles, and the Tower of Trials activates code A2, fixing the error to limit growth. It seems Sanjiun is trying to break something. The Tower of Trials activates code A.2, fixing errors to limit growth transformation, and the surrounding gears begin to turn. The path to SSR for the unique necromancy trait has opened, and its proficiency has increased by 1%. From X-Chungu's flight, a clear expression of surprise. Could this really be happening? An S-ranked trait, and he has an opinion too. The tower clearly wants to stop me from absorbing the Black Hound, but then Sun's hand reaches out. So if I destroy the Black Hound, then his fist comes out with mana, and I can strike a blow against the tower. Meanwhile, in the desert, a girl appears, and the god of wrath begins to stir. Is she alive? She grits her teeth, remembering how many near-death experiences she's had, all thanks to that transcendence fanatic. I'll give you a few buffs. See you later. What a mess. But then, the surroundings shift to an emerald glow. Thanks to those buffs, I've defeated quite a few divinities, and my divine state has been honed considerably, yeah. But then, she laughs maniacally. Just you wait, transcendence or death. I'll become even stronger, and then I'll use you as fuel to destroy you. Suddenly, Sanjiun appears from behind, annoyed, asking what's gotten her so riled up. She's caught off guard, wondering how long he's been behind her. The incompetent god of fury worriedly thought, but this guy is so important to her with his golden resources. What happened that his divine level increased again? The bodies of transcendence, and that which exceeds, manifest. Awkward and flustered, the incarnate of wrath stammered, then forced a smile. Hello there. The flustered god warily eyed the monster's reaction. Sanjin approaches, putting his arm around her shoulder, telling her not to worry about it. From afar they seem close, but that's not what matters. You have an important task to complete. The monsters behind him looked uneasy as another poor soul was added to the list. A great eagle soared toward the palace, its mission: to eliminate or subdue a number of divinities and build a temple. Sangjion happily surveys the scene while those behind him seethe with resentment. You finished building so fast I almost feel bad. Damn it, one day I'll destroy him. Once again, the system rings out, announcing that the condition has been met. The god of transcendence and death has acquired divine authority befitting your level, obtaining the ancient divine authority. SSS ranks Sacred Apostle. A powerful wind sweeps past him. When he turns back, everyone has fallen to their knees. Ancient SSS rank Divine Apostle. A qualification only ancient gods worshipped by other gods can possess. Effect 1 can appoint other divinities as apostles, and Effect 2 grants divinity to apostles, raising them to a higher divine level. Effect 3 can divinize mortal followers, turning them into divine apostles. Sanjion looks majestic. We didn't realize you were an ancient god. Please, take us under your wing. But then even he was taken aback. What in the world is going on? Chungua calmly analyzes the situation. If he chooses them, they could become high-ranking gods. But he quickly regained his composure. What exactly are you implying? He helped them express their wishes again. Are you saying you want me to take you in? The incompetent god of wrath replied, Yes, my lord. Then he began to act like a king. Very well, I permit you to become my follower. She bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Then Sion made a difficult request, but it was first come, first served. With a sinister grin, he says, You better show me your sincerity so I can decide what to imbue with my divinity. Then everyone, remember to offer divine objects and divine authority. The S-rank divine power allows the user to store divine authority into suitable items. I offer this sacred artifact, and this, and this. The best of all, I offer a sacred relic from one of the 7 supreme gods. In a frenzy, the incompetent god offered up precious treasures. I offer a sacred artifact and a ring left behind by the god of time. The guardian gem, SS. A ring created by a god to contain the power of a close friend. That item has truly piqued his interest. The space-time specter, SS. A device created by the god of time to observe the flow of time, allowing the user to observe a nearby parallel future and draw power from it. Interesting. In his anticipation, he chose her, for nothing could surpass these artifacts and holy objects. That flustered god of wrath. You win, she cheered with delight. I've become an apostle of an ancient god. The god of transcendence has appointed Solet Leah, a divine believer, as a divine apostle. In her excitement, he called her into the dimension. That's enough, let's go. Yes, of course. Of course, we have to go. But before leaving, she couldn't resist taunting the other losers, saying she was now an apostle. Damn it, it feels like my guts are twisting. I can't believe that insignificant god got the position. You have fulfilled the conditions of the C9001 battlefield of the gods. At that moment, a bizarre, black fluid-like substance appeared and entered the C9002 battlefield of the gods. This desolate land where countless gods clashed and died for their ideals marks the completion of the stage's conditions. It turns out it was inside the fortress, and 2 battlefields have been conquered. Do you wish to abandon the trial? He strides forward, radiating confidence. I would never. That thing must be destroyed before we leave. But Chungu calls out to Han Sang-gyun. Sang-gyun watches her, Jiam Chunu, as she reaches out to him. The 26th floor trial is complete. There's nothing left for them here. But he countered, asking if she was telling them to run away. She simply reminded him to make a rational decision. She lowered her head, whispering that the thing over there was practically an ancient god, and even with a slim chance, they could still lose. Seeing this, he patted her head in comfort, but delaying the decision wasn't the answer. It seems his resolve is absolute. Even if we retreat now, I'll have to face it sooner or later. Retreating would only put everyone in danger. The 3 of them cut lonely figures. I'll destroy it now to protect everyone, including Jam Chungu. His hand remained firm, his expression resolute. Chungu's tiny hands grasp his. If that's how it has to be, then so be it. A smile of resolve appears on her face. I will fight by your side. But behind Sang-gyun, something strange appears. Let's end this here. As if sensing something, he turned back. You are mine. A god of hard battles. Victory and death are born. Give him a round of applause. Something massive hurtles towards him, activating his divine protection skill. Luckily, he manages to create a protective barrier, narrowly avoiding a chaotic crystal system. As the Tower of Trials activates BB-weight observers for a portion of the trial. Summoning the observers, the god of light looks at you with curiosity, while the god of darkness smiles gently and waves. The gods of testimony barely caught a glimpse of you, while the demonic gods watched with anticipation. The dragon god glared, clearly wanting your attention. The iron-blooded monarch administrator quietly cheers you on, while the white crane-sword immortal administrator clenches their fists as they watches. He realizes this and his fighting spirit ignites. So they're turning this into a public execution? Oh my god, what is this? It's jumping around like a human avatar. You belong to me? But its smile reveals a savage ambition. Who are you, an avatar? The god of victory and death looks at you with trembling eyes, staring at him with an expression of disbelief. Sangjun frowns slightly, telling them to take the gods to the safest place and evacuate them immediately. The incompetent god of wrath immediately responded, "Where is it? I'll go with you." Turning to her, he replied, "Understand the situation. If we fail here, it won't just be me who dies. You will too." The god of inability's eyes were resolute, but even so, he slowly placed his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. "This is the first mission I'm entrusting to you as an ancient god and apostle." Sangjun spoke with all his hope for her. "Evacuate the gods there to safety." The god of incompetent rage suddenly froze. Immediately, she stepped forward, resolute and strong. While everyone watched in confusion, she spoke. "Did you all hear me? Get out of here now!" The incompetent god of wrath turned around, pointed at him, and shouted, "The transcendent god and the Grim Reaper, don't die here, because one day I will be the one to kill you." Sangun smiled and nodded in agreement. He then glanced at the large, shadowy figure standing firmly behind her. It looked even bigger than before. "The giant god's power has been activated," he rasps. "I can feel it." As the god of hardship spoke, he glanced at Sun and Chungu, who were ready to attack. "I am your imitation, and I desire to be the real thing." He lunges forward as Sun draws his sword, declaring he will become the true form. The god of bitter fight triumphs, and the death is watching you with hungry eyes. The god of bitter fight. I am a warrior born to win. I will destroy you and be reborn as the god of death. Sound smirks, his voice full of provocation. "How absurd, you could never become a death god." He roared in fury, his form grotesque. "You are merely a copy, a fake imitation of my divine power. I will become an ancient god recognized by the tower." The divinity of death has been activated, spreading its energy everywhere. Despite the power, he calmly stared into the god of suffering's eyes. "You use the very power I granted you to attack me?" The transcendent and death gods were speechless as his hand conjured a blazing red circle. The god of darkness decreed that the scum must be punished. The god of appraisal shows contempt for the impostor as the dragon god roars in dissatisfaction. Sajun's eyes widened, and with a frown he commanded, "Get that out of my sight." Divine command activated. In mere seconds, he accelerated towards the god of bitter battle, a sharp sword in hand. So that was useless, huh? Then let's try this. Seeing that, he conjures an orange orb that emits countless bolts of lightning, both large and small. Radiant divine power activates, imprisoning the opponent, and lightning divinity unleashes a storm of thunder. Then, something unexpected stops the god of bitter battle in his tracks. So, Sun was able to block his attack so easily, I can block this easily. The divinity of blessing is cast, consuming divine power to create a shield that blocks an outside divinity. The god of bitter fight smirks, holding a brown box containing immense power toward him. "You think you can block this?" The divinity of victory has been activated, eliminating one possibility of failure. As Cyan falls into thought, the small green fragments slowly vanish. Has the divinity of blessing been nullified? Can he truly eliminate all possibilities of failure? Without hesitation, he raised his fist and approached the box containing the red orb. The divinity of victory could not be activated for the next 12 hours. The god of hardship's powerful punch shattered the box into pieces, sending Cyan crashing into the stone wall. The divine conflict has been activated, reducing the cooldown time of victory by 100%. He looked at Sionin with a triumphant smile. "Do you know why you're losing to someone you've always called a fake?" The god of brutality, confident in his perfect victory, spoke, while Sionin, shielding himself, grimaced, anger etched on his face. "You have administrators and other gods meddling, that's why you're weaker than me." The god of hardship spat, but Sangyun remained silent, head bowed in thought. "I won't become like you. To prevent that, I'll begin the purge now." He laughs, his tone suggesting he holds the power of life and death. "I'll eliminate you here and remove every obstacle one by one." With a straight face, Sangun stared at the god of endless battles. "And so, I will become the tower's recognized hunting dog." Suddenly he smirked as Sangun brazenly manifested a sphere of power in his hand. "Interesting. A SS plus precious jewel." He gave him no chance, pressing forward with another punch. Divine power activated, engraving his fighting spirit and the SS Plus jewel. But Sun had completely vanished, leaving the god of hardships facing only a stark stone wall. Suddenly, he appears behind him like a gust of wind. Sungyun intently unleashes a red aura around his body as a system notification appears. The divine imprint of battle intent has been successfully engraved, along with the SSS-ranked precious gem containing intense battle intent. The god of hardship is immediately bewildered as the divine power of war can be stacked once. What is this? How could his power be amplified to this extent? Sangjun said to him, then he put all his strength into his feet, cracking the stone floor. You haven't seen anything yet. A blinding blue power extends from him, striking the enemy without hesitation. Fool, if I eliminate your divinity, it's over. The sphere glows brightly, but is then shattered by his power. The divinity of victory has been activated, eliminating a path to defeat. Error! He's entered attack mode 2 and lets out a mighty roar. The transcendent god and the chert possess high resistance to external divinity. Now the numbers are rapidly jumping with the accumulated divine will, amplifying various abilities. Number 1 appears, combining with Siwun's all-out attack on the god of hardship, amplified 10,000 times. Outside, the atmosphere is grim on the battlefield of the C9001 gods. Everyone, along with the incompetent god of fury, waited in silence, growing increasingly frustrated. They always try to do everything themselves, as if my fighting skills are inferior. The others chimed in from behind her. If the god of rage, a master of combat, has fallen, how could that be? He's trying to get as many points as possible. The god of fury is indeed strong. The inept god of fury raised his hand to his forehead, coughed, and confidently replied, Well, I'm pretty good too. Suddenly, a great wind rushes in with incredible speed. Perhaps even the so-called god of victory is no match for me. Everyone stared ahead in stunned silence. What was that? Her face tightened as she thought, That's not normal at all. I can feel it even from this distance. A brilliant red beam shot into the crimson sky, as bewildered eyes watched from below. That's not divinity or mana, but the pure power of physicality. The incompetent god of wrath immediately clasped his hands together and looked up to the sky in awe. How could this be happening? Oh my god, that power is relentlessly attacking the god of hardship. Many ancient gods were simultaneously struck with awe. The god of darkness wanted to pat Sionin on the head, the god of light was deeply moved, and the god of appraisal was stunned. The demon god laughs, This is getting interesting. The dragon god exclaims, Worthy of being my successor. He has finally been defeated by Sionin with a tragic end. Now do you feel the difference? This is the true meaning of becoming a real being. You're just a fake, artificially created by the tower. The god of bitter battle gritted his teeth, unwilling to hear those words. Someone like you, relying on the tower, can never become a true being like me. He angrily retorted to Sion, How dare you say that to me? He listened silently as the god of hardship spoke stubbornly. I am a warrior destined for victory. His body suddenly bulks up to an enormous size. I am no fake, no imitation. A purple vortex appears with a raspy yet powerful voice. I can become my true self. The Tower of Trials activates code AEL47, adjusting the difficulty to allow interference in the 26th floor trial. Following the purple vortex, dark smoke engulfed him, as the god of hardships and the apostle were designated as vessels of the tower. At this moment, the god of combat had transformed into a more complete human form. The god of combat and the chosen one inherited some of the challenger Han Sangjin's stats for their use. He lowered his head slightly, asking, Are you willing to do anything to destroy me? He calmly moved his face closer to Sun, replying, Now your body belongs to me. The god of high school impatiently throws a punch, but Sion dodges it just in time. It was granted to me by the tower. The god of frenzy chuckles, then bursts into arrogant laughter. With the tower's power, I can use everything that is yours. The god of hardship relentlessly attacked, but he dodged every blow. I am the strongest. Sanun quickly leaps back to create distance. The god of hardships looks up, a smile still playing on his lips. Let me show you, Han Sangyun, this is your true nature. Now I can surpass you. He summons a dark red power, a manifestation of hardship, and uses the imitation. Starlight. Suddenly, a massive fireball descends from the sky with decisive speed, leaving behind only silent, gray smoke. From the smoke, the god of hardship slowly emerges. What? So you finally understand yourself? He opened his arms wide, looking at the crouching figure. Even if I'm a fake, what difference does it make if I can wield your true power? Then let me tell you. His eyes darkened with rage at the words. You're no different from me. You gained power from the tower and grew strong because of it. An undeniable truth. The god of hard work smirked, but in truth, you're just like me. He opened his mouth in a wide, rather menacing grin, pointing at him in a gesture of contempt. Without the tower's power, you're nothing but an insect. The Tower of Trials silently watches him as Cyan slowly speaks, silencing his foe. Perhaps it is true. Cyan slowly approached the god of hardships. As you said, without the tower's power, I may be nothing more than an insect. I can't deny that. His face hardened with resolve as he refuted the god. But that doesn't mean I've accomplished nothing. Skills, powers, divinity, and so much more. I earned it all in this tower. Sangjun looks down at the empty space. Even though I had to suffer to obtain them, I would never say they don't belong to me. The god of hardship scoffs at him. What are you even saying? He glares at him. Shut your mouth, I'll indulge you for a bit. Emerald rays then emanate from him, paired with a commanding tone. Through transcendent mythology, the soul level is adjusted, and all skills are transferred to the soul level. All of Challenger Hanjun's skills are no longer bound by the system. What I'll give you isn't the tower's power, but my own. The transcendent god and the reaper reveal themselves, as an oppressive aura of purple lightning engulfs them both. Special effect. Mana circuit activated, temporarily converting the user's mana into demonic energy for use. The god of hardships was astonished by the immense aura around him, inwardly displeased. This demonic energy doesn't come from the tower, but from raw power. Before he could finish his thought, a sword flashed. How could this be happening? A moment later, the god of ordeal's arm flies backward, his face darkening in shock. So you still think it's just the system? Sangyun's blue eyes narrowed as he raised a hand. I'm nothing. Some ancient gods are in awe of your skills. The god of hardships, still unconvinced, gritted his teeth in fury. You're just a lucky one chosen by the tower. His face twisted in furious rage as he clenched his fist and swung. The god of hardship screamed in discontent as a pink notification appeared. I am a warrior chosen by the tower, unlike a mongrel like you. The god of war, victory, and chance is using illusory starlight as he frowns at the fist nearing his face, sword in hand. Not relying on the tower's power, I'll show you true physical strength. His blackened purple eyes widened in disbelief. In the next instant, the god of ordeals witnessed a flurry of his beautiful strikes landing true. As his body began to dissolve in disbelief, transcendent power taking effect. Ignoring the system notification, Sangjun continues his relentless assault, his face grim. Your abilities have surpassed the set parameters. The closer you are to your limit, the faster you break through it, increasing all growth rates by 72 times the distance between you and your opponent. Despair clouded his eyes, but his heart refused to surrender. He couldn't lose. In the next moment, a blood orb appeared in midair, the war god, victory, and demise attempting a final resistance. Without hesitation, he immediately thrust his sword, shattering it. Sangjun's blue eyes shifted over, a hint of annoyance but full of seriousness. When fighting you, I thought a lot about how to make sure the Tower of Frustration could never pull this garbage on me again. As he answered, he gathered the demonic energy drawn from the god's dissolving body. And this is the answer I've chosen. The harvested divine power has been activated, and Sangjun continues to speak as the god of endless war's eyes fade with despair. I absorb everything the tower has given you, and grow stronger. The reaping extracts all the skills from the victorious god of war, and with a flick of the wrist, the Grim Reaper turns the demonic energy into weightless bubbles. The power of slain gods, collected by the Grim Reaper, is now etched into the challenger Hans Sangjun, his blue eyes sharp as he looks to the sky with grim resolve. Enough with these petty tricks. The transcendent god and Yakadukatmon send a message to the tower and all who remain. Sangun then held the magic orb, declaring he would devour the necromancy. An ominous, demonic figure with a skull looms over him. You have absorbed the souls of the god of war, victory, and the reaper, Yakadukatmon. The unique trait, necromancy, has reached 100% mastery. The unique trait, necromancy, has exceeded the system's growth limit. All necromancy effects are now bound to Hansen's soul. Sangyun's eyes widened in shock as pink error messages filled his vision. The Tower of Trials begins purging unauthorized threats, activating Special Authority A2 error correction to modify the system. Moments later, his eyes sharpened and he threatened coldly, I told you not to interfere. The notification screens then shattered under Sangjun's skills, activating the absolute, immutable transcendence myth. Han Sangjun's actions now carry a divine, unique, and taint-resistant effect, nullifying all negative external effects targeting him. Finally, all those red system alerts exploded before his eyes. No external phenomenon can replicate your proclaimed power without permission. Sangjun's cold tone didn't change the notification. This pathetic trick ends here. The shattered tower now hangs in the air as he warns, "If you try this again, I won't be so polite next time." A silent red notification appears. The Tower of Trials falls silent. Moments later, Scion appears in another room. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 26th floor of the Tower of Trials. You have acquired points and items." Now being forcibly moved to the waiting room, he lands softly, muttering to himself. "So, they're not going to let me act freely anymore." Sang-gyun, unconcerned, immediately opens the system windows. "No matter, I've struck at the tower's weakness and gained more than I expected." He looks at the notification board with relish. "You unique trait, SS rank necromancy, sub-effect 11, sub-effect 12, sub-effect 13. I'll figure out the rest when I use them." Suddenly, a system window appeared behind him, startling Sang-gyun. The White Crane Swordsman silently watches you, and you anxiously turn away. The White Crane Swordmaster politely requests your assistance. "Almost forgot. First, I must fulfill the White Crane Swordmaster's last wish." Moments later, Scion is transported once again, this time to the territory of the White Crane Swordsman. The bride, timidly hiding behind a wooden pillar, hesitantly asks, "Have you come?" "It's been a while." He stares at her, bewildered. Sang-gyun's name is spoken as water trickles from a bamboo pipe. Sang-gyun chuckled, amused. "Are you saying you can't relax around me now that I'm an ancient god?" His teasing flusters her, and she denies it. "That's not it." But Sang-gyun earnestly replied, "Even if I'm an ancient god, we're still master and disciple, so just treat me like you always have." That title only makes Seo Hua falter, a little shaken. "Master," she repeats, a smile creeping onto her face. "You still call me master?" Seo Hua teased him. "Even after becoming a god, you still see me as your master? Does that mean I'm the most special person to you?" "Right?" Sang-gyun rises with an exceptionally special answer. He smiles brightly, turning to confidently explain, "You never abandoned me. You were always by my side. You're the best master I could ever ask for." Her eyes reddened as she gazed intently at Sun. "The best." Hua's lips trembled as she repeated, "Master," as she stood up, teasing him confidently despite his helplessness. "So, you still see me as someone special. I knew it. You're the one who should fulfill my last wish." But then, she reached out and placed her hand against his back. "My family was wiped out when I was young." With a vacant stare, Sehua softly shared, "My only wish is to revive and rebuild it in the martial world. That is my one true desire." From her words, Sang-gyun quietly imagined it as well. So their entire family was massacred. Sehua continued to lean on him, softly entrusting him with her deepest wish. "Meet me as a child, raise me to be strong, and let me restore my clan with my own hands." Her voice broke as tears fell. "Please, watch as her tears fall like rain, I beg you." His voice, tinged with the coldness of machinery, offered gentle comfort. "I won't keep you waiting long." The system displays a notification. Administrator White Crane Swordsman has activated exclusive authority GE0778, Last Wish. With a gentle expression, Sang-gyun vowed, "I will show you the ending that Ms. Heng desires. Master, please wait for me here." As he was transported away, Sewa quietly agreed, her face full of hope and happiness as she looked up at the bubbles. "I'll be waiting." Entering the Tower of Trials, the final wish of the White Crane Swordmaster. As he teleports into the scene, massive flames erupt, the difficulty is high, and the time limit is 10 years. The challenge: restore and avenge the Jade family with martial arts before time runs out, amid cities engulfed in flames. The theme of this trial: the White Crane Swordmaster. Shouts of command mixed with the sounds of slaughter and screams as every member of the Bee family was wiped out. The sight of it left Scion in utter shock. What was happening? The challenger's will fulfills a long-buried desire. And a moment later, footsteps and commands echo behind him. "Find B's clan leader immediately." Challenger Han Sang-gyun was assigned as Ba's bodyguard, but Sang-gyun quickly defeated them with just a few blows. Some equipment is restricted, and all stats are capped at 80. He grabs an assassin by the head, capturing him alive, as the assassin glares menacingly. "You better start explaining yourself. What exactly is going on here?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, the fire still raged, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed relentlessly. "Don't let them escape. Wipe them out here." Tron Hai-ok, carrying a child, tries to escape while offering comfort. Seo Hua, "I will protect you at all costs, even if it burns a little more." Suddenly, the sound of cracking wood echoed from the ceiling above, weakened by the heat of the fire. The assassins coldly watched as the heavy timbers fell towards Tron Hai-ok, his pained yet comforting voice still echoing for Seo Hua beneath him. "Don't worry." He steadfastly shields her with his back, offering words of comfort. "I will protect you, no matter what." But just then, a voice rang out, putting Chalk on alert. "I've finally caught you." "Chief B." The black-clad assassin raised his hand, the throwing star poised to strike. B. John Hai was about to die. Less than a second later, a sweeping kick landed, defeating the assassin. With a firm and disgusted tone, Sang-yun asks, "Who said that?" Sean Hyok stared at him, bewildered, and asked uncertainly, "Are you a bodyguard?" Sang-yun frowned, glaring at him before quickly replying, "We'll talk later." Finally, he grabbed the child and Chan Hyok, and they escaped the burning building filled with assassins. "We have to get out of here now." As they fled, the wind pulled back her hood, and Sang-yun happily gazed down at the child in his arms. "I'm here to save you." She looked up at Sang-yun with gratitude in her eyes. The white crane swordsman spoke to Hyok, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "This place is just a temporary shelter, but please, make yourself at home." He and Seo Hua bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Thank you again, Hero Han Sang-yun, for saving us." Sang-yun casually waved it off, saying it was nothing, just part of the job for a bodyguard. He glanced around, frowning. "But why is the surrounding area rustling with leaves and thick with energy? This place looks just like Swordmaster Beck Hawk's manager's house." Suddenly a voice rings out. "I'll be waiting." The boy smiled brightly as he waved goodbye. "I'll be waiting." Seo Hua waves goodbye cheerfully. "Be careful out there. I'll be waiting for you to come back, father." John Hai nodded in satisfaction. "All right, stay close to the hero, Han Sang-yun. I'm going to find some food." "Excuse me, young lady." Seo Hua turned around in surprise. "Yes." He looked at her cautiously, immediately getting to the point. "I need to know exactly what's going on," he said in a deep voice. Seo Hua emotionlessly replies, "What is the current state of the Beck family?" "It has collapsed." Sang-gun seemed surprised. "Collapsed?" Seo Hua swung her leg, slowly recalling the past. "I don't know why, but the Murim Alliance declared the White family banished, and with her sad eyes cast down, the White family would disappear from the Jianghu." Sang-yun silently observes her as Seo Hua jumps up to comfort him, but he needn't worry as her old memories resurface once more. "Long ago, the Manhwa sect received a great kindness from our sword god Beck family. Father said he would ask them if they could take me as a disciple. He would beg them." Seo Hua turned, a spark of excitement in her eyes. "I will find a great master and become strong." Her gentle smile shone with brilliance. "And I will restore the White family's honor. Memories long faded resurface within Siyun. Meet me in my youth, make me strong, and guide me as I restore my clan with my own hands." His eyes remained calm and unwavering. San smiles with satisfaction. "Unnecessary." He placed his hand on her shoulder, promising, "I will become your greatest master." The clash of swords echoed ominously through the bamboo forest. Seo Hua rushes forward, yelling with a scowl, "Cut there!" Sang-yun gracefully dodges, but she loses her footing, trips on a rock, and tumbles helplessly to the ground. Sang-gun stared blankly, forcing a smile as he observed the small figure sulking on the ground. Lady Beck Seo Hua. "I thought imitating Manager Beck Hawk's swordsmanship wouldn't be hard, but you really are a mess at everything." Seo Hua turns her head away, sobbing unhappily. "Please don't look at me like that. There are just some things I can't do. You make me want to ask, is this how you taught me? All you care about is that I wasn't seriously injured." Sehoa sadly lowered her head, muttering, "Even if I were the greatest genius in the world, without the elixirs of the 9 great sects, I could never be as strong as you." Sang-gyun is surprised. Her eyes widen with excitement, and she says knowingly, "Elixir, yes, the Flower Mountain's flower blossom. Elixir." She quickly recovers and runs around excitedly, saying that if she drinks it, she'll become like Master Han Sang-gyun. "Your senses will be sharper, and your inner strength will increase significantly," Sang-gyun asked again for confirmation. Seo Hua stares in the direction they went. "Did you say Hua-san?" "Yes, Mount Hua." In a flash, the two figures soared through the wind, already miles away. "Then take all the elixirs they have. After all, they owe us a debt." The gatekeepers looked annoyed, telling them to leave at once. "Rotten Bai family, do you even know where you are?" Se-woon, carrying the flower carriage, frowned deeply as he mentioned. "I heard that Hua-shan owes the Bai family a debt, one that can be repaid with a spirit flower pill." The two guards looked on with disdain, yet also with glee. "Gratitude? You should be grateful that Mount Hua hasn't sought revenge." A piercing scream echoes from behind. "That's enough." The two men turned around, dumbfounded. "Sect leader." The sect leader closed his eyes in a friendly gesture. "It seems you're guests from the Baek family. Follow me for now." Sang-gyun silently observed him as the three walked down the long corridor, discussing matters under the dewy leaves of night. "When you first appeared in Mount Hua from the Baek family, I thought you'd lost your minds. What are you getting at? The man states his purpose without hesitation. So, coming from the Bai family means you're here for revenge, right? The man's eyes gleamed as he glanced over. Indeed, the Bai family once recovered a lost sword technique of our sect, one I'll never forget. Carrying the wedding palanquin, Segyun entered the courtyard, already packed with people, but we were still members of the Ming cult. Gun glares, stating they won't destroy the Beak family, but will stand by and offer no help. Words and a gaze that shock Seo Hua. I thought we were even, Xiaoan said darkly, a slight smile on his face as he observed. From above, Gun slowly reiterated his request, but someone mentioned repaying a favor with spirit flower pills. A gun of Huasun. The atmosphere chilled with each word. If you defeat each of my disciples here, I will grant any request. He smirks, raising a challenging brow. Of course, if you can manage it, he said softly. Lady Sion turns and lowers her sword to calm herself. The swordsmanship I'm about to show you is the 7 forms of the white sword. He swiftly draws his sword, radiating an overwhelming aura as he explains that simply watching will be beneficial, reminding them with displeasure that he wants to finish this quickly. These guys are annoying, just rush them all at once. The disciples charged forward, shouting smugly, "Fool, you dare challenge a tiger like me?" Sion's sword takes form, emitting a brilliant light as it slices through the air, unleashing a fierce beam that sends opponents flying, unable to recover. White sword. Sea light. Without turning, he coldly explains that this is white sword sea light, a near unavoidable sword technique. Another strike bursts forward, its light destroying all obstacles, sending people flying hundreds of meters. White sword pierces the heavens, a powerful thrust specializing in breaking defenses. Seo Hua innocently observes, her eyes filled with excitement, completely unaware of the approaching hand. Amazing. A perfect display of the Beck family's swordsmanship. He grabs her tightly, glaring up as he shouts in anger, immediately making his demands. "You White Clan trash, move again, and I'll kill this girl." Suddenly, a black pillar descends from the sky, slamming the figure below into the ground, activating the Abyss bloodline. Gun thought with chilling disbelief, "Impossible. I only trained the most elite disciples." Songjin rushed in close, slowly repeating everything Gun had said. "Listen, you said you'd grant any request if I won, right?" Gun recoils, drawing his sword defensively. Since when did he... In a flash, the two exchanged blows, his sword ultimately flying away. Gun grits his teeth, observing. "For the next 40 years, Huasan will isolate itself from the world," Sionan declares, eyes wide. The sound of machinery echoes, signifying an achievement. Breaking through Huasan in Sionan's resting place, the sound of a flute rings out, pure and clear. "Master, look," she excitedly flits back and forth, full of joy. "My body feels as light as a feather." Sejun watches in surprise, not expecting the elixirs to be this potent. He recalls the moment in the G when he anxiously opened the Yang diagram, offering all his elixirs to break the seal. Songyun looks down, threateningly ordering, "Give me all the elixirs and I'll reduce it by 10 years. Another moment of Seo Hua frantically devouring elixirs. Perhaps she's had too many. Her inner strength and stats are skyrocketing. Songjin looks up at the high roof. Now for the next task, and the young lady peeks out to cooperate. "Yes," Siahua immediately jumps down. "My master calls for me, signaling to prepare quickly. It's time for the next training session." Sehua looks up in surprise and curiosity. The next training. With a stern expression, Sagyun explained that the scene shifted to an enclosed space, filled with corpses strewn across the ground, and the training hall was in ruins. Sagyun watched the person before him prepare and act, but there were so many, it took quite a while. Without hesitation, he struck the man down. From afar, someone watched helplessly as he finished the job, his eyes stern. Everything was now clean. The man was frozen in fear as he slowly revealed his identity. "Now it's just you left." The leader of the Yungnam sect gripped his sword, angrily questioning him. "Do you think the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance will just sit back and watch you do this?" Ganggun gritted his teeth and drew his sword. The B-rank trash are pathetic. Sengjun simply ignored them, presenting her with the list while conveniently reminding her. "Now take this sword. It's your turn." Miss Seo Hua looked over worriedly, while Ganggun glared with rage, gritting his teeth. Tears welling, she panicked, wanting to flee. "Must I really fight? But I'm just a child." One word from him, and her emotions immediately calmed. "You must restore the Martial Arts Alliance." Songjun placed his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. "Are you really going to stand by and watch the leader destroy your family?" Seo Hua stammered, looking over. I... He frowned, emphasizing to her, The choice is yours, lady, but if you run now, you won't be able to protect anything. Gongun lunges, sword descending, demanding answers, while the lesser fools whisper, "What's going on?" His voice echoed in her mind, fueling her resolve. If you run now, you won't be able to protect anything. Her mind flashes with images of her father, Sun Jionan smiling, her deceased loved ones. Seo Hoa unleashes a torrent of sword energy, blocking Gangun's attack and devastating the surroundings. "I won't let it happen," she cries internally. Gangun stares, realizing something. Seo Hoa understands her master's words. If she runs now, she can't protect anything. Her eyes sharpen, and she unleashes her snowfall strike, her talent overwhelming Gangun. Blades clash relentlessly. Seo Hua strikes a powerful blow to his shoulder, and Gangun, wary of the blade's mark, grits his teeth as Seo Hua advances with her swordsmanship. She rushes in, face grim, gripping her sword tightly. White sword pierces the heavens. Seo Hua's eyes suddenly widen in shock. The blade only pierced 3 layers of thick clothing, useless. She stares blankly, thinking to herself, Gangun's fist comes crashing down. That move is too shallow. He delivers a powerful blow, sending her flying, and her eyes widen as memories flood back. Sun's image patiently explains, "Listen carefully, miss. Her next opponent is the leader of the Zhongnan sect, known from Manhwa's records for his massive size and impenetrable armor." He gestured behind him, offering a gentle reminder. "Even with your white sword of heaven, a technique that pierces all, you'll struggle to penetrate this stone." He turns, his body radiating a faint blue aura. "Remember this." She dug in, her entire body radiating the same blue light, focusing on speed as Gangun stared in disbelief at the small, battered figure before him, pouring all of her inner strength into the attack. Seo Hua's eyes widened as she channeled her rage into the blade, her speed increasing exponentially as she lunged forward. Gangun roared in fury. "You think a little girl like you can break my armor with that pathetic strength?" She ducks low to evade, placing herself beneath his lower body. Time seems to stop as Seo Hua stares in stunned silence. In those brief seconds, her sword pierces Gangun's hip. The light shone brilliantly as the white sword pierced the heavens. He fell into the rubble below, his sword clattering to the ground, and Seo Hua cheered, "Master, I won." She lay sprawled on the ground, muttering, "I didn't run away." Seo Hua's eyes were closed tight, her body swaying slightly. "If I had run, I wouldn't have been able to protect anyone." Sangyeon caught her, looking down with a gentle frown, and amplified the power of the white sword pierce heaven. That was an amazing strike. He gently stroked Seo Hua's head, congratulating her. "Congratulations on taking another step forward in your training." A4NH looks at Seo Hua, who is tiredly closing her eyes in his arms, and sighs. The young lady has achieved enlightenment. In the dark of night where the two rest, a man looks down from above. "Thank you all for attending this emergency meeting of the Martial Arts Alliance. I am Gangun, representing the Alliance leader. Thank you all for coming." As you listen, the figures of Sangyun and his master appear in his description. "The Beggars clan, whom we decided to eliminate, is causing the downfall of the Alliance sects. To punish their defiance, a trial by combat will be held at the Beggars clan in 10 days. At the trial, light filled the somber air as John Hyok stood wearily before 2 figures. "I'm sorry, Han Sanyun. I should have found a way to stop this trial by combat." Sangyun reassured him, "I'm only fulfilling my duty as the Beck clan's protector." He turned to Sawa, bandaging her hands, telling her not to worry. Sawa smiled up at John Hyok, thinking she had become strong enough to earn his recognition. Hyok's eyes widened, and he slowly said with difficulty, "Then, I wish you luck." Above, the leader sternly signaled, "Now, let the trial by combat begin. According to the strict laws of the martial world, they must answer before the trial." From the shadows, observers watched with cold eyes as a voice echoed, "If you defeat all 5 representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, all charges will be dropped." The pronouncement echoes with a roar. "The loser will be judged guilty." The first challenger steps forward slowly. "You lowly scum." He raised his sword with a sneer. "I don't know how you blockaded Mount Hua, but remember this." He gritted his teeth, glaring, and said in a low voice, "In the name of Hwasun, each and every member of the Bee will have their limbs and danjun severed, their martial arts crippled." From afar, John Hyok's eyes widened in shock, and Sangjun, still muttering, watched Seo Hua unleash her aura as he vowed to personally behead the Bee clan's head. Their martial arts will be reduced to nothing, and he watches with a satisfied gaze. Though small, Seo Hua is enveloped in a violet aura of rage as the two sides observe each other on the arena, continuing to provoke. Sagyun watches with a frown, a sense of unease washing over him. Could it be that Seo Hoa is displeased and wants to end this quickly? How annoying. Why don't you all come at me at once? He cursed in anger. You filthy insect, how dare you speak to me like that? Why are you all so eager to devour her? You'll pay dearly for that. So Hua's glare intensified as she broke free, DH striking like a whip, sending him flying with a sweeping arc of sword energy. Sangyun watched, contemplating the display, a technique only possible with ultimate ki control. John Hyok frowned, realizing the duel was over. She tauntingly repeats his words, the loser is the guilty one, isn't that right? His opponent clenches his fist in anger. Tron Hyoke coldly reminds him, asking, so who's the sinner now? From afar, an angry voice questioned, it's not over. The trial isn't finished. It will continue until all crimes are judged. His words only fueled Seo Hua's rage. We will set a proper trial date, so prepare to be punished. He couldn't help but curse. Chogang-gun, you despicable cur, a martial arts alliance leader who lost is still shamelessly hanging around? He glared over, displeased. Listen closely. Head of the bitch family. Do you still not understand why the martial arts alliance wants to destroy you? He shouted, watching the lone Plum Blossom faction. Do you keep complaining that we don't act like righteous sects or live up to true warriors? The Tusionahua stared blankly as he ranted, the strength of the martial alliance comes from the sacrifices of a few. But you of the Jade family say you must protect others to become strong. He looked down coldly, making his final decision, feigning righteousness while destroying our alliance. In the name of the righteous alliance and all its sects, we will eradicate the Buke family. He gloated from above, questioning, I'll show you what true power is. It lies in unity. Seo Hua trembled, stunned. So she completely broke down and sobbed. So that's why B went on a rampage. For such a reason. Sun stared at her in anguish, his silence echoing with the words of his past. My family was wiped out when I was young. Restoring our name in the martial world is my only wish. He stared blankly, his white legs trembling as he spoke. Please, his eyes reflected Seo Hua's tear-streaked face. A choked, heartbreaking voice echoes. Seo Hoa bursts into tears, clinging to him with desperate pleas. I beg you, Sangjin's last thread of reason snaps. No, I can't let this go. A glint of resentment flashed in his eyes as he turned, glaring. His opponent tried to get up and leave, but the next trial was about to begin. Sangjin coldly pondered. He speaks of true power? The sword swiftly pierced through his palm and he screamed in terror. He uses power as an excuse, but is nothing more than a coward hiding behind authority. The stark difference between them is clear. You're not even worthy of judgment. He sputtered, angrily threatening. Do you think the clans of the Martial Arts Alliance will stand idly by after all this? Sangyun mocked him gleefully. Is that so? His hand instantly grabbed the man's face and slammed it back. I don't care. His eyes widened in terror as he watched, unable to move. If I take down their leader, everything will crumble. Seonin watches with anger in his eyes. The original plan wasn't for him to take the man down, but for the young lady to defeat him. He blocks the evil light and the surrounding energy is immediately drawn in. But my patience ends here. The machinery whirs to life, activating the apocalyptic myth. A system voice echoes as the myth devours everything, draining the life from the area. His wrinkled hands darken instantly, his body weakening with each passing moment. My inner energy. It's being drained from my core. Sangyun watches, reminding him that he doesn't even deserve a normal death. His eyes narrowed as he watched the old man suffer. Empty yourself and die in agony. He's horrified, crying out, give it back. In the end, only the steady rhythm of the system remained. The achievement, Conqueror of the Murim, has been attained. In the bamboo forest, amidst stifled gratitude, he apologizes for relying solely on him and Hanung Yoon's carriage. John Hyoke faces him, hands clasped behind his back, grateful. Now that the leader of the martial arts world has fallen, Bira will surely be safe. I only did what was right. The affairs of the Bacheon clan are also my affairs. He asked with concern, you will be leaving, won't you? With a gentle smile, Seun confirmed. Yes, my mission here is complete, so I must leave. What about the young lady? John Hyok gestured helplessly, feeling powerless himself. When Zio Hua heard you were leaving, she got angry and refused to come out of her room. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes slowly falling. I understand. Sangyun checks his system as he walks. Then please give her my farewell. He looked around, anxiously wanting to access his inventory. Before leaving, there's one thing I need to confirm. Perhaps I should look over the Sword Demon's arrangements, but I can't use the item storage here. Sangyun walks slowly as a swift force approaches, leaving him resigned. Seo Hua rushes in at breakneck speed, surprising Sangyun. She continued to sob, stammering, Can't you stay? No. Tears streamed down her flushed face. Please live happily and peacefully with us. She imagined that happy future in her mind. We'll eat breakfast together every morning, then fail at training together and practice together every day. Zihua sadly clutches his sleeve in anguish. And when I grow up, I want to stand by your side. Sang-yoon looks up, troubled and silent. He imagined them fighting side by side, a daze washing over him. As a martial artist worthy of standing beside you, please stay with me, even if it's dangerous. Sang-in gently soothes her, his sword aura appearing, his eyes soft, realizing he's become too attached. I never taught you how to use sword energy, and yet you mastered it on your own. Seo-hoa was stunned, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. These are the only parting words I can offer. Sang-gun smiles contentedly. You've done well, my lady. His body fades away, carried by the wind. Even without me, you will become a great warrior. Though his body vanished before her eyes, his voice still echoed. You will restore the azure cloud to its former glory. Seo-hoa looked up at Go-wang, his voice echoing in the wind. I will always watch over you and cheer you on. His old body returns to its original form, and everything ends with the system's announcement. Rewards have been granted based on the emotions of the White Crane Swordmaster Administrator. The challenge reward has been sent to your inventory. Seo-hoa welcomes him softly. You're back, Mr. Yoon. Son smiles, glancing over. I've returned safely. Seo-hua's eyes widened. Milady, she stammered while I smiled contentedly. I've been waiting for you, she says, and they embrace. Amidst the rustling forest, my greatest master. In the mystical night, winds caress the space as Sang-jun and Seo-hua sit and confide. How does it feel to be taught by your disciple? Seo-hoa looked over at him, her face contorted in discomfort. Wait, are you teasing me? Sang-jun chuckled happily. Just kidding. His expression returns to normal as he looks up, but Seo-hoa also looks to the sky, her eyes full of hope. I wish I had an assistant like you by my side. Seo-hua smiles, covering her mouth. That means you're an important disciple to me, as your master, you understand. Right? Her eyes sparkled with hope, for reaching the tower's peak could even grant an administrator's wish. Together they gazed upon the forest, shrouded in night. I will make it happen for you. John Hawk watches Sang-yoon and Seo-hua enjoying each other's company. My lady, a system notification appeared. Sang-jun, operating the system, has entered the 27th floor waiting room, as Chungu watches with anticipation. Finally, that long and tiresome patience has come to an end. He glances over with a sly grin, though he doesn't feel like he's been patient at all. She was a little annoyed. What did he just say? Sang-jun touches the system screen. If he uses the White Crane Swordsman's reward here, the magical items that appear are first, a mysterious orb, Deep Summoning Divinity S, next a classic mirror, Belief Mirror minus SSS, and finally the strongest item. Black Mirror Purity SSS plus the exclusive Pure Despair effect can be activated to select a target and forcibly seal their divine power for 10 minutes. But the user's divine power will also be sealed for 10 minutes. His eyes widened with excitement, so bold. This would be his trump card in critical situations. Another system notification pops up, and Hyon has sent a barrage of messages. A new message just arrived from his friend, Blin Hua. The system displays information about Blin Hua, floor 25. Due to the tower's event, challengers from other dimensions can now set foot on Earth. The mighty martial arts challenger Pa Troll Huang has sent his subordinates to Earth, and now the planet is in grave danger. He imagines facing Tron Quang, an event? Martial arts invaders, challengers, system screens multiply and surround Sanyun and Chungu. The Tower of Trials is hosting a cross-dimensional event across all official tower climbing dimensions. The Cradle of Space will appear in all of them. A beam of blue light pierces through, signaling that this mandatory event is directly tied to Earth's very survival. San looks tense. If he's defeated in the space cradle, Earth's protective barrier will disappear. As I focus on the challenge, that peacock bastard must have received a special reward allowing him to travel through space. Sanjun grimaces. The tower, pulling its dirty tricks again. The system displays the rankings. First, SSS plus Hunter from Earth. Second, SSS Patgan Emperor from Murim. Third, SSS plus Old Knight Chotan from Ares. Fourth, SS Guardian of Light. Fifth, SS Hell Prince from Saran. One clear morning, the wind swept past a tall blue-white building. The corner of his mouth turned down. Hey, are you really a hunter? The so-called strongest challenger on Earth? He sits cross-legged, hands behind his head. In this world, you're known as the Sword Demon, or Sword God, one of the strongest. Seonen's group is tense. He's at least worthy of being one of my subordinates. He's arrogant, looking down on everyone. So, you remember I am Wang, the vice leader of Ponrion. Remember that name, as it's the name of the one you'll be bowing down to. Sanun rolls his eyes, a look of disdain on his face. Is that all? He grew even more arrogant, his mouth stretching into a disturbing grin. Of course not. I'm here on behalf of Pan Kwang to establish an alliance with Earth. One of Sanyun's subordinates objects. Nonsense. You were just threatening to turn Earth into ashes in the name of Pan Kwang. The man next to him agreed. Yes, yes. He slams his hand on the table. You trash. Relying on cheap tricks? He kicks the table, breaking it, and draws his sword. Too weak to know your place, yet acting so arrogant. He swiftly and decisively flies over, sensing the difference in power. Bright orange beams of power descend, and as he braces himself, the system appears, announcing the activation of the divine skill. Commanding words, as Sangun sits with his hand on his thigh, his eyes flashing white. Wang collapses to the ground. A difference in power? You dare speak of a power gap with your pathetic level? The system persists. The god of transcendence mocks mortal reasoning, and enraged, he seeks out Patron Kwang. Sanun pulls him up, and the hunter orders him to the spatial cradle for a final showdown. The torment skill is activated, and Wang, in a cast, crawls to find Patron Kwang, humiliated by the hunter. You say he dares to challenge Lord Patron Kwang in the space cradle? He chuckled involuntarily. How amusing. Chen Chuang sits on his throne, a sharp sword close at hand. Challenge me, will they? A large ship docks, and the Earth's quota of participants in the space cradle reaches its limit of 30. A guide explains that the space cradle is only for challengers, and this could be a battle to the death. Everyone looks toward the guide, grateful that all 30 have arrived as a mystical portal appears. Now, let's all step inside. The system announces our entry into the cradle of space. Song Gyun, near the magic gate, adjusts Hansen Yun's power, temporarily sealing most of his equipment and abilities. Sang Gyun sighed, releasing a burst of power as he activated his abilities. Who allowed you to pull such dirty tricks? Absolute, immutable, transcendent myth grade. From this moment on, all of Hansen Yun's actions will receive the divine anti-corruption effect. All negative changes caused by external interference will be negated. He unleashes his power, the space around him turns red, and he enters the floating space cradle. Haiyan turned to him and asked, Sangyun, what was that just now? He replied sternly, more importantly, look ahead. Chen Wang enters, saying he knew it was him with just a glance. He stands proudly, facing Sionin. Behind him were many subordinates, so you're the so-called hunter, just a lowly pawn? A system notification appeared. The god of emptiness is watching you. Chen Chuang approaches, sizing him up, concluding he's just a pawn, a dog ready to fight. How arrogant. You're a foolish relic, but I'll humor you. He stroked his chin, and Xiun frowned. Such admirable compassion, he said. But when Earth is involved, the end under my hand is inevitable. He chuckled, putting his arm around him. Daring to speak of my end. That look just makes me want to gouge your eyes out myself. He pressed his face close to Sanjun's ear. With so many witnesses, why not have a representative of the martial artists fight a representative of Earth? Let's settle this once and for all, one-on-one. The two stand on towering rocks, ready for a duel. You and I, Hunter. If I lose, I will retreat with honor. His eyes gleam with excitement. Hunter, you can't defeat me here. He raises his hand and a purple power emerges. Why? Because at this moment I'm receiving power directly from the tower. The system warns that the Tower of Trials is transferring power to the patron challenger within this spatial cradle. His sword trembled, flashing a crimson light. So, this whole event was a trap set for you. I consider you far too valuable a talent to simply eliminate? Change your mind now and help me climb the tower. Chen Guang commanded, rather than suggested. Stand with me at the top, and you'll be a part of my grand ambition. This wasn't an offer, but an order, and he wouldn't waver in the face of Chen Guang's veiled threat. You speak in such convoluted ways, I was curious what you wanted. Turns out it's not so difficult after all. With one punch to the face, he says, You've made the right choice. So you're begging me to destroy you? Xiun asks, his face full of murderous intent. No need to say it, I understand, the system announced, as the god of transcendence and death radiated killing intent, soaring towards that pathetic supreme god. With a mere touch, Sangyun obliterates the stone pillar, engulfing the area in black smoke. He approaches. It's not over yet. You'll suffer more blows. A blindingly powerful magic erupts, the divine skill of will amplifying all physical abilities tenfold. Sangyun watches as Chen Guang unleashes a magical force that pierces him, triggering the null skill, sealing all divinity within 100 meters as they both fly towards each other, ready to attack. You rely on the false power of divinity? Chen Wang attacks relentlessly, but Sangyun easily dodges, telling him to stop depending on that fraudulent power. So, he's not dodging anymore, he's fighting back. Their power is immense. Did you put all your stats into physical strength except for void? Chen Wang retorts that he's devoted everything to martial arts. He attacks, but misses, declaring that someone who relies on false power can never defeat him. He smirks, and Chen Kuang's eyes burn with rage. You're laughing? You dare mock my words? Shiyun lands a powerful, authoritative punch to his face, shaking the earth and sky as the unique effect of the demonic vessel is activated. Sangyun grimaces as he observes. Of course it's ridiculous, isn't it? The system appears, converting the user's mana into demonic energy for use. Chang turns around as pebbles fall and gray smoke surrounds him. Even though divinity corrupts the mind, do you know why so many gods still refuse to give it up? Claws emerge from his hands because divinity is the mark of a life beyond mortal men, because it proves their existence. The system displays notifications. The unique dragonification ability has been activated. Within 10 minutes, his total mana doubles. Chan Kuang grits his teeth, eyes wide with rage. You would abandon that? Chan Chuang ascends, surrounded by dazzling magical rays. How long do you think you can rely on such cheap tricks? The system chimes, his unique power evolves to Samadhi, unleashing a devastating blow from within. Sangyun points, his face stern, his unique counterattack skill activated, capable of reversing even unavoidable blows. They fought fiercely, he threw a powerful blow, but it still missed. The Stellar Authority skill has been activated. Do you not understand what true divinity is? He retaliates, causing him to scream, unaware of how arduous it is to achieve. Tron Kuang's eyes widen as he coughs up blood, thanking him for coming to attack Earth. A terrifying and powerful magic emerges from the weakling. Everyone is drawn to it. An aura of death has been unleashed. Catherine and Ha-Ayan turned to see a pink mist surrounding them. Catherine's eyes widened as she saw Tron Kuang fall to the ground, grabbed by the collar and thrown into the crowd. A mechanical voice echoes, "The island is a dimension of abundance." The voice repeats, "You have defeated the challenger. Dog hunt." Sanwei frowned at Cho Kuang, saying, "You think you can challenge Earth with that?" His words made the faces of those before him pale. "If you ever set foot on Earth again, I will destroy you," a girl declared. He did it. It's over. She screamed with excitement. He had won. Sangjun has won. The crowd erupts, chanting his name along with the system's voice. Hansun, Han Sangyun. Hansun, you are being praised by the strongest people on Earth. Seung Iyun smirks as the system speaks. If the conditions are continuously met, you will achieve Earth divinity, the right to become a god of Earth. Sangjun walked through the darkness, his thoughts drifting back to this. His footsteps are steady and strong. Perhaps I'm on the wrong path. The system's voice echoes, but he remains lost in thought. You have entered the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. If I had lived as the tower's dog, perhaps things would have been very different. Sagyeon looks up as the system announces, "The administrators may be dead, and the difficulty is high." The past god suddenly appears in his mind. All this is part of proving myself. This will be interesting, but I'm sure you can do it. The door creaks open, spilling out a stream of dark magic. The theme of this trial is betrayal. A system voice echoes as he declares, "I'll await your choice here. Mine will not change." Zhongyun immediately activates his magic power. Transcendental Mythic Soul. Tier adjustment has been activated. You can designate a target to be on equal footing with you for 4 minutes. Sangyun points towards the wings of the family order as the system's voice echoes. Pausing, challenge. Divine command has been activated. The system announces, you can expend divinity to influence the world. Countless red alerts flash, catching him off guard. An error. The Tower of Trials detects the error and attempts to intervene, as countless red threads bind him, rendering him immobile. Sangjun struggles to break free as the red alerts flash, signaling that the error is being corrected. He strains to look toward the door, wondering if it's opening, and desperately tries to command it to stop. Red alerts flash as the door rattles violently, signaling that the error is being corrected. Sunan remembers the flower carriage stopping. She's going to die. The red alert flashes repeatedly as the door slowly opens, the error being corrected. He thought of Canaria, then stopped, realizing the administrators would die if this continued. His eyes flashed with determination. I want them to live, he grits his teeth. Why? Sangyun thinks back to the past with Canaria and Sehua because they mean so much to him. Because they were the only ones who believed in me while everyone else laughed. He clenched his fist, his voice a little weak. So please, I beg you, even if it costs me all my divinity. Sangyun, overflowing with magical power, cried out, Stop! I need to stop this trial. Countless ancient gods looked at him and laughed as the system spoke. Many ancient gods admire your efforts. A massive pillar of energy appears before him. The red system alert confuses him slightly. Error, correction, failed. The system rings out again, as many ancient gods declare your trial unfair. Many ancient gods attempted to interfere with your trial, but the Tower of Trials strongly advised them to stop. Sangjun withstood the massive shockwave as the system echoed, many ancient gods declaring it a justified act of karma. Then his body began to vanish as a red alert blared. The tower reluctantly accepts this as a valid reason and activates a challenge suspension. As the door closes, Sion fades away, and the system's voice booms. The Tower of Trials will not forget that your dangerous actions must be corrected. Sangjun slowly returns to his human form as the system's voice echoes. You have been invited to a divine area. His eyes are fixed forward as the system voice speaks. Welcome. Many ancient gods have been chosen to oversee the challenge of the 27th floor. The god of darkness speaks, I like you. The dark god has been chosen as the leader. Sun replies seriously. It's been a while, dark god. The dark god smiles wickedly and approaches him. No need to be so tense. As I said when we first met, I hope you remember that I am not your enemy. Confused, he asks, there's something I need to know first. Why are you helping me? The god of darkness smiled softly, her gaze softening as she looked at him. The temple of the myriad gods. He was surprised and confused, but the dark god confirmed it. The temple of all gods. That's right, kid. I'm a part of it too. She explained that the ancient gods of the temple have a favor to ask of you. Countless relics appear, and as they are recovered, the figure of a blond man emerges with fierce eyes, punishing the parasitic god for stealing them all. We want to recover the temple's relics, but we can't seem to find where he is. Sangyun is teleported into a dark space as her voice echoes, if you fail, your administrators will die. Her reminder only strengthened his resolve, so he must complete this mission. The boy clenches his fist. Absolutely. The dark god's voice echoes, go now to the place where the parasite resides, a rare and peaceful planet, Scandia. The system's voice echoed as he teleported to a mountaintop. You have entered the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty. Hard. The theme of this trial is to request the conditions for completion. Execute the parasitic god within Scandia. Sion tensed as the system issued a grave warning. Failure meant death for the administrators. Chungu trembled. This is bad, the dark god. I tried so hard not to provoke her. He explained as footsteps approached from behind. But luckily, she's on our side. You're here to carry out the temple's orders. You've probably heard about the dark god, but I'm Dion, the 7th servant of the god of pride. He looked at them seriously and said, I'm here to lead and oversee your mission, so just do as I say. Sangyun glanced over and asked, so what should we do here? Dayin sets down the massive suitcase. Good question. I have a plan, one that should pique your curiosity. It's called all three of us donning new outfits, blending in with a disguise. Chungu was visibly annoyed. Is this really necessary? It's ridiculous. He explained and signaled her to be quiet. She's wrong. It'll be bad if they realize we're here on behalf of the temple. The haughty Miss C's words flustered him, but then someone cut in. This is going a bit too far. What's this? Those kids are so noisy? The three turned to see an old man. You must be the invited gods, right? If you're going to work under the parasitic god with us, why don't you just shut up? Sun was confused, so the man explained. Work under a parasitic god? That's right, he offered to take us in because the temple hates us. His words made the three of them uncomfortable, and he even said he would give us some more relics. He frowned. So that's how it is. So, this is where all the gods abandoned by the temple gather. Sangyun frowned and asked where the stolen relics were. He continues to explain that no one knows, saying he'll distribute them after absorbing Scandia's power. As Sangyun looked confused, Di Yin spoke up. Absorb this planet? There he is. The door above slowly opens. You, who have been abandoned by the temple of 30,000 gods, thank you for gathering here. Donda stepped out of the sealed room. I will grant you holy relics to help you ascend to become ancient gods. The crowd below cheers with excitement. Honor the parasitic god, and we too can become ancient gods. Man's eyes narrow, but Donda looks down, reminding them, there is a rat among you. Sion and Chungu realize it, their eyes following upward to the transcendent god and below the crowd is confused, looking around. A rat from the temple? Who could it be? Who is it? Sangyun grabs his cloak, annoyed. It seems he's figured it out. Chungu grimaces, glancing up. I told you all of this was pointless. Sangyun removes his armor and flies up high. As he left, Di Yin was given a task. Take care of the ones down there. He panicked and shouted, all of them? Amidst the screams, Sangjin landed before Diamda, who smirked and rubbed his wrist. I knew they'd send a rat, but I didn't expect it so soon. Caught him off guard, I guess. Sangyun kicked him in the face, sending him flying, and cut straight to the point. He had people to protect. With a stern look, he glanced at him. So, you're going to die. Donda gritted his teeth, blocking the attack, and roared each word of his name. You little brat. He growled, casting a spell as he spoke. I will tear you to pieces. He angrily throws a punch, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Divinity Berserk is used to amplify the attack with divinity and vitality. Sangjun stared into his eyes with amusement as countless slashes reappeared behind him. A heavy system notification echoes as the unique skill, Counterattack, activates with immense power, his eyes widening at the relentless alerts. Try dying at the hands of this bug. You can unleash an absolute counterattack, limited to the first strike. The explosive blow shatters the brick walls, sending debris flying. The counterattack is deflected, sending him flying into a rock face, completely overwhelmed as he pants heavily. The bug-like Shung looks up at the blazing fireball, and a system notification appears. Divine Power. Amplification has been activated. You can enhance your attacks with your life force. He looks down with glee, his eyes filled with excitement. Be crushed. With that, he unleashed the pillar of fire. The arrogant gaze suddenly turns to disbelief and horror as Sangyun rushes forward, sword raised to meet the attack. The system spoke in a low voice, announcing that the unique counterattack skill had been activated. The system explains how to deflect even the undefeatable as he looks up, questioning with disdain. I've fought against many gods before, Sangyun taunts, but I've never met anyone as weak as you. You. The cracks above widened with his heavy breathing. How dare you? How dare you? The frame shatters, countless fragments suspended in the air with his piercing scream. I'll shut that mouth of yours for good. A red alert flashes urgently. The mythic sanctum parasite has been activated, creating a separate domain. Countless fragments below are drawn up by spirit energy, along with a system notification. The parasitic divinity has been activated, allowing you to absorb life force and control other creatures. Sangjun lunges forward amidst the floating ancient relics, marveling at the sight. Fantastic. Now I understand why the throne couldn't find the relics. He hid them in a place that doesn't exist, amidst this vast expanse. Multifaceted division explains everything. As long as this planet exists, my life force will be infinite. The system quickly provides information. A crown twisted by pride. He grins with delight. You will be crushed? He grimaced, radiating a sky-shattering murderous aura, his face twisted to the extreme, facing an irresistible force, his disgusting pride now activated. Divinity is now tainted by depravity, deep beneath the ancient ruins. Diyin grits his teeth in anger, desperately fleeing the monster behind him. The ground suddenly crumbles before him, dragging countless people into the abyss below, and Diyin stares in stunned horror. What? The ground? He saw the distant, blinding pillar of light and realized everything was collapsing. Sung Jinwoo charges forward with countless wolves as the one-eyed mage wearily raises his hand in annoyance. These ungrateful wretches. He stands above, corrupted and mad, spewing curses. Be corrupted and vanish. Disgusting pride has been activated, and divinity is now tainted by depravity. The singular division looks up, savoring this moment, as this immense life force is created by draining the planet's vitality. You won't be able to hurt me in the slightest. He laughs maniacally. Why? Because I am immortal. Sung Yoon looks down to see the truth. The planet below has been drained of its life force, dominated and consumed by him. What a troublesome opponent. He smiles, looking down on him with disdain. But you're still too weak. Donda angrily glares down. What? Chungbin pulls out a mirror from within himself, smirking. You call yourself immortal, yet you steal holy objects to prolong your existence. Black Mirror. SSS Plus. A bland, mechanical voice echoes. The divinity of the parasitic god is sealed for 10 minutes, and Domda's face is reflected in the mirror, stunned. Now that your power is sealed, I shall call you this. With a smile, Suyuk presents a mirror reflecting the faint form of a god. For 10 minutes, the divinity of the host is sealed, you pathetic wretch. Donda stammers in fear, my divinity is gone. What have you done? He was shocked, not realizing Sun had been above him. He quickly delivered a powerful kick to his head. Then a pillar of light shot down, crushing the earth as Donda trembled, trampled underfoot. Your power should be sealed as well. How are you still so strong? San seems surprised, but explains calmly. That? He summoned a faint light, offering a reminder. It's thanks to this. The mark of the living concept, SSS+. He clenches his fist, squeezing the light before him. You can activate a divinity at any time, even without meeting the activation requirements. Light and divine power radiate in all directions. The divinity of war has been forcibly activated, amplifying all abilities by 100 times. Dana's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you possess such a thing? He muttered. Let me give you a piece of advice. A powerful blow shatters his teeth. He better grit them tight. Sung-Yoon frowns, angrily unleashing a barrage of attacks. I'll beat you until both our powers return. A system notification rings out as the instant acceleration skill is activated. Sang-Yoon accelerates wildly, fueled by excitement. You call yourself immortal? He pummels Dome-Da into a dazed stupor. I want to try this to save my friends. His cold, indifferent gaze remained fixed downward. Let's see how much I can destroy an ancient god with my own power. The seal has 8 minutes left. Amidst the rubble, Da-Yin charges forward in fury, while Han Sang-Yoon grimaces in mad frustration. I've suffered too much because of you. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. He stared blankly as Sang-Yoon relentlessly beat his opponent, Di-Yin in utter disbelief. Don't just stand there. Am I dreaming? A parasitic god, one that even the shrine gods struggle to face. Shion coldly strikes, yet he's being beaten bare-handed. Chungu approached, understanding dawning on him. Most high-ranking gods would no longer be able to resist him. Di-Yin stared in bewilderment, wondering when she had arrived. Seung-Yoon unleashes a furious barrage of punches, fueled by rage, for he is an ancient god himself, powerful enough to rule over others of his kind. Beaten and bloodied, Dame-Da writhed on the ground, his SS rank crown of pride shattered. The system's voice boomed, the seal's time was up, and Dame-Da's voice echoed with rage. Damn you! You've won! Dame-Da struggled to rise from the sand, snarling, I will be reborn, and when I am, I will tear you to pieces. The system's voice fades amidst the madness. The parasitic divinity has been activated. You can now absorb life force and control other beings. Seung-Woon approached rapidly. Is that so? He reaches out, unleashing his magic, drawing everything in. Then all I have to do is devour you. The mechanical voice of the system echoes. Godhood has been enhanced by the godhood harvested to reap all godhood. Countless fangs emerge from the sand, revealing the maw of a great wolf. You have earned the achievement of slaying an ancient god. You have devoured the soul fragment of the parasitic god, and a faint red light envelops Seung-Yoon. Your divinity has been upgraded from S to S+, growing fainter and revealing the system's excited voice. The unique trait of necromancy has merged with transcendent divinity. The unique trait of necromancy has reached 10% progress. Sang-Yoon stands still, not turning around. Now you can rest easy. I've erased the future where you die. Familiar figures appeared behind him. The White Crane Swordmaster, the Iron-Blooded Monarch, and Sewa Canaria, offering gentle comfort. You did all this to save us. It must have been so difficult. Their comforting words were like a potent medicine. What if they had died like they did in the future? He fought knowing we would die if he lost. He suffered so much. Seohoa softly says, but because you did, we're alive. Kanar is even more silent, directly thanking him for changing their future, and Canaria smiles brightly. Thank you, Seohua says cheerfully, her face even more radiant. Thank you, Seonan. Sang-Yoon smiled softly, looking up to the sky. Congratulations, you have cleared the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. The system's voice was decisive, and the screen turned red. The Tower of Trials has calculated that challenger Han Sang-Yoon can reach the final floor, and Pantheon is calling. Sang-Yoon walked a short distance before stopping, silently assessing his surroundings, then looked up at the scene before him. Having conquered Pantheon, he's invited to the Divine Palace. Sang-Yoon murmurs, the space looks like the entire universe. Truly astonishing. Behind him, a voice suddenly speaks. Your Excellency, she gushes. It has been so long since we've met such a great being. It was a girl with a lovely face. She couldn't stop expressing her admiration for Sang-Yoon, saying, It's an honor to serve one of the universe's absolutes, Han Sang-Yoon. The fragrant shadow god bowed deeply, showing her respect as Sang-Yoon looked at her with curiosity. Arya, the two walked together beneath a sky full of glittering stars. Arya covered her face, deeply moved. That one, as insignificant as she was, would be remembered. I am deeply moved by your boundless grace. So, this cycle's draw is incredibly rich, Sang-Yoon asks. So, to guide her to the temple, you have a message to convey, correct? Arya's eyes shifted from purple to gray. She was sad, that's right. After eliminating the filth that defiled the sacred artifacts of the Divine Palace, a new legend of Han Sang-Yoon began to spread. Sang-Yoon wondered, a new legend? Arya explains that the temple desires Han Sang-Yoon to become one of their new gods. That is the offer on the table. Arya clasped her hands as she told Sionin, but whether he would become one of the new gods of the temple would be decided after he faced the ancient gods. Arya turned to Xiong with a smile. I, Arya, will always respect the will of the Great One. Sangyun smiled at her words. Then please, return safely. Thousands of eyes of every color imaginable stare ahead. The god of light watches you, the god of darkness watches you, the demon god watches you, the dragon god watches you. Unafraid, Sangyun gives the order. Appear, transcendent god and the shot. Angels weep, tears streaming at such immeasurable noble power, the absolute, singular might of the Chut in this universe. The weeping angel is astonished by your overwhelming power, and the god of severance marvels that a mere mortal could elevate their divinity to such heights. The god of severance expresses admiration for your supreme divinity. Sangyun stands there silent. Countless deities watch you with awe, fear, and even a hint of reverence as the god of darkness slowly approaches with a sinister grin. Kid, you've suffered much to get here. I won't beat around the bush, you must have realized on your way here. You've heard Arya, so I'll cut to the chase. Join the Pantheon and become one of the new gods ruling over Earth or other worlds. You will live peacefully under our protection. Her eyes gleamed again. Or risk losing everything you've built to pursue the uncertain path of a transcendent in the Tower of Trials. A voice suddenly boomed, What kind of nonsense is this? The god of arrogance suddenly appeared, shouting, He's just a hunting dog bound by the Tower of Trials, an unpredictable wild card. The god of pride added, That bizarre tower has fostered such a tainted existence in this universe. He must be executed immediately. An underling of the god of arrogance stands nearby, seeking an audience. God of arrogance. I am Di Yin, and I beg your pardon, but I must speak. Whispering in the god of arrogance's ear, Di Yin reveals that the transcendent god retrieved the sacred object for their temple as Sangyun glances in their direction. From what I've seen, I don't believe he deserves such animosity, so please, show some mercy. But as Dion speaks, the god of arrogance mercilessly lops off his head, sneering, How dare you! Daring to interfere in a conversation between gods when you're just a lowly, failed race? Atone with your death. Sanun was shocked by what he saw, as the cold, dark god questioned, Who gave you the right to execute someone I've blessed? The dark god's voice was chilling, her gaze sharp. You are not the main gods of this temple. You are imposing your will on life. Do not disappoint me further. The arrogant and haughty gods trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat as the dark god issued a chilling warning. The god of darkness continued his threat. Before I let that child devour your divine power. The god of miracles sitting on the platform agreed that it wasn't so bad, was it? Consider it a gift to become a new god. The dragon. God jumps in to stop him. Can't we decide what to do with them later? Let me speak with the successor first. The dragon god urged the dark god as if he couldn't wait any longer. The dark god turns to Sangyun. Well, kid, I want to hear your answer. Make your choice. Sangyun slowly utters each word. Images of his friends flash through his mind. There's only one answer. The administrators, his precious companions he's met along the way. Sangyun furrows his brow, his eyes filled with determination. For all of them, I will climb the Tower of Trials to its peak and become a transcender, so that no one in this universe can stand above me, so that no one can touch those precious to me. The god of miracles chuckled. For someone who's become an ancient god, you don't seem corrupted in spirit. But it turns out you're completely insane. The dragon god cautiously suggests that it would be wonderful to have him as his successor, should he become a new god. A response that seems to please the god of darkness. But yes, kid, that's the answer worthy of you? Splendid. Truly splendid. She looked at Shiyun, then turned and walked away, saying, You were never meant to be trapped in this tiny well called the temple. Sangyun didn't turn back, simply leaving those words behind, and may you meet again. He slowly fades away, promising to tear them apart next time. Sion's eyes are cold. Just you wait. Having cleared the 27th floor, you return to the Tower of Trials, where the Pantheon grants you a breakthrough reward. As a reward for fulfilling the iron-blooded monarch's wish, he receives the Authority Duplication Stamp, a gleaming gold seal that allows him to copy and acquire a divine power of his choice, along with the Universal Radiance Authority, rewarded for clearing the 27th floor, a catalog detailing countless divine powers. Sangyun stood tall, accepting the two items, already knowing what he would copy with them. The seal plunged straight into the registry, successfully copying the divine power, imprinting it upon challenger Han Sangyun. Sangyun smiles. Excellent. The Tower of Trials praises the achievements of challenger Hans Sangyun. The tower has determined that Han Sangyun has the potential to reach the final floor, and all restrictions have been lifted. Sangyun muttered, Hey, tower, it's too late to be friendly with me now. My rage will never subside. Sangjun glances back, his face a mask of fury. So shut your mouth and stay out of my way. The Tower of Trials remained silent as an irritated voice ranted within the temple. Damn it, damn it. The god of arrogance cursed through gritted teeth, and with a furious punch he shattered the wall. That filthy, low-life scum. The god of arrogance cursed incessantly. To insult us before the gods. The god of pride, leaning against the wall, spoke up. But with that Tower of Trials in the way, we can't easily touch him. The eternal god suddenly called out to the proud and arrogant gods, his eyes filled with darkness, stating that it wasn't the Tower of Trials preventing their intervention, but the newly formed rules of causality that truly mattered. But not to worry, they already had a solution. The god of arrogance wondered, "A solution, you say?" The eternal god replied that even though he was expelled from the tower and his power wasn't what it once was, there was still someone who could distort causality, even if only slightly. The eternal god smirks. Despair, destruction, and frenzy, he's given us an opportunity. The eternal god smiles, full of confidence. Shiyun exhales. The challenges have indeed become much easier since the restrictions were lifted. With one hand, Shiyun wields his sword, and with the other, he absorbs power. Looks like that means I'm about to enter the upper floors. You have cleared the 35th floor of the Tower of Trials. As Sangjun lands, the notification screen lights up. You have entered the waiting room for the 36th floor. Chunu flutters around, praising, "Impressive indeed. Floor 36 in under a month?" Sangjun glanced at the person next to him as he replied. Thanks to the Tower of Trials removing many restrictions, climbing so quickly is a great thing. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the flow behind him turned bright red, signaling that the condition had been met. She and he turned back, stunned, confirming that over 1,500 people had cleared the 35th floor, beginning to expand the system. Access is being expanded, initiating a new challenge based on your unique keyword. Chungu frowned as he watched everything change. Indeed, things would change as he ascended to the higher floors. From the fiery golden light, terrifying iron chains emerge. The theme of the trial has been set according to a unique keyword. Once unleashed, they bind the player, forcibly activating the exclusive Right 6th 1047 selection hall, uploading the necessary components to form a challenge taken from the challenger Han Sang-gun's inventory. The notification screen flickers. A moment like when the tower first began, and origins far beyond that. You will experience it all for yourself. Upon hearing the announcement, Sang-gun's eyes widened in disbelief as the iron chains creaked, advancing into the 36th floor of the Tower of Trials. Lagan received from the demon god, it seemed. A terrified scream echoes, "What is this?" The condition for success: survive until the god's war ends. Failure: challenger's death. The reward: a glimpse of primordial times, outside the primordial world. Strange. Sangjun has been brought to a new world, and the god of evidence stands before him, frowning. It has no divinity, no mana, and it's not even clear if it's alive. Unidentifiable. She bites her nails, pondering, why is it here? What faction do you belong to, and what domain do you govern? You will explain everything. She eyed him suspiciously. Otherwise, we will consider you a hostile god and execute you immediately. The god of evidence cautiously warns the unidentified entity, while Sangjun silently watches her. No way. It's too perfect to be a structure of the tower. He suddenly clenched his fist, perhaps with a plan of his own. That evidence. God is likely an echo of someone from the past? Sorry, evidence god, but it's best I conceal my identity for now. So, the hunter flaunts his power with a threat. Sounds like you're threatening to eliminate me, but are you sure you have what it takes? Impossible. Could it be? She slowly narrowed her eyes as she spoke her theory. An ancient god, so it seems. The two quickly became close, and even Cheonma began to see him differently. You were forced here by some kind of system, and found yourself on the battlefield of the gods, weren't you? Sangyun nodded. Yes, I want to know what's going on here. Please enlighten me. The god of evidence then recounted everything from the distant past. For over a decade, this planet has been embroiled in a divine war, a cosmic battle involving all the gods. The war is divided between the forces of order and chaos, locked in constant battle, and until it ends, no one can escape this place. As she speaks, she glances at the blood-red barrier surrounding this world, a divine barrier created by three ancient gods, an insurmountable wall that even dark gods and demons cannot escape. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, thinking, the dark god and even the demon gods are here? Then perhaps the dragon god is somewhere around here as well. He then inquired about other matters. Does the Tower of Trials not interfere in the War of the Gods? But her eyes turned to Sionin with a blank stare, as if she'd never heard of the Tower of Trials. What is that? Sionin was momentarily horrified. You don't know the Tower of Trials? He's beginning to pinpoint the era he's in. That means this is before the Tower of Trials appeared. And after some time, she leads him to their destination. All right, we've arrived. This sacred area, protected by a mighty barrier, is home to 3 ancient gods of order. But before entering, the God of Evidence has a condition. Since we've come all this way, allow me to propose something. She stared intently at the other party. I hope this war of the gods ends even a day sooner. That is my position, so I hope for your help. Sionin's smile flickered on his lips. Don't worry, I don't ask for help for free. The ancient evil gods of order will create anything you need based on your contributions. Before entering, he turned back with a smile. Don't worry. I was already planning to accept your offer. Sionin stepped in first, urging him on. Let's hurry. Having arrived on this battlefield, I must meet the ancient gods. I didn't expect the God of Evidence to agree so quickly. Thank you. Inside the pitch-black corridor, only his instructions echoed. One more thing. Be careful of the ancient gods of order. You never know what they might be plotting. At the end of the road, a faint light flickers. Though I think they're better than the forces of chaos and I'm on the side of order, I don't necessarily like them. The deeper I go, the more the gods share their suffering. Driven by their ambitions, they ignited a war among the gods, and now a system notification appears, signaling entry into the sacred domain of the prototype garden. Through the creative platform, divinity and abandoned souls flow into the performer. A playful jest. Stepping outside, he touches the frame standing thoughtfully in the middle of the tower. This is the Tower of Trials, isn't it? An arm stretched out from afar, pointing directly at him, an uninvited guest. She approaches the Tower of Trials, declaring that no one is allowed to enter unless it's of utmost importance, prompting Sanjion to retort, "And who are you?" Her voice dripped with sharpness. The gods have been blinded by their hunger for faith, and none of them care about the world anymore. She is Gloria, and that's why we need someone capable of destroying all the gods, an all-powerful, transcendent being above them all. Sion frowned at the woman, whom he'd met while collecting divine power from the island's artifact, then turned to her and asked, "The God of Evidence? You probably didn't even want to meet me, did you? However, since we have a guest, I should introduce myself." She slowly removes her hood. Among this group are the gods of creation, law, and miracles, and I am the God of creation. Sanyun mutters to himself the information provided by the God of creation. The God of creation, the God of law, and the God of miracles. He recalled the tower's grimoire, muttering, I've seen their divine power in the tower's sacred catalog. The divinities the tower possesses also match the 3 ancient gods. Could these identical names truly be a coincidence? The divine power of creation. The owner of the Tower of Trials. 1001. Divine law attributes challenge the tower's owner. 1002 miraculous attributes challenge the tower's owner. Sangju glanced suspiciously at the dazzling golden tower beside him once more. The tower's statue was too strange to be a mere coincidence. His eyes narrowed, no longer sure if this was just a misunderstanding or a coincidence. Suddenly, she approached Sion with a suspicious question. We've heard from the gods of evidence that we owe you for helping our side. But what are you doing here? The creation god asked with a displeased tone. Can you explain quickly? Otherwise... As she refused, Sanyu grabbed her slender neck, his voice full of rage. Or what? The creation god trembled, unable to speak. Do as you please. His gaze was a clear warning. I have no intention of answering someone who suddenly threatens a transcendent god and shows off their full power. She could also sense the energy radiating from Sanju, and she was astonished. This level of divinity. An ancient god, he frankly admits. Indeed, should we have a match? Hearing this, the god of creation broke out in a sweat and quickly changed tactics. How about we compromise? He finally releases her. A compromise? Regaining composure, the creator god began to speak seriously. Okay, now I understand you're an ancient god and your appearance alone will make us sensitive, so I hope you understand. But she quickly corrected herself. No, actually, since the God of Evidence brought you here, I think we can rest easy for now. I suspect the God of Evidence wants to eliminate me, though he is quite diligent. She frowned, gritting her teeth in frustration. Don't flatter yourself. The God of Evidence turns away in anger. I simply chose the most effective method to escape this cage called the God's War. I never agreed with it. Disgusting. The God of Creation, still respectful, kept his hand over his chest. Now that even the God of Evidence is gone, shall we continue our conversation? You seem to have many questions, so I will answer 2 of them honestly. Sanwei asked without hesitation. You, the god of creation, along with the god of law and the god of miracles, what is your connection to the Tower of Trials? She acts as if she's never heard of it before. The Tower of Trials. What is that? I need to know what this Tower of Trials is before I can answer properly. But he quickly uses magic to learn that the Fire Dragon Eye skill confirms the other party is lying. So Sun calmed himself, saying, "Don't panic, stay calm." He then changed the subject, asking about the original purpose of the gods' war. This time, the god of creation replied with an enthusiastic voice, "The god of law, the god of miracles, and I, we simply want to become the rulers of this universe. Nothing more, nothing less." Then she clapped her hands together slyly. "All right, that's all, folks." Satisfied with the answer, the god of creation happily skips past him, eager to get back to the main point. "You said you'd fight for our side of order, right? If you rack up enough victories, she'll shower you with rewards that'll put him to shame. We will create a sacred relic or item of your choosing as a reward." While outside the tower, the clock is ringing with powerful attacks. On the tower, a man struggles to comprehend such a bizarre event, a power-defying natural law. His voice rumbled. "Of all the futures I foresaw, none included this. I don't know where, but something has gone terribly wrong." His eyes burned red with fury, the timeline itself perhaps twisted. After observing for a while, he pulled his hat down to obscure his vision and quickly left the tower. "It's been a while since I had to deal with the god of darkness and the demon god, and now I have to find a way to persuade the dragon god too. How tiresome." Outside, a chaotic battle still raged, and Sang-yoon soon charged onto the front lines. Remember the words of the creator god, "The Western Front struggles. Lead that battlefield to victory. If you do, I will grant you anything you desire." He pondered, disliking the situation, but obtaining the divine imprint would grant him the tower's divinity. And so, he drew his sword. "Hansen, arise." Suddenly, he stopped, facing a violent explosion erupting from the ground. The system relays constant updates. The divine authority, incarnation of the body, has been activated, and the dragon god has appeared on the Western Front. The dragon god wanders aimlessly through space, quietly muttering to himself, "I feel trapped. What am I, after all?" He knelt down, exhausted. His violet eyes closed wearily. The body before him collapsed, no longer wanting this. In the lonely darkness, the dragon god lies still, groaning. He no longer wishes to be the dragon god. Long Chen descends, disrupting the battle with a furious expression as Sanun frowns, observing him. Long Chen wearily observes, "It's you. That which belonged to this universe has vanished, and something alien has appeared. Twisting, fate." He listened, piecing together the mumbled words. The god of time, that annoying fortune-teller, was right after all, his mind reeling in disbelief. A god of time? Long Chen, without turning, simply waved a dismissive hand. "Whatever. You seem to be on the side of order, but I'll spare you this time. Don't ever appear before me again." Yu Shiyun, a near mortal, carefully approached to negotiate. "I can't back down here. I have a proposal for you." Sang-yoon gets straight to the point. "Tell me, what is your purpose here? If our interests align, there's no need to fight." Long Chen glanced away, silent and indifferent. "I only need to deal with this Western Front. There's no reason to fight the dragon god." A swift blow comes, and Sionin is shocked, quickly ducking to avoid it. "What?" The dragon god spread his wings, slowly warning, "There is no moment in any timeline where our interests align." "Why? Because nothing in this universe can satisfy my desires." He screams in a furious rage, ascending and radiating light. "So step aside. You're disturbing me." The system's voice echoes as the Thunder Divine trait activates, unleashing a storm of lightning that disrupts the very concept of divinity. The smoke clears, taking with it the maddened rage. The gods' foolish war is over. The dragon god descends, leaping and roaring as the dark and demonic gods obliterate the northern, eastern, and southern fronts. "Do you understand what that means?" Songjin stares blankly as the other roars in frustration. "They will wipe out everyone, regardless of their allegiance," the dragon god growled. "It's the forces of order that started this whole war of gods in the first place. If you don't get out of my sight, I'll destroy you, too." After a few minutes, the smoke cleared, and Sang-jiun quietly looked at him. "It seems we can't avoid this battle after all." He slams his sword into the ground, slowly saying, "I have my own reasons for not backing down." The system then announces that Divinity Combat Will has allowed challenger Hans Jiun to be strengthened according to his will. He gradually repeats the highest skills, and Divine Battle Intent has amplified all attributes by 200 times. With a stern look, Sound gazed up and said, "You claim nothing in this universe can satisfy your desires?" The gauntlet he wore shimmered, stirring up the dust around him. "Then I promise you this. Transcendental divinity has been activated, increasing the growth rate of all attributes by 712 times, proportional to the difference in power between you and your opponent. Sangjun frowned, unleashing a powerful battle aura. The day will come when I give you the answer you seek. The stellar expansion skill has been activated, causing all starlight to erupt simultaneously, increasing amplification efficiency by 4 times. His eyes darkened with coldness, and in order to repay all the kindness you've shown me, his body radiated a battle intent that could be felt for miles. Long Chen excitedly widened his eyes and muttered, "I must be dreaming." The wind's blessing is activated, and Sionen's fist connects with his opponent's eye, his speed boosted by 170%. In this universe, is there someone else besides me who can manipulate holy light? Lightning erupts, scattering everything, and they can freely transform it too? Sanun silently observes, taking a soft breath. You? The dragon god blocks the blow, raising his other hand to retaliate. Just who are you? Sanun responds with a smile. That's a secret. In the next moment, the attack was precisely avoided. The system swiftly activates, unleashing the unique skill of deflection, preparing a perfect counterattack. But only on the final attack did Sangyun turn and strike back, a manic grin spreading across his face as he excitedly roared, unable to contain his glee. Sangyun was stunned as the other man smoothly spoke. "This isn't a dream, is it?" His eyes glanced down, finally finding a gaze filled with endless desire. The successor, the dragon god, the primordial dragon. The primordial dragon. The crowd below screamed and begged. "Grant me your blessing, dragon god. Give me the power to destroy the demon god and his minions. A warrior. I yearn to be a warrior." The dragon god silently looks down at the crowd, expressionless. "The entire dragon race will kneel and revere you, Lord of the Universe." He unconsciously muttered a weary sentence. "I feel trapped." A lonely body sinks into the darkness of annihilation. What am I after all? Why doesn't anyone ask my name? Is dragon god all I am? Is this all I am? His eyes, bored to the extreme, stare blankly. "I want it. What am I?" The dragon god clenched his fist in helplessness. "I want it. I want it. I want it." His teeth grind together, his eyes grow wild, and droplets fall from the stalactites. "Not this grand title, dragon god." The dragon god moans in solitude. "I want a name of my own." His body sank into the void, utterly lost. "I no longer wish to be the dragon god." Suddenly, golden light flickered beneath his feet. "I want to cast aside the fate and burden of responsibility that come with the title of dragon god. I yearn for a true life of my own." The doctor sat up, gazing at his reflection in the water. "That planet is where I once visited to create a disciple." The figures of 2 people flashed clearly. "He passed on his divinity to my successor? Could I do the same?" Long Chen's eyes shone with newfound truth. The dragon. God's eyes began to gleam with a dream, and his body stirred as if life had returned. It's not impossible. She could find her own successor. They will call each other by name, becoming friends. Long Chen rises in his dragon form, seeking an heir, like parent and child. Friends. He gazed at the person before him, groaning, "I'll have you, or anything else, something to ease her loneliness." His eyes and hands were ready, all directed towards Seonin. "Even if I have to give up everything in this war of gods, I will have you and only you, that bond." A system notification chimes, indicating the dragon god is developing an intense possessiveness towards you. Sangjun overhears and can't help but lament that this might be worse than he thought. The dragon god lunges forward with a smile. "Don't be afraid." He unleashes a flurry of attacks, his hands already gripping Sangjun's face. "As I said before, I will let you live." Long Chen's eyes burned with possessiveness, vowing to never let you die, his gaze filled with intense longing. Sangjun smiled, relieved. "Then I have a promise for you as well. Since you came here with only an avatar and not your true self, it doesn't matter if this body dies. Right?" Sia rushes forward with a faint smile. "Don't worry, Long Chen will be right behind me," as he charges. The 2 exchange blows with excited smiles. This avatar will end without feeling any pain. The 2 swing their swords back and forth relentlessly. Long Chen is punched in the face, his eyes squeezed shut as he clenches his other fist, ready to strike Sionin's chin with exhilaration. Long Chen, eyes half closed, taunts, "You think you can go toe-to-toe with me?" A split second later, he closes in with incredible speed. Not bad, Long Chen thinks as he makes his move. But what about this move? Holy light is activated as Sionin finds his footing, his hand shimmering as the system chimes, activating his unique holy light ability, creating a divine glimmer called God's Judgment. The 2 forces collide, the light from the cataclysmic explosion unable to do anything. Longshen grits his teeth and exerts his strength, while Sun sweats, anxiously watching the blow. The explosion erupts, sending Sangjiun flying into the void as the dragon god surges forward, reaching out to pull him back. "Come here, my successor. Let's go together." Sangun frowned and reached out his hand. The system quickly understands and activates, initiating a transcendent myth to synchronize your soul level with the target. A small jade flies toward the dragon god in surprise. "Your entire level will be balanced with the target in 4 minutes." Longchen laughs, excited. "You've made our divinity and souls equal? A mere mortal?" Sharp claws slashed past Cyan's face. "Are you truly meant to be my successor?" The blow grazed Cyan's back, and he leaped away. The dragon god watched, muttering, "I won't hand you over to anyone else." Sangyun was stunned to see the dragon god losing control more and more. "If you won't come willingly, you leave me no choice." His eyes widened, pupils fixed in one direction. "I will take you, even if I have to crush every one of your limbs, no matter what." Debris flew everywhere, and the system issued constant reminders that the Dragon Eye divinity had been activated. He watches the controlled earth and stone hurtling towards him, expending his divinity to interfere with all objects, phenomena, and rules within range. In the next instant, Sangjun leaps high, closing in on the dragon god. Suddenly, he realizes Sangjun is dodging incoming roots as colossal pillars of earth erupt from the ground. The divine trait, Thunderous Rain, has been activated, and the dragon god excitedly watches everything unfold. "I've won." Shion uses the earth and stone as leverage to launch himself downward. Unmoved, he clenches his fist, his gaze fixed as the system's mechanics whir to life. Divine Blessing is activated, consuming divinity to nullify an external divine power once. He counters, watching as the speed and power remain undiminished. The Wind's Grace ability has been activated, increasing his speed by 180%. Cyan LM's hand appears, and the dragon god sighs as Sangjun's hand reaches his chest. Sangjun gravely warns his opponent that it's over. The divinity of death has been activated, controlling the demise of all those it touches, as the dragon god watches with an excited smile. The parasitic divinity has been activated, absorbing and controlling life force. Sangjun withdraws his hand as energy surges from all directions towards him. The unique power of the god who seeks pure death has been activated. All who come into contact with the divinity of death will have their life force. The decay of demons and divine power leads to death. Sanyun reached out his hand and quietly questioned. "I know you're strong, dragon god, but you can't stop this." Sangjun doesn't bother to explain. "You cannot escape destruction if the divinity of death is sown, for your divine and demonic souls have withered." The dragon god lowered his head, squinting. "This is nothing like what you promised me." Longshen's eyes widened in resentment. "You promised me a peaceful end. This is too painful." Sejun approaches and kneels at his feet. "It was her indeed. My opponent was too strong, leaving me no choice." He reached out, absorbing the energy, implying it wasn't intentional. "I wanted to grant you a swift death, but it won't be that easy." He's a little annoyed. How rude. Long Chen glances over, displeased. "I know you're an ancient god, but you're too arrogant." Sanun smiles, listening to everything. "If I had intervened directly, you wouldn't have lasted a second." The moon casts a faint glow, but even as an avatar, this is my first defeat. Long Chen smiled radiantly, appearing to enjoy himself. I don't know why, but losing to you isn't so bad. It actually feels like a release. Divinity controlling everything. He reaches out his hand, smiling. "It would be a waste to let someone like you rot here." With eyes full of acceptance, he asks, "Will you come with me?" Senian smiles, gently taking his hand. "No, there's something I must do here." "I can't go with you." Longshen's eyes widened in shock as he closed his own, uttering his final words. "Very well. I don't know what you seek from this battle, but once I recover, I will find you. I hope you'll still be safe by then." Chunu approached Han Sangyun, asking if he sensed anything strange about the battle. Sangyun quickly glances over and replies, "No, I definitely felt it." Sangyun looks down at the ground. The god of time must have realized this world is fake, that what belonged to this universe has disappeared, and what didn't exist has appeared. Reversing fate, darkness descends, and Sangyun summons a dragon crest. This is the first thing I must do. The car's spirit was absorbed, and the dragon god's divinity was preserved as a powerful ability. Sangyun's eyes widened at what lay before him. The condition had been met. He watches memories unfold like film before him, as the dragon god's power seeks to merge with his ego and memories. A brilliant light shines down, and the scene shifts to the ruins of a relic. "How long has it been?" The dragon god wearily gazes into the distance, her draconic eyes filled with an indescribable fatigue. The professor muttered, "The answer was predetermined." A lonely figure against a washed-out backdrop, the dragon god wandered in search of someone to inherit the power of the primordial dragon. The dragon god raised a weary hand, tears streaming down her face. She never truly desired this power, only a successor to relinquish it to. Flowing down with a sense of aimless resignation, she says, "That's enough, it's okay. I don't need you to inherit it." Each weary drop falls. For though she has wandered the universe, Longchen sobs, exhausted, clinging to everything, yet nothing can inherit her power. She mutters in anguish, "From the origin of time, I have always been alone." Sangyeon watched with pity. Yes, she accepted reality. But the dragon god smiled dreamily, comforting herself. "I can dream, can't I?" Sun silently observes everything as the dragon god quietly speaks to herself in the stillness. "Dreaming of the day I relinquish all this power and am called by my own name." Clutching onto a dream that would never come true, she decided to wait for someone to call her name. After all this time, you must be exhausted. How lonely, how tired she must be, with no one to talk to. Seyoon, sitting by the chair, replied, "No one here listens. There's no one here to listen. You don't move. You silently turn away, so you must have suffered alone." Sangjin looked up and said, his eyes crinkling in a slight smile, "But you won't be alone anymore. I'll help you fulfill your dream." His hair dances in the wind, the dragon god's divinity unable to be fully accepted until his class is upgraded, as Chungu silently watches him. Sangjin looks up and whispers, "I will become your successor. You have unlocked the dragon god's successor achievement. The creator." God's voice echoes in his ear, a worried reminder. "Testing, can you hear me? It's too dangerous for you here. Return to the order camp." Sangjin turned in surprise as the creator god quickly relayed everything. "What's going on? The god of darkness, the demon god, and the dragon god have joined forces." What followed stunned Sionin, as the god of time had joined them, and the neutral ancient gods had united to cause chaos. The god of creation anxiously urged him, saying that if he didn't return soon, everything might end before he achieved what was promised. The god of creation reminded him face to face, "I will wait until you return." And then the telepathic communication ended. The fire vanishes before him, and Sionin stares resolutely ahead. The time god was right. The god of evidence looks at him calmly. "A warrior like you could defeat the dragon god's avatar in the ruined Eastern Front." The god of proof, breathing heavily, gazed at the figure before him, a supreme god possessing the future-predicting divinity of the god of time. Such a deity was rare. The god of time stood silently. "I, too, can see the future. It is an honor to meet a fellow practitioner." He points at her, terrifying her, and says, "Hey, are you about to die?" The god of time touched the god of evidence's forehead, asking, "Can you use your power to show me the future?" The god of evidence recounted, puzzled. "So I used the divine concept to manifest the future, and I was able to survive." She hesitated, but something strange happened, and the eyes of the god of proof turned dark and chaotic. "For some reason, I couldn't see any future, as if staring into darkness, and the god of time laughed maniacally. When I told the time god what I'd seen, he laughed like a madman, spouting nonsense. Just as I thought, time and space have been distorted, making this war utterly meaningless." The god of evidence was perplexed by the god of time's words. The war of the gods ended long ago? Or did it? Suddenly, a surge of dark magic erupts, a false drama staged for someone, where the victor and the vanquished are already decided. The seed of transcendence will devour all, countless distorted beings will emerge around them, forged in chaos to become vessels for a transcendent being. Sangjeon, upon hearing this, asked the god of evidence, "Have you told the ancient gods of the Order faction about this?" The god of evidence frowned. "Of course not. I have no intention of telling those fools." He jumped to the ground. "Thanks for answering my questions. I should probably go see the god of Genesis now." Seeing this, the god of evidence understood his intentions. "Understood. I have things to do here as well." Sion slowly stepped inside. And so he entered the Genesis-based model garden of the divine realm. The unowned divinity and soul flow into the caster, who stares ahead intently. "I thought you'd be late because of the battle with the dragon god." The god of creation smiles inscrutably, noting that you arrived sooner than expected, a wry amusement in his eyes. The god of magic grimaces as he enters, realizing this ancient god is the one who barged in, defying the divine tribulation. The god of miracles looks at you in praise as the creator god turns away, raising a hand to cast a spell. "I'd love to stay and chat, but there's simply no time," she says with a sinister smile. "You do realize that the divinity and souls being absorbed right now can be completely reused, right?" she explained, stunning him. "The so-called order versus chaos is just an excuse. This war was started to harvest divinity and souls for the tower. The creator's words stunned Sion, but even that was coming to an end. With an eerie smile, she reached out to him. Until we complete our impossible dream, there's only one step left. He struggles to comprehend the creator's words. What am I even hearing? Transcendence and death. As she moved closer, she explained that the culmination of countless divinities and souls was contained within the tower. The creator god lifted Sung-Yoon's chin, her voice bewitching. I will grant you the reward you desire immediately, but in return, I have a favor to ask. The creation god grins, pulling Sang-Hyun closer. Annihilate the god of time. She cradles his face, a sinister smile playing on her lips. I will grant you the power to shatter even the immortality of the ancient gods. What do you think? How does it feel? Her pupils widened madly, and in return she said, help me create the paradise everyone desires, and you will become a god-slayer, the one who destroyed the very concept of immortality of the ancient gods. His eyes blankly stared at the pillar of light. The battle was just a staged play to gather divinity and souls? Is this the true nature of it all? Sound scoffed. A transcendent being. The creation god expects you to speak. In other words, you violently push her hand away. The creation god is taken aback by Sang-Hyun's actions. Do you want me to act exactly as you wish? Sang-Hyun is angered by her actions as a transcendent puppet, isn't he? The transcendent god and the stunned god were taken aback by the deceit. The miracle god frowned. It seems the saint has misunderstood something. Please withdraw your divine power. An immense aura sends shivers down her spine. A misunderstanding? Sang-Hyun's magic permeates everything. You've been secretly trying to erode my ego and mind with divinity and soul. You offered me poison, disguised as power. The transcendent god and the end stared daggers at the three ancient gods, their killing intent palpable. Seeing that he's discovered their plot, the creator god reveals his true nature. So you were planning to make me your slave? Fine, I won't deny it, but don't you find it strange? She began to voice her suspicions. Until you appeared, no one knew of the transcendent god and the chaos. And so, I began to think. The creator god stared at him, sensing an immense killing intent. Could the source of all the anomalies in this war be standing right before me? She loses control and shouts, "Answer me, transcendent god and death. Answer me." Sang-Hyun suddenly spoke, surprising the creation god. I'm going to make a proposal. What? He reached out his hand. I'll push the god of time to the brink, but I want double the victory reward you promised. He approached the god of Genesis. And I want it now, Sang-Hyun threatened. If you dare refuse my offer. He stared into the creation god's eyes, overwhelming her. I'll expose your entire scheme and side with whomever I please, so fend for yourselves. He stepped outside to find the god of evidence waiting. You've arrived. The god of evidence spoke, surprising him. I'm waiting for you, she said. Waiting for him? She turns and teases him with a smile. Who knows what happened, right? Those foolish dreamers probably tried to hurt you. If that happens even in my weakened state, I'll help you escape. Her relieved smile piqued his curiosity. It was never necessary, I always wondered. He began. I don't understand. He stood tall and asked the divine proof, why are you so kind to me? Even though I'm just a mortal, why would you go so far for me? He looked at her intently. You were even willing to sacrifice your life to help me. There's no reason for a god to go that far for me. She smiled knowingly. Even I'm not entirely sure. The god of evidence laughed, looking up at the sky, and said nonchalantly, from the first moment I saw you, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. It's like you know me, but I know nothing about you, isn't it? His confusion only fuels her curiosity. What nonsense are you spouting, don't you know? You should know better than anyone, she said, looking at him. So, I'm asking you now. The god of proof frowned. What exactly is our relationship? The two gods lock eyes, a tense standoff as the god of evidence dares to stare back, filled with fierce doubt. You have achieved the desperate achievement. In a cave, the god of darkness's voice echoes, noting how much the boy who couldn't even read his own future has grown. The dark god sits powerfully as the time god looks on. The dark god smirks at the arrogant boy. She commands him to step aside, warning that if he continues to provoke her, she won't show any mercy. The god of time eyes the god of darkness warily. I didn't come here unprepared. I've prepared a countermeasure just for this moment. A footstep echoes. Enough, god of darkness. The god of light is dignified. No matter how pitiful the god of time is, I hope you'll show mercy. The god of light expresses his desire to avoid further violent conflict. The god of darkness calmly replies, you promised me, the demon gods and the dragon god, that if we lent you our power, the war between the gods would end. But you broke that promise. The god of darkness emanates a terrifying pressure, and now you dare beg for mercy? Does the god of time deny it? The war between the gods ended long ago. Those words left the dark god speechless. This world is just an illusion, created by the seed of transcendence. The god of time continued sternly. Or perhaps you, the demon god and the dragon god, even myself, are nothing more than fabrications. The god of darkness silently watched the god of light unleash all his magic, realizing it was all a play to seize transcendence through the seed of sublimation. God of time, I won't beat around the bush. I have a proposal. Magic surrounds his finger. Together, let us ascend to the real world above. Whether reality exists or not, we're going. The image of Sangyun appears amidst the shattered fragments. Once the seed completes its mission of ascension, it will erase this world and all of us. Countless arms of the ancient gods reach for him. But if we take over the body where the seed resides, reaching the real world might no longer be impossible. If the three ancient gods plus me, the god of light and the god of time, all worked together, would we ascend to the real world together? The god of evidence bows slightly, reminding him, let me put it another way. She stares, seeking answers. Why would an ancient god treat someone as insignificant as me with such respect? The god of evidence looked at Sangyun with a puzzled expression. Why do I sense the lingering aura of a relic I created on him? Sangyun paused, sensing the lingering aura of a sacred artifact. The mirror flashed in Sun's mind. Are you talking about the black purifying mirror? You keep mentioning a sacred artifact. The aura of the sacred object leaking from you can't be a coincidence. This causes Sion to smile and bow his head. I can't hide it any longer, he quickly tells the person before him. He suggests, as casually as he can, that they move somewhere else. The two stood before a precarious cliff face, as Sanjian quietly began to explain. Even though I'm just a mortal, the gods have favored me and granted me various forms of assistance. In short, you are my benefactor, Sangjian said, holding out the mirror. And you say I carry the aura of a sacred object. He smiles down, pleased. That holy relic, too. You gave it to me to prepare for what was to come. The evidence. God realized with a start and lowered her gaze. I see. So I favored you even when you were still a mortal, which is why you showed me such respect. The god of proof removes her scarf, realizing this world isn't real, and neither is she. She's just a fabrication. I've been suspicious since what the god of time said, but why don't I want to face the truth? The god of proof steps toward the door, but I can no longer escape the evidence as before. Sanjin anxiously calls out to the god of evidence, but she stops him. The god of evidence, his face strained and sweaty, has participated in the process of proving the events, so it's difficult to consider him fake. That's why I pretended not to notice, so suspicion wouldn't show on my face as the door before me drew in energy from all directions. Thanks to you, I have the courage to face the truth. The divine investigator smiled, making a final offer. So can I borrow your shoulder? I want to see what you've proven, what lies behind that door. Cyanon's eyes widen at her words, and the truths he's uncovered so far. As the two walk through the endless galaxy, the god of evidence understands everything. So, you began fighting with the sole goal of becoming stronger. Every sparkling memory is vividly relived. You faced harsh truths, lost someone important, and even changed fate itself. That is truly incredible proof. The two continue on towards the forest's end, perhaps thanks to you. I finally know what I must do. I've made my decision. The god of evidence reaches out, declaring that even in this dream, she will do what must be done. She smiles contentedly at her reflection in the mirror, bestowing power upon those who have proven themselves. This is the path I've chosen. The god of proof's eyes widened as she stared into the mirror. Just as I did what was necessary for you in the real world, I must do so in this false one. She held out the mirror to Sion, a sacred artifact forged by stripping away divinity and soul. I was shaped to fit your proof, take it. Sangjian looks confused. Divinity and soul? The system quickly updates information on unyielding faith. A mirror of the certifier forged from unyielding faith and the divinity of an ancient god. Its unique effect steals a conceptual divinity from an opponent and uses it for 10 minutes, but can only be activated if the user and opponent's divinity and soul are of the same class. Sangyun roared in anger. You gave me a divine object at the cost of your own divinity and soul? Are you insane? Sangyun roared furiously. You could die because of this. The divine guesser nonchalantly replied. The next word struck Xian like an icy blow, leaving him stunned. I refuse to live as a god by relying on disgraceful acts. The god of evidence smiled and bowed his head. There's no time. The time god will find you soon. Space returns to its original reality. Don't be afraid. Sang-gyun was stunned as a figure appeared behind him. You have earned the right to dream of becoming a transcendent. The figure's dark purple eyes bore into him as the god of evidence struck at Sang-gyun's weakened leg. Transcendental, with both qualification and will. Move forward, she said, exhausted. Show them. Her eyes conveyed the next entrustment to him. Show them how you've grown strong for your precious comrades. Show them what you've proven. She laughs, a laugh of pure liberation. Isn't that the meaning of transcendence? Sang-gyun trembles as he looks at the person before him. Who are you? He slowly reveals his heart, reassuring her. You're not just a fake, even if it's all a dream. He smiles, offering constant reassurance. The lifestyle and price witnessed by the gods have been revealed, and your choices and decisions are your true beliefs. The god of evidence opens his eyes in astonishment. She closed her eyes and gently faded away. What a lucky day. Thanks to you, I can end my life not as a fake, but as something real. Her body faded away with those final words. You also gave me the power and will to move forward. Thank you. The god of time quietly greeted him. Is the conversation over? You've made me wait an eternity. The seed of harmony. He offers a knowing look. You knew I was coming to capture you, didn't you? Sunun turns, enraged. Oh, really? But I have no intention of being caught by the likes of you. The time. God is surprised, but what does it mean? In a flash, Sunun flies in and swings his sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The blade slams into the cliff face as the time god watches with a smile. Sang-gyun swings left, casting magic to defend, activating his first divine defense, granting absolute protection against the initial attack. The god of time looked down mockingly. Seed of transcendence. Did you really think such a pathetic attack would bring me down? How foolish. Sang-gyun remained silent, quietly activating his system divinity. The divine death and the evil glutton have been activated. A violet light dominates like a monster pouncing, dominating everything in its path while devouring divinity. Sang-gyun glared up, thinking this was the end, as a pillar of light shot down to earth. Before such a sight, the god of time was beyond excited. Is that so? My fate is to lose, but I've prepared a contingency plan for this situation. A stream of purple energy gathers to a point, so you cannot win. A looming shadow stood tall as a voice echoed from behind. Nimble feet appeared and disappeared, belonging to someone unseen. A child with unprecedented power and talent. The god of darkness watches with excitement, a smile on his face. So this really is a false world, not reality. The god of darkness looks at you with a bitter smile, his hands against the wall as he says slowly, I want to live. The god of light glared, his voice strained. No matter what, I refuse to die. He looked at you with animosity. The earthworm was stunned and a little worried as the dark god stepped forward and gently reminded him, You've fallen into the swamp of death. She looked at him, a bit puzzled, and asked, How strange, kid. The two before him looked excited. Even though you fear us, you still won't run? She reached out her hand, cheerfully awaiting his answer. Sun glares at the two figures as the voice of the evidence god echoes in his mind. Oh, transcendent one, with purpose and will, advance. The dark god's eyes are always watching. Let me show you. Show them. The two-eyed Saiwoon like prey. Show them what you're made of. Sanyun raises his hand, quickly taking a stance to prove himself before them. Sujiyun raised his sword, frowning deeply. I can't back down. The Transcendent God and the Grim Reaper take their battle stances as the Dark God claps with excitement. Excellent. You don't back down against the Reaper. I don't remember the last time I saw such an extraordinary child. She raised her hand to her mask, smiling. Not only do you have the talent to become an ancient god, but you're so pure, it's tragic. The Dark God circled behind him, placing her hand on his bicep, and said with a smile, If all of this were real, I would have quietly watched your story with anticipation, but that's impossible. She felt a tinge of regret. If it was all just a dream that would vanish upon waking, then there was no reason to hesitate any longer. With a smile, she initiates the magic, her only choice to ensure you live with her from now on. The dark divinity arises, yearning to possess you. The dark god activates her magic, instantly shrouding herself in black energy, unleashing her divine darkness to engulf her target. Sangnayan bursts free as the dark god smiles with satisfaction. Don't worry, kid. When you open your eyes again, a whole new world will be waiting for you. She cheerfully reassured him, just relax and rest. Sang-gyun dismissed his weary thoughts. It was difficult to fight three ancient gods at once. Suddenly, a glowing finger appeared before him, in another room, and the god of light reached out, reminding him, It'll sting a little, but you'll be fine. He spoke with some displeasure. as a mere prick wouldn't affect gods like them. With a gleeful smile, the god of light begins the process. Rest now, between the darkness and the light. The power of light is unleashed, creating a holy light that obliterates divinity and soul. Cyan's eyes widen as he watches it ignite. This is the end, the dragon god roared. Is there no end to you gods? The dragon god roared as he charged forward. Don't bother my successor. Step aside. The god of light stared blankly at him as the dragon god's eyes widened in fury. I'm about to destroy you. A massive wave crashes down, instantly causing an explosion. The god of light retreated to defend himself. Such a simple shockwave was enough to extinguish both darkness and light. He looked down on the dragon god with disdain. Senoon looked up in a daze as the dragon god turned and embraced him. The dragon god questioned him, annoyed. I told you I'd come as soon as my power returned. The dragon god blushed as he looked up, and the dragon god's successor smiled at you. Sangoon vaguely remembers everything. She said she would come find him. I'll come get you as soon as I regain my strength. Sun silently accepts and sighs. I am truly grateful for your help. The dragon god, emboldened, gestures, saying, If you're so grateful, will you become my successor? Saryun, a little flustered, pointed behind him. Yeah, sure. But three gods silently observed from the sidelines as the god of darkness approached with a displeased frown. What is the dragon god doing to interfere so rudely? Where did he come from? The god of darkness spoke up, displeased, adding that it wasn't right for the dragon god to keep the boy under his wing. To you, the boy is nothing more than a successor, Dark God says, preparing an attack, but I can awaken his full potential. The Dark God gritted her teeth, annoyed, and said to step aside, utterly disgusted by the dragon god. The dragon god smiled, amused, and stroked Cyan's cheek in dissatisfaction. I have no intention of handing my successor over to you. Why don't you back down instead? Dark God grits his teeth, veins popping. I almost pity you. Dragon God, you don't even realize I've been going easy on you. Why don't you try forcing me aside and see what happens? The two stared at each other for a moment before instantly vanishing. With a smile, the dragon god sped away. This is a short farewell. He looked down with a hint of regret. I'll be back for you after I speak with the god of darkness, so just stay put. Sun looked up, posturing, a silent promise between them. Very well, I shall face the gods of time and light. The god of time grimaced, observing, a most unfortunate turn of events. A nuisance has disrupted our plans. He signaled to the person before him, God of light, my plan must be accelerated. Hold on to the ascension seed so he can't escape. Sangjun glared at the two, annoyed. I'll see you again. The seed of ascension. In a flash, he vanishes without a trace, and the god of time bids you farewell. Sanyun silently gazed at the young man before him. Now it's just you and me. He quickly offered a deal to end things swiftly. If you don't fight and surrender, we can discuss what to do with you. But that's not going to happen, is it? He smiles and reaches out his hand. Then I have no reason to keep you alive any longer. With his divinity activated, he unleashes holy light to destroy divinity and souls. The god of light delivers a direct, devastating blow. Sleep now, at the speed of light. Sleep soundly, before the speed of light. A weary voice echoes. Is that all? Is that the speed of light? The god of light's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The reflected light rushed toward him? The god of light was thrown back, raising his hand to block the blow. Sangyun glances back, explaining, this is the true form of light speed. The light god lies on the ground, dazed, muttering, impossible. I couldn't even see you move. How could you be faster than me? The light god system quickly displays a red gem, SSS rank Fighting Spirit, plus the Fighting Spirit effect has been activated. Divine Fighting Spirit. Divine Fighting Spirit has been stacked, increasing your abilities tenfold. Sanjun laughs triumphantly, turning his head. At this physical level, I can move faster than you. As he finishes speaking, the gem in his hand shatters into pieces. The SSS rank Fighting Spirit Plus has dissipated. Good thing I prepared this beforehand. The light god, losing faith, lies on the ground, trembling helplessly. Unbelievable. Sangan steps up to him, showing contempt. You're still alive? You seem weaker than when I met you in the Great Tree Maze. The tree on Cyan's hip swayed slightly in response. From what I can see, it looks like you just overwhelmed him with physical strength. Sanionen's body radiates a powerful battle intent, so let's witness this to the end. Divinity devouring evil and parasitism has been activated. The god of light lay silently on the ground, helplessly watching himself be swallowed whole, groaning at a pain he hadn't felt in ages as someone approached with excitement. Oh, I was just here to observe in case I was needed, but it turns out I'm witnessing quite the spectacle. Cyan's eyes widened in surprise, and the battle aura emanating from her shattered everything around her. Transcendence and death, high-level concepts, and destructive divinity have been activated. The system quickly disseminates the situation, but a torrent of devastating energy sweeps through the entire target area. Cyan's eyes widened in shock as the god, wielding this divine power, locked eyes with her, a look of excitement on their face. Conscious entities facing annihilation are destroyed. I can't believe you're enjoying yourself with someone else, instead of me. The demon god unleashes a devastating attack, saying, I'm sad now. The demon god smiles, a playful rivalry in her eyes, as she throws a punch and cheerfully explains her presence. I owe the god of light a favor, so I can't let you destroy him like this. The doctor proposed eagerly, how about fighting me instead? The demon god strikes Sangyun's wrist, and he grimaces at the severed wound. Then his arm... Sangyun grits his teeth, realizing the problem. His body is dissolving. The system slowly explains the situation. Under the power of annihilation, any will that touches the source of destruction is erased. The system quickly helps the host regenerate with the most accurate DJ direction. A divine blessing is activated, consuming divine power to grant its boon, a one-time nullification of external divinity. However, the recipient of this blessing cannot be blessed again for 12 hours. The demon god excitedly peered through the long sand, rambling, a divine power that can resist another? I'm glad I came down here just in case. Talk about a stroke of luck. She thrusts a finger upwards and Sangyun stares in disbelief. The demon god lunges, striking him under the chin, instantly triggering the unique countershock skill. Sangyun dodges, spinning to kick her in the neck, unleashing an absolute counterattack, but it only applies to the first strike. He eyed the mark from his kick, wondering if it was over. The demon god laughed, now it's my turn, and struck his wrist with full force. Sangyun grits his teeth, enduring the shock. He feels utterly helpless. Even with a 10,000% increase in all physical stats, he's still being pushed back. Sangyun clutches the demon god's neck, knowing he can't win this. He faces her, ready for anything, hoping he can talk his way out of this. His sharp eyes narrowed. Demon god, I don't understand why someone like you would want to fight someone like me. He quickly offered, but could you slow down a little? A smile creeps across her face. Why would I do that? The demon god unleashes his power, taking her on while declaring that fighting her is more interesting than facing the dark god or dragon god. To find such a worthy opponent in this trivial divine war, and you want me to hold back? The demon god stares, stunned. Don't worry. I know this world is fake. Sooner or later, even this illusion will crumble. A strange face appears, growling a reminder, before that happens, shouldn't I enjoy this sweetness while I still can? The system notifications blare incessantly. Danger. You have encountered an opponent beyond your ability to cope. The unyielding will skill is activated, and the Winter Monarch's power is automatically activated. Old memories surface hazily. Suddenly, I recall the warning Jiam Chanyu gave me not long ago. Chungu coldly looks down, wondering if they won't realize this world is fake. Sangyun turns to where she's sitting. Huh. She continues to explain that the ancient gods of the real world were once comrades. Chungu looks down, seemingly puzzled, and asks, but when these false world gods face the truth, I wonder if they'll still be friendly to you? That's what I mean. You vaguely realized it before. That's right. Then the god realized that he himself was also fake. The image of the divine being clung on before disappearing, sacrificing even her conceptual divinity to help him, Sangyun thought, reminded by her presence in the tree. I want to believe, Soon muttered, looking up, but as the jailer said, the opposite could also happen. He followed Chunu's gaze, his eyes filled with certainty. If that happens, I'll try to resolve it with words. He had hoped that the opposite scenario would never come to pass. The demon lunged, claws slashing at the empty air. But did you really think the god of time was the only one who noticed? San dodges the blow, always slipping through the air. How unimaginative. Anyone would realize that eventually. Sangyun stood firm. The god of time had said that space-time was distorted by an impurity appearing somewhere. Sangyun rushed at her madly. The demon god dodged the blow by bowing her head. That's because this world was created by someone. A false world. Sangyun is struck by a powerful blow. The demon god slowly explained, the impurity must be you, one who came from the real world. His body receives the system's final protection, activating the ultimate resistance skill, nullifying fatal damage. The demon god's eyes widen as she stares at him. After relentlessly attacking Sangyun, whose body silently endured, the power of victory is activated, erasing a path to defeat. It doesn't matter if he only dodges. The demon god is thrilled to see him. What matters is that now, powerful beings from the real world stand before me. A withered flower in life. Everything is beautiful because it's finite. The demon god was bored and listless. Once, battling the strong was enough. But why did her eyes darken and lose their will? After countless battles across endless time, the feeling of satisfaction faded, and everything became a boring game. The demon god approached, her eyes dark and unfocused, for true life or death battles were impossible against the ancient gods. The face of eternity had robbed the demon gods of their will, for they were immortal. The demon god quickly approached, for even if they fought, destruction was impossible, as long as their divinity and concept remained. Sangyun frowned, staring intently at his opponent. But within your power, I see the potential to break the immortality of an ancient god. The demon god appeared before him, laughing with glee, declaring that this battle to the death was worth savoring. Sangyun burned with fighting spirit. The two continued to fight, the demon god laughing as he emphasized that a true duel only ends when one dies. The demon god laughed maniacally, completely out of control, as Sangyun gritted his teeth at a complete loss. Damn it. His sharp gaze blended into the dust. The effects of the QSS clock activated from the start left no choice but to fight. The demon god looked at him in surprise as, with everything on the line, he quickly took a stance and charged. Attack nullification is activated, leaving only one real option. In the blink of an eye, he recovers, his will restored along with his new sword, ready to eliminate the demon god as both sides prepare to clash. Sangyun's eyes widened. How fast? A system notification rings out. Heroic reversal is activated, and the demon god is stunned by the speed. Sangyun moved like the wind. All stats increased by 2,000. His feet firmly planted, Sangyun focused his power, his sword emitting a light, his eyes sharp as he muttered, "Light speed." A beam of light shone down, striking the earth in a golden pillar. As the light fades, Sangyun glares, his face dark. Sangyun is stunned to see the demon god standing still, having anticipated the attack. The two stand frozen, a moment suspended in time, as the demon god marvels and Sionin collapses forward. Impressive. The demon god relishes the sensation, praising him. You alone possess the strength to challenge me with pure power. She unleashes a finishing move, but this is your limit. Divine power is activated, delivering fatal blows to everything in range. Sangyun coughs up blood as the demon god reminds him, it's over. Sangyun collapses to the ground, declaring himself the victor. Sangyun's body is exposed to the wind, and you are the loser. His hair whips about. The loser lies dazed on the ground, already gravely wounded. I knew it. Sangyun feels like a rat struggling before these three. Compared to the ancient gods, he is nothing, still far too weak. Sangyun sits in his chair facing the TV. Oh yes, he won't run from reality. Images of the three appear, showcasing their achievements, eons of accumulated divinity, mana, mythology, and power. The wobbly chair leg emits a strange smoke. Even if I died without landing a single blow, it wouldn't be surprising. Sangyun turns his head back, knowing he could be annihilated without them even using conceptual divinity. Sangyun's eyes glazed over, losing their will. It's no wonder he felt helpless against such overwhelming power. It's no wonder those words kept oppressing him. It's no wonder. It's no wonder. It's no wonder. Chungu's voice echoes with doubt. When the three ancient gods face the truth, will they still be friendly to him? Clutching his head in pain, Sangyun desperately tries to reassure himself. I want to believe the opposite won't happen. The TV goes dark, leaving him to reassure himself, hoping the opposite won't happen. Is it just me trying to ignore my own weakness? Sangyun's eyes widened helplessly as he heard the voice. What are you still hesitating for? The evidence. God turns on the TV. You've earned the right to dream of transcendence. The divine proof stands in the void, reminding him, shouldn't you show them? Show them how you grow stronger for your precious comrades. The words of the divine proof were like a challenge, so he shouldn't be afraid. He rose from his chair. You said you'd prove it. Sangyun approached the TV, slowly reassuring himself that just because something isn't strange doesn't mean he can give up. Sangyun raises his hand to the screen because he is transcendent. And even with death looming, he must force the demon god to use his conceptual divinity, thanks to the mirror of testimony. The unbending frog's belief, a mirror forged from unwavering faith and the divinity of an ancient god. It allows the user to steal a conceptual divinity from their opponent and use it for 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated if the user's divinity and soul are not on par with the target. Footsteps echo as the demon god approaches, lamenting, for the first time, I thought I'd found someone I could truly fight. A real opponent. The demoness raised her hand, but I was wrong. She placed it on his shoulder mockingly. You can't even keep up anymore. The demon god smiles wryly. Perhaps we should postpone our match until I've reached a level I'm satisfied with. It's not a bad idea. She wearily lifts Sion by the neck, but this world is fake, and time is not generous to an imposter like me. She raises her hand, ready to end her opponent once and for all. Farewell, my opponent. Sangyun smiled down, as Cheon Taiyun's hand landed on her shoulder. It's not over yet. Soul level adjustment, your level is being balanced with your opponent. The demon god is perplexed. My soul level. The demon god realizes in shock, you've reached my level in an instant? For the next 14 minutes, all ranks and levels are equalized with the opponent. Caught off guard, she's struck by Sun's charging blow. How could this happen? Sangyun hurled the demon god away, his eyes wide with excitement. Now the game truly begins. As the god of transcendence and death smiles wickedly, his competitive spirit ignited. Sangyun leaps to the ground, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I almost forgot about this part. Sangyun retrieves the book and quickly puts it to use, fully activating the godly authority soul book. Anyone recorded in the soul book for more than 44 minutes will be devoured by the power of the death god. A shadow erupts from the book, piercing the demon god, who raises her hand in terror. What is this? My divinity is collapsing. The demon god looked down, but as she looked up, a light flashed. What else could it be? Sangyun charged forward with overwhelming speed and power. This is your death sentence. Divine power, corruption, and rebirth activated. The demon god shielded herself, smirking. I didn't expect this to happen. The clash triggers a massive explosion, the pressure obliterating everything around them, blood dripping down. Impressive. The demon god's eyes widened, brow furrowed, head tilted back. Breaking my divinity was a clever move. She pierces Sionin, emphasizing that unlike other deities, her conceptual divinity can draw power from the entire universe. I can replenish it through my followers, demonic god power. My divinity takes the form of demonic energy, erasing all limits on power, physique, and destructive ability, forcibly drawn from every being connected to darkness in the universe. Blood energy soars, and the demon god smiles in awe. In short, no matter what you do, my conceptual divinity is inviolable. The demon god is mildly infuriated, and Shion curses, having waited for this moment. So, you finally used it. The demon god's eyes widened as she realized countless eyes were staring at her. Your divine concept. The condition has been met. You used death refusal. The demon god recoiled slightly. The demon god stared into the darkness, bewildered. Don't tell me. Is this the demon god gleefully waiting? The unique trait's detailed effect, Necromancer Summon, allows you to reject death once per year. Really? Even in the realm of the gods, you're reviving? The light flickers beneath his feet, and the demon god smiles in admiration. Such tenacity. The demon god eagerly awaited what would happen next. I pierced your heart, you should be dead. We both know this battle should be over. Light flashed with her reply. That's just your delusion. The demon god stares down in disbelief. Have you forgotten? A duel only ends when one of us dies. The demon god looked at Sunyan with a mocking tone. Soon we'll know which one of us will die. She grinned. You're full of it. Sun calmly retorted as a hand reached out from the rift. I have no intention of persuading you. Sangyun smiled, grabbing her face. From now on, I'll show you. The exclusive faith of unwavering belief can be activated. Sangyun pulls the demon god from the rift into his own world, steals a conceptual divinity from his opponent, and allows its use for 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated if the user's divinity and soul level are not equal to the target's. The demon god confidently grasps the other's face. I'll borrow your divinity. The demon god can only use it once, with a year-long cooldown. The demon god excitedly senses the anomaly. What? What did you just do? Are you taking a piece of my divinity? The demon god felt shocked and pained by your actions. Suddenly turning, Sangyun delivers a devastating blow to the demon's gut, his eyes burning with a destructive intent to end it all. The demon god's power is unleashed as he relentlessly pummels her face, his divinity now imbued with demonic traits transcending all limits of strength, physique, and destruction. Sangyun's legs propel him forward as he forcibly extracts the demonic divinity from all entities in the universe connected to darkness, absorbing it to recover, then delivers a powerful kick to the demon god's face. The demon god is sent flying into the rock face as Sangyun watches on in silence, a hint of amusement in his eyes. So, this is the power of a demon god? He holds the god's orb in his hand, but even more astonishing is how he seized the demon god's power. His divinity expands, transcendence, demise, demon god. Through the demon god's power, the divine title of Challenger Han Sangjun is expanding. It's still unclear exactly how this is happening. The expansion is complete. Sangjun's eyes widen as he reaches out, feeling the power in his hands. Now, he must make the most of the demon god's power while he can. Han Sangjun's divine title expands to the transcendent and cataclysmic demon god as dust billows from Cyanon's powerful blow. The demon god's questioning voice echoed in the silence. Is that a divine artifact? A divine artifact capable of stealing even conceptual divinity. Only a high-ranking god could forge such a thing, by sacrificing themselves. I wonder where you got that. However, you haven't completely stolen the demon god's divinity yet. She quickly ran toward him, calculating her next move. If she could create even a brief opening before the rest was taken, victory would be hers. The two charged straight at Chapella, while Sean, unfazed, thought to himself, "That's right. I haven't completely stolen it yet, which means there's still a gap where the divinity of death can begin to erode it." Meanwhile, as the demon god's divinity continued to flow into him, he smirked. "Ha, reclaim control of the demon god?" Sangjun unleashes a powerful blast of energy at the demon god, who screams in agony as he questions her. "What if I defeat you and seize the chance to completely steal the demon god's divinity?" Sangjun's eyes flashed with mocking excitement. "Wouldn't that make me the victor this time, just like I'm doing now?" Above, a powerful surge of energy engulfs the sky, while below, the god of light awakens, clutching his head in pain. What in the world is going on? While I was unconscious, it seems the demon god fought against the gods of transcendence and death. He then looked towards the light with confusion, wondering why there were two traces of the demon god. The god of light slowly rises, determined. For now, he should let the demon god handle that and focus on what he can do. He flies off in another direction, a glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. "I will assist the god of darkness in the battle against the dragon gods." Seeing a ray of light shoot into the sky, Sound immediately recognizes it as the god of light. His eyes widened with worry. No, he's flying towards the dragon gods and the dark gods. I have to stop this, but the demon god charges once more. "Where are you looking? You said it yourself, didn't you? This wretched battle won't end until one of us is dead." A decisive strike cuts across her leg, and the demon god recoils as blood splatters. Sound gripped his sword, his voice dark. "Unfortunately, I've been too busy, so let's end this quickly." But as soon as the words left his lips, he faltered. The demon god smirks. "Oh, you finally noticed, have you?" Sangjun desperately swung his sword, demanding, "What's going on?" She barely manages to jump back and evade the attack as the demonic god stops and stomps his foot in frustration. "This must be it, right? That ultimate artifact, the one that allowed you to steal my demonic divinity? In her hands is unwavering faith." The demon god chuckled. "Stealing it took quite a bit of effort, but obtaining her in the end is just wonderful." Sangun lowered his head, questioning. "So that was your plan all along? Liaoling dove in and stole it from me, huh?" She held up the artifact in response. "You stole my conceptual divinity. Did you really think I'd just stand here and take it?" A series of fragments broke away from it, and the demon god smiled, reminding her, "Yes, a masterpiece requiring a high-ranking god's self-sacrifice to create, but the artifact's stability is unimpressive." "Oh well. At least the innate ability of an ultimate-grade relic won't disappear after activation, though you should be happy knowing you'll never be able to use this kind of relic again." The system issued a warning as the demon god looked at you and smirked, snapping her fingers as she declared, "Looks like time's up." Seeing Sanyon cough up blood, the demon god surmises, "It seems you used the holy relic's power to resist somewhat, but as soon as it broke, my demonic divinity began to corrode all the divine power in your body. Now you can't use any divinity at all. Even moving a finger is impossible, let alone moving faster than light." Just then, he suddenly spoke mockingly. "So that's your answer?" A powerful sword slashed across her abdomen, and blood splattered onto the demon god's face once more as Sangjun's blade mocked her. "You said I couldn't use divine power or move at the speed of light?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Let's see," the system announced, as the transcendent god of death revealed a chilling rage. "Mythic transcendence. Forced acceleration is now activated, granting Hansangyun godlike, faster-than-light movement. Enraged, he unleashes his power, forcing super light speed, leaving the demon god stunned as the system announces the awakening of the battlesuit's divinity, granting the user near light speed movement, unleashing a flurry of indiscernible sword strikes. She screamed in frustration as she was being slashed. "You shouldn't be able to move. Your body has been corrupted by the demon god's divinity." "What?" Sangyun calmly swings his sword, declaring, "That stuff doesn't affect me." The system announces that from this moment on, Challenger Han Sangyun receives the forced divinity effect. He angrily steps forward, affirming that if he can't do it naturally, he'll force it to happen. The system continues, stating that this allows certain forces to be forcibly activated. However, doing so always comes at a price, the price of defying the natural order. The demon god's divinity is now being forcibly activated, a divinity of demonic essence. The limits on physical enhancement and destructive power vanish, and in that instant, something truly breaks. Now, I have complete control over the demonic godhood, which also means the immortality you gained from the conceptual godhood is gone. Now you will die, devoured by the godhood of death. She lowered her head, muttering wearily, "Well, I certainly didn't expect this ending, a complete defeat." Before the demon god completely collapsed, he offered a word of comfort. "You were just unlucky. If it weren't me, if it were the dark god or the dragon god, perhaps you would have won instead." The demon god smiled wryly. "Unbelievable. Is that the victor's consolation to the defeated?" Before fading away completely, she finally understood. Now that she's been stripped of her demonic divinity, she will die and never return. Suddenly, Sangyun asked, "Are you afraid?" But she denied it. "Not exactly." The demon god recounted, "I've wandered the universe and done everything I've wanted, especially battling the strong. I've tasted enough to be sick of it, and yet none could compare to this battle. I am satisfied, so farewell, my worthy opponent." Meanwhile, Cyan silently admits that he tried to absorb the demon god's core, but it wouldn't merge. So, is it impossible, after all? I could forcefully extract it using transcendental myth-forced acceleration, but my instincts scream against it. An overwhelming sense of danger and fear consume me, so I must stop. The demon god's divinity is slowly eroding the divinity within my soul, and because I've been constantly activating forced acceleration, while repeatedly activating forced divinity, I've had to pay the price. Even maintaining unwavering faith without support is becoming exhausting. I must end this before the demonic divinity takes over. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the dark god's mocking voice echoed, "Dragon god, my poor child, you've become so weak that even the foundation of your conceptual divinity is more fragile than before. Now you're only strong enough to fight me at this level." "Oh, right. Back when I fought the transcendent god and the god of death on the Western Front, your conceptual divinity must have been damaged then, wasn't it?" The dragon god bows his head, explaining, "I've weakened because of my successor, but even so, I absolutely will not lose to you. Dark god, it's not time yet." Suddenly, the god of light appeared from behind, saying, "This feeling is amazing. I didn't expect to land such a hit with my very first attack." The system displays a notification as the god of light smirks. The god of darkness turns to him, questioning, "God of light, why are you here? I don't recall granting you permission to interfere." The system alerts the god of darkness, who frowns at the unexpected intrusion. The god of light approached, saying, "Don't misunderstand. The gods of transcendence and death are currently fighting the demon god. I just thought it best to deal with Jia Longshan as soon as possible. After all, you call the gods of transcendence and death your successors, so he'll become quite troublesome later, won't he? Besides, Longshan's divinity has already weakened, hasn't it? That makes her a valid target, doesn't it?" Long Chen chuckled wryly, hating this so much. Remembering Sun, she insisted she just wanted to look cool in front of her successor. A glint of determination flashed in Long Chen's eyes as she vowed, "My successor. I must protect him at all costs." His light pierces through Long Chen, who realizes in shock that she's gone, leaving only a gaping hole in the wall. It turns out Sangyun saved Long Chen, who doesn't forget to question, "It's because of me. You're in this state because of me, aren't you? Please don't force yourself to fight for me anymore." The dragon god is shocked to realize that Xiun is her successor, and he angrily confirms it. "From now on, I'll take care of everything." Sa-Gyun gently lays down the dragon god. He knelt beside her, declaring, "Dragon god, you can rest easy now. From this moment on, I will be your protector." This made the dragon god blush slightly. "Very well." The successor watched him leave, secretly marveling at how at peace she felt for the first time. Perhaps a little rest wouldn't hurt. The god of light stares at Xian and shouts, "Hey, you little weed! Why do I sense the demon god's aura coming from you? What have you done?" "Where's the demon god?" Sun demands, ignoring him. "Shut your mouth!" In an instant, he struck out at him. The light. God's eyes widened as he screamed in disbelief. "What the hell?" "Wait!" Sangun repeats, speechless at the fact that this kid doesn't realize he defeated a demon god. "It's time for you to die." Activating infinite death, parasitism, and the evil restraint, the god of light incredulously asks, Is my body dissolving? No. Even my divinity is being erased. The demon god of transcendence and death delivered his death sentence, and the god of light instantly evaporated. Sungyun turns and speaks. The shrimp is gone now. So let me ask you, dark god, will you stop helping the time god and consider working with me? I don't know what you promised that ancient god, but you must have your reasons for siding with me. If our goals aren't so different, why not be allies instead of enemies? Silence fills the air as they face each other, until the dark divine speaks. Kid, your efforts are futile. We'll never share the same purpose. If I don't help that fool, my wish will never come true. This world is false, and that's precisely why this is all the more necessary. I long to witness the glory of brilliant light reaching its zenith. For so long I have sought the light that brings brilliance. I once wondered if the god of light could become my radiant light, but that light was far from enough to shake the entire universe. The god of time possessed the talent to grasp the conceptual divinity of time, but his end was utterly disgraceful. No. Across this universe, they're all the same. Just trash, full of ambition and arrogance, never able to become a brilliant light. But finally, one has appeared, an existence that encompasses the entire universe, thanks only to two transcendent divinities, space and death. An existence with an unprecedented soul, possessing true talent and qualifications. If there were ever a light to bring brilliance to this dark universe, it could only be you. That is the innate gift of your soul, a being destined to achieve the death divinity, regardless of any variables. No matter where you were born, if you find a way to awaken the flow of mana, you will become a powerful ancient god. Sangyun was deeply shaken by these words. What? She went on to say that, in short, I have an innate gift to awaken the divinity of death on my own, his eyes widening as he wondered if he had possessed a soul capable of unlocking the divinity of death from the start. Was I born with a soul destined for divinity? Does that mean I was always meant to possess the death attribute? The dark divinity unleashes a surge of power, engulfing Sangyun. Now, little one, let us merge. I'll do whatever it takes, just so I can stay by your side. Ah, transcendent divinity, and the power I gained from climbing the tower, and the divinity of death is the power I had even before climbing. Me? And why? Why can't I ever get stronger? A pool of blood writhes, and Sangyun feels himself being dragged into it. His eyes grew serious as he wondered, this is my inner world? Looking around, Sangyun affirmed it to himself. It's far different from the inner world I saw on the tower's 11th floor. A shimmering vortex, it must represent the divine power I obtained through necromancy. But as he wondered, the darkness devoured the starlight. The dark god approached, explaining, it is the dark divinity. I have passed on the dark divinity fused with my very being to you. Sion, unable to hide his shock, widened his eyes and asked, passed on the dark divinity? So the dark divinity has now dissolved into my inner world, merging into a single true world? She confirms without hesitation. Indeed, for an ancient god, the divine concept is their very being. Their being is their inner world, the realm of their mind. So that darkness devouring the starlight means the conceptual divinity I received from the dark god is clashing with my own divinity, and the two inner worlds are merging into one. Sangyun struggles to his feet, questioning the merging of their inner worlds to reach the true realm. Is he insane? Faced with this questioning, the dark god helplessly explains, Kid, you may think I've lost my mind, but for me, there's no better path. Fighting isn't important, unification is. Then together we'll ascend to the real world, the only way I can continue to watch your brilliant light. Helping the god of time was meaningless. I was only by his side to make it easier to prepare for the perfect moment to engrave the darkness into the divine. That's right, kid. I never intended to help that time god. A truly perfect performance. Sangyun frowned, tense as he questioned, do you realize what you've just done? You're trying to merge into my spirit world and ascend to the real world. You understand how dangerous that is, right? Two entities with the same divine concept cannot coexist. One will be deemed real, the other a fake. But if neither disappears, both conceptual divinities could collapse, and both of us will vanish. Sangyun began to feel worried. If the god of darkness, one of the three ancient gods, disappears, the balance will collapse. Then, opposing gods, even internal factions, will exploit the chaos and act against the gods. That absolutely cannot happen. Even if not for that reason, I can't let the original dark god die. Suddenly, she spoke up at this moment. So, what? The dark god smiled and replied as the system announced, who knows what variables might arise. Rather than stand here, I'd wager my life, so don't waste time. Merge with me and let's transcend this limit together. The dark divine spoke with absolute confidence. For unlike physical battles, the mental realm is where willpower becomes a weapon. My dark divinity, carved into my very being, and the one who has borne the weight of time longer, will possess the stronger mind. Therefore, victory will ultimately be mine. The one who has lived longer, son, is gradually being pulled inside. She whispers reassuringly, "Don't worry, kid. I'll end this, trying to make you suffer as little as possible before such an overwhelming power. Just close your eyes for a moment and it will all be over. Now merge with me and we'll meet again and talk someday." But in the end, Sion denied it, saying it would never happen. The dark god quickly jumped back a few steps within the sealed space. Sangjun trembled, asking who decided that the one with the heavier timeline in the spiritual world would have the stronger mind. He shatters the barrier, declaring that the key to victory in the spirit world isn't some vague notion like willpower, but the divine artifact of concept itself. A massive explosion erupts within the spirit world, yet he lands unscathed, stating simply, "You only have one divine artifact of darkness, while I have two, meaning I can crush you with absolute power." As soon as he says this, Sanyun smashes both of her powers together, and he smiles, realizing the darkness is fading. A surge of energy surrounds Sangjun as the god of darkness grits her teeth, enduring the pressure in shock. Sion continues to explain that the spiritual world is the space of the soul. The divine artifact of concept is the embodiment of its space. He frowned, stating that she couldn't defeat someone who possessed two divine concepts. And with that, the god of darkness was consumed and shattered. Seeing the string that bound her fall to the ground, Sangjun asked, "God of darkness, do you have any last words? I will listen to at least one last wish of yours." Suddenly, she burst out laughing, confusing him. Then, leaning against a rock, the dark god muttered, "Bringing you into my spiritual world was a foolish decision, truly regrettable. I believed ascending to the real world with you was the best option, yet I faced this end before the perfect vessel for sublimation." She reached out to Sion, saying, "Kid, I just want to caress your face one last time." He paused for a moment, seemingly hesitant. However, Sangyun allowed the dark god to reach for him, and she gently placed her hand on his cheek, saying, "Ah, don't mourn my death. I only regret not witnessing the birth of the brilliant light within you." "I understand," Sangyun replied sadly, bowing her head. "I am truly sorry." He knelt beside her, confessing, "Even if you die here, I cannot take you to the real world with me. If I ascend with you, the real dark god in the real world might disappear." The dark god smiled faintly, realizing that this child was also suffering terribly, and if she had to leave, she should leave nobly, like a god. Having made up her mind, she finally spoke, a faint smile gracing the dark god's lips. "I can't say this feeling is bad." Then she reached out to Sion and said, "You said you'd listen to my last wish, right? Take this. It's a fragment of divinity." Before fading away completely, she pleaded for his help. "Give it to me in the real world above." The system displays a notification. "The dark god has entrusted you with a request." Sanjian clutched the crossbow and affirmed, "I will," which brought her a satisfied smile as she closed her eyes. "Thank you, kid." The dark figure closes her eyes in gratitude, then vanishes completely. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a pillar of light shoots into the sky as the god of time mutters, "Just a little more, just a little more." His eyes gleam with hope. "Just a little more, and I can claim the seed of ascension for myself." "You intend to break the sacred barrier formed on the battlefield of the gods, and now Sion appears from behind, questioning me, then expands his own barrier to seize me?" This leaves the god of time in utter shock, wondering, "The seed of transcendence? How could you have gotten here?" Without hesitation, he kicks him away, the god of time's eyes wide with disbelief. After kicking him away, Sangjin calmly greets the transcendent god of death, unleashing overwhelming bloodlust and rage. "Long time no see." The god of time's eyes widened in shock. Then he glanced to the side in confusion, and upon seeing the buildings crumbling, he cried out in his mind. His divine territory, the clock tower. Then the god of time glanced in another direction. He looked at the ground, now completely flattened, in utter disbelief. The sealing ritual used to capture the seed of ascension, it was all shattered. Meanwhile, Sion stood tall in the distance, watching the time god collapse beneath the cracked wall as a system notification appeared. The time god realized your power was beyond imagination and gasped in horror. Suddenly his voice startled the man. "Hey!" With a grim expression, Sangjun approached the god of time. "It's been a long time," he said. "And no response?" A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and the system immediately chimed in. The transcendent death god frowned in displeasure as the terrified time god stammered, finally losing control and screaming. "What is going on? How did you become so strong so quickly?" Terrified, the god of time clutches his head. You were dying down there. Even with the demon god's intervention, how are you still standing? Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he sneered, I see now. Finally, the god of time looks up at Sionin. Of course, there's no way you could have killed a demon god and made it here. You must have cheated somehow. Seed of transcendence. His mind reeling, he desperately tried to reassure himself. Soon, the gods of darkness and light, even the demon god, will come to save you. At this, he cried out in elation, You're finished, ascendant seed! But then, the god of time ate a punch from Sangjun. He was sent crashing through the crumbling wall once more, debris flying everywhere, the force of the blow carrying him even further. Sangjun calmly gazed at the gaping hole before him, extinguishing the man's hope. They won't be coming. He slowly smirks. Do you know why? Sangjun furrowed his brow, coldly declaring, Because I've killed everyone who dared to stand in my way. The exhausted god of time collapsed to his knees, muttering in despair. So it's true. I can't change destiny after all. How pathetic. Sangjun looked down at him with disgust. Soon, death will gnaw at you until you die. Before that happens, I have some questions for you. Will you answer them? The time god, beyond arguing, stares directly at him. The seed of transcendence is asking me? What an honor. I don't mind. Ask away. Sun calmly spoke. What did you see through the eye of foresight that made you grant me the title of Seed of Transcendence? The god of time realized and looked up. So that's what you wanted to know. And so, he began to recount the tale. I witnessed an ending woven entirely of falsehoods. The gods who fought in the divine war have vanished, leaving only their divinity and souls behind. And within it, I saw you locked in battle with a transcendent being. The time god paused, frowned, and continued. Then you triumphed, and amidst the world's destruction, your path to transcendence began. That's why I call you the Seed of Transcendence, because I sense your destiny is to become a transcendent being. The more Sun listened, the more silent he became. But the time god's voice continued steadily until he dissolved into dust. But all of that was just a pipe dream. You will forever be but a fragment of a dream from which you'll never awaken. Farewell. Immediately, the system appeared again. Time's up. Divinity stolen. The demon god fades from unwavering faith, and challenger Han Sung-yoon's divine title merges into a transcendent god of death. Sung-yoon stands silently, eyes lowered. It's over. He scratched his head, muttering with a hint of loneliness that there was no one left to fight. So, everything's settled now. Suddenly, he heard the demon god's voice from behind him. Farewell, my opponent. Sangjun immediately turned around, but she was already gone. Nevertheless, he quickly recovered, as Sangjun produced a pink galaxy-like orb. Father. At least I can take a souvenir, right? The system announces that you have obtained a fragment of a demon god's divinity. As San smiled contentedly, a sharp finger poked his cheek. It was time to meet the dragon god. Sangjun glanced over warily, only to find the dragon god herself, startling him with childlike glee. With a playful smile, the dragon god speaks. Gotcha, successor. Didn't you think you let your guard down too soon just because the battle was over? Shun could only respond with a hint of helplessness. I admit, your joke startled me a bit. Hearing this, Long Chen smiled triumphantly, clearly pleased with the praise. Indeed, my stealth skills are top-notch, aren't they? However, she quickly composed herself, taking a breath. The dragon god looked at him sternly and said, Time god, I can't sense the auras of the ancient gods who sided with him. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. It would be one thing to kill lesser gods like the god of time or the god of light, but for both the god of darkness and the devil god to vanish. That was strange. Hearing this, Sangjun frowned and fell silent before admitting it to Long Chen's surprise. Yes, I'm the one who killed them. She trembled slightly, a smile playing on her lips. I understand. Long Chen turned away, hands clasped behind his back. A bit bitter, he had to admit, as images of her laughing with the two others flashed through her mind. I don't care about the god of time, but I still talk and laugh with the god of darkness and the devil god sometimes. Her eyes slowly began to redden. But no, I don't resent you. The successor's voice was full of emotion as old memories flooded back. A moment later, Sanyan approached and placed his hand on the dragon god's shoulder. So, you'll stay with me from now on. Her eyes widened in shock. Sangjionan looked down at her flushed, enraged face and continued his proposition. You once said you wanted to choose me as the successor to the dragon god, and I accepted that offer. Shouldn't we walk this path together then? As I said before, I intend to inherit the dragon god's divinity as your successor, and no universe can contain two identical divinities. If I inherit the dragon god's divinity and return to the real world, either the real world's dragon god or I will be destroyed. To prevent that tragedy, the two then leave for a beautiful, majestic waterfall. The dragon god softly voiced her thoughts. I intended to pass on the entirety of the dragon godhood to you, abandoning the eternal fate and divine imprint of the dragon god, just to live as myself. But you want me to continue existing as the dragon god, while you also inherit the same divinity? Only then can we know if two beings with the same dragon god divinity can truly coexist in the same universe. Hearing this, the dragon god blushed and fell silent, but a moment later she childishly wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, All right, I'll try transferring half of my dragon godhood to you as you said, though there's no turning back if I regret it. Remember this, Sionin thought, clenching his fist in determination. From here on out, this is a gamble I have to win. Immediately after, the dragon god stretched out her hands and transferred her divinity to Sionin. He wasn't idle either, as he calculated each step internally. I'll burn away the seal of the dragon god's divinity that hasn't been fully absorbed in my body with death. Then, I'll fill that void with the divine power I received from the dragon god, using gluttony to devour and suppress any rejection. Finally, he would engrave the power of transcendence and twist the very definition of the dragon god, just a little. With that, he smiled contentedly. It would become his own representation. San Yun happily gazes at the divine dragon mark, thinking that now there exists a divinity representing only the dragon god, and another dragon god divinity representing only himself has been born. At the same time, the dragon god slowly stops, and the system displays a notification that the conditions have been met. Thanks to the dragon divinity, Challenger Han Sung-yoon's divine title can now be expanded. Thanks to the power of the dragon god, Han Sung-yoon's divine title expands to become Transcendent Dragon God of Death. The dragon god couldn't believe his eyes and questioned, Impossible? Is it true? Two dragon god divinities coexisting in the same universe at the same time. Han Seola smiles faintly as she explains. By inscribing our own conceptual divinity and changing its definition, we made the universe recognize it as a separate conceptual divinity. He turned to her stunned expression. Now we both bear the title of dragon god, yet neither of us has lost our divinity. Both remain intact. Sun smirks triumphantly. In short, it's a success. With that, he extended his hand to the dragon god. After all, who knows when this divine war will end? Sang Ji-yoon took her hand, softly promising, but it was undeniable that their time together had grown longer. As his predecessor, she must have much to teach her successor. But before he could finish, a spray of hot blood splattered across his face. Until then, I'm counting on you. Xiun's eyes widened in shock. The dragon god who was at peace has been ambushed. A cold, eerie voice echoed from behind her. You've been through quite a lot fighting those grotesque ancient gods. I figured you were having a hard time, so I came to see you myself. The creator god looked up at him with wild eyes. So, you better be grateful to me. The system appeared at the same time. The creator god welcomes him, delighted to have the upper hand. The creation, God wiggles her sinful fingers and continues to speak. How astonishing. Two dragon gods existing in one universe, she said, withdrawing her hand from the dragon god's chest. And this universe even recognizes them as two distinct forces. The creator. God laughs maniacally, looking at him with great interest. You're a monster far beyond the scope of the ancient gods, truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Sion blankly catches Long Chen's collapsing body. Now you've piqued my curiosity. He looked down at her in disbelief, the creator god's nonsense ringing in his ears. I want more than just a business relationship. I want to forge a deeper personal connection. His eyes widened, pupils contracting. If your heart has changed, and the creator shamelessly extends an invitation, you won't come with me. But then, a flash of light severed her outstretched arm. Before she could react, she stared at him in shock. Yes? Sejun gripped his sword, radiating a palpable bloodlust. You! He gritted his teeth, choking back the words he wanted to say. Then, his face darkened as he charged toward the creator. I will kill you. His frenzied strikes overlapped, targeting her as the system activated the abyssal demonic sword's exclusive effect. Amplify, divine power consumed, skill power increased 12-fold. As the final strike lands, the ground erupts. Debris flew everywhere, but Sang Ji-yoon wouldn't stop. Until a sudden realization stopped him in his tracks. Sang-jin quickly changed course, rushing towards the figure on the ground, kneeling to gently lift the dragon god. Why? He panicked at the sight of Long Chen's chest wound, still bleeding profusely. Why haven't you regenerated yet? Sionan suddenly realized something. Looking at Long Chen's divine orb, now only half its original size, her immortality was gone when she transferred her dragon divinity to him. Sangyun gritted his teeth, biting his thumb raw. There was no time to think. He would use his blood to heal her heart as much as possible. But suddenly, the dragon god grabbed Sionan's wrist, stopping him as her exhausted successor looked up at him. That's enough. Sangyun was stunned by her words, wondering, enough of what? Longshan gently caresses his cheek, saying he knew all along this place was someone's dream. Sangyun, still unwilling to give up, asked, but why? He couldn't help but shout out the question, even though he knew everything here was just an illusion. Why would you devote yourself to me so completely, even sacrificing yourself? But the dragon god only smiled gently and closed his eyes because even if it was just a fleeting dream, it was worth it. She recalled the time she spent alone in the darkness. I have been alone since the moment I was born. Perhaps that's why I was curious. Her eyes held no glimmer of hope. The feeling of having someone by your side. Even so, the dragon god's steps never faltered. Perhaps this was the reward for those long, lonely years. She bravely stepped out of the darkness, and finally I could meet you. Long Chen gazed at Sangyun's confident figure. You, my successor? A smile slowly crept across the Dragon Lord's face. Even if it was just for a fleeting moment, she wanted to embrace Sun. I could envision a future where I lived beside you, and together we would greet a glorious dawn. A life that should have been beautiful and bright. A land where dragons could spread their wings and soar in the sun. How happy they would have been in such a future. But the reality is, the dragon god is fading away. Successor, may I ask one last favor of you? She said, gently cupping Shun's face. To the me that exists out there in the real world, I want the memories of being with someone to be sent to him as well. The dragon god offered one last gentle smile. I will trust you. And with that, she softly bid farewell. So farewell, my eternal successor. With that, Long Chen vanished completely before Sion's eyes. He knelt there, watching her turn to dust and fade into the air as the cold system notification appeared. You have obtained a fragment of the dragon god's divinity. Sangyun collapses, powerless. What should he say? His hand clenched in frustration. Should I thank her? Sangyun furiously punches the ground. Or apologize for failing to protect her? But still, he struggled to his feet. No. The answer was already within him. Sahyun whispered, I'm sorry, Dragon God. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. How unexpected. The Creator God indifferently crossed her arms, judging, I didn't think the Dragon God would give up on prolonging his own life. Should I call that luck? It feels strange. With that, she blushed and smiled at Sionan. In the end, it's just you and me. So is that good fortune? He immediately grabbed his sword, turning to face her warily, his eyes filled with intense resentment. But how did this happen? I should have been crushed to death. Unless a list of divine powers from the Tower of Trials flashed in his mind, along with a system notification, a divine power that could create new things using divinity, faith, and legends as fuel. Xiaonan understood and spoke in a cold voice. So he used creation to craft holy objects focused on survival. The Creator. God smirked, admitting, Indeed, compared to you now, I'm nothing but shrimp, aren't I? Seeing his tense expression, she calmly stated, That's why I could never stand before you unprepared. As she spoke, the creation god opened her cloak, revealing dozens of holy relics hanging inside. Ta-da! These are all top-tier relics, specializing in survival and defense. Thanks to you, I've already used up half of them. Sion was speechless with rage. Words are useless, he growled, as the creation god asked, confused. No use? At this point, Sun had completely snapped, his murderous aura mixing with a wild energy. Because you're going to die by my hand. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. But the Creator, God's mocking tone rang out. I don't think so. In the next instant, Sion was suddenly wounded, blood splattering everywhere. You're no longer fit to fight. As he writhed in pain, she continued to ramble on. I've been watching you fight, and now I understand. The Creator. God looks at Sun and smirks. That ability you use, that forced light speed, that power always comes at a price. Sangyun collapses, wondering, Transcendent, what price did you pay to activate forced acceleration in the battle against the demon gods? The system echoes, warning that this effect in any form will force you to pay for defying the natural order. Sangyun felt instinctively that he was drowning in a crimson space, facing a monstrous demon ready to devour him, and the fear was overwhelming. Sangyun's face darkened as he gasped for air, trying to calm himself, realizing he was being consumed by fear, yet he could only kneel pathetically before the Creator. His condition was so dire that even self-healing couldn't calm him. He had to stall until the fear subsided. A moment later, he suddenly growled. "What the hell?" Sangyun questioned, unwilling to accept it. "What is it you desire so much that you would kill even the 3 ancient gods and more?" The Creator. God pondered, then coldly refused. "I don't like telling those I'm about to kill what I desire." But a moment later, she smiled excitedly, a pillar of light shooting into the sky behind her. "But since I really want you to come with me, should I tell you?" Xiun's expression darkened further. "What now?" He gazes at the towering golden spire, resembling a trial tower, and wonders how there are even more than before. Then, the Creator God reached out, explaining, "You see, for the new world I'm preparing, I'll create a transcendent being." A twisted madness appeared on her face. "Right, this thing needs a name, doesn't it?" Before her, divine law and miraculous power were being squeezed onto the tower's walls. "I should call it the Tower of Trials." Immediately after, Sionen's contemptuous voice resounded. "Are you insane?" he asks, incredulous. "You even killed your own comrades, the divine miracle and law." She smirked upon hearing this. "That's right. The moment you killed the 3 ancient gods, I completed the tower's structure with creation." Sanjian frowned even deeper upon hearing the words of the god of creation. "I didn't stop there, but even with my continued efforts, creation could only form the outer shell. It couldn't create a transcendent. And that's when I had an idea." A twisted, manic glint in her eyes. "If one divinity isn't enough, I'll simply add more." The Creator. God then looked at the 2 pinned to the wall, like magic and miracles. She approached them with a smile, saying, "Surely this is the ending you both desired, isn't it?" Sangyun felt like he was about to explode, but he tried to calm himself. "Stay calm, I still have a question to ask." He then recalled the words of the God of Darkness. "No matter what variables arise, you are destined to achieve death. No matter what world you are born into, as long as you awaken your demonic power somehow." He then asked sternly, "You built the Tower of Trials saying you would create a transcendent being?" Sangjun looked at the brilliant golden tower before him, barely able to contain himself. "A soul with the potential to transcend. A talented being. You intend to force them into the tower and nurture them?" He suspects the tower limits his growth, and he must find out how. The Creator God was silent for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "How perceptive." "That's right. I've summoned every gifted individual from across the universe and forged them in the tower until they become transcendent beings. One day, they will slaughter countless gods throughout the universe." She envisions one figure standing amidst the corpses, the perfect weapon, the ambitious Creator God clenching his fist. "We can't possess higher or true divinity ourselves, so I chose to gather unrefined gems of raw talent. A world where humans live without even knowing divinity or mana exists. Yet, even there, individuals are born with the potential to become transcendent." She excitedly spread her arms and introduced it, as Zangyun stammered in surprise at the planet called Earth. The Creator God indifferently acknowledged Earth, saying that even though they possess the potential to bloom, they live their entire lives without ever touching mana, living and dying as ordinary humans. Even if the mana density is increased, it's useless if no one knows how to use it, right? So I'll let them grow stronger in the simplest way possible, by causing spatial erosion or triggering dungeon destruction to unleash monsters. The harsher the environment, the easier it is to become strong, as you say. Her words were suffocating him. Those born with souls destined for transcendence will need temporary growth limits to prevent them from developing too quickly. It's not difficult, so don't worry. With that, she threw her head back and laughed maniacally. "And then, all I have to do is summon the stones of potential." As the words of the Creator God faded, the ground trembled violently, and a radiant golden tower descended behind her. Sangyun's body was failing, but the other's venomous and contemptuous words only ignited his will. "I'm not strong because of the tower's trials." Just as the God of Balance said, in that moment Sangjun understood the laws of heaven. The tower wasn't just made for the 27th floor trial, but to guide you in the direction it wants you to develop. From the start, I was walking the path the tower wanted. Sangyun's eyes blaze in the darkness, for he has found his own truth. In the next instant, Sangyun felt himself standing tall amidst the crumbling earth, golden auras erupting around him with unmatched grandeur. Because I was born with the spiritual talent of a transcendent, but it only led to despair. Sangyun advanced with steady steps, the Tower of Trials revealing a truth buried beneath everything. In this new place, the ground shattered, sending sun plummeting, but his resolve remained unshaken. disgusted to the point of nausea. Falling into a lake, seeing his reflection, Sangjun recalled his journey, losing his parents in a dungeon break. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he realized the harsh truth. He had never truly left the tower's stage. A bitter feeling weighed on his chest. Sangjun refused to accept it, sprinting across the lake under the creator's mocking gaze, realizing he was merely a pawn, manipulated in the tower's game. Sangjun glanced at the creator god, the apocalypse unfolding before him. From now on, countless worlds would suffer because of the Tower of Trials. Dungeon breaks occur one after another, tearing through space, as monsters invade Earth, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction, their desperate cries echoing everywhere. "Save me," he choked out in despair. Countless others would die from spatial erosion. And yet, his eyes piercing into the other, his accusation like a hammer blow. "You feel no guilt, no sadness, not even regret, do you?" His resolve leaves the creator god speechless, as Sanye clicks his tongue with sarcasm. "You're forcing the seas of this world into a living hell. Countless people will die a tragic death." "And yet," she asks, a slow smile spreading across her face, "so what?" The creator's response leaves Sion stunned, and he blurts out in disbelief, "What?" With a tone both gentle and cruel, the creator calmly explains that this is a grand mission, to eradicate the abhorrent gods wreaking havoc across the universe, and for that, some sacrifices are inevitable. She calmly asked Sion, kneeling before her, if someone had to play the villain. Didn't he realize this was the righteous path to salvation? His fist trembled once more as he ground his teeth. Someone had to play the villain? "You call this the right path to salvation?" Senoon's eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched. "Don't spout such garbage. You fake." The creator. God's eyes narrowed in disappointment. She paused for a moment, then said nonchalantly, "So in the end, you don't understand my purpose or my salvation." With that, the creator god shot toward Sanjiun like lightning. Her slender hand grips Sangjun's neck, tightening her fingers as she growls, "Then there's no more time to waste." The creator's eyes turn cold and greedy. Rarely has one possessed more than 3 conceptual divinities. "That's right. You're too precious for me to let go." She suddenly growled fiercely, then used her strength to throw Sun away. His body soared through the air like an arrow, slamming into the tower as the creation god watched coldly. "If you won't submit to my will, then be absorbed by the tower and become its nourishment." At that moment, Sangjun's entire body began to be pulled into the tower. "Sleep well, transcendent dragon god, and die," the creator god's voice mocked. "I'll use your divine fragments and soul to create a tower that approaches transcendence." Soon, all Sangyun could see was an endless black. Images of gods flashed before his eyes, and a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "I suddenly remembered, a god who rules the earth or other worlds' lives peacefully under our protection." The figure's amber eyes reflected contemplation. "Either seize all you've built and risk losing everything." A primal force erupted. A majestic form materialized in his mind, a voice full of defiance just to become a transcendent being, something uncertain in the Tower of Trials. Sangjun gritted his teeth, determined to ignite. He had to become it. He had no choice. From the shadows, a figure emerged with a smirk. He remembers it clearly, that figure's strike from behind that left Sangjun stunned. His eyes flash as he receives a question from his master, a voice that asks, "You know what you still have to do, right?" The figure challenged him. "Then show me." Incredibly, that figure is none other than Sionin, and Sangjun's true self stares him down with fierce resolve. "Show me your resolve." In that instant, a thunderous fist shattered the tower from within. Sangjun is now ready to face everything. Knowing the truth about the tower changes nothing. But then he thinks, no, if anything, thank you for telling me. Witnessing the tower's instantaneous destruction, the creator is astonished as Sangjun emerges from the shattered remains. That's why he affirmed it to the creator. It was a promise. His fingers clenched on the tower's remains, the enemy who killed his parents. "For my homeland and my comrades, Sangyun's will is as hard as steel." He emerges from the ruins with a confident smile, determined to transcend. "I will destroy everything." His heart is filled with determination. A world where none of his comrades are harmed. The creator god, still in shock, stares in disbelief. Impossible? Wasn't he just on the verge of death? More importantly, destroy? Sangyun smiles menacingly, declaring himself the embodiment of her desires as he strikes the bisected tower, the sharpest weapon it could create. Sangyun's eyes turned savage, blood trickling down his face as he grinned like a jester, a killer capable of erasing even ancient divine beings. The creator hesitated. Words caught in his throat. seemingly unprepared for what was happening. Sang-yoon rubbed his hands together, a brilliant sphere of light appearing between his palms, and once again, super light speed was forced as the price for resisting the laws of forced acceleration. The dragon god's power is sacrificed, and the creator god loses his composure, screaming for him to stop, but Sang-yoon doesn't seem to hear. He unleashes a devastating punch as the system continuously sends notifications. Mythical transcendence. Forced acceleration activated, granting your movements the divine effect of superluminal speed. With divine power of determination, you can move at superluminal speeds. Sang-yoon soared into the sky like a golden lightning bolt, carving sharp lines around the colossal tower before plummeting towards its peak, roaring with fury. "You were the one who started all of this." His fist clenched tight. And so, with eyes ablaze, Sang-yoon roared as he unleashed the fateful blow. "Let's begin." The punch fired a terrifying lightning bolt, tearing through the sky straight towards the tower. In an instant, the towering spire exploded into 1,000 brilliant shards that scattered and then collapsed completely. Witnessing this spectacular scene, the creator god was utterly stunned. Why? Standing before the ruined tower, an indescribable bitterness welled up within her. "You sacrificed the dragon god's power just to destroy my tower? Why? You call yourself a god of destruction? That's absurd." After a moment, she spoke again, her voice trembling. "You're lying, aren't you?" Sang-yoon emerged from the ruins, majestic as the creator god, losing control, pressed, "If you were the god of destruction created by the tower, you wouldn't have destroyed it, right?" "Why would you do this?" Sun replied indifferently. "If you want to believe it's a lie, go ahead." The creator. God's eyes were filled with confusion, as her worldview had just been shattered by Sang-yoon. At that moment, Shan was already upon the creator god, declaring, "No matter what you say, what's about to happen won't change." Then he roared, declaring it was over, and the earth trembled as dust and debris filled the air. In that moment, the creator god realized, yes, it was true. Memories flood her mind, and she realizes something was off from the moment she first met him. If such a powerful being existed, surely someone would have known. But no one knows, as if you're a fictional being, not even existing in this universe. The creator god mused to Sionin. "Even the three ancient gods, even the god of light and the god of time, now I know why they're obsessed with you." Sang-yoon silently awaited the creator's plea, but she bitterly continued. "The truth is, you're the only one who truly exists." The creator gave a weak smile. "And we're the fakes." At that moment, Sang-yoon lifted her up and without a word delivered a fatal blow to the creator god, whose whispers echoed. "You are the closest thing to a transcendent being that the Tower of Trials has ever produced. Should I be happy?" the creator god weakly uttered. In the end, the tower did succeed in nurturing something. She breathed, her voice suddenly turning cold. "How did you escape the tower's constraints?" the creation god scoffed from the ground. "An existence qualified to transcend. The tower should have limited you from falling into free will, right?" She suddenly screamed in resentment. "Why? If you're thinking of taking revenge on the tower, then something has gone terribly wrong." The creation god declares with pride, "I refuse to accept defective products." It was only then that Sang-yoon spoke slowly, his voice deep. "To some extent, I once thought I got here thanks to the Tower of Trials." His hand clenched, his words resolute. "But the truth is quite the opposite. So remember this well." A blazing red aura erupts, engulfing his entire body, each word a curse. "The day will come when I challenge transcendence and become a transcendent," he emphasized, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. "That will also be the moment the Tower of Trials is crushed." Just then, a system notification rang in Sang-yoon's ears. "Congratulations, you've exceeded a total of 36 floors in the Tower of Trials."